Chapter 1 Lucid Dream? Or time travel? What's going on? Where did this beautiful woman come from? On a large bed that is 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, Lucien stared blankly at the stunningly beautiful woman in ancient costume in his arms. The woman was 18 or 19 years old, with delicate features. She wore a light green, ancient-style long dress, and her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. He turned and looked around. Exquisitely carved wooden furniture, priceless porcelain vases, candlesticks radiating bright light. The unfamiliar environment and unfamiliar people gave him a slight sense of insecurity. He subconsciously pulled his hand away from the woman's waist, sat up on the bed, took a step back, and looked at her, asking, "Beautiful lady, who are you?" "Brother Xian, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop?" The girl straightened her clothes, her pretty face slightly flushed, and her tone carried a hint of resentment. "Miss Qingyao?" The girl's name suddenly appeared in Lu Xian's mind, along with some fragmented information. The girl's name was Yan Qingyao. She knew him, and they seemed to be classmates? From the same hometown? Feeling a bit dizzy, Lu Xian sensed that his mental state was off and his thoughts were scattered. He shook his head slightly, composed himself, and considered his current situation. Time travel? A dream? My most recent memory is. I remember now. He was a recent college graduate from Earth, and my most recent memory of him was staying up late at night reading novels. He wasn't hit by a dump truck, wasn't electrocuted by a leaky power strip, and didn't fall into the water while trying to save someone. He's not dead. He's just sleeping. It's definitely not time travel, it must be a dream. A lucid dream? What a great opportunity. Brother Xian, what's wrong? Yan Xingyao sat up and moved closer to Lu Xian, checking his body with concern. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Should we call a doctor? It smells so good. So soft. What a nice view. It really is a dream I created myself. Yan Qingyao's appearance perfectly matched Lu Xian's aesthetic, willow leaf eyebrows, big eyes, and skin as tender as a baby's. She has a curvaceous figure, neither too fat nor too thin, with a slim waist and long legs, and she also has a faint fragrance. This level of beauty is no exaggeration to call her a fairy. Even those internet celebrities and stars who rely on makeup, filters, and beauty effects are no better. I'm fine. Lu Xian gently stroked Yan Qingyao's delicate hand while carefully examining her stunningly beautiful face. Sure enough. He noticed a flaw. There was a slight blurriness on Yan Qingyao's face. It was this vague feeling that made him even more certain that this was a dream. The realism is 99%. This lucid dream is of really high quality. It's good that you're all right. Yan Qingyao patted her chest, as if she had breathed a sigh of relief, and said coquettishly, "If Brother Xian is not feeling well, Qingyao will be very sad." "Miss Qingyao, how about we continue?" Lu Xian was very anxious. He had experienced lucid dreams a few times before, and usually, when he realized he was dreaming, he was not far from truly waking up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We need to hurry and get the important business done. Qingyao is already Xian Ji's woman. You can do whatever you want to me. Yan Qingyao lowered her head, not daring to look Lu Xian in the eye, her face becoming even redder. Lu Xian was not going to stand on ceremony. He pulled Yan Qingyao into his arms and began to grope her. This feeling. Isn't it too real? Never mind. Let's enjoy ourselves first. Clang. Just as he was about to take the final step, a loud bell rang in his mind. My head is buzzing. Ha ha ha. This brat actually dares to covet our Qingyao. He's just delusional. He looks respectable, but I never expected him to be such a lecherous man. This person is hopelessly addicted to the illusion and has a very poor temperament. He probably won't pass the test. When Lu Xian came to his senses, he found himself standing on a white jade platform, surrounded by wisps of white mist. Below the stage was an ancient-style hall and a group of people watching him. All of them were dressed in ancient costumes, only they looked more luxurious than those in TV dramas. The crowd watched as they discussed amongst themselves. Some glared angrily, while others smirked and spoke in ways that were difficult to understand. What's going on now? His head was throbbing more and more, as if something was drilling into his brain, and he could barely keep his mind at ease. Multiple dreams? Change of scenery? It's just a dream. It's fantastical and illogical, so the changing scenes are normal. It's just a pity for such a stunning beauty who was only one step away. Lu Xian, born into a farming family in Yangning, possesses a ninth-grade spiritual root, excels academically in the Dao Academy, but has the worst temperament. He failed the assessment. Just as Lu Xian was confused, a talisman containing his assessment information flew from below the stage into his hand. Holding the talisman, he looked down at the audience and saw a middle-aged man in a brocade robe speaking. This person had an indifferent expression, revealing neither joy nor anger, yet possessed an invisible aura. Li Hua, an outer sect steward and examiner of the Red Pine sect, was at the 4th level of qi refining. When Lu Xian saw him, his identity information came to mind. Looking closely at the people around him, he saw Chang Dan, Wang Xiaokong, Yi Sun, Zhao Li, and Yan Qingyao. Several familiar faces were Lu Xian's fellow villagers from Yangning Daoist Academy. They had come together to participate in the outer sect assessment of the Red Pine sect. Is this a dream? The merging of the two memories made Lu Xian's head spin and ache. He stood there on the stage, a look of pain on his face. What are you all standing there for? Get down here right now. Li Hua's authoritative voice echoed, silencing even the people who had been talking. Okay. Lu Xian stumbled down from the white jade platform, returned to his seat, closed his eyes to rest, his mind in turmoil. Next up, Wang Xiaokong. Li Hua read out Wang Xiaokong's name. Wang Xiaokong and Lu Xian came from the same Taoist academy, and Wang Xiaokong was seated next to Lu Xian. Lu Xian's performance just now made Wang Xiaokong feel fearful of the assessment, and he hesitated for a while before going up on stage. Lu Xian had no interest in watching others' assessments because the system activation notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The Many Children, Many Blessings system is activated. The Many Children, Many Blessings system, the host receives gifts from the system for bearing children, and the strength of all the host's children is added to the host's own system? The system has appeared, so it's definitely time travel. Lu Xian was well versed in literature, and although the events of today were a bit bizarre, he was able to quickly accept them. The Many Children, Many Blessings system. You become stronger simply by marrying and having children. What a great thing! After some mental analysis, I realized that this Many Children, Many Blessings system doesn't have a newbie gift pack or any communication features. Based on the system description, it probably needs to be activated after a child is born. So what if I fail the assessment? It's no big deal. With this Many Children, Many Blessings system, I can become stronger just by having children. Whether I join this Red Pine sect or not doesn't matter. Chapter 2. I want to join the Dual Cultivation Hall. White Jade High Platform. After Wang Xiaokong went up, a layer of white mist gradually filled the entire platform, which then evolved into an illusory dreamscape. In the illusion, Wang Xiaokong became the sect leader of the Red Pine sect, with countless disciples kneeling before him. Congratulations to Sect Master Wang on your ascension to the throne. May you enjoy eternal bliss and the immortal path prosper forever. Congratulations, Sect Leader Wang. Ha ha ha. Wang Xiaokong, dressed in a magnificent Dharma robe, looked down at his disciples and laughed heartily. Suddenly he saw a familiar figure kneeling in front of him. It was Li Hua, the examiner who had tested him. A hint of displeasure arose in Wang Xiaokong's heart, and he frowned, saying, I dislike this person. Expel him from the sect immediately. Yes. Yes, sir. Li Hua looked terrified and begged loudly, Sect Master, spare my life. Please, Sect Master, don't expel me from the sect. Ha ha ha. Wang Xiaokong burst into laughter again, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of having great power and being able to do whatever he wanted. Enough. With a furious shout, the illusion vanished, leaving Wang Xiaokong stunned on the stage. Wang Xiaokong, born into the Wang family, a qi refining family in Yangning, has a 9th grade spiritual root, but his academic performance at the Dao Academy is extremely poor, and his temperament is subpar. He failed the assessment. Li Hua flicked his hand, and another talisman containing assessment information flew to Wang Xiaokong's front. Next, Zhao Li. Wang Xiaokong returned to his position, looking dejected, while Zhao Li walked onto the platform. Zhao Li has an ordinary appearance and his clothes are not luxurious, but he has a steady and composed demeanor. As the illusion began, Zhao Li, much like Wang Xiaokong, also became a great cultivator within it. However, after only a moment, he realized he was in an illusion, so he immediately sat cross-legged to calm his mind. About 15 minutes later, the illusion disappeared automatically, and Zhao Li sat cross-legged on the white jade platform, opening his eyes at the same time. Excellent. Superior character. Li Hua finally revealed a satisfied smile and announced, Zhao Li, born into a farming family in Yangning, possesses an 8th grade spiritual root, has excellent academic performance at the Dao Academy, and has a superior temperament. He has passed the assessment. The outer sect assessment of the Hongsong sect mainly evaluates the disciple's talent from 4 aspects: background, spiritual root, academic performance in the Taoist Academy, and character. Your birth and family background matter. If your father is a foundation establishment cultivator or even a golden core cultivator, you can pass the test even if you don't have spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are innate talents, divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the highest and grade 9 the weakest. The level of one's spiritual root determines the speed of cultivation and the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks. If your spiritual root reaches the middle 3rd grade or even the upper 3rd grade, you can still pass the bottleneck even if you are poor in other aspects. The Taoist Academy's assessment mainly focuses on general cultural knowledge and some basic knowledge of cultivation, primarily testing whether a person is a normal human being. If you are illiterate and cannot understand cultivation techniques, even the best spiritual root will be greatly diminished. As for temperament, it is more abstract. The white jade platform in the center of the main hall is called the illusionary heart platform. It can arouse people's greatest desires to create an illusion. By testing the disciple's performance in the illusion, a person's temperament is subjectively judged. While one's character does not have an absolute influence on one's cultivation level, it can give a general idea of a person's conduct and can also serve as a reference for assessing disciples. Next, the assessment continued, and Lu Xian had almost finished integrating the memories in his mind. He had transmigrated into the body of a farmer's son in Yongning County who also had the same name, Lu Xian. How did I get transported to another world when I didn't die on either side? Lu Xian couldn't understand it, but he knew that his current consciousness was still that of Lu Xian from Blue Star. The Lu Xian of this world had only integrated some fragments of memories, and he couldn't remember many things. He turned to look at the people around him. Wang Xiaokong, a member of a cultivation family in Yongning. His father is the head constable of Yongning County, making him the one with the best background among them. Yi Sun, born into an ordinary family in Yongning, possessed a 9th grade spiritual root. His academic performance and temperament at the Dao Academy were both good, and he barely passed the assessment. Chang Dan, born into a farming family in Yongning, possessed an 8th grade spiritual root. Her academic performance at the Dao Academy was mediocre, and she had a poor temperament. Like Lu Xian, she failed the assessment. Zhao Li, born into a farming family in Yongning, possesses an 8th grade spiritual root, excels in the Dao Academy, has an excellent temperament, and has passed the assessment. Yan Qingyao, born into an ordinary commoner family in Yongning City, she has the best talent among them. She has a 4th grade spiritual root, almost reaching the upper 3rd grade. Her other aspects are also excellent. It is said that she can directly join the inner sect and become a true disciple of the Red Pine sect. Of the 6 people from Yongning Taoist Academy, 3 passed the exam and 3 failed, thus altering their life trajectories. The assessment is over. Li Hua announced loudly, "Those who pass the test, follow me; those who don't, disperse." After Li Hua finished speaking, some people in the hall happily followed him away, while others left dejectedly. Watching his companions leave with Li Hua, Wang Xiaokong was so upset he almost cried. There are 6 of us from Yongning Taoist Academy, and I never expected that only 3 of us failed. He looked at Lu Xian and Chang Dan, feeling a sense of shared misfortune. Chang Dan was a fairly attractive young woman. She looked dejected and left without saying a word, not in the mood to talk to Wang Xiaokong any further. The 6 of them came to Hongsong's sect from Yongning together. They had the same goal and were students from the same academy. They got along quite well along the way. However, after an assessment, their status and position changed drastically, and it would be difficult for them to get along as before. Brother Lu, what are your plans for the future? Will you come back to Yongning with me, or join the dual cultivation hall of the Red Pine sect? Wang Xiaokong exhaled and looked at Lu Xian. Dual cultivation hall? Lu Xian was taken aback. What dual cultivation hall? Lu Xian's memory was incomplete, and he didn't quite understand what Wang Xiaokong meant by the dual cultivation hall. Brother Lu, you don't know? Wang Xiaokong looked extremely surprised, but then, considering Lu Xian's personality and background, he understood and explained. We are all students of the Dao Academy, and we all possess the spiritual roots for cultivating immortality. Even if we fail the assessment, we will not be abandoned. However, we are not of much value to cultivate, and the sect will not spend resources on us. If we don't leave, we can only join the dual cultivation hall and earn resources on our own. The dual cultivation hall also earns resources? Brother Wang, please explain in detail. Seeing Lu Xian's interested expression, Wang Xiaokang thought that Lu Xian was indeed lustful enough to fantasize about Yan Qingyao on the illusionary heart platform. This dual cultivation hall was indeed suitable for Lu Xian. The Red Pine sect has 7 main halls: alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman crafting, array crafting, magic crafting, spiritual plant crafting, and dual cultivation. The dual cultivation hall has the lowest requirements anyone with a spiritual root can join. The dual cultivation hall offers 2 paths. One is to cultivate the furnace technique to help powerful cultivators cultivate and earn resources. The other is to marry the mortal children of high-ranking cultivators within the sect. If they have children with good talent, they can also gain access to resources and support from high-ranking cultivators. Lu Xian finally understood. The dual cultivation hall had 2 paths, simply put, selling oneself and living off a woman. Without the system, Lu Xian would not be interested in either of these options, but the path of living off a woman perfectly matches the many children, many blessings system, so Lu Xian finds it hard to refuse. So what if I'm a kept man? Cultivating immortality is nothing. What's a little hardship? I'm not going back to Yongning with Brother Wang. I want to join the dual cultivation hall. Lu Xian said firmly. Chapter 3, is it possible to form multiple Taoist partnerships at once? The air is really nice. Stepping out of the assessment hall, Lu Xian was greeted by blue skies and white clouds, with no pollution in the air. He couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Looking around, Lu Xian discovered that the outer sect of the Red Pine sect was located at the foot of a mountain, shrouded in mist, with only a towering, bright red tree faintly visible on the summit. Brother Wang, weren't you going back to Yongning? Now you're. Lu Xian asked curiously, looking at Wang Xiaokang who was still standing beside him. Wang Xiaokang looked miserable. I failed the test. If I go back now, my dad will beat me to death. I need to come up with a foolproof plan. If all else fails, Wang Xiaokang gritted his teeth and said, at worst, I'll just spend money to buy a spot as an outer disciple. Can you still buy a spot as an outer disciple? As far as Lu Xian knew, the Red Pine sect was the largest cultivation sect in the surrounding thousands of miles, with a golden core cultivator in charge. It wasn't that easy to join. What's so special about this? Wang Xiaokang said with a hint of smugness, pointing around the entire outer sect and asking, Brother Lu, do you know how many people are in the outer sect of the Red Pine sect? I estimate there are tens of thousands of people. The entire outer palace complex stretched out in a continuous line, teeming with people, resembling a small city. Lu Xian had just roughly estimated the number of people. Too few. Wang Xiaokang shook his head. The entire outer sect has at least 30,000 disciples, not including servants. Of these 30,000 people, only 10,000 were admitted through the assessment process. The remaining 20,000 bought their places. So much? If a few people pay money to buy a spot, that's considered using connections, but if the majority of people pay money, it means it's part of the Hongsong sect's own system. This sect is quite different from what I imagined. Shouldn't cultivation sects be detached from worldly affairs? Does the Red Pine sect make money from this? Lu Xian asked. Smart. Wang Xiaokang nodded approvingly. Cultivation of immortality emphasizes wealth, companions, methods, and environment. Wealth is the most important. As long as you pay, you can become a sect disciple even if you don't have spiritual roots. That's outrageous. What kind of immortal cultivation can you do if you don't have money? Lu Xian felt his pockets and took out a gold coin, 3 silver coins, 6 large copper coins, and 6 small copper coins. How much does it cost for a spot as an outer disciple? Lu Xian asked. 10 spirit stones. If you fail the assessment a year later, you will have to pay another 10. With my status as an outer disciple of the Red Pine sect, I can earn about 10 spirit stones a year if I work hard, so it's not a bad deal. 1 spirit stone is equal to 10 gold coins, 100 silver coins, 1,000 large copper coins, or 10,000 small copper coins. Even ordinary places in this world have sparse spiritual energy that can nurture some spiritual creatures. Therefore, there is no distinction between the mortal world and the cultivation world. Everything is ruled by the cultivation sects, and spirit stones circulate in ordinary cities as well. Based on purchasing power, 1 spirit stone is roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan, which is 100,000 yuan a year. Forget it, I'd better hurry up and go check out the dual cultivation hall. Lu Xian looked at Wang Xiaokang and asked, Brother Wang, would you like to come along? Lu Xian was eager to get married and have children, so he activated the system rewards and decided to first go to the dual cultivation hall. If that didn't work out, he would return to Yongning to look for an opportunity. The Red Pine sect is the largest Golden Core sect in the vicinity. In this world, sects control everything, so staying within a sect to develop one's career is naturally the best option. Lu Xian came from a farming family in Yongning. His sister paid for his tuition at the Taoist Academy. He had no money, so even if he returned to Yongning, he couldn't marry a woman, or rather, he couldn't marry a woman of high quality, and he couldn't afford to have multiple wives and concubines. I've finally made it to Hongsong sect, and I'd like to see the sights. So I'll accompany Brother Lu. Both of them failed to be selected, but Lu Xian's situation was even worse than his. Wang Xiaokang felt that being with Lu Xian made him feel a little better. The two headed towards the dual cultivation hall together, encountering several other students who had also failed to be selected for the Dao Academy and were also heading there. The entire territory of the Red Pine sect has 7 major academies and countless minor academies, all dedicated to cultivating talent for the Red Pine sect. Every year, hundreds of disciples with spiritual roots participate in the sect's assessment. The Dual Cultivation Hall has a special area for receiving students who failed the entrance exam. When Lu Xian and Wang Xiaokang arrived, there were already some people waiting there. Please wait a moment, gentlemen. Steward Lu will be here shortly. An ordinary female servant led Lu Xian and Wang Xiaokang to the hall and served them tea. In addition to the outer disciples, the outer sect of the Red Pine sect also has a larger number of miscellaneous disciples. These menial disciples are mostly ordinary people without spiritual roots. They mainly serve the outer disciples, but the service is not free, it is also a business of the sect. As evening approached, after everyone who was supposed to arrive had come, Steward Lu finally arrived late. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Since you're all here, you must know the rules, so I won't waste any more words. Deacon Lu looked at the first seat on the left in the front row of the hall and said, let's start with you. Everyone come up and register in turn. The steward's name was Lu Qingqing. She was in her early 20s and had an aura similar to Li Hua's, so her cultivation level was probably also at the mid-stage of qi refining. The first one to go up was a thin male student from the Ancient Wood Academy. Lu Qingqing took the talisman recording the assessment results, looked at it, and asked, do you want to cultivate the furnace technique or get married and have children? I want to cultivate the furnace technique, the thin male student replied. Lu Qingqing nodded, took out a contract and handed it to him. This is the contract. From now on, all your dual cultivation must be completed through our dual cultivation hall. Private transactions are not allowed. Understand? Clear. This student left his sole imprint on the contract. Lu Qingqing put away the contract, took out a token and handed it to him. This is the outer disciple token of the dual cultivation hall. Just take it to the General Affairs Hall to collect your various benefits. Thank you, Deacon Lu. The thin male student left happily with the token in his hand. Lu Xian discovered that most people chose to cultivate the furnace technique. Wang Xiaokang explained that the furnace technique was only an auxiliary cultivation method. By sacrificing some cultivation level, one could obtain extremely considerable resources, making it a profitable approach overall. However, it is different for mortals who marry the children of high-level cultivators. Before having children with spiritual roots, it is difficult to gain the approval of the high-level cultivator's family. The probability of a person with a low-grade spiritual root and an ordinary person without a spiritual root having children with spiritual roots is less than 1 in 10. If you're unlucky, you might not be able to give birth to children with spiritual roots even after decades. Moreover, matters between men and women are extremely depleting of one's vital energy and willpower, greatly hindering the path of cultivation, which is really not worth it. 15 minutes later. When it was Lu Xian's turn, Lu Qingqing took the assessment talisman from him and looked at it. As usual, she asked, will you choose the furnace cultivation method or get married? I choose to marry, Lu Xian answered decisively. Lu Qingqing was not surprised. Marrying into the family of a high-level cultivator or marrying into the family of a mortal has its advantages. If she is lucky enough to be valued by a high-level cultivator, she may have a chance to rise to the top. Lu Qingqing took out a booklet containing information on women in need of the sect and handed it to Lu Xian to look at. She said, select all the ones you think are suitable, and we will give you priority in arranging them for you. Lu Xian quickly flipped through it. It contained a lifelike portrait of a woman, as well as general information about her family background. It was quite comprehensive. He didn't rush to choose. He closed the book and asked hesitantly, Steward Lu, may I ask if I can marry several at once? Chapter 4 Lin Shuer. Lu Qingqing was stunned. She had been in charge of registering students who failed the entrance exam several times, but this was the first time she had encountered someone who wanted to marry several at once. Have you thought this through? I'll write your requirements in the information they see. Your qualifications are just average, so if no one chooses you, you'll just have to wait. The dual cultivation hall is a legitimate business that emphasizes mutual consent. The other party can choose a spouse with spiritual roots through the dual cultivation hall, so they must have a certain level of financial ability and their standards are not too low. Then forget it. Lu Xian immediately abandoned his greedy thoughts. Fearing he would miss this opportunity, Lu Xian planned to eliminate only a few people he really couldn't stand. After looking through them all, Lu Xian found that they were all pretty good looking. After all, they were the children of cultivators, so none of them were ugly. After selecting a few of the most attractive ones, and then a few with the most impressive backgrounds, Lu Xian handed the booklet to Lu Qingqing. Deacon Lu, I've made my choice. These are my priority, but if none of them choose me, any of the others will do. Anyone will do? Lu Qingqing looked at Lu Xian with surprise again. Other students are very careful when choosing a Taoist partner, but he has never seen Lu Xian so anxious. Putting away the booklet, Lu Qingqing took out a token and gave it to Lu Xian. Go and collect your dual cultivation hall disciple benefits first. We'll notify you about your Taoist partner later. Lu Qingqing waved her hand, signaling the next student to step forward and register. Wang Xiaokang had no intention of joining the dual cultivation hall and left the hall with Lu Xian. Brother Lu, failing the assessment concerns my future. I've decided to go back and inform my father. Wang Xiaokang bowed to Lu Xian and said, Farewell, Brother Lu. You are welcome to visit the Wang family when you return to Yangning. I will certainly welcome you with open arms. Wang Xiaokang's family, the Wang family, is a local cultivation family and is a subordinate force of the Red Pine sect. Whether he chooses to spend money to buy the status of an outer disciple or to return to his hometown to develop, he should inform his family in advance. Without the support of his family, his situation is not much better than Lu Xian's. Take care, my brother. Lu Xian returned the greeting with a cupped hand. After Wang Xiaokang left, Lu Xian took the token to the Dual Cultivation Hall's General Affairs Hall to collect his outer disciple benefits. A unique token engraved with Lu Xian's name and a trace of his divine soul, a set of robes for disciples such as the Dual Cultivation Prince, a key to an ordinary room, and a dual cultivation technique called Three Yangs Gathering Body, that's all. Following the directions written on the key, Lu Xian walked for a while until he reached a small river and finally found the courtyard where he lived. This is already the outer boundary of the Red Pine sect. Once you cross this small river, the other side is Red Pine City, which is no longer within the sect's array coverage. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Lu Xian discovered that the small courtyard contained 12 small rooms, and his residence was just one of them. That's true. With so many outer disciples, if even the lowest ranking disciples were given their own small courtyards, there wouldn't be enough space. At least it was a private room, not a shared dormitory, so Lu Xian had no complaints. After simply greeting his fellow students, Lu Xian returned to his room, closed the door, and began studying cultivation techniques. The Three Yangs Gathering Technique, a dual cultivation method during the qi refining stage, can increase the yang energy within the practitioner's body, prevent excessive energy depletion, and also increase the probability of conceiving offspring. Good stuff. It's a pity Lu Xian can't practice it. Lu Xian is currently only at the qi induction stage, and can only guide spiritual energy to nourish his physical body. He has no magical power in his dantian and hasn't even reached the first level of qi refining. Those who are not from sects or cultivation families are mostly at the qi refining stage before graduating from the Tao Academy at the age of 18. Only those with spiritual roots of grade 3 or above have a chance to break through to the first level of qi refining ahead of time. Previously, among the 6-person team from Yangning Tao Academy, only Yin Qingyao and Wang Xiaokang, disciples from a cultivation family, had reached the first level of qi refining. Then let's practice the most basic qi-inducing method. Lu Xian was extremely interested in cultivating immortality. After settling down, he immediately began to cultivate the most basic qi-inducing technique. There's not much to say about the qi induction method, it's the most basic cultivation technique. Anyone with spiritual roots can cultivate it, and basically everyone starts at the qi refining stage of the qi induction method. Adjusting his breathing, relaxing his mind and body, and adjusting his meditation according to his own state, Lu Xian felt a cool breeze enter his body with his breath and then spread to his limbs and bones. Comfortable. It's like drinking a sip of iced cola on a sunny day. Simply meditating and cultivating oneself is a delightful experience. The small courtyard room of the outer disciples of the Red Pine sect is one of the nodes of the sect's spirit gathering array, which is equivalent to having a tiny spiritual eye, making cultivation significantly different. 1 hour later, Lu Xian felt a sharp pain in his head, accompanied by waves of dizziness, forcing him to stop cultivating. Lu Xian then remembered that cultivation consumes the divine soul, and low-level cultivators cannot cultivate for long periods of time, otherwise it will lead to injury. Unable to practice his cultivation techniques, Lu Xian studied other things. If all else failed, he would wander around the outer sect to familiarize himself with the environment. Because the original owner of this body had incomplete memories, Lu Xian was full of curiosity about everything in this world and wanted to see everything. 3 days later, Lu Xian was getting anxious because he was running out of money. A meal inside the Red Pine Gate costs at least 1 silver coin, and some meals can even be calculated in spirit stones, so living a simple life inside is not easy. Lu Xian didn't have much money to begin with, and now he only had 1 silver coin left. If Lu Qingqing still hadn't responded, he would have no choice but to go to the Dual Cultivation Hall's General Affairs Department to see if there were any odd jobs he could do. He finally understood that, for the Red Pine sect, those outer disciples who passed the assessment and paid the fees were essentially employees with some training value. As for him, a free-to-play outer disciple of the Dual Cultivation Hall, he was essentially a commodity of the sect, only slightly more valuable than ordinary servants. Lu Xian, which one is Lu Xian? Steward Lu requests an audience. Just as Lu Xian was worrying about what to eat, the servant sent by Lu Qingqing came to his door. Me. It is me. Lu Xian quickly straightened his clothes and walked out of the courtyard. Following the servant disciple to a room in the Dual Cultivation Hall, Lu Qingqing was handling official business, with a well-behaved and lovely girl standing beside her. Steward Lu Xian has arrived, a servant disciple reported from outside the door. Come in. As Lu Xian entered, his eyes were immediately drawn to the girl. She was about 1.6 meters tall, wearing a light pink dress, with an oval face, and looked like a young, cute little girl. As Lu Xian sized up Lin Shuer was also sizing up Lu Xian. Lu Xian was nearly 1.9 meters tall and quite handsome. She had seen his portrait and was quite satisfied with it. Lu Qingqing didn't look at Lu Xian, but turned to Lin Shuer and said, "You two talk. If it works out, let me know and I'll register you. That will be the end of it. No need. Sister Lu, you can just register directly." "I'm very satisfied," Lin Shuer whispered. Lu Qingqing glanced at the two of them and nodded, saying, "All right. Do as you please. Young Master Lu, please follow me." Lin Shuer walked out with her head down, speaking very softly, so much so that Lu Xian almost couldn't hear her. Chapter 5 First Tier Peak Rune Master. Lin Shuer kept her head down and walked forward. Lu Xian followed behind without worry. He had roughly learned about the Red Pine sect in the past few days. It was a legitimate sect and he was sure it wouldn't harm him. They arrived at a small courtyard near the foot of the mountain. Lin Shuer pushed open the door and led Lu Xian into the living room. "Young Master Lu, this is my residence. If you are satisfied, you can move in." Lin Shuer poured tea for Lu Xian with great care, a blush flashing across her face, and added, "I have 2 guest rooms in this courtyard, since they're just sitting idle anyway." "Thank you, young lady." Lu Xian picked up his teacup but didn't drink it, and said somewhat awkwardly, May I ask, what is your name, young lady?" Lu Qingqing provided information on over 100 women, but Lu Xian only glanced at it and couldn't remember any detailed information, only vaguely recalling their appearances. You didn't even know my background before becoming my Taoist partner?" Lin Shuer looked at Lu Xian with her big, dark eyes, her expression a mixture of shock and disappointment. After several years, she finally found a student with spiritual roots who had failed the entrance exam to choose her, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. "Don't get excited, young lady. You are as beautiful as a fairy, so of course I am willing to become your Taoist partner. It's just that my memory isn't very good, and the information Steward Lu gave me was too complicated, so I didn't remember the young lady's name." Lu Xian immediately put down his teacup to explain, as if afraid that his Taoist partner would fly away. "Ugh. It's the same as before." Lin Shuer sighed in disappointment. She didn't believe Lu Xian's explanation at all, because she had encountered a similar situation before. The other party was just worried that he wouldn't be able to survive in the sect if he couldn't find a Taoist partner for a long time, so he chose her without reading the detailed introduction. "Young Master Lu." Lin Shuer's tone became more serious. "I won't hide it from you, so you won't regret it later. My name is Lin Shuer. I am from a branch of the Lin family sect. However, my father's generation did not have spiritual roots and were not valued by the Lin family. Most importantly, I am a martial arts cultivator with peak internal energy cultivation. Lin Shuer paused here, staring into Lu Xian's eyes. Last time, he had said goodbye and left immediately after hearing this. The Lin family, Lu Xian remembered, seemed to be a large family within the Red Pine sect. Their ancestor was a foundation establishment cultivator, and they wielded immense power within the sect. As for martial arts cultivators, Lu Xian had heard of them. In this world, not having spiritual roots does not mean there is no way out. One can still cultivate martial arts. The three realms of martial arts are tendons and bones, internal energy, and innate, which are equivalent to the initial stage of qi cultivation and the middle stage of qi cultivation for cultivators. Achieving the innate perfection of martial arts can have the effect of defying fate and forcibly shaping a ninth-grade spiritual root. Once a breakthrough is achieved, one can switch to cultivating immortality techniques and break through to the late stage of qi refining, becoming no different from an ordinary immortal cultivator. Martial arts are about defying fate and changing one's destiny. They may seem to offer ordinary people a glimmer of hope, but in reality, it is extremely unlikely. Throughout the world, everyone without spiritual roots cultivates martial arts, but very few can break through to the innate realm, and even fewer can successfully switch to qi refining and break through to the late stage. Lin Shuer was able to break through to the peak of inner energy at such a young age, and her combat strength was equivalent to the peak of the third level of qi refining. This should be a good thing. Lu Xian did not understand what he meant. Miss Lin is exceptionally talented. It is my great honor to become her Taoist partner. I will never regret it. A high level of martial arts cultivation can also increase the probability of conceiving a child with spiritual roots, and will also make one more capable of raising the child in the future, which makes Lu Xian even more satisfied. Lin Shuer was stunned. Considering Lu Xian's humble origins, she explained that he might not know the key details. Dual cultivation with a martial arts cultivator like me, it consumes more energy and makes it harder to conceive. Aren't you afraid of ruining your own cultivation path? I see. So that's what Lin Shuer was worried about. No wonder she, a woman with such good qualities, got to be chosen by her. Don't worry, Miss Lin. I am fond of you, and I can handle any difficulties, Lu Xian said firmly. Are you truly willing to become my Taoist partner? If you do not despise me, I will certainly not let you down. Lin Shuer was a little confused by Lu Xian's words. She was both happy and worried that Lu Xian was lying to her. Born into a family of cultivators, her greatest wish was to give birth to a son with spiritual roots, which was both her wish and her father's wish. Especially after her cultivation level was stuck at the peak of internal energy for 2 years without any progress, and she deeply felt the difficulty of the martial arts bottleneck, this wish became even stronger. Seeing that she seemed a little dazed, Lu Xian figured the matter of becoming a Taoist partner must have been settled, so he steered the conversation toward more detailed information about her. During a casual chat, Lu Xian learned that Lin Shuer was not only a martial arts cultivator at the peak of inner energy, but also a squad leader of the Outer Sect Patrol Team, a legitimate job within the system, with a monthly salary plus extra gray income of about 5 spirit stones. Earning 50,000 a month. What a rich woman, she's living off her husband. Besides Lin Shuer herself, her father is also an outsider and now works as a constable in Red Pine City, with an estimated income of about the same. Her grandfather was an Outer Sect Magic Hall steward with a qi refining level 5 cultivation. He worked in the law enforcement hall and was responsible for matters related to Outer Sect order. This is the power of a cultivation family. Even a fallen branch possesses a foundation that ordinary people can hardly reach. As they chatted, it grew late, and the two became quite familiar with each other, growing closer. It's getting late. I'll tidy up the room. You stay in the main room, and I'll sleep in the guest room, Lin Shuer said, glancing at the sky as she stood up. Lu Xian grabbed her hand. Why go through all this trouble? We're already Taoist partners, wouldn't it be better to sleep in the main house together? But, isn't it too fast? Those who cultivate immortality are not concerned with trivial matters and are not fast at all. All right. The candlestick went out, and the room became dim, with only a sliver of moonlight shining through the window. The next morning. Hiss. Lu Xian felt sore all over, especially his lower back, which felt like it was cramping. As expected of a martial arts cultivator at the peak of internal energy, Lin Shuer may look obedient and cute, but her strength is actually beyond that of ordinary people. Ding! Congratulations, host, on giving birth to your first child. You have received a newbie gift pack. She's pregnant already? Was it good luck, or was it due to exceptional talent? Lu Xian quickly checked the so-called newbie gift pack in his mind. An illusory gift package appeared in Lu Xian's consciousness. Just as he was about to open it, the gift package transformed into a golden light and merged into his soul. New player gift pack, level 1 peak talisman experience. Countless pieces of knowledge about talismans were absorbed into Lu Xian's soul. The most basic element of talismans is runes, which are the manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth, similar to written characters. Once you master a certain level of runes, you can draw talismans with magical abilities. A first-tier peak talisman is equivalent to a chi refining peak cultivator casting a spell, and a first-tier peak talisman master's status even surpasses that of a chi refining peak cultivator. You've struck it rich. The system is truly amazing. The newbie gift pack is incredibly generous. A top-tier first-order talisman master can directly become an inner disciple of the Red Pine sect. If there is still room for improvement, they may also become a core disciple. Chapter 6, First Level of Chi Refining, Learning to Draw Talismans. Becoming a top-tier first-order rune master in one fell swoop is like ascending to heaven in a single step. Pity. Lu Xian is currently not even at the first level of chi refining, and has no magic power. His experience in drawing talismans is useless. The most urgent task is to cultivate diligently and break through to the first level of chi refining. Lin Shuer wasn't in the room. Lu Xian got up and dressed, and saw a note on the bedside table with 3 milky white spirit stones pressed on it. He picked up the note and unfolded it. It turned out that Lin Shuer had gone on a mission. The patrol team worked 10 days and rested 1 day. Yesterday was the day she asked for leave to meet him. As for the 3 spirit stones, that's Lu Xian's living expenses for a month. He can decide for himself what he needs to buy and eat. Earning 30,000 a month feels like being kept. This time I'm really living off a woman. Lu Xian felt no shame. As the saying goes, humble origins are not a disgrace. True men are those who can bend and stretch. Lin Shuer's courtyard is considered above average among the outer sects, and the spiritual energy in the rooms is sufficient to meet the daily cultivation needs of those in the early stages of chi refining. With a suitable cultivation environment, resources, and techniques, all Lu Xian needed to do was focus on his cultivation. 1 month later. Husband, I'm pregnant. Lin Shuer excitedly ran over to tell Lu Xian the good news. Really? Lu Xian pretended to be incredulous. It's true, I made a special trip to the alchemy hall to confirm with the physician. Lin Shuer smiled, clearly showing she was genuinely happy. To focus on her pregnancy, Lin Shuer temporarily resigned from her position as patrol team leader and spent her days cultivating with Lu Xian. In her spare time, Lin Shuer took Lu Xian to Hongsong City across the river to meet her father, Lin Tianxiong. Lu Xian only had a 9th grade spiritual root and failed the outer sect assessment of the Red Pine sect, so Lin Tianxiong was not very satisfied. But when he learned that Lin Shuer was pregnant, his attitude immediately changed, and he even spent 10 spirit stones to buy a first-grade low-level magic robe as a congratulatory gift for Lu Xian. The first-tier low-grade magic robe comes with a cleansing spell, is impervious to heat and cold, and has considerable defensive power. Although it is the lowest-grade magic artifact, it is still not something that an ordinary disciple who has just started learning can afford. 10 spirit stones could buy a year's worth of outer disciple slots, so this father-in-law doesn't seem to be a stingy person. Lu Xian had also paid his respects to Lin Shuer's grandfather. His attitude was neither particularly good nor bad. Lu Xian could tell that he and Lin Shuer weren't very close. However, he did give her a bottle of chi-nourishing pills worth 5 spirit stones. Besides Lin Shuer's elders and relatives, her friend Lu Xian had also met many of them, and the news that he and Lin Shuer had become Taoist partners had spread far and wide. Through these relationships, Lu Xian began to integrate into the Red Pine sect and gained a deeper understanding of the world. 3 months later. Inside the room in the courtyard. A faint spiritual light emanated from Lu Xian, and a gentle breeze blew through the room. Chi refining level 1, done. A drop of magical power condensed within his dantian, and through this drop of magical power, Lu Xian was able to clearly perceive the scene within his dantian. At the first level of chi refining, spiritual energy is refined into mana that can be controlled at will. This mana can be used to cast the most basic minor spells, activate low-level talismans, and wield low-level magical artifacts. Only when one's cultivation reaches the first level of chi refining can one be considered a true cultivator and possess the skills of a cultivator. The magical power further nourishes the physical body and soul, increasing the lifespan of chi refining cultivators to 120 years. Moreover, as long as they are not injured, they can live to 120 years old without illness or disaster. Lu Xian controlled his magical power to circulate throughout his body, examining his internal organs from a unique perspective, which gave him a special sense of novelty. Put! A flame emerged from Lu Xian's fingertip, and he successfully cast the simplest spell, Ignite. The fire starting spell is the simplest spell, not even a low-grade first-tier spell, it's just a simple application of magic power. Yet, Lu Xian was incredibly excited about this ball of flame. Cultivating immortality. For someone who has never come from a world without extraordinary powers, what could be more exciting than cultivating immortality? How does magic turn into fire? Lu Xian only successfully cast the fire starting spell, but he did not understand the underlying logic of the conversion between magical power and magic. A few minutes later, the flames weakened, like an oil lamp running out of oil, and Lu Xian also felt a sense of weakness in his dantian, as if he was running out of fuel. Having just broken through to the first level of qi refining, Lu Xian possessed too little magical power. This was not the time to study spells, the most important thing was to stabilize his cultivation. After taking a nourishing spirit pill, Lu Xian's internal magical power rapidly recovered and gradually increased with his cultivation. As expected of a low-grade, first-tier pill costing 5 spirit stones a bottle, its effects are indeed quite good. A bottle contains 10 nourishing spirit pills. Taking one pill every 3 days is most effective. In a month, it can not only stabilize one's cultivation level, but also condense 5 drops of magical power, advancing the progress of the first level of qi refining by half. Cultivating immortality is difficult. The entire outer sect has 30,000 disciples, with no age limit. Anyone who can break through to the 4th level of qi refining can become an outer sect steward. However, over the years, the number of deacons at the mid-stage of qi refining has remained below 3,000. 90% of people can't even break through the first minor bottleneck in the qi refining stage. I'll buy another bottle of nourishing spirit pills then. 2 bottles of nourishing spirit pills cost 10 spirit stones. In 2 months, I will first perfect the first level of qi refining. As for breaking through to the second level of qi refining, I will slowly work my way up. As long as there are enough medicinal resources, accumulating mana during the qi refining stage is not difficult. The difficulty lies in breaking through the bottleneck. However, Lu Xian wasn't worried about breaking through the bottleneck, or even about his cultivation as a whole. His focus was on finding many spiritual partners and having many children. The current cultivation is just the initial accumulation. In the future, we will need to rely on system rewards and the accumulation of female cultivation. We must not put the cart before the horse. Husband, you've broken through to the qi refining stage? Lin Shuer had keen senses and immediately noticed the fluctuations of magical power emanating from Lu Xian as soon as she entered the room. Exactly. Lu Xian smiled, stood up and put his arm around her shoulder. I must thank Shuer for her help, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Over the course of 4 months, the couple's relationship deepened, and they were practically inseparable after Lin Shuer stepped down from the patrol team. Shuer, I plan to go to the Talisman Hall tomorrow to learn how to draw talismans. How many spirit stones do you have left? Lu Xian is now breaking through to the qi refining stage, and he needs to gradually demonstrate his skill in talismans to redeem the system rewards. Otherwise, if he suddenly becomes a top-tier first-level rune master, everyone will be suspicious. The art of talismans is extremely profitable. Money is the foundation of success. Otherwise, Lu Xian wouldn't have dared to even mention his desire to take a concubine to Lin Shuer. Learning to draw talismans in the Talisman Hall? Lin Shuer's face showed a hint of worry. The learning cost of becoming a talisman master is extremely high. The basic courses alone require 10 spirit stones. If you don't have talent, not only will you waste your time, but you'll also lose the spirit stones. Lin Shuer wasn't unwilling to give Lu Xian these spirit stones, she just felt it would be more worthwhile for Lu Xian to use them to buy pills to improve his cultivation. Don't worry, Shuer. I've studied the basic books on talismans myself, and I have a feeling that I am a talisman master genius, 1 in 10,000. All right. Lin Shuer hesitated for a moment but still agreed. It was the first time Lu Xian had asked her for spirit stones, so she couldn't refuse. However, if Lu Xian doesn't have the talent of a talisman master, she definitely won't continue to support him. She has now stepped down as patrol squad leader and has no income. Moreover, if the child is born with spiritual roots, she will have to save the money for the child and not let Lu Xian do whatever he wants. Chapter 7 showcases the talent of a rune master. The next day. On the way to the Talisman Hall, Lu Xian opened the bag of spirit stones that Lin Shuer had given him and took a look. 10 milky white spirit stones lay quietly in the bag. Lin Shuer used to earn 5 yuan a month, but she spent a lot, so she probably hasn't saved much over the years. Lu Xian was quite lucky to receive 10 spirit stones, so readily Lin Shuer truly regarded him as her Taoist partner. The Talisman Hall is located at the foot of the mountain, not far from the small courtyard. When Lu Xian arrived, he could clearly feel that there were fewer people. Alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman crafting, and array crafting are the four most precious cultivation techniques. Once you achieve success in any one of them, you no longer need to toil for cultivation resources. The benefits are so great, yet there is little internal competition, indicating that the threshold is extremely high. No matter how much time and effort someone without talent spends, it will be useless. What are you doing? This is the Talisman Hall. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. As soon as Lu Xian arrived at the door, he was stopped by several men wearing martial arts uniforms and carrying long swords at their waists. The Talisman Hall is mainly where talisman masters live and draw talismans. They prefer quiet places, and ordinary disciples are not allowed to enter or leave at will. My name is Lu Xian, and I've come to learn how to draw talismans. Lu Xian stopped and explained his purpose. Come with me. Several guards seemed quite familiar with Lu Xian's situation, and one of them led Lu Xian inside. Upon entering the Talisman Hall area, Lu Xian clearly felt that the concentration of spiritual energy in the air had increased significantly. If he could live inside, his cultivation speed would definitely be much faster. Arriving at a small building, the guard pointed to the line of people ahead and said, "That's the registration area for the talisman course. Go there yourself." Wow, so many people signed up. That makes sense. Talisman masters make so much money, so of course anyone who can afford it would want to give it a try. What if I had the talent of a talisman master? 10 spirit stones for a chance to become a talisman master, it's a great deal. One reason why the spots for outer disciples of the Red Pine sector so sought after is the variety of learning courses offered. Learning to draw talismans on your own is extremely costly. A basic talisman brush costs no less than 20 spirit stones, a stack of 100 practice talisman sheets costs at least 1 spirit stone, and a bottle of low-grade talisman ink costs at least 1 spirit stone. These are not the most expensive. The most expensive is the guidance from a talisman master. A month's guidance from a first-tier low-grade talisman master costs at least 10 spirit stones. Learning talismans on your own would cost several times more. Lu Xian lined up to hand over the spirit stones, received a token, and was then led to a room in a small building. The spacious room was furnished with dozens of desks, giving it a classroom-like feel, only more spacious. A young woman in palace attire sat at the front of the classroom, flipping through a book without even glancing at the people below. Senior Sister Qin, everyone has arrived. Qin Yun put down the book in her hand, glanced at the crowd below, and nodded slightly. Let's begin. The most fundamental aspect of talismans is runes. Only by mastering the most basic runes can one draw talismans. Qin Yun picked up her brush and drew 3 complex runes in the air. These 3 runes are the simplest runes for drawing low-grade dust-avoiding talismans. Draw them according to these instructions. It must have been some kind of magical artifact used, as the 3 gray runes remain suspended in mid-air. After Qin Yun finished speaking, she picked up the book again and flipped through it, without even glancing at the people below. The disciples carefully examined the 3 runes in the air. This is too difficult. It is winding and extremely complex, and forcing yourself to look at it can make you dizzy, as if the runes are changing. Dust-repelling talisman. Lu Xian glanced around and, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, slowly drew it out with his brush. Lu Xian possesses the skill level of a peak first-tier talisman master, so crafting a mere unranked talisman is not difficult for him. Unfortunately, the talisman paper and ink on the table were all of low-grade quality and were only for practice, otherwise, Lu Xian could have tried drawing a first-grade low-ranked talisman. Although the dust-repelling talisman is not classified as a high-grade item, it is not without value. It is sold for 10 talismans for 1 spirit stone in the shop. Lu Xian is short of money right now, so he can't afford to waste it. A dust-repelling talisman costs less than 3 silver coins to make, but can be sold for the price of 1 gold coin, yielding a profit of more than 3 times. No wonder everyone wants to become a talisman master. The course on learning to draw talismans provides a stack of ungraded talisman paper and a bottle of ungraded talismans, enough to draw 100 dust-repelling talismans. Lu Xian alone could earn back his tuition fees. He secretly drew 10 dust-avoiding talismans, but when Lu Xian wanted to continue, he suddenly couldn't continue. My magic power is insufficient, and my soul is also somewhat exhausted. Talismans are not simply drawings, they require magical power and consume one's spiritual energy. Lu Xian's cultivation level was only at the first level of qi refining, and he could not sustain drawing talismans for a long time, even if it was just a low-grade dust-avoiding talisman. After restoring his energy and recovering some of his magical power, Lu Xian continued to secretly draw talismans. After the 2-hour lesson, Lu Xian had drawn a total of 20 dust-avoiding talismans, which he secretly stuffed into his pocket. None of the remaining 49 people in the room managed to draw a single rune, and they all left dejectedly. My spirit stones. They're gone just like that. I knew I shouldn't have come. Being a talisman master isn't that easy. Forget it, just let it go. After just one lesson, many people have already lost confidence. 5 days later. Ha ha ha. Teacher, I did it. A student excitedly held up a talisman that was faintly glowing with spiritual light and shouted loudly. This doesn't even qualify as a talisman, he merely managed to draw a rune, which has no effect whatsoever. Xin Yun put down her book, looked over with interest, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, You successfully drew a rune in just 5 days, that's really impressive. Keep trying. If you can successfully draw 3 runes within a month, you can truly begin to learn how to draw runes. The rest of the students in the classroom looked at this lucky person with envious eyes. He can successfully draw a rune in 5 days. If this is his first time taking the course, he probably has the talent to become a rune master. Teacher, I succeeded in drawing it too. Lu Xian had already secretly drawn 90 dust-avoiding talismans. The remaining 10 talisman papers would be used to draw runes. 5 days is just the right amount of time, enough to showcase one's talent without going too far. Oh. Xin Yun was somewhat surprised that 2 of the students in this group actually had the talent to draw talismans. Pick it up and let me see, she ordered. Lu Xian held up a talisman and showed it to Xin Yun. To appear to be a novice, he deliberately made the talisman lines less than perfect, only achieving a barely successful result. Great! Great! It was a success. The lines aren't perfectly connected yet, and they need further refinement. Let's continue researching the other 2 runes and strive to succeed within a month. Xin Yun also benefits from nurturing talented disciples. 2 of the group have the opportunity to be promoted, which makes her extremely satisfied. Teacher, all 3 of my runes were successful. Lu Xian then held up 2 more talismans with different runes drawn on them and showed them to her. What? Xin Yun could no longer remain calm. She threw down her book, got up, and walked towards Lu Xian. Chapter 8 Reunion with Yan Qingyao. Xin Yun picked up the 3 talismans drawn by Lu Xian and examined them carefully. Although they had flaws, they were indeed successful. Draw it again for me. Xin Yun gave the instructions. Yes. Lu Xian picked up one of the few remaining talisman papers, spread it out, pretended to calm his mind for a moment, and then slowly began to write. Fortunately, I left a few talismans, otherwise it would have aroused suspicion. How could it be successful just when all the talismans were used up? The strokes were clumsy and slow. It took quite a while before the first rune was successfully drawn. The second rune was the same in several places in the middle. Lu Xian deliberately made it look like he couldn't control his strokes and was about to fail. Lu Xian failed the third rune attempt and had to redraw it before succeeding. 15 minutes later. Lu Xian was covered in sweat, and it wasn't an act. Imitating a novice's drawing style was simply more exhausting. May I have your name? Xin Yun picked up the talisman and asked questions as she looked at it. Lu Xian bowed respectfully. My name is Lu Xian. Is this your first time studying at the Talisman Hall? Xin Yun asked again. Yes. Come with me. Xin Yun led Lu Xian out, ignoring the other disciples in the classroom. After leaving the room, Xin Yun led Lu Xian upstairs, all the way to a large hall on the top floor. Inside the hall, more than 20 disciples were intently studying talismans. When Xin Yun led the new faces in, several of them looked over curiously. Please sit here first. Master Li will come to talk to you personally later. Xin Yun arranged for Lu Xian to sit at a table at the back and said to him. Good. Lu Xian didn't understand anything, so he just followed instructions. Xin Yun left in a hurry. It was unclear whether she was going to inform that Master Li or something else. Lu Xian curiously observed the people in the room. Ha! Lu Xian suddenly saw a familiar face, Yan Qingyao. I heard she entered the inner sect directly because of her talent. I never expected to meet her here. Yan Xingyao was focused on drawing talismans and did not notice Lu Xian's attention. Lu Xian had feelings for Yan Xingyao, but he was self-aware enough to know that, given his current status, it was not the time to provoke her. Turning his gaze away, Lu Xian looked at the more upscale talisman brush, talisman paper, and talisman ink on the table in front of him. Upon closer inspection of the talisman paper and ink, it was found that they were made from metallic materials, making them the most suitable talisman for drawing arrow talismans. Arrow talisman, when activated, it fires a metal arrow, the power of which is related to the talisman's grade. They range from the lowest grade ungraded to the highest grade first tier, making them a fairly common type of offensive talisman. This stack of talisman paper and this bottle of talisman ink are both of the lowest grade of the first rank, and are worth more than 20 spirit stones. Logically, Lu Xian should have learned 3 dust-avoiding talisman runes, and now he should be learning how to refine dust-avoiding talismans, not learning arrow talismans. It's possible that Qin Yan only temporarily assigned him to this position, and Lu Xian wouldn't dare to embezzle anything on the table. Lu Xian? Why are you sitting in senior sister Qin's seat? While Lu Xian was lost in thought, Yan Xingyao, who was not far away, finally noticed him and came closer to say something. Yan Xingyao was puzzled. Didn't Lu Xian fail the assessment? Why was he still in the sect and even sitting in senior sister Qin Yan's seat? Senior sister Qin? Oh. She's the one who told me to sit here first. So that's where Qin Yan is. No wonder all the materials are low-grade first tier. Although Lu Xian had never seen Qin Yan draw talismans, he could easily tell from the 3 talismans she drew that she should be a first-tier low-grade talisman master. Did senior sister Qin ask you to sit here? Yan Xingyao was even more puzzled. You've successfully drawn the runes for the 3 dust-repelling talismans? Lu Xian nodded, yes. Yan Xingyao looked incredulous. She had been studying at the Talisman Hall since she first entered the sect, spending 30 spirit stones and taking 3 whole months to succeed. How did Lu Xian, a student who was eliminated from school, with no talent and no background, manage to learn it successfully? You. Just as she was about to ask for the details, a handsome man approached and asked with a smile. Junior sister Qin Yao, do you know this new junior brother? Why don't you introduce him to us? Yan Xingyao is exceptionally talented, stunningly beautiful, and of humble origins. She is now quite famous within the sect, and many people have designs on her. The others in the hall also looked over, and several people echoed, yes, this junior brother is very handsome, we would also like to get to know him. In this group of talisman apprentices, Yan Xingyao treated everyone with a cold face and almost never took the initiative to speak to anyone. They were also very curious about who it was that made Yan Xingyao take the initiative to talk to her as soon as she came in. Lu Xian was tall and had an extraordinary appearance. Wearing a first-tier magic robe, he really looked like a genius disciple. He is. Yan Xingyao glanced at Lu Xian, recalling the scene of the outer sect assessment that day, and hesitated for a moment. The 6 of them came to Hongsong's sect from Yongning together. Although she and Lu Xian had only a casual relationship, they were still somewhat acquainted. She sensed Lu Xian's interest in her on the way, but since many people were interested in her, she was already used to it. Lu Xian did not do anything out of line, and she never paid any attention to it, until that scene on the illusionary heart platform occurred. An illusion is, after all, an illusion. The fact that so many people have made fools of themselves on the illusionary heart platform only proves that Lu Xian truly likes her, not that he intends to harm her. Since Lu Xian failed the test anyway, and the 2 were unlikely to cross paths again, Yan Xingyao quickly forgot about it. Thinking about it now, it's a little embarrassing. My name is Lu Xian. I greet all my senior brothers and sisters. Lu Xian stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. Lu Xian. Everyone pondered the name, but it seemed there was no such name among the famous geniuses of the outer sect. What a coincidence, I remember that there is also a student named Lu Xian among Qingyao's fellow townsmen. The speaker was the man who had approached earlier, named Zhang Yi, a genius disciple of the outer sect, with a cultivation level of the 3rd level of qi refining, and Yan Qingyao's most ardent suitor. Zhang Yi is 21 years old. He broke through to the 3rd level of qi refining after 3 years of training. He only needs to break through to the 4th level of qi refining before he turns 25 to become an inner disciple. He also has an older brother who is an inner disciple, a senior inner disciple elder at the late qi refining stage, with a powerful background. Well, I am the Lu Xian you mentioned. Lu Xian's expression was somewhat unpleasant, not because he was afraid of losing face, but because he felt that this was the problem of his predecessor, yet he was being made to take the blame, and he couldn't explain it, which made him a little unhappy. He. Zhang chuckled softly. I remember junior brother Lu didn't pass the outer sect assessment, right? He's still in the sect now. I wonder if he's practicing the furnace technique or found a Taoist partner. Yan Xingya joined the inner sect directly and became a prominent figure among the new disciples this year. Lu Xian's deeds thus became a laughingstock to highlight Yan Xingyao's abilities. Zhang Yi, a suitor, had even reviewed the information of the other 5 people who came from Yangning with Yan Xingyao, and knew everything about Lu Xian. Lu Xian had no talent or background, so the only way he could get spirit stones to learn talisman drawing was by joining the dual cultivation hall. Moreover, he guessed that Lu Xian must have hooked up with a mortal woman from a cultivation family, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to afford to learn talismans so quickly. Chapter 9 2 Choices. Is this guy crazy? Lu Xian glanced at Zhang Yi, then at Yan Xingyao, and immediately understood why this idiot was targeting him. He's targeting someone as insignificant as me. I guess he's just trash. Miss Xingyao, who is this? Lu Xian glanced at Zhang Yi, then turned to Yan Xingyao and asked. He is. Just as Yan Xingyao was about to explain, Zhang Yi interrupted, saying, I am Zhang Yi, a senior disciple of the outer sect of the Magic Hall. He took out his identity token and held it up in front of him to show it. The token was engraved with the pattern of the Magic Hall and the character Shang. Outer disciples are divided into 3 levels, lower, middle, and upper. The lower level consists of dual cultivation hall disciples who failed the assessment and disciples who bought their places. The middle level consists of ordinary disciples who passed the assessment. The upper level consists of disciples under the age of 25 who are at the 3rd level of Qi refining and have the opportunity to enter the inner sect. The number of top-tier outer disciples is less than 3,000, which is about the same as the number of outer disciples in the mid-stage of Qi refining. However, their status is a notch higher than that of the outer disciples, as they have a better future. The Zhang family. Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that none of the Foundation Establishment elders or Golden Core cultivators in the Red Pine sect were surnamed Zhang. Outer sect top disciple? Outer sect top-tier disciples are nothing. So it's senior brother Zhang. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Xian bowed respectfully, then suddenly asked, Senior brother Zhang, are you Qingyao's Taoist partner? Zhang was taken aback. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Lu Xian. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no Taoist partner. Yan Xingyao grew anxious and said somewhat angrily. A smile appeared on Lu Xian's face, as if he had breathed a sigh of relief. He looked deeply into Yan Xingyao's eyes and said, I'm relieved that you don't have a Taoist partner. Xingyao, I love you. Lu Xian said sincerely. Yan Xingyao was stunned. She hadn't expected Lu Xian to be so direct, especially in this kind of setting. Before Yan Xingyao could react, Lu Xian continued. You don't need to refuse me. I know my place and won't bother you. You are an inner disciple with exceptional talent, while I am just an ordinary outer disciple. You are the cloud in the sky, and I am just the mud on the ground. Liking you is my business, and it has nothing to do with you. The commotion had already attracted the attention of everyone in the hall, and they were all stunned. Is this even possible? Liking you is my own business, it has nothing to do with you. I just like it, I don't ask for anything in return, and I don't care about the outcome. It seems that the newcomer Lu Xian really likes Yan Xingyao, otherwise he wouldn't have said such a thing. Yan Xingyao stared blankly at Lu Xian. Based on her past impressions of Lu Xian, she did not believe that Lu Xian was lying. She just remembered that Lu Xian used to be taciturn, so how did he suddenly become so bold? Lu Xian. What do you mean? Zhang Yi's face turned ashen, and he said coldly. What do you mean? Lu Xian looked puzzled. Senior brother Zhang also likes Xingyao? Lu Xian looked enlightened and said nonchalantly, Senior brother Zhang, you don't need to worry about me. If Xingyao also likes you, I will congratulate you. You. Zhang also realized that Lu Xian's words were an insinuation that he lacked self-awareness. What seemed like self-deprecation was actually a belittling of him. Because he was also an outer disciple. How dare a lowly country bumpkin humiliate him? Zhang Yi's aura as a 3rd-level Qi refining cultivator surged. Holy crap! Lu Xian's heart tightened. The sect's magic hall has the highest martial prowess. If Zhang Yi were to act impulsively, he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move. Although internal strife is forbidden within the sect and violators will be severely punished, Lu Xian still dislikes the feeling of being unable to control his own life and death. In the world of cultivation, where individual power is concentrated in one person, strength is fundamental. Lu Xian's understanding of this world deepened once again. Just then, 3 people hurriedly walked in through the hall entrance and headed straight for Lu Xian. Master Li, Palace Master Lin, this is the Lu Xian I was talking about, Qin Yun said, pointing at Lu Xian. Greetings, Master Li Fu, and Palace Master Lin. Greetings, Master Li Fu, and Palace Master Lin. The disciples all bowed and greeted him. Master Li's real name was Li Changsheng. He wore a blue Taoist robe and appeared to be a thin, elderly man. He was a mid-grade first-level talisman master, whose status was comparable to that of an inner disciple in the late stage of qi refining. He was the nominal master of everyone in the hall. The palace master's name was Lin Tianyue. He wore a moon-white robe and appeared to be a refined middle-aged man. He was at the 8th level of qi refining and was also a first-tier low-grade talisman master. He was the outer sect master of the Talisman Hall and was considered a prominent figure within the entire Red Pine sect. Why is Palace Master Lin here? Lin Tianyue was considered a high-ranking member of the Red Pine sect, and was already a rare and important figure in the eyes of the little Karami in the hall. Even a genius like Yan Qingyao could only bow respectfully when she met Lin Tianyue. I heard from Qin Yun that you successfully drew 3 runes for the dust-avoiding talisman in just 5 days. Have you ever studied talismans before? Li Changsheng looked at Lu Xian and said in a kind and gentle tone. Just now, Qin Yun reviewed all the information about Lu Xian and basically ruled out the possibility that Lu Xian was faking his genius. However, Li Changsheng still decided to ask in person to avoid any misunderstandings. I dare not deceive Master Li. When I was in the Taoist Academy, I took a basic course on talismans. After joining the sect, I bought introductory books on talismans and studied them on my own. Li Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. All the disciples who came to the Talisman Hall to study had already learned the basics, so there was no problem with that. Once a rune is successfully drawn, its shape will disappear. The price for truly observing and learning from runes is extremely high, and Lu Xian didn't have this opportunity before. Draw those 3 runes again, Li Changsheng instructed. Yes. Lu Xian glanced at the first-grade low-level talisman paper and ink on the table, then looked at Qin Yun and said, Senior Sister Qin, it's a waste to use these talisman papers and ink to draw runes. Could you exchange them for low-grade materials that aren't even considered high-ranking? Qin Yun waved her hand and laughed, go ahead and use it, I don't need these spirit stones. Qin Yun didn't care, so Lu Xian naturally had nothing to say and picked up his brush to start drawing runes. 15 minutes later, the 3 runes were successfully drawn, and a faint light shone on the talisman paper. Li Changsheng had no further questions and turned to look at Lin Tianyue. Congratulations, Palace Master Lin, the Lin family has produced another talisman genius. Lin Tianyue looked at Lu Xian and became more and more satisfied. Just now, he and Li Changsheng were discussing the business of the talisman shops in Hongsong City when Qin Yun reported on Lu Xian's talent. He learned 3 runes in 5 days, showing exceptional talent in talismans. However, Lu Xian wasn't even a novice talisman master, so he wasn't worth his personal attention. It wasn't until Qin Yun recounted Lu Xian's experiences after he entered the sect. Since Lu Xian is actually a disciple of the Dual Cultivation Hall and has become a Taoist partner with a woman from a collateral branch of the Lin family who has no spiritual roots, he deserves special treatment. Lu Xian, right? I'll give you 2 choices. First, all your future expenses for learning talismans will be covered by my Lin family until you reach the limit of your talent. The price is that you can only draw talismans for my Lin family after that, and your due remuneration will remain unchanged. Secondly, my Lin family will provide you with basic learning expenses at each stage, which you will need to repay later. After that, you only need to complete a small number of talisman drawing tasks each year. Chapter 10 Money Makes Men Courageous. Lin Tianyue's 2 options were simple. The first was essentially a buyout, meaning Lu Xian wouldn't have to worry about anything and could focus solely on learning to draw talismans. If Lu Xian agrees, he can develop his talisman talent to the fullest extent. The second option is equivalent to having a guest advisor. The Lin family provides Lu Xian with a platform and certain startup resources. The downside is that you are responsible for your own profits and losses, and you need to make money by drawing talismans in the early stages, so you can't concentrate on learning and improving. The upside is that you are free and unrestricted. Thank you, Hall Master Lin. This disciple chooses the second option. Lu Xian didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Li Changsheng felt that Lu Xian might not understand the difference between the 2 choices and advised him. You may not understand the path of a talisman master. Becoming a talisman master doesn't guarantee smooth sailing. Although talismans can be profitable, the cost of practicing them is extremely high. If a first-tier low-grade talisman master wants to learn first-tier mid-grade talismans, they not only need to spend a lot of spirit stones, but also need a lot of time to practice. The time spent practicing will reduce the amount of spirit stones earned, and without the support of a powerful force, it's easy to waste one's talent. Lu Xian understands this principle, but he doesn't need to learn it. His talisman skills were a system reward. He didn't need to learn them at all, he just needed to clear his name. Thank you for your guidance, Master Li, but I still choose the second option. Why? Lin Tianyue asked. Talismans are merely a skill, cultivation is the foundation. This disciple still harbors aspirations for the great Tao. If I were to choose the first option, I fear I would be failing to live up to Lord Lin's expectations. That's ambitious. Lin Tianyue wasn't angry, on the contrary, he was even more pleased with Lu Xian. He took out a token and tossed it to Lu Xian, saying, "This is the token of a top-tier disciple of the outer sect of the Talisman Hall. You can take it to the General Affairs Hall to change your identity information." Then he took out another white token and threw it to Lu Xian, explaining, "Take this token to the storeroom and you can collect talisman drawing materials, including a mid-grade first-tier talisman brush, worth a total of 100 spirit stones." 100 spirit stones. Lu Xian swallowed hard, shocked by the boldness of this Palace Master Lin. "Thank you very much, Palace Master Lin." Lu Xian sincerely expressed his gratitude. Before leaving, Lin Tianyue promised, "If you can become a true first-grade low-level talisman master within 3 years, I will guarantee you a spot as an inner disciple." Lu Xian was somewhat flattered. Inner disciples were completely different from outer disciples. It was like being promoted from an unofficial position to an official one. Why would someone like Palace Master Lin give me so much preferential treatment? Is it just because of my talent in talismans? Palace Master Lin, the Lin family. Could this Palace Master Lin be a member of the Lin family? Lu Xian didn't know much about the details of the Lin family's higher-ups, so he thought he'd ask Lin Shuer when he got home. After Lin Tianyue left, Master Li Fu also had to leave. Before he left, he instructed Qin Yun to teach Lu Xian the basics of the dust-avoiding talisman in the next few days. Qin Yun arranged for Lu Xian to sit next to her, then took out several densely filled notebooks from her desk and handed them to Lu Xian. "These are my notes from when I was learning how to draw dust-avoiding talismans. Take a look at them when you have time, and then I'll teach you how to draw them." "Thank you so much, Senior Sister Qin." Lu Xian picked up the notebook and began to look through it with interest. Evening. The course has ended. Brother Lu, I will need your help in the future. Yes, Brother Lu has an exceptional talent for talismans. He will likely become a true talisman master very soon. May I ask you for guidance if I have any questions in the future? Palace Master Lin came to see you personally. Brother Lu is the most talented person I have ever met in terms of talisman making. At the entrance of the small building, several fellow talisman masters and apprentices came forward to chat. Regardless of Lu Xian's attitude, it wouldn't hurt to become acquainted with him. "You're too kind, everyone. You are the seniors. If there's anything I don't understand, please don't hesitate to teach me." Having more friends means having more options, Lu Xian said, accepting all comers. It was just a polite remark, he wasn't losing out anyway. As Yin Xingyao watched Lu Xian's departing figure, she felt that something was off about him. That's huge. The change is too great. Can a person really change so much in such a short time? Could it be that the incident at the illusionary heart platform was too much of a blow to him, causing Lu Xian to become a different person? Yen Xingyao shook her head and headed towards the inner sex residence halfway up the mountain. She was just curious about it and had no intention of investigating further. Lu Xian's courtyard. Real? You're not lying to me, are you? After listening to Lu Xian's description, Lin Shuer was still somewhat skeptical. Was it really that easy to acquire talent in talismans? When she gave Lu Xian 10 spirit stones to go to the talisman hall, she essentially considered those 10 spirit stones as gone. When Lu Xian asked her for spirit stones for the first time, she couldn't refuse. It cost 10 spirit stones to dissuade Lu Xian from his unrealistic ambitions, so he could focus on cultivation from now on. Now Lu Xian tells her that he possesses top-tier talisman talent and is valued by Lin Tianyue of the Talisman Hall. It all looks like a dream, a grand, unreal dream. Lu Xian showed Lin Shuer the 2 tokens Lin Tianyue had given him, saying, "I can lie, but these tokens are real, aren't they?" The more Lin Shuer disbelieved him, the more smug Lu Xian became. The girl's wide-eyed disbelief was especially adorable. A top-tier disciple of the outer sect of the Talisman Hall. Warehouse transfer order, 100 spirit stones. Lin Shuer read the words on the token aloud and exclaimed incredulously, "It's real. Husband, are you really a genius at drawing talismans? Is this even real?" Lu Xian laughed. Lin Shuer stared blankly at Lu Xian, frozen in place as if in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. "What's wrong? Are you so happy you've gone crazy?" Seeing that she didn't react for a long time, Lu Xian reached out and pinched her little face. "Oh, right." Lu Xian suddenly remembered that Palace Master Lin and asked, "That Palace Master Lin values me highly. Does he have some connection with your Lin family?" Lin Shuer came to her senses and said, "His name is Lin Tianyue. He's from my uncle's generation, but we're not close and haven't had much contact before." "I see." Lu Xian was relieved to know that Palace Master Lin was indeed a member of the Lin family, otherwise, he would have worried that the other party might have ulterior motives towards him. Lu Xian never believed in kindness without a reason. Night. The couple celebrated happily. On the bed, taking advantage of this auspicious day, Lu Xian gently stroked Lin Shuer's slightly protruding belly and said, "Shuer, you're pregnant now, so many things are inconvenient for you. How about we go to the dual cultivation hall and buy 2 maids to serve you?" Lu Xian had wanted to bring this up for a long time, but he had been living off a woman's money and was too embarrassed to say it. Money gives men courage. Now that he has 100 spirit stones in his hand and a bright future as a talisman master, he must put the matter of taking a concubine and having children on the agenda. Lu Xian hadn't forgotten that the ability to become a top-tier first-order rune master was given to him by the system. The key is to develop a system that allows people to receive gifts for having many children. Everything else serves this purpose, and Lu Xian has not forgotten this point either. Chapter 11 Twin Maids. A maid costs at least 3 spirit stones a year. That's too expensive. Lin Shuer hesitated. She didn't mind Lu Xian's little scheme, but she felt bad about wasting the spirit stones. Outsiders cannot enter the Red Pine sect. If they want ordinary people to serve them, they can only hire or buy them from the dual cultivation hall. The 2 maids need to pay the dual cultivation hall at least 6 spirit stones a year, plus food expenses, totaling at least 10 spirit stones per year. "Shuer, don't worry about the spirit stones. I'm a future talisman master. What's a few spirit stones to me?" Lu Xian continued to persuade her. "Talisman masters also need a lot of spirit stones to buy materials for learning, and my husband also needs to buy pills for cultivation." Lin Shuer still felt it was unnecessary to waste spirit stones on maids. Money should be spent wisely. "My husband, in the path of cultivation level is fundamental. Now that you have talent in talismans, your future is bright. You must not be greedy for pleasure." After all that talk, it turned into Lin Shuer trying to persuade Lu Xian. She was doing it for Lu Xian's own good, and from her perspective, Lu Xian was indeed putting the cart before the horse. That won't do. Marrying wives and concubines, making many Taoist companions, and having many children were Lu Xian's fundamental goals. From his perspective, focusing solely on arduous cultivation was putting the cart before the horse. "Shuer, the path of cultivation is all about having a clear mind. If you focus solely on arduous cultivation and your desires cannot be satisfied, you will find it difficult to break through bottlenecks in the future. As your cultivation level increases, you will be plagued by inner demons and may even suffer from qi deviation." Lu Xian pulled Lin Shuer into his arms, looked into her eyes, and solemnly said, "Only by following your heart and not going against your conscience can you go further on your path." "Really, really?" Lin Shuer felt that Lu Xian was wrong, but it also seemed to make some sense. "Of course it's true." Lu Xian explained confidently, "I am a qi refining stage cultivator, while you are just a martial arts cultivator." "Of course, I understand cultivation better." "All right. Then I'll listen to my husband." Lin Shuer reluctantly agreed. She didn't believe Lu Xian's fallacious reasoning, but rather didn't want to spoil Lu Xian's mood. Lu Xian is right. He's almost a talisman master, so buying 2 maids to serve him is nothing. Lu Xian happily kissed her, and the couple spent a tender moment together before drifting off to sleep. The next day, Lu Xian did not rush to the talisman hall, but instead went with Lin Shuer to the dual cultivation hall to look for suitable maids. The dual cultivation hall has a wide range of businesses, not only including furnace and cauldron services and introducing Taoist partners, but also various commercial businesses. The dual cultivation hall also handles a large portion of the procurement of supplies, elixirs, talismans, spiritual medicines, formations, etc., for the other halls within the Red Pine Gate. The Dual Cultivation Hall is just a nickname used internally by the Red Pine sect. It also has an external name, the Red Pine Merchant Alliance. The Dual Cultivation Hall only cares about money as long as you have money, any need of yours can be met. When Lu Xian and his companion arrived at the Dual Cultivation Hall's General Affairs Department, a disciple of the Dual Cultivation Hall led them to a courtyard near the river after learning their purpose. Fellow Taoists, I am Wu Ding, an outer disciple of the Dual Cultivation Hall. He handed a book to Lu Xian and said, "This is a record of the eligible maids in this courtyard, a total of 39. If none of the above places meet your needs, I can take you to other courtyards." Lu Xian and Lin Shuer leaned against each other and flipped through the book. It contained information about each maid's background, price, height, weight, personality, and preferences, as well as portraits that were as good as photographs. These maids were specially trained and sold by the Dual Cultivation Hall, so naturally none of them were ugly. Each one was an outstanding individual among ordinary people. After reviewing all the maids' information, Lu Xian was most satisfied with a pair of twin sisters. According to the information recorded in the book, the older sister is named Xiao Shuangru and the younger sister is named Xiao Shuanghui. Their parents were high-ranking members of a gang in Hongsong City. In their early years, gang fighting led to the death of both parents, and they joined the Dual Cultivation Hall to escape being hunted down. Gang killings? Lu Xian had some understanding of this. This cultivation world was generally stable, and everything was under the control of the sects, but it was by no means safe. Immortal cultivators possess magical powers, while ordinary people can also cultivate martial arts, at least to the point of being able to fly over rooftops and walk on walls. The rivalries between martial arts gangs, small cultivation families scattered across the land, and small sects have never ceased. Lu Xian didn't care about the trouble with the twin maids, he was more concerned about the spirit stones than Lin Shuer. Because they cultivate martial arts and are at the peak of the bone and tendon realm, about to break through to the inner chi realm, the price for the two of them is twice that of ordinary maids. Together, they cost 10 spirit stones a year. Once a maid in the Dual Cultivation Hall is sold, the ownership belongs to the buyer forever. The 10 spirit stones here are the annual living expenses for the next maid in the outer sect. My husband. Lin Shuer saw through Lu Xian's thoughts and gently reminded him, "Have you thought this through? Don't hurt those sisters in the future." Lin Shuer meant that Lu Xian had bought the sisters, but if he didn't have enough spirit stones to keep them in the outer sect next year, they would have to leave. If their enemies in the city find out, their fate might not be good. They're the ones. There are advantages to being expensive. Two maids who are about to break through to the inner chi realm are worth the price. Please wait a moment, both of you. Wu Ding, a disciple of the Dual Cultivation Hall, understood and put away the book, immediately going to bring De Shuang and Xiao Shuang over. We are Xiao Shuangru and Xiao Shuanghui, greetings to young Master Lu and Madam. On the way here, Wu Ding had already briefly explained Lu Xian and Lin Shuer's identities to them. The two women were even more beautiful in person than in the portraits. They were both tall with slim waists and long legs, and both wore black martial arts uniforms with their hair tied in ponytails, exuding a capable and efficient aura. The two girls looked exactly alike, but Lu Xian could still see subtle differences. De Shuang was quiet and composed, while Xiao Shuang was lively and agile. After confirming her satisfaction, Lin Shuer paid the fees and completed the formalities. After De Shuang and Xiao Shuang changed their identity tokens, they could take the people back. Back in the courtyard, Lin Shuer talked to them the whole way, explaining the rules for doing things in the future. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang were initially worried that Lu Xian and Lin Shuer wouldn't be able to support them for long, but they were relieved when Lin Shuer told them that Lu Xian was about to become a talisman master in the Talisman Hall. They had been hiding in the Red Pine sect for more than half a year, and their biggest fear was that their enemies would discover their whereabouts. The Dual Cultivation Hall will do anything for money. Lu Xian can buy their services, and so can his enemies. It's just a matter of spending more spirit stones. Life and death depend entirely on whether the other party is willing to spend the spirit stones. Following a talisman master would ensure stability, and there might even be an opportunity to continue cultivating martial arts, and perhaps even a chance to avenge one's parents. Night. Lu Xian wanted to remain reserved, but Lin Shuer saw through his thoughts and found an excuse to send him to the side room where De Shuang and Xiao Shuang lived. Young Master Lu. Young Master Lu. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang did not resist as maids, they were already mentally prepared. They just couldn't understand why Lu Xian, a dignified cultivator, would take a fancy to ordinary women like them. Chapter 12, Talisman Masters Make So Much Money. The next morning. Why haven't I received a system notification yet? Lu Xian waited for a long time, but did not hear the system notification in his mind. Could it be that she's not pregnant? When he hit Lin Shuer with a single blow, Lu Xian thought he was exceptionally talented. It's possible that the system didn't give a notification, or perhaps it was because of the newbie gift pack last time. Young master, do you want us to have your children? Xiao Shuang was still fast asleep, but De Shuang had already woken up and looked up at Lu Xian to ask. Cultivators can control their bodies at will, and their ways of having fun and giving birth are completely different. As the daughter of a high-ranking member of the gang, De Shuang's martial arts cultivation was also close to the inner Qi realm, and she could sense the difference. Lu Xian snapped out of his thoughts, gently stroking her hair as he asked, "You don't want to?" "No. No, I'm just curious. I've heard that cultivators need to deplete their vital energy to conceive, which can affect their cultivation." "Why is that, young master?" De Shuang would definitely be willing. Lu Xian possesses spiritual roots, and if they could have a child with spiritual roots, it might completely change the fate of the family. From the day she fled into the Red Pine sect, she felt that being a beloved plaything of a cultivator was already quite good, and she never dared to hope that she could have a child with a cultivator. "Don't worry about these things. As long as you get pregnant, I will treat you as Taoist partners. If there is an opportunity, your parents' revenge will be achieved soon." "Real?" Her large, beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. Lu Xian didn't say much, got up, put on his robe and walked out, saying, "You all rest well, I have other things to do." Lu Xian went to the main house to greet Lin Shuer, and then headed towards the Talisman Hall. Yesterday, because of De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, he didn't even use the Talisman Hall resource allocation order of 100 spirit stones, nor did he change his identity token. The Hall of Talismans and Decrees, the General Affairs Hall. Lu Xian quickly changed his identity token to that of a senior disciple of the Talisman Hall. The 7 main halls of Hongsanmen are not independent of each other, and disciples are not limited to joining only one hall. When someone has multiple identities in the main hall, the identity token will be displayed with priority for the one with the highest level. Like Yan Xingyao, she was only a mid-level disciple in the Talisman Hall, not even a Talisman Master Apprentice, but her identity token showed her as a disciple of the Inner Sex Magic Hall. The token tier is not only a symbol of status, but also comes with numerous benefits and privileges. Many well-paid positions have restrictions based on status and rank. Ordinary disciples cannot enter some welfare-oriented places, or they need to pay money to enter, but disciples of higher rank can enter and exit freely. Holding the highest level outer sect disciple token, Lu Xian carefully stroked the patterns on it, noting that even the material was of much higher quality than the previous tokens. With his identity token sorted out, Lu Xian continued to the Talisman Hall warehouse to collect 100 spirit stones worth of talisman drawing materials. He originally wanted to choose according to his own needs, but when he arrived at the destination, he found that there was no choice. A common first-grade mid-level talisman brush worth 50 spirit stones, 10 stacks of ungraded talisman paper worth 10 spirit stones, 10 bottles of talisman ink worth 10 spirit stones, and a stack of first-grade low-level metallic talisman paper and a bottle of first-grade low-level metallic talisman ink, all worth a total of 30 spirit stones. Everything was already packed and neatly arranged in one package. Moreover, when the warehouse staff handed it to Lu Xian, he saw several other identical packages next to it. Carrying the package, Lu Xian headed towards Master Li's small building, where the talisman drawing class still had to continue. "Where did you go yesterday? You didn't even come to the talisman class." Xinyan didn't need to go downstairs to class at this time. After finishing drawing the arrow talisman, she came to Lu Xian's side and asked. "Something urgent came up yesterday, and I was delayed," Lu Xian replied perfunctorily. Xinyan didn't say much on this issue. Lu Xian was exceptionally talented and someone that Palace Master Lin valued, so she couldn't criticize him. "How much of the notes I gave you before have you reviewed? Do you have any questions?" Li Fushi has been busy lately, so Qin Yun has been in charge of teaching Lu Xian. Lu Xuanxua's situation wasn't really her concern, but since Master Li Fu had personally instructed her, she couldn't completely ignore it. "I've read it all, and I don't have any questions. However, I have no idea about the specifics of drawing talismans. Could Senior Sister Qin please draw one for me to observe? It's too exaggerated to be able to successfully draw a talisman based solely on book knowledge. Lu Xian needs to learn from Qin Yun so that even if his talent seems exaggerated, there will at least be a reasonable explanation." "Finished watching? You've read through all those notes?" A hint of displeasure rose in Qin Yun's heart. She guessed that Lu Xian didn't care about her notes and was just being perfunctory. She didn't wrong Lu Xian. Lu Xian indeed didn't look at her, not because he looked down on her, but because there was no need for him to. "All right. Since you're so confident, I'll draw it for you. Xin Yun went to Lu Xian's position, took out a talisman from the table, and poured her magic power into the talisman brush. Mysterious patterns appeared on the talisman. In about half a cup of tea's time, a dust-repelling talisman was successfully drawn. Xin Yun is already a first-tier low-grade talisman master, and her success rate in drawing this kind of low-grade dust-avoiding talisman is over 90%. Junior brother Lu, did you see it clearly? Is there anything you want to ask? Xin Yun asked. No problem. Lu Xian wanted to ask questions, but he only knew how to draw it, not the underlying principles. Asking unreasonable questions easily exposes one's flaws. It's better to be a silent genius. Alright. Then figure it out yourself, and ask me if you have any questions. Xin Yun assumed Lu Xian wanted to wait for Li Fusher to return and teach him, so she didn't want to make a fool of herself and went back to her own place to do her own thing. This hall was originally set up by Master Li Fu as a place for his disciples to learn from each other, discuss, and receive group lectures. However, drawing talismans requires a quiet environment. There is a large distance between each seat, and there is a sound dampening array. As long as you don't make loud noise, there is little impact on each other. Lu Xian didn't discuss his study plans with everyone. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he secretly drew talismans by himself. Tier 1 low-grade arrow talisman. It took Lu Xian a quarter of an hour to complete the drawing, and he had used up nearly half of his magical power. A first-grade low-level arrow talisman is worth about 1 spirit stone, and the cost is only 3 gold coins. Including the cost of selling it in the shop, you can make about half a spirit stone. Without taking any elixirs, Lu Xian could easily draw about 6 pictures a day. Earning 3 spirit stones a day, 100 a month, 1,000 a year. A low-grade tier 1 talisman master can earn 1,000 a year? Talisman masters make way too much money. It's not that simple. The success rate of a regular first-tier low-grade talisman master drawing talismans is far from 100%. Some newly promoted talisman masters even lose money when drawing talismans of the same level, as they don't make as much money as drawing talismans of a lower level. Even a first-tier peak talisman master at the same level as Lu Xian can only achieve a success rate of 95% when drawing a low-grade first-tier talisman, which is far from Lu Xian's 100%. Lu Xian's first-tier peak talisman master is a true first-tier peak talisman master with profound foundation, comparable to a second-tier talisman master. Chapter 13. I don't like being instructed by others when drawing talismans. Drawing a first-tier low-grade arrow talisman takes a long time. Once someone walks close, Lu Xian has to stop drawing and pretend that the talisman drawing has failed. A single piece of low-grade first-tier talisman paper and ink is worth 3 gold coins. The loss is too great. So Lu Xian changed his approach and started by drawing non-grade dust-avoiding talismans. That way, even if they were scrapped, the loss would be acceptable. Lu Xian devoted himself to drawing talismans every day and did not interact with the other people in the hall. Everyone quickly forgot about him and rarely went to bother him. 1 month later. On average, Lu Xian draws 20 ungraded talismans every day. In addition to the dust-avoiding talisman he had drawn before, Lu Xian also drew 2 other types of talismans, the Rejuvenation Talisman and the Lightness Talisman. The Rejuvenation Talisman has a mild healing effect and is particularly effective against external injuries. The Lightness Talisman makes traveling easier and can also enhance a martial artist's combat power. All 3 types of talismans are unranked talismans, and their prices are similar, with each talisman costing 1 gold coin. Lu Xian has now accumulated 690 unranked talismans, worth 69 spirit stones. However, this is just the market price. The bulk purchase price of the Sex Talisman Hall will be 30% of that. Unless you sell it yourself, it will only be worth about 50 spirit stones. The demand for low-grade talismans near Sex is not high, so they can only be sold to remote cities, which is normal as their value is discounted. The cost of drawing talismans for a month, including talisman paper and ink, is 14 spirit stones. With the wear and tear on the talisman brush, it comes to about 20 spirit stones. After deducting all costs, earning 30 spirit stones a month is already quite good. Pity. Lu Xian couldn't sell these talismans yet. He had only been learning to draw talismans for a month. If he took out so many talismans, everyone would know something was wrong. These are just some low-grade talismans, worth less than 100 spirit stones in total. If you're careful, you might not be discovered when you sell them. However, Lu Xian has a bright future and is not particularly short of spirit stones, so there is no need for him to take any risks. Let's store it for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to sell it later. Talismans are a form of hard currency, so there's no need to worry about them depreciating in the short term. Lu Xian wasn't in a hurry to cash them out. On this day, Lu Xian was secretly drawing talismans as usual. Just as he started to draw, Li Fushi, whom he hadn't seen for a month, returned. Lu Xian originally wanted to stop writing and discard the talisman, but then he suddenly remembered that he had been studying the dust-avoiding talisman for a month, and with his previous talent, he was almost ready to become a non-ranked talisman master apprentice. So Lu Xian slowed down the process of drawing the talisman, deliberately making the subsequent lines less smooth, and drew a barely successful dust-avoiding talisman. You've successfully drawn the dust-repelling talisman. Li Changsheng picked up the talisman on Lu Xian's table and looked at Lu Xian with an incredulous expression. As soon as he entered, he noticed Lu Xian, the talisman genius valued by Palace Master Lin, whom he hadn't been able to teach immediately due to urgent matters. His plan for returning today was to first understand Lu Xian's learning progress during this period, and then personally guide him to make up for what he had missed in the past month. Without any instruction, Lu Xian successfully drew the dust-avoiding talisman in a month. His talent is probably even better than he imagined. Lu Xian also showed a look of ecstasy, and shouted excitedly, "Success! Finally success! It took me a whole month to succeed on my first try. Drawing talismans is really too difficult." Li Changsheng was speechless. If success in just 1 month is considered difficult, then talisman masters wouldn't be so valuable. What about those who have wasted countless resources over several years without becoming a non-ranked talisman master apprentice? Quick! Draw another one for me to see, Li Changsheng hurriedly ordered. Yes. Lu Xian looked bewildered as he picked up another talisman and slowly began to write. The brush moved slowly, pausing slightly at each turn of the line. When the third rune was joined, Lu Xian's hand trembled. Put! The spiritual energy dissipated, and scorch marks appeared on the talisman, accompanied by wisps of black smoke, which were absorbed by the array on the table. When connecting the third rune, you need to be quick, without hesitation, and without being afraid of failure. Li Changsheng pointed out Lu Xian's problem, looked at Lu Xian with satisfaction, and said gently, "Your foundation is very solid. Don't be nervous, calm down and try again." Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Lu Xian bowed respectfully, picked up another talisman, composed himself, and began to write. 15 minutes later. A flash of inspiration, and the dust-repelling talisman was successfully drawn. Great! Really great! Although it's not very smooth, your foundation is solid. With diligent practice, you'll soon become a beginner-level talisman master apprentice. Li Changsheng was very satisfied with Lu Xian's performance, and as if remembering something, he suddenly asked, "While I was away, who taught you how to use this dust-repelling talisman?" Lu Xian looked at Qin Yun, who was standing to the side with a shocked and bewildered expression, and said gratefully, "This disciple is dull-witted and must thank senior sister Qin Yun for her painstaking guidance." Li Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Qin Yun had started learning very early. Last year, she was already able to successfully draw a first-grade low-level arrow talisman. She was able to guide Lu Xian to become a talisman master apprentice in a month. It seems that her skill level has improved again. Li Changsheng took out a pale gold talisman brush and handed it to Qin Yun. This first-grade mid-level talisman brush is made from the core of a 100-year-old golden iron tree and contains a trace of gold, which is helpful for drawing arrow talismans. You have done a great job teaching my disciples. Consider this a reward for your efforts during this time. Thank you, Master. Qin Yun took the talisman brush, her heart filled with joy. This talisman brush was worth 60 spirit stones, which was no small sum for her. Li Changsheng looked at Lu Xian and instructed him, continue to practice the dust-avoiding talisman during this time, and first improve the success rate. Once you achieve a 60% success rate with the dust-avoiding talisman, then learn other low-grade talismans. Continue until you can achieve an 80% success rate with a single low-grade talisman, at which point you can attempt to learn first-tier low-grade talismans. Lu Xian nodded. This disciple will follow Master's teachings. Similar to Lu Xian's plan, his original plan was to start learning first-grade low-level talismans 3 months later, and at most achieve the level of a first-grade low-level talisman master within a year. At this stage, Lu Xian's priority is practice, so Li Changsheng didn't waste any more time with Lu Xian. Instead, he focused on guiding the other disciples during this period. Unlike Lu Xian, Li Changsheng hadn't been here for a month, and the other disciples had countless questions that needed guidance, so Li Changsheng quickly got busy. When Li Changsheng was instructing his disciples, the other disciples also stopped drawing talismans and gathered together to listen to his lecture. If I encounter the same problem, we can solve it together. Even if I don't have the same problem, I can still deepen my understanding through Li Changqing's explanation. Lu Xian had no questions, but since everyone was watching, he couldn't be different, so he joined in to watch the excitement. Lu Xian, you only saw me draw the dust-avoiding talisman once, and you can successfully draw it again in a month. If you have such talent, why don't you show it? Qin Yun approached Lu Xian, who was standing on the periphery of the crowd, and whispered in his ear. She was a first-tier low-grade talisman master, so Li Changqing's guidance to these disciples who weren't even rank 1 talisman masters wouldn't be of any help to her, and there was no need for her to listen. Lu Xian turned around and looked back. Qin Yun's face was less than 10 centimeters away from him. He leaned close to Qin Yun's ear and whispered, "Senior sister, I don't like being instructed by others when drawing talismans. I prefer to study on my own, unless it's a beauty like senior sister." You. Qin Yun's ears turned slightly red, feeling both angry and embarrassed. How dare Lu Xian flirt with her? Chapter 14. The First Child, Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique. A small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. After a month of Lu Xian's efforts, De Xuan and Xiao Shuang are finally pregnant. However, to Lu Xian's disappointment, the system did not give any reward. There was no response whatsoever. It seems my guess was right. The reason I gave Lin Shuer a reward last time she was pregnant was because of the newbie gift pack. According to the system description, the next time you can receive the reward will be when Lin Shuer gives birth. Peaceful times always pass quickly. 5 months flew by, and Lin Shuer gave birth in just a few days. During this period, Lu Xian was promoted to a non-ranked talisman master apprentice, and he could gradually sell some of his dust-avoiding items, so he wasn't so short of spirit stones. The best midwife was hired, a physician from the Pill Palace, and since Lin Shuer is a martial artist, there's no need to worry about her safety. Evening. Wow, wow, wow. Amidst the cries, Lu Xian, who was guarding outside the door, heard a system notification in his mind. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your first offspring. You have obtained the cultivation technique, Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique. Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique, a true immortal level body refining technique that devours spiritual objects to strengthen the physical body. Upon reaching a high level, one's physical body can rival that of a divine beast's true spirit, allowing one to withstand immortal artifacts. Awesome! Starting with a true immortal level cultivation technique, isn't that a bit too much? It's been almost a year since Lu Xian transmigrated. According to his understanding, a golden core sect like the Red Pine sect can control an area spanning thousands of miles. A nascent soul true monarch is already a super big shot who controls a region, while a divine transformation venerable is the pinnacle of this world, with only a handful in the entire world. If this level of reward were given for every child born. Lu Xian harbored hopes, but he guessed it was a special reward for the first child, as the chances of every child receiving such a reward were very low. All the insights gained from the Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique instantly flooded into Lu Xian's soul. His soul strength was too low at the moment, and he could not withstand the impact after only comprehending the foundation establishment stage part. He could only gradually comprehend the subsequent parts after his cultivation level improved. A top-tier body refining technique. The Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique does not require high comprehension or high spiritual roots, making its cultivation threshold very low. However, it has a fatal flaw: it requires a huge number of spiritual objects to consume. Elixirs, even the flesh and blood of demonic beasts are all acceptable. The more you eat, the stronger you become. This feels a bit like a demonic cultivation technique. Devouring and plundering, refining the physical body to the level of a demonic beast, that's a bit eerie. Aside from low-level martial arts cultivators, Lu Xian had never heard of body refining techniques in this world. The main focus was on cultivating magical power and spiritual power. Since no one practices body refining techniques, there's no need to worry about being mistaken for a demonic cultivator. Congratulations, Master Lu, it's a young master. The physician from the Pill Palace opened the door and offered his congratulations. Lu Xian snapped out of his thoughts, went into the room, and took a crumpled baby wrapped in a blanket from the doctor and midwife. This is my son? I have a child. In this life and the next, becoming a father for the first time, Lu Xian felt a mix of joy, excitement, and a strange sense of unease. Cultivators who reach high levels of cultivation can extend their lifespan, but if their offspring lack the talent for cultivation, they can easily watch their offspring die one by one as their lifespan runs out. As your father, I hope you can go far on the path of cultivation. From now on, your name will be Lu Daoyuan. The next day. Instead of going to the Talisman Hall, Lu Xian tried to cultivate the Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique. With the energy circulating in his dantian, he had reached the first level of qi refining and encountered his first minor bottleneck in the three yang gathering body technique. It's outrageous that even the first level of qi refining has a bottleneck. Lu Xian changed his cultivation technique to the Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique. His magical power suddenly circulated faster, and he felt a strong hunger in his stomach, dantian, and even his entire body. He took out a nourishing spirit pill and swallowed it. The effects of the medicine, which were supposed to last for 3 days, were exhausted in less than 15 minutes. The power in his dantian remained unchanged, but he could feel a significant increase in his physical strength, giving him a feeling of being full of energy. Body refining techniques and qi refining techniques do not conflict with each other, and they do not even interfere with each other. The power in the dantian is the power cultivated through the three yang gathering body technique, while the core of the Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique lies in the heart. Knock knock. Knock knock. My heartbeat became more steady and powerful, and the spiritual energy in the air was absorbed into my bloodstream through my breath, converging at my heart. A drop of magical power dissipated, transforming into pure spiritual energy that flowed directly into the heart through the bloodline, significantly advancing the progress of the Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique. Qi cultivation techniques and body cultivation techniques actually complement each other. Lu Xian discovered that the magical power cultivated by the three yang gathering body technique could accelerate the cultivation speed of the Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique. 2 hours later. After Lu Xian finished a bottle of nourishing spirit pills, his physical strength more than doubled, but he was still far from reaching the first level of body refinement. Once the Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique is cultivated to the first level of body refining, the strength of the physical body can be comparable to a first-grade low-level magic weapon. If it is combined with some martial arts techniques, no one below the mid-stage of qi refining will be able to defeat him. Having a strong physical body has another advantage: it means having abundant energy and not being afraid of depleting one's vital energy. Lin Shuer, De Shuang, and Xiao Shuang are all martial artists. Even though Lu Xian broke through to the first level of qi refining and was nourished by magic power, his physical fitness was still inferior to theirs. Especially when competing against De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, it's all about willpower. There's a sense of powerlessness. Things are different now. Lu Xian's current worry is that his physical strength might become too great, and if he gets excited and loses control, he might hurt them. However, while the Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique is indeed powerful, it also consumes a great deal of energy. One bottle of qi nourishing pills used to last for a month of cultivation, but now it's not even enough for a day. The Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique does not require much mental control and has no time limit. As long as one consumes a tonic containing a large amount of spiritual energy, one can cultivate and improve anytime, anywhere. The main effect of the nourishing spirit pill is to help the soul refine spiritual energy into magical power. It doesn't contain much spiritual energy itself, so using it to cultivate the Kunping Body Refining Technique isn't very worthwhile. According to the description of the Kunping Body Refining Technique, the most suitable spiritual medicine to be consumed during the body refining stage is one that contains a large amount of qi and blood. The martial arts of this world also involve consuming substances that nourish blood and qi to temper the physical body, strengthen muscles and bones, then cultivate internal qi, and finally use internal qi to nourish the spirit and soul, thus reversing the foundation to generate innate qi. The principle is the same as the early stage of body refining techniques, only it is more rudimentary compared to techniques of the Kunping Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique. We could try getting some martial arts elixirs. Lin Shuer, De Shuang, and Xiao Shuang are all martial artists, and their family has qi and blood pills suitable for martial artists to cultivate. After taking a qi and blood pill, Lu Xian immediately felt a warm current rise in his stomach, which then spread throughout his limbs and bones. Comfortable. One qi and blood pill has an effect comparable to, or even slightly better than, that of a spirit nourishing pill. You should know that the nourishing spirit pill is a low-grade first-level pill, costing half a spirit stone per pill, while the qi and blood pill is just an ordinary tonic pill made from ungraded herbs, costing less than 1 spirit stone per bottle. The price difference is several times. Chapter 15: Learning Martial Arts. A small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Lin Shuer held the baby in her arms, and Lu Xian fed him little by little a bowl of liquid with wisps of white mist rising from it. Husband, isn't it too extravagant to feed such a young child with moon essence? Lin Shuer asked worriedly. Moon essence is divided into different grades based on the concentration of moon essence, but the lowest grade is grade 1, which costs 15 spirit stones per bottle. Although Lu Xian's bowl contained diluted breast milk, he would still finish a bottle every half month, costing 30 spirit stones a month. It's no wonder Lin Shuer is worried that a baby costs 30 spirit stones a month. Lu Xian reached out and teased Xiao Daoyuan, making him giggle. He said nonchalantly, Moon Essence spiritual marrow has gentle spiritual power, making it most suitable for laying a good foundation for infants. What are these spirit stones for Xiao Daoyuan? Don't you agree? Xiao Daoyuan, Lu Xian said with a smile, flicking the soft flesh of his cheek. That's true, but 30 spirit stones a month. Isn't that too expensive? Lin Shuer looked into Lu Xian's eyes and said seriously, besides, we don't even know if Xiao Yuan has a spiritual root yet. I think we should save the spirit stones and wait until his spiritual root is confirmed when he's 6 years old. Spiritual roots involve the soul and are ethereal and intangible. It is impossible to determine whether a newborn baby has spiritual roots. At least, it is necessary to wait until the child is 3 years old before a magical artifact can be used to test for them. Even at this time, it is not very accurate. It is necessary to be 6 years old to truly determine whether a child has spiritual roots. Lin Shuer's concern was simple: if Xiao Daoyuan didn't have a spiritual root, it would be a waste to spend so many spirit stones to nurture him now. It would be better to save them for a child with a spiritual root in the future. Alright. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh at Lin Shuer's serious little expression. He flicked her cheek just like he had flicked Xiao Daoyuan's cheek earlier and chuckled. If you don't have spiritual roots, you don't have spiritual roots. If you have a good foundation, it will be much smoother to cultivate martial arts in the future. A few spirit stones are nothing to me, a future grand talisman master. According to the system description, all of the offspring's cultivation level would be added to Lu Xian's body. The child's cultivation level would be his own cultivation level, and the child's potential would be his own potential. Of course, he was willing to spend spirit stones on the child. Investing in yourself requires hard work and cultivation, but investing in your child only requires spending spirit stones, a huge profit. As for spiritual roots, Lu Xian didn't care much. If he didn't have spiritual roots, he would cultivate martial arts and practice the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique. My husband. Lin Shuer was moved to tears. It is said that the path of immortality values privacy, and cultivators sever all emotions and love, doing everything for the sake of cultivation. But Lu Xian gave her a different feeling. Having grown up in a family of cultivators, Lin Shuer had long seen through the true nature of such families. Everything was for the benefit of those in power. Even the children of foundation establishment cultivators will not receive much nurturing if they lack innate spiritual roots. Despite his own cultivation, Lu Xian was willing to spend a lot of money to nurture their child before the child's spiritual root had even been determined. Lin Shuer was grateful that she could become his Taoist partner. Don't worry. Lu Xian assumed Lin Shuer was worried about the spirit stones, so he took out a stack of talismans to show her and said, I have already successfully drawn 3 types of unranked talismans, with a success rate of 80%. In at most 2 months, I will be able to become a first-tier low-ranked talisman master. When your husband is promoted to an inner disciple of the Talisman Hall, a mere few dozen spirit stones will be nothing. 3 months ago, Lu Xian demonstrated a 70% success rate with his dust-avoiding talisman and passed the Talisman Hall's assessment, becoming a non-ranked talisman master apprentice. In 5 months, Lu Xian sold 1,000 low-grade talismans and earned 70 spirit stones. During this period, he spent 60 spirit stones to buy 30 stacks of ungraded talisman paper and 30 bottles of ungraded talisman ink, which have all been spent. Besides the 1,000 talismans he sold, Lu Xian still had 3,000 unranked talismans and 100 first-grade low-rank arrow talismans, totaling 310 spirit stones. Although these talismans are not convenient to sell immediately, they can be sold little by little. If one becomes a first-tier low-grade talisman master after a period of time, there will be countless ways to monetize them. With food in hand, one has nothing to fear. Lu Xian possesses a continuous earning ability, so saving money is meaningless to him. Only by spending it and transforming it into strength or potential can he realize the significance of these spirit stones. Yes. You're amazing. Lin Shuer gave Lu Xian a playful glare and said, Anyway, you've spent all the spirit stones I saved. If you don't become a first-tier low-grade talisman master by then, we'll be starving. Lu Xian has been using most of the money he made from selling talismans to buy materials for drawing talismans. He talks a big game, but in reality, he's been spending all of Lin Shuer's savings. She had painstakingly saved up spirit stones over 3 years, originally intending to leave them to her child with spiritual roots. But seeing Lu Xian spend them all in just a few months, how could she not feel heartbroken? Lin Shuer had no idea that Lu Xian had stockpiled talismans worth 300 spirit stones. In her opinion, although talisman masters could make money, they also had to spend it. At this stage, Lu Xian still needs to spend a lot of spirit stones to buy high-level materials to learn and improve, and advance to the first-level low-grade talisman master. He won't have many spirit stones available for use. Lu Xian couldn't explain it to Lin Shuer, so he could only keep comforting her and telling her to relax. After playing with Lin Shuer and Xiao Daoyuan for a while, Lu Xian got down to business. "Shuer, I'm a little interested in martial arts. Could you teach me?" Lu Xian cultivates the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique, making his physical strength extremely powerful. In order to make it easier to explain if his strength is exposed in the future, Lu Xian plans to practice martial arts in his spare time. Practicing martial arts? Why would my husband have such a thought? Lin Shuer asked in confusion. Lu Xian needed to cultivate his martial arts techniques and spend time drawing talismans, so he was already very busy. Lin Shuer couldn't understand why Lu Xian wanted to practice martial arts. Lu Xian remained expressionless and gave his pre-prepared reason: drawing talismans consumes spiritual energy. I've heard that martial arts training doesn't require using your brain, so I thought I could relax when I have free time and increase my physical strength at the same time. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Practicing martial arts to relax? Lin Shuer looked at Lu Xian as if he were an idiot. Although martial arts training doesn't require using your brain, it does require physical training. Are you sure you can endure that kind of pain, husband? Cultivators can also practice martial arts, and the enhancement of physical strength can even nourish the soul, but why do almost no cultivators practice martial arts at the same time? It's because practicing martial arts is too torturous and painful. Every step forward requires enduring the pain of your body being exploited. Instead of spending time practicing martial arts, it's better to spend more time comprehending techniques and spells. Practicing martial arts as a side practice is looked down upon in the cultivation world, indicating that such a person's future in cultivation has been exhausted. I'm just curious, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work out, then forget it. Lu Xian said. All right. Lin Shuer thought Lu Xian was right, and she took it as Lu Xian finding a common topic to keep her company. Martial arts training is hard, and Lin Shuer doesn't think Lu Xian can really stick to it. Chapter 16 Martial Arts Genius. Lin Shuer handed Xiao Daoyuan to De Shuang, who was holding him, and went to the room to retrieve a secret manual and a long sword. This is the martial arts technique I cultivate, innate sword qi, which is the most advanced martial arts technique. The highest level it can be cultivated to is the innate perfection, which can generate spiritual roots and break through to the late stage of qi refining. This manual includes mental cultivation techniques, sword techniques, suitable elixirs for each stage, and combat skills. Martial arts techniques are not very valuable. Even the most advanced techniques can be easily obtained by a cultivation family like the Lin family. Lu Xian flipped through the manual. The mental techniques were quite profound, requiring one to experience the physical sensations during martial arts practice. Breakthroughs in cultivation realm depended most heavily on the mental techniques. Swordsmanship is a training method to hone the body. If you practice swordsmanship well, every muscle in your body can be trained effectively, which is an extremely important aspect. Lu Xian wasn't interested in the elixirs. He quickly flipped to the section on combat techniques. The combat techniques manual only analyzes the advantages of cultivating innate sword energy and how to maximize strengths and minimize weaknesses when dealing with various enemies. The final section includes a note: in life or death battles, the most important thing is on-the-spot reaction technique is merely experience, not absolute truth. For Lu Xian, only swordsmanship is useful. He can make up for the rest with the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique. You can study the other aspects slowly later when you have time. Let me demonstrate the sword technique for you first. Lin Shuer did not believe that Lu Xian would cultivate martial arts for a long time, so she only planned to teach him swordsmanship. After Lu Xian practiced a few more times and experienced the pain and difficulty, he gradually gave up. With the long sword in hand, Lin Shuer's entire aura changed, instantly transforming her from a well-behaved little girl into a valiant young heroine. With sword-like dancing, Lin Shuer became one with her sword, her body fluttering around the courtyard like a butterfly. Finally, the long sword unleashed a semi-transparent sword aura that soared into the sky, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being torn apart. Lin Shuer has peak internal energy cultivation and is also the squad leader of the Outer Sect patrol team. Her combat strength is stronger than that of an average Qi refining level 3 cultivator. This was the first time Lu Xian had seen this side of Lin Shuer, and he was quite shocked. Lin Shuer gave birth just a few days ago, and it seems that she has almost recovered. The physical fitness of martial artists is indeed incomparable to that of ordinary people. Husband, have you seen it clearly? Should I demonstrate it again in slow motion? Lin Shuer had been so focused on showing off her skills to Lu Xian that she forgot she was teaching him. After sheathing her sword, she said somewhat awkwardly, "Need not." Lu Xian pondered for a moment, then took the longsword from Lin Shuer and began to practice meticulously. Chop, stab, flick, pick. Although Lu Xian's speed was slow and his movements were not very standardized, his overall technique was quite impressive. After Lin Shuer finished practicing a set of innate sword chi sword techniques, she was dumbfounded. It's one thing to have a photographic memory, but many of the movements in this sword technique exceed the physical limits of ordinary people, making it difficult to even imitate. Lu Xian was able to perform the entire demonstration in a very convincing manner, which shows that he really has a talent for martial arts and will soon be able to reach the perfection of the tendon and bone realm. How? My husband possesses extraordinary talent. He is a martial arts prodigy, 1 in 10,000. Lu Xian's photographic memory was a special ability he gained after transmigrating, but he wasn't entirely sure why. As for his extraordinary innate talent, he cultivated the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique, and his physical qualities had already surpassed those of a martial artist at the peak of the tendon and bone realm, so these sword moves were naturally not difficult for him. Husband, don't be complacent, Lin Shuer solemnly admonished Lu Xian. The most important aspect of martial arts is the mental cultivation method. To comprehend the mental cultivation method, you need to feel the pain of practicing swordsmanship. It's not necessarily a good thing if you practice swordsmanship too easily, especially when you break through to the inner energy stage. Lin Shuer paused here, suddenly remembering that Lu Xian was just playing around with martial arts, and whether or not he broke through was completely unimportant. Lu Xian didn't really care about the mental cultivation method, he just asked Lin Shuer for advice on swordsmanship and combat techniques. Practicing martial arts was merely a cover for Lu Xian's Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique, and also a way to improve his combat experience. The martial arts mental techniques will be easier to explain later. Anyway, this thing is mysterious, you just need to say that you have comprehended it. As for what exactly you have comprehended, it can only be understood intuitively, not explained in words. After practicing swordsmanship with Lin Shuer for a while, Lu Xian headed towards the Talisman Hall. Talisman Trading Market. Located not far from the entrance of the Talisman Hall, this is a straight street lined with various shops related to talismans. They sell all kinds of talismans, talisman paper, talisman pens, talisman ink, special talisman drawing materials, and so on. The Talisman Trading Market is a public venue of the Talisman Hall, where all disciples of the Red Pine sect can freely enter and exit to purchase talismans. Lu Xian had previously considered renting a shop here to make it easier to clear his name of the talismans he had drawn. After learning more about it, he gave up. All the shops here belonged to the higher-ups of the Talisman Palace and they weren't renting them out at all. Moreover, all transactions here are subject to the sect's supervision, making it completely unsuitable for laundering. The best place to launder the large number of talismans in your possession is Red Pine City across the river. That was a cultivation city open to the outside world by the sect, and the people in the city were extremely diverse, making it easy to take advantage of the chaos. Independent cultivators, local cultivation families, sect disciples, cultivators from other regions, and tribulation cultivators who specialize in murder and arson. Chaos means danger. Lu Xian has a bright future ahead of him and has no intention of going to the city for such a small gain. The path of immortality values life, and Lu Xian is not the kind of low-level cultivator who has no resources to cultivate without taking risks in fighting. Everything should be done with survival as the priority, and staying alive is victory. Upon entering a talisman shop, Lu Xian was immediately and respectfully led into an inner room by the clerk in charge of reception. Master Lu, please wait a moment. I will go and inform the manager. Lu Xian frequented this talisman shop, buying both talismans and materials for drawing them. He was acquainted with the shop's staff and manager. A short while later, an old man walked in with a smile. Little Lu is here. Same as usual? The shopkeeper was an elderly man in his 70s or 80s, with meticulously groomed white hair and full of energy. The old man's name was Lin Yi, and he was at the 5th level of Qi refining. He was also an apprentice talisman master who did not reach the first rank, just like Lu Xian. Old Man Lin was also a member of the Lin family, and this shop was also owned by the Lin family. Because of Lu Xian's identity, he and Old Man Lin became close friends despite their age difference. No. Lu Xian took out a stack of 100 low-grade talismans and placed them on the table, saying, "Selling 100 low-grade talismans remains the same, but this time I want to buy 100 low-grade talisman materials, as well as 10 first-grade low-grade talisman materials." First-tier low-grade talisman materials? Old Man Lin's eyes gleamed. So you're finally going to focus on learning first-tier talismans? Lu Xian would bring out 100 low-grade talismans to sell on average every half-month. Old Man Lin had long advised him that with such talent, he shouldn't spend too much time on low-grade talismans, but should focus on practicing first-grade talismans. Chapter 17. The more chaotic the world, the more expensive talismans become. 50 dust-avoiding talismans, 50 rejuvenating talismans, a total of 7 spirit stones and 5 gold coins, 100 sets of ungraded materials for 2 spirit stones, and 10 sets of first-grade low-grade arrow talisman materials for 2 spirit stones. Old Man Lin instructed his assistant to fetch materials for Lu Xian, then took out 3 spirit stones and 5 gold coins from his sleeve and handed them to Lu Xian. Lu Xian asked with a hint of doubt, "It was 7 spirit stones before, why are there 5 more gold coins this time?" Unranked talismans are usually sold for 1 gold coin each by sects, with a purchase price of 70%. Previously, Lu Xian sold 100 talismans for 7 spirit stones each time. Little Lu, you don't know? Old Man Lin thought that Lu Xian spent his days either drawing talismans or staying at home, so it was normal that he didn't know. Therefore, he explained. The counties under our Red Pine sect have been quite turbulent lately. Talismans related to fighting, such as Rejuvenation Talisman, Likeness Talisman, and Fortification Talisman, have all gone up in price. The sect shops have also increased their purchase prices by 0.5%. Not peaceful? Lu Xian frowned slightly. As far as he knew, the Red Pine sect had been peaceful for over 100 years. Even if there was some chaos in other places, it would not affect the Red Pine sect at all. But what major event has occurred? Lu Xian asked. It's nothing serious, just some minor conflicts with other sects on the border. Old Man Lin glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, "However, I heard a rumor that the ancestor was injured in his early years, and his time may come sooner than expected." The ancestor that Old Man Lin mentioned was none other than the Golden Elixir ancestor of the Red Pine sect. This rumor had spread far and wide, and Old Man Lin dared not say more, only giving Lu Xian a look that said, "You'll have to figure it out yourself." Lu Xian was startled. Xiao Changfeng, a golden core cultivator, has been in charge of the Red Pine sect for 300 years. He is the ruler of the entire area within thousands of miles of the Red Pine sect, and his every word and action can cause the winds and clouds to change. If he dies, the entire Red Pine sect will be in chaos. What Lu Xian needs most right now is a stable environment for development. If this is true, he will probably have to make other plans. However, the rumors may not be true. Lu Xiangang already had some foundation in the Red Pine sect, and it was impossible for him to abandon everything because of a rumor. We need to understand the details before we can make a decision on how to proceed. Don't overthink it. If the sky falls, someone taller will hold it up. We are noble talisman masters, unlike those magic cultivators who have to risk their lives. Old Man Lin revealed a hint of arrogance on his old face. A little chaos in the world might not be a bad thing for us. Pointing to the bag of spirit stones in Lu Xian's hand, Old Man Lin said meaningfully, "The more chaotic the world, the more expensive talismans become." Lu Xian was amused by him. Old Man Lin wasn't even a first-tier low-grade talisman master. He just had a slightly higher success rate in drawing non-grade talismans. Yet he looked down on those powerful magic cultivators. But what he said did make some sense. No matter how the world changes, cultivators with a special skill like them will not be easily targeted by any force. Thank you for informing me, Elder Lin. I'll be taking my leave now. The shop assistant had already packed up the materials Lu Xian had bought and brought them over. Lu Xian packed up his things, stood up, and said goodbye. Lu Xian didn't rush to Li Fusher's small building, but instead went to the alchemy hall. They spend money like water. 10 bottles of ungraded qi and blood pills cost 9 spirit stones, and 1 bottle of nourishing spirit pill costs 5 spirit stones. The 14 spirit stones and 5 gold coins he earned from drawing talismans were instantly spent, leaving him with only 5 gold coins and an empty purse. He took out a qi and blood pill and swallowed it. The Kuanping devouring heaven body refining technique started running automatically, and the qi and blood power in the pill quickly nourished his physical body and blood vessels. The Kuanping devouring heaven body refining technique is extremely domineering. Even to maintain the most basic daily cultivation, it requires 5 qi and blood pills a day, and at least 15 bottles a month. The qi refining technique of gathering the three yangs should not be neglected, and the nourishing spirit pill should continue to be taken. We can't neglect our son Xiao Yuan's future. There are too many places to spend money. If you include all sorts of miscellaneous expenses at home, Lu Xian needs to earn 50 spirit stones a month just to barely make ends meet. Both of them are pregnant and will be due in a few months, which will increase the expenses. It seems I can't wait any longer. Becoming a low-grade first-tier talisman master is now urgent. According to Lu Xian's original plan, he did not want to stand out too much, and he would not show his first-level low-grade talisman master level until he had been in the talisman hall for at least a year. However, he was short of money, and after learning from Old Man Lin, Lu Xian felt that it would be more worthwhile to advance to the first-tier low-grade talisman master a month or two earlier. As Old Man Lin aptly put it, the more chaotic the world, the more expensive talismans become. Lu Xian wasn't sure how long the chaos would last, so he needed to seize this opportunity to make a profit. Lu Xian still has 3,000 ungraded talismans, 2,000 of which are rejuvenation talismans and likeness talismans, and 100 first-grade low-rank arrow talismans. All of these are talismans whose prices have increased, and it would be best if he could sell them if he had the chance. The Hall of Talismans and Incantations. Li Fushi Xiaolu. Junior brother Lu, what brings you here today? You're not here again to ask me to teach you how to draw talismans, are you? Qin Yun couldn't understand Lu Xian's thoughts. He clearly had a high talent for drawing talismans, but he didn't concentrate on his studies. He never asks any questions all day long, only knows how to ponder things on his own. Moreover, he doesn't consult Master Li about the first-grade low-level arrow talisman, but only occasionally asks her to draw one for him. If she asked for the reason, Lu Xian would take the opportunity to tease her. He was simply a weirdo. Senior sister Qin is clever. Lu Xian gave a thumbs up. During this period, he took every opportunity to chat with Qin Yun, and the two had become quite familiar with each other. Li Fushi, that old man, has a sharp eye. Lu Xian always finds it tiring to pretend when he's around him, so he deliberately avoids him. Senior sister, I feel like I've gained a new understanding of arrow talismans. Could you draw one for me so I can learn from you? Wait a minute before drawing the talisman. I heard you have a child. Qin Yun asked with a gossipy look. Senior sister Qin even knows this? Could it be that you have feelings for me? Lu Xian's child was only a few days old, and he hadn't publicized the news. He never expected Qin Yun to find out. Get lost. Qin Yun spat, gesturing to Zhang Yi's seat in front of her, and explained, I heard it from him. This kid thinks Yan Qingyao is interested in you, and he's been spreading rumors about you relentlessly. Scandal? How is having a child a scandal? Never mind. Lu Xian felt that arguing with someone as cute as Zhang Yi lowered his own standards. That's right. Lu Xian nodded and said, I had a son named Lu Daoyuan. Senior sister, would you like to send a congratulatory gift? Lu Xian was just joking, but he didn't expect Qin Yun to actually take out a jade pendant. This is a Wenling jade pendant. Although it cannot be considered a magic artifact, it has the effect of nourishing the body and warding off evil and harm. It is suitable for children to wear. Please keep it safe. Qin Yun didn't fall for Lu Xian after he teased her a few times. She just thought he was talented and worth befriending. Although Lu Xian was a flirtatious and frivolous man, he never did anything excessive. Certainly. Most importantly, Lu Xian was good-looking, standing at 1.9 meters tall with a well-proportioned figure. Although his features weren't exactly handsome, they were still dignified, making him look like a gentleman. Chapter 18 Father-in-law, please accept my bow. Thank you so much, Senior Sister Qin. Lu Xian didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the Wenling jade pendant to gently stroke it. He had seen this kind of jade pendant before. It wasn't cheap. It sold for 8 spirit stones in the Sex Treasure Pavilion, which was roughly equivalent to some low-grade first-tier magic artifacts. Senior Sister Qin, you taught me how to draw talismans and gave my son a gift. I can never repay your kindness. How about this? Stop. Qin Yun interrupted Lu Xian's nonsense, picked up a talisman from the table, flattened it, and said irritably, I'll go slowly, you take a good look. Qin Yun concentrated intently, channeling her magic power into the talisman brush. The spiritual ink seemed to come alive, displaying complex patterns on the talisman paper. Put. The talisman instantly shattered into powder, and the violent energy was bound to the table, taking a while to subside. An accident, an accident. Qin Yun smiled awkwardly and picked up another talisman, again. Qin Yun had only recently been promoted to a first-tier low-grade talisman master, and her success rate in drawing first-tier low-grade arrow talismans was only about 70%, so failure was perfectly normal. 1 month later. I did it! I did it! Lu Xian happened to be there at the right time, and held up a newly drawn first-grade low-level arrow talisman. Li Changsheng was instructing Yan Qingyao on how to improve the success rate of the dust-avoiding talisman when he heard the commotion from Lu Xian's side and immediately came over. Li Changsheng picked up the talisman from Lu Xian's hand and examined it. His eyes widened. It was indeed the arrow talisman that had just been drawn. Come with me to see Palace Master Lin. Without saying a word, Li Changsheng grabbed Lu Xian and started walking outside. Li Changsheng cannot handle Lu Xian's situation. Lin Tianyue must come in person. His current batch of disciples consists of 30 people, all of whom are talisman drawing talents trained for the Lin family. Each group of disciples will serve a 10-year term. For every non-ranked talisman master apprentice Li Changsheng trained, a reward will be given. The reward for training a first-rank low-grade talisman master will be even more generous. However, Lu Xian's talent was too great to be allowed to become a first-tier low-grade talisman master in less than a year, so he dared not make decisions on his own. After Li Fushi and Lu Xian left the hall, the disciples started discussing amongst themselves, completely losing their focus on studying. Has Lu Xian successfully drawn a first-tier low-grade arrow talisman? I think so. I just checked, it looks like an arrow talisman. I remember Lu Xian started learning the art a month later than me. I hadn't even finished drawing the dust-avoiding talisman yet, and he was already a first-tier talisman master? Qinyan stared blankly at Lu Xian's seat, feeling incredulous. During this period, Lu Xian told her every day that he had gained new insights. She thought that Lu Xian was just talking nonsense, but she did not expect that Lu Xian could actually draw a first-level low-grade arrow talisman so quickly. That can't be. Lu Xian only observes her painting once or twice a day, how could he learn it so quickly? Could this be the true genius of talismans? The most unbelievable person is Yan Qingyao. A few days ago, she successfully drew the dust-avoiding talisman, thinking she could catch up with Lu Xian's progress, but the gap is even bigger now. A first-tier low-grade talisman master. His status is comparable to a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. Lu Xian has only been a disciple for less than a year and is not yet 19 years old. This talent for talismans could completely erase the talent in her spiritual root, thus making her an inner disciple. A year ago, Lu Xian was eliminated from the outer sect assessment, but a year later he became a first-level talisman master and even became an inner disciple of the Red Pine sect. Fate is truly amazing. Halfway up the mountain. Inside a medicinal herb field. When Li Changsheng led Lu Xian in, Lin Tianyue was carefully tending to several medicinal herbs. Lu Xian didn't recognize the herb. It looked a bit like an orchid, with each leaf having 3 colors. It was full of spiritual energy and clearly not an ordinary plant. A snow-white puppy squatted beside him, its eyes like those of a child. It seemed to be Lin Tianyue's pet. Brother Li, what brings you here? He is. Lin Tianyue glanced at Lu Xian after not seeing him for several months. He had already forgotten about Lu Xian. Lu Xian was just a nobody. The reason Lin Tianyue valued him last time was simply because Lin Tianyue was in a good mood at the time. It's unrealistic to expect Lin Tianyue to keep a lowly qi refining level 1 cultivator, an apprentice of a non-ranked talisman master, in his heart. He is Lu Xian. He comprehended 3 dust-avoiding talisman runes in the past 5 days. Palace Master Lin has met him before. Li Changsheng explained, cupping his hands in greeting. Oh. Lin Tianyue remembered that he had personally gone to see Lu Xian at the time, and had promised Lu Xian certain conditions because of Lu Xian's status as the Lin family's son-in-law. After reflecting on the time, Lin Tianyue nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad, you passed the Talisman Master Apprentice assessment in just 6 months. You deserve a reward." Lin Tianyue had promised Lu Xian that if he became a first-level Talisman Master within 3 years, he would give Lu Xian a spot to enter the inner sect. To become a Talisman Master Apprentice, one must achieve a 70% success rate with a talisman of unranked quality. Lu Xian passed the Talisman Master Apprentice assessment in half a year, and his probability of becoming a first-level Talisman Master within 3 years is extremely high, making him worth cultivating. Palace Master Lin has misunderstood. Lu Xian passed the Talisman Master Apprentice assessment 3 months ago. Just now, he successfully drew a first-grade low-rank arrow talisman. Lin Tianyue was stunned for 2 seconds. A low-grade, first-tier arrow talisman? Are you sure? To be able to draw a first-grade low-level talisman in just half a year is a talent that is among the best in the entire Talisman Hall, even surpassing the few first-grade high-level talisman masters. Li Changsheng didn't say much, he just nodded firmly. Drawing talismans is something that cannot be faked and can be easily identified, so Lin Tianyue did not have much doubt about it. He re-examined the extraordinary young man in front of him. Having been a beginner for less than a year and not yet 19 years old, he was able to draw a first-tier talisman after only half a year of learning talismans. It's a pity his talent is average, and his spiritual root is only at the 9th grade, otherwise, he would have been recommended to the Lin family patriarch. However, even if Lu Xian's talent is lacking, his potential and value are immeasurable. If Lu Xian can break through to the mid-stage of qi refining, he might become a first-tier high-grade talisman master. Even if he can't, he'll at least be a first-tier mid-grade talisman master. Thinking of this, Lin Tianyue was tempted and said, "Lu Xian, right? I have a martial arts daughter who is incredibly beautiful, and she's about your age now. If you're willing." Even within the Lin family, there are distinctions of kinship. Lin Tianyue's meaning was very clear: if Lu Xian became his son-in-law, he would be willing to vigorously cultivate him. Palace Master Lin, this isn't quite right. Lu Xian and Lin Shuer get along well, and they just had a child. Now he's marrying Lin Tianyue's daughter. What does Lin Shuer think of him? What do Lin Shuer's family think of him? Lin Tianyue continued, "I will not interfere with your relationship with Lin Shuer as a Taoist partner. Moreover, my daughter lives in Red Pine City and manages a talisman shop. If you agree, that talisman hall will be yours to manage, and you'll get 10% of the profits." A talisman shop in Hongsong City? Father-in-law, please accept my bow. Lu Xian bowed with his hands clasped, without the slightest hesitation. There was no way around it. Lord Lin had given too much. Chapter 19 Inner Disciple. Get up. Lin Tianyue helped Lu Xian up, and the more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. Lu Xian had exceptional talent in talismans but lacked the arrogance of a genius. Most importantly, he was obedient, much better than his other disciples. Lin Tianyue is the head of the Outer Sect's Talisman Hall, but he is only a first-level low-grade talisman master. He obtained this position entirely because of his Lin family background. Few young, talented talisman masters from the Talisman Hall are willing to submit to him. Most would choose to become disciples of the top-tier first-order talisman masters. Now that you have successfully drawn a first-tier talisman, I will take you to register as an inner disciple. Lin Tianyue grabbed Lu Xian's arm, and a gentle breeze swirled around their feet. Lu Xian felt his body lighten and he was lifted into the air. Flying technique. One of the most basic and commonly used cultivation techniques. Lu Xian had also studied it. It wasn't difficult to learn, but it required a certain level of magical power. Generally, one needed to reach the mid-stage of qi refining to easily use it, and only the late stage of qi refining could allow one to use it at will. Riding the wind and using immortal techniques, Lu Xian's desire to improve his cultivation level intensified. In a short while, Lin Tianyue led Lu Xian to a platform halfway up the mountain, where a grand hall stood in the center of the spacious square. The Inner Sect Talisman Hall is the true Inner Sect's most important place. Only Inner Sect disciples and above can freely enter and exit. Outer Sect disciples don't even have the right to come up here. Runes faintly appeared on the white jade square, filled with rich spiritual energy, as if shrouded in white mist. There was not a single speck of dust on the ground, making it even more spiritually vibrant than the immortal abode Lu Xian had imagined. Lin Tianyue led Lu Xian toward the main hall. Along the way, they encountered many inner disciples, all of whom stopped to pay their respects and address him as senior brother Lin. Lin Tianyue is the head of the Talisman Hall in the Outer Sect, and the grandson of Lin Qingyun, the foundation-building ancestor of the Talisman Hall, in the Inner Sect, which is equivalent to a personal disciple. Lin Qingyun, a foundation establishment cultivator, is the only second-tier talisman master in the Red Pine Sect, second only to the Golden Core Sect master Xiao Changfeng. Inside the main hall. When Lu Xian and his companion entered, the spacious hall was empty except for a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe who was preparing talisman ink. The preparation of talisman ink is a branch of talisman making. High-quality talisman ink can improve the success rate of drawing talismans and the quality of the talismans. Senior brother Lin? Is something the matter? Lu Wuchen spared a sliver of his attention to the two of them, his gaze lingering on Lu Xian for 2 seconds. Junior brother Wuchen, this is Lu Xian, an outer disciple. He has already advanced to a first-level low-grade talisman master in less than a year. I brought him here to join our Inner Sect's Talisman Hall. Advanced to a first-tier rune master in less than a year? Lu Wuchen was startled. Then he was somewhat incredulous. He was confident in his exceptional talent in talismans, and it had taken him 2 years to become a first-tier talisman master. Did you pass the talisman master assessment? Lu Wuchen asked. The first-tier low-grade talisman master assessment requires a success rate of 60% for one type of first-tier low-grade talisman. The assessment process is very simple: draw 10 of the same type of talisman, and you pass if you successfully draw 6. Many first-tier talisman masters who have just passed the assessment pass multiple times, relying on luck to pass, but in reality, their success rate is only 50% or even 30% or 40%. He has already successfully drawn a first-grade low-level arrow talisman, so passing the test is only a matter of time, Lin Tianyue explained. This isn't in accordance with the rules. There is a significant gap between accidentally drawing a low-grade first-tier talisman and becoming a first-tier talisman master. The basic requirement to become a disciple of the Inner Sect's Talisman Hall is to be a first-tier low-grade talisman master, and a first-tier talisman master with exceptional talent. Lu Xian's talent is indeed unquestionable, but he failed the first-level talisman master assessment, and according to the rules, he cannot become an inner disciple. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Lin Tianyue said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." You. Lu Wuchen was so angry that he lost his composure and almost ruined the talisman ink and spiritual liquid in the alchemy furnace. Calmly suppressing his anger, he said bluntly, "This matter cannot be handled. You should go find some masters to deal with this matter of favoritism and corruption." Lu Wuchen and Lin Tianyue were not on good terms. If he were to get involved in such a case of favoritism and corruption, Lin Tianyue would be fine while he would be the one to take the blame. Lin Tianyue took out a mid-grade spirit stone from his sleeve and tossed it to him, becoming increasingly impatient. "Lu Xian is my son-in-law. If you can't handle this, I'll go to the ancestor to get you a talisman." Son-in-law? Lu Wuchen remembered that Lin Tianyue didn't seem to have a daughter with spiritual roots. Thinking of this, his gaze towards Lu Xian became strange. In order to curry favor with the Lin family, he was actually willing to marry a mortal woman, give up his future in the immortal path, and lose the dignity of a talisman master. They're either incompetent in terms of spiritual roots or they're cunning and deceitful. Lin Tianyue is getting worse with age. He even looks down on such a despicable person. Fine. Since they're from the Lin family, they won't blame me if something goes wrong. Lu Wuchen didn't say anything more. He directly registered Lu Xian as an inner disciple, gave him an inner disciple token, a set of first-grade low-rank talisman master robes, a first-grade low-rank magic sword, and an inner disciple cave halfway up the mountain. In addition to these basic supplies, Lin Tianyue also led Lu Xian to leave a soul lamp in the inner room of the main hall. "From now on, you are a true disciple of our Red Pine sect. No force in the entire Red Pine sect territory can touch you at will. When you are out and about, remember not to disgrace the sect." Lu Xian nodded solemnly. "Father-in-law, rest assured, I understand. Finally, I'm officially part of the organization." Looking at the rows of quietly burning soul lamps, Lu Xian felt a sense of relief, like he had finally reached the shore. Cultivating immortality is difficult, and breakthroughs in realms are extremely slow. The many children, many blessings system also takes effect relatively late. Becoming an inner disciple of the Red Pine sect provides an extra layer of protection for one's life. The outer disciples of the Red Pine sect are essentially temporary workers. Even if they are killed outside, the sect will not pursue the matter too much. The inner disciples are different. All inner disciples have a soul lamp left in the sect. If they die, the sect will definitely investigate the cause of death and punish the murderer. Lin Tianyue led Lu Xian on a tour of the inner sect area, explaining the functions of each place, and finally led Lu Xian to the cave dwelling assigned to him. The cave dwelling was a simple courtyard with a cultivation room, a few empty rooms, and nothing else. Although it looks simple, it is actually the biggest benefit for inner disciples. The spiritual energy concentration in the cultivation room reaches the first-grade high level, which is enough to support the daily cultivation of cultivators in the late stage of qi refining. Moreover, the courtyard has a defensive formation that isolates it from the outside world, so you won't be disturbed when you're cultivating or doing important things. The only downside is that it can only be used by himself. Otherwise, Lu Xian would have moved his entire household in. To occupy a large area within the inner sect as family territory, one must at least become a first-tier high-grade talisman master. Lin Tianyue left after dropping Lu Xian off at the cave. He had made the decision about his daughter and Lu Xian on short notice, and he still needed to inform his daughter in Hongsong City about it and get things done as soon as possible. Lu Xian sat cross-legged in the cave cultivation room, simultaneously circulating the 3 Yan gathering body technique and the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique. Spiritual energy gathers throughout the body, some of it merges into the blood to strengthen the physical body, while some enters the dantian and is refined into magical power. As expected of a top-grade first-tier cave dwelling. Without taking any pills, the cultivation effect is several times that of Lin Shuer's courtyard. Chapter 20 Husband, don't be obsessed with women. A small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Husband, why are you so late today? Lin Shuer held Xiao Daoyuan in her arms, with De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, who were heavily pregnant, by her side. When they saw Lu Xian return, they all went out to greet him. Looking at Lu Xian's moon-white inner disciple robe, Lin Shuer became even more puzzled. He was wearing the standard inner disciple robes and had a light blue standard magic sword at his waist. Could it be that Lu Xian had been promoted to an inner disciple? But how is that possible? The Red Pine sect has fewer than 600 inner disciples, of whom more than 200 are late-stage qi refining cultivators, and the remaining 300 are extremely talented geniuses with a very high probability of becoming late-stage qi refining disciples. The 4 halls of alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman crafting, and array crafting are quite special. As long as one's cultivation skills reach the middle grade of the first rank, or one has extremely high talent and reaches the lower grade of the first rank, one can become an inner disciple. Husband, you've become a first-tier talisman master? Lin Shuer could only think of this one possibility. However, although Lu Xian's talisman talent was very good, he had only recently become a talisman master apprentice. How could he have advanced to the first-level talisman master so quickly? Shuer is so clever. Lu Xian took Xiao Daoyuan and walked into the house, smiling as he said, "That's right. Your husband is already a first-level talisman master and an inner disciple of the Talisman Hall." Having been a kept man for so long, Lu Xian now felt a sense of triumph and pride. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang covered their mouths in surprise, looking incredulous. First-tier talisman master, inner disciple, neither of these identities is something they can access. Martial artists are merely servants of cultivators. Even their parents, who are gang leaders, are insignificant in the eyes of the inner disciples of the Red Pine sect. Is all of this real? We sisters actually became concubines of an inner disciple of the Red Pine sect, and even got pregnant with his child? Things were going so well that the 2 sisters felt it was unreal. I remember my husband hadn't even managed to draw a low-grade first-tier talisman yesterday, right? How could he have passed the first-tier talisman master assessment in just one day? Lin Shuer was not overwhelmed by the news of Lu Xian's promotion to inner disciple. The questions in her heart had not yet been answered. Her face showed even more confusion as she asked, even if my husband were to advance to the first rank of talisman master today, the process of joining the inner sect wouldn't be this quick. Has my husband been noticed by some important figure? Lin Shuer was indeed clever. Before Lu Xian even spoke, she had already guessed most of the situation. Shuer, don't be anxious, let me explain slowly. Lu Xian didn't hide his thoughts from Lin Shuer. After entering the room, he told her everything that had happened that day. After listening, Lin Shuer remained silent for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "I don't know much about Lin Tianyue's daughter. My father is in Hongsong City. I'll write to you tomorrow to ask." Well. Lu Xian, who was secretly preparing his speech and was about to analyze the pros and cons for Lin Shuer and then comfort her, was stunned. "Shuer. Aren't you angry?" "Angry?" Lin Shuer smiled and said, "My husband has a bright future ahead of him, how could I be angry? My lineage has been declining since my grandfather's time. Palace Master Lin used to never even give me a second glance. Now that her daughter and I are husband and wife, I'm overjoyed. My husband is now a distinguished inner disciple and a first-level talisman master. In the future, he may become a mid-level first-level talisman master, or even a high-level first-level talisman master. I am already very grateful that you do not look down on my lowly status and do not abandon me." Lin Shuer held Lu Xian's hand, her small face revealing 2 dimples, her smile genuine. Given Lu Xian's current status, Lin Shuer is simply not worthy of him. Even if Lu Xian didn't come back today, she would think it would be normal. Now that Lu Xian has not only come back to explain to her, but is also worried that she will be angry because of this, Lin Shuer feels that being able to become a Taoist couple with her husband is the luckiest thing for her. Is that really what you think? Lu Xian stared into Lin Shuer's eyes and asked. Certainly. Lin Shuer answered crisply. That's good. Lu Xian held her delicate hand and assured her, don't worry, what I said before always stands. After a moment of tenderness between the couple, Lin Shuai looked at De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, who were heavily pregnant, and advised them. My husband, now that you are an inner disciple, your future is bright. From now on, you must not be obsessed with women, and you must not waste your vital energy to have children. A mid-grade first-tier talisman master needs at least the 3rd level of qi refining cultivation, while a high-grade first-tier talisman master needs at least the 6th level of qi refining cultivation. Even if you have a high talent for talismans, cultivation is still the most important thing, and you must not put the cart before the horse. 3 children are already too many. If Xiao Yuan doesn't have a spiritual root, we'll have to keep having more. Lin Shuai wasn't worried about Lu Xian having more Taoist partners in the future. Her biggest worry was that Xiao Yuan didn't have a spiritual root, and then Lu Xian wouldn't have the energy to continue having children with her. Having a child with spiritual roots is Lin Shuai's obsession, which is far more important to Lu Xian than finding a new Taoist partner. 3 isn't enough? The saying goes, many children, many blessings. Only Lu Xian would be an idiot if he had 3. Have as many children as you can, the more the better. This was Lu Xian's life motto. However, Lin Shuai is right. Although she had some selfish motives, she was essentially doing it for Lu Xian's good. Okay. I see. Lu Xian touched her flat stomach and suddenly asked, Shuai, how is your recovery? Do you want to? If this were Lu Xian's previous life, it would be safer for a woman to wait 6 months after giving birth before getting pregnant again. However, this world has cultivators and martial artists, so physical fitness and recovery ability cannot be judged by past life experience. Lin Shuai got out of bed the day after giving birth to Xiao Daoyuan, and a few days later she even taught Lu Xian swordsmanship. This cannot be judged by the common sense of her previous life. Both De Shuang and Xiao Shuang are several months pregnant, and Lu Xian's temper has been building up. Oof. Lin Shuai blushed slightly and gave a soft snort. I don't think you were listening to me properly just now. 3 days later. These days, Lu Xian goes back and forth between 2 places. He goes to the intersect cave to cultivate in the morning and goes home to spend the evening with Lin Shuai, De Shuang, Xiao Shuang, and his son. I haven't finished using the pills I bought before, and my Kunping body refining technique is progressing rapidly. I estimate that I will be able to break through to the 1st level of body refining in another 2 days. The bottleneck at the 2nd level of the 3 yang gathering body qi refining technique is loosening, and I feel like I'll break through it soon. I wonder if this is a side effect of the progress in the Kunping body refining technique. On the evening of the 3rd day, a burly man with a stunted face found Lu Xian and handed him a letter without saying a word. Lu Xian unfolded the document and saw that Lin Tianyue had sent a message. He told him to go to the talisman shop in Hongsong City first. Everything had been arranged there, and he just needed to go there. There's also this burly man with a stoic expression named Lu Gang, a martial artist at the early stage of the innate realm, whose combat strength is no weaker than a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining. He was the bodyguard that Lu Gang arranged for Lu Xian. Lu Xian sized up the bodyguard named Lu Gang. He exuded a fierce aura and looked like a murderer. He even considered safety issues. This father-in-law is truly thoughtful. Chapter 21 Successive Breakthroughs. Lu Xian put the letter he had just read into his sleeve, bowed to Lu Gang, and said, Fellow Taoist Lu Gang, I still have some matters to attend to. May I depart in 2 days? Red Pine City was in chaos, and Lu Xian felt unsafe. He planned to break through his cultivation level in the next 2 days before going into the city. Okay. Lu Gang nodded expressionlessly, then turned and left. Next, Lu Xian focused on cultivation. The Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique could be practiced continuously, and Lu Xian used the time he spent drawing talismans to cultivate. The following afternoon. Inner Gate Cave. Lu Xian's heart was pounding, and his skin was steaming, turning a deep red like a boiled shrimp. Black beads of sweat kept appearing on his body, quickly forming a greasy layer. Thump! 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 The heart beats rhythmically, and the power of blood flows through the capillaries of the entire body, cleansing the physical form. Sudden. Lu Xian opened his eyes, the flush on his face quickly subsided, and his heartbeat slowed down, but each beat was extremely strong. Body Refinement Level 1. Lu Xian cast a cleansing spell with his fingers, and the oil stains on his body fell off, revealing skin as smooth and white as jade. Without testing, Lu Xian could sense that his current physical strength was comparable to a low-grade first-tier magic weapon, and it was even a low-grade first-tier magic weapon that could recover on its own. The Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique is not as simple as just enhancing defense. With his vital energy gathered in his right arm, Lu Xian threw a punch at the air in front of him. Boom! A sonic boom-like sound echoed. Based on Lu Xian's comparison of Lin Shui's, De Shuang's, and Xiao Shuang's strength, he is now no less powerful than a peak inner chi cultivator with only the first level of body refinement. Clenching his fist, Lu Xian was filled with joy. The exhilarating feeling of his strength increasing and his life essence being enhanced was extraordinary. In addition to increased strength, his eyesight, sense of smell, hearing, his body also received many other enhancements. Lu Xian was immersed in feeling the changes in his body for quite a while. The human body is a treasure trove. If continuously developed and strengthened, it can unleash extremely powerful forces. Just as Lu Xian was sensing the changes in his body, a faint cracking sound suddenly came from within his dantian. The 10 drops of mana shattered and then merged into a higher quality mana bead. Lu Xian continuously absorbed the spiritual energy in the room, and the magical orb shone brighter and brighter. Qi refining level 2. The original feeling of fullness in the dantian disappeared, but I could continue cultivating and enhance the dantian's magical power. The cultivation of Qi refining stage is basically about accumulating magical power. As long as you have a cave with sufficient spiritual energy and enough pills, refining magical power is not difficult. The difficulty lies in overcoming the bottleneck. If you can't break through it, taking ordinary pills for cultivation will be useless. Lu Xian had carefully studied the cultivation techniques and found that the bottleneck was easy to understand. The dantian itself was full, and the strength of the dantian had to be increased in order to continue to accommodate more magical power. Other cultivators can only break through by gradually integrating their magic power into their dantian until the dantian undergoes a qualitative change. Lu Xian estimated that the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique he cultivated could also enhance the quality of his dantian, thus accelerating his breakthrough of the bottleneck. Certainly. These are all just Lu Xian's guesses. He is just a minor cultivator in the early stage of Qi refining and doesn't have a deep understanding of the path of cultivation. Regardless, a breakthrough is a good thing. Lu Xian now possesses the cultivation level of the second stage of Qi refining, coupled with a physical body comparable to a first-tier magic weapon. Even those in the mid-stage of Qi refining would suffer at his hands if caught off guard. He finally has a sliver of power to protect himself. The next day, Lu Xian was dressed in the robes of a first-level talisman master from the inner gate of the talisman hall, with a blue magic sword hanging at his waist, looking like a dashing sword immortal. Why do I feel that the young master is even more handsome than before? Xiao Shuang stared at Lu Xian, looking him up and down, a confused expression on her face. Lin Shui and De Shuang looked over when they heard this. Lu Xian's skin was whiter than before, and his face shape had not changed, but he had a strange new temperament. He's definitely even more handsome now. De Shuang nodded in agreement. Before they could ask, Lu Xian revealed the fluctuations of his aura and smiled. I broke through to the second level of Qi refining yesterday. It must be a change brought about by the nourishment of my body by magical power. The magical power used to nourish the physical body is limited and cannot achieve this effect. However, the 3 women were so shocked by the news of Lu Xian's breakthrough that they did not pay attention to this detail. Knock knock. As the family was celebrating, there was a knock at the door. Judging by the time, Lu Gang should be arriving soon. Lu Xian gave the 3 women a few instructions, then got up and went out. Lu Gang stood silently at the door, not uttering a word even when Lu Xian appeared. Let's go. Lu Xian went first, not directly out of the city, but went to the Xuanxiu Hall to rent a carriage. Early-stage Qi refining cultivators can barely fly, which consumes a great deal of mana. If they encounter danger, they are very likely to fall to their deaths. Therefore, they usually travel by spirit beast or spirit beast carriage. Certainly. If you have money, you can also ride a flying spirit beast or a flying magic artifact that consumes spirit stones. The lowest grade, first tier, low-level flying spirit beast, the Iron Feather Eagle, in the Spirit Plant Hall only costs 88 spirit stones and only requires feeding 3 pigs a day. A pig is worth about 1 gold coin, and it eats at least 3 gold coins a day. It can eat more than 100 spirit stones a year. Lu Xian can not only not afford to buy one, but he also cannot afford to raise one. Flying magical artifacts are indeed cheap. A first-grade low-level special flying sword costs as little as 10 spirit stones. However, it only reduces the mana cost of flying, making its effect rather useless. Those flying boats that consume spirit stones to fly and have decent defensive capabilities are at least mid-grade first rank, which Lu Xian also cannot afford. The carriages in the dual cultivation hall were also quite nice. The horses pulling them were not ordinary horses, but demonic horses with the bloodline of demonic beasts. A carriage costs 3 spirit stones, but you can rent one for 3 days for only 1 gold coin. The rental wasn't cheap, but the dual cultivation hall came with a groom and other services, so Lu Xian didn't have to worry about anything, he just needed to point out the destination and give instructions. Lu Xian paid a spirit stone and rented the carriage for a month. The carriage started moving and headed towards Red Pine City. Red Pine City is right across from Red Pine Sect, separated only by a river. The distance is not far, it would only take about half an hour to walk there. But Lu Xian is a dignified inner disciple of the Red Pine Sect and a noble first-level talisman master. How could he walk? Lu Xian is in business, and faces a very valuable thing, he can't afford to lose it. Less than 15 minutes. When the carriage arrived at the Red Pine City gate, Lu Xian looked out the window. A long line of people formed at the city gate, where soldiers checked the identity of each person entering the city, as well as the supplies being transported into the city. Instead of joining the queue, the carriages turned to another, more open entrance. No inspection was needed, and no soldiers stopped them. Only a few martial artists at the gate made a brief record from a distance. The carriage drove straight in and entered Red Pine City. The carriage traveled without stopping, passing through the bustling outer city and heading towards the city center. The residents along the way quickly moved away, their gazes towards the carriage filled with envy and awe. Most of the residents outside Hongsong City are ordinary people, not even at the martial arts bone and tendon realm. The carriage Lu Xian was riding in was already a luxury car to them. Chapter 22, Lin's Talisman Shop. Upon arriving at the inner city gate of Red Pine City, the carriage was finally stopped. Fellow Taoist, please pay the city entrance fee. Several people dressed as outer disciples of the Red Pine sect guarded the city gate. One of them stepped forward and stopped the carriage. Red Pine City was built upon the largest second-order branch of the third-order spiritual vein of the Red Pine sect. The inner city is protected by a second-tier array, and there is also a foundation establishment cultivator from the Red Pine sect stationed there. The entrance fee to the outer city was 1 large copper coin, and the entrance fee to the inner city was 1 silver coin. Every year, the entrance fees alone amounted to a considerable income. Lu Xian got out of the car, handed him his inner disciple token, and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist, how much is your monthly salary?" Inner disciple. The gatekeeper was startled and carefully examined the token in his hand. It was indeed genuine. He handed the token back to Lu Xian with both hands and said respectfully, reporting to senior, "This disciple receives a monthly stipend of 2 spirit stones. 2 spirit stones per month, that's 24 per year. Even if you buy an outer disciple spot, you can still earn 14 spirit stones a year." I never imagined that being a gatekeeper was such a lucrative job. After chatting with a few people for a while, Lu Xian put away his token and returned to the carriage. The carriage continued its journey without paying the city entrance fee, which was one of the privileges of inner disciples. The inner city was much more luxurious, the ground was spotless, and all the buildings possessed a spiritual quality, unique charm, and artistic conception. A tranquil courtyard, towering skyscrapers, majestic halls, and a misty, ethereal island in the middle of a lake. The scenery of the inner city of Red Pine City is comparable to that of a sect, and from the perspective of enjoyment, the buildings in the city are even more luxurious. After all, it is the largest immortal city market of the Red Pine sect, so it can't be too shabby. Good. That's great. The atmosphere in the Red Pine sect is too intense, everyone is either busy cultivating or busy making money. The atmosphere in this city is much more comfortable, it's a place for cultivators to enjoy themselves and spend their money. Fine wine, gourmet food, beautiful women, elixirs, magical artifacts, everything is available. One of the pink high-rise buildings was bustling with activity, and Lu Xian could hear the decadent music from afar. I'll go see it another time if I have the chance. Business comes first. Lu Xian had little interest in brothels. Lin's Talisman Shop. A 2-story shop was located at the end of the street. Lu Xian identified himself, and a woman in red led several servants out to greet him. Lin Anqi, dressed in a red dress, secretly sized up the husband her father had chosen for her. She's quite good-looking. Lin Anqi's resistance lessened somewhat. She wasn't very satisfied with Lu Xian before. Although he had good talent as a talisman master, his spiritual root talent was too poor. He hadn't even passed the outer sect assessment. Moreover, he had already become a Taoist partner with a woman from a collateral branch of the Lin family, and they had even had a child. Lin Anqi has very high standards. Because of Lin Tianyu's favor, she has only been in contact with young talents from the Talisman Hall, so she has never been married. Truly talented cultivators rarely marry, and even if they do, they choose a partner with spiritual roots. Lin Anqi was good in every way, but she had no spiritual root. After being rejected several times by geniuses from the sect, she resigned herself to her fate. As Lin Anqi sized up Lu Xian was also sizing up Lin Anqi. She had a delicate and pretty face with fair skin and a noble air about her, which matched her bright red dress perfectly. She has a full figure, with curves in all the right places, and her proportions are simply perfect. One word to describe it: smooth and moisturizing. Putting everything else aside, Lu Xian was very satisfied with her looks alone. Lin Tianyue hadn't lied to him, his daughter was indeed beautiful. This humble servant, Lin Anqi, greets Master Lu Fu. Lin Anqi bowed and led Lu Xian into the store with a faint smile on her face. Lu Xian's qualifications were slightly worse than what she had previously requested, but his handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament were a big plus. Let's just make do. Lu Xian was the son-in-law that Lin Tianyue had chosen for her, and Lin Anqi had no intention of resisting. Upon entering the shop, the hall displays various talismans, ranging from unranked to top-tier first class. However, the most numerous are ungraded. There are also quite a few low-grade first-order items. There are only 3 types of mid-grade first-order items, and only 1 type of high-grade first-order item. Lin Anqi explained, "This small shop is my father's business, mainly dealing in talismans and related items. On average, we can sell about 1,000 spirit stones worth of talismans each month. After deducting costs, we make a profit of nearly 200 spirit stones. Would you like to take a look at the income and expenditure ledger? A 20% net profit margin? This talisman shop is just a small shop in the inner city." According to Lu Xian's previous estimate, it would be good if it could make a 10% net profit, since the talisman master would earn the lion's share, and the sect would also have to collect a portion of the tax. A 20% profit margin, earning 200 spirit stones a month, was somewhat beyond Lu Xian's expectations. Lin Anqi's eyes flickered slightly, realizing that Lu Xian was a complete novice, and she explained, "Our talisman shops not only sell talismans, but also buy talismans from apprentice talisman masters at the lower levels, as well as various talisman drawing materials. Previously, a low-grade first-tier talisman master was in charge of this, but since Talisman Master Lu is coming, my father has already transferred him away." Also, acquisitions? A barely perceptible hint of joy flashed across Lu Xian's face. The main reason Lu Xian agreed so readily was because of this talisman shop. The talisman shop not only sells talismans, but also buys them, which makes it much easier for him to launder the talismans he owns. Looking through the ledgers Lin Anqi handed over, Lu Xian discovered that the shop mainly dealt in low-end business, with most of the items being of questionable quality. Customers are either small businesses from outlying cities or local businesses from county towns. Its main advantages are its low price and low entry barrier, plus the fact that it has the Lin family background of the Hongsong sect, which ensures the security of transactions. Seeing that Lu Xian had finished inspecting, Lin Anqi said, "Does Master Lu have any questions? If not, shall we go and check the goods?" Lu Xian delayed his arrival for 2 days. The previous first-tier talisman master had already left, and several regular customers were still waiting to buy his goods. Okay. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. He was currently very interested in the shop's business. The waiting room next door. Lu Xian picked up a stack of talismans and looked them over, nodding and saying, 50 dust-repelling talismans, 50 explosion talismans, and 50 hemostatic talismans. Not bad, only 2 are of poor quality. After placing the talismans separately on the table, Lu Xian turned to Lin Anqi and asked, "What are the prices we offer here?" 100 dust-repelling talismans cost 6 spirit stones and 5 gold coins, while explosion talismans and hemostatic talismans cost 7 spirit stones each. The price is 0.5% lower than the purchase price within the sect, making it even harder for talisman apprentices outside the sect to survive. Those talisman apprentices with low success rates in drawing talismans can't earn much spirit stone even after a month of hard work. Lu Xian examined them quickly, and in no time he had looked through all the talismans. He could identify the substandard talismans at a glance. Lin Anqi originally thought that Lu Xian had failed the first-level talisman master assessment and was worried that he would make a mistake. Unexpectedly, the talisman master apprentice customers were extremely convinced. Whenever Lu Xian pointed out a problem with the talisman, they all looked like they were humbly accepting the lesson. Chapter 23. I'll tell you later. There were very few transactions that required Lu Xian's personal attention. Only a few talisman apprentices selling talismans and a bottle of demon beast essence blood for making talisman ink needed his inspection. Lu Xian didn't need to get involved in routine business. The servants he hired in the shop could handle it. The backyard of the shop. Lin Anqi and Lu Xian walked side by side, introducing the environment here. The room includes a cultivation room, a quiet room that can accommodate a mid-level first-tier talisman master drawing talismans, a bedroom, a living room, and even a small spiritual field where low-level spiritual plants can be grown. This small building is not only a shop, but also a well-equipped cultivation cave. From an enjoyment standpoint alone, this place is no less impressive than Lu Xian's inner cave dwelling. A courtyard of the same size in the city would cost no less than 10 spirit stones per month. Is Master Lu satisfied? Lin Anqi looked somewhat smug, because the previous talisman master was reluctant to leave due to the conditions here. The female talisman master named Tangwan has lived here for 3 years and has gotten used to it. When Lin Tianyue sent someone to inform her that her contract had ended and asked her to leave, Tangwan thought it was because he thought her monthly salary was too high, so she took the initiative to suggest reducing her monthly salary. She finally gave up when she heard that the talisman master and Taoist partner that Lin Tianyue had chosen for his daughter was coming. Satisfied. Extremely satisfied. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. The conditions here were indeed much better than he had imagined. The rent for the courtyard is 10 spirit stones a month, and Lin Tianyue promised that the shop's profit sharing would be 20 spirit stones a month. Even if you do nothing, it's equivalent to 30 spirit stones a month. Lin Tianyue's father-in-law was indeed kind. He used his authority to give Lu Xian 100 spirit stones for talisman drawing materials, and he also gave him the status of an inner disciple in advance. A debt of gratitude for being recognized and appreciated. We must repay them properly. Lu Xian's current strength is too weak to repay the esteemed outer sect master of the Talisman Hall. Since that's the case, let's repay her daughter first. The night is long, and I can't sleep. The bedroom in the backyard of the talisman shop. Master Lu, could we postpone our marriage for now? Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually becoming awkward, Lin Anqi made up her mind and said. She felt that if she didn't speak up now, she wouldn't have another chance later. Why? Lu Xian was puzzled and asked, does the young lady not wish to? Lin Anqi and Lu Xuanji were determined to win, but he still asked around. He was, after all, a noble gentleman who had received 9 years of compulsory education. A gentleman does not force others to do things they cannot do. No. Lin Anqi immediately denied it, and then gave the excuse she had prepared in advance. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I once swore an oath that my chosen partner must be a first-level talisman master. She paused, then glanced at Lu Xian apologetically. I heard from my father that you haven't passed the first-level talisman master assessment yet. How about, we formally become Taoist partners after you pass the assessment? If Lin Anqi truly opposed this marriage, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to receive Lu Xian today. She's only doing this to stall for time. Suddenly having a Taoist partner, with no real understanding of each other yet, left her unprepared. Lu Xian stared at the gentle girl in front of him, and could roughly guess her thoughts from the changes in her facial expressions. Lin Anqi wanted to take it slow, but Lu Xian was unwilling to wait any longer. The night was long, and he couldn't sleep. Miss Anqi, if I pass the test now, can we become Taoist partners? Pass the test now? Lin Anqi looked puzzled, not understanding what Lu Xian meant. As she expected, Lu Xian, a talisman genius, should have agreed to the request out of consideration for her sake, even if he was unwilling. Lu Xian didn't keep anyone in suspense and took out a complete set of talisman drawing tools from his sleeve, including talisman paper, talisman brush, and talisman ink. A low-grade, first-tier arrow talisman. You be the examiner, and I'll draw 3 on the spot. If they're all successful, then I'll consider it a passing grade. How about it? Lin Anqi was stunned. She'll be the examiner for the on-site assessment? The requirement for passing the first-tier talisman master exam is a 60% success rate, but in reality, a 40-50% success rate can be achieved through luck. If you can successfully draw a first-tier low-grade talisman 3 times in a row, you can basically guarantee passing the talisman master assessment. Even a qualified talisman master with a 60% success rate in drawing talismans only has a slightly over 20% chance of succeeding 3 times in a row. Moreover, this is a bedroom, not a quiet room specifically for drawing talismans, so the success rate is even lower. Is Lu Xian gambling? If he succeeds, he'll be looked at differently. If he fails, he won't lose anything? That's quite a scheme. Lin Anqi thought she had seen through Lu Xian's thoughts, but she was not going to refuse. Since they were going to become Taoist partners anyway, it was just a matter of time. Lu Xian wanted to gamble that she would be willing to play along. If she wins the bet, she can take the initiative in their future married life. If she loses, she won't suffer any loss. It's a win-win situation. Okay. Lin Anqi laughed and said, "Don't try to fool me. Although I'm not a talisman master, I can still tell whether a talisman is first tier or not." Lu Xian smiled, offered no further explanation, spread out the talisman paper, and began drawing talismans on the ordinary table. Lin Anqi quietly stepped back a little. There was no special array protection here, and if the talisman drawing failed, the power of the energy explosion would be considerable. Although they are unlikely to suffer much damage, they will inevitably end up looking disheveled. The image of Lu Xian's head being blown up into a mess flashed through her mind, and Lin Anqi's lips curled into a smile as she secretly chuckled to herself. 15 minutes later. Lu Xian put down his brush, and a flash of inspiration appeared. The first-grade low-rank arrow talisman was complete. The first one. Lu Xian handed the talisman to Lin Anqi beside him and immediately began drawing the second one. Lin Anqi picked up the talisman and examined it carefully. It was undoubtedly a first-grade, low-rank arrow talisman. The first one was a success, and Lin Anqi had already acknowledged Lu Xian's skill in making talismans. Even if the last two attempts fail, it won't affect Lu Xian's reputation as a talisman genius. Another quarter of an hour later. The second one. The second arrow talisman was successful without any surprise. This time, Lu Xian did not start drawing talismans immediately, but stopped and took 2 pills. 1 Qi and blood pill, 1 spirit nourishing pill. My cultivation level is still too low. Having just advanced to the second level of Qi refining, it's still a bit of a stretch for me to draw 3 low-grade first-tier talismans at once. Normally, it would be fine. He could slowly absorb spiritual energy to restore his mana. But Lu Xian had important matters to attend to later, so he had to take drugs. The third one. Lu Xian put down his pen, looked at Lin Anqi, who was filled with surprise and curiosity, and smiled. "How is it? Are you satisfied, young lady? How did you do that? With such a high success rate, why don't you participate in the Talisman Master Assessment?" "No. I remember father saying that you had only successfully drawn your first-tier talisman a few days ago." Lin Anqi never expected Lu Xuanjin to succeed. She was now filled with confusion and doubt. Lu Xian pulled Lin Anqi into his arms and asked softly, "Want to know?" Lin Anqi felt the intense heat emanating from Lu Xian, and her heart fluttered. She subconsciously nodded, yes. With the soft, warm fragrance of jade in his arms, feeling the richness and smoothness of her skin, how could Lu Xian possibly resist? I'll tell you later. Chapter 24 Connections. The next morning. The bedroom was in complete disarray, with snow-white silk undergarments, a bright red palace dress, and rolled-up stockings scattered all over the floor. Lin Anqi slowly woke up, and just as she was about to get up, she felt a sharp pain in her lower body. Recalling the madness of last night, her face flushed slightly. Lu Xian was simply inhuman, like a bull. "Miss, you're awake." Hearing the commotion inside, Lin Anqi's personal maid, Xiaoya, entered the room to help her get dressed and get out of bed. "Where is Master Lu? Where is he now?" Lin Anqi opened her arms to help with dressing, and asked at the same time. "He left early this morning, saying he was going back to his sect. He also told me to tell Miss that he would go back to his sect in the morning and come back in the afternoon from now on." Fraud. Lin Anqi cursed inwardly. "You promised to tell me the reason." She had countless questions she wanted to ask Lu Xian, but when she woke up, he was gone. A small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Lu Xian held his son, Xiao Yuan, and amused him. The baby was chubby and well-behaved. When he wasn't crying, he was quite cute. "Husband, how is Sister Anqi doing?" Lin Xuer has learned a lot about Lin Anqi these past few days. This cousin is proud and arrogant. She is worried that Lu Xian has not managed to win her over since he returned so early. "How is it?" Lu Xian asked. "About finding a Taoist partner." Lin Xuer asked anxiously. "Oh." Lu Xian exclaimed in realization, smiling slightly, "It's done." "That's good." Lin Xuer seemed relieved, seeing that she was even more concerned than Lu Xian himself. "Husband, you shouldn't have rushed back. Now that things are settled, you should accompany her to meet her parents and relatives and solidify the relationship. There is no custom of celebrating weddings in this world. People don't seem to attach much importance to it. Usually, it's just a matter of paying respects to elders and meeting up with friends. There is only one thing that deserves a grand celebration: the improvement in cultivation level, especially the improvement in a higher realm. If someone in the sect breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, the foundation establishment ceremony will be held for at least 3 days. Don't worry. Lu Xian handed Xiao Yuan back to Lin Shuer and reassured her, I know what's going on with your husband. I can't just stay in the city and ignore you forever, can I? My husband. Lin Shuer felt a surge of emotion. Lu Xian cared more about her. Lu Xian stayed with Lin Shuer and De Shuang and Xiao Shuang in the courtyard for about an hour, and then went to Li Fusher's place. The talisman lessons must continue, only then can we explain the ever-improving talisman drawing skills. Lin Tianyue had previously suggested that Lu Xian switch allegiance and become a disciple of one of the top-tier first-level talisman masters in the Talisman Hall, but Lu Xian refused. A first-tier high-grade talisman master holds a very high position, and Lin Tianyue's words may not carry much weight. Since Lu Xian did not want to, he did not force him. Lu Xian's talent in talismans is already exaggerated enough. There's no need for him to become an apprentice of a first-tier high-grade talisman master. It's good to slowly gain seniority under Li Fusher. Lu Xian is quite satisfied with that old man, Li Changsheng, at least he doesn't have any bad intentions. If I stay under Master Li's tutelage for a few more years, then it will be natural for me to be promoted to a mid-grade first-level talisman master. Li Fusher Xiaolu. When Lu Xian entered, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The news that he had become an inner disciple had already spread. Congratulations! Now I should call you Senior Brother Lu. Qin Yun teased. Within the sect, age is not considered. Outer disciples address inner disciples as Senior Brother or Senior Sister. Although Qin Yun is also a first-tier low-grade talisman master, she is already 29 years old and has not become an inner disciple. She was the only one among Li Fusher's previous batch of disciples to advance to the first rank of Talisman Master, which is exactly 10 years earlier than Lu Xian. Senior sister is joking, you will always be my senior sister. Lu Xian said with a smile. That won't do. Qin Yun quickly waved her hand, the sect rules are there. If the people in the enforcement hall find out, I'll definitely be punished. Okay. Lu Xian leaned closer to Qin Yun and lowered his voice, in public, you call me senior brother, and in private, I'll call you senior sister. Screw you. Qin Yun nudged Lu Xian, making him return to his seat, a blush creeping onto her ears. Lu Xian returned to his seat, and before he could even begin drawing talismans, people came over one after another to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, senior brother Lu, on your promotion to inner disciple. I hope you will continue to guide and mentor me in the future. Brother Lu, this is a century-old ginseng, a specialty of my hometown. Please try it. Senior brother Lu, I am a member of the Chen family. My father is a first-level alchemist in the alchemy hall. You can come to me if you need to buy pills in the future. Okay. Lu Xian accepted all comers, whether they were friends or gifts. In particular, he reserved 20 bottles of qi and blood pills on the spot from a man named Chen Ming. When a person becomes powerful, they don't need to put in the effort to cultivate connections, people will naturally come to them. Of the 30 disciples in Master Li's group, those who remained either possessed talent in talismans or had powerful connections. It wouldn't hurt to befriend them, you might need their help someday. Congratulations, Lu Xian. A voice that Lu Xian didn't expect appeared, and Lu Xian was stunned for 2 seconds. Yan Qingyao. She actually came over to congratulate me. According to her predecessor's memories, Yan Qingyao appeared easygoing, but in reality, she kept people at arm's length. Given what happened on the illusionary heart platform during the outer sect assessment a year ago, even if she wanted to congratulate Lu Xian, she wouldn't come over now. Thank you. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. We're from the same hometown, so we should help each other out in the future. Lu Xian had a very special feeling for Yan Qingyao. He didn't know if it was due to the influence of the original owner of the body or the influence of the illusionary heart platform, but he couldn't help but feel a strong emotion every time he saw her. However, Lu Xian forcibly suppressed these feelings. He came to cultivate immortality, not to fall in love. Given our current limitations, it's better to focus on improving ourselves than to waste time on her. Therefore, Lu Xian deliberately avoided Yan Qingyao during this period and basically did not take the initiative to speak to her. Yan Qingyao nodded in agreement, you're right. Of the 6 of us from Yongning Dao Academy, only Wang Xiaokong returned to Yongning, the other 5 all stayed in the sect. I'm planning to find a place to get together in a few days. Like you said, we should help each other out. Because of her high talent, Yan Qingyao became an inner disciple directly, and also a nominal disciple of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator in the Magic Hall. However, she came from an ordinary family in Yongning and had no family support, so she could never compare to the disciples of those cultivation families. Sects offer preferential treatment to disciples with good talent, but they do not provide unconditional training. Despite being called a Foundation Establishment cultivator's nominal disciple, it was really just a nominal one. Yan Xingyao only paid her respects once when she entered the sect, and they didn't see each other for a year afterward. Before a genius matures, he is just a genius. Once he shows signs of slowing down, the preferential treatment he received will gradually diminish. Lu Xian's rise reminded Yan Xingyao that without family support, she should gradually build her own network and acquire more resources in order to make greater progress. Chapter 25. Even more genius than a genius. Reunion? What are your plans? What do you need me to do? Lu Xian's body has been replaced by a different soul, and he has no feelings for his former acquaintances. Of those fellow villagers from Yangning Dao Academy, apart from Yan Xingyao, he only knew they were in a sect, but he didn't know their situation. You don't need to do anything. I'll arrange everything. You can just come over. I'm just letting you know in advance. Okay. I'll definitely be there. Class reunion. Lu Xian was speechless that he would have a class reunion after transmigrating to a cultivation world. However, he didn't want to spoil Yan Xingyao's mood. Since he didn't need to do anything, he could just go and take a look later. Yan Xingyao didn't say anything more and turned back to her seat. Lu Xian only stayed in the hall for half an hour before leaving early to cultivate in the inner sect cave. The spiritual energy concentration in the inner sect cave is as high as the first grade superior level, which is one level higher than the cultivation room of the Lin family talisman shop. It is more cost-effective to cultivate in the inner sect cave for 2 hours a day. Besides cultivation, drawing talismans in the inner sect cave can also restore magical power faster, and it is very private. Lu Xian could draw a first-grade low-level arrow talisman in less than a quarter of an hour, and his magic power could support drawing 2 at once. In 2 hours, including meditation and breath control, Lu Xian was able to successfully draw 8 pictures. Drawing talismans not only consumes magical power but also energy. With Lu Xian's current cultivation level, 8 talismans a day is already his limit. If he continues to draw talismans, he will either become mentally exhausted or suffer damage to his soul. A first-grade low-level arrow talisman costs 3 gold coins to produce and sells for 1 spirit stone and 2 gold coins. You can make a net profit of 7 spirit stones and 2 gold coins per day. Lu Xian has now stopped drawing ungraded talismans and is focusing all his efforts on drawing first-tier low-grade arrow talismans. First-grade mid-level arrow talismans are more expensive, costing 5 spirit stones each, while the cost is only 1 spirit stone. If the success rate is high enough, the higher the level of the talisman, the more money you can make. Unfortunately, drawing a mid-grade first-level talisman requires at least the 3rd level of qi refining, and while Lu Xiankong has the skill to draw talismans, his cultivation level is still insufficient. Afternoon. After Lu Xian finished drawing the talisman, he took a carriage back to the talisman shop in Red Pine City. Lin Anqi was watering several medicinal herbs in the spiritual field in the courtyard, seemingly oblivious to Lu Xian. Lu Xian walked over and looked at the round, emerald green plants in the spirit field, and asked, "What kind of miraculous medicine is this?" Lin Anqi didn't speak, pretending not to hear, clearly angry that Lu Xian had left without saying goodbye that morning. "Are you angry?" Lu Xian pulled her arm and snatched the kettle from her. "You've misunderstood me. I'm going back to the sect to cultivate. The spiritual energy in the inner sect's cave is as high as the first-grade upper level. Wouldn't it be a waste not to go? And I tried to wake you up, but you were sleeping so soundly I couldn't wake you at all. It's all your fault." Lin Anqi blurted it out, then realized something and blushed again. "Okay." Lu Xian took out a large package from his sleeve, opened it, and said, "Here are 500 low-grade talismans and 20 arrow talismans. Can I take them to the shop to sell?" Lin Anqi asked in surprise, "Why do you keep so many talismans?" Generally, talisman masters will sell their accumulated talismans and exchange them for spirit stones as soon as possible. These are all saved up from my previous practice. I have enough spirit stones, and I felt that the sect's purchase price was too low, so I saved some. Lu Xian had 3,100 unranked talismans and 100 first-rank low-grade arrow talismans. Taking them all out would be too extravagant. 500 would be more reasonable. Although Lin Anqi was shocked, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Private transactions are not allowed in the shop, but I can help you, but you have to give me half of the extra spirit stones. The shop actually belongs to Lin Tianyue, so of course, private transactions by the shop's owners are not allowed. However, Lin Anqi is the shop manager, so if she manipulates things, no one will care, and Lin Tianyue won't blame his daughter for such a small amount of spirit stones. No problem. Lu Xian readily agreed. Lin Anqi happily counted the talismans, even forgetting her anger. 100 rejuvenation talismans, 200 lightness talismans, 200 dust-avoiding talismans, a total of 53 spirit stones, 20 arrow talismans, 22 spirit stones, a total of 75 spirit stones. Based on a 30% profit margin, you can sell 22 more spirit stones and 5 more gold coins. I'll take 11, and you'll have 64, how about that? Lu Xian had no objections, and the two quickly divided the spoils. Then they discussed how to use the shop's channels to sell the talismans. In fact, Lu Xian understood that if Lin Anqi really wanted to embezzle the spirit stones in the shop, she wouldn't need to share the spoils with him. Rather than saying he gave Lin Anqi half of the profits, it would be more accurate to say that Lin Anqi gave him half more of the profits. Emotions are the catalyst for desire, and Lu Xian's blood and qi were boiling uncontrollably. It must be a side effect of cultivating the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique. Lu Xian felt that his sexual desires were getting stronger and stronger, and his combat power was terrifyingly powerful. 15 days later, Lu Xian and Lin Anqi's relationship grew stronger day by day. Lin Anqi introduced Lu Xian to her acquaintances in the city, and everyone in the neighborhood knew of his existence. The street where the Lin family's talisman shop is located is full of shops that sell low-level cultivation resources. Talisman shops, elixir shops, herbal medicine shops, magical artifact shops, spirit beast shops, you name it, they have it. Some of the properties belong to the disciples of the sect, while others belong to the cultivation families in the city or local areas. Although prices here are generally a little higher than in the sect, Lu Xian still prefers to spend his money here. All transactions within the sect are recorded, and once someone notices him, they can uncover his problems. This place is different, it's a mixed bag, and even the Red Pine sect can't investigate every single transaction. Husband, what is your success rate in drawing a low-grade first-tier talisman? Lin Anqi suddenly remembered the bet they made the night they first met, and asked Lu Xian while holding his arm. These days, Lu Xian gives her 5 arrow talismans every day, so the success rate should be quite high. About 70–80%. Lu Xian replied. Then why don't you go and take the Talisman Master exam? Lin Anqi was puzzled. After passing the Talisman Master assessment at the Talisman Hall, one could obtain many privileges, such as discounts on purchasing talisman drawing materials. Most people would try their luck whenever they had the chance, even if the success rate was only 40% or 50%. Too much trouble. Lu Xian smiled and explained, my cultivation is only at the second level of qi refining, so I can only draw 8 first-grade low-level talismans a day. It takes more than a day just to draw 10. Besides, your husband's talent in talismans is too high, I'm afraid some people will be jealous. Nonsense. Lin Anqi thought Lu Xian was talking nonsense again, but upon closer inspection, she realized that Lu Xian had only been a beginner for less than a year and had only been learning to draw talismans for half a year, yet he already had a 70–80% success rate in drawing first-grade low-level talismans. The talent is truly extraordinary. Keep a low profile. He became a first-level talisman master in less than a year, and his cultivation level broke through to the second level of qi refining, which is no worse than those genius disciples. Thinking about it this way, Lin Anqi felt like she had struck gold. Lu Xian was even more of a genius than those geniuses who had looked down on her before. Chapter 26, Helping Others. Another half-month passed. Lin Anqi is pregnant, and in addition, Lin Anqi's personal maid Xiaoye is also pregnant. This wasn't something Lu Xian did secretly, he did it openly and honestly after obtaining the two women's consent. Lu Xian was a virtuous man who acted uprightly and never stooped to sneaking around. Is my husband satisfied now? Lin Anqi gently stroked her lower abdomen, her eyes full of coquettishness as she looked at Lu Xian. After a month of nourishment, Lin Anqi's complexion became rosy and her overall appearance improved, resembling a blooming flower, delicate and beautiful. Lu Xian's 3-yang gathering body technique is a dual cultivation technique. In order to have children, he never hesitated to use the primordial yang energy in his body, which was naturally a great tonic for Lin Anqi. Satisfied, satisfied. With a beautiful woman in his arms, and her pregnant with his child, what more could Lu Xian possibly want? My husband. Lin Anqi's pretty face was serious as she advised once again, my husband should prioritize cultivation. Other cultivators only consider having offspring after they have no hope of success in their cultivation. Mortal women like Lin Anqi, who marry cultivators, usually beg the cultivators to share a room with them. Lu Xian, on the contrary, even tried to persuade him to prioritize cultivation. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. There are several farts. Lin Anqi was not unaware of Lu Xian's situation. He had already given birth to a child with Lin Shuer within the sect, and there were also 2 pregnant maids. Including himself and Xiaoya, Lu Xian already has 5 children. She just couldn't understand why Lu Xian, who clearly had a bright future, was so focused on having a child and giving up on himself. She had tried to persuade him, but Lu Xian wouldn't listen, and there was nothing she could do. She couldn't force Lu Xian to listen to her in this kind of situation. On his way back to the sect, Lu Xian saw some young people dressed in the robes of Taoist Academy students. Outer sect assessment? It's been a whole year. Within a year, Lu Xian had 2 Taoist partners, 2 maids, and 1 servant girl. Lin Shuer gave birth to her eldest son, Lu Daoyuan, while the rest are all pregnant. My baby and I are due in 3 months. I wonder what kind of reward we'll receive. Lu Xian's success today is entirely due to his hard work. He knows this very well. Lin Shuer is still recovering, and the remaining 4 women are all pregnant. It's time to find new Taoist partners. Once a man has money, he can't stay idle. Last time I sold a batch of talismans to Lin Anqi and earned 64 spirit stones. In the past month, I have gradually sold 150 first-grade low-level arrow talismans and earned 150 spirit stones. There were too many talismans to sell later, and Lin Anqi couldn't make the decision to buy them at full price. Instead, after consulting with Lin Tianyue, she bought them 1 talisman per spirit stone. The harvest of spirit stones is plentiful, but the expenses are also high. I bought 300 sets of first-grade low-level arrow talismans, which cost 90 spirit stones. I also bought various pills, moon essence spirit marrow for my son, and other daily necessities, which cost a total of 30 spirit stones. All things considered, Lu Xian still had nearly 100 spirit stones left, making him quite wealthy. In addition to spirit stones, Lu Xian also had more than 2,000 unranked talismans, worth more than 200 spirit stones, and 180 first-rank low-grade arrow talismans, worth 180 spirit stones, for a total value of 400 spirit stones. With a net worth of 5 million, and the ability to draw 8 first-grade low-level talismans a day, he can earn over 100 spirit stones a month. With so much money, what's wrong with finding a few more Taoist partners? Thinking of this, Lu Xian instructed the coachman not to go home first, but instead went to the dual cultivation hall. It's you! Lu Xian? Lu Qingqing stared at Lu Xian for a while, then exclaimed in surprise. Lu Xian became an inner disciple after only 1 year of joining the sect. Since he failed the outer sect assessment, he was able to stay by joining the dual cultivation hall. Lu Xian's legendary experiences made him a prominent figure in the sect, even though he kept a low profile. Many people had heard of his deeds even if they had never met him. As the person in charge of admitting unsuccessful students to the dual cultivation hall, Lu Qingqing personally registered Lu Xian a year ago, so she had a deep impression of him. Deacon Lu actually remembers me? Lu Xian was also somewhat surprised. Lu Qingqing had to face all sorts of people every day, and he thought it was impossible for her to remember him. Lu Qingqing smiled and said, Master Lu is now a first-level talisman master and an inner disciple. How could I dare not remember you? Lu Qingqing was only an outer sect steward, and her status was equivalent to that of a senior outer sect disciple, which was incomparable to that of an inner sect disciple like Lu Xian. Life is truly unpredictable. Who would have thought that a disciple who couldn't even pass the assessment could become an inner disciple within a year? Lu Xian was stunned. Is he that famous now? Even Lu Qingqing knows that he has become a talisman master and joined the inner sect. Lu Xian spent his days either cultivating or drawing talismans, and had no idea that he had already become famous. Master Lu probably didn't come to reminisce, did he? Is there something you need? Lu Qingqing asked as she served tea. Lu Xian snapped out of his reverie and remembered the important matter. Doesn't your dual cultivation hall offer a service to introduce Taoist partners to students who failed the entrance exam? I came here to ask what procedures are required if I want to accept a few female students who were not admitted. All students in the Taoist Academy possess spiritual roots, and Taoist couples with spiritual roots have a much higher probability of having offspring with spiritual roots as well. If a child has spiritual roots, the easier it will be to raise them, and the brighter their future will be. Given the opportunity, Lu Xian would naturally prioritize choosing a Taoist partner with spiritual roots. All the students at the Tao Academy are 18 years old and have just experienced the setback of the outer sect assessment. They urgently need Lu Xian's help. Are you planning to take a few female students who failed the imperial examinations as your Taoist partners? Lu Qingqing thought she had misunderstood and asked in a doubtful tone. In the past, only the mortal descendants of high-level cultivators had such needs. A wealthy cultivator like Lu Xian should be buying a cultivation furnace to improve his cultivation. Lu Xian also realized his abnormality, but there was nothing he could do. His enthusiasm for having children couldn't be hidden. That's right. Lu Xian nodded and explained, my spiritual root talent is poor, and my hope of reaching the foundation establishment stage is slim. Rather than pursuing the path of cultivation, I should enjoy myself and raise offspring. This. Cultivating immortality is defying the heavens. How can one give up so easily until the very last moment? Lu Xian's conditions are better than many people's, and Lu Qingqing did not expect that he would give up the path of cultivation now. However, she had no close relationship with Lu Xian, so she could only think these things to herself. It wouldn't be appropriate to say them aloud. It's not difficult. As long as you both are satisfied, our dual cultivation hall will charge a referral fee of 5 spirit stones per person after the deal is done. You can discuss the rest privately. However, the outer sect assessment is still a few days away. You can register first, and I will send someone to notify you when the time comes. The introduction fee of 5 spirit stones is actually not expensive. Since the dual cultivation hall also includes the status of an outer disciple, it's a benefit for both parties. Okay. To attract female students to choose him, Lu Xian filled in the requirements for a Taoist partner in a very generous manner. If he takes a liking to you, you can get 2 spirit stones of cultivation resources every month. If you get pregnant, the treatment will double. In addition, Lu Xian also provides accommodation with a monthly rent of no less than 1 spirit stone. Chapter 27 The Gathering. Li Fushi Xiaolu. As usual, Lu Xian went through the motions, drew 2 talismans, exchanged experiences with Qin Yun, and prepared to leave in less than half an hour. Lu Xian. Do you have time now? Yan Qingyao walked to Lu Xian's side and said, I've reserved a table at Wangxianla. Yi Sun, Zhao Li, and Chang Dan have all agreed to come over later. Lu Xian remembered the gathering that Yan Qingyao had mentioned before. Okay. Lu Xian had nothing else to do, so he agreed, thinking it wouldn't matter if he started cultivating a little later. Yan Qingyao and Lu Xian walked side by side, leaving the Talisman Master's building together. You adulterous couple. Zhang Yi, who had been closely watching Yan Qingyao's actions, cursed inwardly. He had been pursuing Yan Qingyao for over half a year, but the woman had always ignored him. He thought she was just naturally aloof, but it turned out she was simply aloof towards him. An inner disciple, is that right? Just you wait. Once I break through to the mid-stage of qi refining, I'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with you. Wangxian Tower. The building, tens of meters high, with carved beams and painted rafters, is magnificent and belongs to the Xuanxiu Hall. Miss Qingyao is so generous. A private room on the 7th floor must be expensive. Lu Xian looked around the private room and the dishes on the table, which were filled with spiritual energy, and said, Wangxianla is the largest restaurant in the outer sect. Even the most ordinary table in the 1st floor hall costs 1 spirit stone. Lu Xian had come here once before with Lin Shuer. At that time, Lu Xian didn't have much money, so the 2 of them only stayed on the 1st floor. The 7th floor is the top floor, and it was estimated to cost no less than 10 spirit stones. I can't compare to you, Master Lu. I saved up these spirit stones by being frugal. Yan Qingyao looked at Lu Xian with envy in her eyes. A 1st-level talisman master, she wondered how long it would take her to reach Lu Xian's current level. Does Miss Qingyao really lack spirit stones? Lu Xian looked incredulous. You have a 4th-grade spiritual root, you entered the inner sect during the outer sect assessment, and I heard you're a foundation establishment cultivator disciple. A little bit of spirit stones shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Why? Yan Qingyao sighed. It's not that simple. I am merely a disciple of my master, and apart from the rewards such as the cave dwelling and magical artifacts, my monthly stipend is only 10 spirit stones. If you fail to break through to the mid-stage of qi refining within 2 years, your salary will be reduced by half the following year. If you still fail to break through the following year, your salary will be reduced by half again, until you have no salary at all. 10 spirit stones a month, 120 spirit stones a year. Lu Xian didn't know what to say. He had never heard of such a thing as a salary. When I first became a senior outer disciple of the Talisman Hall, I received no salary. Now that I'm an inner disciple, I still receive no salary. There are differences even among inner disciples. The sect still gives preferential treatment to geniuses like Yan Qingyao who have the potential to become foundation establishment cultivators. The other three hadn't arrived yet, so Lu Xian and Yan Qingyao started chatting. After a while, a refined-looking man in a blue robe was led in by the waiter. "Senior brother Lu, senior sister Yan, it's been a long time." Yi Sun bowed respectfully, a faint smile on his face. He had long wanted to meet his former fellow townsman, but now that Yan Qingyao and Lu Xian were inner disciples, it would be easy for them to misunderstand if he took the initiative to approach them. "Don't call me senior brother or senior sister. There are no outsiders here. Just call me by my name." Yan Qingyao gestured for Yi Sun to sit down and said, "Zhao Li and Changdan haven't arrived yet, let's wait a bit. I heard that Yi Sun, you've joined the Spirit Plant Hall. The Spirit Plant Hall is great, so peaceful." Yi Sun nodded and said with a wry smile, "It is indeed stable, but it's just hard-earned money. I studied how to grow red lotus spirit rice for a year, and just last month I passed the assessment and was qualified to rent 1 acre of first-grade low-level spirit field. Red lotus spirit rice, a first-grade low-level spirit rice, can be eaten directly or used in medicine and alchemy. Most importantly, it contains a lot of qi and blood, which has the benefit of nourishing the body. Lu Xian has been eating this kind of spiritual rice recently. Brother Yi, how much do you usually sell your red lotus spirit rice for?" Lu Xian asked. "When sold to the dual cultivation hall, it's usually sold at 70% of the market price, around 7 to 8 silver coins per pound," Yi Sun replied. "So?" Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, "I need 1,000 caddies. I'll buy it from you at 80% of the market price. Is that all right?" 1,000 jin. Yi Sun didn't rush to agree, but asked curiously, "Brother Lu, what are you doing buying so much spirit rice?" Opening a spirit rice shop in the city or within the sect requires paying high taxes, so if Lu Xian wants to sell it for profit, he probably won't make any money. "I'll eat it myself, I don't know how to refine pills." "Eat it all by yourself? 1,000 pounds? Yi Sun wondered if he had misheard. "This is a low-grade first-level spirit rice, not ordinary rice. Even if you ate it as a meal, you couldn't eat this much." "Well, I have quite a lot of family members." Actually, the number of people was secondary. The main issue was that Lu Xian himself ate a lot. He discovered that eating red lotus spirit rice was more effective and cost-effective than eating qi and blood pills for cultivation. Even if he hadn't met Yi Sun today, he would still have gone to the Spirit Plant Hall to buy a large quantity of plants after some time. A deal worth 1,000 caddies of red lotus spirit rice, worth 80 spirit stones, would allow Yi Sun to earn nearly 10 spirit stones more. He quickly discussed the details with Lu Xian. As the two were discussing, a man in a black robe with an ordinary appearance and a calm demeanor entered the room. "Zhao Li greets fellow Taoists." Yan Qingyao's eyes lit up, and she smiled. "Zhao Li is here. Please take a seat." Yan Qingyao organized this gathering primarily to befriend Zhao Li. Lu Xuandu was secondary. Zhao Li, like Yan Qingyao, was a disciple of the Magic Hall. Although he was only an outer disciple, he was promoted to an upper-level outer disciple within a year, and his cultivation level broke through to the second level of qi refining half a year ago. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to become an inner disciple within 2 or 3 years. Unlike the others, Zhao Li was a pure magic cultivator who spent years traveling around with the enforcement hall, doing business that involved risking his life. Murder and arson bring wealth and power. For cultivators like them, who are from the bottom tier and have no background, Zhao Li's future is the brightest. Certainly. He also had the highest probability of dying young. At the same time, Chang Dan also arrived. She was rather quiet. She greeted everyone as she entered, and then sat down without saying much. Once everyone had arrived, the banquet began. Yan Qingyao livened up the atmosphere by recounting amusing anecdotes from her time at the Taoist Academy. Lu Xian couldn't remember many things, so he could only agree with him. Turning to Zhao Li, who also seemed uninterested, Lu Xian asked, "Brother Zhao, I heard that things are a bit chaotic in Yongning right now. Have you gone back to check on it?" Zhao Li was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "I've been working with the enforcement hall in Yongning, and it is indeed a bit chaotic there." "Oh." Lu Xian became even more interested and asked, "I heard that a spirit stone mine was discovered on the border, and 2 foundation establishment families fought over it?" Zhao Li nodded without offering further explanation. Lu Xian thought for a moment, but still couldn't help asking, "I've heard some rumors, I don't know if they're true or false." Zhao Li immediately became serious and interrupted, "Brother Lu, there's no need to talk about the rumors, neither of us can afford to bear the consequences." Chapter 28: The Tragic Story of Chang Dan. "Brother Zhao, you misunderstand. I heard that the chaos in Yongning was related to the involvement of the outer sect, and I was worried about the danger to my family. Lu Xian's expression showed a hint of worry, and he changed the subject. Zhao Li's expression returned to normal, and he said, "Brother Lu, there's no need to worry. No matter how chaotic things get, ordinary people won't be harmed. This is just empty words of comfort. Cultivators rarely target mortals, but it is perfectly normal to be caught in the crossfire and die because of the fighting among cultivators." Lu Xian nodded and brought up another important matter. "Brother Zhao, you travel around all year round, do you need to buy talismans? What kind of talismans can Brother Lu draw?" Zhao Li knew that Lu Xian had just been promoted to a first-tier talisman master. If the first-tier low-grade talismans he drew were suitable for Lu Xian's use, it wouldn't hurt to buy some. He has his own network of contacts and can also get goods directly from other talisman masters, usually at around 80% of the market price. "A low-grade, first-tier arrow talisman," Lu Xian replied. "Brother Lu, how much do you want to sell it for?" If the price is 80% of the market value, Zhao Li decided to sell one of Lu Xian's noodles and buy some for himself. If Lu Xian sees him as a sucker, then so be it. 70% of the market price. Lu Xian made a 7-point gesture with his fingers and said with a smile, "Brother Zhao should know that the purchase price of the talisman hall is 70%. I didn't intend to make more money off you." 70%. Zhao Li's eyes lit up. Although he had connections, the lowest he could get was 75 or 80%. Recently, the Hongsong sect has become increasingly chaotic, and the price of talismans has also risen accordingly, making it increasingly difficult to find channels to buy talismans at low prices. "Brother Lu, how many arrows and talismans can you sell me?" Zhao Li asked. "How many do you want to buy?" Lu Xian asked in return. 100 copies, do we have them?" Zhao Li asked after a moment's thought. Arrow talismans are relatively useful offensive talismans. They can be activated with just a little magic power and don't require much mental effort to control. Even if Zhao Li couldn't use the goods himself, he wouldn't lose money selling them to his colleagues at 70% of the market price. "No problem." Lu Xian took out a stack of neatly folded first-grade low-rank arrow talismans from his sleeve and handed them to Zhao Li. "I happen to have 100 in stock. If you want to buy more, I can reserve 100 for you every month." Zhao Li was startled. He examined the arrow talismans and found that they were indeed of good quality. A stack of low-grade first-tier arrow talismans, worth nearly 100 spirit stones, was given to him by Lu Xian just like that. "Brother Lu, I don't have that many spirit stones on me right now." Zhao Li hadn't expected that Lu Xian was carrying 100 first-tier talismans with him. When he said he was going to buy 100, he actually meant he was going to buy 100 from Lu Xian in batches. "It's all right." Lu Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I trust Brother Zhao, you can give me the spirit stones next time." Lu Xian had too many talismans piling up, and the stock was growing. For him, the important thing was to get rid of them as quickly as possible. As for Zhao Li, regardless of whether he trusts or not, a mere 100 talismans are enough to see through a person's character, so it's not a loss. Moreover, Lu Xian is an inner disciple. Given his current status, as long as Zhao Li still wants to stay in the sect, he wouldn't dare to steal his spirit stones. Zhao Li took out a spirit stone bag from his person and handed it to Lu Xian along with the bag. "Here are 15 spirit stones. Don't worry, Brother Lu, I will send you the remaining 69 spirit stones within 3 days." Lu Xian smiled and said, "There's no need to rush. It's fine to wait a little longer." Zhao Li carefully put away the talisman and bowed to Lu Xian. "Thank you." Although Zhao Li didn't say anything to express his gratitude, Lu Xian could sense that he was sincerely thankful. While Lu Xian and Zhao Li were discussing the talisman business, Yan Qingyao, Yi Sun, and Chang Dan had already stopped their casual conversation and were observing the whole thing. Seeing that the two had finished their transaction, Yan Qingyao smiled and teased, "Lu Xian, I hosted this gathering, and in the end you were buying spirit rice and selling talismans, while I didn't do anything. Shouldn't you compensate me?" Lu Xian thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. He smiled and nodded, saying, "How would Miss Qingyao like me to make amends?" Yan Qingyao thought for a while. "I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I've thought it through." Lu Xian didn't care, since he hadn't agreed to anything anyway. After a satisfying meal, the gathering came to an end. Yan Qingyao made a promise that everyone would get together once a year from now on, and that they could keep in touch more often and help each other if they encountered any difficulties. The 5 people left one by one, and Lu Xian went to the inner sect cave to cultivate. Chang Dan was the last to leave, watching Lu Xian's carriage head towards the mountainside, her eyes flickering. She barely spoke at the party just now, not because she was introverted, but because she couldn't get a word in edgewise. She's so pitiful. Like Lu Xian, he failed the outer sect assessment and was able to stay in the sect only by joining the dual cultivation hall. Unlike Lu Xian, Chang Dan did not choose to become a Taoist partner with a mortal from a family of cultivators, but instead chose the furnace cultivation method. Having witnessed the destiny of immortality, she was no longer content with an ordinary life. Even if there was an abyss ahead, Chang Dan was willing to jump in. That year, Chang Dan worked hard in the dual cultivation hall, saving every penny to cultivate diligently. Then, she despaired. For a whole year, she hadn't even broken through to the first level of qi refining. If hard work were useful, what would be the point of having talent? At today's gathering, seeing that everyone had achieved something, she felt so inferior that she hadn't even entered the gate of cultivation. She wanted to run away on the spot. Lu Xian. Chang Dan recalled the scene she had just witnessed at the party. Lu Xian was truly wealthy. He frequently engages in transactions involving hundreds of spirit stones, and he doesn't seem to care much at all. Do talisman masters really make that much money? Chang Dan frequented the dual cultivation hall and knew all about Lu Xian's legendary experiences. She had even heard about Lin Shuer, De Shuang, Xiao Shuang, and Lin Anqi. But he didn't expect Lu Xian to be so rich, able to casually take out hundreds of spirit stones. That's over 100 spirit stones. If we use them sparingly, we won't have to worry about cultivating in the early stages of qi refining. There's no point in working hard to cultivate. If I keep staying in the dual cultivation hall doing odd jobs, I don't know how long it will take me to break through to the first level of qi refining. Chang Dan remembered that Lu Xian was lustful and eager to have children. This might be my chance. The next day, as Lu Xian was returning to his sect from the city by carriage, the carriage suddenly stopped. Lu Xian lifted the curtain and exclaimed, "Chang Dan? Did Miss Chang Dan need something from me?" Chang Dan wore a light yellow fitted long dress and had no makeup on her face, yet she looked even more radiant than yesterday. At first glance, she's actually quite pretty, with a pure and innocent look like a girl next door. "Brother Lu, please help me." Chang Dan's eyes welled up with tears, and her voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. "Is there something troubling you, young lady? Tell me, and if I can help, I certainly will." Lu Xian didn't understand what Chang Dan was up to, so he didn't make any definitive statements. According to Lu Xian's original memories, Chang Dan and Lu Xian were not familiar with each other and had hardly spoken. "This is a long story, Brother Lu, may I get on the carriage and tell you slowly?" Chapter 29 The Kind-Hearted Lu Xian. Let's get on the carriage and talk slowly. After carefully observing Chang Dan's expression, Lu Xian began to understand her intentions. "Please get in, young lady." Lu Xian tentatively reached out his hand. Chang Dan hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took Lu Xian's hand, and they entered the carriage. The car was lined with soft, white fur, and an expensive calming incense was burning on a coffee table. Chang Dan's eyes immediately widened. Lu Xian carefully examined Chang Dan from head to toe, realizing that he had previously overlooked her beauty. This girl was the kind of person whose beauty grew on you. The more you looked at her, the more beautiful she became. Without Lu Xian saying a word, Chang Dan sat down and began to recount her tragic experiences over the past year. "Back then, I failed the outer sect assessment just like Brother Lu. After joining the dual cultivation hall, I didn't go to the Red Boat workshop. Instead, I did odd jobs in the dual cultivation hall, hoping to cultivate through my own efforts. What a pity! A whole year has passed, and I haven't even reached the first level of qi refining." Chang Dan's tone grew increasingly sorrowful, and her expression seemed genuine as she looked at Lu Xian and continued. "Brother Lu, I really want to cultivate immortality. I don't want to go to Red Boat Lane, can you help me?" Lu Xian knew that Hanchuanfang was a place where the Shuangxiu Hall conducted prostitution. Lu Xian was quite surprised that Chang Dan chose to cultivate the furnace cauldron technique but did not join the Red Boat workshop. The physical body is merely a shell, the soul is the essence. Trading flesh and blood is not considered shameful within the dual cultivation hall. Earning money through their own abilities, some female cultivators even became sought-after fairies, enjoying immense prestige and abundant spiritual stones. "How can I help you, Miss Chang?" Lu Xian asked. Chang Dan pursed her lips, staring into Lu Xian's eyes. "I want to become your Taoist partner." Lu Xian did not agree immediately, but stated his conditions. "A Taoist partner is fine, but only 3 spirit stones per month, which will double after pregnancy. Chang Dan is quite beautiful, but she's too ambitious. If Lu Xian hadn't been kind-hearted, he definitely wouldn't have agreed to her request. 3 spirit stones. The amount doubles after pregnancy, which is 6 spirit stones per month. Chang Dan works odd jobs in the dual cultivation hall, and her monthly salary is less than 1 spirit stone. Thank you so much, Brother Lu. Chang Dan leaned into Lu Xian's arms, feeling exceptionally happy. It's not just because of the 6 spirit stones per month, but also because of the value attached to Lu Xian. As an inner disciple and the partner of a first-level talisman master, she will also have many opportunities to make money in the future. The path suddenly became clear. Lu Gang, go to the dual cultivation hall. Lu Xian gave instructions to Lu Gang, who was driving the carriage. When the 1-month rental period for the carriage expired, Lu Xian had the money, so he bought it and appointed Lu Gang as his full-time coachman and guard. Lu Xian arrived at the dual cultivation hall, inquired about the place, and then went to the rental area. He spent 10 spirit stones to rent a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain, which was right next to Lin Shuer. The rent for the courtyard is 1 spirit stone per month, but if you pay for a year in one lump sum, it only costs 10 spirit stones. You'll be moving here from now on, but you can only live in the main house. Other people will be moving in a couple of days. Lu Xian handed the courtyard token to Chang Dan and gave her instructions. Will anyone else move in? Chang Dan was a little puzzled, but she didn't ask any further questions. Night. Lu Xian did not leave the city today. After finishing his cultivation in his cave, he went straight to the small courtyard where Chang Dan had moved in. My husband. Chang Dan was mentally prepared and had already taken a bath and changed clothes in advance. Dressed in a plain white gauze robe, with her hair slightly damp, Chang Dan looked incredibly pure. White moonlight. A phrase from his past life floated into Lu Xian's mind. He scooped her up in his arms and carried her to the bed. Ah. My husband, the lights are still on. 3 days later. Lu Xian and Chang Dan rode together in a carriage to the dual cultivation hall. The outer sect assessment had already ended, and he had come to help the female students who had failed the assessment. Please wait a moment, Senior Brother Lu. He will be here shortly. Lu Qingqing glanced at Chang Dan beside Lu Xian, unsure of what to say. After just a few days, he's found another Taoist partner. Doesn't the Lin family care at all? A day earlier, Lu Qingqing had already sent Lu Xian the list of female students who had accepted his conditions. Lu Xian himself was of excellent quality, and the conditions he offered were equally good, so there were quite a few people interested. However, Lu Xian ultimately only selected 3, Huang Qian, Wu Qingyue, and Li Man. There was no particular reason for choosing these 3, it was simply because they were good-looking. Lu Xian originally thought the more the better, but after seeing the portraits, he found many of the women unacceptable. It's so hard to go from extravagance to frugality. The 3 female students were quickly brought in by Lu Qingqing. This is Master Lu Fu. Lu Qingqing pointed to Lu Xian and introduced him. Greetings, Master Lu. 3-inch. Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Huang Qian has fair skin, a small and delicate face, and her eyes are curved as if she is smiling. Wu Qingyue has a high nose bridge and distinct facial features, giving her a cool and aloof air that keeps people at a distance. Li Man is similar to Lin Anqi in that she is very feminine, but has a gentle temperament, like a friendly older sister next door. The 3 women have different appearances and temperaments, but they all have one thing in common: they have excellent figures with slim waists and long legs. The real person was no different from the portrait. After a brief chat, they were both very satisfied with Lu Xian. So Lu Xian paid a referral fee of 15 spirit stones and then led the 3 of them to Chang Dan's small courtyard. The courtyard only had 3 rooms, but there were 4 of them, so it was a bit too small for them to stay in. Renting another small courtyard would be fine, but Lu Xian thought it was inconvenient and told them to make do for now. As compensation, Lu Xian increased the previously promised 2 spirit stones per month to 3 spirit stones per month. With 3 spirit stones a month, after deducting daily expenses, there would still be extra money to buy pills, so the 3 women naturally had no objections. Night. To celebrate the 3 new Taoist couples, Lu Xian had Lu Gang order a table of food and drink from Wang Xianla and have it delivered. They also specially ordered a pot of first-tier spirit wine worth 8 spirit stones and a first-tier demon beast spirit fish. At the banquet, Lu Xian gave each person a month's worth of spirit stones, and also gave each person 10 unranked talismans. Chang Dan was alright, she had already felt Lu Xian's wealth and generosity over the past 3 days. Huang Qian, Wu Qingyue, and Li Man, on the other hand, were unexpectedly happy. They chose to join the dual cultivation hall because their families weren't well off. They were already satisfied with the conditions Lu Xian had promised, but they were also a little worried that Lu Xian was lying to them. Who would have thought that Lu Xian was even richer and more generous than they had imagined? Becoming his Taoist partner would be a great deal. When people are well fed and warm, they think of lustful desires. Looking at the four beautiful young women, each with her own unique charm, Lu Xian felt his blood rushing to his head. The four women were all 18 or 19 years old, and all possessed the spiritual roots for cultivating immortality. Such conditions were unheard of before. Lu Xian wanted to challenge his limits. "My husband, do you really want to be together?" Li Man's face turned red. She was a little overwhelmed by the grand occasion she had just encountered for the first time. "Husband, won't you be able to handle this? Husband, is this really alright?" Chapter 33 Children, the beginning of a family. I feel completely drained. The next morning, Lu Xian swallowed an entire bottle of qi and blood pills before he felt his vital energy return. Lu Xian's body refinement cultivation is about to break through to the second level, so he shouldn't be so weak. But his purpose was not simply to enjoy himself, he also needed to expend his vital essence to conceive offspring. If the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique weren't at a high enough level, even an iron body wouldn't be able to withstand last night's methods. The four women were still asleep. Lu Xian had almost recovered, so he got up and practiced a set of sword techniques in the courtyard. Lin Shuer's innate sword technique was quite effective. After practicing it for a while, Lu Xian found that his control over his body had improved significantly, so he persisted in practicing it every day. With his swordsmanship at a minor level, coupled with the enhancement of his magical power and his strong physical strength, Lu Xian's combat power should not be underestimated. "Master Lu, someone requests an audience." While Lu Xian was practicing his swordsmanship, the voice of his guard Lu Gang could be heard outside. "Someone wants to see him?" Lu Xian had only rented this small courtyard a few days ago, and very few people knew that he lived here. Lu Xian sheathed his sword and ordered, "Come in." The courtyard gate opened, and a man in black followed Lu Gang inside. Jolly clasped his hands in a salute and took out an exquisite spirit stone bag from his person, handing it to Lu Xian. "These are the 69 spirit stones I owed Brother Lu. Please count them." Lu Xian took the spirit stone, examined it, felt its weight, and without counting it, put it into his pocket, laughing. "Brother Zhao is a trustworthy person. You can come to me if you need any talismans in the future." Jolly looked a little guilty. "I promised to deliver it to you within 3 days, and it should have been delivered to you yesterday." He had gathered enough spirit stones yesterday afternoon, but Lu Xian's whereabouts were uncertain, and he had been searching for him all afternoon without success. In the end, they had to spend money to inquire about information from the dual cultivation hall before they were able to find Lu Xian early in the morning. "Brother Zhao, you're too kind." Lu Xian invited him to sit at the stone table in the courtyard. "Brother Zhao, you bought so many arrows and talismans, surely not for your own use? Has the situation in Yongning not improved yet?" Even with Lu Xian's discount, the price of 100 arrow talismans was close to 100 spirit stones. Jolly was only an outer disciple with a Qi refining level 2 cultivation, so he couldn't afford them and had to sell them to his colleagues. Lu Xian was willing to sell the talismans to him at a low price not only because he was in a hurry to sell them and make money, but also because he wanted to befriend Jolly and gather information from the outside world. Brother Lu is right. Jolly didn't hide anything and said directly. "Our law enforcement hall of the Magic Hall uses a lot of talismans. Usually, the higher-ups will approach the talisman masters in the talisman hall to buy talismans directly, and the price will be cheaper than the market price. However, talisman masters need to make money, and the higher-ups of the enforcement hall also need to make money. The price we disciples receive is about 80% of the market price. Moreover, talismans are in short supply, and there is a limited number of talismans that can be obtained at a low price." At this point, Jolly gratefully clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lu Xian. "Brother Lu, if you sell me 100 first-grade low-rank arrow talismans at 70% of the market price, I can make 12 spirit stones in profit." 12 spirit stones. Even if Jolly risked his life for a month, he might not have 12 spirit stones. "Brother Zhao, there's no need to worry. We've only been disciples for a year, and I don't have any connections. I get the same price even if I sold it to the sect. It's only right that we help each other." Lu Xian brought out the spirit wine that hadn't been finished last night and poured a cup for Jolly. The two drank and chatted. With shared interests at stake, Jolly spoke less cautiously than before. "Brother Lu, things are likely to get more and more chaotic in Yongning. If you care about your family, you should bring them to Hongsong City as soon as possible. Oh? What do you mean? Lu Xian asked, puzzled. The chaos in Yongning is not as simple as two families fighting over a spirit stone mine. There are also external forces involved. According to my master's analysis, a major war is very likely to break out. Yongning County is on the border of the Hongsong sect, and it is adjacent to another Golden Core sect, the Minghua sect. Outer sects involved? Lu Xian was even more puzzled. The higher-ups of the Red Pine sect aren't involved? Zhao Li fell silent, picked up his wine glass and took a sip. We can't fathom what's going on at the top. Who knows? Lu Xian recalled the previous rumors, and perhaps this was the root cause of the chaos. After chatting for a while and agreeing on the time and place for the next transaction, Zhao Li said goodbye and left. 1 month later. Chang Dan, Huang Qian, Wu Qingyue, and Li Man became pregnant one after another, and the 4 women's monthly stipend was increased to 6 spirit stones each. Lu Xian's life remained largely unchanged. He spent his days drawing talismans, cultivating, and tending to the business at the Talisman Hall in the city. He also used his spare time to spend with his fellow Taoists. Including maids and servants, Lu Xian currently has 9 Taoist partners, 8 of whom are pregnant, with only Lin Shuer having already given birth. Lu Xian didn't hide the matter of Chang Dan and the other girls from Lin Shuer. He used the excuse of wanting to cultivate the family to tell her everything. Lin Shuer appeared calm on the surface, but she was actually quite unhappy inside. It wasn't because Lu Xian was promiscuous, but because she was worried about her child. She has no spiritual roots, so the probability of her giving birth to a child with spiritual roots is not high. If the children of people like Chang Dan have spiritual roots in the future, she is worried that her children will not be able to obtain resources. All the other women are pregnant, and recently Lu Xian has been focusing his attention on Lin Shuer. Not long after, Lin Shuer became pregnant again. After becoming pregnant, Lin Shuer's mood improved, and Lu Xian's long-term companionship made her realize that Lu Xian treated her differently from other Taoist partners. Another month has passed. Lin Shuer's courtyard. Today is a big day because the maids, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, are about to give birth. Lu Xian waited outside the door, with Lin Shuer, who was holding Xiao Daoyuan, beside him. Little Daoyuan was not even 6 months old. He was pink and tender, and with his big, dark eyes, he also looked into the room. Ooh. Ah. He looked at Lin Shuer, made 2 soft ooh sounds, and then looked into the room as if asking what was going on inside. Lin Shuer smiled and teased, Xiao Yuan will soon have a younger brother or sister. Aren't you happy? Giggle. I don't know if he understood or not, but he just kept chuckling. The physicians in the alchemy hall were highly skilled, making difficult childbirth virtually impossible. Having already experienced it once before, Lu Xian felt no tension. Wow. Wow. Almost at the same time, 2 babies cried. Ding. Congratulations on the birth of your second offspring. You have received 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your third offspring. You have received 1 bottle of mid-grade tier 1 Qi gathering pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have reached the number of 3 offspring, achieving the basic achievement, family formation, and obtained the second tier spirit insect, Black Crystal Queen Bee. 3 orbs of light appeared in Lu Xian's mind. As long as Lu Xian's consciousness touched them, they would turn into physical objects and appear in front of him. Now is not the time to claim the reward. If a bunch of things suddenly appeared out of thin air, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Lin Shuer. Second tier Black Crystal Queen Bee. The second tier represents the foundation establishment level. What about basic achievements? Do you get special rewards for achieving certain achievements? Chapter 31 Black Crystal Bee Queen. Congratulations, Master Lu, it's 2 girls. The midwife held up 2 crying newborns for Lu Xian and Lin Shuer to see. When Xiao Daoyuan first saw his own kind, his eyes widened, his little mouth slightly open, and he stared at them without moving, as if he had been frozen in place. Lu Xian went to the bedside to check on De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, while Lin Shuer took out several gold coins and handed them to the midwives. Thank you, Madam Lu. Thank you, Madam. A few gold coins are not a small amount, this is just a reward, as I had already paid them once when I invited them before. As expected of a family of talisman masters, they are truly generous. Young master! Young master! Upon seeing Lu Xian enter, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang strained to sit up and lean against the bedside. Don't move! Get some rest. Although they took special medicine for postpartum recovery, it still took several days to fully recover, and they should not move around too much during the day. The two daughters were born almost at the same time. The midwife said that the daughter born to the older sister came out first, while the daughter born to the younger sister came out a little later. I hope you all have spiritual roots and spiritual energy, and that you can all cultivate immortality. After looking at his two daughters for a moment and thinking, he said to his eldest daughter, "Your name will be Lu Lingxiu." Then he said to his second daughter, "Your name will be Lu Lingyun." The next day, Lu Xian spent most of the day with De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, and only left the city by carriage at dusk. Inside the carriage, Lu Xian drew the curtain and then took out a talisman to activate it. Censorship. The talisman diffused into a semi-transparent bubble, enveloping the entire carriage. A first-tier, low-grade shielding talisman, the latest talisman drawn by Lu Xian. Its effect is to create an isolated area, shielding it from outside prying eyes. Once everything was ready, Lu Xian focused his consciousness on the 3 orbs of light that the system had rewarded him with in his sea of consciousness. Confirm receipt with your mind. 10 mid-grade spirit stones, a light green medicine bottle, and a black insect with a metallic sheen appeared before Lu Xian. 10 mid-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. A first-grade mid-grade chi gathering pill is even less valuable, costing only about 30 spirit stones. These are the system-provided gifts for the births of the second and third children. Compared to the true immortal level cultivation technique that Xiao Yuan received at birth, the difference is significant. Putting away the spirit stones and pills, Lu Xian looked at the Black Crystal Bee Queen. This was an extra reward for having 3 children and achieving the basic achievement family embryo. Achievement Award. What are the conditions for achieving success? The system didn't explain, but Lu Xian guessed it was related to the number of offspring. Looks like I still need to keep trying. Lu Xian picked up the Black Crystal Queen Bee and placed it in his palm, bringing it close to his eyes for a closer look. Buzz. A strange feeling of spiritual connection arose in Lu Xian's heart, and countless pieces of information about the Black Crystal Queen Bee flooded his mind. Black Crystal Queen Bee, a second-tier demonic beast. Upon reaching adulthood, it can smoothly reach the late second-tier stage without any bottlenecks. It can lay eggs and cultivate a swarm of black crystal bees. When thousands of bees are mobilized, their power far surpasses that of ordinary monsters of the same level. It produces black crystal honey and black crystal royal jelly, both of which are spiritual substances beneficial for nourishing the soul. ABA. ABA. Hungry. The Black Crystal Bee Queen stared at Lu Xian with her pair of bright black compound eyes, and a wave of spiritual energy directly entered Lu Xian's consciousness. The pets rewarded by the system immediately recognize Lu Xian as their master, are absolutely loyal to him, and can communicate with him through a soul connection. After a long pause, the Black Crystal Bee Queen Abba sent out a thought. It was hungry. What would you like to eat? ABA. ABA. Okay, Lu Xian roughly understood it wanted to eat royal jelly or the essence of a demon beast. Lu Xian didn't eat any of the pills he had on him, but instead took out the pills he had on him and held them up to the animal. The animal just sniffed them but didn't eat them. It wasn't until Lu Xian took out the moon essence he had prepared for his son and daughter that it began to sip it slowly. It doesn't taste good. While eating, a divine spirit emanated from him. It actually complained about the moon essence that cost 15 spirit stones a bottle, which made Lu Xian laugh. The Black Crystal Bee Queen is still in the larval stage, not even at the chi refining stage yet. It's definitely at the moon essence spirit marrow level, it's just not suitable for it to eat. Having absorbed about half a bottle of moon essence, the Black Crystal Bee Queen curled up into a ball, emitting a hazy gray aura, and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Xian put it in his pocket and pondered how to feed it in the future. For the Black Crystal Queen Bee to grow, it must lay eggs to cultivate the bee colony, and royal jelly is its best food. Bee colonies can only be kept free-range. Relying solely on purchased food to feed them is not only expensive but also difficult to find suitable food for them. The Spirit Plant Hall has a beast taming branch that tames various demonic beasts and spirit insects. They should have professional experience there. Lu Xian plans to visit the Spirit Plant Hall tomorrow, hoping to find a suitable cultivation method. The carriage arrived at the Lin family talisman hall, but the shielding talisman had already failed. Lu Xian accompanied Lin Anqi to handle the business in the shop. After finishing the important business, Lin Anqi leaned against Lu Xian and complained. My husband, you've been coming to see me less and less lately. Is it because I'm pregnant that my husband doesn't want to spend more time with me? No way. Lu Xian smiled sheepishly and explained, I've just been quite busy lately. Lin Anqi didn't expose Lu Xian's excuse, but instead called out to the outside, Xiaolan, come in. A well-behaved young maidservant entered and curtsied, "Madam, master." Lin Anqi looked at Lu Xian with a smile in her eyes. "Are you satisfied with the maid I carefully selected?" Lin Anqi's former personal maid, Xiaoye, became pregnant, making it inconvenient to ask her to do many things. Therefore, Lin Anqi found a new maid, Xiaolan. This. Lu Xian looked Xiaolan up and down. "Are you an adult?" "Don't worry." Lin Anqi beckoned Xiaolan over and said with a smile, "Xiaolan is just petite, but she's actually about the same age as me." "Real? Real. That puts my mind at ease." According to Lin Anqi, Xiaolan has a special identity. She was originally the descendant of a city official who was a cultivator. Although she did not have spiritual roots, her status was not low. Later, her father was killed by the sect for embezzling spirit stones, and the entire clan was implicated. All the men were killed, and the women were sold to the dual cultivation hall. Lin Anqi was attracted by her obedience and appearance, so she spent 5 spirit stones to buy her. He was killed for embezzling spirit stones. He must have been an ordinary cultivator without any foundation. He's a pitiful person. Such a well-behaved little girl, if she were sold into the Red Boat Workshop, I don't know how pitiful she would be. This world is so unfriendly to the underprivileged. Lu Xian didn't have any grand ambitions. He didn't want to change the world, he just didn't want to be a nobody. "My lord, it's late, you should rest." With a single glance from Lin Anqi, Xiaolan unbuckled her belt, her face flushed, and climbed onto the bed. "Anqi, you're pregnant, this isn't good." Just as Lu Xian was getting into the mood, he noticed that Lin Anqi was also half undressed, as if she wanted to join in. "Husband, don't panic, I just want to help you." Chapter 32 Beekeeping. The next day, Lu Xian returned to the sect by carriage and headed straight for the Spirit Plant Hall. The outer gate Lingji Hall is located at the foot of the mountain and occupies a larger area than the other halls. Relying on the countless branches extending from the third-tier spiritual vein of the Red Pine sect, a large number of spiritual fields and medicinal gardens have been established. In addition to these spirit fields, many spirit beasts and spirit pets have been tamed, some for food, some to replace labor, and some for combat, with a wide variety of species. All the spirit fields, medicinal gardens, and spirit beast gardens in the Spirit Plant Hall belong to the Shao family, and the disciples in the hall are basically tenants. All the fixed assets of the entire Red Pine sect belong to the Shao family. In a sense, the Red Pine sect is both a sect and a family of cultivators. The other Foundation establishment families and ordinary disciples are all vassals of the Shao family. The reason for establishing a sect was simply because the number of members in the Shao family was too small and their strength was insufficient, so they had to delegate power. When Lu Xian arrived at the General Affairs Hall of the Spirit Plant Hall, he was received politely by the outer sect stewards because of his status as an inner sect disciple. "Does Master Lu intend to purchase spiritual herbs and beasts, or rent spiritual fields?" Everyone has their own expertise, and a person's energy is limited. This person believed that Lu Xian was just there to buy things. "I'd like some information about spirit insects, preferably about the breeding methods of spirit bees." "Do you have any here?" Lu Xian cut to the chase and asked directly. "Cultivation of spirit insects and bees?" The deacon of the Spirit Plant Hall frowned slightly. "Why are you asking this?" Seeing that Lu Xian didn't speak, he immediately realized Lu Xian's identity and quickly explained with a forced smile. "Master Lu may not know, but my Red Pine sect is not skilled in beast taming. We only raise docile, low-level spirit beasts. These insects are of low intelligence and are mostly irritable, making them very difficult to raise. They can easily injure others or themselves if you're not careful. If you intend to raise spirit bees within the sect, you will face hefty fines and may even be held accountable if anything goes wrong. Incidents of tamed beasts berserking and injuring people occur frequently, and the sect's punishment is quite severe." This steward was just trying to give a good reminder. "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Daoist." Lu Xian bowed respectfully. "However, I obtained a spirit bee larva by chance, and I just want to see if I can raise it into a spirit pet. This thing is destined for me, and if I don't give it a try, I will inevitably regret it in the future." "Please wait a moment." The steward got up and left. A short while later, he returned with several books and a jade slip. These are books summarizing various experiences in taming spirit bee-type monsters, as well as jade slips containing the beast taming technique, totaling 2 spirit stones. Lu Xian insisted on this, and the steward of the Spirit Plant Hall did not try to persuade him further. In his view, once Lu Xian tried it and experienced the difficulties, he would naturally give up. Lu Xian is a talisman master, he'll only lose some spirit stones, it's no big deal. Picking up the jade slip to examine it, he learned that the beast taming technique was a technique involving the soul, used to establish communication with demonic beasts and make them submit or enslave. Techniques involving the soul are generally difficult, and mastering the beast taming technique to the point of enslaving demonic beasts is even more challenging. It is said that the beast taming technique is the fundamental technique of the super sect, the beast taming sect, and its power can only be unleashed by cultivating a special technique. Lu Xian's jade slip is only the most basic part at most, it can only enslave a first-tier peak demon beast. The Black Crystal Queen Bee was absolutely loyal, so Lu Xian had no use for it. After looking at it once and not understanding it, he put it away. I picked up a few books and started flipping through them: Introduction to the Taming of First Order Jade Venomous Bees, Notes on Spirit Insects, The Great Spirit Insect Breeding, essential reading for beekeepers. The content is rich and comprehensive, covering all aspects of beekeeping. Most of the content describes how to control bee colonies using the beast taming technique, how to avoid being accidentally injured during the breeding process, how to communicate with the queen bee, and how to soothe the bee colony. Lu Xian didn't care about any of that. He was just going through the motions at the Spirit Plant Hall. Lu Xian only cared about what the spirit bees ate and where he could buy them. The best is royal jelly, made by worker bees collecting nectar. The best food for worker bees is pollen and honey. In the early stages, you can buy royal jelly from other bee breeders to feed the queen bee. After the queen bee lays eggs and hatches worker bees, it is best to go to those herb gardens to collect pollen. Royal jelly is sold in the Spirit Plant Hall. Although there aren't many people who raise spirit bees, there are still some within the sect. However, most of the spirit bees they raise are of very low rank, with very few reaching the first rank. Ordinary, ungraded royal jelly sells for between 3 and 5 gold coins per bottle, which contains only about 10 milliliters. The price of first-grade low-quality royal jelly has skyrocketed. There are only 3 types available, priced at 9 spirit stones, 11 spirit stones, and 13 spirit stones respectively. There is only one type of mid-grade first-level royal jelly, which costs 40 spirit stones per bottle and requires pre-ordering. Aside from the out-of-stock Tier 1 mid-grade royal jelly, Lu Xian bought a bottle of each of the 3 Tier 1 low-grade royal jelly types, intending to try and see which one was the best. Inner Gate Cave. As soon as Lu Xian opened the bottle of royal jelly, a buzzing vibration came from his pocket. A joyful feeling traveled through Lu Xian's mind, and he could sense that the Black Crystal Bee Queen was very satisfied. After consuming royal jelly, the Black Crystal Queen Bee begins to lay eggs, producing tiny black eggs the size of rice grains. These eggs hatched quickly, turning into tiny black crystal bees that then joined in feeding on the royal jelly. Buzz. Buzz. The worker bees of the Black Crystal Bee grow quickly, reaching the size of a little finger, and are smaller than the queen bee. There were a total of 100 black crystal bees. They were all black, and their wings were a beautiful, glossy black. It has a poisonous barb on its tail, which contains a unique soul attack. Once hit, it will cause pain as if the soul is being torn apart. The Black Crystal Bee is extremely aggressive. After finishing the royal jelly, it immediately set its sights on a small bird outside the cave. Buzz. A flash of black light appeared, and a swarm of black crystal bees surrounded the bird. After a moment, they dispersed, and the bird vanished without a trace. So brutal. Seeing that the Black Crystal Bee swarm was about to continue hunting, Lu Xian quickly shouted, "All of you, come back here." Black crystal bees only have low-level cultivation. If they encounter high-level demonic beasts, they are no match for them. Moreover, most of the spirit beasts on the mountain have owners, and Lu Xian could not afford to let them hunt freely. Upon hearing Lu Xian's command, the Black Crystal Bee swarm paused for a moment, then immediately returned and surrounded the queen bee. Lu Xian cannot control every single Black Crystal Bee, but he can control the entire swarm through the Black Crystal Bee Queen. It's actually a carnivorous monster. Good. He ordered the Black Crystal Bee Queen to restrain the swarm and not allow it to move without his command. After Lu Xian finished his cultivation, he had all the bees live inside the carriage, and then he rode the carriage to the Spirit Plant Hall to buy 10 ungraded spirit chickens. Chickens are always expensive, averaging 3 gold coins each, and Lu Xian spent another 3 spirit stones. The spirit chicken had its feet and wings bound and was locked in a specially made cage. At Lu Xian's command, the swarm of black crystal bees on the roof of the carriage immediately rushed up. 1 hour later. There were only some chicken feathers left in the chicken coop. Chapter 33. The bee colony is taking shape. After consuming 10 spirit chickens, the black color on the black crystal bees deepened, giving them a metallic heaviness. The worker bee's strength is limited by the black crystal queen bee. Their growth stops at the peak of the unranked level. 10 chickens a day, 3 bottles of royal jelly, and 3 days, costing a total of 100 spirit stones, finally allowed the black crystal bee queen to grow to the first level of chi refining, and the bee colony to grow to 1,000. The black crystal queen bee has grown larger, to the size of a palm, and is covered with a black halo, as if it were made of jade. The 1,000 black crystal bees varied in strength. 10 of them had reached the first level of chi refining, 100 were at the peak of the unranked level, and the rest were ordinary spirit bees. The bee colony is highly organized, with higher ranking individuals leading lower ranking individuals, and the queen controlling all actions. With the swarm now in its initial stages, if the bees were to launch a full-scale attack, even a cultivator in the early stages of chi refining would be unable to withstand it, and a cultivator in the middle stages of chi refining would also suffer some losses. It's not bad, but the prices are a bit high. Lu Xian felt a pang of heartache. Even with Lu Xian's wealth, he couldn't afford to spend 100 spirit stones every 3 days. Moreover, this consumption will continue to increase as the number of bee colonies grows. The black crystal bee queen is a picky eater, only eating royal jelly and occasionally a little spirit chicken blood. After breaking through to the chi refining stage, she stopped eating chicken blood altogether. We have to let them roam freely. Otherwise, the spirit stones won't be able to keep up. Lingji Hall. The courtyard where Ling Non lived at the foot of the mountain. A carriage stopped in front of an ordinary courtyard. Above the gate hung a sign that read, Courtyard Number 3, Class C. Lu Xian got out of the car and knocked on the door. After a while, a refined young man came out. Lu Xian? Why are you here? Yi Sun asked curiously. Lu Xian smiled, cupped his hands, and said, I need your help with something, fellow Taoist. To help? Brother Lu, do you still wish to purchase Red Lotus spirit rice? Lu Xian was a first-tier talisman master and an inner disciple, while Yi Sun was just an ordinary low-level spirit farmer. In his view, the only thing Lu Xian needed his help with was purchasing Red Lotus spirit rice. No! Lu Xian snapped his fingers at the carriage behind him, and a swarm of black crystal bees flew out, buzzing. This. Yi Sun was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. Humans are naturally afraid of bees. Brother Yi, don't panic. They are my tamed animals and won't hurt you. Lu Xian sent a divine command to the black crystal bee queen, and all the black crystal bees gathered together and quietly floated behind him. When did Brother Lu become a beast tamer? After confirming that the bee swarm really wouldn't harm anyone, Yi Sun asked curiously. Lu Xian ordered the entire swarm of black crystal bees to return to the carriage, and slowly explained the reasons for his fabrication. It was all luck. When I left the city, I saw an injured queen bee. After I saved her, I used the beast taming technique I bought from the spirit plant hall to communicate with her, and she willingly recognized me as her master. Yi Sun had no doubts after hearing this, because this was not an isolated case. Monsters valued loyalty and righteousness, especially the kindness of saving lives. Some beast tamers even devise wicked schemes to put the monsters they want to contract into life or death crises, and then rescue them themselves. Believe it or not. Unorthodox methods are indeed effective. Many beast tamers in the spirit plant hall acquired their contracted beasts this way. However, this approach also has its drawbacks. Loyal and affectionate monsters are generally highly intelligent, and once the matter is exposed, they will turn against their masters. Bee-like monsters are generally of low intelligence. Brother Lu is truly lucky to have encountered a queen bee who knows how to be grateful. The taming value of spirit insect-type monsters is very high, and bee-type monsters are even more rare and hard to come by. Yi Sun felt a trace of envy. Brother Lu, you've come to me this time hoping I can help you find suitable spiritual fields and medicinal gardens for your spirit bees to collect honey? The Spirit Plant Palace's spirit fields and medicine gardens are planted with all kinds of spirit plants and medicines. Different spiritual plants require different growing environments, therefore, all spiritual fields and herb gardens are covered by special arrays. Without Lin Gong's permission, no outsiders or creatures can enter. Yi Sun easily saw through Lu Xian's intention in seeking him out. That's right. Lu Xian nodded. Brother Yi, don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. You help me contact the spirit farmers, and I'll give you half of the reward. Yi Sun's eyes lit up, then he said apologetically, half is too much, 30% is enough. Yes, bees don't need to pay beekeepers for collecting honey. In fact, they receive a certain amount of payment. Spirit plants are precious, and artificial pollination is rarely as effective as pollination by spirit bees. Some spirit farmers will even hire beast tamers who train spirit bees to pollinate the plants during their flowering season. Bees feed on nectar, and farmers increase production. It should be a win-win situation. However, the red pine sect has very few beast tamers who can train spirit bees, and the supply cannot meet the demand. Therefore, the spirit farmers have to spend money to hire beast tamers who can train spirit bees. It doesn't cost much, just a few gold or silver coins. There's no fixed price, and Ling Nong won't let himself lose out anyway. Brother Yi, you don't need to be so polite. I said half is half, and you can negotiate the price yourself. Lu Xian was very busy every day, and he didn't have the energy to handle these kinds of miscellaneous tasks personally. The spirit plant hall has thousands of spirit farmers, and the spirit plants they grow are different and have different flowering periods. If he were to personally investigate and then negotiate prices with each one, it would take too much time. Yi Sun himself is a spiritual farmer, so it's appropriate to share some of the benefits with him and entrust this matter to him. At that time, Lu Xian will only need to go to the spirit field agreed upon by Yi Sun every day to release the bee colony. Thank you very much, Brother Lu. Yi Sun bowed deeply and said gratefully, Brother Lu, rest assured, I will definitely handle things well. Yi Sun earned some spirit stones from Lu Xian's purchase of a large quantity of red lotus spirit rice last time, and this time it's like Lu Xian found him a good job again, for which Yi Sun is truly grateful. He came from a humble background and could barely survive in the red pine sect. Lu Xian's 2 acts of help were not just about some spirit stones, but were like giving him a ray of light on his dark path. A friend of mine grows red lotus spirit rice, which is currently in bloom. I'll take you there now, Yi Sun said. Oh? Good. Yi Sun led Lu Xian to a courtyard ahead, and then explained the situation to a simple-minded young man inside the courtyard. The honest young man listened with some skepticism, but still nodded in agreement. The 3 set off immediately and soon arrived at the spiritual field area at the foot of the mountain. The entire area was shrouded in a thick fog, which was a formation that isolated it from the outside world. Upon entering the formation, one finds colorful and varied embedded formations dividing the spiritual fields into sections scattered throughout. Arriving at a spirit field shrouded in a pale yellow array barrier, the honest-looking young man took out a token, and the array barrier opened an entrance. Upon entering the spirit field, Lu Xian felt the temperature rise significantly, and the humidity was also higher than outside, giving it a tropical rainforest feel. Red lotus spirit rice is not like rice, it is more like a lotus flower. Looking around, it is full of bright red flowers, which is very beautiful. With a divine command from Lu Xian, the swarm of black crystal bees flew out of the carriage and pounced on the red flowers. Chapter 34 Daily Life. Lu Xuanping's otherwise uneventful but busy days have been extended with one more task, raising bee colonies. He spends his free time cultivating, drawing talismans, and beekeeping, and his spare time with his fellow Taoists and 3 children. He lives a fairly comfortable life. On this day, Lu Xian sat cross-legged in the inner sect cave cultivation room, exuding an aura like that of a ferocious beast. Body refinement level 2. A tremendous energy surged through his bloodline, and Lu Xian felt that he was full of strength, capable of killing a bull with a single punch. It has only been 3 months since I last broke through to the first level of body refinement. At the current pace, I will be able to break through to the 3rd level of body refinement, or even the 4th level, within this year. This speed is already extremely exaggerated, no less than that of the genius disciples within the sect. With his breakthrough in body refinement, the bottleneck at the 3rd level of chi refinement has also loosened somewhat. Lu Xian estimates that it won't be long before he can break through to the 3rd level of chi refinement. Lu Xian took out a mid-grade 1st level chi gathering pill, swallowed it, and continued cultivating. The magical power within the Dantian is continuously refined, and excess spiritual power is transformed into bloodline power, accumulating within the body. Using a mid-grade 1st level pill for cultivation in the early stages of chi refining is a bit extravagant. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they wouldn't be able to digest so much medicinal power and would simply have to waste it. Lu Xian is different. He cultivates both body and magic, so the excess medicinal power can be absorbed by his body, which is just right. After finishing his cultivation, Lu Xian went to the courtyard and looked at the black crystal spirit bee inside the carriage. The rear half of the entire carriage roof has been transformed into a beehive, and swarms of black crystal bees are moving around inside. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious enough that it did not affect Lu Xian's ride. The number of black crystal bees reached 2,000, which was the limit that the black crystal bee queen could control. If the number increased further, the swarm would easily become uncontrollable. Among the 2,000 black crystal bees, there are 10 leaders at the 1st level of chi refining, 200 peak elites who are not yet at the entry level, and the remaining 1,800 ordinary spirit bees. In just 1 month, in addition to the quantity doubling, there is also royal jelly and black crystal honey stored in the beehive. Lu Xian took some to the dual cultivation hall to have it appraised, and they were all top-grade first-tier spiritual items. A bottle of black crystal royal jelly is worth 20 spirit stones, and a tail of black crystal honey is worth 10 spirit stones. Excluding internal consumption by the bee colony, the black crystal bees can currently produce 2 bottles of royal jelly and half a pound of honey each month, worth 90 spirit stones. Incredible earning power. In addition, Lu Xian could also earn about 10 spirit stones a month from the spirit farmer, so the income from the black crystal bees was almost as good as what he earned from drawing talismans. Both black crystal royal jelly and black crystal honey are good things, with mild medicinal effects and the benefit of nourishing the soul. Lu Xian was not in a hurry to sell them, but kept them for himself, his children, and his Taoist partner. Lu Xian takes a cut from every sale at the dual cultivation hall. Unless he has more than he can use or is really short of spirit stones, he won't sell anything. Lu Xian returned to Lin Shuer's courtyard by carriage, and then, with Lin Shuer and his son Xiao Daoyuan, headed towards the spirit plant hall. Finding beekeeping boring, Lu Xian made full use of his time by bringing 1 or 2 women along each time. Inside the carriage, Xiao Daoyuan held a small piece of black crystal honey, licking it little by little, his face full of excitement. Lin Shuer affectionately pulled him into her arms and looked at Lu Xian, saying, "Husband, this black crystal honey is too expensive. Our son is still too young to absorb much of it. Let's give him less." Xiao Daoyuan isn't even sure if he has a spiritual root yet, and every month he's given both moon essence spiritual marrow and black crystal honey. It's such a waste. Lin Shuer thought Lu Xian was good in every way, except that he didn't care enough about his cultivation level and didn't know how to use his spirit stones wisely. He only has a little bit of spirit stones, and he thinks about how to spend them without making any plans for the future. Lu Xian took a small piece of black crystal honey from the beehive behind him and handed it to Lin Shuer. He also took a small piece for himself and put it in his mouth, laughing, "Eat without worry, money's no object." Lin Shuer glared at Lu Xian, clearly annoyed that he hadn't listened to her at all. As if in a fit of pique, Lin Shuer put the black crystal honey into her mouth, a hint of enjoyment appearing on her face. Black crystal honey differs from ordinary honey. Its texture is relatively hard, resembling solidified black lard. Slightly sweet, with an unforgettable aftertaste, eating it feels like being in a hot spring, leaving you feeling completely relaxed. While eating black crystal honey, Lin Shuer talked about the situation in the sect. "My lord, the situation in your hometown of Yongning is getting more and more chaotic. I heard that the sect's magic hall has issued a conscription mission. As long as you sign up to join the sect's law enforcement team going to Yongning, the reward is very generous. Should we bring your family to live in Hongsong City? My father and sister Anqi are in the city, so they can take care of them." Lin Anqi remembered that Lu Xian came from an ordinary farming family. Now that he was successful, it was only a small matter for him to bring his parents and relatives to the city. Family. Lu Xian recalled the original owner's memories. His parents were ordinary farmers in Yongning. They lived a relatively good life when he was young. Although they were poor, they had no worries about life. Until the father became addicted to gambling, the family savings were quickly squandered, and even eating became a problem. The mother argued and even fought with the father all day long, which caused the original owner to become withdrawn. Recalling these events, Lu Xian felt a slight surge of resentment, as if he had just watched a melodramatic soap opera. Besides her parents, the original owner also had an older sister who was 2 years older than her. She ran away from home at a young age and hung out with gangs in the city. When Lu Xian recalled this older sister, his emotions surged even more intensely. Back then, her father squandered all the family fortune, and the original owner of this body didn't even have enough money for the tuition at the Dao Academy, relying entirely on her older sister for support. The original owner was able to study at the Taoist Academy for 10 years and participate in the Red Pine sex assessment, all thanks to her older sister. Lu Xian frowned slightly, a sense of resistance rising in his heart. The original owner's memories were just like watching a movie to him. He always resisted being influenced by the emotions in the movie. Suppressing the inexplicable gloom in his heart, Lu Xian smiled and changed the subject. "The sect is conscripting people. It seems the situation is indeed getting increasingly chaotic. Are there many people signing up?" Lu Xian asked. "Of course there are many." A hint of wistfulness appeared on Lin Shuer's face. "Even if you sign up as a qi refining early stage disciple, you can get 5 spirit stones. After going to Yongning, you can get at least 1 spirit stone every month. If I hadn't become Taoist partners with my husband, I would have been tempted." Lu Xian was not surprised by this. In the year since he transmigrated, everything he had seen had been very stable, and he rarely saw any fighting between cultivators. However, Lucien was well aware that this calm concealed a strong class barrier, with almost no chance for those at the bottom to rise above their circumstances. High risk, high reward. The chaos in Yongning is actually a good thing for tens of thousands of outer disciples, at least giving them another chance to fight for their lives. Lucien is different, he has a cheat code. For him, all he needed to do was develop steadily and peacefully to become stronger. He had no interest in anything dangerous. I heard that this turmoil is ostensibly about a fight over spirit stone mines, but it's actually the work of the neighboring Netherfire sect, and their purpose is. Lin Shuer lowered her voice. It said that the ancestors' time is almost up, and they want to test him. Lin Shuer was well informed. She knew the rumors that even Lucien could hear. The two were Taoist partners, so they had no reservations about discussing such topics. Chapter 35 Sect Transfer Order. Lucien had heard countless versions of the reasons for the chaos in Yongning, and they all made some sense. Lucien couldn't discern the specifics of what was going on, nor did he know, as he lacked the strength to make contact. Lucien was initially worried about the rumors that the sect's patriarch, Master Shao, was nearing the end of his life, but he learned the truth after learning more about it. Master Shao just celebrated his 800th birthday a few years ago. A golden core cultivator's lifespan is 1,000 years. Even if he is injured and his lifespan is shortened, it is not a problem for him to live for several more decades. Several decades is enough for Lucien to develop. Moreover, the Red Pine sect is a subordinate sect of the nascent Soul sect, the Heavenly Sword sect. Even if Master Shao were to die immediately, the Red Pine sect would not be destroyed, only the Shao family would be wiped out. Besides cultivating and drawing talismans every day, Lucien also reads books on humanities, history, and legends in his spare time to deepen his understanding of the world. This cultivation world is incredibly vast. I am currently in a position ruled by the Qingshan sect, a nascent soul sect, followed by the Tianjin sect, a core formation sect, and the Hongsong sect, a golden core sect. The main sect rules everything, while smaller sects are under the jurisdiction of the main sect, yet they also possess a certain degree of autonomy. According to Lucien's understanding, the layout of the Qingshan sect's territory is similar to a feudal system, with the various sects being equivalent to feudal states, and cultivators being equivalent to dukes and nobles. Every sect has a powerful backer, and the struggles between sects are governed by rules, preventing complete chaos. The Red Pine sect has a very special location. It is situated on the border of the Heavenly Sword sect and also borders three major nascent soul sects, the Cloud sect, the Peach Blossom sect, and the Chongming sect. As long as the four major nascent soul sects have no intention of starting a war, the Red Pine sect located on the border will only engage in minor skirmishes. Even if Master Shao really dies, the Heavenly Sword sect will send people to take over, and nothing serious will happen. After figuring this out, Lucien was no longer flustered and the sky was not falling down. Lucien lived a very comfortable life. In the morning, I go to the inner cave to cultivate and draw talismans. In the afternoon, I take different Taoist companions to raise bees. In the evening, I go to Red Pine City to take a stroll, depending on the situation. The price of talismans has gone up again, and business at the Lin Family Talisman Hall is even better. The demand for all kinds of talismans surged, and Lucien easily sold off all the low-grade talismans he had through his connections in the city. Jolly came back to him again, and Lucien sold him some of the extra low-grade first-tier talismans. Li Fushi Shaolu. Lucien concentrated intently, his hand holding the talisman brush steady, slowly outlining the complex patterns. Soon after, wisps of golden light emanated and then all returned to the talisman paper, and a golden talisman was successfully drawn. Clap clap clap. A genius. A true genius. Li Changsheng clapped his hands in admiration, looking at Lucien with appreciation. The first-tier low-grade golden light talisman is an extremely difficult talisman among first-tier low-grade talismans. If your cultivation has reached the mid-stage of qi refining, you can start learning first-tier mid-grade talismans now. At this point, Li Changsheng looked at Lucien with a hint of regret. Lucien's talent for drawing talismans is undeniable, practically unparalleled, but his talent for cultivation is poor, which limits his future prospects. If Lucien can break through to the qi refining perfection stage, he might have a chance to become a second-tier talisman master. A second-tier rune master. He'll be the master of second-tier rune masters then. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Breaking through to the 6th level of qi refining is also good, as it gives you the opportunity to become a first-tier high-grade talisman master. There are only 4 first-tier high-grade talisman masters in the entire Talisman Hall, whose status is comparable to that of a qi refining perfection cultivator. Lucien. Let me give you a piece of advice: women, offspring, and family can all wait. Cultivation should be your top priority. Li Changsheng said earnestly. The rumors about Lu Xian's passion for women and offspring were widespread, and Li Changsheng knew quite a bit about it. Li Changsheng couldn't bear to see such a talisman genius go astray and waste his promising future. Thank you for your admonition, master. I will remember it. Lu Xian said, cupping his hands in greeting. You. Li Changsheng saw that Lu Xian wasn't listening to him. Everyone has their own path. I hope you won't regret it later. Li Changsheng didn't try to persuade Lu Xian any further. There was no point in trying to persuade him about this, he needed to figure it out for himself. Qin Yun, what's your success rate with the arrow talisman? He turned to ask his other disciple, Qin Yun. Qin Yun snapped out of her daze and looked away from Lu Xian. Reporting to master, it's already 60% complete. Draw one for me to see, Li Changsheng instructed. Yes. Lu Xian stepped aside, and Qin Yun stepped forward to take out talisman paper and ink. She closed her eyes and regulated her breathing for a moment before starting to write. 15 minutes later. Put. The talisman shattered, the drawing failed. Li Changsheng shook his head in disappointment. My hands weren't steady enough, my mind wasn't calm enough, and my foundation wasn't solid enough. I need to work harder in the future. 2 years ago, Qin Yun barely passed the first-tier talisman master assessment. In 2 years, she improved the success rate of first-tier low-grade arrow talismans to 60%, which is considered average. It was only with Lu Xian as a comparison that Li Changsheng felt she hadn't made any progress. When I'm not around, you should learn more from Lu Xian. His skill in drawing first-grade low-level talismans is now no worse than mine. Qin Yun was taken aback. She's the senior student, she's been learning talisman drawing for over 10 years, and she's always been the one teaching Lu Xian. How did things suddenly turn around? Turning to look at Lu Xian beside her, she saw that the boy was actually pursing his lips and secretly smiling at her. Yes. Although she was somewhat resentful, Qin Yun still lowered her head and agreed, not daring to refute. After Li Changsheng left, Qin Yun's gaze towards Lu Xian became complicated. Back then, she learned to draw talismans from more than 30 talisman master apprentices and Li Changsheng. She was the only one who became a first-level talisman master. She felt that she had some talent and could be considered a genius. Until he met Lu Xian. Lu Xian only studied for a year, and even then, he was only half-heartedly focused, yet he surpassed her efforts of more than 10 years. Senior sister, don't look at me like that, it's not my fault. Lu Xian felt uneasy under her gaze. Qin Yun let out a breath, adjusted her mindset, accepted the gap between herself and Lu Xian, and smiled. Come on, junior brother Lu, it's your turn to instruct me. Qin Yun started drawing talismans again, adopting a humble attitude of seeking advice. Lu Xian saw that she was serious and genuinely offered his guidance. Lu Xian's mastery of talismans was extremely high. Even though he didn't fully understand the principles, he could still see the problem with Qin Yun. After the guidance session ended, Qin Yun's eyes shone brightly. Lu Xian's guidance was profound yet easy to understand, from which she had benefited greatly. She wanted Lu Xian to continue giving her guidance, but Lu Xian didn't have that much time and quickly took his leave. As Lu Xian stepped out of the talisman hall, a cultivator dressed in a black robe stopped his carriage. Excuse me, is senior brother Lu Xian inside the carriage? Lu Xian lifted the carriage curtain, glanced at the man, and didn't recognize him. What is it? Confirming he hadn't mistaken the person, the black-robed cultivator took out a red talisman and said, "The sect has issued a decree appointing you as the Yongning inspector. You will be traveling to Yongning with the sect's law enforcement team in 3 days." What is that? Lu Xian thought he had misheard. He was a first-tier talisman master. Why would the sect send him to some enforcement team? Chapter 36, Can I Not Go? The sky has fallen. Lu Xian felt like the sky had fallen after reading the transfer order. According to the transfer order, he was appointed as the Yongning inspector, a position with immense power. He was responsible for monitoring the internal affairs of the law enforcement team and the local forces in Yongning. He even had his own law enforcement squad, and could act first and report later when necessary. As an inner disciple, the sect wouldn't send him out as cannon fodder. For those outer disciples, Lu Xian's position was a lucrative post that they dreamed of. But Lu Xian really had no interest in any kind of inspector. He can become stronger by staying safely in the sect, so why should he go out and take risks? Besides, if he goes to Yongning, What will happen to his Taoist partners Lin Shuer, Lin Anqi, Chang Dan, and so on? Xiaolan is newly pregnant, and all the Taoist companions, maids, and servants are pregnant. Lu Xian is currently looking for new maids and servants. I can't go. I have to think of a way to stay in the sect. Wrong. Why would the sect suddenly assign me such a task? Lu Xian is a first-tier talisman master, not a magic cultivator from the magic hall. Logically, he should be more valuable if he stays with the sect. Moreover, although the sect issued the mission to go to the Yongning enforcement team, it has always adhered to the principle of voluntariness. The chaos in Yongning is not enough to warrant the sect forcing its disciples to participate in the war. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xian instructed Lu Gang, who was driving the carriage, outside the carriage, change course and go to the Lin family's talisman shop. The carriage sped along and soon arrived at the talisman shop in the city. Why did you come so early today, my husband? Has something happened? Lin Anqi was looking through the account books when she saw Lu Xian looking flustered and asked him a question. Come with me first, I'll explain on the way. Lu Xian pulled Lin Anqi and walked out of the store. What happened? Lin Anqi asked curiously from inside the carriage. Lu Xian showed her the transfer order. This is the sect's transfer order, take a look. Lin Anqi took the transfer order and read it. After reading it, she roughly understood Lu Xian's meaning. My husband doesn't want to go? Lu Xian nodded, I'm a talisman master, I have no interest in fighting and killing. Lin Anqi glanced at the direction the carriage had headed. So, does my husband intend to take me to see my father and have him change the transfer order? As expected of the owner of the talisman shop, Lin Anqi was quick-witted and knew Lu Xian's plan without him having to explain. My lady is clever, you'll have to help me later, Lu Xian said. Lin Anqi returned the sect transfer order to Lu Xian and said, sect transfer orders of this level are issued by the Inner Sect General Affairs Hall. Father can't interfere with them. I'm afraid my husband will be disappointed. The Inner Sect's General Affairs Hall? Lin Anqi nodded and continued to explain, there are about 600 inner disciples in total, all of whom are under the jurisdiction of the General Affairs Hall. Husband, only Foundation establishment elders are qualified to issue such red transfer orders. If you want to change them, you will have to go to my grandfather. Lin Anqi's grandfather was Lin Qingyun, the patriarch of the Lin family, a Foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Xian's heart sank. If what Lin Anqi said was true, he was afraid he would not be able to achieve his goal on this trip. Regardless of whether the goal can be achieved, Lin Tianyue definitely knows more about the situation than I do, so I still have to ask him. Husband, don't worry. You are an inner disciple, and the sect won't harm you. Even if you do go to Yongning to take up your post, the danger isn't high, Lin Anqi comforted her. Unlike Lu Xian, Lin Anqi thought the transfer order was pretty good. It wasn't very dangerous, and she could not only gain a lot of benefits but also earn seniority. If he can perform well and complete the mission successfully, he might be able to catch the eye of the ancestor. How can one cultivate immortality without danger? A certain degree of danger can ignite a cultivator's fighting spirit and help them break through bottlenecks. Lin Anqi felt that Lu Xian had a high talent for talismans, but his talent was not great, and he was also fond of indulging in beautiful women. If he could go out and gain some experience, he might be able to change. Silence fell inside the carriage as the two men each lost in their own thoughts. 15 minutes later. The carriage arrived at the medicinal herb garden halfway up the mountain, where Lin Tianyue usually resided. Woof woof woof. A snow-white puppy barked at the carriage, looking very scared. Lin Tianyue hugged the puppy to his arms. What's wrong, Xiaobai? Woof woof woof. Are there monsters inside? Woof woof woof. Lin Tianyue understood and asked Lu Xian and Lin Anqi, who had gotten out of the carriage, are there any demonic beasts in your carriage? Lu Xian cupped his hands in greeting and said respectfully, I have raised a kind of spirit bee, but its rank is not high, it has just reached the first level of qi refining. A spirit bee? Lin Tianyue's eyes lit up. Let me see. He walked over and lifted the carriage curtain, only to see a black beehive occupying most of the carriage, with countless jet black bees crawling inside. This is good stuff. Lin Tianyue asked curiously, where did you get it? Lu Xian repeated the reasons he had given Lin Anqi and the others, which made Lin Tianyue extremely envious. Lin Tianyue has a wide range of interests. He is a first-tier low-grade talisman master, a first-tier low-grade spirit plant master, and also a first-tier low-grade beast tamer. He knows a little bit about everything, but isn't an expert in anything. Lin Tianyue was very interested in the spirit insects and monsters, but he tried many methods without success in taming them. It's outrageous that Lu Xian got what he couldn't get. Lin Tianyue felt a little better after pulling the carriage curtain shut and forcing himself not to think about it. He glanced at Lin Anqi and Lu Xian and said irritably, "It's been so long, and neither of you has come to see me even once. Now you remember me?" Aside from the time Lu Xian and Lin Anqi visited him when they first confirmed their relationship, neither of them has come to see him since. "I'm just worried that it will affect your cultivation, father. If you don't find me annoying, I will come every few days from now on." Lin Anqi bowed and said coquettishly, "I wasn't talking about you." Lin Tianyue looked at Lu Xian and said, "I'm talking about you, kid." He was satisfied with everything about Lu Xian, except for one thing he couldn't stand: Lu Xian was too damn promiscuous. The Taoist partner, along with the maids and servants, all became pregnant, resulting in more than a dozen offspring in just over a year. Is this something a cultivator could do? Father-in-law, it was my fault, from now on. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Tianyue interrupted Lu Xian and said, "You came here because of the sex transfer order, right?" Lu Xian nodded. Judging from Lin Tianyue's expression, he definitely knew the inside story. Lin Tianyue gave Lu Xian a reassuring look. "Don't worry, I've already arranged everything for you. This enforcement team is led by Zhou Ming, the foundation establishment elder of the Magic Hall, and Lin Junjie, a genius from my Lin family, is also with us. I have already told him to take care of you. And I've also taken care of those high-ranking qi refining stage members in the team who are familiar to me. The purpose of your mission is to gain experience. Remember, do less, observe more." Lin Tianyue outwardly expressed dissatisfaction with Lu Xian, but in reality, he valued him highly. He has arranged this mission perfectly and considered all aspects. Lu Xuanxing grew increasingly resentful. Seeing Lin Tianyue's state, he realized he had no choice but to go this time. But he still decided to try, took a deep breath, and asked in a deep voice, "Father-in-law, can I not go on this mission?" Chapter 37 Big Purchase. Not going? Lin Tianyue's expression turned puzzled, and he asked, "Why?" The position of Yongning inspector was a lucrative post, and Yongning was Lu Xian's hometown, so Lin Tianyue never thought he would not want to go. "Father-in-law, I am a talisman master, and I only wish to stay in the sect and draw talismans in peace." What happened to the talisman master? No matter what skill you use, cultivation level is always the most important. Lin Tianyue felt a surge of anger and glanced at Lu Xian. "I think you're just afraid of dying. What did you say to me when you refused to become a talisman master in my Lin family? You said you still have extravagant hopes for the Great Way. I think you're really hoping for the best. You're so afraid of the slightest danger." Lin Tianyue spoke with such sincerity that Lu Xian felt a little ashamed. The danger of this transfer order was secondary. What Lu Xian was worried about was that it would delay his plans to have a child, but he couldn't explain this reason to Lin Tianyue. "Father-in-law, you've misunderstood." Lu Xian's body surged with magical power, revealing the aura of the peak of the second level of qi refining, as he explained. "I can feel the bottleneck of the third level of qi refining loosening, and I can break through it in 3 months at most. I am worried that this mission will affect my cultivation. Qi refining level 3. Lin Tianyue was shocked. Lu Xian had only been a disciple for less than 2 years. If he could really break through to the third level of qi refining within 3 months, his cultivation speed would be no worse than those geniuses. It is highly likely that Lu Xian will break through to the third level of qi refining before the age of 20, and break through to the middle stage of qi refining at the age of 25. He may even become an inner disciple based on his talent for cultivation. This. Lin Tianyue fell silent. If Lu Xian truly felt that the bottleneck was loosening, he would indeed have a reason not to go. The list of those transferred from the sect has already been sent to Elder Zhou Ming. Unless the ancestor intervenes, I have no way to change it. Lin Tianyue pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? You can buy a spirit gathering array and cultivate directly with spirit stones, it's the same. If we don't have enough spirit stones." He thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Anqi beside him. "You can take some money from the shop's account and give it to him later, and then pay it off with talismans." "Yes, father." Lin Anqi agreed. Now that Lin Tianyue has said this much, it would be rude of Lu Xian to make any more excuses to refuse. "Thank you, father-in-law." Lu Xian bowed and said, "I have heard about the turmoil in Yongning, but I only have a vague understanding of it. I would like to ask my father-in-law to enlighten me. Since we can't refuse, let's face the problem head-on. On the way here, Lu Xian had already prepared himself for the fact that the transfer order could not be changed. In truth, this transfer order isn't necessarily a bad thing. If handled well, it can allow one to truly integrate into the upper echelons of the sect. Based on the previous system rewards, Lu Xian estimated that the system would most likely not directly reward cultivation points, but rather more resources, cultivation techniques, skills, etc. These things only work when they are put into use, and a certain status or position is required to easily whitewash them. Just a minor disturbance. Lin Tianyue gave Lu Xian a reassuring look. It's nothing more than a spirit stone mine appearing on the border, and the neighboring sect wants a piece of the pie. Your cultivation level is low, and your position is that of an inspector. You generally don't need to do things yourself. Just be careful when carrying out missions. Lin Tianyue explained the general situation to Lu Xian. Taking this opportunity, Lu Xian asked all the questions that he had previously hesitated to ask, including those concerning the ancestor's impending death. Lin Tianyue denied it outright, and then instructed Lu Xian not to investigate such rumors, otherwise he might easily get into big trouble. After discussing for nearly an hour, Lu Xian finally took Lin Anqi and boarded a carriage to leave the Talisman Hall. On the carriage. Anqi, how many spirit stones do we have left in our shop's accounts? Lu Xian asked. Lin Anqi thought for a moment. It should be around 500. Lu Xian nodded. Counting the more than 500 spirit stones he had left, he now had more than 1,000 spirit stones at his disposal. Give it all to me when you get back. All? Lin Anqi asked in surprise, isn't that too much? When father scolds me then. Lu Xian waved his hand. My father-in-law himself said that you should give me some money, but he didn't say how much. If he asks about it later, just say that I told you to do it this way. All right. Lin Anqi nodded in agreement. She wouldn't have dared to do this before, but now that Lu Xian is backing her up, she's become bolder. Back in the Talisman Hall, Lu Xian took the spirit stones, told Lin Anqi to rest and recuperate, and then returned to the sect to begin a large-scale shopping spree. Safety first, I need to buy a Tier 1 superior grade robe. I need to buy some talismans, pills, and magical artifacts. I didn't need them when I was in the sect, but now that I'm traveling, I need to make up for all the necessary items. The Dual Cultivation Hall is a treasure pavilion. Lu Xian carefully selected a first-grade superior quality robe, a Heavenly Silkworm Spirit Silk Robe, priced at 128 spirit stones. Heavenly Silk Robe, impervious to water and fire, unstained by dust, and possesses inherent toughness, making it difficult to be harmed by ordinary swords and blades. Most importantly, it comes with a first-grade high-quality defensive formation that can automatically withstand 3 attacks from late-stage chi refining spells. 128 spirit stones was a bit expensive, but acceptable. After comparing prices, Lu Xian bought it. The treasure pavilion also has second-tier magic robes, which can even block attacks from Foundation establishment cultivators. However, the price is too high, at least 1,000 spirit stones or more, which Lu Xian cannot afford. Moreover, it's not practical. With such low cultivation level, wearing a robe worth thousands is no different from a beggar wearing a gold necklace. The robe only provides defense. The opponent can easily control you and then strip the robe off. After buying the robe, Lu Xian continued to select magical artifacts, finally choosing a standard first-grade high-quality refined gold flying sword, priced at 98 spirit stones. Lu Xian's cultivation level was only at the second level of chi refining, so he was unable to unleash the power of a first-grade high-level magic weapon. There was little difference between a first-grade mid-level and a first-grade high-level magic weapon to him. The main reason for choosing the fine gold flying sword is its hardness. Lu Xian still has the second level of body refinement cultivation, so he can use it as an ordinary sword when the time comes. Its hardness will be enough. The talismans are also essential: 10 first-grade superior arrow talismans, 10 first-grade superior wood armor talismans, 10 first-grade superior regeneration talismans, and 10 first-grade superior speed talismans. Lu Xian spent a total of 480 spirit stones to purchase 40 first-grade high-quality talismans. If he could activate a second-tier talisman, he would have even bought 2 second-tier talismans. Lu Xian wasn't so extravagant with the remaining pills. He spent 10 bottles of low-grade first-tier essence blood pills and 1 bottle of mid-grade first-tier chi gathering pills, totaling 130 spirit stones. The total cost of 836 spirit stones exceeded Lu Xian's budget, since he still had some illicit money from selling talismans and didn't want to reveal too much. Fortunately, he had Lin Tianyue as an excuse, so even if someone noticed him, he could have an excuse to explain. With all his equipment in place, Lu Xian's current gear is even more luxurious than that of some late-stage qi refining cultivators. Cultivators earn money quickly, but their consumption is also high. Just buying cultivation pills can consume most of their spirit stones. Magical artifacts and talismans worth thousands of spirit stones are something that some ordinary late-stage qi refining cultivators don't actually possess. Chapter 38 Departure. We're still missing a storage bag. Unfortunately, Lu Xian couldn't afford it. Storage bags are not low-end magical artifacts. Not only are the materials used in their crafting precious, but the crafting process is also extremely difficult, involving array patterns related to spatial laws. The Dual Cultivation Hall also sells them, but the lowest grade is second tier, low grade, priced at 2,000 spirit stones. 2,000 spirit stones. Even some late-stage qi refining cultivators dared not flaunt it on their bodies, lest someone become envious. After leaving the Dual Cultivation Hall, Lu Xian went to Lin Xuer's courtyard and told her what had happened. Real? Has my husband really been appointed as the Yongning inspector? Lin Xuer's face lit up with excitement, and she stood up from her seat. Lu Xian showed her the transfer order and said, "I'll be leaving in 3 days, and I don't know when I'll be back. Go in peace, my husband, I will take good care of our son." The two girls standing nearby also chimed in. "Don't worry, my husband, we've taken care of things at home." Wah! Wah! Little Daoyuan, who had just learned to walk, wobbled over to Lu Xian's side, making incoherent noises, and it was unclear what he was trying to say. The two daughters, Lingxiu and Lingyun, were much quieter. One was fast asleep in Dishuang's arms, while the other quietly stared at Lu Xian, neither crying nor making a fuss. Having many wives and concubines, and both sons and daughters, was a life that Lu Xian had always dreamed of. He really didn't want to go to Yongning. It'll be fine once we get through the initial phase. Although the comfortable life was nice, Lu Xian understood that this was a world of cultivation, and his cultivation level was low. Everything he had now was just a castle in the air, unable to withstand the slightest storm. In the world of cultivation, where individual power is concentrated in one person, strength is everything. Before his children grew up and his family prospered, he had to fight his way to success. Lu Xian took out 100 spirit stones and handed them to Lin Xuer, instructing her, "I don't know when I'll be back yet. Take these 100 spirit stones. Xiao Yuan, Ling Xiu, and Ling Yun's moon essence spirit marrow must not be interrupted. The moon essence is very suitable for laying a foundation for infants under 1 year old, and Lu Xian plans to supply each of his children until they are at least 1 year old. As for the subsequent supply of materials, that will depend on each person's talent and aptitude. It's impossible to be absolutely fair to all children, but Lu Xian can provide them with the greatest possible support based on their respective qualifications." After Lin Xuer accepted the spirit stones, Lu Xian gave her another important instruction. "Xuer, I don't plan to take the black crystal bee swarm with me. I'll leave the task of releasing the bees to you. I don't know how to control beasts, will they obey me?" Lin Xuer said worriedly. Lu Xian waved his hand, and the black crystal bee queen flew in from the carriage outside the courtyard and landed in Lu Xian's palm. Through divine communication, Lu Xian instructed the black crystal bee queen to obey Lin Xuer's orders when he left. She was only allowed to collect honey each day, and could only stay in the hive the rest of the time. Lu Xian placed the black crystal queen bee in Lin Xuer's hand and said with a smile, "They are very well behaved and docile. You only need to take them to the spirit plant hall once a day, just like when I went with you before." The black crystal bee swarm is quite powerful, and even a mid-stage qi refining cultivator can handle it. However, Lu Xian won't need to use it much on this trip, and it's inconvenient for him to bring it alone. Since there are no spirit flowers in Yongning to provide them with nectar, it would be better to leave them in the sect for Lin Xuer to raise. This would also give Lin Xuer something to do. The black crystal bee queen is not very intelligent, but she is absolutely loyal to Lu Xian and can understand some simple commands. Lin Xuer doesn't need to interact with them much, she just needs to take them to the spirit plant hall every day, and there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Xuer was initially a little scared when she looked at the ferocious-looking black crystal bee queen in her palm. After a while, seeing that it was indeed docile and had no intention of attacking, she felt relieved. The next day, Lu Xian then went to Changdan's courtyard next door and told Huang Qian, Wu Qingyue, and Li Man about what had happened. He also gave them 6 months' worth of spirit stones, 36 each. Wow! Thank you, my husband. Thank you, my husband. My husband, you are so good to me. The 4 women held the spirit stones, completely oblivious to their impending separation from Lu Xian. They had no real feelings for Lu Xian, to put it bluntly, it was just a business relationship. They didn't care what Lu Xian was doing, what they cared about was the spirit stones they would get their hands on. Chang Dan had always wanted to try her luck at the Talisman Hall, thinking that maybe she also had a talent for talismans. Huang Qian wanted to buy a more advanced cultivation technique and some qi-nourishing pills for practice. Wu Qingyue wanted to learn alchemy, as she had learned about herbs and medicine when she was at the Taoist Academy. Li Man had no grand ambition, she simply wanted to buy a beautiful robe. With these 36 spirit stones, their dreams were no longer just dreams, they immediately became reality. Lu Xian didn't care about the four women's greedy attitude. If they weren't greedy, they wouldn't have agreed to be his Taoist partners in the first place. Whether there are feelings involved or not is not that important, as long as they can't live without him, that's enough. Chang Dan and the other girls' courtyard was right next to Lin Shuer's courtyard, so the girls could look after each other, and Lu Xian had nothing to worry about. Lu Xian doesn't need to worry about Lin Anqi's side at all. With Lin Tianyue around, Lu Xian doesn't even need to provide spirit stones. For the past 3 days, Lu Xian has devoted all his time to spending time with the women, and he hasn't even drawn many talismans. 3 days later. The Temple of Magic Square. A large black ship, tens of meters long and more than 10 meters wide, floated above the plaza. Runes flowed across the ship's hull, drawing nearby spiritual energy to converge upon the massive vessel, creating an imposing aura. Second-tier top-level large-scale flying magical artifact, cloud-piercing flying boat. It possesses a Tier 2 top-tier defensive array and a Tier 2 top-tier offensive array. If it is controlled by a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and there are enough cultivators as the array's core, no one can confront it head-on unless a Golden Core cultivator or above intervenes. This thing wasn't made by the Red Pine Sect's weapon refining hall, it was bought from another weapon refining sect. Countless outer disciples gathered in the main hall square, and after confirming their identities, they flew onto the ship one by one. This enforcement team consists of 3,000 outer disciples and 30 inner disciples, led by Foundation Establishment Elder Zhou Ming. Lu Xian did not follow the outer disciples to board the ship, but went directly to the small building on the flight deck. Lu Xian had practiced the art of flying for a long time. Although his magic power could not support him to fly for a long time, he still had no problem flying onto the ship. The gatekeeper at the entrance of the ship saw the inspector's token in Lu Xian's hand, but did not stop him and let him in directly. The environment inside the building was much quieter. Apart from some ordinary disciples who were responsible for odd jobs, there were only a dozen or so inner disciples. Lu Xian inquired about the situation of Lin Tianyue's enforcement team this time, and found that only 30 inner disciples were dispatched. Half of them were high-level qi refining cultivators in the late stage, and the other half were talented disciples below the late stage of qi refining. Lu Xian searched through the crowd for Lin Junjie, a disciple of the Lin family, and other trustworthy individuals recommended by Lin Tianyue. According to Lin Tianyue, Lin Junjie, Huang Shuquan, and Wang Bing are all people he has a good relationship with and can trust. None of the 3 people were visible, so they probably hadn't arrived yet, but Lu Xian spotted a familiar figure. Yan Qingyao. She was here too. Chapter 39. A true man should be like this. Lu Xian, what are you doing here? Yan Qingyao also saw Lu Xian. After a moment of confusion, she smiled and said, "That's right, we're both from Yongning, and we've both just been promoted to inner disciples. I should have guessed you'd come too." The 15 inner disciples below the late stage of qi refining selected by the sect this time were all newly promoted. Again, priority was given to those from Yongning, so Lu Xian and Yan Qingyao were naturally on the list. "Miss Qingyao, we are truly destined to meet." Lu Xian walked to Yan Qingyao's side. He felt a surge of warmth upon encountering an acquaintance while traveling, and said with a smile, "If we had known you were in the team, Qingyao, we should have had a proper discussion a few days ago." Yan Qingyao wore a light green dress, looking fresh and elegant. She was not wearing any makeup, yet she was radiant and beautiful. In terms of beauty alone, she was the most beautiful person Lu Xian had ever seen, even surpassing Lin Anqi. Back then, during the outer sect assessment on the illusionary heart platform, the original owner couldn't be entirely blamed. Unexpectedly encountering an acquaintance, Yan Qingyao felt the same warmth as Lu Xian, and the two quickly began chatting. According to Yan Qingyao, one of the late-stage qi refining inner disciples who came this time was her senior sister. If anything happens, she can ask her for help. Lu Xian also said that the Lin family had arranged for him to have several seniors to help each other when they encountered difficulties. Both of them came from humble backgrounds. Lu Xian's parents were farmers, and Yan Qingyao's parents were just ordinary commoners. Having the same social class and similar circumstances, the two quickly formed an alliance. Unfortunately, Yan Xingyao was focused on the path of cultivation, but Lu Xian actually wanted to become her Taoist partner. While chatting with Lu Xian, Yan Xingyao caught a glimpse of a white-clad female cultivator with an ethereal air entering through the door. "We'll talk later, my senior sister is here." She turned and walked towards the white-robed female cultivator, respectfully saying, "Senior sister Zhou." Zhou Xiaozhu glanced at Yan Xingyao and smiled, "Junior sister Yan is here. Come over there and let's chat." "Yes." Yan Xingyao followed Zhou Xiaozhu to the left side of the hall. Lu Xian watched the two figures disappear into the distance. This senior sister Zhou, dressed in white as snow, with skin as white as ice and bones as white as jade, possessed a unique charm. Calm. One should have self-awareness and act within one's capabilities. Lu Xian secretly reminded himself not to let beauty cloud his judgment. Just then, JJ Lin, Huang Xukuan, and Wang Bing entered together. Lu Xian went over and bowed, saying, "I am Lu Xian, and I greet my three senior brothers." The three men were at least 40 years old, making them the same generation as Lu Xian's father-in-law. Calling them senior brother actually messed up the generational order. However, the hierarchy in this world is somewhat chaotic due to the variable of cultivation level. Just follow the sect rules, everyone should act according to their own principles. "Oh. You must be senior brother Lin Tianyua's son-in-law." JJ Lin sized up Lu Xian a few times and nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, a handsome man." Lu Xian is 1.9 meters tall with handsome and well-proportioned features. Coupled with his first-grade high-quality heavenly silkworm spirit silk robe, at first glance, he looks more like a late-stage qi refining disciple than the other late-stage qi refining disciples in the hall. "I heard you're already a first-tier talisman master? I'm also very interested in talismans. Let's exchange ideas sometime." Lu Xian respectfully replied, "I obey." JJ Lin smiled and waved his hand, "Don't be so reserved. We're all family. Your father-in-law and I are close. Just relax." "Yes." Lu Xian remained respectful. JJ Lin shook his head helplessly and instructed, "You stay with us. We're leaving soon." The three of them walked to the right side, sat down, and started chatting. Lu Xian followed behind, not rushing to curry favor, but playing the role of a subordinate. Because of their different social statuses, it was impossible to curry favor with them even if you tried. They were only being kind to you out of respect for Lin Tianyue. If he offends these people, it's hard to say whether Lin Tianyue's reputation will be of any use. Judging from his attitude just now, JJ Lin is quite friendly to me, so it's worth it to curry favor with him. JJ Lin is one of the most talented disciples of the Lin family. He broke through to the 7th level of qi refining at the age of 41 and almost became a core disciple. Even among the inner disciples, he was among the top, with a higher status than Lin Tianyue. As for Huang Xukuan and Wang Bing, they were both disciples of Lin Xingyun, the patriarch of the Lin family. Huang Xukuan was tall and thin, extremely thin, almost like a bamboo pole, and looked really frail. Wang Bing looked somewhat fierce, with a hideous scar on his face. Ordinary scars heal easily for cultivators, but he kept this one. It's unclear whether it's a special injury that's difficult to heal, or if he has some kind of quirk. Lu Xian adhered to one principle: listen more, observe more, and do less. He did not seek merit, but only to avoid mistakes. Half an hour later, a streak of crimson light streaked across the sky, like a red shooting star falling. A middle-aged man in a red robe appeared in the hall, and everyone fell silent instantly. "Greetings, Elder Zhou." "Greetings, Elder Zhou." The voices were uniform and echoed throughout the hall. Lu Xian also bowed down, then secretly looked up to peek. Elder Zhou Ming looked to be around 30 years old, dressed in a red robe, with spiritual light flowing around him, exuding an extraordinary aura. Is this what a foundation establishment cultivator is like? This was the first time Lu Xian had ever seen a foundation establishment cultivator. They seemed to have even more prestige than ancient emperors. That's what a man should do. The second stage of cultivation, foundation establishment, grants a lifespan of 300 years, allowing one to witness the birth, aging, sickness, and death of dozens of generations, a level beyond that of an ordinary person. The territory of the Red Pine sect spans thousands of miles, with a population of several million and over 100,000 cultivators. At most, there are only a few dozen foundation establishment cultivators, and this is the result of 300 years of accumulation. For the vast majority of cultivators, foundation establishment is their lifelong dream. The Red Pine sect only has one golden core cultivator. Foundation establishment cultivators are already considered to be at the highest level. Only when I break through to the foundation establishment stage will I truly have a foothold in this cultivation world. Lu Xian's mind raced, imagining what it would be like after his cultivation broke through. Zhao Deliang, is everyone here? Zhou Mingqiao asked a well-off middle-aged man on the right side of the hall below. Zhao Deliang was dressed in a luxurious brocade robe, looking like a wealthy man. He didn't look like a cultivator, but rather like a landlord outside his courtyard. He is a qi refining perfection cultivator, a direct disciple of Zhou Ming, and the actual person in charge of the enforcement team this time. The enforcement team has more than 3,000 members and countless miscellaneous tasks. Since Foundation establishment cultivators are of noble status, they naturally do not have to deal with these matters personally, and Zhao Deliang is basically in charge of them. Reporting to Master, everyone has arrived and we are ready to depart at any time, Zhao Deliang said respectfully, rising to his feet and bowing. Zhou Ming nodded slightly, then let's set off. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash and went upstairs to the second floor. After Zhou Ming left, the atmosphere in the hall became lively, and Zhao Deliang assigned tasks to everyone. Everyone was an inner disciple, but their statuses varied. Zhao Deliang mainly arranged tasks for those disciples in the late stage of qi refining. Lu Xian, Yan Xingyao, and the others had nothing to do for the time being, so they all just stared blankly. 15 minutes later. The cloud-piercing flying boat slowly started moving, heading towards Yongning. Chapter 40 Making Money. The cloud-breaking flying boat was extremely fast, and it arrived over Yongning City in less than an hour. The magistrate, assistant magistrate, registrar, and other officials of all ranks in Yongning County, as well as clerks and constables, had already received the news and lined up neatly to welcome them. Magistrate Fong Qingyuan of Yongning County respectfully welcomes Elder Zhou. Welcome Elder Zhou. In this world, cultivators do not shun the world. These officials are mostly cultivators and martial artists. The county magistrate and several other officials were all inner disciples of the Red Pine sect. The enforcement team had been informed of their arrival beforehand. Zhou Ming did not appear. Instead, Zhao Deliang ordered his disciples to disembark and then, along with a few trusted confidants, met with Magistrate Fong. Fong Qingyuan prepared a lavish banquet, with beautiful women dancing and music playing continuously. Wasn't Yongning supposed to be in chaos and in dire straits? Looking at the scene of singing and dancing at the banquet, Lu Xian was a little confused. Lu Xian had already found out about Yongning's situation. More than a year ago, the Lu family, a foundation establishment family in Yongning, discovered a spirit stone mine with an estimated reserve of around 100,000. Somehow, the Chen family, another foundation establishment family in Yongning, found out about this and wanted to get a share of the profits. According to the rules of the Red Pine sect, half of the spirit stone mines within its territory must be handed over to the sect, and no force is allowed to mine them privately. Using this as leverage, the Chen family demanded that the Lu family give them 30% of the spirit stones. The Lu family could earn an extra 20%, and the Chen family thought they would definitely agree, but to their surprise, they refused outright. How could the Chen family tolerate this? So they informed the county magistrate and reported the Lu family for violating the sect's rules. County Magistrate Fong Qingyuan sent people to the Lu family to investigate the situation, but they were forcibly stopped by the Lu family. The highest level of martial arts in the county was only at the late stage of qi refining, so they had no way to deal with the foundation establishment Lu family and reported the matter to the sect. The Red Pine sect sent an enforcement team to inspect the Lu family's home, but the Lu family still refused to cooperate, and in the ensuing conflict, even killed a disciple of the sect. The situation escalated immediately, with Xuehu, a foundation establishment cultivator from the enforcement hall of the Red Pine sect, personally taking action to deal with the Lu family. Unexpectedly, a mysterious foundation establishment expert suddenly appeared in the Lu family and joined forces with the Lu family patriarch to injure Xuehu, almost killing him. The Lu family has betrayed us. Only then did everyone realize what had happened. After Xuehu returned to the county town to recover from his injuries, he summoned cultivators from all sides in Yongning and mobilized the sect's law enforcement team to prepare to get revenge. However, the Lu family retreated into their family formation, and the Spirit Stone Mine also built a formation, so they had no way to deal with them. Xuehu was unsure how many tricks the Lu family still had up their sleeves, so he dared not make any rash moves. He could only send his men to wear down the Lu family while calling for support from his sect. Zhou Ming led the enforcement team here to unite all the families in Yongning and break through the Lu family's formation. That's roughly the gist of the matter, but there are a few things Lu Xian still doesn't understand. First, the Lu family is a cultivation family under the Red Pine sect. They have been operating here for over 100 years and have intricate ties with the sect. How could they rebel over a mere spirit stone mine with a reserve of 100,000 spirit stones? Second, who is that mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator who injured Elder Xuehu? It's just Xuehu's guess that he's from the neighboring Netherfire sect. Third, knowing full well that they were doomed to defeat, why did the Lu family stubbornly guard their family formation in Spirit Stone Mine? Why didn't they escape? If Lu Xian could think of these things, the people in the sect could naturally think of them as well, so the current situation is deadlocked and no one dares to make any rash moves. The banquet continued, and no one was in a hurry. The county town's grand formation was no less powerful than the Lu family's grand formation, and it was perfectly safe. Everyone was in no hurry, and Lu Xian was naturally in no hurry either, so he settled down and enjoyed himself. The next day, Zhao Deliang summoned 15 inner disciples below the late stage of qi refining, including Lu Xian and Yan Qingyao. They assigned 10 law enforcement officers to each of them, and also distributed a batch of pills and talismans. Your position is inspector, and your task is to inspect all illegal activities in Yongning and report directly to me. Zhao Deliang looked around at everyone with satisfaction and smiled. You are all geniuses and future backbone members of the sect. Don't be timid or hesitant in your work. Go ahead and do it boldly. If any problems arise, I will be there for you, and my master will also support you. Yes. Yes, sir. These disciples were all hot-blooded young men in their teens and 20s. Inspired by Zhao Deliang, they were all fired up. All right. Go down now. Zhao Deliang's smile became even more amiable. Youth is great. They're full of energy and unafraid of trouble. They're perfect for oversight. After leaving Zhao Deliang's residence, Lu Xian took the list and went to find his team members. On the way, Lu Xian opened the pills and talismans given to him by Zhao Deliang to take a look. The variety is quite complete, including offensive, defensive, detoxifying, and healing items. They're not high level, mostly low grade first rank, with the highest being mid grade first rank. The total value is close to 100 spirit stones, which is not bad. The team members were quickly found they had also received orders and were waiting at the entrance of the county government office. Greetings, Senior Brother Lu. Greetings, Senior Brother Lu. They were all young people, 4 men and 6 women. Their cultivation levels were not bad, 2 were at the 4th level of qi refining, 1 was at the 5th level of qi refining, and the rest were at the 3rd level of qi refining. If we only consider cultivation level, Lu Xiankai is the lowest. Those who can join the inspection team are all elites among the outer disciples, and their cultivation level is certainly not bad. They had inquired about Lu Xian's situation. He was a first-level talisman master with the Lin family background, so no one dared to cause trouble for him because of his low cultivation level. Lu Xian led his team to the small courtyard arranged by the county government, booked a table for a simple celebration, and took the opportunity to get to know each other. A few days later, Zhao Deliang dispatched his late-stage qi refining disciples to lead the enforcement team and continuously summoned the Yongning cultivation families to contribute manpower and resources. In short, they were just pooling their resources, but there wasn't much actual action taken against the Lu family. Yongning has a population of hundreds of thousands, and there are many large and small cultivation families in various places. Although their cultivation levels are not high, when they gather in one place and use an array to concentrate their power, the force they can exert should not be underestimated. This kind of formation is not very useful against high-level cultivators, as it lacks flexibility. However, it is very effective in attacking the turtling family formations. As long as there are enough people, even a third-tier sect formation can be destroyed. Zhao Deliang wasn't in a hurry at all. According to Lu Xian's understanding, he didn't seem to have any intention of dealing with the Lu family in a short time. The Lu family was unharmed, but some disobedient cultivation families in Yongning suffered a severe blow, with many having their homes confiscated and their clans exterminated. Lu Xian received no substantive orders, and no one came to him while he did nothing. The power of an inspector depends entirely on their own efforts. If they can find an opportunity, they can even provoke a late-stage qi refining cultivator. Lu Xian finally understood that their role was simply an extension of Zhao Deliang's power. The important thing is not to find out the illegal problems of those families or the problems within the law enforcement team, but to find out the problems that suit Zhao Deliang's wishes. What exactly was Zhao Deliang's purpose? After several days of observation, Lu Xian made a preliminary judgment. This guy is make money. Chapter 41 Spring Breeze Pavilion. Zhao Deliang actually dared to take advantage of this time to make money, and he did so openly. He must be very bold. However, Lu Xian didn't want to get involved, nor could he. This was just his speculation, and there was no actual evidence. Moreover, is it Zhao Deliang who was making money, or Elder Zhou behind him? The waters were too deep, and Lu Xian didn't want to investigate any further. Knowing too much when one's strength was low wasn't necessarily a good thing. Since Zhao Deliang didn't assign any actual tasks, and Lu Xian didn't lack the reward, staying out of it was the wise thing to do. The small courtyard of the county government office. Senior brother Lu, this is the intelligence we've gathered. Just as Lu Xian finished drawing a talisman, team member Yi Xiaozhong handed him a stack of intelligence. Yi Xiaozhong is the most skilled cultivator in Lu Xian's surveillance team, having reached the 5th level of qi refining. Unfortunately, he was over 25 years old when he broke through to the mid-stage of qi refining, and thus did not become an inner disciple. He wants to become an inner disciple, but he can only wait until his cultivation breaks through to the late stage of qi refining. Although Lu Xian decided to stay out of it, he still had to put on a show, so he sent 10 team members out to investigate some trivial matters. He picked up the intelligence report on the table and looked through it. It was about corruption among some minor officials in the county. After checking and finding no problems, Lu Xian nodded and said, "Go down. I'll report it later." Yes. Yi Xiaozhong's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but then he didn't, and he retreated helplessly. He just couldn't understand why Lu Xian wouldn't take such a good opportunity to make a name for himself. Oh well. Anyway, I won't get any credit, so I'm happy to relax. No matter how much credit the team earned, the lion's share would go to Lu Xian. Since Lu Xian didn't do anything important, he didn't complain. After Yi Xiaozhong left, Lu Xian sorted out the intelligence he had gathered over the past few days and then led him to the main hall of the county government office. Since Zhao Deliang arrived, the main hall of the county government office has become his workplace, and the former county magistrate has become a second-line staff member handling miscellaneous matters. After receiving the intelligence data from Lu Xian, Zhao Deliang smiled and pointed at Lu Xian, saying, "You're quite clever, kid." He put down the intelligence documents, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Lu Xian, right? Your father-in-law is Lin Tianyue?" Lu Xian nodded and respectfully replied, "Yes, senior." Zhao Deliang was satisfied with Lu Xian's attitude. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "I remember you are a first-tier low-grade talisman master. What is your success rate in drawing talismans?" The success rate of a first-tier low-grade arrow talisman is about 80%, and I can successfully make about 8 a day, Lu Xian replied. 80%? You're not lying to me, are you? If you have a 70% success rate in drawing a low-grade first-tier talisman, you can learn a mid-grade first-tier talisman. Many mid-grade first-tier talisman masters only have a 70% to 80% success rate in drawing low-grade first-tier talismans. Zhao Deliang had never studied talisman drawing, but he had some basic knowledge of it, so he didn't believe it. "How could I dare to lie to you? Such a thing can be easily verified," Lu Xian said calmly. Zhao Deliang thought about it and realized it made sense. This kind of thing couldn't be faked, and Lu Xian had no reason to lie to him. "Have you started learning first-tier mid-grade talismans?" he continued to ask. "I started learning a few months ago, but my cultivation level has not yet broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining, so I am not yet able to draw a mid-grade first-level talisman." Zhao Deliang carefully recalled Lu Xian's information. He had been a beginner for less than 2 years and was already close to becoming a mid-grade first-level talisman master. No wonder Lin Tianyue was in such a hurry to marry off his daughter. A mid-grade first-level talisman master is incredibly good at making money, and their status is equivalent to a late-stage qi refining cultivator. "You said you can make 8 first-tier arrow talismans every day. Since the sect is short of talismans, I'll buy these talismans for you at 80% of the market price. How about it?" Zhao Deliang said. Lu Xian was a first-tier talisman master with the Lin family background, so Zhao Deliang didn't want to force him to work for him. He could just focus on drawing talismans. "Thank you, senior." Lu Xian bowed respectfully and said happily. The sales of the talismans were a minor matter. The real issue was establishing a connection with Zhao Deliang through this. After that, Lu Xian devoted himself to drawing talismans and cultivating every day, and sent them to Zhao Deliang once he had collected 100. 100 first-grade low-level arrow talismans are worth 120 spirit stones on the market, but Zhao Deliang gave Lu Xian 96 spirit stones. Judging from the smile on Zhao Deliang's face every time he received a talisman, Lu Xian estimated that he could make a lot of money through manipulation. Zhao Deliang could indeed make a lot of money. By simply transferring these talismans through the sex accounts, he could instantly reap a 20% profit, which was 24 spirit stones each time. Lu Xian delivered the spirit stones every 10 days or so, and he earned over 50 spirit stones for free each month, so he was naturally very happy. Lu Xian was even happier. After deducting costs, he could earn nearly 140 spirit stones a month, and still have 60 talismans left. As the spirit stone bag bulged, Lu Xian's mind began to wander again. Yangning doesn't know how long she'll have to stay. The task of finding a Taoist partner and having children cannot be interrupted. Spring Breeze Pavilion. Yongning's famous brothels. Young master, please come inside. Lu Xian had an extraordinary air about him, and he was spotted by the sharp-eyed madam as soon as he arrived at the door. Lu Xian didn't stand on ceremony and stepped inside. The madam followed beside him and cautiously asked, "Young master, you have an otherworldly air about you. You must be a cultivator, right?" Most cultivators value a life of purity and few desires, so the madam didn't entertain many. However, she had a sharp eye and could tell whether someone was a cultivator or not. Lu Xian nodded, not denying it, and looked around curiously after entering the room. This was his first time visiting a brothel, and he was quite curious about everything. "Young master, would you like to hear some music, or would you like to have a girl accompany you?" the madam asked. "Neither." Lu Xian turned his head and said, "Do you have any virgins here who haven't yet served any customers? I'd like to redeem 2 of them to be my maids." "This." Yes, please wait a moment, young master." The madam led Lu Xian to a spacious room, instructed the servants to serve tea, and then went to make arrangements for Lu Xian. Before long, the madam brought in 7 or 8 girls and ordered them to stand in a row. "Young master, are you satisfied?" Lu Xian looked them over one by one. They were all quite good looking, at least of superior appearance, and not very old. "Anything else?" "Bring them all over, money is no object. If you have the means, of course you should choose the best." "Yes." The madam left, but returned quite some time later, accompanied by more than a dozen girls. "Young master, all those who meet the criteria are here." There were more than 20 girls in total. Lu Xian carefully selected 3 of them. Both are beautiful and charming, with graceful figures, and their beauty is no less than that of the 2 sisters, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang. The 3 most important individuals, having been trained in the brothel, were exceptionally obedient and docile, doing whatever they were told. Beautiful women are as plentiful as carp crossing a river. Perhaps it's because the cultivation world is rich in spiritual energy, but the quantity and quality of beautiful women are both quite high. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. These are their indentures, worth a total of 15 spirit stones. The madam handed 3 indentures to Lu Xian. Lu Xian paid the spirit stones, put away the indenture, and led the 3 women away from the brothel. Chapter 42. The Wang family in peril. Lu Xian named the 3 maids Lianer, Mayer, and Pinger. With them by his side, Lu Xian's life became interesting again. 2 months later. Small courtyard quiet room. 4 milky white circular array plates were placed in the 4 corners of the room, and several spirit stones were placed on each array plate. The spiritual energy in the room converges towards the center, forming an area with an extremely high concentration of spiritual energy. A first-tier mid-grade spirit gathering array consumes 1 spirit stone every 2 hours to upgrade a first-tier low-grade cultivation room to a first-tier mid-grade level. The first-tier mid-grade cultivation room was more than enough for Lu Xian's cultivation. Although spending 1 spirit stone a day was a bit extravagant, it was barely acceptable. More and more cultivators gathered in the county town, and all the cultivation rooms above the first-order low-grade level were occupied by cultivators in the late stage of qi refining. Lu Xian had no choice but to accept this. Lu Xian circulated his cultivation technique to refine and hone his magical power, completing his daily required course. Sudden. A throbbing sensation came from his heart, and his blood and qi surged throughout his body. He had successfully completed the 3rd level of body refinement. As the impurities in his body were expelled, a sour, foul smell filled the room, which Lu Xian easily dispelled. Comfortable. Lu Xian felt his physical strength greatly increased, and it was as if a layer of restraint had been removed, making him feel relaxed and exceptionally refreshed. During his time in Yangning, Lu Xian had never stopped taking qi and blood pills, and judging by the time it had been, he should have broken through to the next level. Originally, I was supposed to be practicing the 3 yang gathering body technique, but unexpectedly, my body refinement cultivation broke through first. His body refinement cultivation surpassed his qi refining cultivation for the first time. Judging from the state of his dantian, Lu Xian estimated that he would be able to break through to the 3rd level of qi refining in less than a month. Once one's cultivation level breaks through to the 3rd level of qi refining, one can attempt to create mid-grade first-tier talismans, which will not only greatly increase one's earning power but also significantly elevate one's status. While Lu Xian's side was living peacefully, the entire Yangning region had not had a single day of peace. Zhao Deliang went too far, which displeased many cultivation families. They dared not oppose him openly, so they sent their disciples to disguise themselves as cultivators and attack the sect's law enforcement team from time to time, resulting in casualties every day. The Lu family disciples, in cooperation with the tribulation cultivators, carried out several major operations, causing significant losses to the sect's law enforcement team and even alarming the Foundation establishment cultivators Xuehu and Zhou Ming. The Chen family, another Foundation establishment family in Yongning, also had the wrong attitude. They were afraid that the Red Pine sect would take advantage of them as well, so they cooperated on the surface but did not actually contribute much. The Chen family had another concern. The Red Pine sect, a prestigious Golden Core sect, is dragging its feet in dealing with the betrayal of cultivation families within its borders. Is it possible that Master Shao is truly failing? At this time, contributing to the sect would not only be a waste of effort, but there's also a chance that the sect's Foundation establishment cultivators would devour them all. Only a fool would do that. The Chen family disciples were all recalled, and the family's grand formation was activated at full power, appearing to be on high alert just like the Lu family. Although the sect's law enforcement team is powerful, it still struggles to contend with most of the cultivators in Yongning. The enforcement team is losing cultivators every day, and those cultivators who have been gathered are not putting in any real effort and are very perfunctory. The situation hasn't improved much, in fact, it's gotten worse. The main hall of the county government office. Zhao Delian put away the 100 low-grade first-tier arrow talismans that Lu Xian had given him. Seeing a hint of worry in Lu Xian's expression, he smiled and said, "Xiao Xian, there's no need to worry about the situation. The sect's enforcement teams are arriving one after another to provide support. The advantage is in our hands, so there's nothing to be afraid of." Zhao Deliang was very satisfied with Lu Xian. The talismans he sent made him a lot of money, and his subordinates would occasionally send him evidence of corruption by officials at all levels, which also brought him a considerable amount of money. If he had a daughter, he would have liked to be Lu Xian's father-in-law like Lin Tianyue. "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Zhou." Lu Xian didn't know why Zhao Delian wasn't flustered at all, but he didn't ask any further questions. Zhao Delian wasn't flustered at all, there was no point in him worrying about trivial matters. Upon returning to his own courtyard, his maids Lianer, Mayer, and Pinger came to greet and serve him. All three women are pregnant, and Lu Xian plans to visit Chunfeng Tower again when he has time to buy a few more maids. Young master, a man who called himself Wang Xiaokong came to visit just now. When he found you weren't here, he left an invitation and then left. Lianer presented a red invitation to Lu Xian with both hands. Wang Xiaokong. Lu Xian remembered that it was this man who accompanied him to the dual cultivation hall during the outer sect assessment. Lu Xian opened the invitation and saw that it was just a simple invitation to visit his home. Wang Xiaokong's family, the Wang family, was a qi refining family in Yongning. Lu Xian remembered that Wang Xiaokong's father was a constable in Yongning County. After a moment's thought, Lu Xian decided to go. Getting in touch with local families can provide information from different perspectives, making it easier to analyze the situation. Although I cannot change the overall situation, knowing more makes it easier to make the best choices. Yongning West Suburbs. Wang Family Manor. When Wang Xiaokong's father saw his son return alone, he said disappointedly he didn't agree. Why? That's true. The other party is a dignified inner disciple and also an inspector. It's understandable that he doesn't care about past relationships. Wang Weifeng sighed in disappointment. No. Lu Xian isn't here. I gave the invitation to his maid. I don't know if he'll come or not. Wang Xiaokong didn't have much hope either. The two of them didn't actually have any relationship, they were just classmates from the Taoist Academy. When he saw the information about Inspector Lu Xian in the family intelligence report, he doubted that it was true. If he had joined the sect back then, the two of them, having shared similar plights, might have become friends. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaokong glanced at his father with a hint of resentment. Back then, his father was unwilling to spend money to buy a spot for his younger brother, who had better talent, as an outer disciple of the sect. What about Yan Qingyao? You haven't seen her either? Wang Weifeng asked. Two of my son's classmates at the academy became inner disciples at once. I should have let my son join the sect back then. If Wang Xiaokong had joined the sect back then and maintained relationships with Lu Xian and Yan Qingyao, the family's current difficulties could have been easily resolved. Yan Qingyao went out, and we couldn't find her. Wang Xiaokong had no hope for Yan Qingyao, so they barely spoke to each other. Why? Wang Weifeng sighed again. Their Wang family was just an ordinary qi refining family. The highest-ranking grandfather was at the 7th level of qi refining, but he was already over 100 years old and had been injured in his early years, so he could only barely exert the strength of the late stage of qi refining. The Wang family's main property was a first-grade mid-level spiritual vein, which was transformed into a ranch where a herd of unicorn bulls were raised. The one-horned bull is a low-grade first-tier spirit beast. Its horn can be used in medicine, its fur can be used for weapon forging, and its flesh is highly nutritious. By taming the one-horned bull, the Wang family prospered, and some of its members infiltrated the county government and gained some power. But all of this is about to disappear, because the Wang family's former backer was the Lu family. Although they severed ties immediately after the incident, they were still inevitably implicated. After the law enforcement team arrived in Yangning, they lived in constant fear, not daring to overstep any boundaries. Just a few days ago, their informant at the county government received information that an inspector had been keeping an eye on them. Chapter 43, Taking It Easy. I remember you said before that Lu Xian was born into a farming family and his family couldn't even afford the tuition for the Taoist Academy. It was his sister from the gang who paid for his education at the academy. Wang Weifeng looked at his son and asked, "Where is his sister now?" Sister Lu Xian, Lu Miao, is a member of the Flower Snake Gang, Wang Xiaokong said. The Flower Snake Gang. Wang Weifeng's eyes lit up. Isn't the Flower Snake Gang backed by a branch of the Lu family? All the gang members have been wanted by the county government for a year. Has Lu Miao been caught? Wang Xiaokong slowly shook his head. These gang members are very clever. Once they disappear outside the city, they are impossible to find. Where's Lu Xian? Wang Weifeng frowned. Didn't he look for his sister after he came to the county town? No. Wang Xiaokong continued to shake his head. This was exactly what he was worried about. Lu Xian wouldn't even save his close sister, let alone someone he was just a classmate with. People change. It's impossible to fathom what Lu Xian's current mindset and thoughts are. Wang Weifeng didn't find anything strange about it. Cultivators have always been like this, only the path to immortality is the most important thing, and family and love take a back seat. Lu Xian has only been a disciple for less than 2 years, yet he is already ruthless and heartless. It seems that his Dao heart is extremely firm, no wonder he has achieved what he has today. Wang Weifeng looked at his son and asked, "You were classmates with Lu Xian for 10 years. Do you know what his shortcomings are?" Shortcoming? Wang Xiaokong recalled the events of those years. Lu Xian came from a poor family, was rather self-conscious and introverted, and rarely spoke, otherwise, he was unremarkable. That's right. Wang Xiaokong recalled the sect assessment and said, Lu Xian was a womanizer, back then. He recounted Lu Xuanwan's performance on the mental platform during the sex assessment, as well as his later decision to join the dual cultivation hall. Good. Wang Weifeng clapped his hands and ordered, "Immediately gather all the unmarried women of marriageable age in our family, select the most beautiful ones, and send them to him when the opportunity arises." Yes. Wang Xiaokong nodded and immediately ordered his men to carry it out. Compared to relying on the fragile relationships within the Taoist temple, both father and son believed more in relationships based on mutual benefit. The next day, to the surprise of Wang Xiaokong and his son, Lu Xian actually came. Although it was unexpected, the Wang family was not completely unprepared. They immediately ordered the kitchen to slaughter a one-horned bull and prepare a sumptuous whole cow feast. Good. The beef was extremely tender, melting in the mouth with a perfect texture. Moreover, after entering his stomach, Lu Xian felt warm all over, and his blood and energy were increasing. If one can eat this every day, one's physical cultivation will be accelerated. Lu Xian had previously purchased various kinds of spirit rice and monster meat, but their effects were all slightly inferior to this barbarian beef. My family owns a butcher shop in the city. If you like, Brother Lu, I'll have someone send you some every day, Wang Xiaokong said with a smile, seeing that Lu Xuanjun was interested. Okay. I'll pay you whatever it costs. Sometimes what's free is the most expensive, and Lu Xian didn't want to take advantage of such a small thing. Wang Xiaokong didn't say much about the matter, but instead chatted about the interesting things that happened back then, lamenting his failure in the assessment a year ago and regretting that he hadn't joined the sect. As they were talking, Wang Xiaokong led in several beautiful young women of varying looks and introduced them. These are my cousins. They all admire you very much after hearing that Brother Lu is now an inner disciple. This humble woman, Wang Xuefeng, greets young Master Lu. This humble woman, Wang Yuan, greets young Master Lu. The sight of so many beautiful women was dazzling, leaving Lu Xian overwhelmed. The girls were all quite beautiful, at least with regular features and well-proportioned figures, making them above average in appearance. But Lu Xian was no longer the same as before, and ordinary beauty could hardly seduce him anymore. Fellow Daoist Wang, please speak freely. There's no need for all this beating around the bush. Lu Xian said calmly. Well. Since Lu Xian had said so, Wang Xiaokong decided to speak frankly as well. Brother Lu, I invited you here today because I have a favor to ask of you. My Wang family started out in my grandfather's time, and it took decades to build the cultivation family we are today. The fact that we have developed to this point today is due not only to opportunities, luck, and the hard work of our clansmen, but more importantly, to the fact that we were once a vassal of the Lu family. Wang Xiaokong paused here, and seeing that Lu Xian's expression did not change, he continued. In fact, almost every family like our Wang family in Yongning has some connection with the Lu and Qin families, both foundation establishment families, otherwise they would not be able to gain a foothold. After the Lu family rebelled, we immediately severed ties and would never dare to harbor any disloyal intentions towards the sect. After listening, Lu Xian basically understood that the Wang family was frightened by Zhao Deliang's recent series of actions and wanted him to help protect the family. After Zhao Deliang arrived in Yongning, the law enforcement team and patrol team took action repeatedly, excluding the Lu family, and instead targeting local families. Families like the Wang family, with their tainted past, naturally lived in constant fear, dreading the fabrication of a crime that would lead to their downfall and the extermination of their clan. This is a difficult matter. However, it's not that we can't help. The root of the problem lies with Zhao Deliang. As long as he doesn't want to take action against the Wang family will be fine. It has nothing to do with whether or not they are vassals of the Lu family. Lu Xian beckoned to Wang Yuan, the most beautiful woman, and asked her to sit next to him. He then picked up his wine glass and took a sip. I have some connections with senior brother Zhao, so I can help a little, but I can't guarantee whether it will work out. Really? Wang Xiaokong's face lit up with surprise. Brother Lu, wait a moment. I'll go and invite my grandfather and father over. Wang Xiaokong can't make this decision on his own. His father and grandfather have to come and discuss it. Soon after, Wang Xiaokong's father and grandfathers, Wang Weifeng and Wang Chen, rushed over. We are Wang Weifeng and Wang Chen, and we greet fellow Daoist Lu. The two bowed respectfully, showing no airs of seniority whatsoever. You two don't need to be so polite. Wang Xiaokong and I are good friends. You can just call me Xiao Lu. Lu Xian said politely, but did not get up. No. My son just said that fellow Daoist Lu was willing to help our Wang family? Wang Weifeng still found it hard to believe that Lu Xian could agree so easily. Lu Xian nodded, then shook his head. It's not much of a help. At most, I can just pass on a message. How you actually do it is up to you. Lu Xian was just doing it on a whim. How could he possibly risk everything to protect the Wang family? Zhao Deliang's goal is to make money, and if the Wang family is willing to pay a sufficient price, there shouldn't be much of a problem. If they are unwilling, or if the price they pay does not meet Zhao Deliang's requirements, it is none of Lu Xian's business. Wang Chen, the white-haired patriarch of the Wang family with a face full of wrinkles, bowed solemnly to Lu Xian and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist. It may be a small matter for you, but it could save our entire family. If this works out, feel free to ask for anything you need in the future." Chapter 44. The Lu family has prospered. So sensible. Even if it was just a casual favor, Lu Xian wasn't helping for nothing. The Wang family patriarch was so sensible that Lu Xian didn't have to waste his breath. Lu Xian is now an inner disciple of the sect and a first-level talisman master. He has status and position, but he doesn't have any capable people under his command. Before their sons and daughters grow up, families like the Wang family are somewhat useful, at least they can help with some odd jobs. Wang Chen immediately wrote a letter, gave it to Lu Xian to review, and then asked Lu Xian to deliver it to Zhao Deliang. Lu Xian glanced at the letter. The beginning was all nonsense about pledging loyalty to the sect. The important part was the end. The Wang family was willing to offer 100 first-grade low-level unicorns as supplies for attacking the Lu family, with 20 bulls delivered every year for 5 years. A single Tier 1 low-grade unicorn bull costs 20 spirit stones, so 100 bulls would cost 2,000 spirit stones. The Wang family's annual output is only 30 or 40 head. After deducting various management and feeding costs, as well as taxes, the profit is at most a dozen head, which is 300 spirit stones at most. By giving Zhao Deliang an extra 20 heads every year, the Wang family will be making a loss for the next 5 years. This old man is really willing to spend a fortune. Based on Lu Xian's understanding of Zhao Deliang, this matter should be fine. After all, even if the Wang family's property is confiscated, the gains would probably be limited. Now these families are on guard, have prepared backup plans, and have transferred their assets in advance, so confiscating their property may not yield much. With the matter settled, the banquet continued. With that connection established, the atmosphere at the banquet became much more relaxed. Wang Xiaokang couldn't hold back any longer, so he casually mentioned, "So many people have been implicated by the Lu family this time. The Flower Snake Gang was wiped out by the county government a year ago. I wonder how those gang members are doing." The Flower Snake Gang? A memory automatically surfaced in Lu Xian's mind. His original sister, Lu Miao, was a member of the Flower Snake Gang. The Flower Snake Gang is wanted by the county government? What happened? Tell me. As the original owner's memories were stirred up, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The original owner's only obsession was her older sister, Lu Miao. The more Lu Xian suppressed it, the stronger this feeling of oppression and discomfort became. Lu Xian decided to abandon this suppression, follow his heart, and solve the problem completely. Even watching a movie can be influenced by the plot, let alone such a real and tangible memory? The more you resist, the more likely you are to develop inner demons. It's better to follow your heart and accept everything. You do not know? Wang Xiaokang paused for a moment, then recounted the background of the Lu family and the Flower Snake Gang and the fact that they had been wanted by the county government a year ago. No wonder. No wonder my sister Lu Miao hasn't contacted me or written to me. Lu Xian thought to himself. I hope she's alright. If something really happens to Lu Miao, it will probably become a mental obsession for Lu Xian, affecting him for a long time. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave now. Lu Xian stood up and cupped his hands in greeting to Old Master Wang Chen. I will send the letter to Senior Brother Zhao soon, just wait patiently. After saying this, he bowed to the others and then left with Wang Yuan. Back at the county government office, Lu Xian immediately went to find the county magistrate. What do you want with me? Magistrate Fang Qingyuan was a late-stage qi refining cultivator, an inner disciple of a sect, with a powerful background and noble status. However, during this period, some inspectors actually came to him to investigate problems. Although nothing serious happened, it made him lose face. Lu Xian was also an inspector, and he assumed that Lu Xian was also there to annoy him, so a hint of anger was visible on his face. Senior Brother Fang, I've come to you with a favor to ask, Lu Xian said, bowing. Speak. Seeing that Lu Xian wasn't there to cause trouble, Fang Qingyuan's attitude softened a bit. I am from Yongning, and my ancestral home is Luoying village. I have an older sister named Lu Miao. She used to be a member of the Flower Snake Gang, a martial arts gang in the city. Could you send someone to help me find out about my sister? The Flower Snake Gang? Fang Qingyuan thought for a while before he remembered that there was indeed such a gang, which was wiped out a year ago because of the Lu family. It's a small matter. I'll send someone down to take care of it in a bit, and while I'm at it, I'll also have your sister's arrest warrant revoked. Fang Qingyuan agreed readily. It wasn't a big deal to begin with, and he didn't want to provoke Lu Xian and his fellow inspectors. Thank you very much, Senior Brother Fang. Lu Xian bowed and thanked him, then left without saying anything more. After he left, Fang Qingyuan summoned his men and instructed them to immediately investigate a former member of the Flower Snake Gang named Lu Miao, withdraw the arrest warrant, and then send the person to Lu Xian. Lu Xian then went to the main hall of the county government office and delivered the letter written by the Wang family patriarch to Zhao Deliang. Senior Brother Zhao, Wang Xiaokang is my classmate and good friend. I had no choice. If you think it's against the rules, just pretend I was never here. Although Lu Xian felt that Zhao Deliang would not refuse, he still took the initiative to distance himself from the situation. Zhao Deliang frowned as he read the letter, but his eyes lit up when he reached the end. After a quick calculation, I realized this was a huge profit, even more profitable than simply confiscating property, and without the severe consequences of confiscation and extermination. Excellent. Excellent. Zhao Deliang smiled and looked at Lu Xian. You've won my heart, you've done another good deed. I'll give you credit for this. If there's anything like this again, just agree to it for me. Clear. Lu Xian agreed and then took his leave. Watching Lu Xian leave, Zhao Deliang's expression shifted as he pondered the pros and cons. This incident served as a wake-up call for Zhao Deliang. Now that these families were prepared, directly confiscating their property would yield little reward. It would be better to adopt a more moderate approach. By winning over a group of loyalists and severely cracking down on a group of diehards, we can maximize our gains and stabilize the chaotic situation. It just requires a group of highly capable and loyal subordinates to handle this matter well. Lu Xian is capable, but it's a pity he's from the Lin family, otherwise, he could be entrusted with important responsibilities. 3 days later. Falling Eagle Village. The wanted poster for Lu Miao at the village entrance was torn down, and a reward notice was posted, offering a spirit stone to anyone who knows Lu Miao's whereabouts. Sir! Why has the wanted poster become a bounty? A peasant woman standing at the village entrance asked. Isn't it written here? Look for yourself, the clerk who posted the notice said impatiently. Village chief, I can't read, can you tell us something? The village woman turned to look at an old man dressed in a coarse cloth scholar's robe. The old village elder squinted and peered at the notice, then exclaimed, the Lu family has really made it big. Lu Xian, the son of the Lu family, has become a big figure in the sect and is now enjoying a life of leisure with his sister. Ah! Several villagers who had come to watch looked on incredulously. Didn't Lu's daughter get into trouble? Not long ago, some people were gloating over her misfortune, so how come she's suddenly back on her feet? Luoying village was small, and gossip spread quickly. Before long, news that Lu Xian, the youngest son of the Lu family, had become successful and a big shot in the city spread throughout the village. Chapter 45 Family. Brother Lu, your second son has made something of himself. A villager ran to the gate of a simple courtyard nestled against the mountain and shouted. Louis, who was sleeping, vaguely heard someone coming, but he didn't get up. He just turned over and continued to sleep. I stayed up all night gambling last night and lost a lot. Someone came at this hour, probably to collect a debt. Zhao Yu recognized the voice as that of her neighbor, so she quickly extinguished the fire in the stove, pushed open the door, and asked, Su Ernio, what are you shouting for in the middle of the day? Su Ernio saw that Zhao Yu was holding a spatula, so she must be cooking. He also noticed the bruises on her face and guessed that Louis had lost money again recently. Sister-in-law Lu, your second son Lu Xian has made it big. I heard from the old village chief that he's now a big shot in the sect in the city, and even the county magistrate has to give him face. Your eldest sister's matter has also been resolved. The county is offering a reward of 1 spirit stone for information leading to her whereabouts. A spirit stone. Su Ernia had only ever seen others use it in the city. It was enough to feed his family for 3 years. The second brother, Lu Xian? Zhao Yu was a little confused. In her memory, Lu Xian was still a 7 or 8-year-old child, and she hadn't seen him for almost 10 years. Back then, when Xiao Lu Xian was found to have spiritual roots, his family couldn't afford to send him to a Taoist academy, so his disobedient eldest daughter took him to the city. The family was already poor, and since their eldest daughter was willing to support their younger son, they stopped caring about him. Time flies. More than a decade has passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ernio said Lu Xian has prospered and become a big shot in the sect. Could it be? The second brother passed the sect's assessment and became a sect disciple. Lu Xian has a spiritual root, but it is the lowest grade 9 spiritual root. People like them, who come from farming families, would only be lowly figures even if they were lucky enough to pass the test. Sister-in-law Lu, this is wonderful news. As Zhao Yu was reminiscing, another villager ran over to deliver good news. Sister-in-law, where's brother Lu? Hurry up and tell him to come out. How can he be sleeping at a time like this? Giggle. Ansi, a relative, came over with an old hen, smiling and saying, Zhao Yu, you're not in good health, I'll stew a chicken for you to help you recover. Before long, a large group of villagers gathered in front of the Lu family's courtyard. Villagers and relatives who used to avoid each other were now warmly welcoming them. What's all the noise about? Louis was finally awakened by the commotion outside. Looking out the window, he saw a group of neighbors and relatives. After asking around and figuring out the general situation, he felt a surge of excitement. Louis, who has had a lifetime of bad luck, is finally going to turn his life around today. If my son becomes a big shot in the city, won't he be able to gamble whenever he wants? Big brother, Xiao Xian hasn't seen us for 10 years. What if he doesn't recognize us? Louis's younger sister, Lu Xian's aunt, Lu Yan, said worriedly. Louis was also a little flustered, as he hadn't seen his son for 10 years. However, recalling the scene back then, I was able to frighten him into kneeling and begging for mercy with just one sentence. Would he dare to disown me as his father now? No matter what. I'll know once I go to the city and meet him in person. I heard from Brother Chang, the lone shark in the village, that Lu Xian is in the city right now. Surrounded by villagers, Louis celebrated happily for a day, planning to go to the city the next day to find his good son. Tien Ma Town. Rui Inn. A man dressed as a waiter came to the third floor and took out a crumpled wanted poster from his pocket, handing it to a young woman in black. "Boss, take a look at this." The young woman in black had fair and delicate skin, and her bright and alluring peach blossom eyes. Although she looked young, she gave off the feeling of a married woman or young wife. Shi Xiaorong unfolded the wanted poster, examined it carefully, and placed it on the table. A new trick from the government? It shouldn't be. The waiter then produced several identical bounty posters and said, "I've had people check, and the entire Yongning area has replaced the previous wanted posters with bounty posters. Those constables who have been chasing us don't have that much power." Oh? Shi Xiaorong looked surprised. So this is true? Their Flower Snake Gang was just a martial arts gang. Most of their various branches and high-ranking members were wiped out by the county government a year ago. She, the gang leader, and a small group of remaining gang members are hiding here. The bigwigs in the city didn't care about them at all. Only a few constables were still searching for them, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to hide for so long without being discovered. It should be true. Lu Miao of Zhantong does have a younger brother who just graduated from the Taoist Academy a little over a year ago and went to Hongsong sect to take the assessment. Moreover, her younger brother is named Lu Xian, which perfectly matches the information of Lu Xian, the current inspector of Yongning in the Hongsong sect. The waiter's tone became somewhat agitated as he spoke. The position of Yongning inspector of the Red Pine sect can only be held by an inner disciple. If this is true, given Lu Xian's status, these members of the sect can easily clear their names and might even be promoted to a higher position. Previously, the Flower Snake Gang's backer was just a disciple from a collateral branch of the Lu family, whose status was far inferior to that of an inner disciple of the Red Pine sect. Where is Lu Miao? Where is she now? Gang leader Shi Xiaorong quickly realized the crux of the problem. Don't worry, boss. I've already sent someone to invite her. She should be here soon. Knock, knock, knock. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a knock on the door. Come in. Boss, what do you need me for? Lu Miao bowed and looked at the gang leader Shi Xiaorong and the head of the intelligence hall, Ma Kuan. Take a look at this first. Shi Xiaorong picked up a wanted poster and personally handed it to Lu Miao. Lu Miao was a little flattered and suspiciously picked up the bounty poster to look at it. Lu Miao, a member of the Lu family from Luoying village, was formerly a member of the Flower Snake Gang. She is the elder sister of Inspector Lu Xian. Her crimes are pardoned. Anyone who provides information about this woman will be rewarded with a spirit stone. Inspector Lu Xian. Lu Miao was taken aback, looked at Shi Xiaorong, and asked urgently, "Chief, what does this mean?" Shi Xiaorong, holding Lu Miao's hand, laughed and said, "It's just as you thought. Your younger brother is already an inner disciple of the sect and the Yongning inspector. Life is truly unpredictable." Shi Xiaorong sighed inwardly. Back then, when she heard that Lu Miao used most of her money to support her younger brother at the Taoist temple, she even mocked her for being foolish. How could she have imagined this day would come? Every year, countless students from Taoist academies participate in the Hongsong sect's examination, but how many of them can become inner disciples? Spiritual talent can be tested at the age of 6. For a Taoist academy student like Lu Xian, who has poor talent and no background, it would be good if 1 out of 10,000 could stand out. It really is Xiao Shen. A layer of mist covered Lu Miao's eyes. For more than a year, she had been afraid that her own affairs would implicate her younger brother, so she dared not contact him or send him any money. Did I pass the test? Do I have enough money? Will I get bullied? She worries every day, but feels powerless to do anything about it. Now things are fine, her little brother has grown up and doesn't need her, his older sister, to take care of him anymore. Boss, I need to go to the city to see my brother. Lu Miao wiped her eyes and said happily. Chapter 46. All I've ever been with is a beautiful woman. Yongning West Suburbs. Wang Family Manor. Zhao Deliang agreed to the Wang family's conditions and even publicly praised the Wang family's loyalty through the county government. To express their gratitude, the Wang family once again invited Lu Xian to visit them. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Wang Chen, the head of the Wang family, said to Lu Xian, "Fellow Taoist Lu, besides expressing my gratitude, I also have something I'd like to ask you about." Speak. The Wang family is quite shrewd, knowing that Lu Xian dislikes owing favors. They have been sending Wang Yuan many treasures these past few days. If it's a small favor that I can easily do, Lu Xian wouldn't mind helping out. Wang Chen pointed to the west. There is a lake about 30 miles west of the city. The Luo family living there is similar to my Wang family, making a living by raising mandarin fish. They also want to seek refuge with Senior Zhao, but they lack the connections and don't know. You mean they want to be like your Wang family? Lu Xian asked. Exactly. Wang Chen said embarrassedly, Luo Yun, the head of the Luo family, and I have been friends for many years. But don't worry, I didn't tell him the details, nor did I promise him anything on your behalf. If you have any concerns, just pretend I didn't say anything. Seeing that Lu Xian's expression remained normal, he changed the subject. If you think it's alright, he's in the reception room right now, you can ask him to come over at any time. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xian nodded and said, alright. Zhao Deliang had instructed me to do this, so I can agree to it on his behalf. Zhao Deliang is currently the highest ranking person in the enforcement team besides the two Foundation establishment cultivators, so it's important to maintain a good relationship with him. Lu Xian intended to remain uninvolved, but that didn't mean he would do nothing at all. In the midst of chaos, without connections or backing, and without the ability to protect oneself, one is often powerless to control one's own destiny. Lu Xian tries to avoid getting involved in fighting and killing. It's better for him to act as an intermediary and win over some families. Okay. I'll send someone to call them over right away. Wang Chen said happily. In these chaotic times, it would be best to help Luo Yun, who has been his friend for decades. A short while later, an old man, as aged as Wang Chen, and a beautiful young girl with a hint of fear on her face entered the room together. Lu Xian's gaze was instantly drawn to the girl. She wore a moon-white long dress, her large, round almond-shaped eyes were full of spirit, her nose was slender and straight, and the corners of her mouth were naturally upturned with an extremely perfect curve. Coupled with a hint of fear for the future in her eyes, she has a pitiful look that makes people want to protect her at first glance. Looks like they came prepared. Lu Xian knows his own situation best. His reputation for being a lecherous man is probably already widespread and can't be erased. The fact that Luo Yun brought such a young and beautiful woman must mean that Wang Chen had told him about it beforehand, which is why he catered to Luo Yun's tastes. No matter, it suits Lu Xian's wishes perfectly, saving him the trouble of spending money at brothels to buy maids. I am Luo Yun, and I greet fellow Taoist Lu. On the way here, Wang Chen had already told him about Lu Xian's identity. Luo Yun looked at the girl beside him. This is my granddaughter, Luo Ruoyan. Ruoyan greets Lord Lu. Luo Ruoyan bowed, her voice soft and gentle, avoiding eye contact with Lu Xian. Ha ha ha. Brother Luo has arrived. Come and sit down. Let's have a drink first. Wang Chen pulled Luo Yun to sit down next to him, picked up the wine on the table and poured him a glass. This is the peach blossom wine that Brother Luo has been longing for. Drink as much as you like today. Luo Ruoyan obediently walked over and sat down next to Lu Xian, while Wang Yuan sat on the other side. After a brief introduction, Luo Yun got down to business. Fellow Taoist Lu, my Luo family of Bua Lake raises about 50 first-grade low-level mandarin fish every year. We are willing to offer 200 of them to the sect within 5 years in exchange for the sect's protection. A first-grade low-quality mandarin fish is less valuable than a first-grade unicorn bull, costing 10 spirit stones each. In fact, the Luo family and the Wang family are similar in that they both want to spend 400 spirit stones every year to ensure their safety. Fearing Lu Xian might refuse, Luo Yun continued, furthermore, my Luo family sends you 2 items every year, and... Don't! Lu Xian immediately waved his hand to interrupt. I don't need to see you off. I have no other desires but beautiful women. Lu Xian reached out and pulled Luo Ruoyan into his arms, smiling as he said, having her is enough. Lu Xian dared not accept a low-grade first-order spirit fish. What would Zhao Deliang think if he found out? The thing is too hot to handle. Lu Xian was unwilling to risk offending Zhao Deliang or even Elder Zhou Ming by embezzling a mere few dozen spirit stones. Ah! Young master, please stop. Luo Ruoyan subconsciously broke free from Lu Xian's embrace, her face flushed. She glanced at her grandfather, but dared not run away, and could only sit in her seat with a wronged expression. Fellow Taoist Lu is a man of great wisdom and righteousness. If this matter is accomplished, my Luo family will be eternally grateful. Luo Yun bowed and thanked him. Patriarch Luo, don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Whether it will be a success or not is still up in the air. While admiring Luo Ruoyan's shy appearance, Lu Xian said, besides, I don't know exactly how many spirit fish your family produces each year. If you lie to senior brother Zhao, I won't be able to protect you if he investigates later. Zhao Deliang will definitely send someone to investigate the situation of each family afterward, and Lu Xian's reminder is also for his own good. Luo Yan's expression shifted, and after hesitating for a while, he increased the number of items from 200 to 250. After finishing his business, Lu Xian didn't linger. He took the Luo family's letter of allegiance and led Wang Yuan and Luo Ruoyan back to the county government office. The main hall of the county government office. Zhao Deliang glanced at the letter Lu Xian handed over and agreed. He then immediately sent someone to contact the Luo family and urged them to hand over the first year's spirit fish. Inspired by Lu Xian, Zhao Deliang has been sending his trusted confidants to various large and small families to gather information and subtly imply their loyalty to him. However, this is something that cannot be said openly, it can only be hinted at. Moreover, it involves issues of mutual trust between the two parties, and so far, there has been little progress. There are hundreds of qi refining families of all sizes in Yongning, with more than 10,000 cultivators. Zhao Deliang has no connections here, and he doesn't have the time to personally discuss things with these families, so everything can only be done slowly. Xiao Lu. I told you before, you don't need to ask me about these things in person anymore. Just agree to it first, and then write me a report afterwards. So? Zhao Deliang thought for a moment and called out to the door, Xia, you will be working with Xiao Lu from now on. Yes, master. Xia bowed with her hands clasped in greeting. Zhao Deliang turned to Lu Xian and smiled, Xia is my disciple, with a cultivation level of the 6th level of qi refining. She also has a 30-person law enforcement team under her command. She will be at your disposal from now on. Please keep an eye on the families that have come to join us. This. Lu Xian quickly waved his hand, Senior brother Zhao, my abilities are too limited, I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. You should delegate it to someone else. Rest assured. Zhao Deliang patted Lu Xian on the shoulder and reassured him, I understand your concerns. Go ahead and do it. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Lu Xian had no choice but to nod in agreement. Chapter 47 Sister Lu Miao. On the way out of the county government hall, Xia, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, followed behind Lu Xian. Xia is Zhao Deliang's disciple and commands an elite squad of 30 men. With the addition of the 10-person monitoring team under Lu Xian's command, Lu Xian can mobilize a total of 40 people from the sect. Even if the 40 cultivators are only early-stage qi refining cultivators, once they form an array, they can still kill those who have reached the qi refining perfection stage. Unfortunately, these people are not absolutely loyal to me otherwise, as long as they don't go too far from Yongning City, their safety would be completely guaranteed. The 10-person inspection team was alright, at least nominally they were Lu Xian's subordinates. Turning his head to look at Xia, who was half a step behind him, Lu Xian pondered how to utilize her and the law enforcement team under her command in the future. Zhao Deliang sent her to him not only to help win over the Yongning cultivation families, but also to monitor and guard against them, since Lu Xian was not one of his confidants. It's alright. Lu Xian had no intention of using this matter to embezzle or engage in any crooked schemes. Like those cultivation families who pay money to avoid trouble, Lu Xian only wanted to protect himself and get through this chaos peacefully. After leaving the main hall of the county government office, Lu Xian planned to return to his small courtyard to rest. A guard from the government office jogged over to report. Your Excellency Inspector Lu, there are several people outside the yamen claiming to be your parents or relatives. Should we invite them in? Parents and relatives? Lu Xian paused, some blurry images flashing through his mind. Take me there and have a look. Lu Xian ordered. Yes. The guard bowed, then turned and led the way. Lu Xian followed them toward the yamen gate, and Xia also followed with great interest to see what was going on. At the entrance of the county government office, Lu Yi and Zhao Yu, along with some villagers from Luoying village who were trying to curry favor with them, gathered together. Beside her was a tall girl dressed in red martial arts attire, with a thin sword at her waist, resembling a female knight-errant. Daughter, when you see your brother later, remember to put in a good word for us. It's not that we didn't want to take care of you all these years, but we simply had no other choice. As Zhao Yu spoke, she stepped forward to take her daughter's hand. No way? Lu Miao shook off Zhao Yu's hand, a mocking smile appearing on her naturally gentle face. Back when my grandparents were still alive, my Lu family was a small landlord family in the village. In just a few years, you squandered it all and we couldn't even afford to eat. If I hadn't left you to make a living in the city, I'd probably be starving to death by now. That's not all. Lu Miao looked at her father, Lu Yi, her tone becoming agitated. Xiao Xian has already been diagnosed with spiritual roots, and you're actually not planning to send him to the Dao Academy just to save money. This isn't my fault, we had absolutely no money at the time. Lu Yi quickly retorted. Oh. Lu Miao scoffed, Xiao Xian possesses spiritual roots. If you just ask, which relative wouldn't be willing to lend him some? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. If it weren't for me protecting him all these years, Xiao Xian's life would have been ruined by you. You. Unable to refute, Louis angrily pointed at his daughter and roared, I'm your father. This is unfilial of you. Just then, Lu Xian and Xia He appeared at the entrance of the yamen. Greetings, Your Excellency. Greetings, Your Excellency. Lu Xian wore a first-grade high-quality heavenly silkworm spirit silk robe and a first-grade high-quality refined gold flying sword at his waist. With his height of 1.9 meters and imposing appearance, the villagers were intimidated by his demeanor and bowed to him in greeting. Ordinary people have an ingrained reverence for cultivators. Even Louis and Zhao Yu, who knew their son had become a big shot, followed suit and did not dare to overstep their bounds. Upon seeing Louis and Zhao Yu, memories of the two flashed through Lu Xian's mind, and an uncontrollable resentment arose in his heart. This was the original owner's obsession, and also the emotion that Lu Xian felt after reading the memories. These two are unworthy of being parents. They don't treat their son and daughter as children at all, and they are selfish to the extreme. Especially after his father Louis lost money gambling, Lu Xian would be severely beaten every time. Xiao Xian. A familiar call pulled Lu Xian out of his resentment. He turned to look at Lu Miao, and an even stronger surge of emotions overwhelmed his consciousness. Sister. Lu Xian responded instinctively. Lu Miao walked up to Lu Xian, carefully examined his face, and smiled with tears in her eyes. Xiao Xian has changed, he's become even more handsome. The image of Lu Xian as a child from 10 years ago flashed through her mind, and the smile on her lips deepened. But he was cuter when he was little, he was so small back then. Lu Miao gestured with her hand above Lu Xian's head, now he is so much taller than his sister. Sister, it's been a long time. Lu Xian's furrowed brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. When he decided to accept this older sister, it was as if something in his soul shattered, and his mind became incredibly clear. This isn't the place to talk. Let us go inside, Lu Xian said. Good. Lu Miao nodded in agreement. Just as the two turned around, an urgent shout came from behind, wait. Louis never expected that the youngest son he used to beat and scold at will was actually the dignified and otherworldly cultivator in front of him. I am. Louis was interrupted by Lu Xian before he could finish speaking. Oh. Lu Xian slapped his forehead, looking as if he had just realized something, and said, I almost forgot about you guys. Lu Xian pulled out a few loose gold coins from his pocket and tossed them in front of them, saying indifferently, there is no relationship between us. Remember not to use my name to make a fuss in the future. After saying that, Lu Xian ignored them and the group disappeared at the entrance of the government office. Lu Xian's last words were actually a warning. If they were unwilling to accept their fate and flaunted their name, it would only bring them disaster in the end. Lu Xian. I'm your father, and you're my son. You can't treat me like this. Louis chased after them towards the entrance of the yamen, but was stopped by the guards at the gate and thrown back. Serves you right. Aunt Lu Xian picked up the gold coins from the ground and said angrily, you made me come all this way for nothing. Consider these as travel expenses. The other villagers also realized what was happening and immediately rushed over to grab the few gold coins that Lu Xian had thrown. What kind of kind people could these villagers who followed Louis into the city be? Seeing that they couldn't curry favor with him, they naturally thought of getting some benefits for themselves. Wait! Louis roared, stopping the villagers who were looting. Lu Xian will always be my son. If he doesn't acknowledge me today, can you guarantee he will never acknowledge me? He swept his fierce gaze across each villager. Anyone who dares to take my money today, think carefully about the consequences. Louis was a compulsive gambler and a seasoned gambler. How could he possibly let his money be stolen for nothing? Ha ha ha. Brother, I was just joking with you. How could I possibly take your money? After delivering the stolen gold coins to Louis, Aunt Lu Xian said with a forced smile, I was just helping you pick them up. Yes, yes, yes. The villagers, quick to change their tune, had just been scrambling for the gold coins, but now they all obediently handed them over to Louis. Chapter 48 Qi Refining Level 3. The small courtyard of the county government office. Lu Miao and Lu Xian, siblings, sat in the courtyard chatting about the past, while Xia He and Yi Xiaozhong kept a distance and did not disturb them. Lianer, Mayer, Pinger, Wang Yuan, and Luo Ruoyan also stayed obediently in the room. Lu Miao, the older sister, was very curious about Lu Xian's experiences over the past year and kept asking him about what had happened during that time. Lu Xian picked out the good points, only saying that he possessed talent and talismans, was valued by the elders of the sect, and had a smooth and successful journey. Lu Miao's gaze swept across the entire courtyard, especially at the 5 beautiful women inside the house who were peeking at her from time to time. Xiao Xian, you've changed. After more than a year apart, Lu Xian seemed like a completely different person to her. The Lu Xian of the past was introverted and liked to be alone in peace. How could he have taken in so many women? Sister, people change. Lu Xian laughed and said, after seeing this new world in the sect, I'm no longer the clueless kid I used to be. Lu Miao nodded. When a person's perspective changes, it does indeed lead to a change in personality, which is not surprising. Xiao Xian. Lu Miao looked conflicted and advised, Xiao Xian, your future is bright. You should focus on cultivation and not rush to indulge in women. When she left Ruiyan, the gang leader, Shi Xiaoron, told her a lot about Lu Xian. What caught her attention the most was that Lu Xian was now extremely lecherous, to the point that he couldn't be happy without women. At first she didn't believe it, but now that she sees so many beautiful women in the room, she can't help but believe it. She had a rare opportunity to cultivate immortality, and she didn't want to see Lu Xian go down the wrong path. Sis, I know what I'm doing, don't worry. Lu Xian beckoned into the house, and the 5 women obediently came out. This is my older sister, Lu Miao. She'll be your older sister from now on too. Call her sister. Lianer greets her elder sister. Mayer greets her elder sister. This humble servant, Wang Yuan, greets my elder sister. The 5 women bowed and greeted each other. Well. Hello? Lu Miao had never seen such a scene before and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Seeing that Lu Miao was a little uncomfortable, Lu Xian waved for the women to leave and continued chatting with her. Sister, I've finished telling you my story. Now tell me about yours. How has this year been for you? Fine. Lu Miao smiled. The leader of the Flower Snake Gang, Shi Xiaoron, has been good to me. Although I'm wanted by the authorities, I haven't suffered much, it's just. She looked at Lu Xian and said, I was just worried that the gang's affairs would implicate you, so I haven't contacted you. Lu Miao only spoke of the good things, briefly recounting her experiences over the past year, saying that she had not encountered any crises or difficulties. That's right. Remembering the gang leader's instructions before he left, Lu Miao asked, now that you are the Yangning inspector, Xiao Xian, my arrest warrant can be easily lifted. Could you also help my friends from the Flower Snake Gang? Lu Xian had some basic information about the Flower Snake Gang. The gang leader, Shi Xiaoron, was a mid-stage innate realm martial artist who was skilled in leg techniques. Even a mid-stage chi-refining realm martial artist was no match for her in close combat. Before the Lu family ran into trouble, the Flower Snake Gang was an external force controlled by a collateral branch of the Lu family, doing shady and unsavory things. This matter is not urgent. If the Shi gang leader is truly sincere, let her come and talk to me in person. Lu Xian said. But Lu Miao wanted to explain that the Shi gang leader was very kind and had helped her a lot, but considering that this matter might involve Lu Xian, she decided not to interfere with Lu Xian's judgment. I'll do as Xiao Xian says. I'll send them a message tomorrow explaining the situation. Lu Xian smiled and nodded, let's not talk about this anymore. We siblings are reunited today, we should be happy and celebrate. He instructed the guards outside the door to order a top-class banquet from the best restaurant in the city, specially to welcome Lu Miao back. As for where to stay, Lu Miao stayed in the guest room. The small courtyard that the county government gave to Lu Xian was similar to a traditional courtyard house, with a large area and many rooms, so there was nothing inconvenient about it. The next day, Lu Xian instructed Yi Xiaozhong to arrange a bodyguard captain position for his sister Lu Miao, transforming her from a gang member into an official figure. Lu Xian's life remained unchanged. He still spent his days drawing talismans, cultivating, and engaging in sexual activity with his maids. In his spare time, he would visit local powerful families. Wang Yuan and Luo Ruoyan became pregnant one after the other, and Lu Xian used these families who had come to rely on Zhao Deliang to continuously increase the number of maids. His reputation was now completely established. He didn't want spirit stones, pills, talismans, he didn't want any cultivation resources. All I want are beautiful women. What's a beauty worth? To a cultivation family, a beauty's value is negligible. In the midst of his busy schedule, Lu Xian managed to meet Shi Xiaoron, the leader of the Flower Snake Gang, and was immediately captivated by her beauty, finding her to be an absolute stunner. Shi Xiaorong likes to wear a light green long dress. Her long, slender legs are estimated to be over a meter long. She has a kind of snake demon-like temperament and a fatal allure. Chief Shi, I can indeed resolve your gang's issues, but why should I help you? Shi Xiaorong was not surprised to hear this. Lord Lu, as long as you help us get off the wanted list, our Flower Snake Gang will be yours, and we will pay you at least 20 spirit stones every year. Lu Xian smiled and shook his head, too little. A mere 20 spirit stones? You know I don't care about that. Martial arts gangs don't actually make much money. They're not qualified to get involved in high-end industries, and their members consume a significant portion of their already limited income. Lu Xian's intention in taking them wasn't to make money, he simply wanted them to act as an intelligence agency to gather information. In this way, not only will we not make money, but we might also have to spend some money on them. Feeling Lu Xian's undisguised gaze, Shi Xiaorong said in a deep voice, Does my lord want me to? Right. Lu Xian directly stated his terms, as long as you follow me, I will guarantee the safety of your Flower Snake Gang. Furthermore, I will do my best to help you improve your cultivation and support you in breaking through to the innate realm and advancing to the late-stage qi refining realm. Really? A flicker of fervor flashed across Shi Xiaorong's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Before Lu Xian could answer, she said, Lord Lu, may I have time to consider this? Lu Xian nodded indifferently, of course. You can come to me anytime you've thought it through. After Shi Xiaorong left, Lu Xian didn't pay much attention. His target wasn't just her, and he didn't need her. Whether she agreed or not didn't matter to him. A few days later. A quiet room for meditation. Lu Xian's aura surged dramatically, and his robes billowed without wind. Qi refining level 3. After more than a year of practice, I've finally broken through. Lu Xian's spiritual root is only grade 9, yet he can surpass Yan Qingyao's grade 4 spiritual root cultivation speed entirely due to the advancement of his body cultivation through the Kuanping devouring heaven body refining technique. Lu Xian consumed large amounts of qi and blood pills daily, along with various kinds of spiritual rice, demon beast flesh and blood, and spiritual wine. His body refinement cultivation is now close to the peak of the third level of body refinement, and it is inevitable that he will break through to the middle stage of body refinement this year. With the boost to his qi refining cultivation, he will most likely be able to break through this year. 2 years into his studies, he broke through to the mid-stage of qi refining before the age of 20. I'm afraid only those top-tier geniuses and mid-tier geniuses with extremely strong backgrounds and abundant resources can achieve this. Chapter 49 Zhao Delion's winning over. Having reached the third level of qi refining, one has already met the minimum requirements for drawing a mid-grade first-tier talisman. Lu Xian got up from the futon, sat down at the table, and unfolded a stack of first-grade mid-level talisman papers that he had prepared beforehand. 100 sets of first-grade mid-level metallic talisman paper and ink are priced at 90 spirit stones, which is close to 1 spirit stone per set. There is very little demand for this kind of item in Yongning City. Lu Xian had someone buy it from his own talisman shop in Honsong City. The ink was a bright silver color and looked extremely viscous, like mercury. He dipped his brush in ink, and silver runes gradually appeared on the talisman paper, mysterious and profound. As the runes became more and more complex, Lu Xian's Dantian mana was being consumed more and more, and it was almost exhausted before it was finished. Sweat beaded on Lu Xian's forehead. He multitasked with his thoughts, taking out a rejuvenation pill and swallowing it. The rejuvenation pill works very quickly. A moment after taking it, wisps of magical power begin to grow in the Dantian. As the brush turned, the talisman on the table emitted a faint light, the runes gradually disappeared, and the entire talisman took on a metallic sharpness. A mid-grade first-tier arrow talisman is complete. My cultivation has just broken through to the third level of qi refining, so drawing a mid-grade first-tier talisman is still a bit of a stretch. But at least it worked. According to Lu Xian's estimation, he only needs to take qi-gathering pills for a few days to stabilize his cultivation and draw a mid-grade first-level talisman, then he won't need to take rejuvenation pills midway. A mid-grade first-tier arrow talisman currently sells for 4 spirit stones in the city, and Lu Xian can draw 5 a day without much trouble. First-tier mid-grade talismans are relatively rare, and sects offer higher purchase prices, with the lowest being 80% of the market price. After deducting costs and the middleman's profit, Lu Xian can earn 10 spirit stones a day just by drawing talismans, making a daily income of 100,000. Talisman masters really make money. A mid-grade talisman master earns more money than the entire Wang and Luo families, the cultivation clans in the city. No wonder everyone wants to learn a cultivation technique. In the following days, Lu Xian focused on cultivation and drawing talismans. He did not give up drawing first-grade low-rank arrow talismans. His first-grade mid-rank talisman master level had not yet been cleared, so it was not appropriate to throw out a large number of first-grade mid-rank talismans. He still had to continue drawing first-grade low-rank talismans. The main hall of the county government office. Lu Xian delivered to Zhao Deliang 100 newly drawn first-grade low-level arrow talismans on time. Why was Xiao Lu a few days late this time? Zhao Deliang asked. Lu Xian would send about 100 talismans every 13 days or so, and Zhao Deliang had gotten used to it. Lu Xian's visit this time came 20 days after the previous one, and he wondered if something had happened. Lu Xian's dantian surged with magical power, revealing the aura of the third level of qi refining. He cupped his hands in greeting and said, "Thanks to senior brother, I broke through to the third level of qi refining half a month ago." Qi refining level 3. Zhao Deliang was shocked. He remembered that Lu Xian had only entered the sect last year. In a year and a half, he had already broken through to the third level of qi refining? Although he has no shortage of pills and cultivation rooms because of his status as a talisman master, he still has a 9th grade spiritual root. Given that this kid is obsessed with women and reportedly parties every night, why is his cultivation speed still so fast? However, the path of cultivation is inherently unpredictable, and Zhao Deliang did not suspect anything suspicious about it. He was simply amazed by Lu Xian's good fortune. Yes. It's all about luck, especially when breaking through bottlenecks. Luck plays a big role. As long as the difference in spiritual root talent isn't too great, a low-grade spiritual root doesn't necessarily mean that cultivation will be slower than a high-grade spiritual root. Breaking through to the third level of qi refining increases magical power, making it easier to draw talismans. Logically speaking, Lu Xian should have finished drawing 100 talismans much faster. Could it be that he delayed drawing talismans in order to consolidate his cultivation? Before Zhao Deliang could voice his doubts, Lu Xian took out a mid-grade first-level arrow talisman from his person. I've been studying mid-grade first-tier arrow talismans these past few days, so I've been delayed quite a bit. But I was lucky. Lu Xian said with a smile, I managed to get one. You drew this? Zhao Deliang stroked the texture of the talisman, his chubby face full of disbelief. Seeing that Lu Xian did not explain but simply sat calmly drinking tea, Zhao Deliang was already half convinced. Then a sigh rose in his heart, and even a trace of envy. Even if he only succeeds once by sheer luck, it means that Lu Xian will definitely become a mid-grade first-tier talisman master. A first-tier mid-grade talisman master is equivalent to a late-stage qi refining cultivator, and is already a mid to high-level member of the sect. A mid-grade first-level talisman master is nothing in front of Zhao Deliang, but Lu Xian is not even 20 years old. What is the probability that a 20-year-old mid-grade rank 1 talisman master will become a high-grade rank 1 talisman master in the future? What is the probability that they will become a rank 2 talisman master? Little Lu, what do you think of my disciple Xiaohe? After his initial surprise, Zhao Deliang had a brilliant idea in mind. What does senior brother mean? Lu Xian looked at him uncertainly. Don't you like beautiful women? My disciple Xiaohe is quite beautiful and has excellent cultivation talent. Don't you have any thoughts about her? This fellow Taoist Xiaohe is indeed beautiful, but with her exceptional talent, how could she possibly be interested in me? Lu Xian was always self-aware and only sought benefits he was confident in. He wasn't without thoughts about Yin Qingyao, Zhou Xiaozhu, and now Xiaohe. He just felt he couldn't handle them right now. Don't worry about that. I'll help you persuade them. You just need to tell me whether you like it or not. Zhao Deliang stroked the patterns on the talisman, his smile growing even more amiable. As long as this matter is settled, I will hand over the power to manage the Yongning refugee families to you. Lu Xian fell silent. Zhao Deliang was clearly trying to win him over, and the conditions he offered were quite generous. If I agree, will it affect my relationship with the Lin family? Senior brother, my father-in-law, Lin Tianyue, has been very good to me. I am where I am today because of his help. I cannot make this decision on my own. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xian decided it was better not to agree, as being too greedy would result in getting nothing in the end. Zhao Deliang was not angry at Lu Xian's refusal. Instead, he nodded in satisfaction. You are loyal and righteous, and you know when to advance and retreat. It's rare to find someone with such talent who can remain humble and composed. Don't worry, I'll take care of Lin Tianyue for you. Just go ahead and agree. If that's the case, it would be rather unreasonable for Lu Xian to refuse again. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. Lu Xian nodded. When you're out and about, you're not in control of your own destiny. My own abilities are so weak, I can't make many decisions on my own. I'm sure my father-in-law understands my difficulties and won't blame me. Lu Xian comforted himself inwardly. Thinking of Xiaohe, who had been following orders and doing things meticulously these past few days, Lu Xian suddenly pictured her in a black suit, black stockings, and high heels. A cool and capable female secretary. If Zhao Deliang can really persuade Xiaohe, Lu Xian's life will be much more interesting. Chapter 50 Returning to the Sect. The next day. Zhao Deliang was very efficient. He persuaded Xiaohe in less than a day. Unlike the maids, Xiaohe and Lu Xian were a proper Taoist couple. To become a spiritual partner, the two people need to perform a simple ceremony and make a vow to help each other, never betray each other, and walk the path together. Oaths have little binding force, but if they are not kept, they may create inner demons and hinder breakthroughs in higher realms. Lu Xian has many women, but only 3 can be considered true Taoist partners: Lin Shuer, Lin Anqi, and Xiaohe. As for De Shuang, Xiao Shuang, Chang Dan, and others, they could only be considered concubines or maids. Miss Xiaohe, I'd like to know what senior brother Zhao said to you that made you agree so quickly? In the bedroom, Lu Xian, who had just completed the Taoist couple ceremony, pulled Xiaohe aside and asked a question. Xiaohe has reached the 6th level of qi refining and is said to have a 6th grade spiritual root, making her a minor genius. Even though Zhao Deliang made a strong promise, Lu Xian didn't necessarily think she would be willing to obey. I cannot disobey my master's orders. Xiaohe maintained a calm and composed expression, saying, I am where I am today because of my master, and I believe he would never harm me. That's it? Lu Xian moved closer to her, sitting right next to her. Isn't there any other reason? Of course. Xiaohe said, trying to appear calm. You're just a qi refining stage cultivator. Otherwise, how could I, someone who's about to break through to the late qi refining stage, become your Taoist partner? Quite arrogant. I like. Lu Xian pulled Xiaohe into his arms, and while undressing her, he whispered, I'll show you my strength as a qi refining stage 1 cultivator later. Wait a minute. Soon, Xiaohe realized the gap between herself and Lu Xian. Body refining techniques are no joke, let alone top-level body refining techniques like the Kuanping Devouring Heaven body refining technique. Although she was at the 6th level of qi refining, her physical fitness was several levels below Lu Xian's. The difference was significant. 3 days later. Thanks to Xiaohe's connection, Lu Xian's status in Yangning is now extraordinary, and his power is no less than that of the inner disciples in the late stage of qi refining, and may even be slightly better. Zhao Deliang then dispatched 2 more law enforcement teams to Lu Xian's command, responsible for investigating the families who had sought refuge with him and collecting the first batch of supplies offered by each family. Currently, the number of law enforcement teams directly under Lu Xian's command has reached 100. With a large number of people under his command, there were many miscellaneous tasks. Lu Xian didn't have that much time and energy to handle them all, so he had to delegate them to Xiaohe. Xiaohe is a pure magic cultivator. Apart from 2 hours of cultivation each day, she has plenty of time to handle various affairs. Lu Xian's life remained largely unchanged. He continued to cultivate, draw talismans, receive invitations from families across the country, and occasionally take on a maidservant. Including Xiaohe, Lu Xian now has 9 maids in his courtyard. The remaining 4 are not yet pregnant, so they need to keep trying. Life was peaceful, but Lu Xian felt more and more that the situation was strange. Zhao Deliang used various methods to make money off the local cultivation families in Yangning, regardless of the increasingly chaotic situation and without any long-term plans, which was very abnormal. His current approach has led to the annihilation of some cultivation families and the exodus of others. Although he may acquire a considerable amount of spirit stones in the short term, it will definitely impact his long-term development. This matter is absolutely not something Zhao Deliang can decide on his own. Above the Red Pine sect is the Heavenly Sword sect, and the sect has to pay a fixed tax to the Heavenly Sword sect every year. If Yangning is ruined, production will decrease and taxes will be unpaid, and Master Shao will have to step down. Could it be that Elder Zhou Ming has also betrayed the sect? Or are many foundation establishment cultivators from other sects starting to make other plans now that the Shao family is declining? Lu Xian felt like he was in the middle of a whirlpool. If he didn't follow Zhao Deliang, his safety was not guaranteed. But if he did follow him, he was afraid that Xiao Zhenren would get angry one day and he would be implicated. However, he was just worried he still had to follow Zhao Deliang and work for him. It wasn't that Lu Xian didn't think highly of Master Xiao, but rather that he simply had no other choice. Judging from Zhao Deliang's series of orders, Lu Xian estimated that Yongning would have to maintain this state for at least several more years, otherwise he would not have agreed to allow those who had joined the family to hand over their supplies within 5 years. It was too long, and Lu Xian couldn't wait that long, so he took an opportunity to ask Zhao Deliang for 3 days off and planned to return to his sect. Firstly, he came to visit his sect's Taoist partners, concubines, and children. Secondly, he came to personally purchase some first-tier mid-grade talisman materials. The sect was only 2,000 miles away from Yongning, and it would only take a few hours to get there by flying mount, so Zhao Deliang did not refuse. After entrusting the matter to Xiaohe, Lu Xian contacted a beast-taming disciple from the Spirit Plant Hall, intending to return to the sect on a flying spirit beast. The sects in Yongning City have sent thousands of disciples over, and some of them need to travel back and forth between the sects in Yongning. As a result, some disciples of the Spirit Plant Hall who tamed flying spirit beasts discovered a business opportunity and started a passenger transport business between the two places. A low-grade first-tier spirit beast costs 5 gold coins for a one-way trip, while a mid-grade first-tier spirit beast costs 1 spirit stone for a one-way trip. As for top-grade first-tier spirit beasts, they wouldn't even consider this kind of business. The price is quite high. Unless it's an emergency, most outer disciples would rather take a carriage than waste money on this. Lu Xian had plenty of money, so naturally he didn't care. After looking around, his attention was drawn to a large bird with pale golden feathers all over its body. "Fellow Taoist, please escort me back to my sect." Lu Xian spoke to the man inside the room who was sitting with his legs crossed, reading a book. "All right." The man tossed down his book, greeted them with a smile, and pointed to a sign beside him, 1 spirit stone to return to the sect. Lu Xian took out a spirit stone and tossed it to him. "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment." The man put away the spirit stones and then whistled at the golden bird. The golden bird spread its wings and with a gentle wave, it instantly appeared in front of the two. The man invited Lu Xuanfei to fly onto the back of the golden bird and instructed him, "The wind is strong in the sky, remember to maintain a wind avoidance spell." The golden bird has a wingspan of 5 or 6 meters and a broad back. It flies very fast and is very stable. Apart from the strong winds, it has no drawbacks. Lu Xian roughly estimated the speed and figured it would take about an hour to reach the sect. "Brother, you're making a profit by earning 1 spirit stone in an hour," Lu Xian said. The man gave a wry smile. "It's not that simple. I'm lucky if I can get 2 jobs a day. How many spirit stones can I earn? And another thing." He pointed to the large golden bird beneath him. "This golden feathered eagle costs nearly a spirit stone a day for food, and we even lose money when business is bad. As everyone knows, the beast taming cultivators in our Spirit Plant Hall are the poorest. They spend all their savings on spirit beasts." He kept complaining about being poor, but his eyes were full of pride when he looked at the golden feathered eagle. Lu Xian thought about it and realized it made sense. It had indeed cost him quite a bit of money when he was raising the black crystal queen bee. I wonder how far the black crystal bees have grown. Chapter 51 Mid-Stage Qi Refining Black Crystal Bee Queen. Lu Xian's estimate was correct. In less than an hour, a huge mountain appeared in Lu Xian's field of vision. The top of the mountain was bright red, which was Xiao Zhenrun's 3rd-level red pine. The golden feathered eagle landed at the foot of the mountain in the area of the dual cultivation hall where spirit beasts were kept. Lu Xian flew down, checked the direction, and flew towards Lin Shuer's courtyard. Inside the courtyard, De Shuang was practicing swordsmanship, while Xiao Shuang was tending to some flowers and plants with a water jug. "Where's Shuer?" Lu Xian asked as he entered the room. Young master, why are you back?" De Shuang sheathed his sword and stood there, while Xiao Shuang threw down his water bottle and ran over to jump into Lu Xian's arms. Sister Lin and Xiao Yuan went to the Spirit Plant Hall to release the black crystal bees. They should be back in the evening. De Shuang was more reserved and didn't pounce on Lu Xian like Xiao Shuang, but you could feel her joy from the smile on her face. "Where are the 2 little ones, Lingxiu and Lingyun?" Lu Xian looked around. De Shuang pointed to the room on the left. "She just went to sleep." Xiao Shuang left Lu Xian's embrace, nodded, and said coquettishly, "I finally managed to coax them to sleep, and now I can finally relax for a while. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Xian reached out and patted Xiao Shuang's head. Taking care of a baby who was only a few months old was indeed not easy. "It's not hard work." Xiao Shuang loved Lu Xian's caresses, her big eyes filled with happiness. "Now I live a carefree life, and with Xiao Lingyun by my side, nothing I do is hard work." After a long separation, both De Shuang and Xiao Shuang were very happy to be reunited and asked Lu Xian to tell them about the interesting things that had happened during this time. Half an hour later, seeing that Lin Shuer had not returned and her two daughters had not woken up, and looking at the twin sisters who were even more charming than before, Lu Xian thought he would chat with them a little longer. Both women were dressed in gray-black gauze dresses. The soft gauze covered their delicate figures, giving the two beautiful sisters a touch of mature womanly charm. You've both become more and more beautiful in the past 6 months. Lu Xian pulled De Shuang to his side and laughed. No way. De Shuang, with her thin skin, immediately blushed. The girl's blush was most alluring, her skin fair and rosy, which captivated Lu Xian. Keep your voices down, or you'll wake those two little ones up. Xiao Shuang whispered a reminder. Children can be incredibly frustrating when they start crying, and the two sisters seemed to be suffering greatly from it. Xiao Shuang is a quiet person, and she was worried as she looked towards the next room when she finally had a moment of peace and quiet. Wow wow wow. Wow wow wow. Sure enough, no sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of a baby crying came from the next room, the two sounds rising and falling in turn. After resting with his eyes closed for a while, Lu Xian heard the sound of a baby crying next door. Lu Xian quickly got up and went next door to check. The two little ones were huddled together, one crying and the other crying. Their coordination was extremely good, which made Lu Xian laugh. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang immediately followed, and couldn't help but laugh when they saw the scene. Lu Xian walked to the bedside, bent down and looked at them, staring into their eyes. When they saw Lu Xian come in, the two little ones immediately stopped crying and stared at Lu Xian curiously. Little Lingxiu, little Lingyun, do you still remember your father? The two little ones have round faces and skin as soft as jelly. They are much cuter than when they were born. With one on the left and one on the right, Lu Xian held them in his arms and took them out to play in the courtyard. The two little ones had been crying so loudly, but there wasn't a single tear in their eyes. Lu Xian held them and played with them for a while, and then they started giggling. As evening fell and the sky was ablaze with the colors of sunset, a carriage slowly entered the courtyard. Lin Shuer had just alighted from the carriage when she saw Lu Xian carrying two children. My husband. When did you get back? Lu Xian looked toward the carriage and saw Lin Shuer holding the hand of a chubby little boy. They came back at noon, Lu Xian said as he walked to the carriage, handing one of his daughters to Lin Shuer to hold, and then pinching the chubby little boy's cheek with his other hand. He can walk now. All that moon essence and black crystal honey wasn't for nothing. Dad. The chubby boy looked up at Lu Xian and said in a clear voice. Lu Xian was stunned. You still remember me, kid? After not seeing him for half a year, Lu Xian thought the kid must have forgotten him and was mentally prepared not to recognize him. The chubby boy nodded and called out again, Dad. Lu Xian hugged him and asked happily, Xiao Yuan is so smart, did your mother teach you? Lu Xian was talking too much, and Xiao Yuan frowned, not quite understanding what he meant. He turned to Lin Shuer and called out, Mother. Lin Shuer chuckled and explained to Lu Xian, Xiao Yuan has only just learned to call out to people. Do you think he knows everything already? Lu Xian nodded. That's right. This kid is only 10 months old, and it's already quite surprising that he can remember him and even call him. The chubby boy looked at Lu Xian, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he struggled to get down. Lu Xian put it on the ground, then he wobbled to the carriage, pointed inside with his little finger, and looked back at Lu Xian, Honey, I want to eat it. Lu Xian was stunned. So that's why this guy remembered him. After communicating with the black crystal bee through his divine soul, Lu Xian commanded it to lead all the black crystal bees out to await orders. Buzz! Thousands of black crystal bees flew out of the carriage and hovered in the sky above the courtyard, forming a dark mass. A black crystal queen bee the size of a palm flew into Lu Xian's hand, and a feeling of joy entered Lu Xian's mind. Qi refining level 4. The black crystal bee queen's aura had reached the 4th level of Qi refining, indicating she had reached the mid-stage of Qi refining. As expected of a second-tier spirit insect bloodline, the black crystal bee queen's bloodline has reached the 2nd tier. In addition, spirit insect-type demon beasts are known for their fast growth rate. With countless spirit flowers from the red pine sex spirit plant hall to nourish her, it's normal for her to break through quickly. Lu Xian looked at the huge swarm of bees, which included 10 leader bees at the 4th level of Qi refining, 100 junior leaders at the early stage of Qi refining, and 3,000 ordinary black crystal bees. A single black crystal bee is no match for a demon beast or cultivator of the same level, but the sheer number of bees in the swarm is overwhelming. Even a late-stage Qi refining cultivator wouldn't want to provoke a swarm of 3,000 bees. This is not the maximum number of bees. If Lu Xian spends a lot of spirit stones to buy the flesh and blood of demon beasts to cultivate, the number of bees can increase several times. Ordinary late-stage qi refining cultivators, if they do not have any trump cards to protect them, are very likely to be attacked and killed by the bees. As long as the black crystal queen bee is present, ordinary worker bees do not need nectar. Enough monster flesh and blood are enough to support the swarm's rapid deployment. Not only is their combat power strong, but their endurance is also remarkable. If we wait until the black crystal bee queen breaks through to the late qi refining stage, or even the foundation establishment stage. Daddy! Honey, it's delicious. Lu Xian's thoughts were interrupted by Xiao Daoyuan. He stepped into the carriage and saw a large piece of black crystal honey stored in the beehive, estimated to weigh about 2 or 3 pounds. A small portion of them are a deeper color, presumably high-grade products produced after the black crystal bee's rank was upgraded. Lu Xian broke off a small piece and handed it to Xiao Daoyuan, who immediately put it in his mouth, his eyes narrowing with joy. Chapter 52: The Purpose of Returning. Just spoil him. Lin Shuer glared at Lu Xian, then pointed at her son and said, "Look how fat he's gotten. He's just a kid. It's okay for him to be a little chubby." Lu Xian broke off several small pieces of black crystal honey, put a little in the mouths of his 2 daughters, and each of him and Lin Shuer took a piece. You can eat some black crystal honey regularly. It's good for improving your martial arts cultivation. With so much honey accumulated in the hive, it was clear that Lin Shuer hadn't touched it for the past 6 months. Black crystal honey can nourish the soul and greatly help Lin Shuer break through to the innate realm of martial arts. It would be such a waste for me to eat something so expensive. Lin Shuer didn't think she could break through to the great perfection of the innate martial arts and switch from martial arts to immortal cultivation. The innate realm is already her limit, so why waste resources on cultivation? It would be worthwhile to save these resources and give them to a son with spiritual roots in the future. Ah! Lu Xian slapped her on the back and scolded, "What are you wasting? I told you long ago, there's no need to deliberately save spirit stones for me. Use them as needed. I can handle our son's future." Lu Xian possesses a system, ensuring he will never lack resources. Spirit stones and resources only become effective when converted into strength. This girl is good in every way, except that she thinks too much about the future and wants to save all the good things for her son. You're only in your early 20s and you've already reached the peak of internal energy. Who can guarantee that you won't break through to the innate realm, then the late stage of qi refining, or even the foundation establishment realm? Foundation building. A hint of longing flashed in Lin Shuer's eyes. Is this really possible? Lu Xian nodded, "With your husband's help, anything is possible." Lin Shuer was Lu Xian's Taoist partner when he was still a nobody. Lu Xian's relationship with her was different from his purely transactional one with the other maids. There were feelings involved, which is why he was willing to tell her these things. "Thank you, my husband." Lin Shuer smiled and came to Lu Xian's side. "Let's not talk about this anymore. My husband hasn't told me why he came back yet. I took leave to come back. I'll stay for 3 days and then leave." Yongning. Lu Xian chatted with her about some of his experiences in Yongning. As darkness fell, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang woke up with flushed faces and took Lingyun and Ling Xiu from Lu Xian's hands respectively. The family spent a warm and joyful evening filled with laughter. The next day, Lu Xian left 200 spirit stones for Lin Shuer as money to buy the moon essence for his 3 children, and then went to the small courtyard next door. Chang Dan, Wu Qingyue, Huang Qian, and Li Man received news of Lu Xian's return last night and are all waiting for him in the courtyard. My husband. 4. The 4 women were about 6 months pregnant, their bellies slightly protruding. When they saw Lu Xian return, they all eagerly greeted him at the door. Lu Xian gave them 6 months' worth of spirit stones when he left, which they had basically spent. Lu Xian's return came at just the right time. Lu Xian didn't waste any words. He first gave each person 36 spirit stones as living expenses for the next 6 months, and then chatted with them about their recent experiences. Thank you, my husband. Thank you, my husband. With the spirit stones in hand, the 4 women's enthusiasm increased even further, and they surrounded Lu Xian, talking about the events of the past 6 months. Chang Dan spent 10 spirit stones at the talisman hall, but after a month, she hadn't learned a single talisman. Having realized she had no talent for talismans, she didn't give up and went to the array hall to learn array formations. Another 10 spirit stones were spent, and then nothing was gained. The formations were even more difficult than the talismans. After a month of studying them, she still couldn't grasp them. She originally wanted to continue trying in the weapon refining hall and the alchemy hall, but she ran out of spirit stones. With the 36 spirit stones Lu Xian gave her, she decided to go to the weapon refining hall first, then the alchemy hall, and try them all. Wu Qingyue was slightly better off than Chang Dan. She had been studying in the alchemy hall and had already completed her studies in basic pharmacology and the complete guide to medicinal herbs. She had passed the physician examination and was qualified to learn alchemy. Huang Qian focused on cultivation and had already broken through to the first level of qi refining. She had dabbled in basic spells such as flying technique, object control technique, wooden armor technique, and fire attracting technique. She follows the pure path of a magic cultivator and has the highest combat strength among the women. If she weren't pregnant, she would have already passed the practical assessment for intermediate outer disciples of the magic hall. Li Man had the least ambition. She used her spirit stones to buy a beautiful robe, and spent the rest on all kinds of delicious food. Lu Xian chatted with them all morning, and finally told them to take care of their pregnancy and promised to give them a reward after the baby was born. After leaving the courtyard, Lu Xian headed towards the Lin clan's talisman hall in the city. Lin Anqi and her maid Xiaoye are 7 months pregnant, and Xiaolan is about 6 months pregnant. They were all heavily pregnant, so Lin Anqi bought 2 more maids to serve her. Husband, Xiao Hong and Xiao Yi are maids I carefully selected. Do you like them? Lin Anqi asked Lu Xian. You. Lu Xian helped her up, his face serious, and said, "What kind of person do you take me for? Do you think that's all I think about?" Lin Anqi tilted her head slightly, her bright eyes gazing at him, as if to say, "Isn't that right?" Lu Xian gave up, avoiding her gaze, and said helplessly, "I don't have time this time. I have to return to Yangning tomorrow." So fast. Lin Anqi looked disappointed. I thought my husband would stay with me for a few more days. Lu Xian took out a jade box from his person and placed it in her hand, comforting her, "Don't be upset. Look what this is." Lin Anqi opened it out of curiosity. Inside the jade box was a black solid, emitting a faint, sweet fragrance. Black crystal honey. So much? Lin Anqi had eaten the black crystal honey that Lu Xian had given her before, and she also knew that Lu Xian had entrusted the black crystal bees to Lin Xuer to raise. Lu Xian then took out a jade box from his person, which contained about half a pound of black crystal honey. The yield of black crystal honey is quite good. Since I'm back home, I plan to give this box to my father-in-law to try. Good. After a tender moment, the couple rode together in a carriage to the talisman hall. Inside the carriage, Lu Xian glanced at Lin Anqi's belly and said, "The next time I come back should be when the baby is born. I'll definitely spend a few more days with you then. Husband, don't worry about me, I'll take good care of myself." Lin Anqi leaned against Lu Xian's chest and said worriedly, "I heard things are getting more and more chaotic in Yangning, you must prioritize your own safety." During the time Lu Xian was away, Lin Anqi often thought of him. The brief separation made her realize that she had truly fallen in love with Lu Xian. The carriage arrived at Lin Tianyue's residence. Lu Xian presented gifts, then recounted his experiences in Yangning, and finally mentioned Zhao Delion's recruitment efforts. One of Lu Xian's purposes in returning this time was to personally ask Lin Tianyue about his attitude on this matter. Compared to Zhao Delion, Lin Tianyue is clearly more trustworthy. Chapter 53 Yin Xingyao is poisoned. Etc. You mean you've broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining and successfully drawn a mid-grade first-tier talisman? Lin Tianyue's focus wasn't on Zhao Delion's recruitment efforts, but rather on the news Lu Xian had shared. The breakthrough in cultivation was fine. Lu Xian had mentioned it to him before leaving, and Lu Xian had already felt the bottleneck loosen at that time. However, successfully drawing a first-tier mid-grade talisman is a different story. Lin Tianyue is also a first-tier low-grade talisman master, and he knows very well how difficult it is. In the entire Red Pine Sect's Talisman Hall, there are only a few dozen first-tier mid-grade talisman masters, most of whom are over 40 years old. A first-tier mid-grade talisman master is equivalent to a late-stage qi refining cultivator. Regardless of age, advancement will make them an inner disciple. I've only managed to draw it once or twice by sheer luck. I'm still far from becoming a mid-grade first-tier talisman master, Lu Xian said modestly. Good. Okay. Lin Tianyue looked excited, his hands clasped in front of his chest. After this mission is over and you advance to the first-tier mid-grade talisman master, I will personally take you to pay your respects to the ancestor. Lu Xian's talent in talismans is definitely worthy of the ancestor's attention. If Lu Xian becomes the ancestor's personal disciple, the status of his lineage will also be elevated. Thank you, father-in-law. Lu Xian cupped his hands in thanks, then reminded him, as for Zhao Delion's attempt to win me over. It's all right. Lin Tianyue waved his hand. Zhao Deliang is all alone. If he's willing to give it to you, then you can accept it. He is Elder Zhou Ming's personal disciple and the person in charge of Yongning this time. Now that you have earned his favor, I am completely at ease. I understand. Since Lin Tianyue said so, it seems that Zhao Deliang has a good reputation, and Lu Xian feels much more at ease following him. Lu Xian then asked many more questions about Yongning, but unfortunately Lin Tianyue didn't know much about it either. He just told him to rest assured that even if something happened, it wouldn't be his problem. After spending half a day with Lin Tianyue, Lu Xian and Lin Anqi said goodbye and returned to the talisman shop. The next day, Lu Xian went to the dual cultivation hall and purchased 200 sets of first-grade mid-level talisman materials. Lu Xian didn't buy any pills. Most pills were available in Yongning City, and the prices were similar, so there was no need to buy a lot and carry them with him. On the return journey, Lu Xian did not ride the golden feathered eagle this time, but instead rode a kind of ray. The waterborne ray is also a mid-stage qi refining demon beast. It is not fast, but its back is wider, making it more stable when flying, and you can hardly feel any shaking. Flying spirit beasts are really convenient. I want one someday. If he had a flying spirit beast, he could leave whenever he wanted and return whenever he wished. Although raising spirit beasts is very expensive, the spirit beasts themselves have combat power and can help cultivators in many ways, so it's not a bad deal. However, Lu Xian is not proficient in the beast taming technique and cannot control high-level demonic beasts. At most, he can only raise a well-trained iron feather eagle from the dual cultivation hall. The iron feather eagle in the dual cultivation hall is only at the third level of qi refining, and has almost no growth potential, so it is not cost-effective for Lu Xian. While I was pondering, we arrived at Yongning City. Upon returning to the county government office, Lu Xian was shocked by a piece of news. A law enforcement brigade of several hundred people was attacked by a robber, resulting in more than 200 casualties, the largest number of casualties suffered by the law enforcement brigade since the Yongning Rebellion. Zhao Deliang was furious and is now thoroughly investigating the identities and whereabouts of these robber cultivators. The frequent deployment of law enforcement teams caused the situation, which had stabilized somewhat due to Zhao Deliang's conciliatory policies, to become chaotic again. What exactly happened? Xia He, tell me. The fact that a law enforcement team of hundreds of people could suffer such heavy losses is something that ordinary raiders could not accomplish. In the entire Yongning region, only the Lu family and the Chun family, both foundation establishment families, could probably achieve this. Other qi refining families simply don't have this kind of appeal. Even if they come together, they're just a disorganized bunch. 3 days ago, Senior Sister Zhou led a law enforcement team of 300 people to the Lu family in the Green Bamboo Forest to investigate their assets and force the Lu family to send half of their cultivators to join the law enforcement team. The mission went smoothly, and the Lu family agreed to all the law enforcement team's requests, but an accident occurred on the way back to the county town. A group of over 500 cultivators ambushed the enforcement team on the way. In addition, the Lu family cultivators who were mixed in with the enforcement team turned against them on the spot. The enforcement team's formation was broken and they could only scatter and escape. Xia He recalled the tragic state of the cultivators who had escaped, and said with lingering fear, of the 300 people in the group, 200 were confirmed dead. Of those who were lucky enough to escape, half were seriously injured and half were slightly injured. Almost none of them escaped unscathed. Even Senior Sister Zhou, who was in the late stage of qi refining, was not spared and is still lying in bed recovering from her injuries. Senior Sister Zhou? Lu Xian suddenly realized that among the 15 people at the late stage of qi refining, only one seemed to have the surname Zhou. Is the Senior Sister Zhou you're talking about Zhou Xiaozhu? Lu Xian asked. Yes. Does my husband know Senior Sister Zhou? Lu Xian nodded, then shook his head. I have a good friend named Yan Qingyao. She should also be in Senior Sister Zhou's team. Do you know if anything has happened to her? Something's happened. Xia He nodded, her face full of regret, and said, Inspector Yan is not only seriously injured, but also poisoned with an incurable disease. I'm afraid his future is hopeless. Yan Qingyao is one of the 15 Yongning inspectors, an inner disciple, and a genius with a 4th-grade spiritual root. She was second only to Zhou Xiaozhu in rank within the enforcement team, and her sudden death was a great loss to the entire upper echelons of the team. An incurable poison? What incurable poison? Lu Xian asked curiously. Spirit dispersing water. Xia He explained, spirit dispersing water is a first-grade high-quality spiritual material that can be used in some formations in alchemy. However, spirit-dispersing water cannot come into contact with the physical body, otherwise it will invade the dantian, meridians, and soul, making it impossible for cultivators to sense spiritual energy and refine their magic power for cultivation. Unable to cultivate. Isn't that equivalent to having one's path to enlightenment severed? For a genius cultivator, having their path to cultivation severed and being unable to cultivate is no different from being dead. Is there no antidote for this kind of spirit-dispersing water? Lu Xian continued to ask. It's not that there aren't any. Xia He shook her head. Meridian and dantian are easy to deal with, but the erosion of the soul is difficult to treat. Only by using spiritual pills and medicines to gently nourish the soul can there be a chance of recovery. If that's the case, why is it said to be an incurable poison? Lu Xian asked, puzzled. The pills and elixirs that nourish the soul are very expensive. To cure it, it will cost at least 1,000 spirit stones, and if you are unlucky, it may cost several thousand spirit stones. For ordinary qi refining stage cultivators, it is no different from an incurable poison. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Although Yan Qingyao had good talent, she didn't have a background and couldn't afford to come up with several thousand spirit stones. Without spirit stones to heal her injuries, Yan Qingyao was even inferior to an outer disciple with a 9th grade spiritual root, and thus fell into a quagmire. Thousands of spirit stones are too much. Even the late-stage qi refining cultivators and sects would have to go bankrupt to raise that amount. Unless a foundation establishment cultivator intervenes, Yan Qingyao's future is basically hopeless. Is Chapter 54 related to me? A small courtyard to the east of the county government office. Inside the living room. Yan Qingyao's face was pale, and she looked more frail. She forced a smile and took the jade box that Lu Xian handed her. Only when you're down on your luck do you truly understand the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Brother Lu, I will always remember your kindness. Since her injury, Yan Qingyao has suffered not only physical harm but also psychological harm. Many people who had previously fawned over her suddenly changed their attitudes, and some even mocked and insulted her. If it weren't for her status as an inner disciple, her fate would probably have been even worse. Yan Qingyao's status as an inner disciple is not permanent. If she hasn't broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining by the age of 25, or if she breaks through to the late stage of qi refining by the age of 40, her status as an inner disciple will be revoked. Given Yan Qingyao's current situation, without her status as an inner disciple, it would be difficult for her to live a peaceful life. When he was a genius, so many people rushed to curry favor with him. Now that he's fallen from grace, just as many people want to kick him while he's down. It's fair, isn't it? Miss Qingyao, you don't need to be so polite. It's just a small token of my appreciation and won't be of much help to you. Lu Xian waved his hand and said. It's only a few thousand spirit stones, and with good luck, 1,000 spirit stones would be enough. Lu Xian earns more than 200 spirit stones a month, so he can save up enough in a few years at most. But that's not how you calculate it. Lu Xian needs to cultivate himself, support his Taoist partner, maids, and servants, and he also has 3 children and a bunch of children who are about to be born who will need money. There isn't much left for him. There's nothing we can do about that. Lu Xian was also powerless to help. Despite his lustful nature, Lu Xian's desire for the Tao never wavered. What are your plans for the future, Miss Qingyao? Although I can't offer much help, I can still handle some small matters within my capabilities. If Yan Qingyao intends to live a peaceful life, Lu Xian is willing to give her a home. Although doing so might seem like taking advantage of someone's misfortune, if you look at it from another perspective, isn't it a way of offering help in a time of need? Just because Lu Xian can't help her now doesn't mean he can't help her in the future. Once Lu Xian has developed his business in a few years, he might be able to easily produce a mere few thousand spirit stones. Intend? Yan Qingyao's expression hardened. This little hardship won't discourage me. Once I recover a bit, I'll join the combat team, or if that doesn't work, I'll go monster hunting and adventure. Even if it means becoming a tribulation cultivator, I will continue cultivating immortality until my death. Lu Xian was taken aback. He hadn't expected this girl to be so determined in her pursuit of the Tao. In that case, unless he resolved the matter directly for her, she definitely wouldn't want to be his Taoist partner. Since that's the case, let's not talk about it anymore. Lu Xian exchanged a few polite words, then took his leave. After Lu Xian left, Yan Qingyao opened the jade box that Lu Xian had given her. Inside, she found a black solid that emitted a pleasant, sweet scent. Black crystal honey. Yan Qingyao had never heard of this kind of honey. Lu Xian had just said that it had the effect of nourishing the soul, but she wondered how effective it was. She broke off a small piece and tasted it. Her eyes suddenly lit up, the discomfort in her mind and spirit disappeared a lot, and she felt clearer headed. This small piece is even more effective than a low-grade first-tier soul-nourishing pill. This piece of black crystal honey weighs 2 ounces, and its value is probably similar to a bottle of soul-nourishing pills, worth no less than 20 spirit stones. Given my current predicament, Lu Xian is still willing to give me such a valuable gift. He truly considers me a friend. Why? She sighed. I wonder if I, Yan Xingyao, will ever have the chance to repay him in this lifetime. Yan Xingyao understood that Lu Xian had feelings for her, and she didn't really reject Lu Xian either. However, her heart was set on the path of cultivation, and she was destined not to be swayed by romantic love. After breaking off a large piece of black crystal honey and eating it, Yan Xingyao focused on cultivating while her soul regained its perception of spiritual energy. The erosion of the soul by the spirit dispersing water does not damage the soul's origin, but rather blocks the soul's perception of spiritual energy. As long as she takes the nourishing elixir for her soul, Yan Xingyao can continue cultivating, which is why she hasn't given up hope. She is currently at the 2nd level of qi refining. By taking soul-nourishing pills, she can break through to the middle stage of qi refining within 5 years and retain her status as an inner disciple. There is still a chance for everything. A bottle of low-grade first-tier soul-nourishing pill costs 20 spirit stones, and 2 pills are needed to sustain 1 day of cultivation. A month of normal cultivation costs 120 spirit stones, not including the spirit stones needed for the cultivation room and regular pills. Without enough spirit stones, the only solution is to reduce the number of times you cultivate. If you only cultivate for 10 days a month, the cost can be reduced to 1/3. Fortunately, her spiritual root is as high as the 4th grade, so even if she reduces her cultivation time, she still has a chance to break through to the middle stage of qi refining within 5 years. The spirit dispersing water effectively weakened Yan Xingyao's 4th grade spiritual root talent to an 8th or 9th grade spiritual root. Thinking of her fellow disciples who died on the spot, Yan Xingyao felt that she was actually lucky. The main hall of the county government office. Lu Xian came to report to Zhao Deliang and also inquired about the reason for the incident involving the law enforcement team. This matter might be related to you. Be careful lately, and it's best not to go too far from the county town. Zhao Deliang reminded him. Ah? Lu Xian was dumbfounded. How could this have anything to do with me? I haven't been here for the past few days. Could it be related to those families who sought refuge with them? If this matter really had something to do with him, the only possibility Lu Xian could think of was those families who had sought refuge with Zhao Deliang through him. Zhao Deliang nodded. The Lu and Chen families have been operating in the entire Yongning cultivation world for many years. In addition to themselves, they have also gathered together families of all sizes from all over the country. Our previous actions were tantamount to splitting the forces of the Yongning cultivation world, which of course provoked their counterattack. Zhao Deliang tapped his fingers on the table and looked at Lu Xian, saying, I'd like to remind those families you contacted before to be careful lately. I'm worried someone might make a move against them, so I'll make an example of them. Have Xia He send more people to keep watch, and report any unusual situations immediately. Yes. Lu Xian nodded solemnly. After leaving the county government hall, Lu Xian was very depressed. He thought it was just a small matter, but he didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. Lu Xian had no doubt about Zhao Deliang's purpose. His target was not the Lu family at all, at least not now. His real target was the entire Yongning cultivation world, including the hundreds of cultivation families and tens of thousands of qi refining cultivators. It's no surprise that the enforcement team encountered a counterattack when Zhao Deliang wanted to seize the resources of the entire Yongning cultivation world. Recalling the families he had previously joined through Zhao Deliang, Lu Xian discovered that they all had one thing in common: their clan leaders were very old or had lost all possibility of breaking through to higher levels. Only families whose leaders have no hope of promotion would be willing to spend 5 years of their family's time and thousands of spirit stones in exchange for stability. For families that still have a chance to improve their cultivation, Zhao Deliang's actions are tantamount to blocking their path to enlightenment. Obstructing someone's path is like killing their parents. Grass. Lu Xian realized he had been tricked. Chapter 55 can't be delayed any longer. The next day, a group of ordinary slaves, both men and women, were sent from the city, numbering over 1,000. A few days ago, the Lu family betrayed the organization and cooperated with the cultivators to ambush and kill the law enforcement team. The matter quickly alarmed the Foundation establishment elder Zhou Ming. Elder Zhou Ming immediately dispatched 1,000 law enforcement officers, who sailed straight to the scene of the crime in a second-tier cloud-breaking boat. The cultivators who had been robbed had long since disappeared, and all the cultivators in the bamboo forest of the Lu family's territory had also fled, taking away or destroying all the spiritual plants. This was a premeditated ambush. The Lu family had made preparations in advance, and Elder Zhou Ming's anger was of no use. The cultivators of the Lu family can escape immediately, but mortals within the jurisdiction of the Lu family of the green bamboo forest cannot escape. In a fit of rage, Elder Zhou Ming ordered that all mortals connected with the Lu family be enslaved. That's how the thousands of slaves in the city came about. The weak have no human rights. Lu Xian once again deeply felt the cruelty of the cultivation world. A foundation establishment cultivator can decide the fate of 1,000 people with a single outburst of anger, leaving them no room to resist. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lu Xian had no intention of saving them. Instead, he took advantage of the cheap price and spent 10 spirit stones to buy 10 maids. With more and more maids in the household, and their bellies gradually growing bigger, a group of maids who could actually do chores were indeed needed. The unidentified groups of robbers did not disappear. Instead, they became even more rampant, frequently attacking law enforcement teams that were out on missions. Although the sex law enforcement team is strong overall, they are in the open while the enemy is in the shadows. The treacherous cultivators appear and disappear unpredictably, making it truly impossible to deal with them. These cultivators were familiar with the local environment and had excellent intelligence. Even when Foundation establishment cultivators Elder Zhou Ming and Elder Shui who personally took action, they were unable to capture them. During an enforcement operation, Elder Shui who concealed his identity and hid among the raiding party, but was eventually injured by a mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator from among the raiding party. If Zhou Ming hadn't arrived in time with his men, Shuehu, a Foundation establishment cultivator, might have perished. When word got out, the law enforcement team lost face, and the robbers' morale soared. Yangning City has now ceased all large-scale missions that are more than 50 miles away from the county seat, and is only sending small groups of scouts to gather intelligence. On the cloud-piercing flying boat suspended above the county town. Top floor of the ship's deck. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, Zhou Ming and Shuehu, sat facing each other in the hall, where incense was burning and a pot of wine sat on the table. The wine jug floated into the air, tilted slightly, and flowed out a fiery red, magma-like liquid that fell into the wine glass below. Brother Shui, in this encounter, were you able to discern the origins of that Foundation establishment cultivator? Zhou Ming poured Shuehu a cup of red pine wine and asked. Shuehu shook his head. That person is very strong and skilled in sword control. Even in a one-on-one fight, he is probably no less than me. Oh? Zhou Ming was startled. Shuehu was known for his combat prowess within the Red Pine sect, and he was hard to find an opponent among those at the early Foundation establishment stage. He's a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator? Shuehu shook his head again. It doesn't seem like it. Judging from his magical power, he's at most at the peak of the early Foundation establishment stage, unless he has cultivated a special concealment spell. I sent a message from the Lu family's spies, but they don't know where this person came from either. I suspect it's the Chen family's doing. Shuehu frowned and looked at Zhou Ming. The Chen family has probably realized something is wrong. Should we make our move as soon as possible? Let's wait a little longer. Zhou Ming picked up the red pine wine and drank it all in one gulp. If a Foundation establishment cultivator escapes, the consequences will be endless. Besides, we haven't figured out the identity of another Foundation establishment cultivator yet. No rush. That's the logic. Shuehu's expression showed a hint of worry. What if Master blames us? Brother Shui. Zhou Ming's tone became serious. We both did our best, so why would Master blame us? All right. Shuehu nodded. You're good at these things. I'll be going now. Call me if you need anything. After saying this, Shuehu got up to take his leave and disappeared in a moment. After Shuehu left, Zhou Ming chuckled softly and slowly shook his head. Master's time is near, estimated to be less than 30 years, and the Red Pine sect is in imminent danger. The master placed all his hopes on his eldest brother, Wang Qiao, who had just completed the Foundation establishment stage, hoping that he could break through to the Golden Core stage and protect the sect and the Xiao family. Zhou Ming was not optimistic about this. Wang Qiao had only broken through to the Foundation establishment stage at the age of 250, and now at 270, even with his master's full support, the possibility of him breaking through to the Golden Core stage was still very low. If Wang Xiao hadn't broken through, his time might have come even earlier than his master, Xiao Changfeng. And even if Wang Xiao successfully breaks through, will he really treat his fellow disciples like his master? Wang Xiao will need to consolidate his cultivation and clean up the mess from before, which will require a lot of spirit stones. Will he use his fellow disciples as scapegoats? A new emperor brings a new court in this situation. It's wise to think of yourself first. Only Xuetu, that reckless man, always rushes to the front in everything. The rest of the foundation establishment cultivators are all planning for their own future and that of their families. To put it simply, the matter of Yongning was just that master spared no expense to gather spirit stones for Wang Xiao to purchase golden core spiritual items. Whether it succeeds or fails, it won't benefit Zhou Ming. As long as he doesn't openly disobey his master's orders, the current stalemate is actually advantageous to him. If the main body is handed over to the sect, one can at least pocket a little bit, right? Senior brother Wang, this matter is for the sake of your cultivation, and you must take action personally. I believe master will understand. Zhou Ming muttered to himself. A few days later, the enforcement team found several excuses, and Zhou Ming personally led the team to punish several cultivation families that were originally under the Lu family. Just when all the cultivation families in Yongning were on edge and a large-scale riot was about to break out, the law enforcement team suddenly quieted down and issued several reassuring notices. The sect's law enforcement team narrowed its control area, focusing its efforts on the area surrounding the county seat. The matter of the robbery gradually subsided, but the atmosphere in Yongning became increasingly tense. Speculators are causing chaos, and all sorts of powerful cultivators are everywhere. Even small families that want peace and quiet are forced to get involved, or they will be plundered by these cultivators. Once order is disrupted, the consequences are devastating. Some family ancestral sites have begun to fall into disrepair, and various industries have stagnated. If the chaos cannot be ended as soon as possible, Yongning will break away from the control of the Red Pine sect. Zhou Ming could wait, but the sect couldn't. Another 3,000-strong sect law enforcement team was being prepared. Upon receiving the sect's new order, Zhao Deliang immediately dispatched an enforcement team to surround the Lu family's spirit stone mine. Once the sect's 3,000 enforcement teams were in place, they would first take control of the spirit stone mine. The reason Yongning is in chaos is because of the Lu family and the Chen family. Once these two families are dealt with, the other Qi refining families, although numerous, are just a disorganized mess and can be dealt with gradually. The sect mobilized 7,000 or 8,000 outer disciples, incurring enormous expenses, which they could no longer afford to delay. Chapter 56. Not enough time. While the outside world was in turmoil, Lu Xian's courtyard remained peaceful and undisturbed. He is now considered one of Zhao Deliang's confidants, and with Zhao Deliang's protection, he can stay in the city with peace of mind. In the small courtyard, a frying pan was placed on top of a specially made charcoal stove. Lu Xian put a neatly cut piece of wild beef into it, and it immediately made a sizzling sound. This is called pan-fried steak, and it's best when it's medium rare. After briefly searing both sides, with the edges of the steak still showing some red, Lu Xian scooped it out, placed it on a plate, and handed it to his sister Lu Miao, who was standing next to him. Try it. Lu Miao frowned slightly. She had never seen this cooking method before. Can this taste good? She cut off a small piece with a knife and put it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up immediately. Delicious. It's very tender and fresh, even tastier than I imagined. Good ingredients don't need to be overcooked. The simpler the cooking, the better the natural flavor of the ingredients will be preserved. Come on, everyone gets a share. Lu Xian didn't just try one piece, he distributed the rest of the steaks to the maids. Thank you, young master. Thank you, my husband. Lu Xian personally cooked the steaks several times. After Wang Yuan learned how, he handed over the task of cooking the steaks to her, while he picked up a cooked steak and began to enjoy it. Lu Xian didn't use a knife to cut it, he used his object manipulation technique to pick it up, and he finished off the half-pound steak in a few bites. Wang Yuan could cook steaks faster than he could eat them. Each steak was devoured as soon as it came out of the pan. After eating more than 10 pieces, nearly 10 kilograms in total, Lu Xian finally showed a hint of satisfaction. Eating monster meat directly is too inefficient, we still need to take pills. Lu Xian sighed. He was full after eating 10 pounds of barbarian beef. Although he could continue eating, he no longer enjoyed the taste and had to expel a lot of impurities. Pills are different. A bottle of Savage Bull pill can refine the essence of a first-level Savage Bull into it, and Lu Xian can finish it in one bite. Unfortunately, there aren't many Qi and blood inner elixirs of grade 1 or higher on the market. Lu Xian is currently using low-grade qi and blood inner elixirs to compensate for quality with quantity. Xiao Xian, you eat so much now? Lu Miao asked in shock. First-tier wild beef has an extremely high blood and qi content. Most people will feel full after eating just a few bites, and eating too much will cause their blood and qi to surge, resulting in nosebleeds. Even martial artists cannot eat too much at once, as it can easily cause indigestion. Don't worry, sister. I also practice martial arts, so it's normal for me to have a big appetite. Lu Xian looked at Wang Yuan and instructed, continue frying. You have all cultivated martial arts, so eating more will be good for your cultivation. None of the maids had high martial arts skills and couldn't eat that much of him, but each of them could easily eat 1 or 2 pieces. Besides the maids, the 10 newly arrived maids also received a share, each getting a piece. When these maids first arrived, they were all crying and had lost hope in life. But now, they are actually living better than before. Before, where could they afford to eat barbarian beef? It cost 2 silver coins per pound, and even more if bought separately. They couldn't bear to eat it even during the new year. Lu Xian's courtyard currently has 20 maids, and there is plenty of wild beef. They can eat 30 or 40 catties a day. In addition, with other kinds of spirit rice and ingredients, it costs 1 spirit stone a day just to eat. There was no other way. These maids were the mothers of Lu Xian's future children, and he couldn't treat them poorly. Young master, there is a young lady named Shi outside who wants to see you. She says she has something to discuss with you. The maidservant at the door ran to Lu Xian's side and said, please let her in. After so many days, she should have figured it out. Shi Xiaorong came in with her maid, still wearing that familiar light green dress with a belt around her waist, revealing the exaggeratedly long silhouette of her legs as she walked. Boss, what brings you here? Lu Miao stood up and asked. Shi Xiaorong walked up to her, bowed, and said with a smile, you don't need to call me leader anymore, just call me Xiaorong, sister. Elder sister? Lu Miao was stunned. She didn't know the terms Lu Xian had discussed with Shi Xiaorong last time. She simply assumed she had come to Lu Xian for help. Young Master Lu, from now on I belong to you. Shi Xiaorong turned around and came to Lu Xian's side, staring into his eyes. Do you still stand by everything you promised before? She wasn't referring to lifting the arrest warrant for the gang members, but rather to helping her with her cultivation. Shi Xiaorong is not yet 40 years old, but her martial arts cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. For a martial arts genius like her, nothing is more important than improving her cultivation. If she can break through to the great perfection of the innate realm and reach the late stage of qi refining, she might even be able to join the Red Pine sect and become an inner disciple like Lu Xian. Since you've come, young lady, you must already have the answer in your heart, so why ask such a redundant question? Lu Xian met her gaze without flinching. Good. From now on, the Flower Snake Gang will follow young Master Lu's lead. Shi Xiaorong said solemnly. During this period, Shi Xiaorong considered many things and also investigated all aspects of Lu Xian's situation in detail. Given the current situation in Yongning, a small gang like their Flower Snake Gang would only become cannon fodder if they were to join other cultivation families. Joining Lu Xian's side also carries risks, and one's life or death is entirely in Lu Xian's hands. However, Lu Xian has a good reputation and is always kind to those around him. If Lu Xian's promises are true, this will be her opportunity. Ha ha ha. Yuan, fry a steak for Miss Shi too. Lu Xian instructed Wang Yuan, who was still frying steaks. Yes. Night. Master bedroom. No wedding, no ceremony, let's test our martial arts skills first. My husband also practices martial arts, and is he also a Xiantian martial artist? Lu Xian was too powerful. Shi Xiaorong had to mobilize her innate energy to barely cope. How could a cultivator possess such a strong physical body? It can only be that Lu Xian also cultivates martial arts, and his martial arts cultivation is quite high, even stronger than hers. Could he be at the late stage of the innate realm? Or perhaps at the peak of the innate realm? Lu Xian nodded. I've practiced a sword technique. Ronger, can you still take it? Lu Xian gradually increased the force of his swing. Shi Xiaorong bit her lip and nodded slightly. As expected of a mid-stage innate realm martial artist, Shi Xiaorong has the strongest body Lu Xian has ever experienced. With his long, powerful legs and incredibly flexible body, Lu Xian hadn't had this much fun in a long time since he started practicing the Kunping Devouring Heaven body refining technique. The 5th time, as dawn broke, Shi Xiaorong fell into a deep sleep, and Lu Xian took the elixir and leaned against the bed to rest with his eyes closed. Why? Lu Xian let out a breath. I can't achieve the feat of 7 times a night, there simply isn't enough time. Cultivators don't need to sleep every day. After regulating his breathing for half an hour and restoring his qi and blood to normal, Lu Xian went to the cultivation room and began his daily cultivation and meditation. After taking a mid-grade first-level qi gathering pill, the spiritual energy in the room gathered in Lu Xian's body, and his Dantian power gradually increased. In about another month, I will be able to complete the 3rd level of qi refining. Chapter 57: The Extermination of the Chen Family. The next day, Lu Xian went to the county government office and asked the magistrate to cancel the arrest warrant for the Flower Snake Gang. The remaining members of the Flower Snake Gang numbered 156, all of whom were transferred back to the county town by Shi Xiaorong to await Lu Xian's orders. Lu Xian used his power to place Shi Xiaorong in the law enforcement team, and all members of the Flower Snake Gang became unofficial staff under the law enforcement team, responsible for some intelligence work. The entire Flower Snake Gang has been cleaned up and is now under the jurisdiction of Xia He, the squad leader of the enforcement team. In reality, they are completely under the command of Lu Xian. It was just an ordinary martial arts gang, and Zhao Deliang didn't say much after he found out. Keep an eye on that kid and make sure he's restrained. A Xiantian martial artist is not like an ordinary woman, don't let him ruin himself. Zhao Deliang rubbed his temples and gave instructions to Xia He, who had come to report. Yes. A blush crept onto Xia He's face. How could she possibly resist? Lu Xian is not a normal person at all. His abilities in that area are terrifyingly strong. She was already pregnant, and she hesitated whether to tell her master about it. In the end, she didn't say anything. If she did, she would definitely be scolded, and her master might even make her abort the child. Lu Xian promised to buy her a top-tier first-grade breakthrough pill after the child was born, and she wanted to give birth to the child. That day, after Lu Xian finished drawing the talisman, Shi Xiaorong came to report, "Young master, your father lost money at the casino in Tenma town and was detained by the local gang. Their people came to me and demand that you pay back the money." "You want me to pay you back?" Lu Xian asked calmly. "How much money do they want?" 200 spirit stones. Shi Xiaorong replied. "Did Lu Yi lose all of these?" Lu Xian asked. Shi Xiaorong nodded. "It said that your father borrowed your identity from the casino. My people reported that the casino staff must have deliberately instigated it. I heard that the casino owner and your father were like brothers at the time. Don't worry about this. If anyone comes looking for you, just tell them that person has nothing to do with me and that they've got the wrong person." Lu Xian instructed. Tianma town is over 100 miles from the county seat. For a small gang from there to dare to come to my door demanding money, their motives are probably not so simple. Yes. Shi Xiaorong accepted the order. Lu Xian didn't care. His father, Lu Yi, would probably suffer a terrible fate. Shi Xiaorong didn't think Lu Xian was heartless. She knew the whole story, and Lu Xian's decision not to personally take revenge was already considered merciful. "How is the Lu family doing?" Lu Xian asked. 3 days ago, a new force of 3,000 men from the sect arrived in the county town, led by Foundation Establishment cultivator Xuehu. Currently, the sect law enforcement team in Yongning County has 7,000 members, plus 3,000 local cultivators, bringing the total number of cultivators to 10,000. Elder Zhou Ming ordered Zhao Deliang to leave 3,000 men to guard the county town, while he and Xuehu led 7,000 troops in 2 second-tier cloud-piercing flying boats straight to the Spirit Stone mine on the border. Lu Xian was one of the 3,000 men who stayed behind and did not have to fight with the main army. The news has come back, the formation at the Spirit Stone mine has been breached, and the Lu family and their vassals have surrendered on the spot. The army has changed direction and is heading towards the Lu family's territory, intending to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Shi Xiaorong replied. Lu Xian was not surprised. With 7,000 troops mobilized and 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators on the front lines, even with a second-tier formation protecting the Spirit Stone mine, it certainly wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. Once the Red Pine sect goes all out, the Lu family, a mere Foundation Establishment clan, will definitely not be able to withstand it. Lu Xian just couldn't understand why they had dragged their feet on something that could have been resolved much earlier, and why they hadn't acted until now. Was the purpose of this large-scale military operation really just to target the Lu family? Although the cultivator army is strong, it is not fast. The Lu family will definitely be able to find them in advance, and they will be helpless to die. 5 days later, Lu Xian heard some unexpected news from Shi Xiaorong and Xia He. The Lu family surrendered, and the Chen family was wiped out. The entire Chen family was wiped out. The ancestor, who was in the mid-foundation establishment stage, died by self-destruction. Hundreds of Qi refining stage family members and hundreds of vassal cultivators, along with thousands of other cultivators, were also killed. How could the Chen family have been wiped out? Lu Xian asked in shock. Shi Xiaorong also looked confused. I heard that after the Lu family surrendered, they reported many illegal activities of the Chen family. So the law enforcement army went to the Chen family on their way, and the Chen family was wiped out after the battle. Xiaohe's face showed a thoughtful expression. The sect's target was very likely the Chen family from the beginning. All their previous actions may have been to lull them into a false sense of security. Now that things have come to this, the sect's true purpose is clear. The Lu family is just a cover, and the Spirit Stone mine may also be a cover. This is a trap set for the Chen family. Lu Xian just couldn't understand why the sect would go to such lengths to deal with the Chen family. The chaos in Yongning will lead to reduced tax revenue. While there may be short-term profits, long-term losses are inevitable. Both the Lu family and the Chen family are vassals of the Red Pine sect and pay a large amount of taxes every year. If we destroy the Chen family, what will the other foundation establishment families in the territory think? If the situation gets out of control, and all the cultivation families within the territory unite in rebellion, the Red Pine sect's position could be shaken. It seems the rumors about Master Zhao's impending death are true, otherwise, he wouldn't have done something so self-destructive. The Chen family's ancestral home. Baihe Lake. The entire Baihe Lake is shaped like a white crane spreading its wings, hence its name. At the bottom of White Crane Lake lies a mid-grade second-tier spiritual vein. Centered on the lake, there are spiritual fields covering several miles in radius, originally planted with various spiritual plants, but most of them have now been destroyed in the Great War. 2 second-tier cloud-piercing flying boats hovered above White Crane Lake. For Foundation establishment cultivators, Zhou Ming, Xuehu, Wang Qiao, and Lu Ping'an were gathered together, listening to their subordinates report on the Chen family's gains. As a Foundation establishment family that has been operating in Yongning for over 100 years, the Chen family has a vast amount of supplies, spirit stones, and spiritual materials stored in their warehouses. Senior brother Wang, the Chen family seized various supplies totaling 98,000 spirit stones. Here is the account book, please take a look. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhou Ming sent out a booklet that hovered in front of Wang Qiao. I won't watch it, let junior sister Xiao watch it instead. Wang Qiao took the booklet, but without opening it, he handed it to a pretty woman next to him. The woman was stunningly beautiful, dressed in a crimson robe, and possessed a noble air. Her name was Xiao Ran, and although she was only at the peak of Qi refining, Wang Qiao called her junior sister because she was the granddaughter of Master Xiao. Xiao Ran didn't stand on ceremony, took the account book and carefully looked through it, saying, although the Chen family has been destroyed, the matter of Yongning is not over yet. Fellow senior brothers, Yongning cannot be thrown into chaos. I will have to trouble you with the task of pacifying the various clans and cracking down on the rebels. Besides, Xiao Ran looked at Lu Ping'an, Patriarch Lu, the mining of spirit stone veins needs to be put on the agenda, and we must ensure that all of them are mined out within 5 years. The Border Spirit Stone Mine is not just a cover story. A spirit stone mine has indeed been discovered, with a considerable reserve of at least 100,000 spirit stones. Spirit stones cannot be mined violently, otherwise they will be easily damaged. They can only be mined little by manpower. This spirit stone mine is quite scattered and buried deep, so it won't be easy to mine it all in 5 years. Yes, sir. Lu Ping'an cupped his hands in greeting. No matter how difficult it is, it has to be done. The Lu family understands Master Zhao's purpose. If they don't do it well, their fate won't be much better than the Chen family's. Chapter 58 Increased Taxes. Xiao Ran looked at Zhou Ming and Xuehu, senior brothers, have you found out the identity of that mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator from before? Xuehu and Zhou Ming shook their heads simultaneously. Xuehu said, this person is skilled in sword control and has not revealed any other methods, so it is difficult to determine his identity. Sword control technique. Xiao Ran snorted coldly, it shouldn't be the Netherfire sect, it's probably one of the 3 sects next to us. The Icepool sect, the Free sect, and the Broken River sect, all 3 Golden Core sects, border the Red Pine sect and are all subordinate sects of the Nascent Soul sect, the Heavenly Sword sect. The Netherfire sect belongs to the Nascent Soul sect, Cloud sect. If they were to participate in the affairs of the Red Pine sect, it would easily attract the attention of the Heavenly Sword sect, making the possibility very low. The most likely candidate for this mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator is one of the 3 major sects, since they both belong to the Heavenly Sword sect, so there's little reason for them to hesitate when they fight. I plan to forcibly subdue all the cultivation families in Yongning within 3 months, increase taxes by 50%, and those who disobey will be killed. The sect's tax system was very crude, the county government was weak, and local taxes were collected directly from the cultivation families, failing to reach individuals. A fixed amount is usually determined based on factors such as family size, spiritual lineage rank, and business size, and is collected annually. The taxes levied on the Hongsong sect are not low. Previously, they were about 30% of each family's output, but now they have been increased to 50%, which is about 50% of the total output. Junior sister Xiao, now that the Chen family of Yongning has been destroyed, suppressing the other cultivation families shouldn't be a problem, however. Zhou Ming said with a serious expression, "What I'm afraid of is that the other counties within the territory will take the opportunity to cause trouble. Let them make a scene." Xiao Ran showed no fear. "If a Qi refining family dares to stand up, we will kill them. If a foundation establishment family dares to stand up, we will kill them. The Chen family's fate today is what happens to those who dare to resist." Zhou Ming didn't say much, but sighed inwardly. The Red Pine sect is likely to become increasingly chaotic. The Yongning rebellion was just the beginning. He understood that all of this was the will of his master, Xiao Changfeng, and he could not and should not stop it. 3 days later, the enforcement team abandoned its previous mild approach and became exceptionally domineering. Anyone who dares to express the slightest dissatisfaction with the new tax policy, or who is involved with Jie Xiu and cannot prove their innocence, will be executed by the law enforcement army. In 2 months, the law enforcement army, led by Xiao Ran and several foundation establishment cultivators, swept through the entire Yongning, killing thousands of cultivators. The entire Yongning region instantly fell silent. The Lu family surrendered, the Chen family was wiped out, and no one dared to step forward at this time. Xiao Ran's ruthless methods shocked the entire Yongning, and everyone dared not speak out against her anger. Not only Yongning, but also neighboring counties such as Gumu, Heshan, and Nayun have all fallen silent, with far fewer violations of laws and regulations. Until the sect issued a decree that taxes across the entire territory would increase by 50%, a change that would last for 5 years. The decree was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, and news of the rebels causing chaos suddenly increased significantly. For some families that were already struggling financially, raising taxes by 50% was tantamount to cutting off their livelihood. Working hard for a year and still losing money in the end is something no one can do. It's better to be a carefree mortal and a cultivator. If there are too many cultivators who have undergone tribulations, it will in turn affect other families. If the sect does not deal with it, the situation will only get worse. However, the impact is not significant at present. As long as Master Xiao is still alive, the situation will not get out of control immediately. It's only for 5 years, not a permanent increase in taxes, so some families feel they can just bear it and it will pass. The sect's law enforcement team has been frequently dispatched, and several foundation establishment cultivators have been stationed in the county town. The current situation is still manageable. The Yongning rebellion was considered to have come to an end, but the enforcement teams were not completely disbanded. Xiao Ran led 1,000 disciples in a second-tier cloud-breaking flying boat to guard Qin family's White Crane Lake, while Foundation establishment elder Zhou Ming and his personal disciple Zhao Delian led 1,000 disciples to guard the county town to ensure that no one dared to continue causing trouble. Lu Xian was very depressed. After the Yongning rebellion ended, most of the sect disciples had left, and he was also thinking about returning to the sect. It just so happened that Lin Anqi and her maid Xiaoye were about to give birth. But he couldn't leave. He wasn't on the list of disciples to be evacuated, so he had to continue working for Zhao Deliang. The main hall of the county government office. Senior brother Zhao, the matter in Yongning is over. Could you please let me return to the sect? Lu Xian and Zhao De had been together for more than half a year and had become quite familiar with each other. With Xiaohe's help, they spoke more directly and casually. You can't leave. Zhao Delian looked at Xiaohe beside him and asked, if you leave, what will happen to my apprentice? And another thing. If you leave, what will happen to the families who came to rely on you? Won't they think I'm trying to back out? This. Lu Xian was completely bewildered. It can't be that bad, senior brother Zhao. Those families have nothing to do with me. I've only taken in a few ordinary women. As long as you're not gone, what could they possibly think? These families paid far more than 50% in taxes. They essentially handed over 5 years' worth of output. They wouldn't have had any thoughts before, but now that Yongning has settled down, will they harbor resentment? Lu Xian felt that Zhao Deliang had kept him around to draw hatred to him. If I had known things would end so quickly, I shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess in the first place. Xiao Lu, don't overthink it. I'm actually doing this for your own good. Zhao Deliang, with a look that seemed to see right through Lu Xian, spoke slowly. For my own good? Yes. Zhao Deliang reminded him, you should have seen the decree that the sect has increased taxes, right? Do you think you can stay in the sect peacefully once you go back? Lu Xian was taken aback. That's right. Once the sect's decree is issued, there will definitely be a lot of unrest, big and small, in various places. After returning, I might be assigned new tasks to handle affairs in other counties. Do you understand now? Zhao Deliang picked up the spirit tea and took a sip. Yongning is the most stable place now. With me protecting you, what are you afraid of? That makes sense. After thinking about it carefully, Lu Xian realized that it made sense. If he returned to the sect, he would just be an ordinary inner disciple, nothing like the carefree life he had in Yongning. Even if the sect doesn't assign him any missions outside, it's still better to stay in Yongning. In Yongning County now, apart from Elder Zhou Ming and Zhao Deliang, no one has a higher status than him. He can do whatever he wants. Isn't that wonderful? Have you thought it through? Once you've thought it through, go back and get things done. Keep those families in check and don't let them cause any trouble. Zhao Deliang gave instructions. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Lu Xian bowed and said, however, I would like to ask for leave to return to the sect. My child is about to be born. Phew. You little brat. Zhao Deliang calmed his breathing, I'll give you 10 days at most. Get back here when you're done. All right. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Xian smiled and agreed. After chatting idly for a while, he pulled Xia He away and returned to his own courtyard. Chapter 59 The First Spiritual Root Offspring, the Talisman Golden Mountain Seal. Red Pine City. Lin's Talisman Shop. Ding. Congratulations, host, your fourth offspring has been born. You have received 100 low-grade spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host, for having your first offspring with a 9th grade spiritual root. You have achieved the accomplishment, Foundation of the Immortal Clan, and obtained the Talisman, Golden Mountain Seal. A talisman? A phantom Golden Mountain Seal appeared in Lu Xian's sea of consciousness. As soon as his consciousness came into contact with it, a stream of information automatically emerged. Golden Mountain Seal can be used 3 times, with no limit on cultivation level. It is activated by the Divine Soul and transforms into a golden mountain to suppress enemies, with power comparable to a pseudo-core formation cultivator. Holy crap! They've struck it rich. Lu Xian was stunned and stood there. He had heard of talisman treasures, which could only be made by cultivators with the cultivation level of golden core or above who possessed magic treasures. Essentially, it is a replica of the magic weapon's power, and its production cost is very high, requiring the use of the magic weapon's essence. Talisman treasures are generally life-saving items prepared by golden core cultivators for their favorite juniors. They are priceless treasures with no market value. Like talismans, talisman treasures can also be activated to cast a spell. In the hands of a golden core cultivator, talisman treasures are actually no different from ordinary third-tier talismans. However, it's different in the hands of chi refining cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators. Talismans require mana to activate and the soul to control them, and it's difficult to unleash the full power of a talisman beyond a major realm. Talismans are different. Even if a chi refining cultivator activates them, they can still unleash power comparable to a golden core cultivator's attack. With this Golden Mountain Seal, it's unrealistic to defeat a golden core cultivator, but if a foundation establishment cultivator is unprepared, they'll probably be killed instantly. If 1 or 2 foundation establishment cultivators were killed. Come. Lu Xian immediately banished the thought from his mind. As he said before, there was no need for him to take such a risk. Congratulations, Master Lu, it's a young master. The midwife's announcement of the good news interrupted Lu Xian's train of thought. Entering the room, Lin Anqi was covered in sweat, her wet hair clinging to her rosy cheeks. She was tilting her head and smiling at her child beside her. My husband. Our baby has been born. Lu Xian nodded, took the child into his arms, and examined him closely. A 9th grade spiritual root. It looks no different from the previous children when they were first born. Normally, a child's spiritual root can only be detected at the age of 3, but the system obviously does not have this limitation and can determine it right after birth. Does this mean that none of the previous 3 children had spiritual roots? Lin Shuer, De Shuang, Xiao Shuang, and Lin Anqi all lack spiritual roots. The chances of Lu Xian having a child with spiritual roots with them are probably 1 in 10. With only 4 children, one having a spiritual root is already considered quite lucky. As your father, I hope you will have a smooth path in your cultivation and achieve great success in the path of immortality. You shall be named Lu Daocheng. Wah-ah. Whether or not he understood Lu Xian's words, Xiao Daocheng, who had been wailing, suddenly stopped crying and stared at Lu Xian curiously, making whimpering sounds. Ha ha ha. As expected of my son, he can understand what I say even though he was just born. With double happiness upon him, Lu Xian laughed heartily, a rare occurrence for him. You're being indecent. Lin Anqi smiled as she watched the scene unfold before her, a deep sense of happiness filling her heart. The next day. The maid Xiao Ye is also about to give birth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 5th offspring. You have received 1 high-grade spirit stone. A high-grade spirit stone is actually equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Due to its scarcity and portability, it is usually worth slightly more than 100 spirit stones. There were no other rewards or spiritual root hints, so it's likely that there were no spiritual roots. I hope you will have wisdom and be able to easily comprehend the great Tao, so I will name you Linghui. Lu Linghui and Lu Xian's 5 children gave the moon essence they had prepared in advance to Xiaoye, and Lu Xian instructed her to take good care of the children. Young master, this is too valuable, I cannot accept it. Xiaoye waved her hand in refusal. Take it. Lu Xian then took out a bottle of pills to restore her vitality and 10 spirit stones, and stuffed them into her hand. These are all for my daughter. What is the point of you refusing to accept them? Are you going to abuse my daughter? No. No. Xiaoye quickly waved her hand, then her eyes welled up with tears. Thank you, young master. Xiaoye was just an ordinary maid. She never expected that Lu Xian would value the child she gave birth to so much. If you really want to thank me, then take good care of our child. If you have any problems, go to Madam. If Madam can't help you either, then come directly to me, Lu Xian instructed. Yes. Xiaoye nodded. After spending a few days in the city with Lin Anqi and several maids, Lu Xian returned to his sect to meet Lin Shuer, De Shuang, Xiao Shuang, and their 3 children. Lin Shuer is more than 8 months pregnant again and will give birth soon. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang have also been confirmed to be pregnant again, almost 2 months alone. The last time she came back, both sisters got pregnant at the same time. Her fertility was exceptionally good. Chang Dan, Huang Qian, Wu Qingyue, and Li Man next door are almost 9 months pregnant, and in a month, 4 more children will be born. The seeds planted in the previous year will be harvested one by one, and in the near future, the number of Lu Xian's children will increase rapidly. I wonder what kind of reward I'll get. Lu Xian secretly looked forward to it. Yongning County Town. Lu Xian moved to a large house near the county government hall, and the plaque at the entrance was changed to Lu Mansion. This used to be the Chen family's residence in the city. After the Chen family was wiped out, Zhao Deliang gave it to Lu Xian. This residence covers more than 10 acres and is fully equipped with various facilities. It also has a first-grade high-level cultivation room, 3 first-grade mid-level cultivation rooms, and a spirit fruit garden with more than a dozen first-grade low-level spirit peaches. These conditions are even better than the inner sect cave dwellings. If it were before, Lu Xian would never have had a chance. Inside the meditation room, Lu Xian sat cross-legged on a futon, holding a small golden seal in his hand and examining it closely. Without needing to input any magic power, Lu Xian slightly moved his mind, and the small seal grew larger, releasing a suppressive force. This thing doesn't need to be activated. It's quite powerful when used to smash people, and most magical artifacts probably can't withstand it. As for the full power of activation, Lu Xian couldn't imagine it, nor was he willing to try. The Golden Mountain Seal can only be used 3 times after being fully activated, and Lu Xian wouldn't waste one just to satisfy his curiosity. With this Golden Mountain Seal, I might be able to act more boldly in the future. Having been in Yongning for more than half a year, Lu Xian has basically never left the county town. Since Yan Qingyao's accident, he hasn't even gone to the outskirts of the town. Now I don't have to be so afraid anymore. At the very least, I want to go for a stroll in the suburbs. Foundation establishment cultivators are the strongest force in Yongning. The Red Pine sect only has one golden core cultivator, Lu Xian, who possesses the Golden Mountain Seal, a talisman that allows him to dominate the entire Red Pine territory. However, this thing is difficult to expose, its origin is unclear, and it also has a limited number of uses. Lu Xian will not use it unless in a life or death situation, so as not to invite trouble. Chapter 60 Yongning Business Alliance. With a thought, the golden mountain seal transformed into a golden stream of light and merged into Lu Xian's palm. Inside the dantian, the golden mountain seal sat in the center, and surprisingly, it also had a slight effect in assisting the refining of magical power. If only it were a real magic weapon. Lu Xian thought greedily. However, if it were a genuine magic weapon, the golden mountain seal, he wouldn't be able to control it with his qi refining level 3 cultivation, nor could he store it in his dantian. After putting away the talisman and the golden mountain seal, Lu Xian stood up from the futon, his heart pounding and his powerful blood and energy surging into his body. His muscles bulged, his skin had a jade-like texture, his body swelled slightly, and a beast-like aura spread out. Lu Xian drew his fine gold magic sword from his waist and casually swung it, the sound of the sword ringing out and a gentle breeze blowing through the room. Lu Xian did not use any magic power, he merely exerted his physical strength normally, yet the power he displayed had already reached the level of a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. It is estimated that he is slightly better, as ordinary mid-stage qi refining cultivators cannot afford a first-grade high-quality refined gold magic sword. The only thing I lack right now is combat experience. Come to think of it, I've never actually fought anyone. It doesn't matter. Cultivation level is the key. A little combat experience at the qi refining stage isn't very useful. This wasn't Lu Xian trying to comfort himself, but rather a consensus within the cultivation world. The Hongsong Sect's Outer Sect Magic Hall holds a grand magic competition every year, but few people participate, the prizes are mediocre, and it doesn't attract much attention from high-ranking figures, which is why. So what if a qi refining cultivator has high combat experience? Can they possibly defeat a foundation establishment cultivator who is a level above them? Sects only care about future prospects. The greater the chance of breaking through to higher realms, the more talented one is considered. Everything else is meaningless. I'm almost at the perfect level of body refinement. I wonder if I can break through to the 4th level of qi refinement this month. Once Lu Xian's body refinement cultivation breaks through the 4th level and reaches the mid-stage of body refinement, he is confident that he is invincible within the mid-stage of qi refining, even if he has little experience in combat. Body refinement cultivation is the most comprehensive, capable of both enduring and fighting. With the aid of magic power, as well as countless talismans and high-level magic artifacts, its raw strength is enough to crush opponents, without needing much experience or skill. After sheathing the fine gold sword at his waist, Lu Xian's aura gradually calmed down. His powerful qi and blood energy were dormant in his heart, making him indistinguishable from an ordinary cultivator. As Lu Xian got up and walked out of the cultivation room, he saw his older sister, Lu Miao, tending to the spirit peach orchard in the backyard with a group of maids. "Xiao Xian, come here quickly." Lu Miao waved to Lu Xian, and when Lu Xian came to her side, she said excitedly, "Do you know how to take care of these spirit peaches?" "I'm afraid I'll kill them." Lu Miao had been involved in gangs since childhood, fighting and killing every day, and was known for her bravery, ruthlessness, and recklessness. In reality, she never wanted to live that kind of life, she just wanted to grow flowers and plants. She is now the vice leader of the Flower Snake Gang, and she is not responsible for any specific gang affairs. She doesn't have to do anything and is living the life she once dreamed of. "I don't know anything about spiritual plants either, so you can handle it, sister. It's okay if they die, you can just plant new ones." It was just a dozen or so low-grade first-tier spirit peaches, so Lu Xian didn't pay much attention to them. Besides, they weren't that easy to kill. "That won't do." Lu Miao glared at Lu Xian, annoyed. "You've become successful and forgotten what you used to be, haven't you? What a waste to let such a fine spirit peach tree die." Regardless of Lu Xian's current status, Lu Miao still treats him like her younger brother from before, and habitually lectures him. "Well, I'll find you some books on cultivating spirit peaches when I have time, okay?" Lu Xian smiled helplessly. "That's more like it." Lu Miao glanced at Xiaohe and Shi Xiaorong waiting opposite her, then waved to Lu Xian and said, "Go and attend to your business. I'll study it myself." Leaving the peach garden, Lu Xian walked over to Xiaohe and Shi Xiaorong, asking, "Have all the families arrived?" "Everyone's here and waiting in the living room," said Shi Xiaorong. Lu Xian nodded and walked first towards the main hall of the outer courtyard. The large Lu mansion was not empty. The backyard was occupied by Lu Xian's maids and servants, while the outer courtyard was occupied by a group of Flower Snake Gang disciples who served as servants. Inside the large living room, the room was filled with people, almost all of whom were qi refining stage cultivators, the high-ranking members of the cultivation families who had previously pledged allegiance to Zhao Deliang. These people paid a heavy price to secure their allegiance to Zhao Deliang. Yongning is now generally stable, but with taxes increased by 50%, they really can't afford it. Although Zhao Deliang had told them that he would exempt them from 50% of the newly added taxes, these people still felt they were losing out. They dared not go back on their word, but they still harbored some resentment, feeling that Zhao Deliang and Lu Xian had tricked them. Lu Xian invited them over this time without giving a specific reason, only saying that he had an opportunity to give them. The high-ranking members of the family sat expressionlessly in the living room, eager to see what kind of opportunities Lu Xian could offer them. "I apologize for keeping you all waiting." Lu Xian entered the room and bowed to the group of family elders in turn. A total of 18 families and dozens of cultivators came to the hall, including 7 late-stage qi refining cultivators. Half of these families were brought under the control of Zhao Deliang through Lu Xian's allegiance, while the other half were dealt with by Zhao Deliang's own confidants. "Ha ha! Master Lu, you're too kind. We just arrived too. We old folks have nothing better to do than spend a little time here, Master Lu, don't worry about it." Although I was dissatisfied, I still had to save face. Lu Xian was an inner disciple of the sect, a mid-grade first-level talisman master, and a confidant of Zhao Deliang. It was also said that he had a family background with a foundation establishment cultivator within the sect. How could they dare to show Lu Xian any disrespect? Good. Lu Xian walked to the main seat and sat down. I won't waste any more time on small talk. I plan to establish the Yongning Business Alliance to protect ourselves and help each other in business. Yongning is now in dire need of reconstruction, and this is the time for us to make our mark. Would you all like to join us? Yongning Business Alliance? The family's senior members fell silent, pondering Lu Xian's intentions. After a moment of silence, Wang Chen, the head of the Wang family, asked, "What are the specific rules of this Yongning Merchant Alliance that Master Lu mentioned, and what do we need to do?" As I just said, it's about forming alliances for self-protection and mutual business assistance. Lu Xian looked at Wang Chen and continued, "For example, the one horned bulls raised by your Wang family, if sold in parts, the hide and bones can be sold for money, the blood and beef can be sold for money, and the tendons and horns can also be sold for money. It will definitely be more profitable than selling the whole bull directly. The role of the business alliance is to bring us together, find buyers and sellers in advance, and maximize profits. In addition, we can expand our business into other industries." Gentlemen, the Chen family has been destroyed, and many of its staunch allies have also been wiped out. There are many things in Yongning City that will require a new batch of people to handle them. The eyes of the family's senior members lit up. Lu Xian's meaning was simple: he wanted them to fill the power vacuum left by the extermination of the Chen family. If what Lu Xian said is true, then it is indeed a stroke of luck, and all the previous efforts were insignificant. Chapter 61 Auction. In fact, Lu Xian's thoughts went even further than theirs. He wanted to use this opportunity to gradually bring together all the cultivation families in Yongning and form a unified force. With more and more children, Lu Xian needed to earn more spirit stones for them in advance and pave the way for their growth so that they could grow up faster. Yongning is now an excellent opportunity for development. The destruction of the Chen family has led to the destruction of countless other families. The sect was eager to make money and didn't have the extra energy to manage it, which was Lu Xian's opportunity. I am currently serving as the Inner City Tax Commissioner, in charge of the trade of goods between various shops. If any of you are willing to join, I can offer you a few positions as low-ranking officials within the city. I'm willing to join. I'm also willing to join. I trust Master Lu. Master Lu, there's no need for further words. Let's discuss the Merchant Alliance's affairs directly. Those who are unwilling can leave now. No one would refuse such a free benefit, and all the family heads agreed. Lu Xian didn't explain further, and instructed Xiaohe and Shi Xiurong to distribute the various rules that the Merchant Alliance needed to follow and the benefits they could obtain. There aren't many rules. First, no internal strife or betraying teammates. Second, no actions that harm the alliance or using the alliance for personal gain at the expense of others. Third, obey the alliance's decisions. Fourth, although there are many terms and conditions, none of them are particularly harsh. As long as you don't have any ulterior motives, it's not difficult to comply. The advantage is that internal information is made public, and each party can discuss with the business alliance in advance what they need to buy or sell, which facilitates transactions. In the short term, the business alliance is just a loose organization whose main purpose is to facilitate transactions and increase profits. In the long run, the goal is to form caravans, open specialized shops, and establish connections between sects, local families, and families from other regions, creating a massive aggregation of interests. Most of these families in the hall own shops in the inner city, such as the Wang family's beef shop and the Luo family's spirit fish shop. With the existence of the Merchant Alliance, a significant portion of their output can be absorbed within the alliance itself. Furthermore, Lu Xian has connections with a sect, making it easier for them to purchase the cultivation pills and talismans they need at a lower price. Difficult to preserve spiritual ingredients such as beef from the unicorn bull and bull blood can also fetch higher prices. The meeting gradually became more lively, and the participants began to discuss specific cooperation matters. Lu Xian appointed Shi Xiaorong and Wang Chen, the head of the Wang family, as deputy leaders of the alliance, responsible for specific details, while he himself was only responsible for general affairs. One day later, a new shop called Guanawei Pavilion has opened in the inner city, selling all kinds of spiritual items, including pills, magic tools, talismans, formations, medicinal herbs, spiritual fruits. It has everything. It sounds impressive, but in reality, the shop is just an empty shell apart from a few basic supplies. There's nothing else there. This shop was opened with funds from Lu Xian. Currently, it only serves as the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance and sells some talismans he drew, as well as some hard-to-sell materials within the Merchant Alliance. Yangning also has another shop with such a wide variety of goods, which is the 100 Treasures Pavilion opened by the sect's Dual Cultivation Hall. The Dual Cultivation Hall and the Red Pine Merchant Alliance have spread throughout the entire Red Pine region. Some time ago, tens of thousands of cultivators gathered in Yangning City, and the supplies could be provided, all thanks to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Lu Xian wasn't there to steal the sect's business and name. Guanawei Pavilion was merely a subordinate of Baibao Pavilion. Lu Xian plans to visit the Dual Cultivation Hall next time he returns to the sect, in order to secure the operating rights of the Yangning Treasure Pavilion and completely solidify his monopoly position. Everything must be done slowly and cannot be rushed. Lu Xian's favorite thing today is the auction held by the sect. Baibao Auction House. This auction house used to be owned by the Chen family, but today the gimmick for the auction is the Chen family's assets. In addition to some of the Chen family's assets, there were also countless supplies seized by the sect's law enforcement army during this period, which involved raiding and exterminating families. Among the various supplies, some pills, common spiritual medicines, and spiritual fruits are easy to handle and can be transported directly. However, the best way to deal with large ores, broken magical artifacts, and some immovable properties such as spirit fields and herb gardens is to auction them off and consume them locally. A private room on the second floor of the auction house. Lu Xian and Xia He sat in their seats, looking down at the main venue below. A first-grade low-level black iron mine, with a total reserve of approximately 30,000 caddies of first-grade low-level black iron. Starting bid, 1,000 spirit stones. An elderly man with a white beard, dressed in an ordinary Taoist robe, held up a land deed and introduced it in a loud voice. This mine is located 80 li west of the city. It is of moderate difficulty to mine, but the ore quality is excellent. The old man spoke calmly and slowly, giving the impression that he disdained lying and that everything he said was true. Everyone knows about this black iron mine. It used to be the property of a vassal family of the Chun family. Although it wasn't as good as the old man described, it was still quite good, with a total value of no less than 2,000 spirit stones. After deducting mining, refining, transportation, and sales costs, the total value is no less than 1,500 spirit stones. If mined and refined normally, it would take 10 years to complete, and one could earn 50 spirit stones per year, which is considered a bargain. However, none of the people in the room made a bid. 1,000 spirit stones was too much. Even if they could afford it, they wanted to see if there was anything better. The spirit stones don't have to be paid in full at once. You can pay in installments over 5 years, 1/5 each year, the old man said calmly. Ah! Lu Xian was stunned. You can even pay in installments? That's so advanced. Installment payments were indeed attractive, and someone immediately started bidding. 1,000 spirit stones, I'll take it. I'll offer 1,001. I'll bet 10,010. I'll offer 1,100. Ultimately, the black iron mine was acquired by a cultivation family located near the mine. 1 acre of first-grade low-level jade spirit rice field. The jade spirit rice in the field will mature in 3 months. Starting bid. Such spiritual fields and herb gardens are primarily targeted at a few nearby cultivation families, and hold little appeal for others. However, there are exceptions. If someone directly buys the nearby family's spiritual vein, they can also compete for it. The auction became increasingly heated, the sects obtained a large number of spirit stones, and families in various places developed. It was a win-win situation. Lu Xian remained silent, but but several families within the Yongning Merchant Alliance made moves one after another, acquiring numerous properties in the vicinity. For families without properties for auction nearby, Lu Xian would gather funds and, in the name of the business alliance, directly acquire several family spiritual veins, with future profits distributed according to investment ratios. The sect was in a hurry to sell at this auction and restore order. Buying something meant making a profit, and all the families in the Yongning Merchant Alliance took advantage of this to develop. Lu Xian has been in Yongning for almost a year. He has earned more than 2,000 spirit stones by drawing talismans, but he has consumed a lot of resources and has many women and children. He currently only has a little over 1,000 spirit stones left. At the end of the auction, Lu Xian used 1,000 spirit stones as a base price and won the 5-year lease right of Baihe Lake, the Chen family's land, for 5,000 spirit stones. He was the only cultivator who dared to bid for the Chen family's land property. Chapter 62 Rumors Stop with the Wise. Baihe Lake. A massive, cloud-piercing flying boat floated in the middle of the lake, below which was a small island about a mile in circumference. The island is filled with spiritual energy, with spiritual flowers and herbs everywhere, and a few palaces and courtyards, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. This place was once the core of the Chen family, the residence of the foundation establishment ancestor, and only the most core disciples of the Chen family were qualified to enter. Inside a grand hall filled with the aroma of cooking fires, a 3-foot-tall bronze incense burner stands in the center, glowing red-hot by orange-yellow flames rising from the ground. Xiaoran sat cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace, his hands forming hand seals, his eyes focused, constantly watching the subtle changes in the furnace. Every now and then, he would cast a spell to control the furnace temperature, or open the lid to add new medicinal herbs. Half an hour later. As the earth fire died down, Xiaoran waved his hand, and the lid of the purple gold pill furnace was lifted, releasing a unique fragrance that refreshed the mind and body. Congratulations, senior sister. Your alchemy skills have improved greatly. Becoming a second-tier alchemist is just around the corner. Seeing that Xiaoran had finished refining the pills, a playful girl in a floral dress skipped in and praised him with a smile. Second-tier alchemist. Xiaoran smiled faintly. She was barely able to refine even a first-grade high-quality pill, and she had never successfully refined a first-grade top-quality pill. The goal of becoming a second-grade alchemist was still far away. How do you know my alchemy skills have improved so much? Xiaoran took out a jade bottle and used her magic to send the pills out of the furnace one by one into the jade bottle. The playful girl frowned and pondered for a moment, then her beautiful eyes lit up, because the pills that senior sister refined this time were more fragrant than before. Xiaoran's face darkened. Generally, the stronger the aroma emitted by a pill, the more its medicinal effects are being released, indicating that the pill refining process is not perfect. If she hadn't known that her junior sister had such a personality, she would have thought she was being sarcastic. Junior sister's name is Zhang Kursen. She has a third-grade spiritual root and is the only one among the younger generation of the Red Pine sect with a superior third-grade spiritual root. Upon entering the sect, he was immediately noticed by Xiaoran, who brought him before the sect leader, Master Xiao, and accepted him as a disciple of a golden core cultivator. Stop joking around, how's the task I assigned you going? Xiaoran had previously instructed her to keep an eye on the auction and report back afterward. Very smoothly. Zhang Kursen followed Xiaoran out of the hall, saying, everything has been sold. A total of 68,800 spirit stones were auctioned off, which is much more than our previous estimate of 50,000. Good. Xiaoran nodded in satisfaction. Adding the spirit stones obtained directly from the previous raid and the supplies sent back to the sect, Yongning had gained more than 300,000 spirit stones this time. Excluding the expenses of the enforcement team, the sect also gained more than 200,000 spirit stones. Compared to collecting taxes slowly, directly seizing spirit stones is much faster. There is another interesting story. A fool named Lu Xian bought Baihe Lake. Zhang Kursen said with amusement. Lu Xian? Xiaoran had never heard of such a person in Yongning. Before Xiaoran could ask, Zhang Kursen explained, Lu Xian is an inner disciple of our sect, and I heard he's a mid-grade first-level talisman master. At this point, Zhang Kursen felt a little envious. She had good talent for cultivation, but unfortunately, she knew nothing about any cultivation techniques. But he's pretty foolish. Others don't dare to buy the Chen family's land, but he bought the 5-year lease of White Crane Lake for 5,000 spirit stones. The Chen family's territory possesses a mid-grade second-tier spiritual vein, which is extremely valuable. Even selling it for 100,000 spirit stones would be considered a bargain. The various facilities and buildings on the island in the middle of the lake alone are quite valuable. In addition, there is the White Crane Lake, which covers an area of nearly 10 miles, as well as the surrounding Spirit Fields, Medicine Gardens, and the second-tier defensive array that covers the entire White Crane Lake. All of these are valuable items. For a family, the value here is immeasurable. It would be worth 200,000 or 300,000 spirit stones. However, nowadays no one dares to buy it, or rather, no one is qualified to buy it. In the entire Yongning region, the only family with the qualifications and strength to buy is the Liu family, currently the only foundation establishment family. But if the Liu family were to use a large amount of spirit stones to buy the Chen family's land now, they would be foolish. No matter how valuable Baiha Lake is, it's a long-term value. Whether that value can be realized depends on whether we can protect it. If the sect can destroy the Chen family and auction off White Crane Lake today, who can guarantee that they won't destroy the Liu family and continue the auction tomorrow? With the situation unstable, the value of the family's residence is negligible. It's more practical to hold on to spirit stones that can be taken away at any time. Xiao Ran's target was not the Liu family, but the several families in Yongning that had cultivators at the peak of qi refining. If we can trick them into taking over White Crane Lake at a high price, we can immediately convert a large amount of spirit stones into cash, and we can also continue to collect high taxes. If they can't hold it, and can legitimately send law enforcement to take it back, then continue the auction. Only foundation establishment cultivators can protect a mid-grade second-tier spiritual vein. Ordinary qi refining families are not worthy of it. Families like Yongning are aware of this and no one dares to touch it. Isn't it ridiculous for a sex talisman master to get involved? Xiao Ran frowned. Right. Zhang Kersen said, I heard that he is also a lecher, having married many Taoist partners. He is obsessed with women every day, and can't be happy without them, so he doesn't concentrate on cultivation at all. That's not all. He's also adept at currying favor with the powerful and wealthy. When he was in the sect, he married the daughter of Lin Tianyue, the head of the Outer Sect's Talisman Hall. After coming to Yongning, he married Xia He, a disciple of Zhao Deliang, and Zhang Kersen, having heard gossip from who knows where, went on, belittling Lu Xian to the point of being worthless. Xiao Ran, however, felt more and more that Lu Xian was a talent. According to Zhang Kersen, this talent had already become a mid-grade first-level talisman master in less than 2 years, and his cultivation was at least at the third level of qi refining. No wonder Zhao Deliang was willing to win him over. As for the gossip and rumors that Zhang Kersen mentioned, Xiao Ran didn't believe them. A mid-grade first-level talisman master who is not even 20 years old and has at least the third level of qi refining cultivation, how could he be someone who was obsessed with women? Various rumors often circulate about geniuses, but rumors stop with the wise. Xiao Ran is a wise person who can see through the phenomena to the essence. But why would Lu Xian spend so many spirit stones to buy the lease rights to White Crane Lake? The lease rights of White Crane Lake do not include the island in the middle of the lake, nor do they include the spirit fields or medicine gardens. They only include the lake itself, and the spiritual energy within it is only at the first level, low-grade level. The lake can only raise some spirit fish or aquatic plants, and it still requires manpower to manage. With an annual rent of 1,000 spirit stones, plus taxes, a year's hard work might not even cover the initial investment. Lu Xian definitely won't make much money by renting Baiha Lake on his own. That's really interesting. Junior sister, next time Lu Xian comes, bring him to see me. I want to ask him what he thinks personally. Xiao Ran gave the instructions. No. Zhang Kersen was shocked. Senior sister, isn't his intention obvious? He just wants to curry favor with you. Don't be fooled by him. You're overthinking it. Xiao Ran chuckled and shook her head. Go and cultivate properly, stop thinking about such pointless things all day long. But seeing that Xiao Ran had turned away and was no longer looking at her, Zhang Kersen had no choice but to stop. Chapter 63 Ancestor Lin Qingyun. Why did Lu Xian want to rent Baiha Lake? Zhang Kersen was right, he just wanted to curry favor with Xiao Ran, at least to show his face in front of her. Xiao Ran's identity is extraordinary. She is a qi refining perfection cultivator and the granddaughter of Golden Core True Person Xiao Changfeng, making her status comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. This guy is a big catch. If I could spend 5,000 spirit stones to get close to him, it wouldn't be a bad deal at all. Lu Xian saw it very clearly, both Zhao Deliang and Xiao Ran were just finding new ways to make money. He offered the money, hoping that even if he couldn't curry favor, he wouldn't offend the other party. The rent for Baiha Lake is 5,000 spirit stones over 5 years, but if you pay in installments, it's only 1,000 spirit stones per year. In addition, you can raise spirit fish in Baiha Lake, so you can make some money back and not lose much. If those who mobilize the Yongning Business Alliance manage their businesses well, they might even make a profit. Why not? After acquiring Baiha Lake, Lu Xian did not personally go to inspect it, but instead sent Shi Xiaorong to handle the handover, with the Yongning Business Alliance discussing its operation. There's a skill to currying favor with others. You shouldn't be too hasty. Rushing to meet them at this point would make you seem too opportunistic. What is Xiao Rant's identity? A mere 1,000 spirit stones is enough to let the other party know that he exists. After handing over all the miscellaneous tasks to Xia He and Shi Xiaorong, Lu Xian went to ask Zhao Deliang for leave, because Chang Dan and the other 3 women were about to give birth. On the back of the golden feathered eagle, Lu Xian's desire to purchase a flying spirit beast grew stronger. Judging by the time, Lin Shuer will give birth in less than a month, and Fu Lu Xiaolu's maid Xiaolan will also give birth in about a month. Renting flying spirit beasts is not only expensive but also quite troublesome. After returning to the sect, Lu Xian first went to see Lin Shuer and played with his 3 children for a while before going next door to meet Chang Dan and the other 3 women. Of the 4 women, Chang Dan became pregnant the earliest, and she should give birth in the next day or 2. After chatting with the girls for a while, Lu Xian got up and left, taking the opportunity to visit Lin Tianyue at the Talisman Hall. He hadn't forgotten that Lin Tianyue had said he would take him to see the Foundation Establishment ancestor Lin Qingyun after he advanced to the first-tier mid-grade Talisman Master. He has been a beginner for almost 2 years now, and at the age of 20, it's barely acceptable for him to advance to the first-tier mid-grade Talisman Master. The Talisman Hall is a small courtyard halfway up the mountain. As soon as Lu Xian arrived, he saw the snow-white puppy. "Little White, quickly go and tell your father-in-law that I've arrived." Woof woof woof. Little White wouldn't listen, it just kept barking. Lu Xian took out a qi and blood pill that he usually took and threw it over. The pill flew in an arc and was caught precisely by Xiao Bai, who swallowed it in one gulp. The little dog showed a hint of enjoyment on its face, then turned and disappeared. A moment later, Lin Tianyue returned, with Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder. Its bright eyes winked at Lu Xian, as if to say, "I've already called them." "Your son-in-law greets your father-in-law." Lu Xian bowed with his hands clasped in greeting. "All right." Lin Tianyue waved his hand impatiently, "Just say what you have to say." Lu Xian didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, "My success rate with first-grade mid-level talismans has reached 60%. You said last time that you would take me to meet the ancestor." 60%? Lin Tianyue exclaimed in surprise, "You passed the Talisman Hall's test?" Even those from the outer sect are not qualified to take the first-tier mid-grade Talisman Master exam. They must go to the inner sect to take it, and the exam is extremely rigorous. "No, not at all. I'm quite busy and don't have time to take the test, but I can guarantee that the success rate is indeed 60%. Lin Tianyue frowned, his expression turning serious. "Have you thought this through? If you fail the test and show weakness in front of the ancestor, it will be difficult to get this kind of opportunity again." "I've thought it through." Lu Xian nodded. Lin Tianyue glanced at Lu Xian and said no more. Based on his understanding of Lu Xian should know what was important and wouldn't act recklessly in this matter. The two flew through the air and arrived at a Taoist temple on the mountaintop. The temple looked extremely ordinary. Lu Xian stood on the blue stone steps and looked inside from the entrance. It was no different from any other ordinary Taoist temple. The two stood at the door for a while, and then a young man dressed in a Taoist robe, exuding an otherworldly aura, appeared. He looked at Lin Tianyue and asked, "Senior brother Lin, are you here to pay your respects to master?" Lin Tianyue cupped his hands in greeting and nodded, saying, "Indeed. I'll trouble you to inform them, junior brother." The young man glanced at Lu Xian, returned the greeting, and went inside to deliver the message. He is Zhao Qing, the only disciple of the ancestor. He has a 4th-grade spiritual root and has been a disciple for 9 years. He is now a 1st-grade mid-level talisman master. The ancestor values him highly. It would be best to build a good relationship with him in the future. Lin Tianyue gave instructions. In terms of talisman talent alone, Lu Xian is actually better than Zhao Qing, but Lu Xian's spiritual root is only at the 9th grade, so his future prospects are much worse overall. If it weren't for his extremely poor spiritual root talent, Lin Tianyue would have brought Lu Xian over long ago. Not long after, Zhao Cheng returned. "Senior brother Lin, please come with me." Lin Tianyue and Lu Xian followed them into the Taoist temple. The moment they stepped inside, Lu Xian felt a surge of spiritual energy, and the ordinary Taoist temple immediately became mysterious. Its spiritual energy concentration is at least 10 times higher than that of my cave. This is the place with the highest concentration of spiritual energy that Lu Xian has encountered so far. Even with ordinary breathing, countless spiritual energies are drawn into his body, automatically nourishing his physical form. If you could cultivate here every day, your cultivation speed could increase by at least 1 or 2 times. While they were pondering, the three of them arrived at a talisman drawing room. The ancestor Lin Qingyun was sitting in a seat, and there was a pile of talisman paper and ink of various kinds on the table, as well as more than a dozen different talisman pens. Greetings, Grandpa. Greetings, ancestor. Lin Tianyue looked a bit older than Lin Qingyun, but he was the other's grandson. Seeing this scene for the first time, Lu Xian wanted to laugh. But he held back. If he really laughed, he wouldn't be able to. What is it? These two simple words, however, made Lin Tianyue feel immense pressure, so he quickly pointed to Lu Xian and explained. This is my son-in-law, Lu Xian. He has advanced to the first-tier mid-grade talisman master in just 2 years. He has quite a talent for talismans, so I brought him here to ask you for some guidance. Are you sure you're a mid-grade tier 1 talisman master and not a low-grade tier 1 talisman master? A hint of surprise and disbelief appeared on Lin Qingyun's usually calm face. Looking back, it seems that it took him 3 years to advance to the first-tier mid-grade talisman master. Zhao Qing, standing to the side, also looked incredulous. What a load of bull. I, the number 1 talisman drawing genius of the Talisman Hall, only reached the first-tier mid-grade talisman master after 4.5 years of training. I wouldn't dare lie to Grandpa. Lu Xian has only been a disciple for 2 years, and he has already reached the level of a mid-grade first-tier talisman master, Lin Tianyue said, looking up. Lin Qingyun scanned Lu Xian with his divine sense. Lu Xian was 20 years old and had reached the 3rd level of qi refining. He nodded slightly. Looking at it this way, it was indeed possible that it was true. You passed the first-tier mid-grade talisman master assessment of the Talisman Hall, he asked. Lu Xian bowed respectfully. I did not participate in the assessment, but I can draw a talisman on the spot. Please give me your guidance, ancestor. You've got guts. Lin Qingyun made no attempt to hide his admiration. The fact that this person dared to draw a talisman in front of him at least showed that he had no problem with self-confidence. In the art of drawing talismans, the most taboo thing is timidity and hesitation. Confidence is a fundamental quality. Pointing to the table in front of him, Lin Qingyun said, then come over and draw one for me. Chapter 64 Becoming an Apprentice to the Foundation Establishment Ancestor. Lu Xian took out a first-grade mid-level talisman brush, talisman ink, and talisman paper that he carried with him. Lu Xian spread out the talisman, took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, and focused his mind, adjusting his state to its lowest possible level. No way. His true talisman-making skill is at the peak of the first tier. Drawing all first-tier talismans is effortless for him, a skill that many ordinary second-tier talisman masters cannot achieve. Lin Qingyun is a second-tier talisman master and a foundation establishment cultivator. He has a sharp eye and is likely to notice the abnormality in him. Showing exceptional talent can earn you preferential treatment, but if you perform too extraordinarily and beyond comprehension, it's not good. Lu Xian was multitasking, thinking about other things while starting to draw talismans. A quarter of an hour later, a faint light flashed, the runes disappeared, and a first-tier mid-grade arrow talisman was successfully drawn. Lu Xian put down his brush and turned to look at Lin Qingyun beside him. He saw Lin Qingyun staring at the talisman he had drawn with a hint of doubt on his face, and Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Did he figure something out? Whatever he asks, I'll just say I don't know. I'm a genius, and geniuses are only normal if they're abnormal. Given Lu Xian's demonstrated talent in talismans, he'll inevitably have to face Lin Qingyun sooner or later. This hurdle must be overcome no matter what. Who taught you your talisman drawing skills? Lin Qingyun asked. After watching Lu Xian draw the talisman, he felt that something was very wrong, extremely wrong. Lu Xian's talisman drawing technique was too strange. He had never seen it before, and it was different from the top-grade talisman masters in the Talisman Hall. Lin Qingyun is the only second-tier talisman master in the sect. Several high-grade talisman masters in the sect have received guidance from him to varying degrees, so he can be considered half a disciple. The entire Red Pine sect's talisman drawing techniques are inseparable from the influence of these top-tier talisman masters. Lu Xian's talisman drawing was different. It was completely unrestrained, as if there were no rules or constraints. Reporting to the ancestor, I have been studying under Master Li Changsheng, and can be considered his disciple, Lu Xian replied. Li Changsheng? After a moment's thought, Lin Qingyun said decisively, impossible. I know Li Changsheng well. Your talisman drawing techniques are completely different from his. How could you possibly be his disciple? Lin Qingyun thought Lu Xian was lying to him, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Foundation establishment cultivators possess divine sense, and their emotions can influence reality. The other three people in the room immediately felt a tangible pressure and panicked. Grandpa, I assure you it's true. Lu Xian has been learning from Master Li Fu ever since he joined the sect. Lin Tianyue hurriedly explained. Lin Qingyun ignored him and instead focused her gaze on Lu Xian. Lu Xian's expression remained unchanged as he cupped his hands in greeting and said, I dare not deceive the ancestor. I have indeed been learning talisman drawing from Master Li, but I have mostly figured out how to draw talismans on my own and rarely seek guidance from others. Figure it out on your own? Lin Qingyun recalled the scene of Lu Xian drawing talismans just now, and it did have a feeling of being unrestrained by rules. Could Lu Xian be a born genius in talisman making? As a second-tier talisman master, Lin Qingyun had studied the techniques and styles of all the talisman masters around the Red Pine sect, and Lu Xian was different from all of them. Draw another one for me to see. Lin Qingyun ordered. Yes. Lu Xian picked up his brush, then focused his mind and redrawn an arrow talisman. Halfway through his drawing, Lin Qingyun's eyes widened, unable to hide his surprise. Lu Xian's talisman drawing style is completely unorthodox, it's entirely arbitrary. There were many flaws, but in the end, the talisman was able to be connected as a whole, which is consistent with the characteristics of Lu Xian's own exploration. I've struck gold. Lin Qingyun was certain that Lu Xian was a born talisman genius, and with a little training, his potential would be limitless. Lu Xian had just finished drawing the talisman and hadn't even spoken when he heard Lin Qingyun question Lin Tianyue in a slightly angry tone. Why have you only brought such a talented talisman drawing genius to see me now? Lin Tianyue was dumbfounded. How can someone change their attitude so quickly? Reporting to grandfather, Lu Xian has a great talent for drawing talismans, but his spiritual root is only at the 9th grade, so... Lin Tianyue did not mention that Lu Xian not only had poor spiritual roots, but also had an even worse temperament. A 9th grade spiritual root. Lin Qingyun pondered for a moment, so what if my spiritual root is a little weak? I can just use resources to speed up my cultivation. Lu Xian's current talent in talismans is not greatly affected by his slightly inferior spiritual root. Once Lu Xian's cultivation reaches the qi refining perfection stage, he has a high chance of becoming a second-tier talisman master, and it will be worthwhile to invest any amount of resources in his training. Would you be willing to become my disciple and take me as your teacher? Lin Qingyun asked Lu Xian. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Xian immediately bowed deeply and said, Disciple Lu Xian greets master. Okay. Lin Qingyun nodded happily. After so many years, he had finally found a satisfactory disciple. This disciple is both his great-grandson-in-law and his disciple, making them even closer relatives. Very good. From now on, you can come and go as you please at my nameless Taoist temple. I'll have Zhao Cheng prepare a cultivation room for you later. You are currently a mid-grade first-level talisman master, but your cultivation level is only at the 3rd level of qi refining. Cultivation is the most important thing for you, so stay here with your master and cultivate diligently from now on. Asceticism? Austerity training is out of the question, Lu Xian quickly said. Master, I am now the inspector of Yongning and will be heading there in a few days. Yongning? Lin Qingyun waved his hand dismissively, it's alright. I'll just tell Zhou to let you come back. 2 months ago, Lu Xian would have definitely agreed, but now that he has the golden light seal of the talisman to protect him, and things are going well in Yongning, it wouldn't be worthwhile to leave Yongning now. Master, the cultivation technique I practice is the dual cultivation hall technique, the 3 yang gathering body method. I have now reached the bottleneck of the mid-stage of qi refining. Hard training is not very effective. It would be better to gain more experience. Dual cultivation technique? You didn't even pass the outer sect assessment, did you? No wonder Lin Tianyue didn't bring anyone to see him. Lin Qingyun felt that Lu Xian was probably more complex than he had imagined. The fact that someone with a 9th grade spiritual root failed the outer sect assessment can only mean that their character was not up to par. Lin Tianyue is Lu Xian's father-in-law. Based on this, it seems that Lu Xian joined the dual cultivation hall and then married Lin Tianyue's daughter through the dual cultivation hall. Well, when I was at the Illusionary Heart platform, I took a fancy to a girl, which made me quite a laughingstock. Lin Qingyun might investigate these matters later, so Lu Xian had no need to lie. Oh, it's a woman. No problem. You have been practicing dual cultivation techniques and have now reached a bottleneck. So, there is really not much point in continuing to cultivate. Lin Qingyun pondered for a moment. Here's what we'll do. In a few days I'll send someone to the dual cultivation hall to select a few furnaces for you to use in your cultivation. This. I can't possibly accept this. Thank you for your reward, master. I will definitely cultivate diligently. The furnace in the dual cultivation hall can assist in cultivation, but Lu Xian has never tried it. He is currently mainly cultivating the Kuanping devouring heaven body refining technique. The three yang gathering body technique is not very important. He would rather use the money to buy more qi and blood pills than to buy a furnace. However, as a disciple, he couldn't refuse his master's reward, and he also wanted to taste what the furnace was like. Chapter 65 Generous Rewards. It wasn't so simple for the Foundation establishment ancestor to accept formal disciples. Although no grand ceremony was held, the entire sect was notified through the Inter-Sect General Affairs Hall. Lu Xian's name gained some notoriety. Some people may not have met him, but they have heard of him. Lu Xian has been accepted as a formal disciple by the Qingyun Patriarch? How is that possible? Besides having some talent for talismans, what else does he have? Poor spiritual root talent, bad character, and obsessed with women. Ancestor Qingyun is foolish. I refuse to accept this. It must be that Patriarch Qingyun was deceived by him. Lu Xian's legendary life, coupled with his unique lecherous tendencies, had already made him infamous within the sect. He has several Taoist partners from his sect, and countless maids and servants. That's not all. The important thing is that all of these women are pregnant. Can you believe it? Among the tens of thousands of cultivators in the entire Red Pine sect, there isn't a single person like him. However, Lu Xian kept a low profile and rarely appeared in public. People only talked about his deeds as gossip and thought that he didn't have much of a future, and that was all he was. When the news of the Qingyun Patriarch taking on a disciple came out, some people who knew Lu Xian couldn't help but feel that fate was unfair. They practiced asceticism every day, daring not to slack off in the slightest, suppressing their desires and not daring to indulge in the pleasures of men and women, yet in the end they were still no match for Lu Xian, a mere womanizer. Is this fair? A small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Lu Xian declined all invitations and visits because Chang Dan was about to give birth. Ding! Congratulations, host, your sixth child has been born, possessing a 9th grade spiritual root, and you have obtained a first-tier top-grade magic artifact, the 5-colored umbrella. 5-colored umbrella. Inputting mana activates a 5-colored defensive barrier, providing excellent defense against the 5 elements of magic. A top-grade first-tier magic weapon? The highest reward the previous children received upon birth was only 100 spirit stones, but this time they actually received a top-grade first-tier magic weapon. A first-grade top-quality magic weapon costs at least 300 spirit stones, a 3-fold increase. A 9th grade spiritual root? Does that mean the reward is based on the child's talent? That should be it. It seems that in the future, when choosing a Taoist partner, one should prioritize spiritual root talent and cultivation level. Holding the baby, Lu Xian wasn't as excited as he was the first time. This was his 6th child, and he was already somewhat used to it. As your father, I hope your path will be bright and your life smooth. So, I'll name you Lu Daoming. Daoming. Lying on the bed, Chang Dan repeated Lu Xian's words and looked at her child. Xiaoming, when you grow up, don't let your father down. Wow wow wow. Wow wow wow. Xiaoming remained silent, only crying uncontrollably. The little one was full of energy and cried unusually loudly, not stopping until evening. He had just calmed down when Huang Qian gave birth again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 7th child. You have received 1 Tier 1 high-grade black spirit ginseng. As expected. The system didn't give any notification, which meant the child didn't have a spiritual root, and the reward immediately dropped significantly. The first-grade superior quality black spirit ginseng is quite a good medicinal material. When taken directly, it can replenish blood and qi and nourish the meridians. It can be used in many high-level pills. However, its value is only a few dozen spirit stones, which is several levels lower than the first-grade top-quality magic weapon, the 5-colored umbrella. Wow wow wow. Wow wow wow. The baby's cries, which had just stopped, started again. Lu Xian held him and said, I hope you will have a peaceful life and a smooth journey. I will call you Lu Daoshan. Lu Xian had high hopes for his first few children, but now that he has more children, he gradually realizes that it is impossible for every child to have a bright future, and that it is already quite good if they can live a peaceful life. All Lu Xian can do is provide them with some help and a platform. Their children and grandchildren will have their own destiny, and what level they can reach depends on their own efforts. It seems Wu Qingyue and Li Man will be gone for a few more days, so Lu Xian will take advantage of this time to spend some time with them each day. Once you've recovered a bit, we'll move to the Outer Sect's Talisman Hall together. I'm now a disciple of the Qingyun ancestor, and my father-in-law has allocated me a fine talisman master's house. It'll be perfect for you to move there together. The courtyard at the foot of the mountain was adequate for outer disciples, but it was far too low-end for Lu Xian, who was now a disciple of a Foundation Establishment ancestor, and it didn't match his status. The Outer Gate Talisman Hall's Talisman Master's small building is similar to the previous Talisman Master Li's small building. It is very large and can accommodate dozens of people, which is perfect for Lin Shuer and the others to live together. Lu Xian couldn't let them into the inner sect cave, but it wasn't a problem for the outer sect. As a disciple of a Foundation Establishment ancestor, he still had that much authority. Really? Thank you, my husband. My husband, you are so good to me. The four women also heard the news that Lu Xian had become a disciple of the Qingyun ancestor. They were most grateful that they had chosen to become Lu Xian's Taoist partners, otherwise they might still be struggling at the bottom. Of the Taoist Academy students who took the exam with them, apart from a few geniuses, very few of the others are doing better than them. 3 days later, Wu Qingyue gave birth. It was a girl. Ding! Congratulations on the birth of your 8th offspring. You have received 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Another child without spiritual roots, Lu Xian named him Lu Lingjing. The next day, Li Man also gave birth. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of your 9th offspring, possessing an 8th grade spiritual root. Reward, a 2nd-tier low-grade spiritual artifact storage bag. Tier 2 low-grade storage bag, 10 cubic meters of storage space, cannot store living creatures. Ding! Congratulations on your offspring's spiritual root talent reaching a new high, gaining the Sword Dao talent, Sword Heart Clarity, which lowers the difficulty of comprehending Sword Dao spells. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached the milestone of having 3 offspring with spiritual roots, achieving the Family Foundation achievement, and have obtained a refined corpse in the early stage of Foundation Establishment. Early Foundation Establishment stage corpse refinement possesses immense physical strength, with a body comparable to a spiritual weapon. It possesses only combat instincts and lacks intelligence. Its combat power is slightly weaker than that of an early Foundation Establishment cultivator. Lu Xian was a little confused by the series of notification sounds. The 9th child's spiritual root unexpectedly reached the 8th grade, and also triggered 2 additional major rewards. The reward of a 2nd-tier low-grade storage bag alone is worth 2,000 spirit stones, and there is an additional reward for the offspring's spiritual root talent breaking through to a new high. A clear and bright sword mind. Lu Xian didn't feel anything special. He picked up the fine gold flying sword at his waist and found it more comfortable to handle. Putting that aside for now, Lu Xian looked at a terrifying and evil phantom in his sea of consciousness. Early Foundation Establishment stage corpse refining. This can be a reward? After reading the system description, Lu Xian was shocked. Wasn't this equivalent to having a Foundation Establishment stage fighter who would absolutely obey orders? What is the value of this thing? 10,000 spirit stones? 100,000 spirit stones? Lu Xian was unsure, but he knew that this was something like the golden light seal of talismans, priceless and hard to find, even if you had the money. The item is valuable, but unfortunately it can't be shown in the open. It can only be used as a trump card. It's not just the unclear origins that are the problem, but also the fact that corpse refining is considered a demonic practice that everyone condemns. Chapter 66 Moving. Congratulations, Master Lu, it's a young master. The midwife brought the baby to Lu Xian to announce the good news. Don't rush to claim the reward, Lu Xian said, picking up the 9th child and smiling. Little one, you were born with great fortune. As your father, I hope you will have boundless luck. So, I'll name you Lu Daojian. Lu Xian looked at the wailing little Daojian and became happier and happier. This child has given me 3 great gifts right after birth, and he even has an 8th grade spiritual root. His future is definitely limitless. The courtyard suddenly became lively with the addition of 4 children, and the cries of babies could be heard from time to time. The next day, the neighboring courtyard of Lin Shuer. Dad! Dad! Just as Lu Xian returned, a chubby little boy stumbled over and hugged his leg, panting and fussing with excitement. Xiao Yuan, you've gained weight again. Lu Xian pinched his chubby cheeks and picked him up from the ground. This little boy is only a little over a year old, but he looks about the same as a normal 3-year-old. He is surprisingly healthy. The main problem is that the food is too good. Even the eldest son of a foundation establishment family might not be willing to feed his child the moon essence and black crystal honey for a long time. Although the moon essence elixir stopped after he turned 1-year-old, he was still given black crystal honey occasionally. He usually had no shortage of spirit rice, spirit fruit, and monster meat, so it was normal for him to be in good physical condition. Lu Xian carried his eldest son into the house, where Lin Shuer, heavily pregnant, sat at the table, writing something. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang were holding Ling Xiu and Ling Yun respectively. These two daughters were only 6 months old and were still in the good baby stage, unable to walk yet. Younger sister. Younger sister. Xiao Daoyuan pointed at them, then turned to Lu Xian and shouted. Young master! Young master! The two women, one big and one small, greeted each other with bows. Lu Xian nodded and walked to Lin Shuer's side. What are you writing? You seem so focused. Nothing. Lin Shuer put down her pen. It's just some details about moving, and some things to keep in mind when we move into the Talisman Hall. Lu Xian had mentioned moving to Lin Shuer a day ago, and they had even gone to see the Talisman Master's small building together. Have they already given birth? Lin Shuer asked while blowing on the ink to dry it. Lu Xian nodded. I'll move tomorrow. I've been away from Yongning for too long this time, so I need to go back and check on things as soon as possible. Lin Shuer handed the completed paper to Lu Xian. What do you think? Is there anything you want to add? Lu Xian took the paper and prepared to read it. Seeing that Lu Xian ignored him, Xiao Daoyuan struggled to get down from his arms. Lu Xian squatted down, let go of him, and put him on the ground. The little guy ran outside to play. With a sliver of his attention focused on the small figure outside, Lu Xian looked at the note in his hand. The handwriting was delicate yet sharp. I never expected Lin Shuer to have such beautiful handwriting. Lin Shuer made very detailed arrangements, including what needed to be prepared after moving, the room allocation for each woman, and precautions for living in the Talisman Palace. Lu Xian handed the note back to Lin Shuer, then came to her side and took her hand. While I'm away, you're in charge of everything at home. Don't worry about anything. 3 women make a drama, and with 7 women living together, some conflicts are inevitable. Although Lin Shuer did not have spiritual roots, she was Lu Xian's legitimate Taoist partner, so her status was naturally different from the other women. Establishing Lin Shuer's position in the family would reduce conflicts among the women, and she could also resolve problems promptly, ensuring that there was someone capable of making decisions. Lu Xian's requirements were not high. He didn't expect them to be as close as family, just to get along harmoniously. Lin Shuer nodded. Don't worry, my husband, I'll take care of everything at home. Lin Shuer is from a branch of the Lin family. Her grandfather is a 5th-level qi refining steward in the magic hall and knows many people from other sects and families. Managing the family affairs is not a big problem for her. In addition, she is Lu Xian's publicly acknowledged Taoist partner. Given Lu Xian's current status, most people in the sect will give her face, and she generally won't encounter any major problems. The next day, Lu Xian rented 2 carriages from the dual cultivation hall and hired several handyman disciples to help with the move. The 2 small courtyards looked empty, but when it came time to actually move in, they found a huge pile of all sorts of odds and ends. I was busy for most of the day, and it wasn't until evening that I finally finished. Of course. Actually, it was only those few handyman disciples who were working hard. Lin Shuer was just directing them. Chang Dan, Huang Qian, Wu Qingyue, and Li Man had just given birth 2 days ago. Cultivators have good physical condition and are already able to walk around with difficulty. However, Lu Xian did not disturb their rest, but took them to their respective rooms and told them to rest well. He gave each of the 4 women a bottle of moon essence and instructed them to feed a little to the child every day. Each person only has 1 bottle of moon essence, unlike the eldest son Lu Daoyuan, who has unlimited supplies and consumes 2 bottles a month. There's no way around it. There are just too many kids. A bottle of moon essence costs 15 spirit stones. If each child receives 2 bottles a month, excluding Lu Daoyuan who was already 1-year-old, there are now 8 children under 1-year-old. That would be 16 bottles a month, or 240 spirit stones. As more children were born, Lu Xian's current financial resources were simply insufficient to support the family, so he had to cut back on expenses for each child. Lin Shuer was right. Feeding the baby moon essence indiscriminately was too extravagant. In fact, a few drops a day in a bottle every 2 months wouldn't have made much difference in effect. 1 bottle every 2 months, 6 bottles a year. Each child only needs 90 spirit stones, which is roughly enough to cover the system's gift rewards, greatly reducing the pressure. Besides Lu Xian's 7 women and 7 children, the Talisman Master's small building now has several servants responsible for miscellaneous tasks and ordinary maids responsible for serving him. They are all miscellaneous disciples hired by the Dual Cultivation Hall. With more than 20 people in total, they finally look like a family, which made Lu Xian very pleased. However, expenses have also increased. The wages of the servants and the food for the group of people each month are a considerable expense. Fortunately, the system rewarded him with 10 mid-grade spirit stones, and Lu Xian also provided a batch of talismans, otherwise, he would have been struggling to make ends meet. I don't have enough spirit stones. Lu Xian was reluctant to sell the black crystal honey, and the system rewards were even harder to sell. He also needed to invest in Yangning, so at this stage he could only rely on drawing talismans to make ends meet. Lu Xian could no longer spend money recklessly on spirit stones. With the number of children increasing, he felt the pressure. Night. On the bed in the bedroom. Husband, I'm due to give birth in half a month, and the black crystal bees can't keep up. I'm thinking of having De Shuang and Xiao Shuang release the bees during this time. What do you think? Good. Shuai is very thoughtful. I'll hand over the bee colony to De Shuang tomorrow. The black crystal queen bee has reached the 5th level of qi refining, and the number of bees has reached 5,000. The monthly output of black crystal honey is 1 pound, and not a single day can be wasted. Shuai, if you don't have enough spirit stones at home, you can sell some black crystal honey to the Dual Cultivation Hall. Also, after the child is born, you must pay more attention to your martial arts cultivation. Once you break through to the innate realm, we can have another child. Okay. Okay. Hearing Lu Xian's caring words, Lin Shuai leaned against him, a smile on her face. Chapter 67. 2 Top-grade furnaces. The next day. After instructing the Black Crystal Bee Queen to obey De Shuang, Lu Xian prepared to return to Yangning. Before leaving, 2 alluring women in pink dresses approached Lu Xian. This humble woman, Lu Sisi Yang Rongrong, greets senior brother Lu. From now on, we belong to you. Lu Xian carefully examined the 2 women. They were wearing identical pink dresses and had above-average looks. While not stunningly beautiful, they possessed a natural allure that easily aroused desire in men. My people? You are? Lu Xian asked in confusion. We are cultivators from the Dual Cultivation Hall. I am at the 4th level of qi refining, and Sister Yang is at the 5th level of qi refining. We are here to assist you in your cultivation. Lu Sisi was more talkative, while Yang Rongrong was more quiet, so Lu Sisi spoke for her. After asking around, Lu Xian finally understood that the 2 women were cultivation furnaces that the Qingyun ancestor had promised to give him. Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong are not ordinary cultivation vessels, but high-level cultivation vessels cultivated by the Dual Cultivation Hall. In addition to reaching the mid-stage of qi refining, they are also proficient in various arts, such as playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, and dancing. Moreover, they are different from ordinary furnaces. They take the high-end route, selling only 1 master in their lifetime to become exclusive furnaces, and their prices are exceptionally high. Each of the 2 women received 400 spirit stones, totaling 800 spirit stones, a sum that even ordinary late-stage qi refining cultivators couldn't afford. As expected of a foundation establishment ancestor, his actions are truly grand. Lu Xian led the 2 women to the Dual Cultivation Hall, and then rode a mid-grade first-tier white crane to Yangning. On the back of the half-white crane, Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong looked at Lu Xian with great satisfaction. While they appeared glamorous in the Dual Cultivation Hall, they were actually just exquisite furnaces, no different from slaves. The day they are sold will mark the end of their good days. Their lives thereafter will depend entirely on their owner's wishes. If you encounter a perverted owner, you'll suffer torture every day, and it'll be hard to die. They didn't know if Lu Xian was a monster or not, but he seemed alright for now. With handsome features, a face like jade, an extraordinary demeanor, and graceful manners, he was clearly not a bad person. Moreover, Lu Xian is already a mid-grade first-level talisman master at such a young age, and he is also a disciple of the Qingyun ancestor. His future is brighter than ever. Being able to follow someone like Lu Xian is already the best outcome for them. If they can gain Lu Xian's favor, they might even have the opportunity to continue cultivating. Lu Xian had only one flaw: he was a womanizer and had many women. But in the eyes of the 2 women, this wasn't even a flaw. The skills they had learned in the dual cultivation hall were precisely what they feared most about Lu Xian: his lack of lust. Back at the Lu residence in Yongning County, Shi Xiaorong led her people to Baihe Lake, and Xia He was not there to report to Zhao Deliang. Wang Yuan was now in charge of the residence. Wang Yuan is quick-witted and has been getting along well with Xia He and Shi Xiaorong lately. She also gets along well with Lu Xian's sister, Lu Miao. She manages many things in the mansion. Make sure you settle them in properly, and remember to put them in the same room, Lu Xian instructed. Yes. Wang Yuan sized up the two women and immediately understood Lu Xian's meaning. After Lu Xian finished speaking, he left as if he had something urgent to attend to. Wang Yuan looked at Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong and said, "Please come with me, ladies. I will take you to your rooms." "Thank you for your trouble, little sister." Lu Sisi smiled and nodded, then followed Wang Yuan away. Seeing that the two women possessed extraordinary qualities and that every move they made seemed to exude a certain charm, Wang Yuan realized that they were both cultivators, and thus dared not be negligent. The training room. Suddenly, a jet-black ginseng appeared in Lu Xian's hand. It was a top-grade, first-rank Wuling ginseng. Lu Xian placed the black ginseng in front of him, then flipped his hand, and a 3-foot-long umbrella appeared in his hand. The first-tier top-grade 5-colored umbrella, as its name suggests, has 5 colors evenly distributed on it: white, cyan, blue, red, and yellow, corresponding to the 5 elements. With a wisp of magic power inputted, the 5-colored umbrella unfolded, its 5 colors slowly rotating, creating a dazzling spectacle. Lu Xian increased his magical power, and a 5-colored barrier descended from the umbrella, covering his entire body like a shield to block all external attacks. The 5-colored umbrella is considered top-grade even among first-tier top-grade magic artifacts. If sold, it could probably fetch 400 or 500 spirit stones, which is more expensive than ordinary first-tier top-grade magic artifacts. Lu Xian is currently at the 3rd level of qi refining, so he cannot fully unleash the power of the 5-colored umbrella. However, it should be able to withstand several attacks from ordinary late-stage qi refining cultivators without any problem. Withdrawing his magic power and closing the 5-colored umbrella, Lu Xian placed it on the ground, and a small gray-white bag immediately appeared in his hand. The bag is a single piece with a leather-like texture. It looks like a bag, but it has no opening. Lu Xian channeled a wisp of magic power into the storage bag in his hand and immediately established a spiritual connection with it, sensing a hazy, gray space. The space is like a bubble, with a volume of 10 cubic meters, and can be deformed to a certain extent. If it's circular, the diameter of the space is about 2.7 meters. If it's a cube, the side length is a little over 2 meters. It's impractical to use it for transporting large quantities of supplies, but it's much more convenient to carry talismans and magical artifacts with you. A second-tier low-grade storage bag costs 2,000 spirit stones in the sect, making it a true luxury item. Among the qi refining disciples, Lu Xian only saw Zhao Deliang have one. Others might have them, but at least none of them flaunted them on their person. With a thought, Lu Xian created a gray opening on the storage bag. The black spirit ginseng and the 5-colored umbrella were covered in dark light and disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing inside the storage space. That's interesting. Lu Xian continuously stored various items he carried into his storage space. The storage bag was the thing Lu Xian was most curious about when he came to the cultivation world. He had always wondered why, since the storage bag could store items and even offset their weight, it could be used to transport supplies, which would eliminate transportation costs. Later he realized that storage bags have a wear and tear rate. Storing supplies will accelerate the wear and tear, and storing and retrieving supplies will also accelerate the wear and tear. If they are used to transport ordinary supplies, the money earned will not be as much as the losses. Having experienced the magic of the storage bag, Lu Xian carefully stored it on his person and hid it. When he needed to retrieve something, he would pretend to take it from the bag to avoid being exposed and attracting greed. Lu Xian looked at the terrifying figure in his sea of consciousness one last time, hesitating whether to take it out and examine it. Once the reward is taken out of the sea of consciousness, it cannot be put back. It can only be carried in a hidden place, and it is possible that it will be discovered by others. Never mind. I'll have to get it out eventually. The corpse has no aura or fluctuations of magical power. All its power is concentrated within the corpse. Unless it is in combat, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to detect anything unusual unless they probe it with their divine sense at close range. If you disguise yourself well and are careful, you won't be easily exposed. With a thought, a black light flashed in front of Lu Xian, and a dark golden corpse, 1.8 meters tall, appeared before him. The corpse was completely naked, its body a dark gold color, and its lower body was bare, making it impossible to distinguish whether it was male or female. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the training room suddenly dropped several degrees, and a chilling aura and a terrifying atmosphere spread out. Chapter 68 Body Refinement Level 4. Lu Xian felt a new mark appear in his sea of consciousness, through which he could control the refined corpse in front of him. This refined corpse is clearly an inanimate object, so why does it possess a trace of divine soul aura? Can it speak? Lu Xian asked through telepathy. The corpse remained motionless and unresponsive. Conceal your aura, Lu Xian ordered. This time the reaction was extremely fast. The cold and terrifying aura in the cultivation room immediately disappeared, and the refined corpse looked no different from an ordinary person. Raise your right hand. With a whoosh, the corpse refining technique raised its right hand. Let's do a backflip. Bang! With a perfect backflip, the corpse landed steadily. Hey! That's interesting. Lu Xian circled the refined corpse, touching and tapping its dark golden skin here and there. Its dark gold skin is extremely tough, with a texture like cowhide, unlike metal. One more 720-degree aerial flip, followed by a landing on a one-legged stance. Lu Xian commanded after a moment's thought. Brush. The corpse refiner perfectly completed Lu Xian's instructions, landing and remaining motionless in a one-legged stance. Holy crap! Lu Xian was astonished. This actually works. Shall we breakdance? There was no movement from the corpse refining process. Pour me a cup of tea. It walked to the side like a normal person, skillfully poured a cup of tea, and presented it to Lu Xian. After experimenting for half an hour, Lu Xian basically understood the situation of this early Foundation establishment stage corpse. It has no consciousness, but it possesses human instincts. Coupled with its spiritual connection with Lu Xian, it can understand and execute many complex commands, as long as it can do so. According to Lu Xian's understanding, the cultivation world also has corpse refining. In the Southern Nascent Soul sect, Peach Blossom sect, there are many sects that cultivate demonic and evil paths that can refine corpses. Advanced corpse refiners are fearless of death and fight extremely fiercely, making them a rather ruthless method among evil and demonic practitioners. However, the drawbacks are also obvious. Not only is it difficult to refine, but high-level corpse refining is also prone to going out of control. Corpse refinement has no consciousness, only the instincts of a wild beast. Even if you use your essence, blood, and soul as a mark to refine it, it will be worn down by it. You need to constantly consume your own essence, blood, and soul to replenish and control the mark. Once out of control, the reanimated corpse will attack indiscriminately, and killing its master would be perfectly normal. Lu Xian had also heard an interesting story. A golden core cultivator from the corpse refining sect was backfired by his own corpse refining and slaughtered the entire sect. However, Lu Xian's refined corpse was different from what he knew. He did not feel any backlash at all, and the soul imprint did not weaken in the slightest. Could it be because of the system reward? It should be. Otherwise, how could I, with my early Qi refining stage cultivation, refine and control a Foundation establishment stage corpse? Lu Xian took out a first-grade low-rank magic robe from the cabinet on the left side of the cultivation room and threw it to wear. This robe was a gift from Lin Tianxiong when he went to see Lin Shuer's father. After Lu Xian found a better option, it had been gathering dust. Now he can finally use it. Most robes have basic transformation capabilities. Lu Xian controlled the robe to extend a hood to cover its entire head, and then he found a pair of his spare shoes and put them on it. Good. Now it seems that the corpse refiner was just an ordinary cultivator who didn't like to reveal his identity. Lu Xian plans to go to the city tomorrow to pick out a mask for it that can conceal its divine sense from detecting it, which will make it even more perfect. From now on, you will be called Xiaoying. Unless I give you orders, you just need to stay by my side. Unless I face a life or death crisis, you are not allowed to do anything else. Besides the mask, Lu Xian also plans to buy a female cultivator's robe with the function of concealing divine sense for it to wear, which will make it even more perfect. Why are they female practitioners' robes? It wasn't that Lu Xian had any special fetishes, it was just that, given his style of doing things, having a woman by his side at all times would be less noticeable. Touching the storage bag on his body, and then looking at the Foundation establishment corpse refining Xiaoying standing motionless behind him, Lu Xian felt a great sense of security after suddenly becoming rich. Cultivate. Cultivate. These are all external things. Self-cultivation is the foundation. We must not put the cart before the horse and lose our way in them. Lu Xian quickly adjusted his mindset, sat cross-legged, and began his daily cultivation practice. After taking a qi gathering pill, the pill transformed into spiritual energy, entered Lu Xian's meridians, and then gathered in his dantian. As the three yang gathering body qi refining technique was activated, spiritual energy was gradually refined into magical power imbued with Lu Xian's divine soul aura, and also possessed a trace of intense pure yang attribute. The dantian was full of magical power, and the newly refined magical power could not be stored, so it spread to the meridians in flesh and blood, and was then refined into qi and blood power by the Kuanping devouring heaven body refining method. Once other cultivators reach a bottleneck in their cultivation, the refined magical power can only dissipate. They then rely on painstaking effort to gradually strengthen their dantian and seek that slight opportunity for a breakthrough. Lu Xian was different. After reaching the bottleneck, his magical power was absorbed by his physical body, which was equivalent to cultivating a body refining technique. He could experience substantial improvement with each cultivation session. Each practice session provides a sense of improvement, which greatly enhances motivation and prevents one from being worn down by bottlenecks or losing confidence in cultivation. Lu Xian simultaneously activated his body refining and qi refining techniques, refining the power of the pills and the spiritual energy in the cultivation room together. Gradually, a faint white jade-like glow enveloped his body. Sudden. Lu Xian felt an extremely strong hunger in his body. The spiritual energy in the cultivation room did not need to be refined, it was directly absorbed into his bloodline. We're about to break through. Lu Xian immediately took out a whole bottle of qi and blood pills from his storage bag and swallowed them. The pills transformed into surging qi and blood power, which was then absorbed by his blood. It's still too slow. Lu Xian took out the first-grade high-quality black spirit ginseng from his storage bag, opened his mouth wide, and ate it in a few bites. Boom! The potent medicine exploded in the stomach, then was rapidly absorbed into the bloodstream, converging at the heart to condense into essence and blood. Even a late-stage qi refining cultivator wouldn't dare to swallow an entire top-grade first-tier spiritual herb at once. But for Lu Xian, who was in a breakthrough phase, there was only a slight blush on his face, and he looked to be in excellent condition. Half an hour later. 10 drops of essence blood condensed within Lu Xian's heart, each drop containing extremely powerful energy. Body refinement level 4 completed. The fourth level of body refinement is a minor bottleneck, and Lu Xian's physical strength underwent a minor qualitative change. In his normal state, his physical strength is now comparable to a mid-grade first-level magic weapon, and his physical attributes are even more exaggerated than those of a demon beast of the same realm. Feeling the essence and blood within his heart, Lu Xian slightly guided a wisp of it to flow to his right hand. He clenched his fist, turned around, and delivered a standard straight punch to Xiao Ying's stomach. Bang! Hiss! A sharp pain spread from his right hand. Lu Xian looked pained, then casually shook his hand. Why isn't its belly soft? I was careless. The Foundation Establishment Corp's refining body is not something a mere mid-stage body refining cultivator like him can easily mess with, even if he cultivates a true immortal level body refining technique. Chapter 69 The taste of the furnace is really good. Fortunately, Lu Xian was not a reckless person. He had only activated a trace of his essence blood, so the injury on his hand was not serious. The pain quickly subsided. I touched my right fist and felt no discomfort at all. Instead, I felt a warm, comfortable sensation. I can practice with Xiao Ying when I have time in the future, so I can get familiar with fighting techniques and also stretch my muscles. Lu Xian withdrew all his vital energy to his heart, and his aura disappeared. As they emerged from the cultivation room with Xiao Ying, Xia He, Shi Xiaorong, and her sister Lu Miao were waiting at the door. And this is? Lu Miao looked at Xiao Ying behind Lu Xian, whose head was lowered and whose entire head was covered by a hood, and asked. Her name is Xiao Ying. She is a Xiantian martial artist and my personal bodyguard, Lu Xian explained. Lu Miao looked at Xiao Ying with suspicion for a moment, but didn't say much. Seeing that Lu Xian was alright, she asked him a few words of concern and then took her leave. Having not seen him for several days, she was only worried about Lu Xian's safety. This place was full of Lu Xian's women, and it would be inconvenient for her to stay any longer. Xia He and Shi Xiaorong were also sizing up Xiao Ying. Based on Lu Xian's personality, they guessed that this person was definitely not a martial arts guard. Perhaps she was another woman Lu Xian had found somewhere, and one whose identity was not to be seen in the light of day. However, they did not intend to investigate Xiao Ying's identity at the moment. Compared to Xiao Ying, they were more curious about the two female cultivators who had returned with Lu Xian. Husband, who are the two sisters who came back with you today? Why don't you invite them out and introduce them to us? Xia He said. Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong did not conceal their auras, both were at the mid-stage of qi refining. In addition, the two women were dressed in luxurious clothes and behaved with extraordinary manners, clearly indicating that they were not ordinary cultivators. Xia He felt a sense of pressure. Shi Xiaorong didn't speak, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Xian, clearly also curious about the identities of the two women. Them. The two of them are the furnace vessels of the dual cultivation hall. Lu Xian entered the living room, sat down in the main seat, and asked Xia He and Shi Xiaorong with a mysterious look, "Guess how many spirit stones it would cost to buy the two of them?" Furnace? Shi Xiaorong shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. She was just a martial artist, not a cultivator. She had heard of furnaces and cauldrons, but she hadn't learned about them in detail. Xia He was a cultivator from the Red Pine sect. She knew about the dual cultivation hall's furnace business, but she didn't know the specific price range, only that the price was very high. Two mid-stage qi refining female cultivators as cultivation vessels, or even just buying their entire bodies, the price would be absolutely outrageous. Thinking of this, Xia He frowned and remained silent. 800. Seeing that they couldn't guess, Lu Xian didn't keep them in suspense any longer. He made an 8 gesture with his hand and said, "A full 800 spirit stones. Do you think that's expensive or not?" Xia He couldn't hold back any longer. Lu Xian was still showing off here. Her brows furrowed even deeper, and she said in a slightly cold tone, "Husband, I have no objection to you buying a furnace for cultivation, but you should always act within your means. With your current cultivation level at the early stage of qi refining, choosing an early stage qi refining furnace is very suitable. Why waste spirit stones to buy a mid-stage qi refining furnace? Buying two at once costs 800 spirit stones. Even if you have a lot of spirit stones, you can't spend them like this." Xia He was angry not because of Lu Xian's purchase of the furnace, but because she felt that Lu Xian was not considering the current situation and was wasting spirit stones. Her original intention was actually for Lu Xian's good. Certainly. She wasn't entirely without selfish motives. Lu Xian had promised her a breakthrough pill after her child was born. Breakthrough pills are special pills with outrageously high prices. A breakthrough pill for breaking through to the late stage of qi refining requires 1,200 spirit stones, and it only increases the chance of a breakthrough, not guaranteeing a 100% success rate. If Lu Xian wastes spirit stones like this, what will happen when he can't afford to buy her pills later? Lu Xian was taken aback, then chuckled and said, "Here, you've misunderstood. These two female cultivators' furnaces weren't bought by me, they were a gift from my master." Master? Xia He looked puzzled. She didn't know Lu Xian had any other master. Could it be a gift from Lu Xian's father-in-law, Lin Tianyue? Is Lin Tianyue really that generous, giving away 800 spirit stones so easily? When I was promoted to a mid-grade first-level talisman master, I returned to the sect to pay my respects to Ancestor Qingyun of the Talisman Hall. He accepted me as a formal disciple, and these two furnace cauldrons were given to me by Ancestor Qingyun. Lu Xian reached into his sleeve, seemingly to take something out of his pocket, but in reality, he took out a token from his storage bag and showed it to Xia He. "This is the token of a direct disciple of the Talisman Hall, take a look. A personally taught disciple." Xia He stroked the patterns on the talisman, confirming it without a doubt, because she had seen the same token before. Her master, Zhao Deliang, had an identical one, only the information engraved on it was different. Now that Lu Xian has become a personal disciple, isn't his status equivalent to that of his master, Zhao Deliang? No. It's not just that. Lu Xiankai had only been a disciple for 2 years and was 20 years old. In terms of future prospects, he was several levels above his master, Zhao Deliang. "Sorry. My husband, I was a little too loud just now." Xia He returned the token to Lu Xian and came to his side to apologize quietly. "It's all right. It's not your fault. I didn't explain it clearly at the first moment. You were just thinking of me." Lu Xian held Xia He's delicate hand and comforted her. Standing to the side, Shi Xiaorong's eyes shone with admiration. She was glad she had made the wise move back then and no longer had any doubts about Lu Xian's promise. The two women stopped asking about Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong and instead reported on what had happened in the past few days. Having gotten a general idea, Lu Xian sent them back to rest, eager to taste the flavor of the furnace. A secluded courtyard. The room of Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong. "Please come in, young master." The two women opened the door to greet Lu Xian as soon as he arrived at the entrance. Lu Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He strode into the room, picked Lu Sisi up by the waist and lowered his head to kiss her. "Please wait a moment, young master." A slender hand touched Lu Xian's lips, and a strange fragrance wafted over. "We sisters also have talents. Would you like to enjoy them to add to the fun, young master?" A soft, sweet, and alluring voice rang in Lu Xian's ears. "Oh? What kind of talent?" Lu Xian asked. "Singing and dancing, musical instruments, tea ceremony, bartending, poetry, painting. Which would you like to see, young master?" "Then let's dance. Anything else is inappropriate." Lu Xian released Lu Sisi from his arms, walked to the bedside and lay down, wanting to see just how good the top-grade furnace cauldron of the dual cultivation hall really was. "Yes, sir." Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong walked gracefully to the center of the room, their soft, delicate bodies swaying gently. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. The two women's dance moves were truly extraordinary, showcasing the curves and suppleness of the female body to the fullest extent. His heart began to race, and his blood and qi gradually boiled. Even with Lu Xian's current self-control, he was almost tempted to the point of losing control. "Young master, am I pretty?" As they jumped, Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong came to Lu Xian's side and wiggled against his body. Lu Xian couldn't resist any longer and pulled Lu Sisi onto his body. Hiss. The food in the cauldron tastes really good. Chapter 70 Qi Refining Level 4. Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong are both professionals, and Lu Xian gained an experience he had never had before from them. It was a beauty that came from the heart and touched the soul, which could not be described in ordinary words. Young master, it's time to circulate your cultivation technique," Lu Sisi reminded him sweetly. Yang Rongrong slightly raised her head, her large, watery eyes looking at Lu Xian. Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong looked at him with their bright eyes, and Lu Xian nodded subconsciously, slowly circulating the three yang gathering body technique. A moment later, a strange feeling arose, and most of Lu Xian's consciousness was automatically drawn to the circulation of magical power within his body. Hiss. The greatest joy in life is the improvement of one's cultivation. When the power in one's dantian suddenly increases, it brings an unparalleled sense of comfort to one's soul. Yin and Yang generate and merge with each other, and these magical powers naturally transform into Lu Xian's own magical power. In a short while, the total amount of magical power in Lu Xian's meridians increased by nearly half. As the cultivation technique was activated, the magical power gradually gathered in the dantian. Lu Xian had reached a bottleneck. Originally, only a small portion of this magical power would nourish the dantian, while the rest would slowly dissipate. However, Lu Xian broke through the fourth level of qi refining ahead of schedule, causing the bottleneck of the third level of qi refining to loosen. Buzz. The magical power in the dantian is compressed, and the magical power in the middle position gradually undergoes a qualitative change, containing more and more energy. Put. A wisp of golden, illusory flame ignited, seemingly illuminating the entire dantian. Qi refining level 4, mid-stage qi refining, I've succeeded. With the three yang gathering body technique near completion, the magical power has been imbued with pure yang attributes, making it more powerful and longer lasting. Mid-stage qi refining cultivators possess even more profound magical power and can utilize some of the attributes of their cultivation techniques, resulting in a several-fold increase in combat strength. As long as one's cultivation breaks through to the mid-stage of qi refining, joining the Red Pine sect will allow one to become an outer sect steward, thus ending the lowest level of cultivators and preventing them from ending up worse off than some martial artists. The limit for martial artists is the innate realm, whose combat power is comparable to that of a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. For ordinary early-stage qi refining cultivators, the most humiliating thing is to be worse off than an innate realm martial artist. Breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refining is different. Even if a Xiantian martial artist's combat strength is comparable to theirs, their status and position are far inferior. Young master, you've broken through? Lu Sisi exclaimed in surprise, feeling the aura of Lu Xian's increased cultivation. She even forgot her fatigue. He was at the fourth level of qi refining, with the aura of the middle stage of qi refining. Yang Rongrong, standing to the side, also stared at Lu Xian with her mouth slightly agape, an expression of disbelief on her face. They knew Lu Xian's situation very well. He was at the peak of the third level of qi refining, but was stuck at a bottleneck. He has only been a disciple for 2 years, and at most he has just reached the third level of perfection. He will have to slowly work his way up to the middle stage of qi refining. But what's going on now? They've already broken through? The forging cauldron technique they practice can indeed assist in the cultivation of yang attribute techniques, but the effect isn't that good, is it? The furnace cauldron isn't particularly helpful for breaking through bottlenecks, otherwise everyone would be practicing dual cultivation techniques. Lu Xian nodded slightly. I was just in a mysterious state of mind when I naturally broke through. It was truly an unexpected joy. Lu Sisi looked at Lu Xian with a complicated expression, a mix of emotions flashing through her mind: envy, joy, disappointment, relief. The bottleneck in cultivation is a mysterious thing. Besides hard work, luck also plays a role. It's common for people with the same talent and the same techniques to have different breakthroughs. Some people work hard their whole lives and never break through, while others have an epiphany and break through easily. While Lu Xian's sudden enlightenment was astonishing and enviable, it was not entirely incomprehensible. This humble servant congratulates you on your breakthrough in cultivation. Lu Sisi forced herself to stand up and said with a smile. Given Lu Xian's current status, breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refining at the age of 20, his future is truly limitless. I must thank you so much, Sisi, for your great help just now. Although it would normally take him a few days to break through on his own, it's always better to break through a few days earlier. Lu Xian never liked to mistreat women. He would reward them for their merits so that they would follow him more sincerely in the future. Lu Xian didn't care about whether they were furnace cauldrons or not. As long as they sincerely followed her, he would definitely not let them suffer in the future. As for now. Another hour later. Lu Xian leaned against the headboard, took out a bottle of qi and blood pills and swallowed them. The little bit of vital energy he had just lost was quickly restored. The Kuanping devouring heaven body refining technique is extremely domineering, capable of rapidly restoring vital energy using blood and qi. Consuming some qi and blood pills would speed up the two women's recovery, so why not? Lu Xian wasn't about to be stingy with just a few spirit stones. If Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong recover their condition as soon as possible, it will also help him cultivate more quickly. With their assistance in cultivation, Lu Xian's cultivation at the 4th level of qi refining can be perfected more quickly. His consciousness sank into his dantian, and the golden flame that had just broken through shone even brighter. This was thanks to Yang Rongrong. His cultivation at the 4th level of qi refining was now basically stable. However, Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong suffered a loss of their magical power, which they had painstakingly cultivated, and it would take them a considerable amount of time to recover. It's definitely impossible to quickly improve one's cultivation level by relying solely on two women. Early morning. Lu Xian instructed Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong, remember to keep my breakthrough in cultivation a secret for me. Don't spread it around, understand? The two women looked at Lu Xian in confusion. It's a great thing that our husband has broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining. Why shouldn't we announce it? Other cultivators who break through their cultivation level are eager for everyone to know, but this is the first time they have seen someone who breaks through their cultivation level and doesn't want others to know. I have no great ambitions, I just want to live a peaceful life. This breakthrough was really unexpected, there's nothing to be happy about. My spiritual root talent is poor, and my current status and position have already aroused jealousy. It's better to keep a low profile. Lu Xian casually explained that it wasn't necessary to hide his cultivation level, he was just letting them get used to his preferred low-key style. Okay, we won't tell anyone. The two girls nodded obediently. Although they did not quite agree with Lu Xian's words and actions, they still chose to do as Lu Xian said. Everything they owned belonged to Lu Xian. Lu Xian didn't need to explain his actions to them, they just had to do whatever he told them to do. Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction and offered a few words of reassurance to the two. He then concealed his aura and even cast a minor spell to do so. Qi refining stage cultivators lack divine sense. As long as they slightly conceal their aura, their cultivation level cannot be discerned unless they cultivate a special spiritual eye technique. Although there is a reasonable explanation for Lu Xian's breakthrough, he still decided to cover it up for the time being. He has already shown enough genius, and now that he is a disciple of the Qin Yun ancestor, there is no point in continuing to show even more genius. Showcasing talent is for acquiring resources. When the risks of showcasing talent outweigh the resources gained, there's no need to be so flamboyant. Chapter 71 by Ji Wei. Lu Family Peach Garden. There is a small pavilion in the peach garden. The scenery here is quite nice. Lu Xian likes to stay here for a while in his spare time, and also keep his sister Lu Miao company. When Lu Xian returned to the sect last time, he made a special trip to the Spirit Plant Hall and bought several books on cultivating spirit peaches to bring back with him. At this moment, Lu Miao was reading a book while inspecting the condition of each spirit peach tree with several maids. The cultivation of high-grade spiritual plants is extremely complex and requires the practice of some specialized spells. Fortunately, the spirit peaches in the courtyard were only of the lowest grade, and the kind that were particularly easy to care for. Lu Miao learned how to care for them and was able to manage them without them dying. Lu Xian sat on a stone bench in the pavilion, with a small figure of a female cultivator dressed in a black robe behind him. The first-tier, mid-grade night robe can conceal one's presence in the darkness, causing others to automatically ignore it to some extent, and can also shield one from the detection of some spiritual eye techniques. In addition, Xiaoying also wore a human skin mask, which was also a magical artifact, making her look like a dull and aloof woman. At present, Xiaoying appears to be just an ordinary personal maid and bodyguard of Lu Xian, and does not attract much attention. Across the stone table, Shi Xiaorong was reporting to Lu Xian about the Yongning Merchant Alliance. Everything is going smoothly in the Merchant Alliance. Recently, the Yongning Jieshou have shown signs of activity again, but they are all operating on the outskirts. Most of our Merchant Alliance families live near the city's outskirts, so they are not greatly affected. White Crane Lake is also very good. With senior sister Xiao overseeing things, it's very safe. The spirit fish fry have already been released, and currently, Luo Yun, the head of the Luo family, is in charge. The various industries of the Merchant Alliance are progressing smoothly, and there is no need to worry about manpower. The robbers are active on the outskirts of Yongning. Some of the cultivators who were robbed escaped into the city and were selected by the Merchant Alliance, and some were retained. Shi Xiaorong smiled and was full of energy. Now, as the vice leader of the Business Alliance, her power was many times greater than when she was the leader of the Flower Snake Gang. Those family patriarchs who used to refuse to even glance at her now have to treat her with utmost respect and discuss things with her. It feels wonderful. Oh. Right. She suddenly remembered something and looked at Lu Xian, saying, "These days, quite a few families want to join the Merchant Alliance. This matter still needs your personal decision, young master. I've said this before, you and Xia can discuss it together. Why do I have to make the decision myself?" Lu Xian asked. Shi Xiaorong explained helplessly, "They all sent over several women, saying they would discuss joining after you accept them." Well. Is that so? Lu Xian perked up. Young master's reputation for cherishing women has spread throughout Yongning. Previously, the families of the Merchant Alliance all had women by your side. If you don't accept them, they won't feel at ease. Lu Xian quickly figured it out. Although the Merchant Alliance was a loose organization, it involved the foundational industries of various families. These newly joined families are afraid of being betrayed by the previous families, so they are in a hurry to do this. Where is he? Bring him here so I can see him. Lu Xian ordered. Shi Xiaorong got up and waved towards the outside of the peach garden. A former subordinate of the Flower Snake Gang jogged in. After she gave him a few instructions, the subordinate quickly left. Before long, a group of 15 young women lined up outside the pavilion. "Greetings, Master Lu." 15-inch. Without exception, these women were at least of superior beauty, beauties rarely seen in ordinary times. There are countless beauties in the world. Lu Xian couldn't help but exclaim once again. Having seen too many beautiful women, Lu Xian had developed a slight aversion to beauty, and ordinary, common beauties were no longer pleasing to his eye. "May I have your name?" Lu Xian's gaze lingered on a girl with fair skin and a sweet appearance. He was attracted not because the girl was more beautiful than others, but because Lu Xian discovered that she was a qi refining stage cultivator. "My daughter is Bai Jiwei, a member of the Bai family of Ice Blue Valley. My father is Bai Zishuan, a first-tier low-grade talisman master." Bai Jiwei's voice is a bit sweet, with a cutesy, childlike quality, which doesn't seem out of place at all when paired with her sweet face. Shi Xiaorong added, "The Bai family is one of the 17 qi refining perfection families in Yongning. They had some dealings with the Chen family before." Lu Xian didn't care about this. If the Bai family really had problems, they would have been dealt with by the law enforcement army last time. How could they have survived until now? Moreover, Lu Xian had also investigated the main reasons for the destruction of the Chen family. In addition to the sect's lack of money, there was another important reason: the Chen family had ulterior motives, and they were quite obvious about it. Regardless of how independent each family is internally, they will send some of their disciples to the sect. The disciples grow up within the sect, eventually forming a relationship of mutual help and checks and balances. The Chen family used to do the same thing, but in recent years, seeing that Master Xiao of the Red Pine sect was nearing the end of his life, they began to work on severing their ties with the sect in order to avoid being implicated when the sect changed hands. This wouldn't normally be a problem. Most foundation establishment families would arrange things this way in such situations, but they went a little too far. However, the situation at the Red Pine sect was unique. Master Xiao wanted to do everything he could to help his eldest disciple, Wang Qiao, achieve the golden core stage, and the Chun family became the unfortunate victims. The sect wanted spirit stones, not any real grudge against the Chen family, so Lu Xian had no concerns about taking over the former subordinate families of the Chen family. He waved his hand and said, "Xiaoron, make the arrangements. Everyone stays here, and you and Xiahao will handle things with the various families." Yes. Shi Xiaorong had already guessed this would be the result, so she wasn't surprised. The cost of raising maids in Yongning is far lower than that of the sect. Moreover, each family will definitely support some of their own children. It's a free bargain, so Lu Xian certainly won't refuse. With 15 more maids suddenly added, Lu Xian couldn't manage to take care of them all at once. He beckoned to Bai Xiwei, "Come here." Yes. Bai Xiwei left the crowd and walked to Lu Xian's side, her little face showing some trepidation. Recalling her father's instructions when she left the family a few days ago, a resolute look appeared on her young face. For her father and for her family, she was willing to sacrifice herself. "You seem unwilling?" Lu Xian's calm voice rang out. "Without." "No." Bai Xiwei immediately denied it. "It's all right. I, Lu Xian, have never liked to force others. If you have any concerns, you can tell me, and I will send someone to take you back." Really not." The little girl was so anxious she was about to cry. "All right." Lu Xian was just being polite from the moment she noticed Bai Xiwei. She had no intention of actually letting her go back. With a pull, Bai Xiwei fell into Lu Xian's arms. The girl's fair face instantly flushed red, making her look extremely beautiful. "What an adorable little girl. You said you were doing this voluntarily, so don't regret it later." "Wah-ah." Lu Xian lowered his head, his hand touching the delicate pink petals, which were soft, tender, and sweet. Chapter 72: The Rebellion of the Robber Cultivators. Yongning border. In a valley filled with spiritual energy, there is a small spiritual field, next to which is a small courtyard. "Brother, we can't go on like this anymore. What do you suggest we do?" The man speaking inside was named Chen Shiji, and sitting opposite him was his brother, Chen Shixiang. The two brothers were tenants of a low-grade spiritual field of one mu approximately 0.16 acres in this valley, and were vassals of the Chen family, a family in the late stage of qi refining. The golden rice in the field will be ripe in 3 more months, so maybe. Chen Shixiang looked at his younger brother with reluctance. "How about we wait until we harvest the golden spirit rice before we talk about it?" "What are you waiting for?" Chen Shiji slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Are you waiting for someone else to come and steal it? The plunderers are rampant. They will rob any spiritual fields they see that are ripe. Just a few days ago, the spiritual rice planted by the Wei siblings next door was robbed by a group of people as soon as it ripened. The siblings are still missing. Do you want to end up like them?" That's the logic, and Chen Shixiang understood it, but he still couldn't bear to part with the precious rice in the fields. This spiritual field yields about 1,000 caddies of rice each year. Even though it's the most common golden spiritual rice, it can still sell for 30 spirit stones. Previously, when the sect's tax burden was 30%, they only needed to hand over half to the Qian family, and the two brothers would still have 15 spirit stones left, which was barely enough to sustain their cultivation. Now that the sect's tax has increased to 50%, the Qian family has increased their share to 70%. After a year of hard work, they only have 9 spirit stones left, which, when divided equally, amounts to less than 5 spirit stones per person per year. That's fine. I can tolerate an annual income of 5 yuan. I can endure it for 5 years. Even these 5 plots are being robbed. More and more border raiders are coming and going to rob any spiritual fields that are ripe. These low-level spiritual farmers are completely helpless. It's not that we didn't report it to the Qian family, but the Qian family themselves are barely able to protect themselves, let alone send anyone to protect them during the harvest. Then what do you suggest we do? Although Chen Shixiang is the older brother, he is rather timid and only wants to live a peaceful life. The younger brother, Chen Shiji, had a fierce look on his face, his palms clenched into fists. "Since the world won't give us a way to survive, then we'll forge our own path to the heavens." You mean? Chen Shixiang actually knew what his brother meant, but he was too afraid to think about it. More and more cultivators are raiding the borders. Where do these people come from? Most of them are cultivators who can't make a living. Brother! Stop pretending to be confused. Chen Shiji looked at his brother earnestly and said, "When the world becomes a little chaotic, those of us at the bottom are the first to suffer. Rather than waiting to be robbed by the robber cultivators, we might as well become robber cultivators ourselves." "Why?" Chen Shiqiang sighed, remained silent for a moment, and then nodded. He could tell that his younger brother had made up his mind, and he couldn't let his brother go on the risk alone. After discussing it for a while, the two brothers immediately began packing their things, taking all the valuables with them, including the unripe golden spirit rice in the spirit field. The rice seedlings were pulled up and transported away by horse-drawn carts, where they could be sold for some money in town. 2 weeks later, Tianma Town. The two brothers successfully joined a group of thieves. The reason why the younger brother, Chen Shiji, was so determined to join the thieves was because he had made prior contact with a path. "Brother, I finally understand. Cultivating immortality is about defying the heavens. For cultivators like us at the bottom, the only way out is to fight to the death." In a private room of a restaurant, Chen Shiji drank a pot of wine and became radiant. The two brothers participated in 2 small-scale robberies, and the spoils were equivalent to 2 years of hard work. Chen Shiqiang, the older brother, was initially hesitant, but his resolve gradually wavered. Once he started living a life of ease and comfort, there was no going back. Chen Shiji leaned closer to his brother and whispered, "I received a message that a few days ago a big shot was going to organize us to do something big. If we pull off this, it should be enough for me to reach the mid-stage of qi refining." "What big move?" Chen Shiqiang asked. "We'll find out when the time comes. I only have a general idea right now," Chen Shiji said. The next day, the two brothers received a secret message and finally learned what the large group was up to. They were going to rob the entire Tianma Town. Tianma Town has officials dispatched by sects, shops opened by nearby cultivation families, and cultivators who stop over when passing through. Its permanent population is nearly 10,000. Although border raiders are rampant, this is the first time they have taken action against the sect's official forces since the sect's law enforcement army swept through the area last time. The two brothers were filled with fear, but then Chen Shiji felt a surge of excitement. If he succeeded this time, it would definitely be enough for him to cultivate to the mid-stage of qi refining. That night, fires suddenly broke out all over Tianma Town, with colorful magical lights flashing one after another. The constables of Tianma Town were all assassinated, with only a small number retreating to the town mayor's mansion to defend it. Clad in black, the thieves emerged from various places, killing anyone they saw, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. The number of cultivators involved in the raid was several hundred, and it was clearly organized and planned. The official forces of Tianma Town quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Town mayor's residence. Zhou Yu was the town mayor appointed by the Red Pine sect. He was at the 7th level of qi refining and wielded a blood-red longsword magic weapon. He killed several black-clad cultivators in succession. "Listen to my command, everyone. Form ranks." With a loud shout, the remaining constable cultivators gathered around him, forming the most basic gathering formation, and dozens of constable cultivators channeled their energy into him. Zhou Yu's aura surged, instantly reaching the perfect level of qi refining, and the blood-red longsword in his hand emitted a blade light several meters long. Just as the situation was about to turn around, 100 elites in the Jesho team formed a formation, and a black-clad man with an aura even stronger than Zhou Yu flew into the air. The leader in black held a blue magic sword. He raised his hand and made a sword incantation. The magic sword flew in front of him and then split into 3, turning into 3 blue sword lights. Buzz! The sword light illuminated the night, heading straight for Zhou Yu like a shooting star. Not good. Zhou Yu knew he was no match for them, but he had no time to dodge, so he could only swing his sword in a counterattack. He instantly unleashed 3 blood-red blade beams, then took out a talisman and slapped it onto his body, causing an earth-yellow light shield to appear in front of him. Boom! Click! Put! Of the 3 strikes, only the first one blocked the cyan sword light. The latter 2 strikes were shattered by the sword light. The first grade top quality Earth Shield talisman only neutralized 1 sword light, and the remaining sword lights dimmed slightly before striking Zhou Yu's chest. His robe was torn open with a charred gash, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming weak. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, you're doomed. The black-clad leader's indifferent voice rang out, and the cyan magic sword returned. He raised his hand and waved it, and 3 more cyan sword lights condensed. Given Zhou Yu's current condition, once this sword is drawn, he will be severely injured. Even if he doesn't die, the outcome is already decided. Buzzing. Sudden. A faint light appeared in the sky above Tianma Town, and the light gradually grew larger, transforming into the shape of a giant ship. A terrifying pressure gripped everyone's hearts, and a detached female voice echoed through the night. A swift and decisive victory is needed. Try to capture them alive. Chapter 73: Diligent Cultivation. Thousands of sect law enforcement teams flew out from the cloud-breaking flying boat and surrounded the entire Tianma town. Upon seeing the arrival of the sect's army, the group of cultivators panicked and scattered like headless flies. Of the hundreds of cultivators, only 100 were elites trained in formations. The rest were just rabble like the Chen Shiji and Chen Shiqiang brothers. How could they possibly be a match for the law enforcement army? The situation was completely one-sided. The cultivators were killed one after another, and most of them knelt down and surrendered. Even the black-clad leader, who was in the late stage of qi refining, was injured and captured. On the flying boat that breaks through the clouds, Xiaoran remained calm as she carefully observed the area below, not missing a single detail. After the situation had completely calmed down, 2 streaks of light flashed by, and 2 figures appeared beside her, Foundation Establishment cultivators Zhou Ming and Xue Hu. "Senior brothers, have you noticed anything unusual?" Xiaoran asked. Zhou Ming and Xue Hu shook their heads simultaneously. They were each responsible for half of Tianma town and were using their divine sense to monitor the abnormal fluctuations, but they found nothing. "Junior sister, you should think of another way. This person is too cautious. This can't go on like this," Zhou Ming said. Xiaoran frowned slightly, her breathing became heavier, and she almost couldn't contain her anger. The reason for all of this is that mysterious Foundation Establishment cultivator. The endless killing of Yongning Tribulation cultivators is because this person is secretly leading the charge. In order to deal with this person, Xiaoran secretly invited Xue Hu back, intending to surround and kill him. However, this mysterious Foundation Establishment cultivator was extremely cautious, and no one knew his exact whereabouts. Xiaoran arranged for his own people to infiltrate the bandit group several times, hoping to analyze the possible location of this person based on their actions, but unfortunately, he failed each time. The cloud-piercing flying boat has been dispatched several times, and the other party has probably guessed its intentions, making it even more difficult to find them. It's incredibly difficult to find out a Foundation Establishment cultivator who wants to conceal their identity. Let's just wait and see. I'd like to see if you can keep hiding like this. Xiaoran's eyes hardened, and she exuded murderous intent. She cupped her hands to the 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators and said politely, "Thank you for your help, senior brothers." "It's all right. It's all right." Xue Hu returned the greeting with a cupped hand. "In that case, I have other matters to attend to in Gumu County, so I won't stay any longer." After saying that, he used his escape technique and flew away. There are also bandits causing trouble in Gumu County, so Xue Hu has to go back and keep watch. He can't be away for too long. After exchanging a few polite words, Zhou Ming also took his leave, as he had never been particularly interested in the matter. "Senior sister, everyone has been captured. We have taken 381 cultivators and 77 martial artists prisoner, and killed 189 people." Not long after Xue Hu and Zhou Ming left, a female cultivator in white came forward to report. The female cultivator was dressed in white, her demeanor was as white as snow, and she had a capable air about her. If Lu Xian were here, he would recognize her at a glance as Zhou Xiaozhu, Yan Xingyao's fellow disciple. After Zhou Xiaozhu recovered from her injuries, she was immediately transferred to work under Xiaoran, because the two had a good relationship when they were in the sect. Send someone to interrogate him thoroughly, then strip him of his cultivation and send him to White Crane Lake as a slave, Xiaoran ordered calmly. Since they had become cultivators of tribulation, they had to pay the price. Xiaoran had no sympathy and would not let anyone off the hook, no matter the reason. Zhou Yu, the mayor of Tianma town, wishes to pay you a visit. Would you like to meet him? Zhou Xiaozhu asked. No need. Xiaoran waved her hand. Let's take the prisoners and the captured supplies and go straight back. After arriving in Yongning, Xiaoran felt increasingly frustrated. The rampant thieves and their ability to predict her actions indicated that local families and even law enforcement teams had been infiltrated. She doesn't trust anyone now, always feeling that everyone has ulterior motives. She simply didn't trust officials like Zhou Yu who were stationed in local areas for extended periods, so there was no need for her to meet with him. The sect's increase in taxes has caused discontent not only among local families but also among countless individuals within the sect itself, though they dare not express it. Half of the sect's disciples are from various families. These people are in the sect but also enjoy the support of their families. If the family's interests are harmed, it is actually equivalent to their own interests being harmed. The flying boat slowly started moving. Xiaoran rubbed her temples and suddenly asked Zhou Xiaozhu beside her, "How is Yangning City? Has anything major happened?" "The city is quite peaceful, nothing major has happened." Zhou Xiaozhu's expression turned strange. Speaking of major events, the newly established Yangning Business Alliance is one of them. Yangning Business Alliance? Xiaoran looked puzzled. Zhou Xiaozhu explained, the Yangning Business Alliance was established by a man named Lu Xian, one of Zhao Deliang's subordinates, and it basically brought together all the families in the suburbs. The reason why the suburbs are still so peaceful after the Yangning City law enforcement team was transferred is because of the Yangning Business Alliance. Oh? Xiaoran looked surprised. The families in the suburbs have complicated relationships and unclear interests, so it's not so easy for them to truly come together. Given Zhao Deliang's greedy nature, which families would be willing to submit to him? Xiaoran asked curiously. They don't submit to senior brother Zhao, they submit to Lu Xian. Lu Xian was not greedy for money, but he was fond of women. He quickly established connections with various families by taking women from different households, and he quickly gained the trust of everyone through his excellent reputation. Lu Xian only takes a very small portion of the profits from the Yangning Business Alliance. He mainly seeks benefits for each member, so everyone respects him. In fact, Zhou Xiaozhu did not mention the most important reason why the various families trusted Lu Xian. The fact that the women sent to Lu Xian by various families were getting pregnant one after another, and that they were able to participate in the affairs of the Merchant Alliance instead of just being used as maids, was the main reason that dispelled their concerns. He's a real talent. Xiaoran suddenly remembered that her junior sister Zhang Kersen seemed to have mentioned this person to her before, the idiot who rented Baihe Lake. At the time, she felt that Lu Xian was not just a lecherous man, but must have had other motives. Junior sister Zhang is still too young. She shook her head and chuckled. County seat. Lu Mansion. While Yangning was in turmoil, Lu Xian remained remarkably relaxed and unaffected. He spent his time cultivating, drawing talismans, occasionally meeting with a few clan leaders, and the rest of his time working on the newly arrived maids. Of the 25 maids in the Lu household, Liener, Mayer, and Pinger are already pregnant, followed closely by Wang Yuan and Luo Royan, while Xiaohe and Shi Xiaorong are also several months pregnant. In the past 2 weeks, Lu Xian has favored all of his maids, and 2 more ordinary maids have become pregnant. It's a pity. Despite Lu Xian's special attention and doting affection for Bai Jiwei, nothing has happened. After 2 weeks of hard work, Lu Xian had a clear feeling that the maid's chances of getting pregnant had decreased a little, but he was still unsure of the specific reason. There was no point in thinking about it further. Lu Xian instructed Xiaohe to tell Zhao Deliang, and then left Yangning and returned to his sect. Lin Shuer and her maid Xiaolan are both about to give birth, and Lu Xian is about to welcome his 10th child. If 3 children can achieve this, then 10 children should be able to get an achievement reward, right? Chapter 70 for the 10th child, the 5 elements sword technique by his destiny. The nameless Taoist temple within the inner sect of the Hongsong sect. Lu Xian rode on a fine gold flying sword. After flying to the door, he took a step and landed gracefully. The flying sword automatically hung on his waist. What superb sword control! I never knew you, junior brother Lu, had such talent in swordsmanship. Lu Xian wielded his flying sword with effortless grace, a sight to behold. Zhao Qing happened to witness this from the outer hall of the Taoist temple and couldn't help but express his admiration. Senior brother, you flatter me. It's just rudimentary sword flight, nothing to speak of as sword talent. Lu Xian entered the Taoist temple and said humbly. Flying on a sword is only slightly related to swordsmanship, and it certainly doesn't count as a talent for swordsmanship. Ordinary cultivators can also control it using object manipulation techniques. Since acquiring the talent Sword Heart Clarity, Lu Xian has had a natural affinity for flying swords. Using the art of manipulation to control flying swords is faster and saves more mana than using the art of flight. Is Master cultivating? Lu Xian asked. Zhao Qing nodded. Master's cultivation time is from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. every day. Junior brother has come at the wrong time. It's all right. Lu Xian said nonchalantly, I don't really have anything to trouble you with, Master. I can just pay my respects outside. He deliberately came at this time for a simple reason: he hadn't yet figured out how to conceal his breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refining. It's a bit exaggerated for a 9th grade spiritual root cultivator to break through to the mid-stage of qi refining in just 2 years. A rudimentary technique of concealing one's breath can only deceive qi refining stage cultivators. It certainly cannot fool the divine sense of foundation establishment stage cultivators. Lu Xian's idea was to stall for time. If he couldn't find a way to hide his cultivation level by then, he would tell the truth and make up a plausible explanation. He was a mid-grade first-level talisman master, with no shortage of spirit stones, pills, or excellent cultivation rooms. Although breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refining in 2 years was exaggerated, it wasn't too excessive. Upon arriving at the backyard of the Taoist temple, Lu Xian bowed deeply towards the direction of the cultivation room, chatted with Zhao Qing for a while, and then took his leave. Interesting. As Zhao Cheng watched Lu Xian leave, his curiosity was boundless. Everything Lu Xian did was beyond his expectations. When Lu Xian became his apprentice, he said that he didn't like being taught how to draw talismans and only studied them on his own. At first, he didn't believe it and thought it was just bragging. But now Lu Xian's behavior tells him that it is indeed true. Deep inside the Taoist temple, in a meditation room. Although Lin Qingyun was cultivating, his divine sense could still perceive the situation in the Taoist temple. Lu Xian seems to be deliberately avoiding him, probably because he's worried about being punished. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyun's lips twitched. During this period, he had people investigate Lu Xian's situation in detail. Good heavens! There were only 2 Lin family girls who were his Taoist partners, and more than a dozen maids and servants. It is said that there are even more in Yongning, with the total number of women reaching dozens, which is simply outrageous. That's fine. Even more serious is that Lu Xian is obsessed with having children. He has already had nearly 10 children, and there are countless others who are pregnant. Is this even possible? It's perfectly understandable that Lu Xian didn't dare to see him. The Talisman Master's small building. Wow wow wow. Wow wow wow. Dao Ming, Dao Shun, Ling Jing, and Dao Zhen, the 4 babies, when they get together, if any one of them cries, it will cause a chain reaction, with wailing sounds rising and falling. The eldest son, Lu Daoyuan, was already used to it. He was happily eating a roasted chicken leg, completely unaffected by the noise. The chicken drumstick is so delicious. Xiao Daoyuan, his mouth greasy, looked at Lu Xian and said, "Dad, can you buy me one every time you come back?" Okay. Lu Xian smiled and ruffled his hair. If you can learn the 1,000-character classic when you come back next time, I'll buy you a chicken leg. Oh. Xiao Daoyuan's chubby face instantly fell. He has recently been learning to read and write with his mother, Lin Shuer, and his happy playtime is gone. Eat. Eat. The 2 little girls, Ling Xiu and Ling Yun, stared longingly at the chicken leg in Dao Yuan's hand, their mouths watering. You're too young to eat this. You can eat it when you're older. While munching on a chicken leg, Xiao Daoyuan earnestly explained to his 2 younger sisters. The 2 girls seemed to understand but not quite, their adorable big eyes staring at the chicken leg that Xiao Daoyuan had almost finished eating, lost in thought. Grow up quickly. Your father will have to rely on you from now on. Lu Xian smiled as he looked at his children. Once they all grew up, he wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. Although these children are of average talent, or even lack spiritual roots, with his support, learning martial arts will definitely not be a problem. The inner Qi realm in martial arts is equivalent to the early stage of Qi refining, and the innate realm is equivalent to the middle stage of Qi refining. If the cultivation of dozens or hundreds of innate martial artists were combined into one person, it would probably be enough to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Evening. The moon rises above the branches. Lin Shuer is about to give birth, and the midwife is assisting with the delivery. Father. Xiao Daoyuan leaned against Lu Xian, his brows furrowed slightly, a hint of worry on his face. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yuan, Mom is fine. Mom will give you a little brother or sister soon. Xiao Daoyuan remained unmoved. His younger siblings were used to it and found nothing new about it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 10th child. You have received 100 low-grade spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reached the milestone of having 10 offspring, achieving the accomplishment of prosperous family and obtaining the special secret technique 5 elements sword technique. Innate 5 elements sword technique, using the 5 elements as nourishment in one's own essence, blood, and soul as a guide, a natal flying sword is created. A vast amount of information was transmitted into Lu Xian's mind. It was a secret method for cultivating one's natal flying sword. My personal magical artifact. Within sex, there are also secret methods for cultivating natal magic weapons, which are usually paired with cultivation techniques. The highest level of magic weapon can reach the limit of the cultivation technique. However, the 5 elements natal seed sword technique that Lu Xian obtained is different. This technique exists independently, does not conflict with other cultivation methods, and has no level cap. It is only limited by one's own cultivation level. A cultivator's natal magic weapon is the most suitable magic weapon for them, which can maximize the cultivator's combat power and is even more powerful than using a high-level magic weapon. However, it also has its drawbacks, namely, it is limited by one's own cultivation level and it is difficult to advance to a level beyond that of a cultivator. Moreover, the natal magic weapon is connected to the cultivator's soul, so if it is damaged, the cultivator will also be injured. Innate 5-element sword technique. Another secret method for consuming resources. The Kuanping devouring heaven body refining technique requires resources. Children need resources to grow, and now this natal flying sword also needs resources. Lu Xian just wants to develop peacefully, but this simple wish is probably not so easy to fulfill. Congratulations, Master Lu, it's a young master. Lu Xian carried Xiao Daoyuan into the room, and the midwife came forward with a smile to offer her congratulations. Xiao Shuang stepped forward and handed over a few gold coins, and the midwife smiled and stepped aside. Thanks for your hard work. Lu Xian came to the bedside and spoke to Lin Shuer, whose face was covered in sweat. The second child still had no spiritual root, and Lu Xian looked at her with some heartache. It's not hard work at all. Husband, please name the child quickly. Lin Shuer smiled. Lu Xian looked at his 10th child beside him. I hope you will live a peaceful life, so let's name you Lu Daoping. Chapter 75 Natal Sword Seed. After spending the day with the women in the Talisman Master's Pavilion, Lu Xian went to the Dual Cultivation Hall to purchase a chi-refining early-stage flying spirit beast, the Iron Feather Eagle. The spirit beasts sold in the Dual Cultivation Hall are generally at the early stage of chi-refining, the only difference being their bloodline rank. They are difficult to tame if their cultivation level is higher. Advanced bloodlines have great potential for advancement and are worth cultivating, while low-level bloodlines, like the Iron Feather Eagle, reach their limit in the early chi-refining stage. It wasn't that Lu Xian didn't want to buy spirit beasts with high bloodline rank, it was just that his beast taming technique was only so-so, making it difficult for him to control spirit beasts with high bloodline rank. Moreover, he doesn't have many spirit stones at his disposal right now, so the Iron Feather Eagle is the best choice. 88 spirit stones, you can use them right away after buying them, it's actually quite a good deal. This is your beast taming token, please keep it safe. The disciple from the Dual Cultivation Hall presented a token with both hands. Senior brother, do you know how to use this token? Would you like me to explain? No need. Lu Xian channeled his magic power, and the token emitted a faint light, reflecting off a circular magic artifact on the neck of the Iron Feather Eagle in front of him. Beast Taming Ring. A magical artifact forcibly controlling demonic beasts, but it has many limitations and is not reliable. A gray spiritual light rose from the token, which Lu Xian refined and merged into his brow. A cold, indifferent thought established a connection with Lu Xian, allowing him to communicate with the Iron Feather Eagle. If the Iron Feather Eagle disobeys, he can also control the beast taming ring through this mark, and with a single thought, he can make it wish it were dead. Monsters are usually irritable and can go berserk under certain circumstances, even risking their lives to bite back. Even with a beast taming ring, cultivators dare not to torture the spirit beasts they have bought too much. Come over. With a thought, the Iron Feather Eagle, which had been lying on the ground, stood up and walked towards Lu Xian. It stands about 5 meters tall with a wingspan of over 10 meters, and its entire body is covered in black, iron-like feathers, resembling a giant steel beast. It looks imposing, but it's not actually that strong. Iron Feather is only slightly stronger than ordinary iron. Its endurance is average, making it unable to carry heavy loads during flight. Its only advantage is its decent flight speed. It's estimated that it can reach Yongning from the sect in about an hour and a half. Lu Xian flew onto the back of the Iron Feather Eagle and ordered it to fly towards Red Pine City. Lin's Talisman Shop. The Iron Feathered Eagle landed in the center of the courtyard, and servants immediately came to handle its placement. Occasionally, customers arrive in the shop riding flying spirit beasts, and they handle such situations with great skill. My husband. Upon hearing that Lu Xian had returned, Lin Anqi came out to greet him, carrying Xiao Daocheng in her arms. Lin Anqi is already a very feminine beauty, and now, holding a baby, she exudes an even more unique charm. It's incredibly tempting. But Lu Xian held back. Lin Anqi had only given birth less than 4 months ago, and Lu Xian didn't want to hurt her. Lin Anqi handed her son to the maid Xiao Yi, who was standing nearby, and then rushed into Lu Xian's arms. Lu Xian felt helpless as the soft, fragrant jade embraced him. Be careful. Lu Xian said irritably. My husband never comes to see me first when he comes back. Why don't I go to Yongning with you? Lin Anqi said coquettishly. She had mentioned this matter to Lu Xian and her father several times. Lu Xian had no objections, but Lin Tianyue did not allow it, so she had not been able to get what she wanted. My father-in-law doesn't agree, so there is nothing I can do, right? Lu Xian put Lin Anqi down, afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself if he held her for too long. My husband just doesn't want me to go to Yongning with you. Lin Anqi pouted, with my husband's current status as the patriarch's personal disciple, if you insist, how could father disagree? This. Lu Xian did have ulterior motives in this matter. Lin Anqi staying at the talisman shop could help him handle some of the talismans, and she could also earn money to support her son and a group of maids. Going to Yongning won't do them any good. Lu Xian will have to use spirit stones to support them. Don't worry, my husband. I'll still be in charge of the shop, and I can help you when we get to Yongning. I definitely won't interfere with you. Lin Anqi was very clever. She understood Lu Xian's concerns. Holding Lu Xian's hand, she showed a hint of grievance on her face. I just want to stay by your side. All right. Lu Xian nodded, but we'll have to wait a while longer, until I've made the arrangements over there. Thank you, my husband. Lin Anqi stood on tiptoe and kissed Lu Xian on the cheek. Lu Xian was stunned. How come he never noticed before that Lin Anqi was a love-struck person and loved to act cute? Could it be that her personality changed after having a child? The next day. The maid Xiaolan has given birth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 11th offspring. You have received 1 bottle of mid-grade Tier 1 Yellow Dragon Pill. First grade mid-level Yellow Dragon Pill, a daily cultivation pill, slightly more effective than Qi Gathering Pill, priced at 50 spirit stones per bottle. Another offspring without spiritual roots, a daughter, whom Lu Xian named Lu Lingyue. The rewards for ordinary offspring without spiritual roots are too meager, not even enough to cover the spirit stones needed for early cultivation. Aside from simply adding up numbers to achieve a certain goal, the value of ordinary offspring is greatly reduced, as is their potential for development. After all, they are his own children, and Lu Xian could not be so heartless as to abandon them. However, the children with poor talent will inevitably receive less and less support and help from him in the future. How many offspring are needed to achieve the next milestone? 13? 20? Or 30? Based on the pattern, Lu Xian estimated that the probability of having 30 offspring was the highest, and the difficulty of achieving this goal in the later stages would definitely increase. Certainly. The rewards you can get will definitely become more and more generous. In addition to achieving certain quantity goals, Lu Xian needs to acquire Taoist partners with higher talent and cultivation levels to obtain more rewards. He can also receive additional rewards for each new level of his offspring's talent. The higher the spiritual root talent of one's offspring, the richer the system rewards will be. In the future, Lu Xian will need to spend more of his energy on higher quality Taoist partners. The training room. Lu Xian placed the refined gold sword flat in front of him, organizing the various details of his innate 5-element sword technique in his mind. The fine gold sword is forged from fine gold. It should be able to be used to refine sword seeds, right? Try it and you'll see. It was just a high-grade first-tier magic weapon. Lu Xian wouldn't be too heartbroken about losing it. As the secret technique was activated, Lu Xian's index finger emitted a crimson light, drawing intricate runes on the refined gold sword. As more and more blood-red runes appeared on the magic sword, Lu Xian's face grew paler and paler, and his expression became increasingly listless. These runes were formed from the essence of blood and spirit combined with magical power, so the consumption was inevitably quite high. For a full hour, the adamantite sword changed from gold to blood red, with layers upon layers of patterns covering its surface. Refine. Lu Xian gave a soft shout and pointed a sword finger at the core of the rune. Buzz. The sword trembled slightly, and the blood-red runes on its surface ignited with crimson flames. The original fine gold sword gradually melted, and the pure gold energy merged into the blood-red runes. As the magic sword melted, the runes began to shrink and coalesce, gradually transforming into a dark red seed. My Destined Sword Type. Chapter 76 Heavenly Origin Sword, 9 Luminary Sword Manual. This is my destined sword type? Looking at the dark red seed about the size of a thumb in his palm, Lu Xian felt a connection between their minds. With a thought, the seed transformed into wisps of silk threads that merged into the palm and flowed along the meridians into the dantian. The sword seed condensed in Lu Xian's dantian, enveloped and nurtured by magical power, and would take 7 days to break through its shell and take shape. According to the secret method, once the natal magic sword is formed, it only needs to continuously absorb the 5 elements spiritual objects to gradually advance in level. However, Lu Xian's cultivation level was only at the 4th level of qi refining, and his natal magic sword was only at the 1st order mid-grade level. The original high-grade 1st tier fine gold flying sword was reduced to mid-grade 1st tier after a lot of effort. It looks like a loss, but it's actually a huge profit. A natal magic weapon is inherently one level higher than an ordinary magic weapon. A mid-grade 1st tier natal magic sword is no worse than a high-grade 1st tier refined gold magic sword. If he learns a sword technique, he can control his natal sword more freely, making it the most suitable magical weapon for him. He took out a yellow dragon pill and swallowed it, then took out a bottle of qi and blood pills and swallowed them in one gulp. Only then did Lu Xian's pale face slowly recover. After meditating for a while, Lu Xian walked out of the cultivation room, accompanied by his personal bodyguard, Xiaoying. For safety, Lu Xian took Xiaoying with him wherever he went, except at the sect. There are many experts in the sect, and there are even golden core cultivators in seclusion on the mountaintop. He dared not bring Xiaoying, a Foundation establishment corpse, in. So Lu Xian left Xiaoying in the cultivation room of the shop's small building. The city was a mixed bag, and no one would pay attention to an ordinary female cultivator. "My husband, are you leaving again?" Lin Anqi had been waiting at the door for who knows how long, looking pitiful. She glanced at Xiaoying, who was following Lu Xian, and felt a little envious. Lu Xian couldn't bear to see Lin Anqi like this, so he comforted her, "Don't worry. I'll come back to spend 2 days with you every month from now on." With the Iron Feather Eagle, Lu Xian could come back to visit whenever he had free time, without wasting much of his time. Cultivate diligently. If you can break through to the innate realm, I will send you to Yongning ahead of schedule. Lin Anqi's martial arts cultivation is at the late stage of the inner qi realm, which is slightly lower than Lin Xuer's. She has good talent, but she doesn't work very hard. "Real?" Lin Anqi said happily. "When have I, your husband, ever lied to you?" Lin Anqi and Lin Xuer are special cases. Lu Xian genuinely has some feelings for them. He didn't want to treat them merely as breeding tools. He didn't plan to let them have any more children until the 2 women broke through to the innate realm. There are plenty of maids and concubines in Yongning, and Lu Xian doesn't need 2 ordinary women without spiritual roots to have children. After bidding farewell to Lin Anqi and several maids, Lu Xian rode his Iron Feather Eagle back to Yongning. In mid-air, a strong wind swept past him, and Lu Xian had to maintain his wind avoidance technique to stay comfortable. This Iron Feather Eagle is fast, but the flying experience is somewhat poor, and it can't compare to a mid-grade 1st-tier waterborne ray at all. Looking back at the motionless Xiaoying, Lu Xian suddenly had an idea. "Xiaoying, come to the front." Xiao Ying's figure blurred, and she instantly appeared in front of Lu Xian. She blocked the strong wind generated by her flight, and the wind blowing on Lu Xian instantly subsided. Yongning. Lu Mansion. Young Master. Young Master is back. My husband. Is that a flying spirit beast? How majestic. I really want to sit on it and try it out. Some of the maids in the manor were just ordinary martial artists, and although the Iron Feather Eagle was only the lowest level flying spirit beast, this was the first time they had seen it up close. The Lu residence used to be the Chun family mansion, and it had a spirit beast courtyard, which saved Lu Xian the trouble of settling it in. Take the Iron Feather Eagle to the Spirit Beast Academy, and then instruct the servants to feed it ordinary pork every day. Iron Feathered Eagles are not picky eaters. They can be fed ordinary poultry, 3 meals a day, and 1 200-pound fat pig per meal is enough. Lu Xian handed the beast taming token to Xiaohi, so they could use it when they went out in the future. After all, it would be a waste to keep it as a pet. Evening. Dinner time. There were more than 20 maids, and the living room was almost too small to accommodate them all. There was no other way. They had to be divided into several tables and seated separately, with the specific seating arrangement reflecting the status of the maids. Xiaohi, Shi Xiaorong, Bai Xiwei, Wang Yuan, Luo Royan, and Lu Xian's sister Lu Miao can sit together with Lu Xian. The remaining maids were further divided into several groups and levels according to their family status. Even after all these days, Lu Miao, the older sister, still felt something was amiss. Was her younger brother really a cultivator? There were more than 20 maids, half of whom were already pregnant. Judging from Lu Xian's attitude, he probably intended to get them all pregnant. Not only Lu Miao thought it was outrageous, but the entire Yongning cultivation world thought it was outrageous. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the higher-ups of the various families would never have believed it. Lu Xian didn't care about worldly opinions. While eating, he listened to Xiaohi and Shi Xiaorong recount the situation in Yongning. Thanks to the tough measures of senior sister Xiaoran, the growth of border raiders has stabilized. That mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator must have had some reservations, so he didn't make any big fuss and just kept operating behind the scenes. Lu Shen was relieved that the situation was stable. What he feared most was that the situation would get out of control and drag him into it. Peaceful times pass quickly. 7 days later. The training room. Lu Xian's consciousness sank into his dantian, and a crack appeared in the dark red sword seed, from which a pure white, sharp sword aura pierced out. My destined flying sword. Lu Xian opened his right hand, and a pure white sword light emerged from his palm, condensing into a small pure white sword. Buzz. The magic power was poured into it, and the small sword grew to the size of a normal flying sword, hovering in front of Lu Xian. The flying sword had no hilt, was pure white, and its tip emitted a sharp sword light. Just looking at it gave one the illusion of being cut and stung by the skin. This natal flying sword has refined the pure metal attribute of the original refined gold flying sword. Although its grade has dropped to the middle grade of the first rank, its origin is still several levels higher than that of refined gold. The 5 elements are the origin of heaven and earth, so let's call you the Heavenly Origin Sword. Lu Xian pointed his fingers together as a sword, merging his mind and the Heavenly Origin Sword into one. The sword suddenly became scorching hot, radiating a light like the blazing sun. 9 Luminaries Sword Manual. Lu Xian went to the Sect's Magic Hall as a personal disciple to receive a sword fighting manual. This sword manual is one of the 3 great sword manuals of the nascent soul upper sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and is sufficient for nascent soul cultivators to cultivate. As a subordinate sect of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Red Pine Sect only has the Foundation Establishment stage, while Lu Xian can only obtain the Qi Refining stage. This sword manual is extremely difficult to learn, and few people in the sect practice it. Those who achieve mastery are even rarer. Lu Xian possesses the talent of sword heart clarity, so he is naturally not afraid of any difficulty. The more difficult, the better. The intense light covered the Heavenly Origin Sword, making it look like a small sun, so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it, and the true form of the flying sword could not be seen. With a slight thought, Lu Xian sent the Heavenly Origin Sword swimming around the room at an extremely fast speed, as agile as a fish. Lu Xian took out a first-grade superior level wood armor talisman and activated it, and a thick, bluish-green wooden armor appeared in front of him. Break! Lu Xian pointed forward, and the Heavenly Origin Sword, carrying scorching true yang power and sharp pure gold power, struck the Jiamu talisman shield. Click! The wood shield has cracked. Chapter 77 3 Daughters. It cracked. The first-grade superior level armor wood talisman actually cracked with a single sword strike. The intense heat of the Heavenly Origin Sword dissipated, revealing its pure white blade. Lu Xian beckoned, and the Heavenly Origin Sword flew into his palm, transforming into threads that merged into his body and returned to his dantian for nourishment. This is the advantage of having a natal magic sword. It can be directly stored in the dantian, and minor damage can be repaired with magical power. To be able to pierce a first-grade high-level wood talisman with a single sword strike, doesn't that mean my attack power is now equivalent to a late-stage Qi refining cultivator? Lu Xian was somewhat excited. The exhilaration of his increased strength was second only to a breakthrough in cultivation. The sword light resembles the blazing sun, too bright to look directly at. This is the mark of entering the 9 Luminaries Sword Manual. The 9 Luminaries Sword Manual is an extremely powerful and yang-oriented sword manual, renowned for its immense power. Lu Xian's 3 Yang Gathering Body Technique, with its pure yang power and sword manual, combined with the blessing of his natal flying sword, the Heavenly Origin Sword, naturally gives him power comparable to the late stage of Qi refining. My swordsmanship is now comparable to that of a late-stage Qi refining cultivator, and I also possess body refinement skills and numerous talismans. I might truly be able to kill enemies far stronger than myself. Killing enemies of a higher level is extremely rare in the cultivation world. Apart from a very few geniuses in magic, only the direct descendants of great cultivators above the Foundation Establishment stage can do it, because they have various treasures to rely on. Lu Xian came from an ordinary farming family, yet he has achieved so much. The 9 Luminaries Sword Manual is only the beginning. What if one cultivates it to the point of minor or even major mastery? The talent of sword heart clarity is far more powerful than Lu Xian imagined. From now on, Lu Xian will have an extra daily routine, practicing swordsmanship. Lu Xian had practiced the martial arts technique, innate sword chi technique, and had long studied swordsmanship. However, the 9 Luminaries Sword Manual, a cultivation technique, is quite different from martial arts sword techniques. The previous understanding of sword techniques was only useful when starting out, and it had little effect on advanced understanding of the sword manual. Besides the sword manual, your natal flying sword, the Heavenly Origin Sword, can also be upgraded. The Heavenly Origin Sword contains the 5 elements, but currently only the metal element is present. If all 5 elements are perfected, its power will increase several levels. Even if it cannot break through the limitations of a mid-grade first-tier magic weapon, it can still increase its power. There are also differences between mid-grade magic weapons. The steady growth of his own strength gave Lu Xian great satisfaction, and this sense of security was even stronger than that given him by the Golden Mountain Seal and the Foundation Establishment Corp's refining shadow. 3 months later. Nothing happened for the next 3 months. Lu Xian spent his days drawing talismans, cultivating, practicing swordsmanship, and taking care of his maids. His days were leisurely and comfortable. The sweet and adorable Bai Jiwei is finally pregnant. This girl's pregnancy wasn't going well, and Lu Xian had to take special care of her for 3 months before she conceived. I wonder if it's because of her constitution or something special. In order to take care of Bai Jiwei, only 3 of the other maids became pregnant. There were still more than a dozen maids who hadn't made a move, so Lu Xian needed to keep trying. Lu Xian noticed a decrease in the probability of his maid being pregnant last time, and after consulting some materials during this period, he came to a rough guess. It was probably due to his breakthrough in cultivation. He broke through to the mid-stage of qi refining at the same time in both body refining and qi refining, which improved his life essence and naturally reduced the probability of conceiving offspring. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. While the probability of having offspring decreases, the probability of offspring possessing talents also increases accordingly. In the end, it's not a bad deal. Today is a special day, as the maid Lianer, who was the first to become pregnant, is about to give birth. This was Lu Xuanyong's first child, and he sent someone to invite the best midwife in the city to deliver the baby. Ding! Congratulations, host, your 12th offspring has been born. You have received 100 spirit stones. No miracle happened, it was yet another child without spiritual roots. It was a girl, and Lu Xian named her Lu Lingning, hoping she would have a carefree and peaceful life. Lu Xian was slightly disappointed that his daughter had no spiritual root, but he was not so much as to despise her because of it. The system provides a bottle of moon essence every 3 months, which is the basic requirement for every child, and can be fulfilled by giving it as a gift. With the Moon Essence Spirit Marrow as their foundation, these children will at least have no problem cultivating martial arts when they grow up, and will not fall into the lowest rank of mortals. As for whether he can cultivate to a higher level in the future, or whether he can reverse his talent and switch to the path of immortality, Lu Xian cannot guarantee that. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. After hearing Lu Xian's explanation of the Moon Essence, Lianer gripped the jade bottle tightly, thanked him repeatedly, and tears of emotion streamed down her face. She was just a prostitute at Chunfeng Tower, who never dared to even dream of a normal life. She had long since given up on her own life, and now that her child has been born, all her hopes are pinned on the child. Lianer was overjoyed to see Lu Xian willing to spend such a great deal to raise their child. What are you thanking me for? Lu Xian reached out and wiped away her tears. This is my child too, not just yours. Don't spread the word about the Moon Essence, lest it arouse jealousy and greed from outsiders, understand? Lu Xian gave instructions. Yes. Lianer will remember this. Lianer quickly stuffed the Moon Essence into her pocket. She wasn't stupid, she knew the importance of the matter. Such a valuable item couldn't be discovered by others. A bottle of Moon Essence costs 15 spirit stones, which isn't cheap. If things really got serious, Lu Xian wouldn't know how to explain the source of so many spirit stones, so he had to keep a low profile. This stuff needs to be mixed with breast milk to feed the baby, which is quite troublesome. Otherwise, Lu Xian wouldn't mind doing it himself for safety. Fortunately, a maid like Lianer wouldn't easily boast about receiving such a great benefit, so it wouldn't spread quickly. 3 days later. Pinger, a maid from the same batch as Lianer, also gave birth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 13th offspring. You have received 1 bottle of mid-grade tier 1 soul nourishing pill. Not bad. A mid-grade first-tier soul nourishing pill is one of the more expensive pills of the same level, costing 70 spirit stones per bottle. No achievement rewards. It seems Lu Xian's previous guess was correct, the total number of offspring will likely not be reached until around the age of 30. Another offspring without spiritual roots, also a girl, whom Lu Xian named Lu Lingyi. In the same way, Lu Xian gave Pinger a bottle of Moon Essence, which moved Pinger to tears of gratitude. 5 days later. The maid Mayer also gave birth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 14th offspring. You have obtained a mid-grade tier 1 magic artifact, the Jade Hairpin. Jade Hairpin, when worn, it can calm the mind and resist sound waves and soul-type attacks. It will shatter if the attack exceeds the wearer's defensive capabilities. Jewelry-type magical artifacts are generally quite expensive. This jade hairpin is estimated to cost at least 60 spirit stones, not much different from a regular first-grade high-quality magical artifact. Lu Xian has no use for it, so he can only wait for an opportunity to give it away. If that doesn't work, he can put it up for sale at Guanawei Pavilion. Another child without spiritual roots, and a girl at that. Lu Xian was completely numb to the fact that he had 3 daughters in a row who had no spiritual roots. The 14th child, Lu Xian, named Lu Lingyi. Lu Xian no longer placed high hopes on his offspring who lacked spiritual roots, only wishing that they could grow up peacefully and smoothly. With 3 babies suddenly appearing in the house, the already lively atmosphere became even more lively. Chapter 78: Ice Blue Soul Piercing Talisman. The reception room of the Lu residence. A special guest arrived, and Lu Xian made time to receive him. "Father." Bai Jiwei bowed to the man, her tone somewhat joyful. After being away from home for several months, seeing her father again made her feel especially close to him. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a fair complexion and no beard. He possessed a refined and gentle demeanor and was none other than Bai Jiwei's father, Bai Zishuan, a first-tier low-grade talisman master. "Jiwei, are you settling in well with young Master Lu?" Seeing that his daughter was safe and sound, Bai Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief, but a trace of heartache flashed across his face. His daughter was innocent and carefree, and had hardly ever left the family. If the clan leader hadn't pleaded with him on the grounds of the family's crisis, he would never have given his daughter away. "Father, don't worry, the young master, he treats me very well." Bai Jiwei blushed as she glanced at Lu Xian, then gently touched her lower abdomen. "I have good news for you, father. I'm pregnant." "Ah?" Bai Zishuan was stunned. "Am I going to be a grandfather so soon?" He had previously heard rumors that Lu Xian had sent women to various households who were pregnant, and he thought they were just exaggerated rumors, but now it seems that they are all true. "So be it. My daughter has a 9th-grade spiritual root, but her temperament and comprehension are only average. Having a child sooner is a good thing." Bai Zishuan could tell that the happiness on his daughter's face was genuine, and that it was good that she had found a good home. Composing himself, Bai Zishuan bowed to Lu Xian and said, "I haven't seen my daughter for many days, so I inevitably lost my composure. Please forgive me, young Master Lu." The news that Lu Xian had become a disciple of the Qing Yun ancestor and was now a direct disciple of the Hongsong sect had reached Yongning, and Bai Zishuan naturally knew about it as well. Lu Xian didn't speak. He dared not presume to be Lu Xian's father-in-law. "Father-in-law, you're too kind. You're an elder, just call me Lu Xian." The Bai family is one of the 17 top qi refining families in Yongning. There are qi refining perfection cultivators in the family, and Bai Zishuan is also a first-level talisman master. Lu Xian is willing to give him this much face. "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Bai Zishuan quickly waved his hand. "Young Master Lu is a disciple of the Qing Yun ancestor, so please call me fellow Taoist Bai." Lu Xian nodded indifferently, not dwelling on the matter, and asked, "What brings fellow Taoist Bai here?" The hierarchy in the cultivation world is extremely chaotic, influenced by multiple factors such as cultivation level, age, and ethics, and Lu Xian has become accustomed to it. Bai Zishuan took out a bottle of talisman ink from his person and presented it, explaining, "This talisman ink is made from the unique ice blue spirit spring water of my Bai family's Ice Blue Valley. Please take a look, young Master Lu." Lu Xian became interested and carefully examined the bottle of talisman ink in his hand, feeling a cool sensation coming from his hand. The talisman ink was ice blue, with wisps of spiritual energy flowing inside, clearly indicating it was not a low-grade item. Before Lu Xian could ask, Bai Zishuan presented several more blue talismans. These talismans looked similar, but were of different grades. Lu Xian looked at it and saw that there were 4 levels: first grade low grade, first grade middle grade, first grade high grade, and first grade top grade. My Bai family of Ice Blue Valley makes a living from talismans, mainly from these special ice attribute talisman materials. Most of the first-tier low-grade materials are consumed internally. Both I and the clan leader are first-tier low-grade talisman masters. However, first-tier medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade materials can only be sold. Both Ice Blue Talisman ink and Ice Blue Talisman paper are quite special, making them ideal for drawing a type of talisman called the Ice Blue Soul Piercing Talisman. This talisman is difficult to draw and has limited uses. Few people in the sect refine it, so it is mostly sold to other places. We used to sell it to the Chun family, and then the Chun family was responsible for handling it. Lu Xian recalled the various talismans he had seen in the Sex Talisman Hall. He seemed to have indeed seen an introduction to this kind of talisman, but no talisman master knew how to make it. The Ice Blue Soul Piercing Talisman unleashes an ice spike attack, but its main damage is not from freezing, but from damaging the soul, making it particularly effective against spirit-type creatures. The Red Pine Sect, and indeed the entire Heavenly Sword Sect, has no Yin-type creatures, so naturally there's no market for them, and no talisman masters would specifically study them. So you mean you want me to help you sell these materials? Lu Xian asked. Bai Zishuan nodded. My Bai family is willing to sell to the sect at the price of ordinary ice-type talisman materials. We would appreciate your assistance, young Master Lu. The materials for the Ice Blue Soul Piercing Talisman are 20% more expensive than those for ordinary ice-type talismans. The Bai family's move can be seen as a way of giving Lu Xian a benefit, with the aim of clearing up their previous relationship with the Chun family. The Ice Blue Soul Piercing Talisman is extremely popular and highly profitable within the Peach Blossom sect's territory. Over the years, the Chun family has profited immensely while the Bai family has only received scraps, and they have accumulated considerable wealth and resources. These talisman materials are hard to sell for the Bai family, but they are not difficult for sects to obtain. The Red Pine Merchant Alliance does not only do business within the Red Pine sect's territory. When Lu Xian returned to his sect, he visited the Dual Cultivation Hall and took over the position of Pavilion Master of Yongning 100 Treasures Pavilion as a disciple of the Dual Cultivation Hall. It was reasonable for the Bai family to approach him. Of course. Lu Xian smiled and said, fellow Taoist Bai, rest assured. I will definitely handle this matter for you. We'll settle the accounts with the 100 Treasures Pavilion, and no one will have any complaints. Lu Xian seized the position of Pavilion Master of Yongning 100 Treasures Pavilion by abusing his status. If the revenue declines, he will have to step down next year. But with the Bai family incident, his position as Pavilion Master should be secure. Thank you very much, young Master Lu. Bai Zishuan bowed and thanked him. Selling the materials to Bai Baoj might earn less than selling them to the Chun family, but it's more stable and still not bad. With mutual benefit established, Lu Xian and Bai Zishuan quickly grew closer and began chatting about all sorts of things. Young Master Lu, you may not know this, but there is also the territory of the Cloud Sect within the Southern Peach Blossom Sect's domain. Evil cultivators, ghost cultivators, and demons and monsters roam freely there. This Ice Blue Soul Piercing Talisman is extremely useful, and its price is twice that of ordinary talismans. It's a pity that the drawing is too difficult and the success rate is low, which leads to a depreciation of materials. Otherwise, my Bai family would have become rich long ago. Bai Zishuan sighed. Oh? Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Does fellow Taoist Bai possess the diagram for drawing this talisman? Others have a low success rate, but Lu Xian has a high success rate. His status as a top-tier first-order talisman master was bestowed by the system, and he currently has a 100% success rate in drawing all first-order talismans, which is even more outrageous than that of second-order talisman masters. If the profits are really as high as Bai Zishuan described, Lu Xian's ability to make money by drawing talismans will increase even further. Bai Zishuan knew exactly what Lu Xian was thinking. There is one, but this talisman is difficult to draw, and it's hard to find anyone to guide you. Young Master Lu, please don't waste too much energy on it. He was afraid that Lu Xian would take a long time to finish drawing it and then get angry and take it out on him, so he gave him some pointers. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist. Lu Xian was overjoyed and bowed to express his gratitude. All right. Bai Zishuan said helplessly, I will send someone to deliver the map to you tomorrow. He didn't think Lu Xian could successfully draw the Ice Blue Soul Piercing Talisman, assuming he was just curious and would give up after a while. Over the years, he had seen far too many talisman masters like this, including high-ranking talisman masters from sects. Chapter 79 Terrifying Money-Making Ability. The next day. The training room. Since the Lu family didn't have a dedicated talisman drawing room, Lu Xian drew talismans directly in the cultivation room. Anyway, he wouldn't fail, so it didn't matter where he drew the talismans. An ancient scroll was unfurled, revealing densely packed runes and lines before Lu Xian's eyes, interspersed with explanatory text. In addition, there was a book about 3 fingers thick, with the title on the cover, The Essentials of the Ice Blue Soul Piercing Talisman. Lu Xian carefully examined the diagram and quickly understood why this talisman was difficult to draw. The highest tier Ice Blue Soul Piercing rune consists of 13, 33, 66, and 99 basic runes respectively. Even the lowest grade tier 1 low-level basic runes include the 3 most difficult soul-type runes. Among the 3,000 basic runes, the 5 elements runes are the simplest and most basic. Next are the derived runes such as thunder, yin and yang, cause and effect, life and death, etc. The most difficult are the soul, time, and space runes, which many second-tier or even third-tier rune masters do not know. It's no wonder so few people can draw soul-type runes for a mere first-tier talisman. After reading it, Lucian closed his eyes and began to rehearse the entire process of drawing the talisman in his mind. It doesn't seem too difficult. Lucian discovered that he could draw any basic rune at a glance, even without understanding its essence. Whether it will work or not, we'll find out by trying. A piece of first-grade low-level ice blue talisman paper was laid out. Lucian picked up his brush, dipped it in talisman ink, and with swift strokes, he drew complex patterns, one talisman nested within another. Buzz! A gray light flashed across the rune pattern, and the icy feeling of the entire talisman disappeared, replaced by a warm sensation. The Tier 1 low-grade ice blue soul-piercing talisman is complete. It's very simple. Lucian felt it wasn't difficult at all, only slightly more difficult than the most basic arrow talisman. Continue. Increase the difficulty. This time, Lucian took out a mid-grade first-level talisman paper and began to draw a mid-grade first-level ice blue soul-piercing talisman. 15 minutes later. As expected, everything went smoothly, and the first-tier mid-grade ice blue soul-piercing talisman was successfully drawn. Another one. A bottle of first-grade mid-level ice blue talisman ink costs 80 spirit stones, and a stack of first-grade mid-level ice blue talisman paper costs 60 spirit stones, for a total price of 140 spirit stones. 100 talismans can be drawn, which translates to a cost of 1 and 4 spirit stones per talisman. The cost is half a spirit stone more than a first-grade mid-level arrow talisman that costs 0.9 spirit stones, but the price is nearly twice as much, 10 spirit stones per talisman, which is close to that of an ordinary first-grade high-level talisman. Lucian calculated that he could easily draw 10 paintings a day, and if he was a little tired, he could draw 11 or 12. If sales were not a problem, he could really earn 100 spirit stones a day, which is equivalent to $1 million a day. According to Lucian's understanding, even top-tier first-order rune masters, or even peak first-order rune masters, in the sect don't earn this much. After all, they have to consider the success rate, which will increase costs, and they also have to repay the sect training fees they incurred during their previous studies. Not all talisman masters in the sect are as carefree as Lucian, they also have to bear high learning costs. Learning talismans beyond one's own level is essentially a waste of money, which is simply unaffordable for an individual. If you spend a lot of resources learning but still don't learn it, then all that money is wasted. Training talisman masters by sects also carries risks. In order to gain the support of sects, many talisman masters sign contracts that are essentially half selling themselves into servitude, and they do not have the freedom that Lucian has. Lucian had been drawing talismans for a year and a half, and at most he had only received 100 spirit stones of talisman drawing resources from Lin Tianyue. His learning cost was almost zero, which naturally made him different from the other talisman masters in the sect. A mid-grade, first-tier ice blue soul-piercing talisman costs 10 spirit stones, a high-grade, first-tier costs 30, and a top-grade, first-tier costs a whopping 50 spirit stones. Once Lucian's cultivation level improves and he becomes able to draw more advanced talismans, his earning power will continue to increase. Lucian calmed his excited emotions. This matter was not as simple as he had imagined. The materials of the Bai family in Ice Blue Valley were not unlimited. The higher the grade of the material, the fewer there were. Materials for higher realms were not so easy to obtain. In addition, there are costs associated with selling talismans, which will reduce the profit you receive. Yuan, come in here for a moment. Lucian instructed the person outside. Wang Yuan pushed open the door and came in. What are your orders, young master? Go and tell the manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion to keep all the ice blue talisman materials sent by the Bai family and put them on my personal account according to the purchase price of the dual cultivation hall. Lucian is currently only the head of Yongning Baibouge, but Baibouge is a sect's property, and he can't make all the decisions alone. A portion of the profits must be distributed, he can't keep it all to himself. Following the rules can save a lot of trouble. Although Lucian was greedy, he only earned profits within a reasonable range. Yes. Wang Yuan waited for a while, and seeing that Lucian had no further instructions, she left the room. Lucian focused on drawing talismans. After finishing 9 first-grade mid-level ice blue soul-piercing talismans, he felt mentally exhausted and stopped. After putting the talisman into his storage bag, Lucian did not intend to sell it in the short term, but would keep it for at least a month before selling it. He just got the diagrams and immediately started drawing the talismans. That's outrageous. Although no one can do anything about him, it doesn't fit Lu Xian's low-key style. 1 month later. The Guanghui Pavilion Talisman Sales Area listed 10 Tier 1 mid-grade ice blue soul-piercing talismans for sale, priced at 9 spirit stones. Without explaining the origin of the talismans or making any special promotions, Lu Xian was not in a hurry to sell them. There are many cultivators in Yongning City, from diverse backgrounds. Lowering the price by 1 spirit stone should spread the news quickly. Good products never lack buyers. Once someone who truly needs them comes to him, he raises the price back up. The ice blue soul-piercing talisman is essentially a monopoly business. Lu Xian only needs to stockpile it and doesn't need to worry about sales channels. Lu Xian was resting today and only drew 5 talismans before stopping, because Wang Yuan was about to give birth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 15th offspring. You have received 100 spirit stones. Another child without spiritual roots. The probability of an ordinary woman giving birth to a child with spiritual roots is less than 1 in 10, which is indeed too low. Xiao Shiwu was a boy, named Lu Daoan by Lu Xian. 5 days later. Luo Ruoyan has given birth to. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 16th offspring. You have received 1 bottle of Tier 1 mid-grade nurturing pill. Nurturing pill, a pill refined from the flesh and blood of demonic beasts, containing demonic energy and blood essence, used to nurture combat-type spirit beasts. What's the use of pills used to cultivate demonic beasts? Etc. Just as Lu Xian was about to throw it to Guanghui Pavilion for sale, he suddenly thought that his physical body was comparable to that of a demon beast, so could he eat it himself? Putting that aside for now, Lu Xian went inside to see his 16th child. She also lacked spiritual roots and was a girl, so Lu Xian named her Lu Lingyu. After several children failed to develop spiritual roots, Lu Xian resolved to try his best to recruit maids with spiritual roots in the future. If it weren't for the achievement reward for the number of offspring, Lu Xian wouldn't even want those maids in his mansion who weren't pregnant. Wang Yuan and Luo Ruoyan gave birth one after another, and 3 more maids in the household became pregnant, so there was 1 more person pregnant than usual. Chapter 80, I'll make you go there in person. To eat or not to eat? Inside the cultivation room, Lu Xian picked up a nurturing pill and examined it closely. The elixir was dark red, had a fishy sweet smell, and was surrounded by wisps of grayish demonic energy. This thing is crudely made. It's entirely made by piling on the level of demonic beast flesh and blood. There's no need to refine the pills for demonic beasts so meticulously. If the demonic energy hasn't been removed, the pill's toxicity content is probably quite high. Speaking of pill poisoning, Lu Xian had heard that other cultivators needed to spend some time recuperating and purifying the residual pill poisoning in their bodies after taking pills for cultivation. The same type of medicine should not be taken for a long time to avoid developing drug resistance. Lu Xian ate qi and blood pills like candy, and continued to eat other cultivation pills such as qi gathering pills and yellow dragon pills as soon as their effects wore off, yet he never felt any poisoning from them. With the Kuanping devouring heaven body refining technique in his body, let alone any pills or poisons, Lu Xian could probably refine even poisonous substances. As a true immortal level body refining technique, the Kuanping devouring heaven body refining technique requires the absorption of a large amount of blood and spiritual energy, so breakthroughs are not so quick, but its powerful nature is unmatched by ordinary cultivators. In that case, this nurturing pill should be able to be digested, right? Whatever. I'll just try one and see, it won't kill me. Without further hesitation, Lu Xian put the pill in his hand into his mouth and swallowed it. Slightly sweet. It's quite delicious. A surge of heat spread from his stomach, instantly activating Lu Xian's blood and energy, causing his heart to race and his veins to bulge. That's some serious strength. Lu Xian felt as if he had drunk a mouthful of strong liquor. His body temperature rose to tens of degrees Celsius, and even his breath was hot. Cool. Every cell in my body felt an exciting sensation of hunger being satisfied. Half an hour later. As the medicine was completely absorbed by his body and his qi and blood gradually calmed down, the abnormality in Lu Xian's body slowly subsided. As Lu Xian carefully observed the progress of the Kuanping devouring heaven body refining technique, an excited expression appeared on his face. The effect of taking the nurturing pill for cultivation is more than 3 times that of taking the qi and blood pill before. If he can continue to take the first-grade mid-level nurturing pill, he will be able to break through to the 5th level of body refinement in less than a year. 1 year to reach the 5th level of qi cultivation, 2 years to reach the 6th level, and 3 years to have the opportunity to break through to the 7th level and reach the late stage of qi cultivation. In sex, breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refining before the age of 25 is considered genius, allowing one to directly join the inner sect. Lu Xian, with a 9th grade spiritual root, broke through to the late stage of qi refining before the age of 25. I never imagined that the most suitable elixir for me would be one meant for demonic beasts. In this cultivation world, there are no body cultivators. The most suitable elixir for martial artists is the qi and blood pill. The qi and blood pill is effective, but its grade is too low. It's only at the unranked level, not even qualifying as a first-tier low-grade pill. After Lu Xian broke through to the mid-stage of body refinement, the effects of qi and blood pills became even weaker, so he could only compensate by consuming them in large quantities, eating several bottles a day like candy. With some wild beef and first-tier spirit fish, the cultivation speed is also quite good. He originally planned to make do for now and find an alchemist to refine pills that would increase his qi and blood when conditions improved. It seems unnecessary now, as there are readily available options on the market. There are no body refining cultivators, but there are plenty of demonic beasts and spirit beasts. They are the purest form of body cultivation. The sect's spirit plant hall has many beast taming cultivators, so presumably they also have pills for the growth of demonic beasts. After regulating his breathing and finishing his practice, Lu Xian went out to see if there were any suitable pills for sale in the city. Yongning by Baoj. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Greetings, Pavilion Master. When Lu Xian arrived, the shop's disciples all came forward to pay their respects. The crowd felt a mixture of curiosity, awe, envy, jealousy, and disdain for their superior. Lu Xian nodded casually, ignoring the stares of the crowd, and went straight up to the second floor. Yongning Baibao is an enterprise owned by Shuang Ziudian, and Lu Xian, the head of the pavilion, is essentially the general manager. Besides him, there was a manager, 3 assistant managers, and several stewards. The shopkeeper's name is Xiao Jing, and he is at the late stage of qi refining. He is a free-spirited and unrestrained man who loves music, food, wine, and novelties. Lu Xian is here. Come and try the Qinghe wine that I had someone buy from the Peach Blossom sect. When Xiao Jing saw Lu Xian arrive, he immediately extended a warm invitation. Because they shared similar interests, the two had a few drinking sessions together. This wine has a slightly bitter taste at first, but upon closer tasting, it evokes pleasant memories and stirs up emotions. It's truly wonderful. He poured Lu Xian a cup, looking at him expectantly, hoping for affirmation. Lu Xian picked up his wine cup and drank it down in one gulp, then his brows furrowed slightly. How? Xiao Jing asked. Excellent. It is indeed fine wine. Lu Xian gave a perfunctory reply. He didn't feel anything that stirred his emotions. He only tasted bitterness, and it was extremely unpleasant to drink. After a few pleasantries, Lu Xian got down to business. Brother Xiao, does our treasure pavilion have any pills suitable for the growth of demonic beasts? Xiao Jing is a member of the Xiao family. As the manager, he doesn't need to do any miscellaneous tasks. His main job is to check accounts and supervise to prevent internal corruption. The treasure pavilion contained all sorts of strange and wonderful items, and Xiao Jing knew exactly what was inside. Essence for the growth of demonic beasts? Xiao Jing pondered for a moment and shook his head. There are some pills that demonic beasts take daily, but none that are suitable for their growth. He looked at Lu Xian and asked, Brother Lu, do you want to raise spirit beasts? If you want to cultivate spirit beasts, the sect's spirit plant hall has beast spirit pills, beast nurturing pills, and spirit beast bone strengthening pills, all of which are quite suitable. If you need it, I will instruct the disciples who transport the goods to bring some over for you. Lu Xian cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Brother Xiao. It's nothing. Xiao Jing waved his hand, then introduced Qinghe wine. Brother Lu, you drank it too fast just now and didn't get to appreciate the true flavor of this wine. He poured Lu Xian another cup. Come on, have another cup, you'll definitely appreciate its wonders. Lu Xian drank 3 cups in a row, but before he could say goodbye, he still hadn't experienced any particular pleasure, leaving Xiao Jing looking quite disappointed. Back at the Lu residence, Shi Xiaorong rushed to Lu Xian. Young master, something has happened at White Crane Lake. Oh? Shi Xiaorong was efficient and capable, and this was the first time Lu Xian had ever seen her show any signs of panic. What happened? With senior sister Xiaoran, who has reached the peak of qi refining, overseeing things at White Crane Lake, Lu Xian was curious about what might happen. Xiaoran is not an ordinary qi refining perfection cultivator, but a qi refining perfection cultivator with a golden core true person grandfather, who is at least equivalent to half a foundation establishment cultivator. In addition, there is a second-tier cloud-piercing flying boat and a 1,000-strong law enforcement team, which even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators dare not provoke. Here's what happened. The Luo family was in charge of raising spirit fish in White Crane Lake. There had been no problems until half a month ago when a late-stage chi refining Xian snake suddenly appeared in the lake and began to devour the fish fry. Luo Yun, the head of the Luo family, immediately organized a group to kill the demon, but the black serpent always hid under the formation on the island in the middle of the lake, and they couldn't do anything about it. Is that all? Just ask the enforcement team for help, or have them release the formation, right? Lu Xian said. We've looked for it. Shi Xiaorong looked at Lu Xian with a strange expression. I heard that senior sister Xiao said she would only help if you went there in person. Chapter 81 is so handsome. You want me to go there myself? Lu Xian was startled. My first thought was whether I had done something to offend this senior sister. He wasn't naive enough to think that Xiao Ran had taken a liking to him or had any feelings for him. This woman has a strong personality, is decisive and ruthless, and will kill anyone who disobeys her. She is not a kind person. Lu Xian's status as a direct disciple made him a figure of importance in Yongning City, but he was nothing in front of Xiao Ran. Are they trying to scam me out of my spirit stones? Lu Xian felt that the only thing he had that Xiao Ran would want was his spirit stones. The reason why the Xiao family caused so much chaos was because of spirit stones. Once you think about it that way, it makes sense. She probably wouldn't want the spirit stones from Lu Xian's talisman drawing, so the only option left is the Yongning Merchant Alliance. If Xiao Ran really wanted to get spirit stones through the Yongning Merchant Alliance, Lu Xian really couldn't do anything about it. No wonder Shi Xiaorong looked flustered. This is troublesome. If this matter is not handled properly, not only will the Yongning Business Alliance have worked for nothing, but they may also offend Xiao Ran, the powerful senior sister. Did senior sister Xiao say these words herself? Did she say anything else? Lu Xian pondered for a moment and then asked. Shi Xiaorong shook her head. I don't know if it was senior sister Xiao who said it, but it came from senior sister Xiao's private alchemy room, so it can't be faked. They didn't say anything else except to send you there in person. All right. Lu Xian nodded. You'll come with me later. There's no point in overthinking. We'll find out whether it's good or bad once we get there. I'm a disciple of the Qingyun Patriarch now, so even if Xiao Ran is powerful, she shouldn't go too far. 15 minutes later. Lu Xian, Xiaoying, and Shi Xiaorong rode the Iron Feather Eagle and flew towards White Crane Lake. Baihao Lake is only a little over 100 li, about 50 kilometers from the city, and you can get there in a short time. From above, the lake's emerald green waters do indeed resemble a white crane spreading its wings. The area surrounding Baihao Lake is filled with spiritual energy, with countless spiritual fields and gardens, as well as continuous palaces and pavilions, creating a magnificent landscape. It truly deserves to be the ancestral home of a foundation establishment family. At its peak, the Chen family boasted nearly 100 cultivators of their own clan, thousands of retainers and guests, and tens of thousands of ordinary servants and martial artists, enjoying unparalleled glory. Foundation establishment cultivators have a lifespan starting at 300 years. Their descendants reproduce rapidly, with a generation every 10 to 20 years. After a dozen or so generations, the number of descendants becomes extremely exaggerated. The title of Foundation Establishment Ancestor is not just a casual one. Shi Xiaorong pointed to a palace by the lake and said, "That's where our merchant alliance lives." Lu Xian controlled the Iron Feather Eagle to land in front of the palace, where Luo Yun led a dozen or so cultivators to greet him. Greetings, Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu. Luo Yun doesn't actually live here often, he's only staying here recently because of an incident that's causing trouble. Luo Yun was not optimistic about fish farming in Baihao Lake. He felt there were too many intermediaries involved, making it easy to be interfered with, and there was little profit to be made. However, Lu Xian personally funded the project, while the Luo family only received salaries. Whether they made money or not was none of his business. After instructing someone to take good care of the Iron Feather Eagle, Lu Xian did not rush to pay his respects to senior sister Xiao. Instead, he asked Luo Yun to introduce him to the situation at White Crane Lake. Xiaoying stayed quietly in the palace, while Lu Xian and Luo Yun flew over White Crane Lake. There is a mid-grade second-level spiritual vein at the bottom of White Crane Lake, but the spiritual energy has been gathered to the island in the center of the lake by the formation. Luo Yun pointed to the small island in the middle of the lake, that was the core territory of the Chen family before. Luo Yun looked on with envy at the second-tier mid-grade spiritual vein treasure land. The lake contains only a few scattered spiritual energy and tiny branches, which are only at the first-grade low-level spiritual vein level. Fortunately, the entire lake is very large, covering nearly 10 miles in circumference, and can support a lot of spiritual fish. But the people here are a mixed bunch, so it's not safe to raise them. You should be prepared to lose money. Just as Luo Yun finished speaking, he saw two cultivators fighting on the lake. A spell was cast into the lake, splashing up several meters of water. Lu Xian frowned slightly, but did not immediately step forward to stop him. Luo Yun shook his head. This is still good. According to reports from the clan disciples, some people are even secretly fishing. White Crane Lake now has 1,000 law enforcement officers, a large number of hired cultivators, and some slaves captured by Xiao Ran, making it an extremely mixed population. Not only is fish farming in the lake being disturbed, but the management of nearby spiritual fields, medicinal gardens, orchards, etc., is also in a state of chaos. This is unavoidable. It's not a management issue, but rather that no one treats this place as their own business and has no intention of operating it long term. They might have to leave tomorrow if the sect issues an order, and the same goes for those hired cultivators. The real reason is that Xiao Ran never intended to properly manage this place. He only wanted to extract spirit stones from this spiritual land as quickly as possible. The Xiao family is short-handed, and this kind of second-tier spiritual vein is destined to be managed by a foundation establishment family. Thinking too far ahead is meaningless for her. 5 years at most. If the eldest brother succeeds in forming his core, that's fine, but if he fails, it will inevitably cause a bigger uproar, and she can't stay in Yongning any longer. After briefly understanding the situation, Lu Xian didn't say much and told Luo Yun to continue raising fish as usual. Afterwards, Lu Xian went to the island in the middle of the lake to request an audience with senior sister Xiao. The Alchemy Hall. Lu Xian explained his purpose to the maid at the door, and then waited quietly for the maid to go and inform her. About 15 minutes later, a playful girl wearing a floral dress and with her hair tied in pigtails came out. The girl had delicate, rosy skin and large, bright eyes that were full of spirit, exuding both cuteness and an ethereal charm. Is this senior sister Xiao? Lu Xian quickly dismissed the idea. Although the girl had an extraordinary temperament, her cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of qi refining, so she was probably not Xiao Ran. You are Lu Xian? A blush appeared on Zhang Kerson's face, and her big eyes kept secretly glancing at Lu Xian. So handsome. Lu Xian was tall and imposing, with a handsome face and bright eyes. After acquiring the sword heart clarity talent, he also possessed a unique sharpness characteristic of sword cultivators. Dressed in a robe of celestial silk, with a serene expression, he seemed like a highly accomplished cultivator who cared nothing for anything in the world. Lu Xian's appearance and temperament perfectly matched Zhang Kerson's aesthetic, and her unwavering resolve wavered. I must have been truly misled by the rumors. He could never be a lecherous and shameless man. My name is Lu Xian. I greet you, senior sister. Lu Xian bowed respectfully and asked, I wonder if senior sister Xiao would be willing to see me. Even if the girl wasn't Xiao Ran, she was still one of Xiao Ran's confidants. No matter how beautiful she was, Lu Xian wouldn't dare to make a move on her now. My name is Zhang Kerson, you can just call me Senior Sister Kerson. Come with me, I'll take you to see Senior Sister. Zhang Kerson led Lu Xian toward the alchemy hall, but halfway there she suddenly stopped, twisting her hands together, and looked back at Lu Xian with a conflicted and hesitant expression. She suddenly remembered that Lu Xian had come here because of the Xian snake demon beast in the lake. Senior Sister knew nothing about this. Sending Lu Xian here in person was merely her order. The eldest sister never believed Lu Xian's rumors. She wanted Lu Xian to come in person so that she could see his true colors. The situation has changed, so we need to find a way to get by without revealing our original intentions. Chapter 82 The Stunning Senior Sister. What's wrong, Senior Sister Kerson? Lu Xian stopped and asked curiously. Nothing. Our senior sister is refining pills, we can't disturb her, we have to wait a while. Xiao Ran was indeed refining pills, Zhang Kerson wasn't lying. However, the pills she was refining were just ordinary first-grade low-level spirit-nourishing pills. With Xiao Ran's pill refining skills, she could easily multitask, so there was no question of it being a disturbance. The two stood outside the alchemy room. Lu Xian could smell the aura of alchemical fire, as well as a faint mixed scent of medicinal herbs. Junior brother Lu, I heard you joined the sect the year before last, and now you're already a mid-grade first-tier talisman master? The two of them sat there in silence, which was rather awkward, so Zhang Kerson started a conversation. Lu Xian nodded, a lucky promotion. Amazing. Zhang Kerson's face was full of envy. I started learning 2 years earlier than you. I tried alchemy, talisman drawing, weapon crafting, and array setting, but I didn't learn a single one. Zhang Kurson possesses a spiritual root talent of the third rank and also has a high talent for magic, especially the 5 elements of water magic, such as water arrow magic, water escape magic, cloud and rain magic. She has achieved a high level of proficiency even without much effort in learning. But what she was most interested in was the art of cultivating immortality, but unfortunately she spent a lot of time without even getting the basics right. Senior sister broke through to the mid-stage of chi refining after only 4 years of training. With such talent, why would she need to learn talisman drawing or alchemy? Zhang Kurson's words startled Lu Xian. 4 years of training meant that she had broken through to the mid-stage of chi refining at the age of 22, and her talent was at least at the level of Yan Qingyao. If one could bear children with a woman of such talent, the offspring's innate spiritual roots would certainly be exceptional. Pity. The higher a woman's spiritual talent, the less willing she is to form a Taoist partner, and even less willing to have children. Having a cultivation partner is fine if you share the same ideals and support each other, it can even be beneficial to your cultivation. Having children is different, it will inevitably affect cultivation. Most geniuses don't consider having offspring when their cultivation level is low. Zhang Kurson's status as Xiao Ran's confidant suggests she holds a high position, so Lu Xian quickly abandoned his unrealistic ideas. After chatting for a while, Zhang Kurson became even more certain that she had misunderstood Lu Xian before. With such a handsome appearance and a pleasant voice, how could such a person be the shameless scoundrel described in the rumors? It must be because junior brother Lu Xian is too outstanding. Those people are envious and jealous, which is why so many rumors are circulating. 15 minutes later. Feeling that it was about time, Zhang Kurson led Lu Xian into the alchemy room to see senior sister Xiao Ran. Zhang Kurson remembered that Xiao Ran had said before, bring Lu Xian to see her next time he comes, so it seems that she wasn't lying. Senior sister. I've brought Lu Xian to you. Zhang Kurson shouted loudly. As Lu Xian entered the alchemy room, the back view of a female cultivator dressed in a moon-white robe came into view. The woman was tall and slender with perfect curves. Her long, glossy black hair reached her waist, and even just her back view was enough to evoke all sorts of fantasies. Upon hearing Zhang Kurson's shout, Xiao Ran turned around, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, which made Lu Xian even more disoriented. Xiao Ran's face transcends the concept of ordinary beauty. She is like a fairy in a painting, radiant and flawless. Lu Xian composed himself, his eyes instantly hardening, and he bowed slightly in greeting. I am Lu Xian, greetings to senior sister. After 2 years of training, Lu Xian is now highly resistant to beautiful women and is no longer the naive young man who gets excited at the sight of a pretty girl. He knew very well that Xiao Ran's abnormal beauty was mainly due to her cultivation level. Senior sister Xiao Ran has reached the qi refining perfection stage, her magical power is at its peak, and her spiritual energy is overflowing. She is a cultivator who is about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The overflowing spiritual energy acts like a filter, making one look like a fairy under the radiant light, naturally beautiful and otherworldly. Women with the same appearance become more beautiful the higher their cultivation level. This is a pattern that Lu Xian discovered long ago. Lu Xian? Xiao Ran looked Lu Xian up and down. She had heard of his great reputation for a long time, but this was the first time she had seen him in person. He certainly has a handsome appearance. Xiao Ran had seen many outstanding young people, and in terms of looks alone, Lu Xian was at least in the top 5. She couldn't help but take a second look. Everyone has a love for beauty. She was simply appreciating it without any other intentions. Senior sister, he came here to ask for your help. There's a late-stage qi refining Xian snake in White Crane Lake that's stealing spirit fish. This snake is very cunning. It hides beneath the formation on the island in the lake. Only by manipulating the formation can it be captured. Zhang Kurson explained Lu Xian's purpose beforehand to avoid any misunderstandings or embarrassing situations. Oh? Xiao Ran looked at Zhang Kurson with suspicion. Didn't this girl dislike Lu Xian quite a bit? Why was she so eager to speak up for Lu Xian? Looking at the expression on Zhang Kurson's face, she immediately understood that the girl's attitude had changed because she saw that he was handsome. What an innocent little girl! Xiao Ran chuckled inwardly and shook her head. It's a small matter. I'll have Xiao Zhu take the array token and deal with it later. She can kill the snake demon. Lu Xian hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, and cupped his hands in thanks, saying, Thank you for your help, senior sister. Don't thank me yet. Xiao Ran waved her hand and said, I heard that the Yongning Business Alliance you founded has great influence and high cohesion. I happen to need your help with something. I wonder if you would be willing. Senior sister, please speak. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best. Regardless of whether you agree or not, you have to show your attitude. As long as Xiao Ran's demands aren't too unreasonable, Lu Xian is willing to help, even if it means taking a loss. A few spirit stones are not very meaningful to Lu Xian now, but he feels it's worth it to be able to get on Xiao Ran's good side and even the Xiao family's good side. Junior brother Lu is straightforward. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Xiao Ran smiled and praised him, then explained, the sect is currently short-handed, and White Crane Lake is somewhat neglected. Since you've rented White Crane Lake, could you also rent the surrounding spirit fields, herb gardens, and spirit fruit orchards? How about 5,000 spirit stones? 5,000 spirit stones a year, for a period of 5 years. Given the current situation at White Crane Lake, the local cultivators don't trust the sect and are unwilling to take over. Chaos frequently breaks out in the sect's territory, and there isn't enough manpower. Moreover, sending people from the sect to manage the business would be very costly, and the industries on the outskirts of White Crane Lake wouldn't earn much spirit stone at all. Since that's the case, Xiao Ran set her sights on Lu Xian and the Yongning Merchant Alliance. If Lu Xian can persuade the families within the Merchant Alliance to send their people, they can at least earn a little more. Senior sister, the area around White Crane Lake is full of low-level industries, and it was also damaged in the previous battle. 5,000 spirit stones a year. Even if I agreed, the families in the Merchant Alliance would never agree. The most valuable part of Chen family's White Crane Lake is the island in the center of the formation, which is a mid-grade second-tier spiritual vein. The surrounding properties are not worth much even when the Chen family was around, they only earned about 10,000 spirit stones a year. After deducting costs and labor, it would be good if they could make back the 5,000 spirit stones. Any unexpected event would result in a loss. How about this? 4,000 spirit stones, plus the White Crane Lake, making a total of 5,000 spirit stones. I accept this quest. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. Really? Chapter 83. Be my Taoist partner. Of course it's true, but senior sister has to grant me one request, Lu Xian said. What are your conditions? Tell me. It's very simple. Senior sister only needs to issue an order. The sect's law enforcement team must not interfere with the White Crane Lake industry, and those who violate this order will be severely punished. Without this restriction, Lu Xian would not be able to recoup his costs, and the mission would be meaningless. If even one member of 1,000 or so sect enforcement teams causes even a small disturbance, the consequences will be enormous. No problem. Xiao Ran readily agreed. These law enforcement team members were mostly magic cultivators who only knew how to fight, and they really shouldn't be involved in various industries. Allowing these law enforcement officers to run amok has resulted in virtually no revenue for the industries surrounding Baihe Lake. Lu Xian is willing to take over for 5,000 spirit stones a year, which would amount to 25,000 spirit stones over 5 years. Why not? Xiao Ran invited Lu Xian to a council hall and summoned several high-ranking members of the late-stage qi refining team, as well as disciples from the spirit plant hall sent by the sect, to discuss matters together. First of all, the disciples of the spirit plant hall can go back now, and the previous mission rewards will be settled. Secondly, it was announced that Lu Xian had taken over the industries surrounding Baihe Lake, and the law enforcement team was prohibited from participating in or damaging them in the future, with violators subject to hefty compensation penalties. To ensure Lu Xian's authority at Baihe Lake, Xiao Ran also appointed Lu Xian as the deputy captain of her personal guard, giving him the power to directly arrest and punish disciples of the enforcement team. Xiao Ran gave the order personally, and no one in the entire law enforcement team dared to object. The order was quickly carried out. Since Lu Xian was so generous, Xiao Ran even gifted him a small courtyard on a lake island, which included a first-grade high-level cultivation room. This place was originally the residence of the core direct descendants of the Chun family, but now it has benefited Lu Xian. Lu Xian now has too many places to live, which is a bit of a problem. The next day, Lu Xian instructed Shi Xiaorong to summon the top executives of the various business alliances to Baihe Lake to announce his plans. Inside the lobby, Shi Xiaorong had only spoken half of her sentence when the high-ranking officials from each family changed color and fell silent, waiting for Lu Xian to explain himself. When Lu Xian offered to take over the properties on the outskirts of White Crane Lake for 5,000 spirit stones, everyone's first reaction was that he and Xiao Ran were trying to swindle them. Nowadays, sects don't follow the rules and often confiscate property and exterminate clans. They even have to guard against their own property being seized on trumped-up charges. How could they be willing to spend spirit stones to take over White Crane Lake controlled by Xiao Ran? Everyone, don't worry. You don't need to contribute spirit stones. Just like the fish farming in White Crane Lake before, this time I, Lu Xian, will personally fund it and bear all the risks. You just need to collect your salaries. Lu Xian's calm voice echoed throughout the hall. Young Master Lu is so generous. I knew young Master Lu wouldn't cheat us. Young Master Lu, please give us your instructions on how to do it. My Li family will provide manpower and resources without hesitation. Lu Xian didn't care about the crowd's behavior. He thought, the world is bustling with people, all for profit. There's nothing more to say. Lu Xian currently lacks real power and can only win over these people by offering them benefits. As the alliance grows stronger and its various interests come together, the scope for maneuver will expand. Lu Xian remained silent after that, and Shi Xiaorong took the lead, with Wang Chen, the head of the Wang family, and Luo Yun, the head of the Luo family, as his deputies, in charge of the specific arrangements. Shi Xiaorong was previously the leader of a gang, so she was adept at handling these kinds of miscellaneous tasks. Wang Chen and Luo Yun had no chance of breaking through, and their lifespans were not long. They both wanted to rely on Lu Xian to stabilize their families in the future, so they were very loyal and could be trusted. The entire plan was devised by the three of them. Lu Xian only glanced at it once, made some minor changes, and then agreed to it. His requirements weren't high. He would accept any annual loss not exceeding 1,000 spirit stones. If this goes smoothly, in addition to getting on Xiao Ran's good side, it will also increase the cohesion of the business alliance. Moreover, Lu Xian had another wishful thought, to use this opportunity to gain true control over the entire Baihe Lake. If one can acquire the complete White Crane Lake, including the island in the center of the lake, one will have the foundation to become a foundation establishment family. As the number of offspring increases and the children grow up, in addition to developing within the sect, a family base is needed as a buffer. Some offspring with poor talent are not suitable for development in the sect. Not only do they not receive resources, but they also have to spend a lot of spirit stones to cultivate them, which is not worthwhile. White Crane Lake is currently unclaimed, but unfortunately Lu Xian's cultivation level is not high enough to reach the foundation establishment stage, so he is not qualified to occupy it. Fortunately, his children are still young, so there's no rush for them to grow up within the next 10 years. Lu Xian is just making some preparations in advance, hoping that an opportunity might come in the future. 3 days later. A small courtyard on the island in the middle of the lake. A potted plant sits on a stone table in the courtyard. A small, silvery white tree, about a foot tall, sways gently in the pot, absorbing the intense sunlight as if it were burning with flames. Lu Xian picked up a red fire spirit stone and put it into the basin, and the flames ignited on the small tree became even more intense. This is not a spiritual plant, but rather the transformation of Lu Xian's natal flying sword, the Heavenly Origin Sword, which is currently absorbing and refining the power of the fire element. Lu Xian's own magical power is of the pure Yang attribute, and the Heavenly Origin Sword can increase his combat power by refining the fire element. The Heavenly Origin Sword can be refined and grown on its own, without Lu Xian having to expend much effort, as he focused most of his energy on comprehending the 9 Luminaries Sword Manual. The 9 Luminaries Sword Manual is extremely powerful in Yang. Lu Xian's magic power surged, and his body emitted the same red light as the small tree formed by the Heavenly Origin Sword. An aura of heat mixed with killing intent enveloped the surroundings. Sword intent. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Xian finished his practice and began to experience the sense of annihilation he had vaguely sensed when he was comprehending the sword manual. Swordsmanship is the ultimate way of killing. A single sword strike can break through all laws. If one can comprehend the essence of swordsmanship, one can be considered a true swordsman. Lu Xian has not yet fully grasped the essence of swordsmanship. He only has a vague sense of its meaning. Once this understanding becomes clearer and Lu Xian masters the sword intent, his combat power is estimated to increase by another level. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door from outside the courtyard. Come in. Lu Xian thought it was Shi Xiaorong who came to report on the business alliance, but the person who entered surprised him slightly. It turned out to be Yan Qingyao, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. Qingyao, what are you doing here? Yan Qingyao wore a light green robe, still fond of light green, and her charming yet elegant face had gained a touch of maturity. Senior sister Zhou and I have always been here, but we are mostly out on missions. She was poisoned by the spirit dispersing water and needed a large number of soul nourishing pills to maintain her cultivation. During this time, she was frantically taking on missions and going wherever there was danger. Lu Xian, could you sell me some of the black crystal honey you gave me last time? It's very effective for my injuries and is more cost-effective than the soul-nourishing pill. After consuming the black crystal honey given to her by Lu Xian, Yan Qingyao discovered that its effects were twice as strong as the soul-nourishing pill, so she made a special trip back to her sect to purchase a large quantity. However, she learned that the black crystal honey was a specialty of Lu Xian's spirit bees and was rarely sold, so she came to Lu Xian. "How much do you need?" Lu Xian asked. "I have 110 spirit stones on me right now." "How much can I buy?" Yan Qingyao asked in return. Lu Xian shook his head. "I'm asking how much black crystal honey you need to sustain your normal cultivation for a month?" Yan Qingyao was puzzled, but still explained, maintaining daily cultivation for a month requires 6 bottles of soul-nourishing pills, and about a pound of black crystal honey. "Miss Qingyao, I have a suggestion for you to consider. If you agree, I am willing to give you a pound of black crystal honey every month until you fully recover." Yan Qingyao was taken aback. "What suggestion?" Lu Xian looked into her eyes and said sincerely. "Be my Taoist partner." Chapter 84. Yan Qingyao agreed. "Junior brother, you must be joking." Yan Qingyao blurted out, thinking that Lu Xian was just acting on impulse. "Qingyao." Lu Xian looked at her affectionately. "You know I never joke." Lu Xian's eyes were sincere and ardent, and Yan Qingyao subconsciously avoided his gaze. She was momentarily confused. This was a situation she had never considered. After a long while, Yan Qingyao took a deep breath. "Lu Xian, I know you have feelings for me, but my Tao heart is firm. Why are you so persistent? Do you know how many spirit stones it would cost to remove the poison from the spirit dispersing water on my body? It could be as little as 2,000 or 3,000, or as much as 5,000 or 6,000. I don't want to ruin your life." Yan Qingyao thought that Lu Xian had said such things impulsively because he was too deeply in love with her. Otherwise, who would pay thousands of spirit stones for a female cultivator from an ordinary family? If Yan Qingyao really agreed, wouldn't she become a shameless person who exploits other people's feelings? It's just a few thousand spirit stones. If I, Lu Xian, didn't have the ability to give that, how could I dare to say such a thing to you? Lu Xian spoke in a calm tone, as if several thousand spirit stones were no big deal to him. "You know that I've leased out all the properties around White Crane Lake. That's worth 5,000 spirit stones a year. I have been promoted to a mid-grade first-level talisman master, and I earn at least several thousand yuan a year from drawing talismans. Moreover, I am also the personal disciple of the Qingyun ancestor and the pavilion master of the Yangning 100 Treasures Pavilion. A few thousand spirit stones really have little impact on me." Lu Xian made it sound so easy, but Yan Qingyao knew things weren't that simple. She knew about the property leasing project at Baihao Lake. It wouldn't make any money at all, and might even result in a loss. Some people secretly said that Lu Xian must be stupid to do something like that. As for mid-grade first-level talisman masters, they can indeed earn 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones by focusing all their energy on drawing talismans, but that's the kind of reward they can get without learning high-level talismans and spending a lot of time and effort drawing talismans every day. Even though Lu Xian is a disciple personally taught by the Qingyun ancestor, obtaining a large amount of resources for his training comes at a price. It's not that easy. Seeing that Yan Qingyao was still unmoved, Lu Xian continued, "I also raise the black crystal bees. They produce a little over a pound of honey each month, and it will increase again in a while. The black crystal bee alone can heal your injuries. Qingyao, you don't need to worry about anything." These days, a few thousand spirit stones are really nothing to Lu Xian. Once the ice blue soul piercing talisman business is successful, he can earn at least 20,000 spirit stones a year. These monopolistic talismans are incredibly profitable, rivaling even top-tier first-order talisman masters in earning money. Lu Xian felt a little reluctant to take out several thousand spirit stones at once. However, Yan Qingyao's injuries only require 1 pound of black crystal honey per month, which can be given slowly, so there is no pressure on Lu Xian. The black crystal bee colony is still gradually expanding, and the honey production is now about 1.5 pounds a month. Given the size of the Hongsongzon Lingji Hall, producing 2 to 3 caddies of honey every month will not be a problem. Healing Yan Qingyao's injuries had never been difficult for Lu Xian. He had simply felt it wasn't worth it before. But things are different now. Lu Xian discovered that the higher the child's spiritual root, the better the system rewards he can receive. When the child is born, the basic rewards will probably be enough to earn back the spirit stones consumed. If you trigger an achievement reward, the reward you receive is even more outrageous. Yan Qingyao has a 4th-grade spiritual root, just one step away from becoming a top-tier genius with a 3rd-grade spiritual root. She can be acquired for a few thousand spirit stones, which is practically like getting a bargain for free. You're really willing to spend thousands of spirit stones for me?" Lu Xian's eyes were sincere and his expression was solemn. Yan Qingyao gradually realized that Lu Xian was not joking or acting on impulse, but really wanted to help her. How could I dare to lie to you about something like this? As long as you nod, I will take you back to the sect to get the black crystal honey right away. Yan Qingyao fell silent. She looked conflicted, instinctively feeling that this was inappropriate, yet also seeing it as an opportunity. Lu Xian is loyal and devoted to her, and she doesn't dislike him either. If she agrees, it would be good for both of them. I don't want to harm you. You need a lot of spirit stones to cultivate and learn talismans. Yan Qingyao instinctively refused. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian was overjoyed. There's hope. Yan Qingyao's words indicated that she was already wavering, but was just too embarrassed to admit it. Xinyao. Lu Xian moved closer and naturally took her hand. This is my own choice. I'm happy to spend spirit stones on you. Don't feel like you owe me anything. This. Yan Qingyao's pretty face flushed red, and she gently pulled away from Lu Xian's large hand. I haven't thought it through yet. Lu Xian returned to his seat and smiled. It's all right. Take your time to think it over. I'll be going back to my sect in a couple of days. If you've made up your mind, you can come find me anytime. Yan Qingyao is a special case. She is the object of Lu Xian's affections and has some feelings for Lu Xian. If they can resolve the issue with their feelings, there is no need to turn it into a regular transaction of interests. 2 days later. For the past 2 days, Lu Xian has been riding his iron feather eagle to Baihe Lake for 2 hours each day, familiarizing himself with the environment while handling matters related to the acquisition of surrounding industries by the Business Alliance. Shi Xiaorong is very capable, and the surrounding industries have basically gotten on track. Although some areas have not actually implemented the plans, they have still formulated them. For some reason, Zhang Kerson's attitude towards Lu Xian suddenly became unfriendly. Lu Xian visited her several times, hoping to get closer to her, but was always turned away. Wasn't everything fine before? Lu Xian was completely baffled. Lu Xian found out Zhang Kerson's identity. This junior sister was no ordinary person. She possesses a third-grade spiritual root, making her the most talented among the younger generation of the sect, and a disciple of sect master Xiao Zhenren. The younger generation of a sect generally refers to disciples under the age of 30, and Yan Qingyao is far inferior to her. When they first met, Lu Xian could clearly sense that she liked him quite a bit, so whenever he had time, he would visit her, hoping to at least deepen their relationship and become more familiar with her. But for some reason, the girl suddenly stopped talking to him and wouldn't even see him. Whatever. Anyway, we probably won't get to eat together if we meet, let's talk about it later. Lu Xian didn't insist. He planned to return to his sect this afternoon. My twins are due to give birth soon, so I'll go back to visit them and catch up with my fellow Taoist partners and concubines. In the afternoon, just as Lu Xian was about to leave, Yan Qingyao arrived. Lu Xian, I can agree to that, but I need some time to adjust. You can't touch me for a month, okay? Yan Qingyao came over at this time, which meant she had already agreed, but she couldn't get over her mental hurdle and wanted to give herself some time to adjust. No problem. Lu Xian thought for a moment and then agreed. He could wait a month, but if Yan Qingyao said a year or several years, he wouldn't be able to accept it. Let's go. Come back to the sect with me, I'll get you some black crystal honey. Lu Xian led Yan Qingyao out of the island in the middle of the lake and arrived at the main hall of the Merchant Alliance branch. Then they rode the iron feather eagle to the sect together. Chapter 85. Yan Qingyao is numb. The sky was a clear, deep blue, and the iron feather eagle soared freely, with 3 figures on its back, Xiaoying, Lu Xian, and Yan Qingyao. Xiaoying stood straight in front to block the wind, while Lu Xian cast a wind-avoiding spell and sat cross-legged behind her with Yan Qingyao. Seeing Yan Qingyao glancing at Xiaoying curiously from time to time, Lu Xian explained, "She is my personal bodyguard, Xiaoying. She is mute, so you don't need to worry about her." Yan Qingyao nodded slightly. There was no magical energy fluctuation on Xiaoying's body, so she should be a martial artist at the innate level of martial arts. She was just curious why Xiaoying didn't speak, but she never expected that she was mute. With nothing else to do, Lu Xian started chatting with Yan Qingyao along the way. Yan Qingyao was initially a little reserved and hesitant, but she gradually relaxed and returned to the normal state of their relationship. As evening fell, the iron feather eagle flew into Red Pine City and landed at the Lin clan's Talisman Hall. "My husband. Young master. Young master." Upon seeing Lu Xian return, Lin Anqi led several maids to greet him. "Daocheng, quickly call him father." Lin Anqi, holding her son, faced Lu Xian and said. The maid Xiaoye, who was standing nearby, was also holding her daughter and said to her, "Shall we, call me dad?" Their son and daughter were just a few days shy of 6 months old. How could they possibly call out to anyone? They hadn't even visited Lu Xian more than a few times. Wah! Although he didn't know Lu Xian, Xiao Daocheng felt a sense of familiarity with him and struggled to stretch out his two fair little arms, wanting Lu Xian to hug him. Ha ha ha! Lu Xian laughed heartily, took him from Lin Anqi's arms and held him in his arms, teasingly saying, "You little rascal, you still remember me?" Xiao Daocheng wasn't as fat as his eldest son, Dao Yuan, but he was fair-skinned and looked even cuter. He. The little guy was inexplicably happy, jumping around in Lu Xian's arms, seemingly excited for no apparent reason. The daughter, Linghui, reacted in the opposite way. She shrank into her mother Xiaoya's arms, only peeking out with her big, cute eyes, looking a little shy. Xiaoya wanted to send her to Lu Xian's place as well, so that the father and daughter could get closer. The little guy pouted, and his eyes immediately welled up with tears, looking like he was about to cry. "All right. Don't make the child cry." Lu Xian reached out and touched her little face. Yan Qingyao watched from the side, feeling both warm and shocked. She had only heard some rumors about Lu Xian before, and she didn't really believe them, whether they were true or false. It now seems that the rumors are not just rumors. Lu Xian's children are already so grown up, and he has 3. Turning her head to look at the pregnant maids Xiao Hong and Xiao Yu beside her, Yan Qingyao was speechless. These two should also be Lu Xian's children. So many children. Doesn't Lu Xian need to cultivate? This young lady is. Lin Anqi looked at Yan Qingyao, then glanced at Lu Xian and asked. Her name is Yan Qingyao. She was my classmate at the Taoist Academy. We entered the sect in the same year. This humble servant is Lin Anqi, and greets Miss Yan. Although Lu Xian didn't say it, Lin Anqi could tell at a glance that Lu Xian had feelings for her. She felt a little jealous, but didn't say anything. She was already used to Lu Xian's lecherous nature. Mrs. Lin, you're too kind. Just call me Qingyao. Yan Qingyao felt somewhat embarrassed. Her ingrained moral values made her feel like a third party, someone who was ruining someone else's marriage. After making sure Xiao Ying was settled, Lu Xian spent some time chatting with his wives, concubines, and children. 1 hour later. Under the cover of night, Lu Xian and Yan Qingyao left the talisman shop and headed to the sect's talisman master's building. My husband is back. My husband is back. Young master. Father. Father. A chubby little boy threw himself into Lu Xian's arms, pleading pitifully, Mom won't let me eat chicken legs anymore. Dad, you have to stand up for me. My eldest son, Lu Daoyuan, is 1.5 years old, but he looks about the same age as a 3 or 4-year-old. He's very robust. It must be because you didn't listen to me. Lu Xian rubbed his head and asked, didn't you learn to read properly from your mother? The little guy stopped talking and lowered his head. All right. I'll talk to your mother about it later and have her teach you slowly. Real? Thank you, Dad. The little guy immediately cheered. Daddy. Daddy. 2 more little ones waddled up to Lu Xian and called out to him. My second and third daughters, Lingxiu and Lingyun, are also 1-year-old. They are wearing pretty little dresses and have sweet, baby voices. They are so cute that they melt your heart. Immediately afterwards, Chang Dan, Wu Qingyue, Huang Qian, and Li Man came over one after another carrying their children, while Lin Shuer was also holding one in her arms. The scene was filled with murmurs and exclamations, leaving Yan Qingyao completely bewildered. These are all Lu Xian's children? She felt like she was dreaming. How many children did she have in total? There are more than a dozen. Lu Shenkai has been in the sect for just over 2 years. And he already has more than a dozen children. It seems the rumors were too conservative. Before she could finish being shocked, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, heavily pregnant, slowly walked over, and Lu Xian quickly stepped forward to help them. What are you doing out here? You should be resting now. I'll come see you later. Lu Xian helped the 2 back to their room and instructed several servants and maids to take good care of them. Back in the living room, Lu Xian, Lin Shuer, and a group of maids introduced Yan Qingyao and asked Lin Shuer to arrange a guest room for her. Yan Qingyao was numb. She no longer felt the same awkwardness she had felt with Lin Anqi before. Lin Shuer also guessed Lu Xian's thoughts about Yan Qingyao, and she didn't say anything more. Given Lu Xian's current status, Lin Shuer felt that she was no longer worthy of him and often felt inferior. Lu Xian not only did not despise her, but treated her as well as before, even entrusting her with important family matters and showing her great trust. Lin Shuer was already very satisfied. She didn't care at all how many women Lu Xian had. After spending most of the time with his wives, concubines, and children, Lin Shuer led Lu Xian and Yan Qingyao to the courtyard to check on the Black Crystal Bee swarm. The Black Crystal Bee Queen is about to break through to the 6th level of qi refining, and the number of bees in the swarm has increased to 8,000. Shuer, how much black crystal honey do you have left? Lu Xian asked. There are still about 7 or 8 caddies left. The spirit stones are barely enough to cover my expenses. I just give some to the children. I rarely sell it. Now the bee colony's monthly honey production has increased to about 1.4 genes 0.6 kilograms, which is more than we can eat. Lin Shuer looked at the black crystal bees with pride. She had watched them grow up little by little and had developed some affection for them. Lu Xian opened the carriage and used his magic to retrieve a large piece of black crystal honey from the beehive. About a pound was set aside and handed to Yan Qingyao. This is your monthly supply, take it and eat it first. He then broke off a piece and popped it into his mouth as a snack, before handing the remaining large piece to Lin Shuer. I told you before, don't be stingy with your food, share it with everyone. The fact that the beehive could accumulate 7 or 8 caddies of honey in the past 6 months indicates that Lin Shuer basically didn't touch it, let alone use it for cultivation as Lu Xian instructed. Yan Qingyao stared blankly at the black crystal honey. She finally understood that Lu Xian really didn't lack spirit stones. Chapter 86 The Father of 20 Children. The next day. The twins are about to be born, and Lu Xian waits quietly in the courtyard, with Yan Qingyao by his side. Lu Xian, how many women do you have? How many children? Yan Qingyao pondered for a long time, but finally couldn't help but ask. Lu Xian did a quick mental calculation. There were 7 maids in the Talisman Master's small building, 5 in Lin Anqi's place, and 25 maids in Yangning's area. Adding Xia He and Shi Xiaorong, that made 27 in total. There are 41 in total, plus you, that makes 42. As for the children, Lu Xian looked towards De Shuang and Xiao Shuang's room. If they were born, they would be the 17th and 18th little ones. There are about 10 pregnant women in Yangning's group. Lu Xian wasn't lying. As long as Yan Qingyao stayed with him, she would find out about these things sooner or later, so there was no point in lying to her now. Yan Qingyao was completely stunned. More than 40 women and nearly 30 children. She had never heard of such an outrageous cultivator. Giving birth consumes the body's vital energy, which is the source of life. The more energy is consumed, the slower the cultivation speed and the higher the difficulty of breakthroughs. Moreover, it is inherently more difficult for cultivators to conceive than for ordinary people, and it becomes increasingly difficult as their cultivation level increases. How did Lu Xian manage to have nearly 30 children in just over 2 years? Many people couldn't do that even if they worked hard every day. Why did you have so many children? Aren't you afraid it will affect your cultivation path? Yan Qingyao asked in confusion. Lu Xian clearly has a bright future. Although his spiritual root is a little lacking, he has the talent for talismans to make up for it. There is absolutely no need for him to do something so self-destructive. I didn't feel any impact on my cultivation. Perhaps it's because of my special constitution. I feel that matters of human relationships actually help my cultivation. Lu Xian's constant formation of Taoist partners and the birth of children, coupled with his rapid advancement in cultivation, are bound to arouse people's curiosity. In response, Lu Xian read through the entire book and found a barely plausible excuse. Special physical condition. There are countless strange and wonderful things in the cultivation world, and even high-level cultivators can't figure out the reasons for all sorts of incredible constitutions. Above the highest grade spiritual roots, there are various magical spiritual bodies that are born with talents that surpass ordinary people in certain aspects. Lu Xian's ability to conceive does not affect his cultivation. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, this is not considered a heaven-defying physique and is unlikely to cause too much of a stir. No wonder. Yan Qingyao quickly accepted Lu Xian's explanation, then, thinking of herself, she looked at Lu Xian and asked, "So you're helping me because you want me to have your child?" Lu Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded, "That's right. You know, I really like children. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Besides helping you detoxify, I can also support your cultivation. Having a child will only delay your cultivation for a few months at most, but I can ensure that your path to enlightenment will be smooth for the rest of your life." Yan Qingyao fell silent. She now has some doubts about whether Lu Xian truly loves her or simply sees her as a tool for bearing children, just like other women. If Lu Xian's help to her is just a transaction, what should she do? After a moment of silence, she slowly shook her head. Lu Xian had so many women and children, why should he spend thousands of spirit stones to help her, just for one more offspring? Lu Xian definitely has special feelings for her, that must be it. Wow wow wow. Wow wow wow. The sound of babies crying rang out. Twins, one big and one small, were born. A system notification immediately rang in Lu Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 17th offspring. You have received one high-grade spirit stone. Ding! Congratulations, host, your 18th offspring has been born. You have obtained a mid-grade magic weapon, the green bamboo sword. Why? 2 more children without spiritual roots. Currently, among the 18 children, only 3 have spiritual roots. Among them, only the mother of the 4th child, Lu Daoqiang, Lin Anqi, does not have spiritual roots. The 6th child, Lu Daoming, and the 9th child, Lu Daozhen, have 9th grade and 8th grade spiritual roots, respectively. Their mothers, Chang Dan and Li Man, are both cultivators with spiritual roots. It seems we need to pay more attention to the Academy's entrance exams next year. Those female students who failed are especially pitiful, we should help them more. Congratulations, Master Lu, it's 2 young masters. As Lu Xian entered the room, the midwife skillfully stepped forward to announce the good news. The 2 sisters, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, had twin daughters last time and twin sons this time. They really have a deep sisterly bond. The eldest son was born a little while earlier. Lu Xian named him Lu Daojie, and the youngest son was named Lu Daoyin. As the number of children increased, Lu Xian became more and more casual in choosing names. He planned to change the generational naming convention once the number of children exceeded 100 to avoid duplicate names. If Lu Xian's cultivation reaches a high level, his lifespan will be tens of thousands of years, and he will surely have tens of thousands of offspring. The conventional generational naming system doesn't work for him, there simply aren't enough characters to name him. So, he plans to change the generational name for every 100 children he has. This makes naming easier and also helps distinguish between older and younger children. 100 years from now, the eldest son will be 100 years old, while the youngest son may have just been born. It would be reasonable to differentiate between generations then. As for his grandchildren, Lu Xian didn't care. The system described synchronizing the cultivation of one's children, not one's offspring. Whether the grandchildren could synchronize their cultivation was still unknown, and it wasn't something he should be considering now. After the birth of De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, no woman in Fushi Xiaolu became pregnant. Lin Shuer, De Shuang, Xiao Shuang, and Lu Xian do not intend to let them have any more children in the short term. Instead, they urge them to focus on cultivating martial arts. Changdan, Huangqian, Wu Qingyue, and Li Man had just given birth not long ago, and Lu Xian planned to let them rest for a while to improve their cultivation and take good care of their children. The next day, news came from Hongsong City that the maids Xiaohong and Xiaoye were about to give birth. The timing of pregnancy for twins and succumbing to twins is similar, so it's normal for them to give birth a few days earlier. After comforting the newly born children, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, Lu Xian and Yan Xinyao returned to the talisman shop in Hongsong City. Midnight. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 19th offspring. You have received 100 low-grade spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations, host, your 20th offspring has been born. You have received 1 bottle of mid-grade qi gathering pill. The maids, Xiaohong and Xiaoye, were young and had no martial arts skills. They were in very poor condition after giving birth, their faces were pale, and they were covered in sweat. Lu Xian felt sorry for them and instructed the midwives to give them the best pills and tonics to nourish their bodies. You should rest well. Once you have recovered a bit, I will personally teach you advanced martial arts. Lu Xian reached out and tidied the strands of hair stuck to their faces, comforting them. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Xiao Hong and Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xian happily. They could feel that Lu Xian cared about them, and that was enough. The 2 children were a boy and a girl. The boy, Xiao Shijiu, was born to Xiao Hong, and Lu Xian named him Lu Daohong. Xiao Ershi was a girl, born to Xiao Yi, and Lu Xian named her Lu Lingzi. Holding his 2 children, Lu Xian sighed with emotion. In just over 2 years since he came into this world, he was already the father of 20 children. Chapter 87 Cultivation Revealed, Xing Yun Ancestor Values Him. At this point, all the women in the sect had given birth, and none of them were pregnant anymore. All the seeds planted earlier have borne fruit, now it's time for the fruits to ripen in Yongning. Once all the remaining maids in Yongning are pregnant, the Dao Academy assessment will begin soon. At that time, Lu Xian will mainly select mates with spiritual roots. After settling Yan Qingyao at the talisman shop, Lu Xian planned to visit his master, the Qingyun ancestor, at the Nameless Tao Academy before returning to Yangning. Lu Xian had to cling to the powerful Qingyun patriarch, and he would pay his respects to him every time he returned to the sect, always maintaining a respectful attitude. An unnamed Taoist temple. Lu Xian had a token, so he could enter directly. There was also a private cultivation room for him inside, but he had never used it to cultivate. Such a rich spiritual energy. Every time Lu Xian came to the Taoist temple, he couldn't help but marvel at how, even in an ordinary open space, the concentration of spiritual energy was comparable to that of a first-grade high-level cultivation room. If it weren't for the system, Lu Xian would have made the right choice to stay here and focus on his cultivation. Lu Xian walked deeper into the Taoist temple. His senior brother Zhao Qing did not appear. He was probably cultivating or drawing talismans. Lu Xian went to the secluded chamber of the Qingyun patriarch, intending to pay his respects outside as before, and then leave. He had just finished bowing and was preparing to leave. Boom! Sudden. The door to the secluded stone chamber suddenly opened, and a faint voice called out, "Come in and see me." Lu Xian stopped, turned around, respectfully bowed, and then walked into the room. Upon entering the stone chamber, the room was extremely simple. Apart from a faceless statue, there was only a gray futon placed under the statue. The Qingyun ancestor was dressed in a blue Taoist robe, and his whole being exuded a mysterious aura, with an air of otherworldly grace. Disciple greets master. Lu Xian paid homage with great ceremony. You've broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining? The Qingyun ancestor originally intended to give Lu Xian a minor punishment as a warning, reminding him to focus on cultivation and talismans, and not to get entangled with women and go down the wrong path. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed the fluctuations of qi refining level 4 magic power emanating from Lu Xian. At such close range, Lu Xian's rudimentary concealment technique was no match for his foundation establishment divine sense. He could see through it at a glance. Lu Xian nodded calmly and said, "I broke through in Yangning not long ago, and I must thank my master for the 2 furnaces he gave me. I broke through while cultivating with him." Lu Xian was prepared for his cultivation level to be exposed and did not panic. He was only at the mid-stage of qi refining. Lu Xian just wanted to keep a low profile, not necessarily hide it. Lin Qingyun moved in a flash, appearing beside Lu Xian as if by teleportation, and reached out to grasp Lu Xian's arm. The Foundation Establishment Divine Sense probed into Lu Xian's body meridians to check if there had been an error in the initial detection of Lu Xian's spiritual root. The absorption of spiritual energy is slow, and the activity of the soul is average. It is indeed a 9th grade spiritual root. Such excellent physical fitness. Such strong blood and energy. Lu Xian's physical attributes were far superior to those of a fully fledged innate realm martial artist, and his terrifying blood and qi power was comparable to that of a demonic beast, something that the Qingyun ancestor had never seen before. Could it be a spiritual entity related to the physical body? Lin Qingyun recalled all the spirits he knew, and none of them behaved like Lu Xian. The Dantian and the divine soul of the Azure Cloud ancestor were not examined. These 2 places are the foundation of a cultivator and will automatically resist the invasion of divine sense. Forcibly investigating is not out of the question at best. It could damage Lu Xian's Dantian, and at worst, it could cause his magical power to surge violently, his cultivation to regress, and his path to enlightenment to be severed. You also practiced martial arts? Ancestor Qingyun withdrew his divine sense and asked. Yes, this disciple has cultivated the innate sword qi technique and also a body refining technique. The Kuanping devouring heaven body refining technique is extremely profound, but its essence is quite ordinary. Lin Qingyun would never be able to see it, and Lu Xian could simply pass off it as a body refining technique. As for why the effect is so good and different from other cultivators, that's due to their physical constitution. After all, everyone's physical constitution is different. You sleep with so many women and have so many children not because you're indulging in pleasure, but because it doesn't affect your cultivation, and it might even help your cultivation? Lin Qingyun quickly saw through this, otherwise Lu Xian's exaggerated breakthrough speed would be inexplicable. Lu Xian nodded, "This disciple's heart is set on the great Tao, and I am by no means a person who indulges in pleasure." Lu Xian spoke solemnly, but he felt a little uneasy inside. He may indeed aspire to the great way, but to claim he is not addicted to pleasure is utter nonsense. Okay. You've broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining in less than 3 years since you started your training. You probably truly possess a special spiritual body. His spiritual body is at least comparable to a top-grade third-rank spiritual root talent. I've truly struck gold this time. Lin Qingyun was overjoyed. He was at the mid-foundation establishment stage and was 260 years old this year. He had no chance of breaking through. His only wish in this life was to find a successor to inherit his mantle and protect the Lin family. Lu Xian is exceptionally talented in talismans, and now he possesses a special spiritual body, allowing his cultivation to keep pace. He is truly the best candidate to become a disciple. You use the concealing breath technique to hide your cultivation level. Are you worried that someone will be jealous and try to harm you? You're so young, yet you have such a calm and composed mind. Lin Qingyun nodded approvingly, then changed the subject, saying domineeringly, "But there's absolutely no need. Few people in the entire Red Pine sect dare to provoke my disciple, Lin Qingyun. Even Master Shao would give me some face." Lin Qingyun was fully confident, as he was not only at the mid-foundation establishment stage but also a mid-grade second-tier talisman master. The higher the rank of a talisman master, the higher their status. In the entire Red Pine sect, his status is second only to Golden Core True Person Xiao Changfeng, and even slightly inferior to Wang Xiao, who is at the peak of foundation establishment. Disciple understands. However, I have always been low-key and dislike showing off. I did not intend to hide it from you, master. Lu Xian respectfully explained. Lin Qingyun nodded. He no longer cared whether Lu Xian was interested or not. All he wanted to do now was figure out how to bring Lu Xian and his family closer together. His master-disciple relationship with Lu Xian was never solid, so it was normal for Lu Xian not to trust him. So, after pondering for a moment, the Qingyun ancestor said, "You will take over the position of the head of the Outer Sect Talisman Hall. Lin Tianyue's mortal daughter is not good enough for you now. I will instruct them to find you a few outstanding daughters of my Lin family, and you can choose any of them." This. Lu Xian was stunned. This isn't a good idea. If I take over as the head of the Outer Sect's Talisman Hall, what will happen to my father-in-law? Also, I'm currently residing in Yongning and don't have time to deal with matters concerning the Talisman Hall. It's all right. Lin Qingyun waved his hand. I'll arrange better things for Lin Tianyue. As for the affairs of the Outer Sect Talisman Hall, what kind of business does the Outer Sect Talisman Hall have? If there were really important business, would Lin Tianyue be spending his days gardening and raising dogs? It's just a nominal position, so you can take it without worry. Just go and collect your salary every month. The main task of the Outer Sect Talisman Hall is to train low-level talisman masters and allocate some resources. It's a very easy job, otherwise they wouldn't have let Lin Tianyue, a first-level low-grade talisman master, take on this role. Then, I will forever remember Master's great kindness. Lu Xian bowed deeply in gratitude, his tears flowing freely, unable to express his feelings. Chapter 88. Senior Sister Qingyun's heart fluttered. In addition to the position of Hall Master of the Outer Sect Talisman Hall, Ancestor Qingyun also gifted Lu Xian a first-grade top-quality talisman brush, a second-grade low-quality protective jade pendant, and 10 high-quality spirit stones. A first-grade top-quality talisman brush is worth around 300 spirit stones, while a second-grade low-quality protective jade pendant is worth over 2,000 spirit stones. Ancestor Qingyun spent nearly 4,000 spirit stones in one go, truly worthy of being a foundation establishment ancestor and a second-order talisman master. If I had known this would happen, why did I hide my cultivation level at all? This is the benefit of joining a sect and entering the system. As long as you show potential, someone will value you and invest in you. However, he was lucky that the Qingyun ancestor was short of a successor. Otherwise, if he had encountered other foundation establishment ancestors, he might not have received such great support. The Lin family is truly my benefactor. Throughout his life, from Lin Shuer to Lin Anqi and Lin Tianyue, and then to the Qingyun ancestor, Lu Xian's smooth growth can be attributed to the Lin family. Lu Xian remembered all of this and would never let them suffer in the future. The Hall of Talismans and Incantations. A small courtyard in a medicinal herb garden halfway up the mountain. Father-in-law, I didn't ask the ancestor for the position of Palace Master of the Talisman Hall, so you can't blame me for that. Lu Xian made his stance clear from the start. It would be bad if this matter caused any misunderstandings between them. You little brat. Lin Tianyue patted Lu Xian on the shoulder. After all, I'm the one who brought you into the Lin family. How could the patriarch mistreat me? I've been transferred to a powerful department within the inner sect, which is much better than this position as the head of the Outer Sect's Talisman Hall. Lin Tianyue looked at Lu Xian with satisfaction. The boy's growth rate far exceeded his expectations. Previously, his future prospects were limited due to the limitations of his spiritual root talent, but now that he has a special physique, he can be said to have soared to great heights. With Lu Xian's talent and talismans, he broke through to the mid-stage of qi refining in less than 3 years, and he is guaranteed to be a first-tier high-grade talisman master. She casually married her daughter to him, never expecting that the Lin family would end up with such a treasure. Lin Tianyua's lineage has few talented individuals, and he himself has exhausted his potential, with no chance of breaking through, and is not valued by the ancestor. Now, because of Lu Xian's rise, Lin Tianyua has come back into the patriarch's sight. In his view, the two have complemented each other. The relationship between the father-in-law and son-in-law grew even closer. After chatting for a while, Lin Tianyue instructed Lu Xian on some details of the affairs of the Outer Sect Talisman Hall Master. This Outer Sect Talisman Hall mainly trains low-level talisman masters. You have a total of 6 first-level mid-grade talisman masters under your command, and each of them has 50 apprentices. Among these 6 people is your former master, Li Changsheng, a talisman master. They take turns accepting talisman master apprentices from the sect. They can fill a class of 50 people every 2 years, and the rotation takes about 10 years. They do most of the work. They only come to you when a particularly talented disciple emerges. Apart from that, there are only some resource allocation matters, which are handled by people specifically from the Lin family. You just need to get a general understanding of them. In that case, the position of the Outer Sect Talisman Hall Master is indeed a leisurely one. No wonder the Qingyun Patriarch arranged for him to take over. After leaving the herb garden, Lu Xian made an appearance at the Outer Sect's Talisman Hall, briefly introduced himself to his subordinates, and let them know that his superior had changed. According to Lin Tianyue, Lu Xian doesn't need to stay in the Talisman Hall every day. He only needs to come back once every 2 weeks to check on things. If he really can't leave, it doesn't matter if he is delayed. Lu Xian personally met with all 6 first-tier mid-grade talisman masters. With instructions from above, they treated Lu Xian with great courtesy and dared not neglect him. Li Fushi Xiaolu. Last year, Master Li had already recruited 50 new disciples, and now another Master Li is in charge of the new apprentices' initiation. Upon arriving at this small building, Lu Xian's memories flooded back. He had thought he would spend a few years here, but unexpectedly he was suddenly sent to Yangning. Instead of going to the main hall to see his former fellow disciples, Lu Xian went directly to the top floor to pay his respects to Li Changsheng. Greetings, Palace Master Lu. Li Changsheng smiled and cupped his hands in greeting, his eyes filled with admiration, relief, and a hint of disbelief as he looked at Lu Xian. Master Li, you flatter me. If it weren't for your careful guidance back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. You can just call me Lu Xian. Li Changsheng shook his head. I am ashamed. A genius like you is beyond my ability to teach. I hope you don't blame me for delaying your progress. He wasn't just being polite, he genuinely felt that he hadn't taught Lu Xian anything back then, and that Lu Xian had figured everything out on his own. He gave Lu Xian less guidance than his own disciple Qin Yin did. Not at all, not at all. No matter what, I am your disciple. Master Li, you don't need to be so polite with me. Lu Xian said sincerely. If it weren't for him introducing him to Lin Tianyue back then, his fate might have been rewritten, and Lu Xian was very grateful to him for that alone. Li Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. He had taught disciples for decades, and Lu Xian was the most talented one he had ever seen. Moreover, Lu Xian valued friendship and still regarded him as his master after he became successful. This was truly remarkable. After catching up with Master Li, Lu Xian went downstairs to the teaching hall, where only about half of the 50 disciples were seated and learning to draw talismans. Greetings, Palace Master Lu. Greetings, Palace Master Lu. The disciples all bowed and greeted him, and none of them dared to be disrespectful because of their previous camaraderie. The gap between classes in the cultivation world is terrifyingly large. Those in power can easily decide the fate of those in lower positions, and very few people dare to disrespect those in power. Lu Xian possesses a special physique and has already broken through to the mid-stage of qi refining. He has gained the favor of the Azure Cloud Ancestor and has been appointed as the Hall Master of the Outer Sect Talisman Hall. When the news spread, none of his fellow disciples dared to interact with Lu Xian as an equal. Zhang Yi was also there today. After bowing, he lowered his head, silently repeating to himself, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." When the gap between them wasn't that big, he was jealous of Lu Xian and thought about finding an opportunity to take revenge. But Lu Xian's status has risen higher and higher, and now he has reached a point that is far beyond Lu Xian's reach. How could Lu Xian still have any thoughts of revenge? Was I out of my mind? Why did I provoke him? Zhang Yi could only deeply pray that Lu Xian wouldn't hold a grudge, besides feeling regret. He made up his mind that if Lu Xian mentioned him, he would immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. Losing face was better than losing his future. Lu Xian had no recollection of Zhang Yi. It was just a few words exchanged back then, and he had long forgotten about it. He went to his old seat, then walked over to Qin Yun and said, "Senior sister Qin, it's been a long time." Every time Lu Xian returned to the sect, he would rush back to Yangning. Indeed, he hadn't seen Qin Yun for a long time and missed her very much. Qin Yun's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, sparkling as she stared intently at Lu Xian. She hadn't expected that this genius junior brother would treat her as his senior sister. "Senior sister, how's the success rate of your arrow talismans? I have some experience in drawing talismans, would you like me to give you some pointers?" Qin Yun was moved, nodded blankly, and uttered a single word. "Good." Chapter 89. The remaining lines of the Dark Fire Sect. The guidance wasn't given here, of course. After saying goodbye to Master Li, Lu Xian took Qin Yun and left. Inside the carriage, Lu Xian held Qin Yun's hand and asked, "Senior sister Qin, would you be willing to come with me to Yangning? You should understand my intentions. As long as you follow me, I promise to wholeheartedly guide you in drawing talismans, sharing all my knowledge without reservation." Qin Yun blushed and tried to pull her hand away from Lu Xian's grasp several times, but to no avail. "I've already come out with you, why are you still asking?" Her tone was soft and gentle, with a hint of shyness and anger, which made Lu Xian's heart flutter. "It's done." Lu Xian was overjoyed, having gained another good Taoist companion. Senior sister Qin Yun, Lu Xian, had long been smitten, and now that her wish had come true, she was a little carried away with pride. "Ah!" Lu Xian wrapped her arms around his waist and pulled her onto his lap, feeling her plump and smooth flesh through her thin dress. Qin Yun is indeed beautiful, and the more you look at her, the more beautiful she becomes. Even Lu Xian, with his self-control, couldn't resist her charm. A beautiful and graceful lady is the object of a gentleman's affection. Everyone has a love for beauty. Lu Xian simply likes what the masses like, which is perfectly normal. He's a young man in his early 20s, full of vigor and vitality. If he didn't like beautiful women, that would be truly abnormal. Right? "Senior sister, you smell so good." Lu Xian tucked a strand of Qin Yun's hair to his nose, and a faint floral fragrance wafted over. "You're so irresponsible." Qin Yun straightened her clothes and said, "Let's go quickly, or we'll be discovered." A cleaning spell was cast, and the carriage was spotless, even the odor disappeared. Red Pine City. Talisman Shop. "Senior sister Qin Yun, what are you doing here?" Seeing Lu Xian and Qin Yun appear side by side, Yan Qingyao asked curiously. A look of panic appeared on Qin Yun's face, as if her secret had been discovered. Lu Xian put his arm around Qin Yun's shoulder and said with a smile, "Senior sister Qin and I are very much in love. If nothing unexpected happens, you two will be sisters from now on." Well. Yan Qingyao is numb. Even senior sister Qin Yun. Just how many women does Lu Xian need to be satisfied? Qin Yun was not surprised at all by Yan Qingyao's appearance. She already knew everything about Lu Xian's situation. She had even sent a gift when Lu Xian's eldest son was born. Yan Qingyao and Lu Xian are from the same hometown and childhood sweethearts, so it's normal for Lu Xian to have feelings for her. Qin Yun pulled her hand off Lu Xian's shoulder, came to Yan Qingyao's side, and explained with a smile. "Junior sister Yan, please don't misunderstand. It was Master who asked Lu Xian to instruct me on how to draw talismans." Yan Qingyao didn't say anything, but her expression showed that she didn't believe it at all. Lu Xian wasted no time, summoned the Iron Feather Eagle, called Xiaoeng, and flew towards Yangning. Baihe Lake. A small courtyard on the island in the middle of the lake. "You'll stay here for the time being. Tomorrow I'll show you around the business alliance and see if there are any positions you like." Yan Qingyao and Qin Yun are willing to focus on their cultivation, and Lu Xian can provide them with some resources. If they want to do something within the Merchant Alliance, Lu Xian will not refuse. He doesn't really trust many people in the current business alliance, so it would be best if the two of them could join. Life returned to peace. Lu Xian cultivated at White Crane Lake during the day, while also instructing Qin Yun on talisman drawing and handling the affairs of the Merchant Alliance. In the evenings, he returned to the Lu residence to take care of the group of maids who were not pregnant. 3 days later. Wang Xiaokong, the manager of Guangwei Pavilion, came to report that the 10 ice blue soul-piercing talismans he had listed for sale had been sold, and that someone had inquired about the source of the talismans and wanted to buy more. Did you inquire about the buyer's identity? Are they a local or from a sect from out of town? Lu Xian asked. Wang Xiaokong thought for a moment. The other party didn't reveal their identity, and their accent didn't sound like someone from out of town. However, such people are usually good at disguising themselves, so it's uncertain whether they are truly from out of town. The Wang family now has a close relationship with Lu Xian. Wang Yuan is deeply trusted by Lu Xian, Wang Chen is one of the vice leaders of the business alliance, and Wang Xiaokong has also been arranged by Lu Xian to be the manager of Guangwei Pavilion. Where is he? Bring him to me. The ice blue soul-piercing talisman is extremely expensive and is related to Lu Xian's long-term profits, so it must be handled with caution. Yes. He's in the store, I'll bring him over right now. Wang Xiaokong went back immediately. 1 hour later. A middle-aged man with a sallow complexion followed Wang Xiaokong to the small courtyard on the island in the middle of the lake. Master, this is the person who purchased the ice blue soul-piercing talisman, Wang Xiaokong introduced. The man bowed respectfully and said, I am Yu Lai, and I greet Master Lu. On the way here, Wang Xiaokong had already told him that Lu Xian was a mid-grade first-level talisman master. Please sit down. Lu Xian gestured to the seat next to him, and after Yu Lai sat down, he asked. Fellow Taoist Yu is not from Yongning, is he? May I ask where you cultivate? I am a disciple of the three-poison ancestor of the Netherfire sect, and my elder brother is a steward of the Netherfire sect's merchant alliance. Seeing Lu Xian pondering in silence, he continued, the Netherfire sect is not far from Yongning. If you don't believe me, you can send someone over to investigate at any time. The Netherfire sect is not a subordinate sect of the Peach Blossom sect, a nascent soul sect, but rather a subordinate sect of the Cloud sect. There are also many ghosts and monsters in the territory of the Cloud sect, but not as many as in the Peach Blossom sect. Lu Xian was worried that they wouldn't be able to consume so many ice blue soul-piercing talismans, and if the demand wasn't high, the price might be reduced. Fellow Taoist, are you looking to purchase the ice blue soul-piercing talisman? How many do you need? Lu Xian asked. Hearing Lu Xian's tone, Yu Lai was startled. The ice blue soul-piercing talisman is extremely difficult to draw and is hard to find on the market. Could Lu Xian possibly be selling it in large quantities? If it's the same price as before in the store, I'll buy as many as you have. Fellow Taoist, you jest. Lu Xian slowly shook his head. The Peach Blossom sect sells a mid-grade first-tier ice blue soul-piercing talisman for between 10 and 12 spirit stones, and they are basically out of stock. Of course, they can't be sold in large quantities at the previous price. How many spirit stones do you want? Yu Lai asked, frowning. 10. 10 spirit stones per sheet, I can sell you 200 sheets every month. Yu Lai suddenly stood up, his mid-stage chi refining aura uncontrollable, and asked urgently, you're not lying to me? 200. The total value is 2,000 spirit stones. The ice blue soul-piercing talisman is extremely easy to sell. At some auctions, it can even sell 14 or 15 spirit stones each. If it really works out, it's equivalent to earning 200 or 300 spirit stones per month. Of course I'm not lying to you, but I have one condition, you can't reveal that you got the goods from me, otherwise the transaction will be terminated. Clear. Yu Lai readily agreed. He assumed Lu Xian's goods were of dubious origin, and since he also wanted to make a fortune quietly, he certainly wouldn't expose the source of his goods to his competitors. The two were of the same mind and quickly reached an agreement to cooperate. Lu Xian can draw nearly 300 talismans every month, and he has accumulated about 400 in his hands. He originally planned to sell 200 of them this time, but Yu Lai did not bring that many spirit stones, so they could only agree to come and trade 2 days later. If the path of the ice blue soul-piercing talisman goes smoothly, Lu Xian will be financially independent for a long time to come. With Lu Xian's current status and a large amount of spirit stones, he could certainly do whatever he wanted in Yongning, if not completely arbitrarily. Chapter 90 The Troubles of the Rich. The next day, Lu Xian ordered Xia He to send someone to investigate Yu Lai, and the results showed that there were no problems and that the situation was almost exactly as he had described. Although the Netherfire sect is considered a semi-heretical sect, it keeps to itself and the Red Pine sect, and apart from some trade relations, minor conflicts rarely occur. Even if there is a conflict of interest between the two sides, at most they will only fight in the name of the Tribulation Cultivator. Both sides are subordinate sects of the Nascent Soul sect. If things escalate, neither side will benefit. If you win, the opposing nascent soul sect will cause trouble. If you lose, your own nascent soul sect will question you. Therefore, Lu Xian faced little pressure in his transactions with the people of the Netherfire sect. He drew the talismans himself and did not sign a contract with the sect, so it could not be considered smuggling. In the morning, Yu Lai returned, bringing with him a team of 10 sect disciples who had concealed their identities. They carried 2,000 spirit stones, as it was necessary to be on the safe side. These sect disciples remained outside White Crane Lake, while Wang Xiaokan led Yu Lai to the small island in the middle of the lake to see Lu Xian again. With cash on delivery, Lu Xian received 2,000 spirit stones after selling 200 talismans. They agreed to meet again a month later, and Yu Lai hurriedly left, quickly disappearing from sight. The training room on the island in the middle of the lake. Lu Xian took out the 2,000 spirit stones he had just received, as well as the 1,000 spirit stones that the Qing Yun ancestor had recently bestowed upon him, from his storage bag and piled them all together. The spirit stones were warm and smooth like jade, emitting a faint milky white glow. The more stones there were, the brighter the glow became, and a sense of satisfaction filled Lu Xian's heart. Although he had earned a lot of spirit stones before, he would spend them quickly as soon as he got them. This time, he had the most spirit stones he had ever had. Spend, spend. Once you have a lot of spirit stones, you have to spend them to make them work. He has an incredible speed at which he can make money, so saving money is pointless. With a thought, Lu Xian put all the spirit stones into his storage bag and took out more than a dozen bottles of pills, placing them in front of him. These are all cultivation pills purchased from the sect's treasure pavilion, 1 bottle of each type. Pick up the first bottle, which is labeled Spirit Beast Bone Strengthening Pill, a mid-grade first-tier pill, costing 25 spirit stones per bottle. Lu Xian took out a pill and swallowed it. He then activated the Kuanping Devouring Heaven body refining technique, carefully sensing the changes in his body's qi and blood. 15 minutes later, after the effects of the medicine had mostly worn off, he picked up another bottle of pills. Beast Taming Elixir, mid-grade first rank, 28 spirit stones per bottle. After swallowing it in one gulp, Lu Xian carefully felt the changes in his body. The Beast Nurturing Pill was more expensive, but its effect on him was actually less than that of the Beast Strengthening Pill. Lu Xian had anticipated this. The Beast Nurturing Elixir was used to nurture young spirit beasts, and its effects were relatively mild, so the amount of blood and qi energy it contained was naturally lower. Beast Essence Pill. Spirit Beast Bone Tempering and Vitality Enhancement Pill. Blood Dissolving Quick Formation Pill. Of all the pills I tried, the Blood Transformation Quick Changing Pill was the most effective. This is a mid-grade first-tier pill, priced at only 20 spirit stones per bottle, or 2 spirit stones per pill, making it the lowest-priced mid-grade first-tier pill. The pills consumed by demonic beasts are crudely made, and the materials are not particularly sophisticated, so the overall price is relatively low. The materials for refining the Blood Transformation Quick Cultivation Pill are extremely diverse. The main ingredient is simply the blood of a demon beast. Its purpose is to rapidly cultivate low-level bloodline spirit beasts, so its price is naturally relatively low. That's it. Lu Xian originally planned to choose the most effective pill, even if it was a bit expensive, since he had plenty of spirit stones now. Unexpectedly, the cheapest pill was the one that suited him best. Lu Xian can digest about 5 blood transformation quick-forming pills a day. He plans to buy 20 bottles next time he returns to the sect and keep them as candy every day. We also need to buy some qi gathering pills, which are needed for practicing qi refining techniques. Let's buy 10 bottles and keep them on hand. Besides cultivation, I also need to buy some fire spirit stones for my natal flying sword, the Heavenly Origin Sword, to replenish my fire attribute essence. After calculating for a long time, Lu Xian suddenly realized that there was nowhere he could spend a lot of spirit stones. There's no shortage of cultivation rooms, high-grade pills are not needed for the time being, various talismans are plentiful, and magical artifacts are also readily available. I have too much money and nowhere to spend it. Lu Xian finally understood a little bit of the troubles of the rich. Let's save it for now. We'll have plenty of resources when our children grow up. With so many children, we can easily spend all the resources we have. Lu Xian believed that his children's cultivation would benefit him, so he didn't mind spending countless spirit stones on them. The peaceful days passed quickly, and more than half a month flew by. During this time, Lu Xian stayed on the island in the middle of the lake to take care of his senior sister Qin Yun, and occasionally guided her in drawing talismans in his spare time. After many days of trying, Qin Yun finally became pregnant. Meanwhile, the month that he had agreed upon with Yan Qingyao was almost up. In the side room of the courtyard, in Yan Qingyao's room, before the appointed time, Lu Xian couldn't wait any longer. Yan Xingyao has been staying here for so many days, so she must have accepted everything by now. When Lu Xian entered, Yan Xingyao neither refused nor mentioned that a month had not yet passed. She sat on the edge of the bed, her heart beating a little fast and her thoughts a little chaotic. Xingyao, you're so beautiful. Lu Xian sat down beside her and took her fair hand in his. Don't be nervous or worried. I'll take care of everything from now on. Just focus on your cultivation. I will not be an obstacle on your path, but rather your steadfast protector. Yan Xingyao's biggest concern was her path to enlightenment, and Lu Xian's words completely dispelled her psychological defenses. Lu Xian. Lu Xian gently kissed her, interrupting, it's time to change how you address me. From now on, you should call me husband. Yan Xingyao blushed, husband. The girl's shyness was most alluring, and Lu Xian's blood boiled, making it impossible for him to suppress his emotions. Afterwards, when a ray of sunlight shone through the window into the room, Lu Xian's mind felt cleansed, as if it were clear and pure. Lu, husband, can I have more children in the future? I want to break through my cultivation level as soon as possible. Yan Xingyao leaned close to Lu Xian's ear, her breath sweet as orchids, and her tone pleading, making it hard for anyone to refuse. With her soft, moist lips, slightly furrowed brows, and baby-like skin, Lu Xian couldn't help but kiss her again. In this way, in addition to the black crystal honey I promised to give you to detoxify, after you become pregnant, I will give you 2 bottles of first-grade mid-level qi gathering pills every month, and you can also use this first-grade top-level cultivation room here. You know, I really love children. A bottle of mid-grade first-tier qi gathering pill costs 30 spirit stones, so 2 bottles would cost 60 spirit stones. Combined with a top-tier first-tier cave dwelling, the little bit of cultivation lost due to pregnancy could be completely made up for. With so many resources, Yan Xingyao no longer needed to take on sect missions and could save time to continue researching talismans. She wasn't someone who liked fighting and killing, otherwise she wouldn't have chosen to go to the talisman hall to learn how to draw talismans. Won't this be too wasteful of spirit stones? What will you do when you start cultivating? Yan Xingyao asked worriedly. You don't need to worry about that. Your husband doesn't lack these spirit stones. Okay. Whatever you say. Yan Xingyao nodded. She understood Lu Xian's unusual fetish. It wasn't just a fondness for women, but a desire for every woman to bear him a child. Chapter 91 Serving My Senior Sister. Yan Xingyao was so beautiful that Lu Xian couldn't refuse her. Several days later, the two were inseparable, spending almost every day together, and Lu Xian took Yan Xingyao with him wherever he went. In order to take care of Yan Xingyao, Lu Xian has not favored any of the maids in the Lu family these days. Although he spent most of his time on the island in the middle of the lake these days, Lu Xian would ride the Iron Feather Eagle back to the Lu mansion every day for 2 hours, which was only a few dozen miles and didn't take up much time. On this day, Lu Xian did not rush back to the island in the middle of the lake to cultivate as he had before. Because Xia He is about to give birth. Xia He is no ordinary person. She has a 6th grade spiritual root talent and her cultivation level is at the 6th level of qi refining. Lu Xian is very much looking forward to seeing what kind of talent his child will have. If both husband and wife have spiritual roots, the probability that their child will not have spiritual roots is at most 50%. Xia He's spiritual root is as high as grade 6, which can reduce this probability. Her mid-stage qi refining cultivation can further reduce this probability. If the child born still doesn't have spiritual roots, then Lu Xian is just incredibly unlucky. Ding! Congratulations, host, your 21st offspring has been born. Your spiritual root is at the 8th rank. You have received 1 bottle of a first-grade, top-tier breakthrough pill. Tier 1 Supreme Breakthrough Pill increases the probability of a mid-stage qi refining cultivator breaking through to the late-stage qi refining stage. The effect decreases with each use. It's actually a breakthrough pill. Breakthrough pills are special pills. A top-grade first-tier breakthrough pill is more expensive than many second-tier pills, and the sect sells it for 1,000 spirit stones. A bottle is worth tens of thousands of yuan. Red pine seeds are sold one by one, and very few people buy a whole bottle. Xia He agreed to have Lu Xian's child because Lu Xian promised her a top-grade first-tier breakthrough pill. Unexpectedly, the system directly rewarded her with a bottle, so she didn't need to spend any more money to buy it. An 8th grade spiritual root, not bad. It's a pity I didn't reach rank 7 or even higher, otherwise the achievement reward would have been much more generous. Young master, it's born. It's born. It's a baby boy. Let me see. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, Sister Xiaohe. Xiaohe held a special position in the Lu family mansion, and many maids waited outside the room, creating a lively and bustling scene. When Lu Xian entered, Xiaohe was holding a wailing baby and examining it closely, looking as if she couldn't believe it was her own child. Husband, come quick. He's been crying. It's so strange. Xiaohe is a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. Apart from some sweat on her face, she looks to be in good condition and is no different from usual. Lu Xian chuckled and shook his head. Xiaohe was usually a very serious person, but he never expected her to be so childish. She reached out and poked the baby's face, and a genuine smile appeared on her face. At this point, Xiaohe may have forgotten the utilitarian motives she had when she decided to have the child, and only felt pure maternal love. My husband, how about naming our child Lu Daoyong? I want him to be by my side forever. Xiaohe looked up at Lu Xian and said. Lu Xian nodded. It was just a name he naturally had no objection. The next day. In Xiaohe's bedroom, Lu Xian handed her a jade bottle. This is. Xiaohe held the child and opened the jade bottle with one hand, revealing two crystal clear pills lying inside. This is a breakthrough pill? She looked at Lu Xian excitedly, then asked in confusion, why are there two? Lu Xian smiled and said, one breakthrough pill may not be enough to break through, so I bought two to give you a surprise. What a waste. Even if there's no breakthrough, it's not too late to buy later. Xiaohe glared at Lu Xian, but her expression revealed that she was actually very happy. A single breakthrough pill costs 1,000 spirit stones, and Lu Xian was willing to buy two for her at once, which shows how important she is to him. Over the next 2 weeks, 3 more maids in the Lu household gave birth, but unfortunately none of them had spiritual roots. The system gifted them a high-grade spirit stone and 2 kinds of ordinary first-grade mid-grade pills. Lu Xian had 24 offspring, 9 of whom were from the Lu family and 15 from the sect. The mothers of the 9 children in the Lu family received a further improvement in their treatment, which in turn elevated their status within the family. Centered on Lu Xian and bound together by these maids and children, a core of shared interests was formed within the Yongning Merchant Alliance, further enhancing the alliance's unity. Since Yongning was pacified and Xiao Ran came to Yongning, the Foundation establishment ancestor Zhou Ming has basically not shown his face, and Zhao Deliang has also quieted down and doesn't interfere much. Needless to say, the disciples of the other sect's enforcement teams don't care about anything except carrying out their missions. Half of the county's affairs were returned to Magistrate Fong Qingyuan, while the other half were handled by Xiaohe. The Yongning Business Alliance gradually filled the power vacuum left by the Chun family, and Lu Xian effectively became the 5th most powerful figure in Yongning. Aside from the Foundation establishment ancestors Zhou Ming, Lu Ping'an, Zhao Deliang, and Xiao Ran, Lu Xian held the most power. Xiaohe was his Taoist partner. After taking over the Baihe Lake industry, he also had connections with Xiao Ran. It could be said that he could handle most things in Yongning. In addition, Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong, 2 female cultivators who served as Lu Xian's furnace cauldrons, stepped forward and used the spirit stones given by Lu Xian to take in a group of rogue cultivators, and formed an intelligence organization in the name of the Merchant Alliance. Most of these rogue cultivators lost their spiritual fields because of their involvement in the tribulation cultivation, or they were originally tribulation cultivators who had given up their cultivation. Lu Xian's move directly resolved some of the factors that caused the unrest, and the intelligence organization could also help Xiao Ran better control the movements of the calamity cultivators, which can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There's no need to worry about funding. The intelligence organization is mainly used to protect the interests of the various families within the business alliance, and selling intelligence itself can generate some revenue. It only consumes a lot of resources in the early stages, but once it grows stronger, it might even be able to earn spirit stones for Lu Xian. Lu Xian expanded his power on a large scale, while the Lu family, the remaining Foundation establishment family in Yongning, watched coldly. Zhou Ming and Xiao Ran were also happy to see this happen. Firstly, Lu Xian had a sect background and was a direct disciple of the Qingyun Patriarch, so no one in the sect stopped him. Secondly, Master Xiao of the Red Pine sect was nearing the end of his life, and no one was optimistic about Yongning's future, so it naturally lost its value for operation. Thirdly, the destruction of the Chen family left behind a large power vacuum, giving Lu Xian such a large space to develop. The alchemy hall on the island in the middle of the lake. I heard that you, Lu Xian, have a lot of power now. 5 of the 17 Qi refining perfection families have joined your business alliance. Xiao Ran sat cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace, speaking casually. I wouldn't dare. Lu Xian stood not far away and said respectfully, everyone is only giving me face because of senior sister. Put. Xiao Ran smiled sweetly. What a cunning and treacherous fellow. You are senior brother Qingyun's personal disciple, so you must know the current situation of the sect. If senior brother Wang Xiao fails to break through to the golden core stage in 5 years, the sect will surely face great chaos. Everyone is planning their escape route, so why are you wasting your energy building up your power? Aren't you afraid of ending up with nothing? Lu Xian remained expressionless, calmly meeting her gaze, and said righteously, I am willing to serve my senior sister in the sect. Chapter 92 Ambush on the Way. Xiao Ran naturally didn't believe that Lu Xuanjun was so loyal to the sect. Judging from Lu Xian's style of doing things, even if he wasn't selfish, he was still a person who only cared about profit. He was quite good to those women, never stingy with spirit stones and resources. However, actions speak louder than intentions. Regardless of Lu Xian's plans, what he did was indeed good for the sect and for her. Here's the pill you wanted. Xiao Ran threw a jade bottle at Lu Xian, then stopped looking at him and focused on refining pills. The jade bottle slowed down as it flew in front of Lu Xian, then hovered a foot in front of him. He took out the pill and smelled it. There was a faint demonic aura and a hint of sweet and fishy smell. The first grade superior beast spirit pill was refined from the flesh and blood of the late stage chi refining black demon beast in White Crane Lake. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Xian put away the pills, bowed, and left the alchemy hall. During this period, Lu Xian would occasionally come to Xiao Ran to buy some pills. Ostensibly, he wanted to get a little something for free, but in reality, he wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to his senior sister and become more familiar with her. After leaving the alchemy hall, Lu Xian waved his hand and threw out a pale red flying sword. He then flew away as a streak of light. Arriving at the lake, he summoned the Iron Feather Eagle, then sheathed the Heavenly Origin sword and ordered the Iron Feather Eagle to return to Yongning City. As usual, Xiaoling stood in front to block the wind, while Lu Xian sat cross-legged behind her. He took out a pill that Xiao Ran had just given him and swallowed it. The violent medicinal power exploded in his stomach, and various mixed forces of qi, blood, demonic power, and spiritual power surged into Lu Xian's bloodline. That's awesome. As expected of a top-grade first-class pill, even with his current physical strength, he could feel a slight stinging sensation. Fortunately, the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique immediately accelerated its operation, and the stinging pain quickly subsided, replaced by a strange sense of comfort. At this rate of cultivation, I should be able to break through to the 5th level of body refinement in less than half a year. If he breaks through to the late stage of body refinement in 2 or 3 years, he will probably have a chance to establish his physical foundation before the age of 30. Just as Lu Xian was contemplating the future, the Iron Feather Eagle suddenly slowed down, and a violent fluctuation of divine soul energy emanated from the beast taming token. Zhao! With a sharp cry, the iron-feathered eagle lost control and plummeted straight down. Lu Xian reacted extremely quickly, raising his hand to throw out a first-grade mid-level shielding talisman, and a layer of semi-transparent bubbles instantly enveloped the Iron Feather Eagle. Without stopping, he threw down 3 more mid-grade first-tier explosive fire talismans in quick succession. The exploding fire talisman ignited instantly, exploding violently just before landing, immediately disrupting the surrounding atmosphere. The shield did have some effect. The Iron Feather Eagle flapped its wings and regained control of its body. Walk! Lu Xian forcibly issued commands to it through soul communication. This is clearly an ambush site. Regardless, we should get away from the enemy's pre-arranged battlefield first. Lu Xian had many trump cards up his sleeve, so he wasn't flustered at all. However, even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit, and he didn't want to be caught off guard and lose his life. The Iron Feather Eagle had barely flown a short distance when it was stopped by a cultivator who hovered in mid-air and, without saying a word, unleashed a snow-white blade of light. Lu Xian pointed his fingers as if they were a sword, and a pale red Heavenly Origin sword immediately appeared beside him. The pale red turned into a deep red, and then ignited with crimson flames. Buzz! The snow-white blade light collided with the crimson sun, the blade light melted away like water, and the flames on the Heavenly Origin sword also dissipated considerably, revealing the red blade body. Without pursuing further, the Heavenly Origin sword made a turn and instantly flew back to Lu Xian's side. The brief delay allowed Lu Xian to be surrounded by 4 men, leaving him with no way to escape. For late-stage qi refining cultivators, fellow Taoists, you really think highly of me, Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked around and said loudly. At the same time, he carefully surveyed his surroundings, trying to see if there were any other hidden enemies. Surrender and I'll spare your life. A hoarse voice rang out, and at the same time, 4 powerful magical fluctuations faintly connected, sealing off Lu Xian's surroundings. The four were not only late-stage chi refining cultivators, but also cultivators who had practiced array-based combined attacks with perfect teamwork. Their combat strength was probably no weaker than that of an average chi refining perfection cultivator. They weren't in a hurry to make a move. It seemed they wanted to capture Lu Xian alive. Xiao Ying. Leave no one alive. Lu Xian transmitted his thoughts through his divine soul. Buzz. The temperature in the vicinity suddenly dropped several degrees, and a sinister and terrifying aura spread. The four of them experienced a loss of magical power and spiritual energy, leaving them in a dazed state. A black figure flashed by, and almost simultaneously, a bloody hole appeared in the dantian of the four people, after which they fell downwards like kites with broken strings. You four mere late-stage chi refining cultivators dare to ambush me? Who gave you the guts? Xiao Ying, are there any other cultivators hiding nearby? Lu Xian asked via telepathic communication. Xiao Ying didn't speak, but a thought was transmitted to Lu Xian's soul. No. Xiao Ying's perception is at the foundation establishment level, so if she can't sense it, then it definitely doesn't exist. Lu Xian ordered the Iron Feather Eagle to land on the ground, and then had Xiao Ying bring over all four corpses. After searching the surroundings and finding nothing unusual, Lu Xian took the four corpses and flew towards the county town. In midair, on the back of the Iron Feather Eagle, Lu Xian searched the four people and obtained a total of 11 high-grade spirit stones, 80 mid-grade spirit stones, and 431 low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 2,331 low-grade spirit stones. Besides spirit stones, there were piles of talismans, pills, a top-grade first-tier longsword, 5 high-grade first-tier magic weapons, and 4 damaged high-grade first-tier robes. The total value is about 5 or 6,000 spirit stones, averaging more than 1,000 spirit stones per person. It's a pity these people didn't have storage bags. They probably didn't bring most of their wealth with them, otherwise their gains could have at least doubled. Lu Xian ordered the Iron Feather Eagle to slow down its flight speed, and pondered how to deal with the corpses of the four late-stage chi refining cultivators. Just destroy the body and cover up the evidence, as if nothing happened? Lu Xian couldn't swallow this insult, and he was also curious whether there were other instigators behind them, and what their reasons were for ambushing him. Should the body be handed over to the sect for investigation? There are only a handful of late-stage chi refining cultivators in Yongning. If the sect can trace the origins of the four individuals through their corpses, they can likely uncover all the issues. That would be ideal, but how do I explain killing 4 late-stage chi refining cultivators who were trying to ambush me? We'll talk about it later. Let's check their identities first. Lu Xian swung his sword and beheaded the 4 men, then packed the heads into a storage bag, while tossing the bodies to Iron Feather Eagle as a side dish. Lu Mansion. The training room. Lu Xian took out 4 lifelike portraits and asked Xia He, who was standing next to him, if she recognized them. Xia He picked up the portrait and examined it carefully. This is Zheng Changming from the Zheng family. He is the younger brother of the head of the Zheng family. This is someone I don't know. I've never seen this before. This is Liang Guanhai. He is one of the captains of the enforcement team under senior sister Xiao Ran. My husband hasn't met him before? Xiao Ran's men? Lu Xian was startled. Chapter 93. The sect's number 1 genius. The Zheng family was nothing to worry about. They were just one of the 17 families that had reached the chi refining stage, and Lu Xian didn't even consider them a threat. This Liang Guanghai is different. He is actually one of senior sister Xiao Ran's men. If it were my senior sister who wanted to kill me. That's impossible. If Xiao Ran wanted to kill him, there was no need to go through all this trouble, and the Zheng family wouldn't be involved. Madam, do you know anything about Liang Guanhai? Tell me in detail. Xia He pondered for a moment. Liang Guanhai is an inner disciple of the Magic Hall. He seems to be from a county town in the north. He came to Yongning during the second batch of law enforcement troops. After the Chen family was wiped out, most of the law enforcement force was transferred, but he stayed behind. That's all I know. If you want more detailed information, I can send someone to investigate. Lu Xian slowly shook his head. No need. Don't mention this to anyone. I'm going out for a bit. Take care of the family. After Lu Xian finished speaking, he got up and went out, summoned the Iron Feather Eagle, and headed towards White Crane Lake. This time, he didn't go in a straight line, but instead went in a circle and returned to Baihe Lake from another direction. After returning to the main hall of the Lakeside Merchant Alliance and settling Tai Yueying and Xiaoying, Lu Xian carried a black package and flew towards the island in the center of the lake. Tranquil courtyard. This is the residence of senior sister Xiaoran, and it was also the residence of the former foundation establishment ancestor of the Chen family. What are you doing here? After the servants at the door announced her arrival, Zhang Kersen went out and questioned them. Zhang Kersen's attitude was very impolite. She already knew that Lu Xian had a bunch of children, and at least half of those rumors were true. She had even blamed herself for misunderstanding him before it was simply a complete waste of such a handsome face. Senior sister Kersen, I have something important to report to our eldest sister. Please let me know. Lu Xian said solemnly. What's up? Senior sister is very busy, so please don't bother her with trivial matters. Just tell me. Zhang Kersen glanced at the black package in Lu Xian's hand and assumed that Lu Xian was here to curry favor and flatter her again. This is a matter of life and death. Senior sister, please don't delay. Lu Xian's tone became more serious. You wait. For some reason, although she disliked Lu Xian's style, she subconsciously didn't want to refuse him whenever she saw his face. A moment later, a maid came out and said, "Young Master Lu, please come with me." Following the maid to a living room, Xiaoran waited for a while before Zhang Kersen arrived together. What important matter requires you to see me? Xiaoran uttered a sentence calmly. Having held a high position for a long time, she naturally exuded an inexplicable air of authority. Lu Xian opened the package directly, revealing 4 human heads laid out. Senior sister, please take a look. Xiaoran's eyes narrowed, and her aura intensified as she demanded, "What's going on?" Lu Xian cupped his hands and said, "Reporting to senior sister, these 4 people ambushed and killed me a few hours ago on my way to the city, but I was lucky enough to kill them in return. The 4 individuals have unusual identities, and one of them is a disciple of the enforcement team's sect. We urge senior sister to investigate thoroughly." Xiaoran recognized Liang Guanhai's head at a glance, but she didn't recognize the others. Kersen, go find Zhou Xiaozhu immediately and have her take control of all of Liang Guanhai's men. Xiaoran turned to Zhang Kersen and instructed, "Also, you personally lead a team to investigate the identities of these people, and you need to be quick. Liang Guanhai is the captain of the enforcement team, and he has hundreds of enforcement team members under his command. If what Lu Xian said is true, all of these people are suspects." Yes. Zhang Kersen paused for a moment, looked deeply at Lu Xian, and then left. Xiaoran regained her composure and looked Lu Xian up and down, asking, "You killed 4 late-stage qi refining cultivators who tried to ambush you. I didn't expect you to have this ability." The 4 heads still retained faint magical energy fluctuations, indicating they were all at the late stage of qi refining. Liang Guanhai is a late-stage qi refining cultivator in the Sect's Enforcement Hall, an inner disciple, and his combat strength is considered top-tier among late-stage qi refining cultivators. It's hard for Xiaoran not to be surprised that Lu Xian single-handedly killed 4 people. Just lucky. Lu Xian said with a look of relief, "They thought I was just an ordinary mid-stage qi refining cultivator, so they lowered their guard and gave me the opportunity." Seeing Xiaoran's interested expression, Lu Xian opened his palm, and the heavenly origin sword appeared, radiating a scorching aura. This is Sword Intent. Xiaoran's eyes widened, and she stood up abruptly, even more surprised than when she saw the 4 heads earlier. Among all the qi refining disciples of the Red Pine sect, not one was able to comprehend Sword Intent. It is said that only the eldest disciple, Wang Xiao, comprehended Sword Intent during the qi refining stage. Within the Heavenly Sword sect, the way of the sword is supreme. Lu Xian comprehended the Sword Intent at the mid-stage of qi refining, and he has the opportunity to enter the inner sect of the Heavenly Sword sect. Terrifying. The Heavenly Origin sword grew brighter and brighter, igniting crimson flames, resembling a small sun. Lu Xian explained. "I have a slight understanding of the sect's 9 luminary sword manual, which is generally unstoppable even by late-stage qi refining cultivators." With a thought, the light of the Heavenly Origin sword receded, turning into a stream of light and retracting into Lu Xian's body. Lu Xian took out another second-tier low-grade protective talisman, as well as a large number of first-tier high-grade and top-grade talismans. "My master, the Qing Yun ancestor, has been very kind to me and has given me a lot of self-defense measures." Xiaoran nodded slightly. "No wonder senior brother Qing Yun is so indulgent towards you." Not long ago, rumors circulated within the sect that Lu Xian possessed a special physique. Not only was his cultivation speed not slow, but he could also have children without affecting his cultivation, earning him the nickname Stud Spirit Body. It now appears that Lu Xian possesses not only a special physique, but also talent in swordsmanship and talisman making. Having mastered the 9 luminary sword manual and refined his natal flying sword, he is a mid-grade first-tier talisman master, considered the #1 genius in the entire sect. If it were 20 years earlier, and his grandfather, Master Shao, had found out about this, he probably would have disregarded his reputation and tried to snatch the disciple from senior brother Qing Yun. Don't worry. Xiao Ran looked at Lu Xian and said, "This was my oversight. I will give you an explanation after the matter is investigated." No. Lu Xian quickly waved his hand. "Senior sister, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to ask you for an explanation. I'm just worried that someone might ruin your important plans." Lu Xian estimated that this ambush was not a simple case of murder for money, but rather instigated by a force that robbed cultivators. There's a mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator hiding in Yongning all along. Lu Xian doesn't want to take on such an opponent alone, so it's better to pass the problem on to Xiao Ran. The Jieshio forces discovered that the person they sent to kill Lu Xian was dead, but Xiao Ran's side hadn't reacted. Everyone knew something was wrong. Once his attention shifts to Lu Xian, he'll never have a moment's peace again. By passing the buck to Xiao Ran, not only can the attack on the Jieshio forces be implicated, but the other party can also mistakenly believe that the mission failure was due to Xiao Ran, and thus will not spend more energy on themselves. Alright. Go back to the courtyard and stay there for now. I'll call you back once the matter is cleared up. There were no problems with Lu Xian's side, but Xiao Ran was eager to use this opportunity to clean up the internal workings of the enforcement team, and then wipe out some families that had ties with the Tribulation cultivator. Chapter 94. The water runs deep. After Lu Xian left, Xiao Ran carefully examined the four heads. They looked lifelike, but in reality, the brains inside were completely destroyed, and not even a trace of the soul remained. It seems that junior brother Lu has some trump cards he doesn't want others to know. Xiao Ran became increasingly interested in Lu Xian, as each encounter brought her a different kind of shock. Initially, there were rumors of his womanizing ways, but later he climbed up to Zhao Deliang, formed a business alliance, and then became a disciple of the Qing Yun ancestor. Now, he even has a special physique and talent in swordsmanship. Pity. Xiao Ran shook her head. If one's mind is not firm, one's resolve is not stable, and one lacks the will to forge ahead, it is unlikely that one will achieve great things. The path to immortality lies in struggle, in forging ahead without hesitation, daring to fight against heaven and earth, and defying the heavens. Only then can one become an immortal. If she were Lu Xian, she would surely display her talent and strive for the best training from the sect. They even left the Red Pine sect and went directly to the Heavenly Sword sect to pay homage, competing with even more geniuses in the nascent Soul Dao field. Lu Xian has such great talent, yet he dislikes fighting and never competes. He spends his days indulging in the gentle embrace of women and acts in secret, afraid of causing trouble. It's such a waste of his great talent. If we don't compete, where will the resources come from? Can I earn a few spirit stones by drawing talismans myself? The tranquil White Crane Lake was soon engulfed in turmoil, with many disciples being taken away for investigation, and the eldest sister's true confidants receiving orders to assemble. At the same time, Xiao Ran also sent people to Zhao Deliang in Yongning City to transfer 500 men for support. Of the 4 people who intercepted Lu Xian, the identities of 3 have been confirmed: Zhang Changming and Liang Guanghai from the Zhang family, and Wang Pan from the Wang family. The identity of the third person has not yet been confirmed, but a portrait of him has been sent back to the sect for a wider investigation. Regardless of the last person's identity, Xiao Ran immediately led her people on the cloud-breaking flying boat to the Zhang and Wang families. The Zhang family is one of the 17 families that have reached the qi refining stage, while the Wang family is an ordinary family in the late qi refining stage in the vicinity, and Wang Pan is the head of the family. The reason why Jieshio can appear and disappear unpredictably in Yongning is because he has the secret support of these families. Xiao Ran had confiscated a number of families last time, but they were all small families. The Zhang family, one of the 17 families that had reached the qi refining stage, was the first. Before setting off, Xiao Ran sent Zhang Kursin to ask Lu Xian if he wanted to come along and take revenge himself, but Lu Xian refused. He had no desire to get involved in such a mess. Wouldn't it be better to stay on the island and enjoy intimate moments with Yin Qingyao? Small courtyard. A quiet room for meditation. Lu Xian sat upright at the table, his brush moving swiftly and skillfully. Complex runes intertwined and merged, and a blue, soul-piercing talisman was successfully drawn. The talisman's light subsided, and its spiritual energy was contained within. Did you see it clearly? Did you gain any insights? Lu Xian stopped writing and asked Yin Qingyao and Qin Yun, who were standing on his left and right sides, respectively. Yin Qingyao and Qin Yun shook their heads at the same time. Even if it was just a low-grade first-level ice blue soul-piercing talisman, they couldn't understand it. If they tried to memorize the process, their brains would feel dizzy and painful. It's too difficult. Qin Yun grabbed Lu Xian's arm and said, talismans involving the soul are too difficult. Why don't you teach us individual soul runes first? Lu Xian nodded, took out an ordinary talisman paper, and replaced it with a low-grade talisman paper used for practice. Lu Xian doesn't need these things, they're all for Qin Yun and Yin Qingyao. Lu Xian slowed down the drawing process as much as possible, and half an hour later, a swirling gray rune was completed. Have you learned it? Lu Xian asked again. The two women shook their heads, feeling dizzy. The rune in their minds was not fixed at all, but was constantly twisting and changing. With his eyes closed, his mind went blank, and he had no recollection of Lu Xian's drawing process. Fine. Lu Xian said helplessly, I'll teach you arrow talismans instead. Many second-tier talisman masters don't know how to use talismans that involve the soul. Lu Xian was just checking if the two girls had any talent he didn't necessarily have to teach them. Arrow talismans are much simpler. After drawing talismans for 2 years, Lu Xian has gained a deeper understanding of the underlying logic of talismans. Although he had little teaching experience, he could imitate the two women's handwriting style to intuitively solve the problems they encountered. In his spare time, he would give them some pointers, and Yin Qingyao and Qin Yun both made considerable progress. The next day, the flying boat returned to the skies above White Crane Lake. Xiao Ran was back, and Lu Xian quickly received the news. The Zhang family had fled beforehand, and Xiao Ran's attempt to catch them came to nothing in the end. She only managed to capture some small fry. The arrest warrants for important figures from the Zhang and Wang families have been issued. The entire clan is under arrest, and anyone caught, dead or alive, can claim a reward from the sect. Xiao Ran invited Lu Xian to the Tranquil Heart Academy and gave him the land left behind by the Zhang and Wang families, allowing him to manage it with people from the Merchant Alliance, and also reducing taxes by 50%. In addition, those who were found to be without problems after the investigation of Liang Guanghai's brigade were dispersed and a new brigade was formed. Xiao Ran handed this brigade over to Lu Xian, who was mainly responsible for the defense of Baiha Lake. Lu Xian transformed himself into Xiao Ran's confidant, gaining the same freedom of movement in and out of Jingxing Courtyard as Zhang Kersen. After Liang Guanghai's incident, Xiao Ran became even more distrustful of his enforcement team disciples. These people have complicated relationships, numerous family backgrounds and interests involved, and are extremely selfish. They appear obedient on the surface, but who knows what they are actually up to in the dark. Lu Xian is different. He comes from an ordinary farming family, his foundation is entirely in the sect, and he is a direct disciple of the Qin Yun ancestor. There is basically no possibility of him betraying the sect. The Yangning Business Alliance is just a loose organization with transparent internal affairs. It unites families and clans affiliated with the sect, stabilizes the chaotic situation, and only benefits the sect. From all perspectives, Lu Xian was a staunch supporter of the sect, otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered a treacherous cultivator specifically tasked with assassinating him. Xiao Ran realized this, so he treated Lu Xian as a confidant and gave him a lot of power. Tranquil Courtyard. Lu Xuantian's origin sword hovered in mid-air, like a pale red swimming fish, incredibly agile, as if it were alive. Lu Xian pointed his fingers together to form a sword, and the heavenly origin sword flew dozens of meters into the sky, then burst into a dazzling red light, like a blazing sun falling, and finally quietly hovered above Lu Xian's palm. Clap, clap, clap. Xiao Ran couldn't help but clap and cheer, saying, "Thank you for the demonstration, junior brother. My understanding of the 9 Luminary Sword Manual has deepened once again." Besides being an alchemist, Xiao Ran was also very interested in swordsmanship and had learned several sword techniques. Her swordsmanship talent was considered top tier within the sect. Few chi refining perfection cultivators in the magic hall could rival her. Compared to Lu Xian's enlightened sword mind, she was nothing. She had been practicing the 9 Luminaries Sword Manual for many years but still couldn't get the basics down. She had almost given up, but now that Lu Xian had personally demonstrated, she picked it up again. "I'm glad you like it, senior sister." Lu Xian sheathed his sword. After several days of conversation, he was no longer as polite as before. Xiao Ran may seem cold and aloof, but once you get to know her, you'll find that she's actually quite nice. We've found out the identity of the 4th person who tried to intercept you. He's an inner disciple of the Icepool sect, a Golden Core sect in the north, and his father is a Foundation establishment cultivator. Ah? Lu Xian was startled. Outer sect disciples, 2 local family leaders, and a law enforcement team captain. These people actually conspired to ambush and kill him. The situation here is truly complex. Chapter 95-30 Offspring, Peak Second Tier Alchemist. Junior brother, don't worry, our Red Pine sect hasn't fallen to the point of being bullied by other sects. Xiaoran once again exuded the domineering aura that Lu Xian was familiar with, and she continued. Senior brother Wang Xiao has already sent someone to the Ice Pool sect with your head to demand an explanation. No one will dare to retaliate against you anytime soon. Lu Xian nodded silently. It was indeed not easy for people from the outer sect to seek revenge against him, but... Senior sister, I heard that there is a mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator hiding in Yongning. Could he also be from the Ice Pool sect? Xiaoran was silent for a moment, then shook her head slightly. I don't know. But you don't need to worry. Senior brother Wang Xiao has already obtained the core formation spiritual object. It's unlikely that he will show up again within the next 5 years. I estimate that he himself is probably no longer in Yongning, but is only remotely controlling some people here. I've obtained the core formation spiritual object. Another bombshell announcement surprised Lu Xian. If that's the case, when Ancestor Wang Xiao forms his golden core and becomes a golden core true person 5 years later, will everything be stable? Let's hope so. Xiaoran rarely showed a hint of worry. Core formation. It's not that easy. Even with a core formation artifact, a third-tier spiritual vein, and the protection of her grandfather, a golden core cultivator, senior brother Wang Xiao's chances of successfully forming his core are at most 10%. For ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators at the peak of their cultivation, the probability of breaking through is terrifyingly low. Only those with extraordinary opportunities can achieve it. If senior brother Wang Xiao fails, once her grandfather reaches the end of his life, a new golden core cultivator will be dispatched from the Heavenly Sword sect to take over. As the largest family in the Red Pine clan, the Xiao family will be the first to perish. Lu Xian didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to focus on developing his business. Anyway, even if Wang Xiao failed to form his core, Master Xiao wouldn't die immediately. He had at least 30 or 40 years left, so there was no need to panic. How many children can be born in 40 years? How many rewards can be obtained? With the system in hand, as long as development is stable, Lu Xian has nothing to worry about. 2 weeks later. Lu Mansion. Shi Xiaorong gave birth. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of your 25th offspring, a 9th grade spiritual root, and you have received 5 high-grade spirit stones. 500 spirit stones, 5 times more than an ordinary offspring, not bad. Although Shi Xiaorong is a mid-stage innate realm martial artist, she has no spiritual root. This child is quite lucky to have a 9th grade spiritual root. It was a boy, and Lu Xian named him Lu Daoyun, hoping he would have good fortune throughout his life. Inside the bedroom, Shi Xiaorong was deeply moved as she accepted the bottles of moon essence and a bottle of first-grade high-quality qi replenishing pills given to her by Lu Xian. Lu Xian gave away hundreds of spirit stones without a second thought, not even a little bit of heartache. Who could accept that? The replenishing essence pill can quickly restore your vitality and enhance your martial arts potential. You have great talent in martial arts. After giving birth, start cultivating as soon as possible and try to break through to the late stage of the innate realm. Lu Xian gently stroked her hair. I will definitely keep my promise to you. I will support you in breaking through to the innate realm and defying fate. Shi Xiaorong is quite capable, managing all sorts of miscellaneous affairs of the Merchant Alliance in an orderly manner. As long as she has the potential for a breakthrough, Lu Xian is willing to spend more spirit stones. My husband. Shi Xiaorong held Lu Xian's hand and pressed it against her cheek, closing her eyes slightly, feeling exceptionally at ease. As Lu Xian stroked her smooth, silky skin, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. All right. Lu Xian smiled and said, please take extra care of the children. You know I have too many children, so it's inevitable that I might neglect some. No. The next day. Yan Xingyao has confirmed her pregnancy, and at the same time, an ordinary maid in the manor has also confirmed her pregnancy, making it a double celebration. Yan Xingyao possesses a 4th grade spiritual root, and Lu Xian has high expectations for this child. Therefore, he specially bought a lot of tonics and pills for Yan Xingyao and made a special celebration. I caught a few low-grade mandarin fish from Baihe Lake and made a pot of fish soup. Qin Yun was also in the small courtyard on the island in the middle of the lake, so of course, they couldn't be treated differently, and Lu Xian also gave her a lot of nice things. Since his last ambush, Lu Xian has become more discreet, always taking a roundabout route when traveling between the county town and the island in the lake. He rarely appears in public and seldom goes out in a grand manner. Apart from a few close friends, many of his maids don't even know where he is. Yan Xingyao became pregnant, and Lu Xian was free to continue working with the remaining maids, as well as the furnace cauldrons Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong. Their assistance in cultivation was becoming less and less useful to Lu Xian. It was more worthwhile to have children. Recalling the methods the two women had used, Lu Xian suddenly felt a surge of excitement. After working so hard for so long, it was time to enjoy himself. Peaceful times always pass quickly. 3 months later. 4 pregnant maids in the Lu household have given birth in succession, and another maid is about to give birth today. The maid was just an ordinary maid without any spiritual roots. Apart from being pretty, she had no other merits. After she became pregnant, Lu Xian stopped caring about her. However, this child is special. He is Lu Xian's 30th child, and it is very likely that he will trigger an achievement reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of your 30th offspring, a 9th grade spiritual root. You have received 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations, host, your offspring number has reached 30, achieving the accomplishment initially established, and you have gained 2nd tier peak alchemy experience. 2nd tier peak alchemy experience. Lu Xian was overjoyed. The value of experience-based rewards is immeasurable and can bring long-term benefits. The experience of a 1st tier peak talisman master has allowed Lu Xian to grow to this point, and he still hasn't fully digested it. Have I had too many children? Lu Xian is only a Qi refining stage 4 cultivator. Isn't his 2nd tier peak pill refining experience a bit excessive? High-level pills require strong divine soul control, and most 2nd-level pills require the participation of divine sense. Even if he had the experience, it would be impossible for him to refine it now. From this perspective, while the system rewards are quite good, they are somewhat of a waste in the short term. High-grade pills cannot be refined, while low-grade pills can be bought directly with money. Refining them yourself is a waste of time. Forget it. Having more skills means having more options. There's always a time when they'll come in handy. Alchemists are even more prestigious than talisman masters. A peak 2nd tier alchemist is someone even golden core cultivators can interact with on equal footing. Instead of rushing to learn alchemy, Lu Xian went inside to check on his lucky 30th child, who turned out to have a 9th grade spiritual root. Waha! Waha! As expected of a lucky child, even his cries are so loud and clear. From now on, you shall be called Lu Daodan. I hope you will have a talent for alchemy and that you will become a golden core cultivator. After playing with his son for a while, Lu Xian looked at the woman lying on the bed, looking at him gently. Her name was Yi Manqing. She was usually quiet and didn't compete for favor, which meant that Lu Xian rarely saw her. The Yi family was just an ordinary, declining family, without even a late-stage Qi refining cultivator, so Lu Xian hadn't paid much attention to them before. Seeing that Lu Xian was staring at her, Yi Manqing was a little flustered and subconsciously thought of getting up to greet him. Lu Xian came to the bedside, held her shoulders, and said, "Lie down properly. Once you're feeling better, we'll move to live near Taoyuan." Yi Manqing exclaimed with delight, thank you, my husband." Chapter 96 Senior Brother Lu, may I take a look at you? 1 month later. Sweet and adorable Bai Ji Wei is about to give birth. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of your 31st offspring, with an 8th grade spiritual root. You have received 3 top grade spirit stones. It's born. It's born. Lu Xian's older sister, Lu Miao, entered the room first and carefully carried the child inside. Little brother, look at her, she's so tiny. Lu Miao held the child and approached Lu Xian, then took the child to the bedside to show Bai Ji Wei. Bai Ji Wei had nothing much to do during her stay at the Lu residence. She spent most of her time in the peach garden helping Lu Miao tend to the spirit peach trees. The two shared similar interests and quickly became good friends. Shi Wei, I feel a connection with this child. What do you think of naming her Ling Miao? Bai Ji Wei didn't speak, but looked up at Lu Xian. She didn't dare to make the decision about the child's name. Lu Miao, the older sister, turned around following her gaze. Little brother? Lu Xian smiled and nodded, I'll listen to my sister. Lu Xian was too lazy to come up with a name for his child. He had already given the child 30 names, and the novelty and sense of ritual were gradually fading. Ooh. Ingenious. Little Ling Miao. Call me auntie. The older sister, Lu Miao, was very happy and teased the crying baby without getting annoyed at all. She seemed even happier than Lu Xian, her father. The training room. With a slight thought, 3 milky white spirit stones appeared out of thin air in front of Lu Xian. Top grade spirit stones. Shaped like a chicken egg, warm and smooth as jade, with an inner radiance, it seems to be breathing in and out the spiritual energy of the air. Even just carrying this item on your person can slightly improve your physical condition and increase your cultivation level. Top-grade spirit stones are worth thousands of dollars, and among low-level cultivators, they are not considered currency but rather a luxury item. The Dual Cultivation Hall's Treasure Pavilion occasionally releases a few pieces, and the rest appear from time to time at auctions. According to Lu Xian's understanding, the price is around 2,000 spirit stones. The system has awarded 3 pieces at once, worth 6,000 spirit stones. Lu Xian guessed that the system did not take this premium into account, but instead treated the top-grade spirit stone as a gift worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. When Lu Daojian, the last child with an 8th-grade spiritual root, was born, the system's gift was a second-tier storage bag worth 2,000 spirit stones, which is 3 times more valuable than this time. Ordinary offspring are rewarded with around 100 spirit stones, while offspring with a 9th-grade spiritual root are rewarded with around 500 spirit stones. According to the system's rules, the reward for an 8th-grade spiritual root offspring should be around 3,000, not so much as 6,000 spirit stones. However, this is a good thing. 3 top-grade spirit stones are enough for the child's early growth, just from the system's gift. Looks like we'll have to compete on the quality of our offspring from now on. The achievement of having 30 offspring has been achieved. The next achievement should be having 100 offspring. No matter how hard Lu Xian tries, it's not something he can achieve in a short time. It's not as fast as the quality of his offspring's spiritual roots. Moreover, ordinary offspring have low value for cultivation. If they cannot break through to higher realms, they will be of little value to him in the later stages. Offspring with spiritual roots are different. They have a better future. The more talented the offspring, the greater and longer the improvement in Lu Xian's cultivation. Another month has passed. 3 ordinary maidservants were born in succession this month, but fate did not favor them. None of them had spiritual roots. Lu Xian was already used to it. He had been mentally prepared and didn't feel disappointed. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and at least Lu Xian can give them more support than most children with similar talents. Who told Lu Xian to have so many spirit stones? There's no need to be so meticulous. With that energy, he might as well favor a couple more maids. He'd make up for the extra cost. By this point, most of the maids that Lu Xian had previously tried to favor had given birth, and the next one to give birth was actually senior sister Qin Yun, who was 8 months pregnant. Yan Xingya was already 6 months pregnant, and apart from the furnace cauldron Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong, the entire Lu household only had ordinary maids. That's not enough. It's time to go back to the sect and help those confused and helpless 18-year-old female disciples who have just entered the sect. With Xia He and Shi Xiaoron looking after the Lu residents, and Qin Yun and Yan Xingyao on the island in the middle of the lake, there was no need to worry. Lu Xian casually gave a few instructions and then rode the Iron Feather Eagle back to the sect. After returning to the talisman shop to settle Xiaoying and Taiyuan, Lu Xian flew directly to the sect on his sword. Outer Sect of the Red Pine School. In a few days, it will be the annual Outer Sect Assessment Day, and many young students from Taoist academies across the country have already arrived. It's been 3 years. Seeing the occasional youthful faces, Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Having been in this world for 3 years, I've reached the 4th level of Qi refining and recently broke through to the 5th level of body refining. I've become a disciple of the Foundation Establishment Ancestor, the head of the Outer Sect's Talisman Hall, and the father of over 30 children. I'd say I'm doing pretty well. After a moment of reflection, Lu Xian flew directly to the Dual Cultivation Hall. He had not returned to visit his wife and children, but had important business to attend to. Dual Cultivation Hall. After asking around, Lu Xian found Lu Qingqing's room. Greetings, Palace Master Lu. When Lu Xian appeared, Lu Qingqing was surprised for a moment, then bowed and greeted him. Miss Lu, you're too kind. We're old acquaintances. Lu Xian waved his hand and said. Lu Qingqing was delighted. With Lu Xian's current status and position, it would be a great honor for him to treat her as an acquaintance. Lu Xian didn't waste any time and simply said, I'm looking for you this time for the same reason as before. I want to find a group of Taoist partners. Can you help me make arrangements? A group of Taoist companions? Lu Qingqing was stunned for 2 seconds. As far as she knew, Lu Xuanguang had 7 Taoist partners and concubines within the sect, and even more outside, and had countless children. He wants another batch of Taoist partners. Just how many Taoist partners does he need to be satisfied? Lu Xian continued, unlike last time, this time you need to make a bigger splash. If I choose you, your minimum salary will be 5 spirit stones per month, and the higher your talent, the better the salary, with no upper limit. With great power comes great responsibility, and Lu Xian plans to help several more unfortunate students this time. That. Senior brother Lu, does he have to be a newly enrolled student? Lu Qingqing said hesitantly. Lu Xian was taken aback. He asked, what does Miss Qingqing mean? What I mean is, given your current status, there must be quite a few female cultivators in the sect willing to be your concubine. Are you interested? Lu Qingqing stared at Lu Xian and said. After thinking about it carefully, Lu Xian nodded. What Lu Qingqing said made sense. As long as one has good talent, a clean body, and good looks, there was no need to be too strict about other conditions. So, Lu Xian pondered for a moment and said, as long as they have a clean background and are not ugly, you can introduce them to me. I will reward them handsomely after it's done. Lu Xian would do this every year from now on. The dual cultivation hall was professional in this area and would need Lu Qingqing a lot. Lu Xian didn't mind giving her some benefits. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, a hint of joy flashed across Lu Qingqing's face. She bit her lip and made up her mind, saying, Senior brother Lu, may I take a look? Lu Xian was stunned. Chapter 97 Children must win at the starting line. Fearing that Lu Xian might misunderstand, Lu Qingqing explained. I was originally a disciple of the Spells Hall. I only came to the Dual Cultivation Hall as a steward after breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refining. My identity is absolutely innocent. Lu Xian looked Lu Qingqing up and down. She was pretty, a decent-looking woman. Although she was a bit older, probably over 35, she looked only in her 20s, the prime of her life. Qi refining stage cultivators age slower than ordinary people, and female cultivators generally take good care of themselves, so they usually don't show signs of aging until after the age of 40. If one's cultivation level can reach the mid-stage of qi refining, their talent is probably not bad either, so it's barely acceptable. Are you truly willing to become my Taoist partner? Lu Xian asked. Lu Qingqing nodded without hesitation. She was 36 years old, and her cultivation level had always been stuck at the 4th level of qi refining. After breaking through to the middle stage of qi refining, she felt that her potential was somewhat exhausted. With an 8th grade spiritual root and no other talents or background, reaching the late stage of qi refining is already a pipe dream. He needs to consider his options. There are two types of cultivators. One is the steadfast seeker of the Tao, who will not give up cultivation until the day he dies. Another type is the late blooming hedonist. Once they feel that the hope of breaking through is slim, they will engage in retaliatory hedonism. Some of them will even get married and have children, pinning their hopes on their offspring. Lu Qingqing was clearly the latter since she was going to have 1 or 2 children anyway. Lu Xian was the best choice. Moreover, if she had Lu Xian's support, her chances of breaking through her cultivation level would be much greater. What conditions do you want? Lu Xian continued to ask. This. Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment. How about 10 spirit stones per month? Her monthly salary, plus the occasional tasks she takes on from the magic hall, amounts to about a dozen spirit stones. The disciples of the Spells Hall lacked magical skills, and although they were stronger in combat, their lives were much worse. Things have been better these past 2 years. The number of tasks in the Spell Hall has increased significantly. In previous years, the income was even lower, sometimes not even 10 spirit stones a month. Okay. Lu Xian nodded. In a few days, you will be with the other new Taoist partners. I will then take you to live in the Talisman Hall. Real? Lu Qingqing was overjoyed. She hadn't expected Lu Xian to agree so readily. Do a good job, and the promised reward will still stand. After saying goodbye, Lu Xian left without rushing to get intimate with Lu Qingqing. Based on the principle of why not take it if it's free, he agreed to accept Lu Qingqing, but he would have to observe her more carefully before deciding how to treat her. The Hall of Talismans and Incantations. The Talisman Master's small building. Dad. Daddy. Dad's back. It felt like entering a kindergarten, with 7 or 8 children stumbling and bumping around. The eldest son, Xiao Yuan, was a little over 2 years old and became the leader of the children, with the rest of the kids following behind him. Dad, hurry up and take it out. What good stuff did you bring us this time? Xiao Yuan tugged at Lu Xian's clothes, his little face full of anticipation. During this period, Lu Xian would come back about every 2 weeks, and each time he would bring them delicious food and fun things, which is why everyone was so excited. 1 or 2-year-old children don't understand what blood ties and family affection are. They think that whoever feeds them is their mother, and all they know is that there will be good food when Lu Xian comes back. Lu Xian opened the package in his hand. Take a look at this. Xiao Yuan, along with two maids, Ling Xiu and Ling Wei, craned their necks to come and see. Ling Xiu frowned and shook her head slightly, saying in her childish voice, Hongguoguo, I've never seen it before. It smells so good. Xiao Yuan licked his lips, grabbed a piece, and popped it into his mouth. You brat! All you ever think about is eating. Lu Xian laughed and scolded, then distributed the fruit, one to each child. This is called fragrant fruit. Eating it will give you strength, you know? Ling Wei held the fist-sized fruit and examined it carefully, muttering to herself, stupid hotpot, it gives me strength. Ling Jing, Dao Jin, Dao Ming, and Dao Shan were still young and couldn't understand the way, let alone what Lu Xian and the others were saying. Seeing Xiao Yuan eating so heartily, they imitated him, getting their faces covered in juice. The fragrant fruit is a non-grade spiritual fruit with a slightly sweet taste, a rich aroma, and plenty of juice. It has a mild effect on increasing qi in blood. Ungraded spirit fruits are very cheap. This big bag weighing several kilograms only costs 1 gold coin. Unlike the mild spiritual energy of spirit rice, many spirit fruits have strong spiritual medicinal effects and are not suitable for children. The fragrant fruit is inexpensive and contains only a small amount of spiritual energy, making it perfect for them. Father, I want more. While the other children had just started eating, and the quiet Ling Wei was still examining the fruit, Xiao Yuan had already finished one. Give. Lu Xian took out 2 more and stuffed them into his hand. Then he took one for himself, munched on it, and walked into the house, with a group of children following behind him. Inside the house, Chang Dan and Wu Qingyue went out to run errands, and De Shuang also went out to release bees. Only Xiao Shuang and Lin Shuer took care of the 3 babies who were less than 6 months old, while Huang Qian and Li Man took care of the remaining 7 toddlers. In addition, there were 2 female disciples who were in charge of cooking, and 7 maids, 1 for each of them. With more people, expenses increase. There are more than 20 people in total, and the cost of food alone is quite high. Fortunately, Lu Xian had plenty of spirit stones. In addition to the money for the child's moon essence spirit marrow, Lu Xian gave Lin Shuer 100 spirit stones every month as the total expenses of the household, and she never used them all. The monthly salary of 6 spirit stones each for Chang Dan, Wu Qingyue, Li Man, and Huang Qian is not included in their daily expenses, which is actually a slight increase in their wages. Besides the spirit stones given by Lu Xian, they could also earn some spirit stones by doing things in the sect in their spare time. They could be said to be living quite comfortably, and at least their cultivation was basically worry-free. My husband. My husband. Lin Shuer was dressed casually, her hair loosely draped, giving her youthful face a touch of mature beauty. My husband, I'm planning to hire a female tutor from the city to teach our children to read and write every day. What do you think? Ah. Lu Xian looked back at the group of children, the oldest of whom was only 2 years old. Isn't it too early? They're still so young. Xiao Yuan finally stopped eating the fruit and nodded, too small. We're all too small. It's getting late, kids need to get a head start. Lin Shuer pointed to her eldest son, Lu Daoyuan, and said, look at him, how smart he is. He can start learning from him. Wa'ada. Xiao Yuan shook his head repeatedly, not smart, not smart. Lu Xian found it amusing and nodded, saying, it's all up to Shuer. You can decide for me. But don't push them too hard. Children should focus on playing, so don't stifle their curiosity. Don't worry, my husband. Lin Shuer leaned against Lu Xian and said gently, I know my limits and I won't mistreat them. Lu Xian gently put his arm around her shoulder. He trusted Lin Shuer completely, otherwise, he wouldn't have given her all the spirit stones in the house to use and manage. He took a fruit out of his bag and handed it to Lin Shuer, try it, it's quite delicious. Lin Shuer gently bit her lip, revealing a sweet smile. So sweet. It's really sweet. Chapter 98. Lu Xian wants to take a concubine yet again. 2 days later. A message spread from the dual cultivation hall and quickly reached the entire sect. Lu Xian is going to take another concubine. According to the dual cultivation hall, all female cultivators chosen by Lu Xian will have no shortage of spirit stones, cultivation accommodations, and daily necessities. They will also be given leisurely positions in the talisman hall. Moreover, the more talented and skilled a female cultivator is, the more benefits she can obtain, and she can also set her own conditions. This is outrageous. How can we cultivate in peace with Lu Xian doing things like this? I propose that the sect's law enforcement hall punish him for disturbing public order and confiscate his spirit stones. Right. A monk dressed as a scholar clapped his hands in agreement. Just this morning, my junior sister. He said with resentment, my fellow disciple actually secretly went to the dual cultivation hall to register. That was his beloved junior sister. They had agreed that once their future was over, they would become Taoist partners, but unexpectedly. Love is indeed a lie. In the end, I gave my heart to the wrong person. What kind of nonsense is this? A middle-aged cultivator said with an even more sorrowful expression, my Taoist partner also secretly went to register. If my friend in the dual cultivation hall hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. Who is this Lu Xian, that he dares to do such a treasonous thing? Although Lu Xian was famous, he was not universally known. A cultivator who did not usually pay much attention to sect gossip asked him this question. Lu Xian, you don't know? Immediately, a talkative person spoke up to explain, the sect's newest rising talisman genius. He advanced to the first-tier mid-grade talisman master after only 2 years of training. He became a disciple of ancestor Qing Yun and is now the head of our outer sect's talisman hall. That's amazing? There's something even more amazing. The talkative cultivator gave him a look that said, you're so ignorant. He continued, Lu Xian is extremely fond of women. He can't be happy without them, and he likes these women to bear his children. Isn't he worried that doing this will affect his cultivation? You don't understand. They have a special physique, which not only doesn't affect their cultivation, but actually benefits it. It's said that he broke through to the mid-stage of qi refining last year, and his cultivation speed is comparable to that of a genius with a top-grade spiritual root. Snort! If your temperament is not good, you may be fast in the early stages, but you will hardly achieve great things. Someone interrupted, disdainfully. Whether it was because Lu Qingqing handled things effectively or because the matter itself was inherently eye-catching, Lu Xian's reputation spread far and wide. It wasn't just being discussed among the lower-level outer disciples, it was even being spread among the inner disciples, and many foundation establishment elders knew about it. Some people don't care, some treat it as a strange and interesting story, and of course, some people are not happy about it. If Lu Xian hadn't been a disciple of the Qing Yun patriarch, he probably would have been dealt with by the enforcement hall. The talisman master's small building. A group of children came to play in the yard. Lu Xian lay half reclined on a deck chair, playing with the children while flipping through the roster that Lu Qingqing had sent. The roster consists of female disciples from various sects who have been screened and basically meet Lu Xian's criteria. The information above includes the identities, backgrounds, portraits, personalities, preferences, and other details of these female disciples. There were just too many applicants. Even after screening them once, hundreds of names were still being sent to Lu Xian every day. Aren't cultivators supposed to be pure and free from desires? Why are so many people signing up? Looks like I'm just too charming. This one is nice, petite and cute, just my type. This one is good too, with full curves, it must feel great to the touch. This one is nice too, pure as a white flower, just my type. This one is also good. She has a slim waist, long legs, and a beautiful and alluring appearance with a lot of charm. Lu Xian was overwhelmed by the choices, and finally realized that there were too many people to choose from, and with his current strength, he couldn't possibly win them all over. The female cultivators from the sect cost far more than the maids in the Lu family mansion in Yongning. He couldn't afford to select too many at once. There's no other way. We can only continue the selection process, choosing the best candidate based on appearance, qualifications, and character. Lu Xian had a major matter to attend to before accepting these Taoist companions and concubines. I need to go to Patriarch Qing Yun first to explain and gain his support. Lu Xian didn't care about the various reputations and discussions from the outside world. As long as there were no problems with the Qing Yun ancestor, things wouldn't go wrong. Just as Lu Xian put down the roster and was about to go to the nameless Taoist temple to pay his respects to his master, Lin Junji arrived with 2 women. Senior brother Lin, what is this? Lu Xian glanced at the 2 women behind him. One of them had a haughty demeanor, a magic sword at her waist, and a sharp aura. She was a gentle and refined young lady, with graceful manners, seemingly a well-educated and sensible noblewoman. Junior brother Lu, I've missed you terribly since we parted ways in Yongning. JJ Lin looked at Lu Xian and said, I've come here today because I have a favor to ask of you. Oh? Lu Xian gestured to the stone table in the courtyard, instructed a servant to serve tea, and said, Please speak, senior brother Lin. Although Lu Xian and JJ Lin didn't have much of a relationship and hadn't met many times in Yongning. But the other party had promised his father-in-law, Lin Tianyue, to take care of him. If it was just a small matter, it wouldn't hurt to help. JJ Lin gestured to the woman with a sword beside him, saying, "This is my cousin, Lin Yuanshuang." He then gestured to another woman and introduced her, saying, "This is my younger sister, Lin Yi." "Greetings, senior brother Lu." "Greetings, senior brother Lu." The two women bowed at the same time. Before Lu Xian could ask, Lin Junjie continued, "Previously, the ancestor ordered a marriage between Sister Yuan Shuang and junior brother Lu, but Sister Yuan Shuang is devoted to the path of cultivation and has no interest in marriage. Do you think it would be possible to change it to my sister Lin Yi to become your Taoist partner?" Lu Xian was completely bewildered. Then he suddenly remembered that his ancestor had indeed said he would find him a few outstanding daughters of the Lin family. With so much time passing and no movement, Lu Xian thought his ancestor had forgotten about it, but it turned out there was an internal problem: the other party was unwilling. After thinking it over, Lu Xian waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Lin, you're too kind. I'm not one to force people. Since the two young ladies are unwilling, I'll just go and tell the ancestor. There's no need to change anyone else." Lu Xian always adhered to the principle of being kind to others and not taking the initiative to cause trouble. "These two Lin sisters are beautiful, but they're not quite at the point where I absolutely have to have them. No, no, no. How can we easily refuse a marriage bestowed by our ancestor? We wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if we were blamed. If junior brother were to say that he prefers E, I'm sure the ancestor wouldn't think much of it." Lu Xian looked at the three of them, his expression turning strange. He seemed quite willing to facilitate Lin Junjie's exchange of his younger sister for his cousin. He looked at Lin Yi, who was standing to the side with her head down, and asked, "Is the young lady really willing to be my Taoist partner?" "I." Lin Yi turned to look at her older brother, Lin Junjie, and whispered, "I do." "Young lady, you need not worry. If the patriarch blames me, I will take full responsibility," Lu Xian said calmly. Lin Yi glanced at Lin Junjie again. "I do," her voice slightly louder than before. Chapter 99: Innocence? Green tea? In that case, we'll do as you say. I'm going to visit my master later, and I'll ask him to change the chosen marriage partner. Lu Xian glanced at the three of them and added, "However, I can't guarantee whether it will work out. If the ancestor disagrees, there's nothing I can do." "Of course." JJ Lin politely replied, "Junior brother Lu is exceptionally talented and highly regarded by the ancestor, so there shouldn't be any problems. Once this is done, junior brother Lu, you will be my brother-in-law, and I, as your elder brother, will give you a generous gift." Before Lu Xian could speak, Lin Junjie continued, "Since junior brother Lu is going to see the ancestor later, we'll take our leave now." He stood up, cupped his hands in greeting to Lu Xian, and then looked at his younger sister, Lin Yi, saying, "You can stay here for a couple of days. I'll come to see you in a while." After saying that, JJ Lin and Lin Yuanshuan left the courtyard. At the foot of the mountain, after leaving the Talisman Hall, Lin Yuanshuan and Lin Junjie walked side by side. "Brother Junjie, you are the most talented disciple in our Lin family. You have broken through to the late stage of qi refining at such a young age and are a potential foundation establishment cultivator. Why do you insist on arranging a marriage between Sister Yi and Lu Xian?" Lin Yuanshuan thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Lu Xian only had a good talent for talismans, but his temperament was not good, and his future was ultimately limited. Recalling the group of children in the Talisman Master's courtyard who kept running up to Lu Xian and calling him dad, Lin Yuanshuan shook her head inwardly. "You don't understand." JJ Lin shook his head and said, "I have personally witnessed his growth. This person is definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface. He's only been a disciple for 3 years, a 21-year-old mid-grade first-level talisman master, a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. Have you ever heard of that? Besides, our ancestor's vision is far superior to yours and mine. If he were just an ordinary genius, would he have bestowed a marriage upon you and Lu Xian?" Lin Yuanshuan fell into deep thought. The ancestor had also had a personal disciple named Zhao Qing, who was also very talented in talismans. Aside from allowing him to cultivate in the Taoist temple, the patriarch didn't seem to offer him much special treatment. "So? Do you regret it now?" JJ Lin laughed and said, "Sister Yuan Shuang, it's not too late to back out now. Anyway, Lu Xian has more than one Taoist partner. With your looks and talent, I'm sure he won't refuse you. I, Lin Yuanshuang, will never regret this." A confident and arrogant look appeared on her pretty face as she said disdainfully, "What does Lu Xian's talent have to do with me? I have my own path, why should I depend on others?" Lin Yuanshuang certainly has the right to be confident. She broke through to the mid-stage of qi refining at the age of 24 and entered the inner sect as a genius disciple. Now at the age of 26, she has reached the bottleneck of the 5th level of qi refining. As long as she breaks through to the late stage of qi refining before the age of 40, she will not be much worse than Lin Junjie. Both are geniuses, so why would they be willing to become someone else's concubine? If they were the kind of couple who respected and supported each other, that would be fine. But given Lu Xian's current situation, and the fact that she would have to give birth in the past, how could she possibly endure that? Lin Yuanxuan had long ago made up her mind that she would never become a Taoist couple with Lu Xian. Even if the patriarch disagrees in the end, she will fight to the end. She is a direct descendant of the Lin family, surely the patriarch wouldn't force her to her death? JJ Lin didn't say much. Lin Yuanxuan is very talented, so there's nothing wrong with what he said. The two parted ways and went about their own business. The Talisman Master's courtyard. After questioning Lin Yi for a while, Lu Xian roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Lin Yuanxuan was one of the most talented women in the Lin family, and a member of the main direct line, which is why the patriarch ordered her to be married. But Lin Yuanxuan was so talented that she was naturally unwilling to become Lu Xian's Taoist partner, and kept making excuses to delay and protest. Just then, Lin Junjie, a genius from a branch family, saw the value in Lu Xian and offered to replace Lin Yuanxuan with his younger sister Lin Yi, killing two birds with one stone. So, you're still unwilling? It was your brother who forced you? Lu Xian asked. No. That's not it. Lin Yi quickly waved her hand. Brother didn't force me. I think he's right. It would be good for our parents, brother, and sister Yuanxuan if I married you. She looked up at Lu Xian and said crisply, no one forced me, I did it voluntarily. You said marrying me would be good for your parents, brother, and sister Yuanxuan, but didn't you think about yourself? Lu Xian was very interested in Lin Yi. It was the first time he had ever met such a gentle and kind girl. They're all doing well, so of course he is too. Lin Yi looked up, and her innocent eyes entered Lu Xian's mind, touching the depths of his heart. Such a pure gaze is hard to fake. If that look were acted, it would probably be from a top-tier scheming woman. Whether it's real or acting, Lu Xian has a good impression of Lin Yi. If you have the skill and the ability to handle it, tasting green tea can be quite a unique experience. After a thorough conversation, Lu Xian learned more about Lin Yi. JJ Lin dared to use her to replace Lin Yuanxuan, and Lin Yi's talent is not bad either. She has a 6th grade spiritual root, is 21 years old this year, and has just broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining. She also has the opportunity to break through to the 4th level of qi refining at the age of 25 and become an inner disciple ahead of time. Daddy! Daddy! I'm hungry! 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 Led by Xiao Yuan, a group of children surrounded Lu Xian, shouting that they were hungry. Several little ones who couldn't speak yet excitedly joined in the fun, babbling and making noises. Okay. Lu Xian called over Xiao Shuang, who was standing nearby, as well as Li Man and Huang Qian, who were staying at home, and asked them to prepare food for the children. Before long, a variety of exquisite spiritual foods were served one after another, including snacks and pastries made from spiritual rice, spiritual fruits, and monster meat. Even the drinks were made with spiritual spring water. The scene before her eyes surprised Lin Yi. She knew that Lu Xian was rich as a talisman master, but she didn't expect him to be this rich. Isn't it wasteful to eat such good food? She came from a branch family and received decent treatment after displaying her talent, but not to the point of extravagance. Her brother needs support to break through to the qi refining perfection realm, but she doesn't have enough spirit stones to help him. She also needs resources to break through to the mid-stage of qi refining as soon as possible so she can enter the inner sect. It can be said that every gold coin had to be spent wisely. As a result, her parents hardly ever enjoyed anything, and sometimes they even skipped eating spirit rice to save it for their children. Lin Yi's branch of the family includes not only her brother and sister, but also several younger siblings with average or no talent. Compared to them, these younger siblings are not so lucky. They don't receive much support from their family and many have to fend for themselves. It's said that Lu Xian treats his Taoist companions, concubines, and children extremely well, and is never stingy with spirit stones. It seems that's indeed true. Pretty auntie, would you like one too? While Lin Yi was deep in thought, the little maid Ling Xiu handed her a spirit fruit. Thank you. Lin Yi smiled and took it. What's your name? My name is Lu Lingxiu. The little girl was very happy. After saying that, she ran off to ask Xiao Xuan for more spirit fruit. Chapter 100. Zhao Qing's jaw dropped. An unnamed Taoist temple. As soon as Lu Xian walked in, Zhao Cheng appeared out of nowhere and gave Lu Xian a thumbs up. Junior brother Lu truly deserves my admiration. You've turned the sect assessment into a beauty pageant. I'm quite envious. No. Lu Xian laughed and said, if you're really envious, you can do the same as me. Why? Zhao Cheng sighed. I wish I could. It's a pity I don't have your special constitution. The envy in his eyes as he looked at Lu Xian was clearly written all over his face. If it weren't for the fact that it would affect his cultivation, he would have wanted to do this long ago. Everyone used to do it this way, and Zhao Cheng wouldn't have thought much of it. But now that Lu Xian is making an exception for himself, it's practically destroying his Dao heart. Junior brother, you've come to pay your respects to master, right? I'll accompany you. Even with his special constitution, Lu Xian's actions caused such a commotion that his master would still blame him. The thought of Lu Xian being scolded later made Zhao Cheng feel extremely happy. He had to see it for himself to rebuild Lu Xian's broken Dao heart. Senior brother, you wouldn't be trying to make a fool of your junior brother in front of master, would you? Lu Xian couldn't help but wonder why Zhao Cheng had suddenly become so enthusiastic. How could that be? You're my own junior brother, how could I possibly harm you? I was thinking of saying a few good words for you then, to help you get through this difficult time. Zhao Cheng said righteously. All right. It was my junior brother who was being petty. Lu Xian didn't point it out and followed Zhao Cheng to the quiet room where his master usually lived, where he drew talismans. Draw talismans in a quiet room. Disciple greets master. Disciple greets master. Lin Qingyun sat at the head of the table, while Lu Xian and Zhao Cheng bowed and paid their respects at the entrance. Lin Qingyun put down a book of talisman manuals in his hand, looked at Lu Xian, and said unhurriedly. Speak. What exactly are your plans? Lin Qingyun spoke calmly, without a trace of anger, but Zhao Cheng below was secretly delighted. He had long since figured out his master's temper. The calmer his master appeared, the more it meant that his anger level was not low. If nothing unexpected happens, there's going to be a good show soon. Junior brother. Don't blame your senior brother, it's just that you've been living too well. Reporting to master, everything I did was for cultivation and drawing talismans. Lu Xian stood up and said calmly. Before Lin Qingyun could ask, he continued to explain, the relationship between men and women, the pleasure of fish and water, the union of yin and yang, is a rule of heaven and earth. I have found that when I do this, inspiration bursts forth, which greatly improves my cultivation techniques in the way of talismans. Zhao Cheng, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Lu Xian to come up with such an absurd reason. If matters between men and women don't affect one's cultivation, fine, but how could they possibly be of great help to cultivation and talisman drawing? This is unheard of. Lin Qingyun also found it absurd, and his expression became more serious. Even so, you don't need to marry so many concubines. How do you explain this? Reporting to master, different women have different feelings, and the more talented a woman is, the more she can help me. The more Lu Xian talked, the more unreliable it became. Lin Qingyun's face grew increasingly grim. He wasn't angry about the matter itself, but rather that Lu Xian had lied to him. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense. Master hates lying and deceiving people the most. Don't go too far. Seeing that his master's face was more grim than ever before, Zhao Cheng spoke up to remind him. He just wanted to watch the excitement, but he didn't want things to escalate too much and become difficult to handle. If the master gets extremely angry and takes it out on him, that would be even worse. Disciple did not lie, disciple can testify. Lu Xian said loudly. Tell me about it. The Qingyun ancestor possessed extraordinary composure. Even though he believed Lu Xian was definitely lying, he was prepared to give him a chance to explain and prove himself. Disciple has learned a new type of talisman, please give me your guidance, master. Seeing that the Qingyun ancestor did not object, Lu Xian walked to the table for drawing talismans and then took out specially made talisman paper and ink from his sleeve. These are ice attribute talisman paper and ink? The quality is indeed quite good. Zhao Cheng followed behind Lu Xian. He had never seen Lu Xian draw talismans before and was curious about Lu Xian's current talisman drawing skills. The Qingyun ancestor sat at the head of the table, his divine sense also watching this side, as he also wanted to know how much progress Lu Xian had made in his talisman skills during this period. Ice-type talismans are an advanced version of the basic talismans of the 5 elements, and they are quite difficult to master. Lu Xian had been promoted to a mid-grade first-level talisman master for less than half a year. If he could easily draw a mid-grade first-level ice-type talisman, Lin Qingyun planned to let the matter drop. Geniuses always have some flaws, like a tendency to tell a few little lies. It's nothing serious. Ha! Zhao Qing, who had been watching Lu Xian draw talismans, suddenly looked puzzled. This rune is so strange, why is it different from what I learned? The talismans drawn by Lu Xian were too strange. They were unlike any of the talismans that Zhao Qing had learned. If he weren't worried about disturbing Lu Xian, he would have asked directly. This is. At the same time, Lin Qingyun above frowned slightly, because he also couldn't understand the talisman drawn by Lu Xian. Some of the runes were layered and unpredictable, giving him a somewhat familiar feeling. Could it be a talisman for the spirit or soul? With a flash, Lin Qingyun disappeared from the seat at the head of the table and appeared beside Lu Xian. Division. Zhao Qing was so surprised she almost cried out, but Lin Qingyun glared at her and made her swallow her words back. 15 minutes later. Lu Xian finished drawing it, and the first-tier mid-grade ice blue soul-piercing talisman emitted a gentle ice blue light. Ice blue soul-piercing talisman. Lin Qingyun could not hide his shock and asked, "Where did you learn this?" Lu Xian cupped his hands in greeting, reporting to Master, "The materials for the Yongningbai family's specialty ice blue soul-piercing talisman, the talisman diagrams, and the essentials for drawing them were all given to me by them." You mean you successfully drew a first-tier mid-grade soul-type talisman, the ice blue soul-piercing talisman, using only talisman diagrams and some talisman drawing essentials? Lin Qingyun had lived for over 200 years and had seen countless talisman drawing geniuses. Apart from the sect where the nascent Soul Taoist temple was located, he had never seen a talisman genius like Lu Xian. He had also studied soul-related talismans, but after spending a lot of time, he still couldn't fully master even a single talisman, so he gave up long ago. Drawing soul talismans requires exceptional talent. Among the nearby Golden Core sects, he had only heard of a second-tier talisman master in the Avoiding Tribulation sect, a subordinate sect of the Peach Blossom sect, who could draw them. The ice blue soul-piercing talisman is his signature talisman, and the materials that the sect collected before were also sold to him. Lu Xian nodded. "As I have said, I have a burst of inspiration when it comes to matters between men and women, and I learn them without even realizing it." Okay. Draw another one. I am also quite interested in soul talismans. Your disciple obeys. Lu Xian picked up his brush again and continued drawing the next talisman. After completing the drawing, Ancestor Qingyun also picked up a talisman and tried to draw some of the individual soul runes. While drawing, he discussed the details with Lu Xian, and sometimes he would blurt out a question asking for advice, which would make Zhao Qing's jaw drop. Chapter 101 Imperial Marriage. Why is it that your rune is drawn successfully at different turning points each time? Ancestor Qingyun frowned and asked. I don't know. Lu Xian, looking completely bewildered, said, "When this disciple felt a turning point was needed, then it did. And here too." The Qingyun ancestor pointed to a rune line and asked, "Why is it sometimes light and sometimes heavy? What is the pattern behind it?" I don't know. There shouldn't be any pattern. This disciple relies entirely on intuition. Lin Qingyun fell silent. That's enough. The mastery of soul talismans depends entirely on talent. Without talent, mere hard work is meaningless. Lin Qingyun himself didn't have the talent for soul talismans, a fact he had known for a long time, and he wouldn't force anything. How are the arrow talismans coming along? Has the success rate improved? Lin Qingyun changed the subject. The 5 elements metal talisman is Lin Qingyun's forte. He was able to advance to the second-tier mid-grade talisman master thanks to several metal talismans. Reporting to Master, the success rate of the first-grade mid-level arrow talisman is currently over 90%, and this disciple has also learned the first-grade mid-level golden light talisman. Oh? Lin Qingyun was startled. He quickly said, "Draw one for me to see." Lu Xian then took out several sheets of golden talisman paper and a bottle of silvery white mercury-like talisman ink, and began to draw golden light talismans. The golden light talisman is an upgraded version of the arrow talisman. It is more difficult to draw and has greater power than other talismans of the same grade. Moreover, the golden light talisman is the signature talisman of the gold element talismans and can be continuously upgraded. First tier superior golden light talisman, first tier supreme golden light talisman, second tier golden light talisman, and within those major sects, there are even third tier and fourth tier inheritances. Lin Qingyun possessed a second-tier top-grade golden light talisman inheritance, but even after a lifetime of dedicated research, he only reached the mid-grade level of the second tier. Another quarter of an hour later. Like a warm ray of morning sun, a golden talisman lay quietly on the table. Lu Xian's forehead was covered in sweat, and he looked somewhat tired. He had drawn several talismans in a row without resting, and his magical power had been half exhausted, leaving him mentally fatigued. Good. Okay. Lin Qingyun was once again amazed by Lu Xian's talent in talismans. As long as Lu Xian's cultivation improved, he would definitely become a second-tier talisman master. If he had some good fortune, his achievements would surely surpass those of his master. This is the access token for the inner library of the Talisman Hall. With this token, you can view all the books and diagrams in the Talisman Hall. The Azure Cloud Ancestor handed Lu Xian a blue token. Then he took out a light gold square token. This is my personal talisman. It contains my magical energy. If you encounter a foundation establishment cultivator and are in trouble, showing this talisman might save your life. Zhao Qing watched longingly from the side, her mouth practically watering with envy. That's not fair. He has been a disciple for many years, studying diligently and serving with all his heart, yet he has never received these two kinds of treatment. This disciple thanks Master. Lu Xian took the two tokens in his hands and examined them. They were both valuable items, and he was overjoyed. With the token from the Talisman Hall's library, he could now provide a reasonable explanation for any talisman he drew in the future. The Master's personal talisman is even more valuable. This thing is basically equivalent to the Qingyun Patriarch's personal presence. He can walk around the sect with impunity, and no one dares to make things difficult for him openly. I will not interfere with your choice of a Taoist partner within the sect, but you must distinguish between what is important and what is not, and not become too obsessed with it. That's what the Qingyun ancestor instructed. Your disciple will remember your teachings. It's done. This matter is now settled, and Lu Xian can confidently go and take away his chosen Taoist partner. This disciple has another matter to ask Master to decide. Before leaving, Lu Xian spoke. What is it? It's about the marriage arranged by Master before. Miss Yuan Shuang and I are not a good match. I prefer Lin Junjie's sister, Lin Yi. May I ask Master to change the chosen one for our marriage? Lin Qingyun frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Did someone from the Lin family come to you and ask you to do this? Lin Qingyun wasn't stupid. Lu Xian had always been open to beautiful women, and Lin Yuanshuan was his chosen one. Lu Xian couldn't possibly refuse her, much less change his mind. Unless someone interferes, or someone in the family doesn't want to obey his orders. Well. Lu Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, The matter is like this. He told him everything about how JJ Lin Yuanshuang, and Lin Yi had come to see him the day before. Master, since Miss Yuanshuang is unwilling, I do not wish to force her. And Miss Yi and I are in love. What do you think? Lin Qingyun nodded. I have my own plans for this matter. You don't need to worry about it. Just focus on your cultivation and drawing talismans. If you have any questions, come to me. Thank you, Master. This disciple takes his leave. Lu Xian bowed respectfully and then left. After Lu Xian left, Lin Qingyun instructed Zhao Qing to summon Lin Ruhai, the current head of the Lin family and a Qi refining perfection cultivator. Ruhai greets Grandpa. Lin Ruhai had a broad face and large ears, a plump figure, and a gentle expression, giving people a unique sense of affability. The grandchildren are currently the highest generation in the Lin family. Since the last child of the Qingyun ancestor failed to break through to the foundation establishment stage and died 20 years ago, all of his children have died. A Qi refining cultivator has a lifespan of 120 years, while a foundation establishment cultivator has a lifespan of 300 years. If a cultivator does not have children later in life, and their children fail to break through to the foundation establishment stage, this situation often occurs. Last time I personally arranged a marriage for your daughter, and there's still no result. Do you not want to be the head of the family anymore? Lin Qingyun's calm voice came from the head of the table. Ruhai knows he was wrong. Lin Ruhai immediately knelt down, without making any excuses, and directly admitted his mistake. I'll give you 3 days. If that doesn't work, you'll be removed from your position as head of the family, and Lin Yuanshuan will have all her family benefits revoked. Since the deaths of all his children, Patriarch Qingyun has lost much affection for individual Lin family descendants. He cares more about the family as a whole. In his view, since Lin Ruhai and Lin Yuanshuang enjoy the benefits brought by the Lin family, they must contribute to the family and strictly carry out his orders. As you command, Ruhai. He dared not utter a single unnecessary word, only obeying orders. Also, one more marriage quota will be added, for Lin Yi and your daughter Lin Yuanchuan. Yes. Get out. Lin Ruhai rose and bowed respectfully before slowly leaving the nameless Taoist temple. The estimate was wrong. Lin Ruhai wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head inwardly. He hadn't expected Lu Xian to hold such a high place in the old ancestor's heart. It seemed his daughter couldn't escape this marriage. The Qingyun ancestor is the head of the Lin family. No one dares to oppose his decisions, nor can anyone oppose them. Why? We'll have to see if there are any other compromises. Lin Ruhai himself did not actually oppose the marriage, but his daughter Lin Yuanchuan was proud and arrogant, and he was afraid that she would not accept it so easily. Outside the city lies the Lin family's territory. The Lin residence. Father, how are you? Has the ancestor agreed to cancel the arranged marriage? Lin Yuanchuan greeted Lin Ruhai with an expectant look on her face and asked. Lin Ruhai shook his head and glanced at his daughter. Get ready, I'm marrying Lu Xian in 3 days. Lin Yuanchuan was stunned. After all this time, she hadn't expected this outcome. Worried that his daughter might still refuse, Lin Ruhai continued, the ancestor has given an order. If you do not marry within 3 days, I will step down as head of the family, and you will lose all family benefits and support. Chapter 102. She's different. Outer Gate Enforcement Hall. A decree from the Qingyun ancestor was delivered. Lu Xian's selection of a Taoist partner was supported by the Qingyun ancestor. All those who slander and report him are defaming him, and these people must be thoroughly investigated to see if they have committed any illegal acts. The Qingyun patriarch personally stepped in to support Lu Xian, and all the negative news instantly disappeared. Apart from the foundation establishment elders who were curious about what was wrong with Lin Qingyun, the rest of them only dared to gossip in private and did not dare to escalate it to the level of violating sect rules. After this incident, even more people went to Lu Qingqing's place in the dual cultivation hall to register. Why can't I register? Although I once had a Taoist partner, we separated long ago. After that, I have a clean identity. A middle-aged female cultivator yelled and threw a tantrum at Lu Qingqing. Forget it. Sister Wang, you only separated from your Taoist partner yesterday, right? Ha ha ha. The onlookers burst into laughter. This Sister Wang is also a prominent figure in the dual cultivation hall, who likes to seduce and deceive naive new disciples who have just entered the sect. Besides, with your ordinary looks, even Master Lu wouldn't be interested. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed again. As the crowd laughed and joked, a stunningly beautiful woman walked over, and everyone instinctively fell silent. Yang Hanyun, you don't want to sign up too, do you? Someone asked in surprise. Fellow Taoist, do you know this person? Such a stunning beauty, why haven't I seen her before? Are you interested? Yes, I have. Like Master Lu, I am extremely fond of beautiful women. Unfortunately, I don't have his strength, so I can only feast my eyes on them. He's not a beautiful woman, but a handsome man. Ah. Ugh. This person immediately experienced physical discomfort and lost all sexual interest. The next day. After much deliberation, Lu Xian finally selected 9 Taoist partners, including 5 Taoist students who had just turned 18 this year and 4 female disciples from previous years. With Lu Qingqing joining them, there were exactly 10 people in total. Lu Qingqing led them to the Talisman Master's building. Of the 10 female cultivators, only 2, besides Lu Qingqing, were particularly valued by Lu Xian. A girl named Zhang Xiaoyu, with a pure and pitiful appearance, possessed a 7th-grade spiritual root. Born into an ordinary family, her parents were said to be seriously ill, and she was able to complete her studies and participate in the sex assessment only with the help of relatives. A girl named Yuan Fei, who had been a disciple for 5 years and had reached the 2nd level of qi refining, was also a 7th-grade spiritual root. She had an extremely perfect figure with a pair of long, shapely, and full legs, and Lu Xian took a liking to her at first glance. Lu Xian's selection of a Taoist partner may seem like a lively affair, but in reality, it's mostly female disciples from the lower levels of the outer sect who participate. True geniuses rarely pay attention. After all, she's going to have children, and a truly genius female cultivator simply can't accept that. Lu Xian also rented a small building for Talisman Masters next door, intending to settle these people there first. Lin Shuer's family has many children, and it would be crowded if they all lived there, not to mention inconvenient for many things. We pay our respects to heaven and earth. Make a vow. The wedding ceremony is simple. The most important thing is that both parties make a vow to walk hand in hand and not hinder each other's path. Oaths have little binding force. It all depends on individual qualities. Some geniuses, worried about the future impact on their mindset, tend to have stronger binding force. Lu Xian had heard that high-level cultivators would swear an oath of their Taoist hearts upon their Taoist partners, and that betrayal would result in a backlash from inner demons. He wondered if this was true or not. Strictly speaking, these women were not Lu Xian's true Taoist partners, but only concubines. The ceremony was even simpler and was completed in less than half an hour. The ceremony is complete. Lu Xian looked at the 10 beautiful young women in the hall, all dressed in the same bright red wedding gowns, and for a moment he didn't know which one to start with. Yuan Fei and Jiang Xiaoyu, stay here, the rest of you go back and rest, Lu Xian instructed. Yes. Yes. A hint of resentment flashed across Lu Qingqing's pretty face, and she felt even more unwilling. Lu Xian must be disgusted by her age. Bedroom. A large bed. Yuan Fei's sexy long legs are visually striking, forming a stark contrast with the petite and adorable Jiang Xiaoyu, who looks like a delicate white flower. Husband, I heard that my monthly salary will double if I get pregnant. Is that true? Yuan Fei asked, her breath sweet as orchids. Of course it's true. Yuan Fei smiled sweetly, my husband is so good. Yuan Fei smiled upon receiving Lu Xian's personal promise. She currently receives a monthly stipend of 5 spirit stones, which will double to 10 spirit stones. This does not include accommodation in the Talisman Master's Pavilion or various food items. Overall, it's much better than she initially expected. Moreover, Lu Xian promised to arrange a leisurely position for her in the Outer Sex Talisman Hall, which would provide her with extra income, more than double what she earned before. She came for the spirit stones once she had enough, she could break through to the 3rd level of qi refining, or even the middle level. It was obvious, and there was nothing wrong with saying it outright. Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent throughout. This girl was rather introverted and lacked assertiveness. She would do whatever others asked her to do. Compared to the enthusiastic Yuan Fei, Lu Xian actually preferred Jiang Xiaoyu more. She was gentle and weak, and particularly easy to bully. Not only did Lu Xian bully her, but Yuan Fei also gradually grew to like this innocent girl and would tease her from time to time. Lu Xian was delighted by the success. After all, it was just a game, so he treated it like watching a play, which was also a good way to cultivate his mind. 2 days later. The next morning. The two women slept soundly in each other's arms. Lu Xian got up, dressed, and returned to the Talisman Master's small building next door. Why did you come back, my husband, instead of spending time with your fellow Taoists? Lin Shuer was teaching Xiao Yuan to read when she uttered a rare word filled with a hint of resentment. Lu Xian sat down to the side, put his arm around Lin Shuer's fragrant shoulder, and laughed. How can they compare to Shuer? You are my first Taoist partner, my true Taoist partner. From now on, Shuer will be in charge of their daily supplies. Thank you for looking after them for me. While the couple was talking, little Yuan secretly ran outside to play. My husband. Lin Shuer leaned her head close to Lu Xian's chest. I want another child. I'm afraid Xiao Yuan and Dao Peng don't have spiritual roots. Lu Xian patted her head reassuringly. You're still young, you'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. Cultivate diligently and break through to the innate realm first, understand? In fact, Lu Xian already knew that neither of Lin Shuer's 2 sons had spiritual roots, so they would probably have to learn martial arts first. Lu Xian's greatest hope is that Lin Shuer can break through the innate realm, and ideally, directly break through to the great perfection of the innate realm, so as to enter the immortal path through martial arts. This is not an easy task for ordinary martial artists. In fact, it is almost impossible. But Lu Xian is different. He has a cheat code. If one were to advance to Foundation Establishment Ancestor, or even to Golden Core True Person or Nascent Soul True Monarch, helping a martial artist would be a simple matter. Lu Xian was not a sentimental person. He even had to think for a while to remember the names of some of the maids he had slept with in Yangning. But Lin Shuer is different. When Lu Xian became Lin Shuer's Taoist partner, he was a disciple who had failed the sex assessment. That was the path he had taken. Lu Xian admitted he couldn't be with Lu Xian through thick and thin, but he wouldn't hesitate to help Lu Xian in any way he could. Chapter 103 Compensation. Lu Xian. You broke your promise. An angry female voice rang out outside the courtyard, attracting many talisman apprentices from the Talisman Hall to look in this direction. Lu Xian was resting on a reclining chair in the courtyard, leaning against his legs. Hearing the sound, he sat up and all his children and concubines in the courtyard stared at him with wide eyes. What's going on? He gestured to the gatekeeper to invite the person in, and Lu Xian was also curious about who he had lied to. Sister Yuan Shuang. Lin Yi, who was squatting on the ground playing with the children, called out. Lin Yuanchuang ignored her and went straight to Lu Xian, questioning him. Master Lu promised to cancel the arranged marriage with the ancestor a few days ago. Why did he go back on his word? I've already spoken to Master. He's probably too busy to handle it yet. How about you wait a few days, young lady? Lu Xian was speechless. What kind of situation was this? In a few days? Lin Yuanchuan looked at Lu Xian and sneered. The ancestor personally ordered that I and my sister Yi marry you within 3 days, or my father will be stripped of his position as head of the family and all my salary and position will be revoked. Don't tell me you don't know any of this and it has nothing to do with you? Well. Lu Xian was stunned. The old man said he would handle it, but I never expected him to handle it this way. Well, about this. Young lady, you can't blame me. I did do as I promised, but my master insisted on doing it this way, so I had no choice. Don't lie to me. Who doesn't know that you, Lu Xian, are a womanizer? Lin Yuanchuang raised her pretty face and said angrily, there is no way I, Lin Yuanchuang, will marry you. You might as well give up on that idea. Lu Xian's expression darkened, his dwindling patience was almost exhausted. If you're really capable, go and question the patriarch, don't throw a tantrum here. You. Lin Yuanchuang was so angry that her face turned red. She really wanted to go to the ancestor to plead for her, but the ancestor refused to see her. She couldn't even get into the nameless Taoist temple. I don't have time to waste on your nonsense. Goodbye. With a wave of his hand, Lu Xian caused the array in the courtyard to light up slightly, and Lin Yuanchuan was moved out of the courtyard by an invisible force. Each of the Talisman Master's houses is protected by an array, and as the owner of the Talisman Master's courtyard, Lu Xian can easily control the basic functions of the array. Lu Xian. A thin, semi-transparent light shield lit up, instantly isolating outside sounds. Doing good deeds is not easy. Lu Xian sighed. You kindly help others without expecting anything in return, but in the end, the task is not accomplished, and you are still blamed and criticized. 2 hours later. A servant at the gate reported that a man claiming to be Lin Rohai, the head of the Lin family, had come to visit. Please let him in. Lu Xian gave the instructions. A short while later, Lin Rohai came in with Lin Yuanchuan. Lin Rohai walked in front, and Lin Yuanchuan followed behind with her head down. I am Lin Rohai, and I have long admired young Master Lu's name. Lin Rohai spoke with a smile. His face was gentle and he possessed an inexplicable charm. One shouldn't hit a smiling face, so Lu Xian politely returned the greeting, saying, Patriarch Lin, you're too kind. According to seniority, I should call you uncle. Young Master Lu is indeed a reasonable person. My daughter was wrong before. I brought her here to apologize to you. Lin Rohai turned around and gave Lin Yuanchuan a look. Please forgive me, young Master Lu. I spoke without thinking just now. I'm sorry. Lin Yuanchuan said reluctantly, her head lowered. Lu Xian picked up his teacup and sipped it slowly without saying a word. He wanted to see what the father and daughter were up to. Lin Rohai then said, since the ancestor has bestowed this marriage upon you, you shall be married tomorrow. What do you think, young Master Lu? Lu Xian shook his head. I don't think so. The relationship between Taoist partners should be based on mutual consent. Since Miss Yuan Shuang is unwilling, I think it would be better to talk to the ancestor and make things clear. It's not that Lu Xian is being pretentious, he genuinely doesn't want to marry this Lin Yuanchuan. There are plenty of women out there, he doesn't need her. He's too busy every day to argue with her. Lin Rohai's expression changed slightly. He stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, Please, young Master Lu, show mercy. Oh? Lu Xian looked puzzled. If this matter continues to be delayed, the patriarch will be enraged, and my lineage of the Lin family will be destroyed in my hands. Lin Rohai spoke sincerely, without any concealment. Lin Rohai is the head of the Lin family. Is he going to be ruined over such a trivial matter? Is it really that exaggerated? Lu Xian couldn't understand it. He thought that the Qing Yun ancestor was quite easy to talk to and a very kind person. Here's what I'm going to do. I have a private, mid-grade first-tier jade spirit rice field that yields about 1,000 caddies of rice every year. After you and Yuan Xuan get married, the jade spirit rice produced from this field will be my wedding gift to you. 1,000 caddies of jade spirit rice, worth 300 to 500 spirit stones, is given out every year, which is quite generous. If Lu Xian didn't have the ice blue soul-piercing talisman business, several hundred spirit stones a year would be a considerable sum for him. Marriage is not out of the question, but with such a generous gift from my father-in-law, is there perhaps some condition? Lin Ruhai nodded, glanced at Lin Yuanchuang beside him, and said, "My daughter has been proud and arrogant since childhood, single-mindedly pursuing the path of cultivation, with only cultivation in her heart. I do have a small request. Would you, my dear son-in-law, be willing to be Yuan Shuang's only Taoist partner?" "What if I say I'm unwilling?" Lu Xian said calmly. Lin Ruhai's expression changed again, and after a moment he smiled and said, "If my son-in-law really doesn't want to, then of course we'll do as you wish, since this is the decree of our ancestor." The room fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. "Just kidding." Lu Xian changed his tune, saying, "Father-in-law, rest assured, I, Lu Xian, dislike forcing anyone. If she doesn't want to, I won't touch her. The best outcome is for this matter to end here. Continuing to drag it out is not good for anyone. By agreeing to Lin Ruhai's request, I can get 1,000 caddies of jade spirit rice for free every year, and I can also give him face. It's quite a good deal." "Good. My son-in-law is indeed a man of great virtue and understanding." Lin Ruhai breathed a sigh of relief. This was exactly the result he wanted. The old ancestor was too good to Lu Xian. If Lu Xian didn't want to, he really couldn't do anything about it. Lin Yuanchuan felt a little doubtful when she saw Lu Xuanjun agree. Could it be that this wasn't Lu Xian's doing, but rather the ancestor's own idea? The next day, the neighboring courtyard was once again decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, as Lin Yi and Lin Yuanchuan, sisters, married Lu Xian together. After the wedding, Lin Yuanchuan left immediately, leaving only Lin Yi blushing as she entered the bridal chamber with Lu Xian. Her clothes were removed, revealing skin as white as jade and smooth as cream. As expected of the proud daughter of the Lin family, she was even slightly better than the 10 concubines carefully selected by Lu Xian. "My lord, I am at your mercy, but could we please postpone having the child? I also want to cultivate properly and don't want to delay my path to enlightenment." Lu Xian stopped what he was doing. This was the troublesome thing about daughters of geniuses: the more talented and promising they were, the less willing they were to have children with him. Lu Xian waved his hand and took a top-grade spirit stone from the pocket of his robe by the bedside, stuffing it into Lin Yi's hand. "Don't worry, Yi, I will make up for the cultivation you lost due to pregnancy. I won't let you suffer any losses." Top grade spirit stone. This is, for me?" Lin Yi asked in a broken voice, her pink face showing surprise and excitement. Chapter 10 for the 1 Yuan Water Dragon Formation. A top-grade spirit stone is worth 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it can be used directly for cultivation without the need to set up a spirit gathering array. Top-grade spirit stones are too precious and are generally used by foundation establishment cultivators. Even late-stage qi refining cultivators rarely come into contact with them. Pregnancy lasts only 10 months, and the first 5 months don't really affect cultivation. A top-grade spirit stone can completely make up for the cultivation that Lin Yi missed. No way. Qi refining cultivators have a strong ability to control their bodies. If Lin Yi does not want to get pregnant, she has countless ways to prevent pregnancy. In that case, Lu Xian's efforts will be in vain. It would be better to dispel her resistance from the beginning. That way, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Lin Yi has a 6th grade spiritual root. As long as she can give birth to a child with an 8th grade spiritual root, she will not lose out. If she has a 7th grade spiritual root, she will make a huge profit. 5 days later, Lu Xian worked hard every day, and he doted on all his concubines except Lin Yuanchuan. Lin Yi was a special case. Lu Xian arranged for her to stay at Lin Shuer's place, while the rest of them stayed next door. The small building next door was managed by Lu Qingqing, who was in charge of all sorts of miscellaneous tasks. All of Lu Qingqing's expenses were to be decided by Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer, De Shuang, Xiao Shuang, Chang Dan and the other 2, plus 10 newly arrived concubines, and Lin Yi. Lu Xian had 17 Taoist partners and concubines in the sect. No. Including the free-spirited Lin Yuanchuan, there are 18 people in total. These past few days, Lu Xian has made basic arrangements for his 10 concubines and plans to leave the sect today to stay in Yongning for half a month. There's not much going on at the sect, but there's a lot going on in Yongning, so I can't be away for too long. This time, Lu Xian didn't leave alone. He also brought Wu Qingyue, Lin Yi, Lu Qingqing, Zhang Xiaoyu, and Yuan Fei with him. During this period, Lu Xian plans to focus on caring for the 5 of them, hoping to have a child as soon as possible. On the back of the iron feather eagle, Wu Qingyue gazed at the gradually shrinking red pine sect mountain gate behind her, a hint of reluctance on her fair face. Her appearance was already cool and aloof, but with this hint of worry and reluctance, she became even more beautiful. Don't worry. With Shuer and the others taking care of Xiao Lingjing, nothing will happen to her. Xiao Lingjing is Wu Qingyue's daughter, who is just over 1 year old. Wu Qingyue wanted to bring her daughter along, but Lu Xian refused. We'll come back every 2 weeks at most. Our daughter is still young, and it's not safe to take her to Yangning. I see. Wu Qingyue didn't blame Lu Xian. She knew that Lu Xian did this for her daughter's safety. She couldn't help but think of her daughter's adorable image. She had thought that girl was a nuisance when they were together every day, so why did she miss her so much after being apart for just a short while? Lin Yi and Lu Qingqing stared at the small figure blocking the wind ahead, and were particularly curious about Lu Xian, the mute guard. They could tell that Lu Xian trusted Xiaoying exceptionally much more than any other Taoist partner. This was Zhang Xiuyo's first time riding a flying spirit beast. She looked around curiously, full of excitement, and found everything novel. Only Yuan Fei sat cross-legged in meditation. It was unclear whether she was comprehending some kind of cultivation technique or simply meditating to nourish her spirit. 2 hours later. Baihe Lake. What about the island in the middle of the lake? When Lu Xian and the others arrived at the lakeside, he discovered that the huge island in the middle of the lake had vanished. After settling Taiyueying and Xiaoying in the main hall of the Merchant Alliance, Lu Xian asked the people from the Merchant Alliance what was going on. Reporting to the alliance leader, it is said that the formation on the island has been repaired, and now no one can enter without the enforcement team's token. I see. Lu Xian led the women to the island in the middle of the lake, which had been transformed into a continuous expanse of lake. Even upon close inspection, it looks no different from a normal water surface, which is truly amazing. Lu Xian paused for a moment, and a semi-transparent ripple, like water, spread out in front of him. A circular portal opened, and the disciple on guard stepped forward to inquire. Where did this come from? Do you have a pass? Lu Xian took out a law enforcement captain's token. I am Lu Xian. I just got back. I don't know if this can be used as a pass. You are Master Lu Fu. Hold on. He disappeared in a flash, and a short while later, Zhou Xiaozhu, dressed in white, came over in person to confirm Lu Xian's identity. Master Lu, please. Zhou Xiaozhu recognized Lu Xian and immediately ordered her men to let him pass. She glanced at the women behind Lu Xian, her expression complex, but she didn't say anything more. Yan Qingyao was her fellow disciple, and they had a fairly good relationship. When she learned that Yan Qingyao and Lu Xian had become Taoist partners, she immediately objected. But when Yan Qingyao said that Lu Xian was willing to spend hundreds of spirit stones every month to treat her injuries, she fell silent. Admittedly, this is a good thing for Yan Qingyao. But she still subconsciously felt uncomfortable with Lu Xian, especially when she saw him with so many women around him. The island's defensive array has been repaired. From now on, you will need a pass to enter and exit, and there will be special law enforcement disciples guarding it. If you want to travel more easily, go find Senior Sister Xiaoran. Zhou Xiaozhu said calmly. Thank you for letting me know, Senior Sister. Zhou Xiaozhu ignored him and flew away, leaving Lu Xian somewhat embarrassed. Wow! Such rich spiritual energy. It's indeed very dense. It feels almost like a low-grade first-level cultivation room. This is just an open space on the island. How high would the spiritual energy concentration be in the actual cultivation rooms? At the very least, it's a mid-grade first-tier item. The girls were shocked. This place used to be the territory of the Chen family, a foundation establishment family. There is a mid-grade second-level spiritual vein underground, so the spiritual energy is naturally abundant. The defensive array on the island should have the effect of gathering spiritual energy, as Lu Xian felt that the concentration of spiritual energy on the island had doubled compared to before. Husband, my husband. You're back. Small courtyard. Qin Yun and Yan Qingyao, both heavily pregnant, were initially delighted to see Lu Xian return, but their excitement quickly faded upon seeing the other women behind him. Senior Sister Qin, Qingyao, how have you been these days? Qin Yun was more than 8 months pregnant, and Yan Qingyao was more than 6 months pregnant. Lu Xian helped them up and asked with concern. The 2 women nodded, their eyes turning to the 5 women opposite them. Lu Xian led the women into the courtyard, where they introduced themselves to each other. Let them chat amongst themselves, while Lu Xian went to the Jingxing courtyard to pay his respects to his senior sister, Xiaoran. Why did it take you so long to get back? What were you doing? As soon as they entered the courtyard, Xiaoran's questioning voice came from inside the house. Well, I had some family matters to attend to at the sect, which delayed me for a few days. Xiaoran didn't ask any further questions and tossed Lu Xian a token. This is one of the core tokens of the 1 Yuan water dragon formation on the island. You take it. From now on, you, junior sister Curson, and Zhou Xiaozhu will handle the island's affairs. Don't come to me with small matters. The 1-element water dragon formation? Lu Xian asked in confusion. It's the original defensive formation of the Chen family. It was originally a mid-grade second-tier formation, but it was damaged during the Great Battle. I've asked a formation master to repair part of it, and it can barely reach the low-grade second-tier level. We'll make do with it. You should familiarize yourself with how to control the Great Formation as soon as possible. It would be best to coordinate with junior sister Curson and Zhou Xiaozhu to better unleash its combat power. Chapter 105 Wu Qing US Pressure. The token is sky blue and feels slightly cool to the touch. Its overall shape resembles a dragon. Xiaoran gave Lu Xian a brief introduction to the formation, reminded Lu Xian of some details to pay attention to, and then dismissed him. Yongning is now completely at peace, the Tribulation cultivators are lying dormant, and the mysterious Foundation Establishment cultivator has also temporarily left. Xiaoran had no interest in the remaining administrative tasks, so she dumped them all on her 3 trusted confidants, Zheng Curson, Zhou Xiaozhu, and Lu Xian. Zheng Curson is in charge of finance, Zhou Xiaozhu is in charge of defense, and as for Lu Xian, he's just there for show. Xiaoran only hopes he can lend a hand. Returning to his courtyard with the token, Lu Xian infused it with a wisp of magical power. Buzz. The token glowed with a light blue light, establishing a spiritual connection with Lu Xian, and a vast amount of information entered his mind. The method for controlling the 1-element water dragon formation. What a profound and mysterious formation. Lu Xian immediately understood the basic purpose of the Great Formation and how to unleash its power. This defensive array, built upon spiritual veins, is extremely complex. In addition to the most basic functions of gathering spiritual energy, concealment, manipulating spiritual energy, and creating defensive barriers, it can also condense a water dragon to assist in defense and killing enemies. The information conveyed by the token is only how to use the token's permissions to control the formation, not the formation's underlying logic. It was like a sophisticatedly designed machine. Lu Xian only knew how to use it, but had no understanding of how it was made. As expected of the most difficult cultivation technique, even using it requires a long period of practice. This 1 Yuan water dragon formation is essentially a mid-grade second-tier formation. To control it perfectly, one must be at least a Foundation Establishment cultivator who can project their divine sense. Just like when the Chen family patriarch was stationed here, if we hadn't been caught off guard, even the sect's tens of thousands of law enforcement troops wouldn't have been able to break through in a short time. Cultivators like Lu Xian, Zheng Curson, and Zhou Xiaozhu, who are at the qi refining stage, can at most unleash 1 or 2/10 of the array's power, barely managing to hold off Foundation Establishment cultivators. If the 3 cooperate properly, they can exert 2 or 3/10 of their strength, and a Foundation Establishment cultivator would not be able to break the formation in a short time. So strong. The Spirit Vein Array must be the easiest way to fight beyond one's level in the cultivation world. It is indeed powerful, but the Spirit Vein Array has a fatal flaw: it cannot be moved, and often becomes a sitting duck. With a thought, spiritual energy gathered above the courtyard, and then a semi-transparent water dragon appeared. A terrifying spiritual pressure gathered in the courtyard with just a casual manipulation. Its power surpassed that of a qi refining perfection cultivator. With another thought, the water dragon suddenly rushed down towards Lu Xian, its body shrinking as it coiled around Lu Xian, forming a defensive shield. The water dragon, sometimes large and sometimes small, danced and leaped in the air above the courtyard. Lu Xian played with it for quite a while before stopping. If I break through to the Foundation Establishment stage and can directly control the Grand Formation with my divine sense, this place should become my Lu family's territory. Putting away the token, Lu Xian calmed his mind and began his daily cultivation. Because Lu Xian consumed a large amount of blood transformation demon pills, his body refinement level improved rapidly. He broke through the 5th level of body refinement long ago, and it is estimated that he will be able to break through the 6th level of body refinement this year. However, his qi refining cultivation will not progress so quickly. His 9th grade spiritual root is indeed not helpful. Even if he takes the best pills and there is no bottleneck, he will probably not be able to break through to the 5th level of qi refining until the end of the year. Take your time. It's already fast enough. If cultivating immortality were that easy, there wouldn't be so few Foundation Establishment cultivators. 1 month later. Peaceful times always pass quickly, and before we knew it, it was time for senior sister Qin Yun to give birth. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of your 35th offspring, with a ninth grade spiritual root. You have received 5 high-grade spirit stones. Xinyan's spiritual root was also average, only slightly better than Lu Xian's, being an 8th grade spiritual root. Although the child's 9th grade spiritual root is a bit lacking, it's still acceptable. Senior sister, it's a boy. Would you like to name the child yourself? Lu Xian took the baby from the midwife and held it in front of Qin, asking with a smile. Xinyan thought for a while. I haven't accomplished much in my life. The only thing worth mentioning is talismans, so how about calling him Lu Daofu? Okay. Let's call him Lu Daofu. Lu Xian readily agreed. Lu Daofu was Lu Xian's 35th child and the 8th child with spiritual roots. We only need 2 more children with spiritual roots to reach 10, and then we should be able to win another achievement award. Lu Xian was also busy this month. Yuan Fei and Jiang Xiaoyu became pregnant one after the other, and with Yin Qingyao, who was 8 months pregnant, it was only a matter of time before the 10 children with spiritual roots won the grand prize. Take good care of yourself. Once you've recovered, I'll teach you how to draw talismans. Lu Xian took out several bottles of moon essence, several bottles of nourishing pills, and several books on talisman essentials from the Sex Talisman Hall library, placing them by the bedside. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xian took out 2 more high-grade spirit stones and put them in her hand. Buy whatever you need yourself. Tell me when you need spirit stones. Lu Xian is now very wealthy, so he's inevitably being a bit more generous with his money. When the supplies from the 4 traders were returned to the sect last time, they were sold to the dual cultivation hall, earning over 5,000 spirit stones for free. The system also gave them a lot more at will, and the ice blue soul piercing talisman business with Yulai of the Netherfire sect brought in 2,000 spirit stones a month. Including the 2 remaining top-grade spirit stones, Lu Xian now has more than 20,000 spirit stones on him. 20,000 spirit stones. Even foundation establishment cultivators would be envious. Fortunately, not many people really know Lu Xian's wealth. Everyone knows that he is rich as a talisman master, but they don't know exactly how much money he has. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Qin Yun smiled. She didn't stand on ceremony with Lu Xian. Their friendship had lasted for many years, so there was no need to say thank you aloud. She could keep it in her heart. Lu Mansion. Alchemy Room. This alchemy room was recently built, featuring a top-grade first-tier alchemy furnace, complete with a soundproofing array, a fire-gathering array, and a furnace explosion prevention array. The alchemy room was quite expensive to build, costing a total of 3,000 spirit stones. The most expensive item was a top-grade first-tier alchemy furnace, which cost 1,200 spirit stones. Husband, I'm just an alchemy apprentice. I've never even refined pills myself. Isn't this a bit too wasteful? Wu Qinyue is under a lot of pressure. Because this alchemy room was built by Lu Xian specifically for her to refine pills, and as a mere apprentice who had only ever watched alchemy from afar, the better Lu Xian did, the greater the pressure she felt. It's alright, you can learn slowly. You're an alchemy apprentice now, but you'll be an alchemist in the future. Lu Xian offered casual words of comfort, as if alchemy was a simple skill that anyone could easily learn. I'm afraid I won't be able to learn it, and then I'll have wasted so many spirit stones. It's alright. I also plan to learn alchemy. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. I won't blame you if you don't become an alchemist. Okay, alright. Wu Qinyue nodded helplessly. Lu Xian handed her a jade slip, saying, "This is the formula for the Qi and blood pill. Study it and see if you can refine it. I'll have someone send you 10 sets of materials later." Chapter 106 Ineffable Wonder. After Lu Xian left, Wu Qinyue looked at her own alchemy room and felt all the pressure disappear, replaced by joy and excitement. In the Sex Alchemy Hall, she was just a lowly apprentice, lacking both skill and experience, and not even qualified to refine pills. Now that I have my own alchemy room, I can finally try my hand at alchemy. 3 days later, Lu Xian arrived at the alchemy room. How was it? Did you succeed in refining it? Wu Qingyue's cool and pretty face showed a hint of disappointment as she shook her head slightly. No. Husband, I believe that alchemy cannot be practiced in isolation. I have many questions now. If I could return to the Sex Alchemy Hall and consult with a few teachers, I would definitely be able to make further progress. No need. Tell me what's wrong, and maybe we can figure it out together, Lu Xian said with a smile. Tell you? Wu Qinyue asked, her face full of doubt. My husband has also studied alchemy? I've done some research on it. Lu Xian nodded. Wu Qingyue was skeptical, but tentatively asked a simple question. The main ingredients for qi and blood pills are not fixed. Spiritual ginseng, spiritual fruit, demon beast flesh and blood, anything containing qi and blood can be used to refine them. The required heat during refining varies. How do you control the heat? Without hesitation, Lu Xian said directly, qi and blood pill is just a low-grade pill. Controlling the heat is very simple and doesn't need to be so meticulous. Just feel the medicinal power of qi and blood being refined. The key is to keep the heat stable, otherwise it will disrupt the melting process. Wu Qingyue's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, then how do we stabilize the firepower? It's very simple. The unstable heat is mainly because you are too tense. When you feel that the heat is appropriate, you can focus your mind on controlling the heat and do not need to be distracted by observing the changes of the medicinal materials in the furnace. Wu Qingyue was engrossed in the discussion, repeatedly asking about the problems she encountered. Lu Xian's answers were simple and clear, and he also provided specific solutions. Husband, are you an alchemist? Wu Qingyue asked curiously. Lu Xian shook his head, I'm only half. I only know some theoretical knowledge, and I've never personally refined pills. He wasn't lying. Although he was a top-tier second-level alchemist, he had never actually refined a single pill. The level of a second-tier top-level alchemist is a whole tier higher than that of a first-tier top-level talisman master. When Lu Xian received the information, he was dizzy for several days. The sheer volume of information made him dream about refining pills every night. Unlike when drawing talismans, where the underlying logic was unknown, the inheritance of a second-tier top-level alchemist gave Lu Xian a deep understanding of alchemy. He was more than capable of guiding even a second-tier alchemist, let alone Wu Qingyue, an alchemy apprentice. Is this what genius is? Wu Qingyue stared at Lu Xian in a daze. She felt that Lu Xian's guidance was even better than that of the masters in the sect. This was actually a level that Lu Xian could reach simply by reading books. If my husband were to study alchemy diligently, he could probably become an alchemist with ease. What are you thinking about? Lu Xian waved his hand in front of her, refine it again as I just said, and let me see if you have any other questions. Oh. Good. Wu Qingyue adjusted her mindset, used magic to light the furnace fire, and prepared all kinds of materials one by one, focusing on refining the qi and blood pill. The main ingredient is the flesh and blood of a demon beast, which Lu Xian bought from Yu Lai of the Netherfire sect. Lu Xian's ultimate goal was to train Wu Qingyue to refine the blood transformation demon pill, so naturally he first had her familiarize herself with materials such as the flesh and blood of demon beasts. The Netherfire sect is not as orderly as the Red Pine sect, there are more demonic beasts, and the price of their flesh and blood is lower. If Wu Qingyue can refine a first-grade low-level blood transformation demon pill, Lu Xian will save a lot of money on the pills he needs for body tempering. Not only can it save money, but it can also train Wu Qingyue to become an alchemist, which is a win-win situation. Although the strength of his Taoist partner would not be added to Lu Xian's body, they would be the support for their children's future growth. With so many children, Lu Xian couldn't possibly take care of them all. If their mother had the ability, they would naturally receive a better upbringing. While she was pondering, Wu Qingyue's alchemy had successfully progressed to the final step, and she could see the blood-red nascent pills condensing inside the furnace. Wu Qingyue was overjoyed, and her magical power fluctuated slightly, causing the furnace fire to suddenly increase in size. Put! As a result of the chain reaction, the nascent pill was ignited, and thick black smoke and a pungent odor filled the air. So close, just a hair's breadth away. Wu Qingyue said excitedly. Lu Xian nodded slightly, you're already good at refining qi and blood pills, all you lack is proficiency. Don't be nervous, don't rush, take your time. Wu Qingyue's talent was even better than Lu Xian had imagined. No wonder she was able to pass the alchemist apprentice assessment of the alchemy hall with an ordinary background. Thank you, my husband. Wu Qingyue gave Lu Xian a hug and stood on tiptoe to kiss him on the cheek. The girl's face was now full of joy, and the aloofness she once had completely disappeared. After kissing Lu Xian, she immediately cleaned the alchemy furnace, clearly intending to take the opportunity to actually refine the pills. Lu Xian touched his cheek, looked at Wu Qingyue who was focused on her work, smiled helplessly, and left the alchemy room. Half an hour later. It's done. I did it. Wu Qingyue held several still warm pills in her hand, and was so excited that she almost cried. She came from a humble background, and her living conditions were only slightly better than Lu Xian's original body. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to become Lu Xian's Taoist partner back then. Lu Xian has treated her well these past 2 years, providing her with plenty of spirit stones and resources, but she still feels insecure and always feels that what others give her is not reliable. Now that she has successfully refined the elixir, it proves that she does indeed have the ability to become an alchemist, and she feels that the whole world has become a little brighter. Holding the pill, Wu Qingyue ran all the way to Lu Xian's room. "Husband, look. I succeeded." Lu Xian took a look. Although the quality was a bit lacking, it was indeed a success. "Congratulations. My Qingyue is now a true alchemist apprentice. Qingyue is who she is today thanks to my husband's guidance and support." With teary eyes, she looked at Lu Xian with deep affection and said, "If it weren't for Lu Xian, she wouldn't even be able to afford the basic tuition for the sect's alchemy hall. If it weren't for Lu Xian, she might still be doing odd jobs in the sect every day to make a living, without even having time to learn alchemy. If Lu Xian hadn't spent so many spirit stones to set up an alchemy room for her and given her such careful guidance, she wouldn't have been able to successfully refine pills so quickly. So how do you plan to thank me?" Lu Xian sat in the chair and gently waved his hand. Wu Qingyue was pulled into Lu Xian's arms by a gentle force. Wu Qingyue's current genuine and affectionate demeanor is extremely charming, and Lu Xian's appetite is whetted. My husband can do whatever he wants." Wu Qingyue bit her lip lightly, a blush spreading across her delicate cheeks. Lu Xian helped her turn over by supporting her shoulders, letting her hold onto the table in front of her, and then he tenderly supported her waist. Hiss. Absolutely wonderful. Chapter 107 Foundation Establishment Pill, Longevity Black Tortoise. 2 months later. Baihe Lake. Lu Xian was fishing by the lake with his daughter Ling Ning in his arms. The little girl was a little over a year old and was extremely cute with her delicate features. Xiao Lingning's mother is a maid named Lianer, who was also brought over by Lu Xian and is now quietly serving her. The little girl nestled in Lu Xian's arms, staring blankly at the water, neither crying nor making a fuss. Lu Xian thought she was asleep several times, but when he turned his head, he saw that the little one's eyes were wide open, staring intently at the fishing line. Her dazed little face was so cute that Lu Xian couldn't help but poke her rosy cheeks. Xiao Lingning turned around and looked at Lu Xian with a puzzled expression for a while, then continued to stare blankly at the water. A short while later. Ripples spread across the calm water, the fishing rod trembled slightly, and a fish took the bait. Lu Xian pulled hard, and a large bluefish was flung onto the shore, struggling desperately. White Crane Lake is vast, covering nearly 10 miles in circumference. In addition to the first-tier spirit fish and mandarin fish raised by the Luo family, there are also many ordinary fish and spirit fish that do not meet the required grade. This big bluefish is just an ordinary fish species, but because the lake contains spiritual energy, it barely reaches the level of a non-grade spiritual fish. 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 The little girl stretched out her tiny hand and finally spoke. Does Ling Ning like to eat fish? Lu Xian asked with a smile. The little girl nodded, then shook her head. Lu Xian didn't know whether she liked it or not. Put the fish away, we'll make grilled fish tonight. Lu Xian said to his maid, Lianer. Yes. Lianer carried a bucket and put the big bluefish into it. The ungraded bluefish was worthless to Lu Xian, but he enjoyed the process of fishing. Every day, while cultivating and drawing talismans, he needed to clear his mind. It was almost time, so Lu Xian packed up his fishing rod, carried his daughter, and returned to the small courtyard on the island in the middle of the lake. After 2 months of hard work, Lin Yi and Lu Qingqing became pregnant one after the other. So, Lu Xian returned to his sect a month ago and brought over 3 female cultivators as concubines. Incidentally, he also sent the 4 pregnant women, Yuan Fei, Zhang Xiaoyu, Lin Yi, and Lu Qingqing, back to their sect. They are all still young, and the most important thing is the learning environment. Staying in Yongning all the time is not good. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of your 36th offspring. You have received 100 low-grade spirit stones. The system announced that a maidservant had been born in the Lu family mansion in Yongning City. After the child is born, Lu Xian usually tries to make time to see him as soon as possible. But there was no way this time, because Yan Qingyao on the island in the middle of the lake was about to give birth. Take good care of her when you get back tomorrow. Compared to ordinary maids, Yan Qingyao was of course more important. With more and more women, it was impossible to treat them all equally, and there would always be favoritism. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of your 37th offspring, with a 7th grade spiritual root. You have obtained a 2nd-tier top-grade special pill, Foundation Establishment Pill 1. Foundation Building Pill increases the probability of foundation building for cultivators at the Qi refining perfection stage by a small amount. In the event of a failed breakthrough, it can protect the Dantian, preventing death and annihilation. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your offspring's spiritual root talent has reached a new high, and you have obtained a Tier 3 spirit pet, the Longevity Black Tortoise. Longevity Black Tortoise, Bloodline Level 3, adulthood is equivalent to a Golden Core Stage Demon Beast. Bloodline talent, longevity, possessing a lifespan of 10,000 years, 10 years for Qi refining, 100 years for foundation establishment, and 1,000 years for core formation. They actually have foundation establishment pills? Lu Xian had long admired the foundation establishment pill, as it was extremely precious and all pills that could help break through bottlenecks were very expensive. Lu Xian had inquired about the foundation establishment pill long ago. This pill was a strategic resource and was not available for sale on the market, only sects had some. Occasionally, one or two of these stones may appear in shops and auctions. This is likely because some sect disciples don't need them and are selling them to exchange for spirit stones or other resources they require. This is a rare find. Even if you don't need it, you could auction it off for at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. If it were to be contested by several family patriarchs at the peak of Qi refining, it wouldn't be surprising to see prices reaching 20,000 to 30,000 spirit stones. Lu Xian certainly wouldn't sell it. He had plenty of spirit stones and his cultivation speed was fast, so he would need them later. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Xian looked at the other grand prize, a dark, phantom-like turtle. A Tier 3 bloodline pet. It sounds exciting, but after reading the description, Lu Xian's heart sank. 10 years to cultivate Qi, 100 years to build a foundation, 1,000 years to form the elixir. By the time it matures, it'll be too late. Never mind. Keep it. It's a third-tier bloodline spirit pet. After all, feeding it some pills might speed up its growth. If all else fails, just keep it as a guardian spirit beast. It can still serve some purpose, more or less. The system information was transmitted in an instant, and only then did the midwife open the door. Congratulations, Master Lu, it's a daughter. Lu Xian skillfully took the baby and carried it to Yan Xingyao's bedside. Xingyao, look, this is our child. You can name him. Yan Xingyao looked at her daughter with extremely complicated emotions. She was determined to cultivate immortality and did not want to have a daughter to hold her back. But seeing this tiny baby, a feeling of maternal love welled up in my heart. Reaching out to touch her daughter's little hand, Yan Xingyao sighed and said, Mother only wishes that you can live a carefree, peaceful, and joyful life. Let's name you Lingle. Yan Xingyao anticipated that she would neglect her daughter's care in the future due to her cultivation. She did not ask her daughter to achieve anything, but only hoped that she could grow up safely. Good. Ling Lo, your father also hopes that you will be joyful throughout your life. Lu Xian said happily. He didn't think that much about it. His daughter had a 7th grade spiritual root, which was the highest among all children at the time, so she definitely needed to be nurtured. Take good care of your health and strive to break through to the mid-stage of Qi refining within 2 years. During the 6 months of her pregnancy, Yan Xingyao cultivated with black crystal honey provided by Lu Xian every day, as well as in the top-tier first-level cultivation room on the island in the middle of the lake. Her cultivation speed was even faster than before she was poisoned. She broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refining when she was 6 months pregnant. If it weren't for the fact that she was in the later stages of pregnancy, her cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refining would have been stable. Now that the child has been born, with her 4th grade spiritual root and Lu Xian's help, it's only a matter of time before she breaks through to the mid-stage of Qi refining. The next day. The training room. A beautiful jade box appeared in Lu Xian's hand. Upon opening the box, a pill the size of a pearl lay quietly in the center. This is the Foundation Establishment Pill. Mysterious patterns flowed across the pill, containing a unique charm, yet without any medicinal power escaping, forming a seamless whole. If I consume it directly and refine it using the Kunping Devouring Heaven body refining technique, will my cultivation level increase rapidly? Forget it. It's not that extravagant. The main purpose of the Foundation Establishment Pill is to save one's life when failing to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Its spiritual energy is only at the level of a 2nd-grade top-quality pill, so it is not worthwhile to simply refine the spiritual energy within it. Moreover, Lu Xian is not someone who can withstand the effects of a 2nd-grade top-quality pill. It would be fine if he successfully refined it, but it would be ridiculous if he were injured by the violent medicinal power. Putting away the Foundation Establishment Pill, Lu Xian focused his consciousness on the illusory image of the Xian turtle in his sea of consciousness. A black tortoise, seemingly ordinary, appeared. Chapter 108 The Great Tao is 50, Heavenly Evolution is 49. Oh nar. A slow, deliberate thought entered Lu Xian's mind. Lu Xian looked at the Xian turtle on the ground, which was the size of a washbasin, and sensed its aura. It was at the early stage of qi refining, equivalent to a level 1 qi refining demon beast. Not bad. When the system rewarded the black crystal bee queen, it was just a larva that had just hatched from an egg. This time, it was a qi refining stage demon beast, which made Lu Xian feel much better. If the Xian turtle is just a newly hatched larva, it would normally take 10 years to grow to the qi refining stage. 100 years to build a foundation means that in at most 90 years, the Xian turtle will be able to grow into a foundation establishment stage demon beast. The longevity black tortoise doesn't need a great environment or many resources to cultivate. Any place with spiritual energy will do. The important thing is to spend time cultivating. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that Lu Xian doesn't need to take care of it and can just leave it anywhere to grow. The disadvantage is that its growth rate is limited. Even if it is fed with the best pills, its growth rate will not be much faster. As a third-tier bloodline demon beast, the longevity black tortoise has two special talents, the greatest of which is its lifespan. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it can live for 10,000 years. That's outrageous. A golden core cultivator has a lifespan of 1,000 years, a nascent soul cultivator only 3,000 years, and only a divine transformation immortal can have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Besides its longevity, the Xian turtle has another talent, extremely strong defense. It is currently at the first level of qi refining, but its shell is stronger than most mid-stage qi refining demon beasts, making it very capable of surviving. Lu Xian took out a qi and blood pill and threw it to it. Eat it. The black tortoise caught the pill in one gulp and swallowed it without hesitation. A moment later, the black tortoise lay swaying on the ground, its eyelids drooping, looking drowsy. Master, I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep now. Don't sleep. Lu Xian shouted loudly. How can you sleep at your age? Take good care of the medicine's effects and focus on your cultivation. The black tortoise stared blankly at Lu Xian, looking rather dim-witted. If you haven't broken through to the second level of qi refining in 3 years, I'll stew you into soup and drink it. It normally takes 90 years for a Xian turtle to reach the foundation establishment stage, but Lu Xian can't wait that long. 30 years is more like it. No. The Xian turtle mustered its strength and circulated its bloodline cultivation method to digest the medicinal effects, then transmitted its voice with a pitiful tone. That's more like it. Lu Xian used his manipulation technique to drag the Xian turtle to the lakeside and threw it directly into White Crane Lake. You are not allowed to steal any low-grade first-tier spirit fish. Also, remember to hide carefully, lest you actually get caught and turned into soup. Lu Xian transmitted his instructions telepathically. No. Time flies. 4 months later. The courtyard of the sect's talisman master. Lu Xian had a very leisurely time during this period. He could stay in Yongning whenever he wanted, or return to the sect for a few days whenever he wanted. Since the foundation establishment ancestor Wang Qiao obtained the core formation spiritual object, not only Yongning has become stable, but the entire Red Pine sect has also become stable. A peaceful life was Lu Xian's comfort zone. It was practically a life of bliss. Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong, both high-level furnace cauldrons, became pregnant 3 months ago, and 3 other female cultivators and concubines also became pregnant one after another. The seeds of a bountiful harvest have been sown. All that's left is to wait for the harvest. 5 of the 9 female cultivators are pregnant, and the other 4 are still not showing signs of pregnancy. There are only 2 months left until the next sect assessment, so we still need to work hard. Today is a special day. It is the 3rd birthday of Lu Xian's eldest son, Lu Daoyuan. Lu Xian specially ordered Wang Xianle to send a banquet to celebrate his birthday, which included Xiao Yuan's favorite roast chicken. Thank you, Dad. Xiao Yuan hugged the chicken leg and chewed it vigorously, speaking indistinctly. 3-year-old Xiao Yuan is a little over 1.2 meters tall. He is somewhat honest and sturdy, taller and stronger than many 5-year-olds. He resembles Lu Xian in his features, only much fatter and more robust. If he continues to grow at this rate, he'll become a larger version of Lu Xian, a wider version overall. Xiao Yuan, eat quickly, we'll go test your spiritual roots after you finish. Lin Shuer said seriously. Oh. Xiao Yuan obediently sped up his eating, finishing a chicken leg in just a few bites. Lu Xian looked at his son, then at Lin Shuer, and said, why don't we wait until the sect holds the spirit testing conference in 2 months to do the test? There's no need to rush. No. Lin Shuer refused, saying, I can't wait any longer. If something happens now, I won't be able to sleep for the next 2 months. Children as young as 3 can be tested to see if they have spiritual roots. The sect holds a spiritual root testing conference every year, and children throughout the Red Pine region can be tested for free. Once someone is found to have spiritual roots, they will have the opportunity to enter a Taoist academy to learn about cultivation techniques. If one has exceptional spiritual talent, they can directly receive preferential treatment from the academy, including free room and board and dedicated teachers. The Spirit Testing Conference is held at the same time as the sect's outer sect assessment, which is 2 months later. But Lin Shuer couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to take her son to the magic hall for the test ahead of schedule. Renting a testing artifact is inexpensive, only 1 gold coin, nothing serious. But Lu Xian knew that Xiao Yuan had no spiritual root and didn't want to disappoint her prematurely. On the way to the Hall of Magic, Lu Xian, holding Xiao Yuan's hand, said to Lin Shuer, Shuer, spiritual roots are all a matter of fate. Don't worry too much about it. It's not a big deal if you don't have one. Lin Shuer forced a smile and nodded, saying, Shuer understands, husband, don't worry. The Hall of Talismans and Incantations. Lin Shuer paid the money, and a cultivator brought out a magical artifact that looked like a bronze mirror. The Spirit Mirror is a top-grade special magical artifact that can measure the level of spiritual energy perception of children over 3 years old, also known as their spiritual root. Xiao Yuan looked carefully in the mirror. Perhaps sensing Lin Shuer's nervousness, Xiao Yuan obediently listened and stared intently at himself in the mirror. The mirror was blurry, and Xiao Yuan in the mirror didn't look very clear either. 10 breaths later. A cultivator nearby remarked, the spirit testing mirror shows no obvious reaction, there's no spiritual root. No. Let's test it again. Lin Shuer took out a gold coin and handed it to the cultivator, then sternly instructed Xiao Yuan, focus on looking in the mirror, understand? Oh. Xiao Yuan was a little scared and felt a little wronged. If a child has spiritual roots, the spirit testing mirror will absorb spiritual energy from their gaze, thus emitting spiritual light of varying brightness. A top-tier first-class spirit testing mirror is virtually infallible and will not change due to a child's concentration issues. 10 breaths later, the cultivator didn't remind them this time, but everyone understood that the child truly had no spiritual root. On the way back, Lu Xian had known the result for a long time, so he didn't feel anything. Although Lin Shuer also accepted the result, she was in a bad mood and remained sullen and silent. Father, can't one cultivate immortality without spiritual roots? Xiao Yuan may seem simple-minded and greedy, but he is actually very clever. He knows why his mother is unhappy. Lu Xian patted his head and laughed, of course you can. The Great Tao is 50, the heavenly evolution is 49, and 1 is hidden away. There is no dead end in the world, there is always a glimmer of hope. Even without spiritual roots, Xiao Yuan can practice martial arts. Once he breaks through to the peak of the innate realm, he can defy fate. Really? The little guy looked at Lu Xian excitedly. Chapter 109, Heading to the Heavenly Sword Sect? Practicing martial arts? It's not that easy. There are no restrictions on martial arts practice, anyone can practice martial arts. As long as one has enough to eat, most mortals in the cultivation world will come into contact with some martial arts. With such a massive population base, the number of people who can truly defy fate is extremely small, which is enough to prove how difficult it is. The sect has about 600 inner disciples, of whom about 300 are in the late stage of qi refining. Among the 300, only 2 are from ordinary martial arts backgrounds. The number of martial artists in the sect territory is at least 10 times that of cultivators, but less than 1% of the cultivators have broken through to the late stage of qi refining and reached the peak of the innate realm. Lin Shuer herself had no spiritual root, and she felt this deeply. She considered herself to have good martial arts talent and had reached the peak of internal energy at a young age, but she never thought she could break through to the perfect state of the innate realm. Xiao Yuan, however, didn't understand any of this. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, he immediately became excited and exclaimed, Dad, I want to practice martial arts with you. Okay. Lu Xian smiled and said, you're still young now. I'll teach you martial arts when you grow up. Xiao Yuan nodded seriously, and a tiny seed was planted in his heart. Practicing martial arts isn't about brute force. If you want to learn martial arts, you'd better go back and study hard and learn to read and write. Don't be lazy. 3 days later. Lin Shuer accepted the fact that her son had no spiritual root. Her attitude towards Xiao Yuan did not worsen, on the contrary, it became better. She used to force Xiao Yuan to study and learn characters diligently every day, but now she doesn't force him anymore. She lets him play as long as he's happy. Xiao Yuan used to find all sorts of ways to slack off every day, but Lin Shuer didn't care. Instead, he took the initiative to study every day and made rapid progress. With his influence, the other children in the family also pretended to listen attentively to the teacher's lectures, and the learning atmosphere in the kindergarten improved a lot. 2 months later. Lu Xian has been a disciple for 4 years, and the second annual beauty pageant is in full swing. In the past 2 months, 3 more female cultivators' concubines have become pregnant, as has 1 ordinary concubine from the Lu family in Yongning. Of the 10 female cultivators who served as concubines last year, 1 has yet to conceive, and no one knows what the problem is. Everyone's fertility is different. Some women conceive on their first try, while others struggle to conceive despite numerous attempts. Lu Xian didn't insist on this, only asking that the number of concubines be increased. Lu Xian only plans to take in 6 concubines for this sect beauty pageant. Firstly, the expenses are too high, and secondly, with the increase in concubines, some of whom have already given birth can have a second child, which will require a lot of energy to take care of. All 6 concubines were newly enrolled students at the Taoist Academy this year, and all of them were 18 years old. All of them came from ordinary families, at most ordinary qi refining families, and Lu Xian saved 6 pitiful people. All 6 concubines were arranged to live in the neighboring Talisman Master's courtyard, together with Lu Qingqing, Yuan Fei, and Zhang Xiaoyu. Lu Xian's selection of female cultivators as concubines this year was even more extravagant than last year, with the dual cultivation hall posting notices directly at the examination hall. However, the sensation it caused was much smaller than last year. Perhaps people had gotten used to it after last year's experience, or perhaps Lu Xian was living a secluded life and rarely appeared in public, so people were no longer interested in the matter. There are many rumors about Lu Xian within the sect, but very few people have actually seen him. Lu Xian never participated in any competitions, activities, or exchange conferences organized by the sect, not even the Talisman Master assessment in the Talisman Hall. As the sect's #1 talisman genius and a disciple personally taught by the Qingyun ancestor, many young geniuses in the Talisman Hall were unconvinced, feeling that Lu Xian was unworthy of his reputation, otherwise why would he never show himself? An unnamed Taoist temple. The Qingyun ancestor was checking Lu Xian's talisman skills again. Genius. A talisman genius, 1 in a million. After Lu Xian finished drawing a water escape talisman, the Azure Cloud ancestor looked at Lu Xian inside. With your talent in talismans, if you were in a major sect and became an apprentice of a high-level talisman master, your potential would be limitless. Master, you flatter me. There is still much for me to learn from you. Lin Qingyun waved his hand, his expression becoming serious, and said, I'm not just saying this casually, I genuinely believe you should develop your career in a major sect. I have a good friend who works in the Talisman Hall of the Heavenly Sword sect. He is a top-tier 2nd-level talisman master. If you are willing, I will pave the way for you. Lu Xian was stunned. Is this a test from his master, or is that what he really thinks? Thank you for your guidance, master. However, I only wish to stay in the sect and stay by your side. Regardless of whether it's true or not, Lu Xian has no intention of leaving the Red Pine sect for the time being. If he leaves, what will happen to all his fellow Taoists, concubines, and dozens of children? The Heavenly Sword sect is a nascent soul cultivation ground. How much influence can a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Lin Qingyun have? He'll have to rebuild everything over there anyway, so why bother? A golden core sect like the Red Pine sect is enough for Lu Xian's early development. As long as he keeps having children to get system rewards and then cultivates and develops his offspring, he'll have everything. Moreover, the nascent soul true monarch is incredibly powerful. What if Lu Xian is found to be acting strangely right under his nose? With the system, Lu Xian is destined to have no shortage of resources. Going to the Heavenly Sword sect now is not worth the risks and rewards. Only a fool would go. You don't need to worry. I am over 260 years old this year, and I can live for another 30 years at most. Would I harm you? Master has misunderstood. This disciple truly does not wish to leave the sect for the Heavenly Sword sect. If I leave, what will happen to my wives, concubines, and children? We can't possibly take them all to the Heavenly Sword sect, can we? Just because of that? Lin Qingyun rebuked, the path to immortality is fraught with peril. We seekers of the Tao must seize every opportunity to climb upwards. They're just wives, concubines, and children. What's the harm in throwing them away? Holy crap! So blunt? The cultivation world truly has no sense of morality or ethics. This disciple still does not wish to go. Please grant my request, master. Seeing Lu Xian's appearance, Lin Xingyun was a little angry, not because he was disobedient, but because Lu Xian was too soft-hearted. In the world of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak, and those who care too much about emotions will never achieve great things. However, this is also a good thing. From his perspective, if Lu Xian were a heartless and ungrateful person, he would not have devoted himself to teaching him, let alone entrust the Lin family to Lu Xian. Have you thought this through? 3 years from now, if that old man Wang Qiao fails to form his core and the Red Pine sect falls into chaos, it won't be so easy for you to cultivate in peace like you do now. Lin Xingyun said in a deep voice. Failed to form the golden core? I heard from senior sister Xiaoran that ancestor Wang obtained a core formation spiritual object, didn't he? Lu Xian blurted out. A core formation spiritual object? Lin Xingyun scoffed. With old man Wang Qiao's aptitude, even if you gave him 10 more core formation spiritual items, he probably still wouldn't be able to break through. Master, what is your estimate of the probability of ancestor Wang forming his core? Lu Xian asked in confusion. At most 10%. That's way too low. Lu Xian thought the sect had caused such a huge uproar over this core formation artifact, but it turned out to be at most 10%. Chapter 110 Spiritual Root Offspring, Greenwood Longevity Technique. It's one thing that Wang Qiao managed to form his core by sheer luck. If he fails to form his core, given my understanding of Master Xiao, he will definitely not be willing to give up. I estimate that he will have to pay an even greater price to help Wang Qiao form his core. I can hardly predict what the situation will be like then. After listening to Lin Xingyun's account, Lu Xian pondered for a moment and asked, Master, if ancestor Wang failed to form his core, would the sect still exist? Certainly. As long as Master Xiao is alive, the Red Pine sect cannot be destroyed. Lin Xingyun answered without hesitation. That's good, that's good. With Lin Xingyun's assurance, Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he had thought, as long as Master Xiao was alive, the Red Pine sect would remain, at most just a little chaotic. Good. Don't you understand the situation, kid? Lin Xingyun frowned and said, let's not even talk about whether the chaos will affect your cultivation. Just think about what will happen when Master Xiao reaches the end of his life 40 years from now, and I am no longer here. The new Golden Core sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect will take over the sect with his disciples and clansmen. What will you do then? When the time comes, your decades of hard work will instantly become someone else's property. Are you willing to just hand it over to someone else? The newly appointed Golden Core sect master didn't come alone, he brought a whole leadership team with him. When that time comes, everyone in the Red Pine sect will have to be replaced, and anyone wanting to serve will have to see if there are any positions available. If Master Xiao doesn't cause trouble, it's fine. But if he wreaks havoc on the Red Pine sect's territory before his death, leaving a mess for the new Golden Core cultivators, then a purge will be inevitable. Master, rest assured. In 40 years, I will be over 60 years old. If I haven't broken through to the foundation establishment stage by then, it will be the same wherever I go. If I am fortunate enough to achieve foundation establishment, even if I cannot stay in the sect, I should have no problem securing a foothold in the border region. This time, it was Lin Xingyun's turn to be taken aback. You have ambition. I underestimated you. Lu Xian focused solely on what he could achieve by breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. He didn't consider anything he couldn't achieve. He had always thought that Lu Xian was obsessed with women and lacked ambition, but it seems he was mistaken. No wonder Lu Xian devoted so much thought and effort to managing Yongning. It turns out he had planned this all along. No matter how many people the newly appointed Golden Core cultivator brings, they can only take over the sect and the surrounding area. Local towns like Yongning will still be governed by cultivator families from various regions. Taking advantage of the chaos within the sects to seize control of border territories, this kid actually thought this far ahead. The sect is currently in an awkward situation, and these foundation establishment cultivators cannot make a move, lest they arouse Xiao Zhenrun's misunderstanding and give Lu Xian the opportunity to seize it. No wonder this kid dared to provoke even Xiaoran. Lin Xingyun knew some of Lu Xian's affairs in Yongning, including becoming Xiaoran's confidant. He had thought Lu Xian was just a lustful man, but now it seems this was probably part of his plan. Since you're unwilling, then forget it. Lin Xingyun nodded at Lu Xian and said with satisfaction, go ahead and do it with confidence. I will secretly lend you a hand. What are you doing? Lu Xian felt a little uneasy under Lin Qingyun's strange gaze, but he didn't ask any further questions and obeyed the order to take his leave. Watching Lu Xian's departing figure, Lin Qingyun sighed softly, "It's so good to be young. You dare to think anything, dare to do anything, and have hope for everything." 1 month later. The Talisman Master's courtyard. Long-legged, sexy beauty Yuan Fei is about to give birth. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of your 40th offspring. You have received one Tier 1 mid-grade Qi gathering pill. The fact that Yuan Fei's child had no spiritual root was somewhat unexpected by Lu Xian. In the past month, 2 ordinary maids in the Lu family of Yongning gave birth to children, neither of whom had spiritual roots. Now even Yuan Feixing's child, who has a 7th grade spiritual root and is at the 2nd level of Qi refining, doesn't have a spiritual root. That's really unlucky. Even a 9th grade spiritual root would be fine. If this child has spiritual roots, he would be the 10th child with spiritual roots, guaranteeing him an achievement reward. Lu Xian had been looking forward to this for so long, but this was the result. Never mind. Keep a calm and composed mindset. It is normal for children not to have spiritual roots even if both parents have them. Lu Xian quickly composed himself and entered the room with a smile to check on the mother and daughter. 10 days later. Zhang Xiaoyu is about to give birth. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of your 41st offspring, with an 8th grade spiritual root. You have obtained a 2nd tier low grade storage bag 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached the milestone of having 10 offspring with spiritual roots, achieving the accomplishment, Hope of the Immortal Clan, and obtaining the top tier 3rd order Qi cultivation technique, Azure Wood Longevity Technique. Azure Wood Longevity Technique, a Qi cultivation method based on the wood element. The technique is balanced and harmonious, producing abundant and rapid mana regeneration. Special effect, life extension, increasing a cultivator's lifespan by 30%. Disadvantages, slow cultivation speed, average combat ability. A top-tier, 3rd order cultivation technique. That means it can be cultivated up to the Golden Core Perfection realm. The reward is so-so. When Lin Xuer was pregnant, the system directly gave her the Devouring Heaven Body Refining Technique, a true immortal level body refining technique. Lu Xian was quite disappointed that the reward for the achievement he had finally managed to obtain was only a top-tier Tier 3. Is this system deliberately trying to suppress me? I hate being suppressed in cultivation level the most. I dream of being invincible. Husband, you haven't named the child yet? Seeing Lu Xian holding his daughter in a daze for a long time, Zhang Xiaoyu whispered a reminder. Lu Xian snapped out of his reverie, gathered his thoughts, and pondered for a while, but still couldn't come up with anything. So he said, "Why don't you name our daughter, Xiaoyu?" Zhang Xiaoyu frowned and thought for a while. I can't figure it out? She has a hesitant and indecisive personality. Although she has many ideas in her mind, she feels that none of them are suitable. Then let's call him Lu Lingqing. Lu Xian made the decision directly. There was no special meaning behind it, he simply wanted to use the Qing character from the Qingmu Changsheng Gong. The training room. Lu Xian now has another storage bag in his hand. Using 2 storage bags by himself is quite extravagant. Putting away the storage bag, Lu Xian consciously clicked on a cyan tree-shaped light and shadow in his sea of consciousness. Boom! A vast amount of information flooded into Lu Xian's mind, and he felt as if he had become a towering tree in a primeval forest, with endless life energy filling his body. Within the Dantian, the pure yang energy refined by the 3 yang gathering body technique slowly rotated, and a point of bluish-green light was born, which then quickly spread until the entire Dantian was bluish-green. The magical power nourished his soul in reverse, and a cool and clear feeling surged into his soul, elevating Lu Xian's entire being. 1 hour later. After Lu Xian received the information about the cultivation technique, he carefully sensed the changes in his Dantian, magical power, and soul, and was completely stunned. The cultivation technique rewarded by the system was actually a direct initiation, which meant that he directly learned all the content of his current cultivation level. Once you break through to the foundation establishment and golden core stages, your subsequent insights will automatically emerge, eliminating the need to spend time studying cultivation techniques. Not only that, but what shocked Lu Xian even more was that the magical power in his Dantian could be directly converted, which was equivalent to cultivating 2 Qi refining techniques at the same time. A cultivator can only practice one cultivation method. Changing methods requires switching cultivation techniques. Isn't that common sense? Why is this the case? Chapter 111 Heavenly Origin Sword, Commanding the 5 Elements. The Greenwood magic operated automatically, and Lu Xian didn't need to worry about controlling it at all. It was as if it were his instinct. Click. An invisible shattering sound rang out. Lu Xian immediately took out a handful of qi-gathering pills and swallowed them. The enormous spiritual energy and medicinal power were refined into azure wood magic power at an extremely stable speed. 1 hour later. Qi refining level 5. Lu Xian was already close to breaking through to the 5th level of qi refining, and his complete mastery of the azure wood longevity technique accelerated this process. Feel the smooth and silky flow of magical energy within your body. Your cultivation speed will increase by at least 50%. The Greenwood longevity technique is not known for its speed of cultivation, otherwise, it could be even faster. After finishing his practice and adjusting his breathing, Lu Xian suddenly changed his technique, switching back to the 3 yang gathering body technique he had been practicing before. Buzz. A wisp of golden flame ignited in the center of his dantian, and the green, life-giving azure wood magic power instantly transformed into pure yang fire magic power. I can actually possess the magical power to cultivate 2 different techniques at the same time. According to Lu Xian's understanding, cultivators can only practice one type of cultivation method. Switching to another requires time and effort, and switching back also requires time and effort. Why can I possess 2 different cultivation techniques simultaneously and switch between them so easily? Lu Xian focused his consciousness into his dantian and carefully observed the changes during the conversion of magical power. Heavenly Origin Sword. The Heavenly Origin Sword in the center of Lu Xian's dantian caught his attention. The conversion between the 3 yang magic power and the Greenwood magic power both used it as a medium. The 2 opposing magical properties did not conflict because it adjusted itself. The Heavenly Origin Sword was forged using sword techniques based on the 5 elements of one's destiny, and possesses the ability to control the 5 elements. The power of the 3 yangs belongs to yang and fire, while the power of the Greenwood belongs to wood. Is it because of this that they can coexist harmoniously? If Lu Xian's guess is correct, the value of the Heavenly Origin Sword is probably many times greater than he previously imagined. Cultivation techniques are basically inseparable from the yin-yang and 5 elements theory. The techniques rewarded by the system can be learned directly, and each technique will make Lu Xian stronger. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and among his peers, probably no one can rival him. The 3 Yang's magic power is beneficial for dual cultivation and is also quite good in combat. The Greenwood magic power is beneficial for health preservation, recovery from injuries, and can also increase lifespan by 30%. The combination of the 2 would likely make the technique no less effective than a 4th stage nascent soul level technique. If I can gather all 5 elements of cultivation techniques in the future, and with the 5 elements mutually generating and restraining each other, I will have no weaknesses. Both types of magic have their advantages, could you? With a thought, the Heavenly Origin Sword in the center of his dantian split into 2. One was bright yellow and surrounded by the power of the 3 yangs, while the other was green and surrounded by green. The 2 magical powers each occupy half of the dantian, merging and changing with each other, yet always maintaining a balance. The balance was broken, the Heavenly Origin Sword merged into one, and all its magic power was transformed into the Greenwood magic power. The power of the 3 yangs and the power of the Greenwoods are mutually exclusive. The Heavenly Origin Sword can only allow them to coexist for a short time. If this continues for too long, the 3 yangs will ignite the Greenwoods. For the 5 elements of magic power to coexist, the 5 elements of magic power must at least be at their peak. Besides the system extracting cultivation techniques, there is another way to achieve perfect harmony of the 5 elements. He just needs to cultivate 1 metal attribute cultivation technique, 1 water attribute cultivation technique, and 1 earth attribute cultivation technique, all of which will reach the mid-stage of qi refining. It's possible, but there's no need. Lu Xian was well aware of his own talent and comprehension. To cultivate multiple techniques at the same time was simply asking for trouble, and he might not even be able to comprehend them. Instead of wasting energy studying various cultivation techniques, it would be better to have more children. Maybe the system would reward you directly. I usually use the Greenwood magic to maintain my health, and when I'm in love with my Taoist partner, I transform it into the 3 yang magic to enhance my combat power. Let's do it this way. As Lu Xian stepped out of the cultivation room, the concubines guarding the door were immediately struck by his appearance. Lu Xian's looks hadn't changed, but he now possessed a youthful and sunny aura, like the morning sun in spring. Lu Xian was only in his 20s, and the Greenwood longevity technique increased his lifespan by 30%, reaching 160 years old, making him look like he was 16 or 17 again, with a touch of youthfulness. 2 months later. When her second daughter, Lingxiu, and third daughter, Lingyun, turned 3, Lin Shuer couldn't resist any longer and begged Lu Xian to take them to have their spiritual roots tested. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang are like sisters to Lin Shuer. She also likes the two girls very much and treats them like her own daughters. She sincerely hopes that the two girls will be blessed by fate. Seeing the expectant looks on De Shuang, Xiao Shuang, and Lin Shuer's faces, Lu Xian had no choice but to take them to the magic hall to test their spiritual roots. As usual, 1 gold coin is awarded for each test. After submitting 2 gold coins, the second daughter, Lingxiu, will be tested first. 10 breaths later, the spirit testing mirror did not react. Disappointment flashed across the 3 women's faces, and they called for their third daughter, Lingyun, to come forward for the test. 10 breaths later. Still no spiritual root. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang were slightly disappointed, but they hadn't had high hopes to begin with, so they quickly accepted the result. On the contrary, Lin Shuer felt a deep sense of despair because her 3 children in a row had no spiritual roots, and she was afraid that her second child, Daoping, would also not have spiritual roots. She really had no idea about the 1 in 10 chance of having a spiritual root. Aunt Shui, does Xiao Wei also lack spiritual roots? Ling Yun, who was quietly nestled in Lin Shuer's arms, noticed that Lin Shuer was unhappy and asked softly. Lin Shuer was taken aback, forcing a smile, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lingxiu, who was clinging to Lu Xian's arm and holding a small flower in her hand, spoke in a clear and crisp voice. Big Pot doesn't have any spiritual roots either. He said he can practice martial arts with Dad in the future. Lu Xian patted her head and laughed. You know that too? Did your older brother tell you? Lingxiu nodded. Dad said I should study hard so that I can practice martial arts with Dad when I grow up. Good. I'll teach you martial arts when you grow up. Children can start practicing some basic martial arts to strengthen their foundation when they are 6 years old, similar to calisthenics. Lu Xian plans to combine his understanding of martial arts, swordsmanship, and the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique to create a basic cultivation method for children without spiritual roots. It's unrealistic to expect them to directly cultivate the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique. Even if Lu Xian were willing to give it to them, they wouldn't be able to learn it. The Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique does not require spiritual roots or high comprehension, making it relatively easy to cultivate. However, this simplicity is relative to true immortal cultivation techniques. Compared to ordinary cultivation techniques or even 3rd or 4th tier techniques, it is hellish. Lu Xian didn't feel any difficulty in cultivating because the system directly empowered him. Only when he tried to describe the cultivation method in its entirety did he realize its profoundness. Even within the body refinement stage alone, there are many aspects that feel like they can only be understood intuitively rather than explained in words. Therefore, Lu Xian came up with a compromise. First, he would integrate the simpler parts into the martial arts of this place, step by step. If his children could comprehend it, he would then introduce the more advanced parts, until they reached a high level. Chapter 112: The Spiritual Roots of Offspring. There's no rush. His eldest son, Xiao Yuan, is only 3 years old. There are still 2.5 years until he turns 6. Lu Xian can slowly perfect the entire martial arts system. This matter concerns the future of all of Lu Xian's children, as well as Lu Xian's own future, and must be carefully planned. The Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique, combined with martial arts principles, creates a new martial art. Once the children have learned the basics of martial arts, Lu Xian will combine the advanced parts to create a top-tier martial arts technique for them to practice. Only by reaching a certain level can one receive instruction in the next level of techniques. It can both help children make better progress and prevent the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique, a true immortal level cultivation method, from being exposed. True immortal cultivation techniques. This wasn't a matter of whether or not Lu Xian was willing to give it up, but rather that he dared not directly pass it on to every child. Once a true immortal level cultivation technique is exposed to the eyes of the big shots in the cultivation world, Lu Xian's current strength will leave him at their mercy, and he might not even be able to die then. Fortunately, there are no body refining techniques in this cultivation world. Even if you get the basic parts, no one can understand them, let alone see the underlying principles. 1 month later. Lin Yi's child was born. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of your 42nd offspring, with a 7th grade spiritual root. You have received 10 top grade spirit stones. It's actually a 7th grade spiritual root. The system directly rewards you with 10 top grade spirit stones, equivalent to 20,000 low grade spirit stones. He could earn at most 20,000 to 30,000 spirit stones a year by painstakingly drawing talismans, but the system's gift of a single gift could be equivalent to more than half a year's worth of his income. It was an absolute steal. According to the system's gift-giving rules, if a 7th grade spiritual root is this generous, what about a 6th grade, 5th grade, 1st grade? Wouldn't that be defying the heavens? However, it's not that simple. Due to Lucien's 9th grade spiritual root, his offspring's spiritual root will have to break through to the 6th grade in the short term unless they get extremely lucky. Unfortunately, everything that can improve one's spiritual root aptitude is a rare and precious treasure, which is difficult for Lucien to buy even if he has money. He doesn't have the financial means to buy things at this level. My husband. We are having a child. Linny looked at her son with a genuine smile on her face. When she was bored during this time, she often played with Lucien's children, and she grew to like them more and more. Now, she finally has a child of her own. Linny felt happy just thinking about how he could play with his brothers and sisters when he grew up. For his 41st child, Lucien named him Lu Daoxing, hoping that he would have a smooth journey ahead. A few days later, Lu Qingqing then gave birth as well. Ding! Congratulations on the birth of your 43rd offspring. You have received 10 mid-grade spirit stones. The goddess of fate did not favor this child. He didn't even have a 9th grade spiritual root. Lucien did not show any special treatment and continued to show concern for the mother and son as usual. The following month, the 2 furnace cauldrons, Lu Sisi and Yang Rongrong, also gave birth. They were lucky. One was a boy and the other a girl, both with 9th grade spiritual roots. After that, the female cultivators and concubines also gave birth one after another, and by the end of the year, they had given birth to a total of 8 children. 5 have spiritual roots, and 3 don't. The probability of having spiritual roots is over 50%, so the luck is pretty good. Of the 5 offspring with spiritual roots, 4 have 9th grade spiritual roots and 1 has an 8th grade spiritual root, which is quite average. Besides the female cultivators and concubines, the ordinary maids in the Lu family of Yongning also gave birth to 2 children, one of whom was lucky enough to reach the 9th grade spiritual root. 5 years. It's been 5 years. As Lucien flipped through the list of female cultivators that Lu Qingqing had sent, he sighed with admiration. In 5 years, I had a total of 54 children, which is less than 1 per month on average. I have to admit that I became a bit lax. Especially in the last 2 years, the improvement of body cultivation has led to a decrease in the chance of childbirth. Moreover, Lucien also discovered that the chances of female cultivators and concubines with spiritual roots getting pregnant are relatively low. For some female cultivators and concubines who had difficulty conceiving, Lucien devoted himself to teaching them everything he knew and taking care of them every day, but sometimes there was no sign of pregnancy even after a month. Lucien even thought someone was trying to take advantage of him for free and was secretly using contraception. In response to this practice, Lucien first examined the female cultivators' concubines to confirm whether there was a health problem. Then, based on each concubine's situation, reduce her treatment before she became pregnant and increase her treatment after she became pregnant. And most importantly, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Under normal circumstances, show affection to the same concubine no more than once every 3 days. The ordinary maids in Yongning should also be looked after occasionally. Even though the probability of their offspring having spiritual roots is not high, it's enough to make up the total number. Just the 6 of them. You arrange things properly. Lucien closed the booklet and instructed Lu Qingqing, who was standing beside him. Just like last year, Lucien only selected 6 concubines this year. With the increasing number of women, many of whom are now eligible to have a second child, the demand for female cultivators as concubines is naturally decreasing. Yes. Lu Qingqing put away the booklet and went to fetch the person. Father. I've come to see you. Just as Lu Qingqing left, a fair-skinned little boy ran in through the door. The little boy has delicate features and fair skin. You can tell at a glance that he will grow up to be a handsome young man. Xiao Chang, slow down. If you fall, Mom will give you another beating. A woman in red followed closely behind and entered the room. Lin Anqi's expression was a mixture of anger and resentment, displaying a unique charm. Dad! Save me, Mom's going to hit me. Dao Chang chuckled and threw himself into Lucien's arms, showing no sign of fear whatsoever. Your father can't save you. Lucien pulled him out of his arms and laughed. Your mother is angry, and your father hits her too. The maid Xiaoye also arrived, leading a quiet little girl by the hand. Linghui, the 5th child, was naturally introverted and shy. She held her mother Xiaoye's hand tightly and whispered to Lucien, Father. It's Xiaowei. Come here, Daddy will hug you. Lu Xian pulled his son Xiao Chang away and hugged the girl Xiao Hui in his arms. Xiao Hui is a quiet, smart, and sensible girl, and Lu Xian likes her quite a bit. Let's go. Let's test our spiritual roots. Lu Xian carried his daughter, and Lin Anqi carried her son Xiao Chang, as they headed towards the magic hall. The two children have turned 3 years old. Lin Anqi brought them here so that Lu Xian could take them to have their spiritual roots tested. Father, what is a spiritual root? My mother told me that only those with spiritual roots can cultivate. But what exactly is cultivation? Xiao Chang, unable to stay still, asked questions like a curious child. Didn't your mother explain it to you clearly? Lu Xian retorted. Mother. Xiao Chang glanced cautiously at Lin Anqi, then boldly said, Mother doesn't know either. When I asked her, she tried to hit me. Ouch. Father. Help me. No sooner had he finished speaking than he received a slap on the butt, which made Lu Xian laugh. The Hall of Magic. Lu Xian arrived again. The disciple in charge of testing spiritual roots was familiar with the process and, without being told, directly retrieved the spirit testing mirror. Xiao Hui, you go first. Lu Xian pulled back Xiao Chang, who was trying to get closer. 10 breaths later. The spirit testing mirror showed no reaction, indicating no spiritual root. When it was Xiao Chang's turn to step forward, as he looked at the mirror, a layer of spiritual light slowly emerged, forming a circle. Condensed to spirit ring, 9th grade spiritual root, congratulations. The disciples of the law enforcement hall bowed and said. Chapter 113. Should they be trained separately? It has spiritual roots. Xiao Chang possesses spiritual roots. Lin Anqi excitedly hugged Xiao Chang in her arms, and the unexpected surprise made her burst into tears of joy. She had inquired about the spiritual roots of Lu Xuanxian's 3 children, and none of them had any. Since the maid Xiaoye's daughter didn't have spiritual roots either, Lin Anqi had little hope that her son would have them. The 1 in 10 chance was indeed too low, and Lin Anqi was prepared for the possibility that Xiao Chang would not have any spiritual roots. Mom! You're pinching me too hard. Xiao Chang struggled in Lin Anqi's arms. Oh, I'm sorry, Mother got too excited. Lin Anqi pulled Xiao Chang to look him over from left to right, and suddenly realized that this kid wasn't so annoying after all. The more she looked at him, the more obedient he seemed. On the way out, Lin Anqi's attitude towards her son changed completely, and she held Xiao Chang in her arms with great care. This made Xiao Chengdu feel a little uncomfortable. She felt like something was off. Mother! I have spiritual roots now, can you teach me how to cultivate? You are still young, so you should study hard. You can start cultivating when you grow up. Liar! Mother is lying. You clearly said that anyone with spiritual roots could cultivate. Your mother didn't explain it clearly before. Cultivation is a very complicated thing. You still need to learn many things before you can cultivate. Lin Anqi explained patiently. Xiao Chang probably thought cultivation was something fun, and kept asking when he could start cultivating. The next day, Lu Xian went directly to the dual cultivation hall to buy a spirit testing mirror, a top-grade first-tier magic artifact, which cost him 300 spirit stones. He has many children, so instead of spending money to take tests at the magic hall every time, he might as well just buy one. Saving a little money on testing is secondary, the main reason is convenience. In the courtyard, Changdan, Huangxian, Li Man, and even Wu Qingyue rushed back from Yongning just to witness their children's spiritual roots being tested. Lin Shuer's second son, Lu Daoping, and Xiaolan's daughter, Lu Linyue, are all 3 years old now, just like the children from the group Lu Xian had before he went to Yongning. The 5 children lined up in a row. Changdan's son, Xiao Lu, and Dao Ming were the first to be tested. The spirit-detecting mirror emitted a spiritual light, forming a circular ring. A 9th grade spiritual root. My son has spiritual roots. Changdan smiled happily. Although she didn't value her son's spiritual root that much, having it was better than not having it, wasn't it? Xiaoqi Lu Daoshuan's second test, after 10 breaths, the spirit testing mirror showed no reaction after 20 breaths, there was still no reaction after 30 breaths, there was still no reaction. No spiritual root. Huang Qian was slightly disappointed and pulled her son aside. Xiaoba Lu Lingjing stepped forward, and just like before, she also had no spiritual root. Although the children don't quite understand the specific meaning of spiritual roots, they can sense their mother's emotional changes and some disappointment. Li Man pulled Xiaozhou Daojin forward and comforted her. Jinjin, it doesn't matter whether you have spiritual roots or not. Let's just live happily, okay? Yes, mother. Daojian's face remained expressionless, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Buzz. The spirit testing mirror lit up with spiritual light, condensing 2 rings of spiritual light, even brighter than when Dao Ming had conducted the test earlier. An 8th grade spiritual root. Li Nan was stunned, then overjoyed. Her son actually had an 8th grade spiritual root. She only has an 8th grade spiritual root, which is only slightly better than the worst 9th grade spiritual root. She herself has an 8th grade spiritual root and doesn't have much of a future. Why was she so happy? Because Li Man understood that her son's 8th grade spiritual root was different from her own. She was born into an ordinary family with no connections or background. Even with an 8th grade spiritual root, she was destined to be nothing more than an animal. If she hadn't become Lu Xian's Taoist partner, she would probably still be working hard every day in the outer sect, being exploited by the sect. But her son Daojian was different. He had Lu Xian as his father, and while they shared the same spiritual root, their starting points were completely different. Lin Shuer, holding the hands of her eldest son Dao Yuan and second son Dao Ping respectively, looked at Li Man with some envy. Pinger, let's go get tested too. 30 breaths later, Lin Shuer's face turned pale. The greater her hope, the greater her disappointment. Neither of her sons had spiritual roots. Lin Shuer stood there in a daze. Among all the women present, she valued the spiritual roots of her offspring the most, yet neither of her 2 sons had any spiritual roots. Just then, a pair of warm, large hands grasped her cold, small hands. It's all right. I told you, you can practice martial arts even if you don't have spiritual roots. If it doesn't work out, that's okay. We have plenty of time, we can keep having more babies. Lu Xian offered words of comfort. Right. Keep going. Lin Shuer broke through to the innate realm last month, and her internal energy was transformed into innate qi. The innate realm of martial arts has the effect of transforming one's body and bones, and cleansing one's marrow. The probability of having a child with spiritual roots now is at least twice as high as before. Finally, it was Xiaolan's daughter, Lu Linyue's, turn. Xiaolan was just a maid that Lin Anqi had bought, and she was not familiar with anyone here. She stood to the side, feeling a little reserved. Her daughter, Lingyue, however, was not shy at all. She called out to her older brothers and sisters and quickly became friends with the group of children. Xiao Lingyue stepped forward happily, and after 30 breaths, the result came out: she had no spiritual root. Xiao Lan didn't have any high expectations to begin with, so she quickly accepted the outcome. Her only worry was that Ling Yu would be affected in the future. Of the 11 children, only 3 possessed spiritual roots: Xiao Si, Lin Anqi's son Lu Daocheng Xiao Lu, Chang Dan's son Lu Daoming and Xiao Zhou, Li Man's son Lu Daojian. Watching the group of children playing happily together, they realized that the seemingly insignificant test had already determined their future fate. Husband, should we separate Xiaocheng, Daoming, Daojian and the other children for education? Lin Shuer asked. This is something many cultivation families do. To avoid the psychological gap between children without spiritual roots and those with spiritual roots, they separate and raise children without spiritual roots from a very young age. Certainly. That's just a nice way of putting it. In reality, children without spiritual roots are essentially abandoned outright. Children without spiritual roots have no value in being nurtured. Instead of wasting resources on them, it is better to focus on nurturing children with spiritual roots. Cultivating one late-stage qi refining cultivator is more valuable than cultivating 100 innate martial artists. There's no need to consider how to do it. No need for now, let's wait until the child is a bit older. Lu Xian said. Whether 100 innate martial artists can compare to a single late-stage qi refining cultivator is hard to say for Lu Xian. With all the cultivation and strength of his children being transferred to him, the Lu family's style of doing things is destined to be different from other cultivation families. Certainly. The most important reason is that Lu Xian is not short of spirit stones now, and there is no need to give up his offspring who do not have spiritual roots, as it will not cost much money. After a child turns 1 year old, their spiritual essence is depleted, and they can only consume some spiritual rice, spiritual fruit, and low-level demon beast meat. How much can they eat? All right. As long as my husband understands. Lin Shuer, coming from a wealthy family, knew that Lu Xian's approach wouldn't last. Once the children grew up, they would inevitably have to be treated differently. Chapter 114 Body Refinement Level 6. Several months later. The children in Yongning have also turned 3 one after another, reaching the age for the spiritual root test. Lianer, Pinger, and Mayer's daughters, Ling Ning, Ling Yi, and Ling Xia, all lack spiritual roots. Wang Yuan's son, Xiao Shiwu Daoan, and Luo Ruoyan's daughter, Ling Yu, also lacked spiritual roots. At first, everyone was a little disappointed, but they gradually got used to it, since nobody else was. These maids themselves have no spiritual roots, so it's normal for their offspring to have no spiritual roots either. If they do, it's a pleasant surprise, and there's nothing to be disappointed about. They thought that once the results of the offspring spiritual root test came out, Lu Xian would definitely cut their expenses, but he didn't. Everything remained the same, and he even increased the children's food expenses a little. Although Yangning's maids did not have spiritual roots, most of them came from collateral branches of cultivation families, and their parents and brothers were more or less cultivators. Thanks to Lu Xian's connections, most of these people hold mid-level management positions within the Yongning Business Alliance. Conversely, these people raised the status of Lu Xian's maids in the family, and some of the more capable ones even used this to control a portion of the family's power. As long as Lu Xian did not neglect the children because of their spiritual root issues, this situation could continue. Ambitious maids like Wang Yuan and Luo Ruoyan are already considering getting pregnant with a second child as soon as possible in order to further consolidate their power in their respective families. The Lu family of Yongning holds a significant position in the city, with Xia He in the official ranks and Shi Xiaorong, the exceptionally capable vice leader, within the Merchant Alliance. Half a year ago, Xia He broke through the 7th level of qi refining and advanced to the late stage of qi refining, becoming an inner disciple of the sect. As a result, the status of the Lu family was greatly enhanced. Baihe Lake. The island in the middle of the lake. A black tortoise lay on the ground, and Lu Xian sat cross-legged on its back fishing, occasionally tossing the tortoise a qi and blood pill. The Xian turtle grew to the size of a round table, but its cultivation level remained unchanged, still at the first level of qi refining. This angered Lu Xian, who increased the dosage of medicine for it. Since Lu Xian had no use for the qi and blood pills that Wu Qingyue refined, it was perfect to use them to feed it. Husband, the tribulation cultivators have recently shown signs of activity again. Should we prepare in advance? Shi Xiaorong looked at the large tortoise under Lu Xian, wondering why Lu Xian would keep such an ugly pet. Lu Xian nodded. No need to rush into action, just keep an eye on them. As ancestor Wang Xiao nears the completion of his core formation, the tribulation cultivators, who had been dormant for several years, are showing signs of activity again. However, they are only operating in the shadows. Before the matter of ancestor Wang Xiao forming his core is settled, they will not make any big fuss, and Lu Xian has no need to provoke them. How's it going with Yulai of the Netherfire sect? Have they reached an agreement on the price for the high-grade demon beast flesh I wanted? Lu Xian asked. Shi Xiaorong nodded and said, Yulai is a good person. He is very trustworthy and follows the rules in business. Apart from the flesh and blood of demonic beasts, all the medicinal materials you requested have been negotiated, and the prices are 20% cheaper than at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. It's normal that there are more demonic beasts in the Netherfire sect area, so various demonic beast materials are cheaper. Lu Xian needs a large number of blood transformation demon pills, so instead of buying them from within the sect, he might as well spend some time refining them himself. The materials can be purchased through Yulai, which also allows you to get in touch with the Netherfire sect and learn more about the surrounding area. Due to the constraints imposed by the upper sect, there are few open conflicts between the Red Pine sect and the Netherfire sect. However, Yongning is located on the border, and the families and forces below it often resort to underhanded tricks. If you are not on guard, you might not even know how you were tricked to your death. Having more friends means having more options, and since it's a mutually beneficial arrangement, Lu Xian wouldn't mind letting Yulai earn some money along with him. You can handle it as you see fit. Just send the medicinal herbs to the Lu residents and let me know when they're ready. Yes. Shi Xiaorong bowed and left. Lu Xian threw away his fishing rod, kicked the black tortoise into the lake, and then returned to his cultivation room in the courtyard. He felt a faint hunger in his body, and Lu Xian was overjoyed, knowing that the Kuanping devouring heaven body refining technique was about to break through to the 6th level of qi refining. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Xian took out a bottle of mid-grade first-tier blood transformation demon pills and swallowed them all. The violent demonic energy exploded within his body, capable of corroding and tearing apart the energy of a congenital martial artist, yet unable to cause any harm to Lu Xian's body. The power of bloodline flowed slowly, devouring all the vital energy and demonic power, transforming it into the purest power of bloodline. Not enough. Increase the dosage. After consuming another bottle of blood transformation demon pills, Lu Xian was enveloped in a faint pink mist. Splash! Splash! The sound of blood rushing wildly could be heard outside the body. Blood is the source of physical strength, and the first sign of improvement in body refinement is a qualitative change in essence in blood. The heart functions similarly to the dantian in body refining exercises. It is the core and root of a strong physical body. Capillaries, main blood vessels, and aortas. The power of blood converges at the heart. If Lu Xian's heart were to be dug out and broken open now, it would be found to be filled with crystal clear, thick essence blood, like sap from glass. Body refinement level 6, done. The next breakthrough will be the 7th level of body refinement. Lu Xian suppressed his aura, stood up, and sighed. Having entered the sect for less than 6 years, his breakthrough speed exceeds 1 level per year. If he breaks through to the 7th level of body refinement next year, he will only be 25 years old. A 25-year-old at the late stage of qi refining. The Red Pine sect hasn't produced many like him in hundreds of years. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the Red Pine sect, regardless of age, can become inner disciples as long as they can break through to the late stage of qi refining. How many inner disciples in the late qi refining stage are there in the sect? Only about 300. Becoming a late-stage qi refining cultivator already puts you ahead of 99% of cultivators. Calling them a genius wouldn't be an exaggeration. A cultivator in the qi refining stage has a lifespan of 120 years. If they break through to the late stage of qi refining before the age of 60, they will have the opportunity to attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and they will be able to surpass half of the late-stage qi refining cultivators. Breaking through before the age of 40 is even more remarkable, as it provides ample time to cultivate to the qi refining perfection stage, making one a foundation establishment seed. In a sect like Red Pine, this would allow one to directly advance to the core disciple level. If you break through to the late stage of qi refining at the age of 30, even golden core cultivators will take a second look at you, and if nothing unexpected happens, you're guaranteed to become a foundation establishment cultivator. To break through to the late stage of qi refining before the age of 30, talent, background, and opportunity are all indispensable. Before a cultivator's body matures at 16, it's difficult to even draw qi into the body. If one can condense magical power before the age of 18 and become a qi refining level 1 cultivator, that's considered pretty good. Every step after that is extremely difficult. A 25-year-old qi refining late-stage cultivator's talent is far superior to those geniuses who are stuck at 30 years old when they break through to the qi refining late stage. Luckily, it's only the body refinement stage. The power of essence and blood is usually hidden deep within the heart, and with the Kunping devouring heaven body refining technique being of an extremely high level, it is very difficult to detect. The qi refining realm is limited by spiritual roots, so breakthroughs will be much slower, but it is estimated that he can reach the late stage of qi refining before the age of 30. Without some hidden methods, it would be difficult for Lu Xian to keep a low profile. Let's take it one step at a time. If all else fails, what's wrong with becoming a top genius? Chapter 115. How many children do you want to have? Stepping out of the cultivation room, Lu Xian's aura gradually subsided, his heartbeat became steady and strong, and he returned to normal, looking no different from an ordinary qi refining cultivator. The door to the nearby talisman room was tightly closed, and 2 children were squatting at the door playing with stones. A little boy and a little girl, both around 2 years old, were dressed in luxurious brocade clothes, looking like celestial children. Xiaofu, Xiaoluo, where is your mother? The 2 children were Qinyan's son, Lu Daofu, and Yan Qingyao's daughter, Lu Lingle. Father! Father! Xiao Lingle dropped the smooth pebble in her hand and happily ran over to hug Lu Xian's leg. The little Taoist talisman was rather reserved, but he also ran over, still clutching the pebbles in his hand. Why are you all playing here? Where is your mother? Lu Xian squatted down, picked up Linglo, and asked. Xiao Lingle's smile vanished, her mouth turned down slightly, and she said aggrievedly, Mother is very busy and doesn't have time to spend with Luer. Xiao Daofu chimed in, Aunt Yan has to cultivate, draw talismans, and practice magic. Usually, my mother plays with us. He pointed his little finger to the talisman room. Today Mother is going to draw talismans too, so we'll just play by ourselves. Lu Xian understood. Yan Qingyao was focused on cultivation. Since being poisoned by the spirit-dispersing water, she would seize any opportunity to improve herself, so it was normal that she neglected to take care of her daughter. When Lingla was a baby, things were alright. Yan Qingyao wouldn't just abandon her. After Lingla turned 1-year-old and was able to walk on her own, Qinyan basically took care of both children at the same time. If Qinyan also has something to do, then they'll just have to play by themselves. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xian, holding his daughter and holding his son's hand, walked into the talisman room. Qinyan was concentrating on drawing talismans when she was disturbed by the noise at the door. One of the talismans was instantly ruined, turning into wisps of black smoke. Husband? Qin looked at Lu Xian with a puzzled expression. Senior sister Qin, I plan to take these two children back to the Lu family mansion in the county town to raise them. Would you be willing? Dao Fu has a 9th grade spiritual root, and Ling Lo has a 7th grade spiritual root. They are both children with spiritual roots, so their education should not be neglected. Does my husband have time to take care of them? Xinyan wasn't too reluctant, but she was worried that Lu Xian wouldn't have time to take care of the child, and that the child might be bullied in the sect. My sister loves children very much, so I leave them in her care when I'm not around. The Lu family has many maids and servants, making it convenient to take care of the children. Moreover, with so many children in the household, they have hired special teachers to provide intensive instruction, which allows the children to grow up better together. Xinyan thought for a moment and nodded, okay. We'll do it your way. The Lu residence is not far from Baihe Lake, so she can go see her son anytime she misses him. When I have time, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just bring my son back. Father, are you going to send us away? Laura doesn't want to leave Aunt Qin, doesn't want to leave her mother. Ling Li's face looked even more aggrieved, but she didn't cry. Why would father send Laura away? Lu Xian pinched her little face and said with a smile, Daddy is taking you to a great place where you'll have lots of brothers and sisters to play with. And if you miss Aunt Qin or your mother, your father can bring you back. Really? Ling Li felt a mix of longing and worry, but mostly she was reluctant to part with her mother. Yan Xinyao didn't spend much time with her, but the time she spent with her mother was the happiest time for her. Of course it's true. Lu Xian carried his children out of the talisman room and then went to tell Yan Xinyao. Yan Xinyao agreed without hesitation. She had been planning this for a while, and even if Lu Xian hadn't brought it up, she would have mentioned it to him later. She doesn't have time to take care of her daughter, but she hopes her daughter can be happy and grow up well. Lu Mansion. Lu Xian led the small talisman and the little spirit music into the backyard, and immediately heard the sound of children playing. The Lu family had just as many children as the sect's talisman master's courtyard, including the children of maids, Shi Xiaorong, Xia Yi, Bai Jiwei, and more than 20 others of all ages. Xia Yi and Shi Xiaorong were usually quite busy, as were some of the other maids who had things to do. So they all entrusted their children to the maids for care, and Lu Xian's sister, Lu Miaotong, took care of them. Little brother. How many children do you want to have? Aren't you cultivating? The Lu family only has about 20 children. I heard that the number of children in the sect is about the same, at least 40 or 50. It's only been a few years? Lu Miao had become completely numb to the fact that several maids in the manor would get pregnant every now and then. Isn't it good to have many children? Lu Xian pointed to the group of children in the courtyard. They are all the hope of our Lu family. Look how cute they are. No sooner had she finished speaking than a child suddenly burst into tears, and a maid immediately ran over to comfort him. Young Master Dao Yun, what's wrong? The child was Lu Dao Yun, Shi Xiaorong's son. He wiped away his tears and pointed to another child beside him. He took my toy. You're talking nonsense, it's clearly mine. The other child was Yi Manqing's son, Lu Dao Dan. Although he was physically weaker than Lu Dao Yun, he was able to easily snatch the toy. Wow, wow, wow. I'm going to tell my aunt and have her spank you. After crying for a while, Xiao Daoyun angrily ran over to Lu Miao to complain. Father? Father is back. Suddenly, he saw Lu Xian next to Lu Miao, and immediately forgot what had just happened. He shouted and ran to Lu Xian's side. The shouts quickly attracted other children. Father! Father! A group of children gathered around. Dao Fu and Ling Lo were completely bewildered. Isn't father their father? Why do they all call him father? A group of children stared at Lu Xian with wide eyes, their eyes filled with excitement. Lu Xian took out a jade box from his sleeve, inside which were dark, round pills. One for each person, no fighting over it, understand? Nu. Nu. The voices were perfectly synchronized. The black pills are made from black crystal honey and some mild medicinal herbs. They are not pills, but rather sugar pills, which are perfect for children. With food on their hands, the children finally quieted down, licking the sugar pills one by one with expressions of enjoyment. Lu Xian took one and put it in his mouth, then handed the rest to Lu Miao, saying, "It's delicious and good for your health. Sister, you should try some too." After spending some time with the children, Lu Xian told Lu Miao about the situation with the talismans and the spirit music, asking her to take extra care of them. Lu Miao is kind-hearted and loves children, so Lu Xian feels very reassured leaving his children in her care. This was a consensus among Xiaohe, Shi Xiaorong, and all the maids in the Lu household. Otherwise, no one would have felt comfortable entrusting their child to her care. Chapter 116. Everyone has preferences. Lu Mansion. The moonlight, like water, spilled into the bedroom on the second floor of a small building. The bedroom was large, the bed was also large, and there wasn't much decoration, making it feel extremely spacious. A pile of clothes, stockings, robes, and a green belt were scattered on the ground. On the bed, a thin silk quilt covered 1/3 of Xiaohe's body, revealing her snow-white skin, which, under the hazy moonlight, resembled the finest mutton fat jade. Jade feet, jade legs, jade back. After breaking through to the late stage of qi refining, Xiaohe became even more beautiful. Lu Xian leaned against the headboard, taking his pills. He had obviously finished and entered a state of sagehood. Husband, what level is your martial arts cultivation? Why are you so strong? Lu Xian's physical abilities are exaggeratedly strong, which is not noticeable to the average person, but the women who have been in close contact with him can tell. His previous explanation for this was that he had practiced martial arts techniques, which was why he was so strong. Lu Xian had indeed practiced martial arts. He learned the top-level martial art, the innate sword chi technique, from Lin Shuer, and also studied some martial arts for practicing external skills. Xiaohe had never doubted it before, but this time, after breaking through to the late stage of qi refining, she still felt inferior to Lu Xian, which made her suspicious. A late-stage qi refining cultivator's physical body is cleansed by magical power, making them almost as powerful as an ordinary martial artist. With the added support of her Dantian's magical power, Lu Xian should be weaker than her. Around the late stage of the innate realm. My husband has a special physique, which is probably why he is slightly stronger than ordinary martial artists. Lu Xian explained casually. Is that so? Xiaohe thought for a while but couldn't figure it out, but she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she waved her hand and took a jade bottle from the pocket of her clothes on the ground and handed it to Lu Xian. I only took one of the breakthrough pills my husband gave me last time and broke through. Here, take this one. Lu Xian didn't take it. This is a gift from me. There's no reason for me to take it back. You can keep it. Lu Xian was quite surprised that Xiaohe actually planned to return the remaining breakthrough pills to him, since even if she didn't take them out, Lu Xian wouldn't know. Xiaohe was overjoyed. My husband is really willing to give it to me? I have already broken through to the late stage of qi refining, so I won't need to keep it. My husband will need it more when he breaks through in the future. It's just a first-grade top-tier breakthrough pill. If he needs it in the future, I'll also buy you a foundation establishment pill. Xiaohe's chest heaved and trembled slightly as she excitedly exclaimed, a foundation establishment pill costs tens of thousands of spirit stones. My husband is truly willing to give it to her? Xiaohe didn't know Lu Xian's exact financial situation, but based on the daily expenses of the Lu family and some of the business dealings of the Merchant Alliance, she knew that Lu Xian must have a lot of spirit stones. Lu Xian is a mid-grade first-level talisman master, and with the backing of the Lin family's Qingyun ancestor, he has accumulated enough over a long period of time to probably afford foundation establishment pills. Whether he can afford it or not is one thing. Lu Xian has many women and children, and he also needs to cultivate himself. Is he really willing to spend such a high price on himself? Xiaohe thought it was impossible, but she couldn't help but feel a little excited. When have I, your husband, ever been stingy? The foundation establishment pill is precious to others, but it's just so-so to Lu Xian. He currently has one in his storage bag, which was a gift from the system when Yan Qingyao's child was born. Perhaps the system will give away foundation establishment pills as gifts in the future. Lu Xian himself doesn't need them for the time being, and his children will need them soon. Xiahajin has reached the qi refining perfection realm, so why not give her one? The strength of a Taoist partner will not be transferred to Lu Xian, but that does not prevent them from being part of the Lu family and contributing to the family's strength, especially in the early stages before their children have grown up. My husband. Thank you, my husband. Xiaohe was moved. Afterwards. After the clouds cleared and the rain stopped, Lu Xian started taking drugs again. One blood transformation demon pill was enough to make up for his losses. Xiaohe has a 6th-grade spiritual root, and now that her cultivation has broken through to the late stage of qi refining, the probability of her offspring having a high-grade spiritual root is estimated to be comparable to Yan Qingyao's. Of course, Lu Xian is willing to go all out. I heard that Elder Zhou Meng and your master left Yongning half a month ago. Now, here, you're in charge of the city? Lu Xian put his arm around Xiaohe and asked about the situation in the city. Xiaohe nodded. Elder Zhou left the county town a long time ago. Since I broke through, my master started to hand over his affairs to me, and he left half a month ago as well. However, I am not in charge of the county town. There is also Magistrate Feng Qingyuan, who is the nominal master of Yongning City. Yongning County was essentially a market town for cultivators, mainly for doing business and collecting taxes, while also serving as a place to supervise cultivator families in various regions. The selection of the county magistrate is crucial. They are usually commoners with no family background and are trained by the Shao family lineage of the sect. Or perhaps they were descendants of the Shao family, with mediocre talent, and were thus sent on assignments elsewhere. Given Lu Xian's background and status, Feng Qingyuan wouldn't interfere unless it was something that openly violated a major taboo of the sect. If things continue to develop like this, the Lu Xian family will surely become the second largest cultivation family in Yongning, second only to the Foundation Establishment family, the Lu family. Let's see if Ancestor Wang Qiao can pull it off. If Ancestor Wang Qiao is capable and successfully forms the Golden Core, the Red Pine sect can remain stable for several hundred years, allowing Lu Xian to develop while lying down. If Wang Qiao Laozu fails, the situation will likely descend into chaos, and it's hard to say whether it will be good or bad. Several months later, Xiaohe's son, Lu Daoyuan, turned 3 and was diagnosed with an 8th grade spiritual root. Everyone envied him, and the little guy became the object of everyone's love. Not long after, Shi Xiaorong's son, Lu Daoyuan, also tested positive for a 9th grade spiritual root. The busy Shi Xiaorong even came back to celebrate with her son. Following closely behind, Lu Daodan, the son of Yi Manqing, who was just an ordinary maid, was also found to have a 9th grade spiritual root, which aroused envy and jealousy from the other ordinary maids. When Bai Jiwei's daughter, Lu Lingmiao, was diagnosed with an 8th grade spiritual root, her older sister, Lu Miao, was overjoyed, as if she were her own daughter. Lu Lingmiao was a beautiful girl, just like her mother Bai Jiwei, like a miniature version of Bai Jiwei. Lu Miao loved her very much and raised her as her own daughter. She was the one who gave Ling Miao the name back then, and now that Ling Miao possesses an 8th grade spiritual root, Lu Miao cherishes her even more. Some children possess spiritual roots, while others did not. Although Lu Xian did not advocate treating them differently, the children were still divided into 2 groups based on the attitudes of the other adults. Children with spiritual roots, such as Dao Yon, Dao Yun, Dao Dan, and Ling Miao, tend to play together more easily, as do the other children without spiritual roots. Furthermore, the relationships between children will change because of the relationships between their mothers. If their mothers are close to each other, the children will also become close to each other, and vice versa. As children grow older, this closeness or distance will become even more apparent. Humans are prone to favoritism and have varying degrees of closeness or distance. Even siblings cannot all love each other. Lu Xian wouldn't interfere with this. He was the central link between all the children, and it was enough for him to ensure that everyone got along harmoniously and didn't become enemies. Chapter 117 Aoki Body Shaping Technique. Red Pine Clan. Recently, another piece of gossip about Lu Xian has emerged in the sect. Lin Yuanxuan, a genius female cultivator from the Magic Hall, was stripped of her deacon status because of Lu Xian, and her father, Lin Rohai, was also removed from his position as family head, resulting in a direct change of leadership in the main lineage. The incident began when several female cultivators from the Magic Hall teased Lin Yuanxuan, saying that she appeared aloof but was actually Lu Xian's Taoist partner, making her a two-faced person. Lu Xian was very famous among the lower-level outer disciples, but he was disliked by a large number of people in the genius circles of various families. If he weren't a disciple personally taught by the Qingyun patriarch and highly regarded by him, he would probably have faced a lot of trouble. Lin Yuanxuan was proud and arrogant, and she couldn't stand such slander, so she immediately retorted. The female cultivator who dared to tease Lin Yuanxuan to her face was no ordinary person. She was also a disciple of a Foundation Establishment family from a sect. She dared to say this because she had evidence, so she revealed the matter of the marriage bestowed by the Qingyun ancestor. This matter is hardly a secret. Most of the Lin family members know about it, as do Lu Xian's female cultivators and concubines, and many people in the Talisman Hall also know about it. Unable to refute, Lin Yuanxuan, in a fit of anger, revealed the true nature of her relationship with Lu Xian. That's pretty silly. Who would believe it if I told them? It's common knowledge that Lu Xian is a womanizer. The two have already become Taoist partners, which is perfectly legitimate. No one would believe that Lu Xian doesn't touch her. The more Lin Yuanxuan refuted, the more she was ridiculed and mocked. The more people said this, the more Lin Yuanxuan couldn't stand it, and in her agitation, she directly attacked one of the female cultivators who was leading the group. The female cultivator immediately dodged and was not injured, but she was startled and immediately became furious. Lin Yuanxuang actually dared to hurt people within the sect. Does she have no respect for the sect's rules? Unable to defeat Lin Yuanxuang, she summoned the elders of the sect to punish her for violating the sect's rules. The situation escalated, and it was only after the elders from both sides' magic halls intervened that the farce was finally brought under control. The farce subsided, but the turmoil it caused did not stop. The quarrel between several female cultivators also involved the influential figure Lu Xian, attracting quite a few onlookers. The rumors spread wider and wider, becoming increasingly outrageous. Some said that Lu Xian had taken a liking to Lin Yuanxuang, so he asked the ancestor to grant them a marriage, forcing Lin Yuanxuang to marry him. Some say that Lu Xian, relying on the favor of the Qingyun ancestor, does whatever he wants, and will go to great lengths to get his hands on any female cultivator he sets his sights on. Somehow, the news reached the nameless Taoist temple and then the ears of the Qingyun patriarch. The patriarch was furious and immediately ordered Lin Ruhai to explain what had happened. Lin Ruhai dared not hide anything and told the whole story. The next day, with a single word from the Qingyun ancestor, the head of the Lin family was replaced, and dozens of people in his lineage were stripped of their positions and became ordinary clansmen. The Lin family has more than just Lin Ruhai, a cultivator who has reached the qi refining perfection stage. After he stepped down, an elder immediately took over. Lin Yuanxuan lost her position in the magic hall and her family salary was also cancelled. In addition, she offended a group of clansmen who were also unlucky because of this incident, and for a time she could not even maintain her daily expenses. She was quite resolute. She directly refused her father's request to Lu Xian to intercede, accepted a mission from the magic hall, and went out to make her way in the world. So what if she doesn't have family support? She refuses to believe she can't make a name for herself on her own. If he could break through to the late stage of qi refining before the age of 40 and become a core disciple, even the patriarch would probably regret it. The Talisman Master's Courtyard. Lu Xian also knew some things about Lin Yuanxuan from Lin Yi, but he had nothing to say about it. Who could they blame? They could only blame their own bad luck. Lu Xuanxiu did not make his breakthrough to the 5th level of qi refining public, but ancestor Qingyun had already figured it out. The value of the studded spirit body is constantly increasing. In the eyes of the Qingyun ancestor, Lu Xian has a great chance to reach the great perfection of qi refining before the age of 60 and is a potential seed for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The Qingyun ancestor still has more than 30 years left to live, and the Lin family's qi refining perfection cultivators have all exhausted their potential, making it virtually impossible for them to break through to foundation establishment. When his time comes, the Lin family will definitely not be able to keep their family business. If the head of the family is sensible, he may be able to prolong his life. But if he still wants to occupy the territory and property, it is normal for the whole family to be wiped out. Lin Qingyun's cultivation level is at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and he will never be able to break through to the golden core stage in this lifetime. His only hope lies in the Lin family. Therefore, Lu Xian was not only his personally taught disciple, but also someone he found to support the Lin family after his death. If Lu Xian can break through to the foundation establishment stage at the age of 60, it will be just in time to meet his own lifespan limit. Lu Xian was born into an ordinary family, and it would take him at least several decades or even 100 years to develop his own family. This period of time is the opportunity for the Lin family. If they can produce a foundation establishment cultivator, the family can continue to exist. If no one can break through, they can live better by relying on Lu Xian. Lin Yuanxuan and Lin Ruhai have run into trouble. How can he trust someone so ignorant and unable to see the situation to be the head of the family? Lu Xian, on the other hand, did not take advantage of Lin Ruhai's favor to do whatever he wanted. He even helped to cover up Lin Ruhai's unreasonable demands and did not have any intention of harming the Lin family. He was indeed a grateful person. Instead of bestowing a marriage upon Lu Xian, the Qingyun ancestor sent someone directly to deliver a talisman shop in the city to Lin Yi's son, Lu Daoxing. The shop is not far from Lin Anqi's talisman shop, but it is much larger, almost twice the size. Lin Shuer's sons Lu Daoyuan and Dao Ping, and Lin Anqi's son Lu Daocheng also received gifts, worth no less than 100 spirit stones. After the storm passed, everyone had a new understanding of how much the Qingyun patriarch valued Lu Xian, and it became a consensus that it was best not to provoke him. Despite the commotion outside, Lu Xian paid no attention to it. Inside his cultivation room, he was writing furiously. Finally finished. Lu Xian picked up the tidied draft and nodded in satisfaction. The booklet had several large, flowing characters written at the top, Xingmu body shaping technique. This is a martial arts technique created by Lu Xian based on the Kunping Devouring Heaven body refining method, combined with martial arts and the Greenwood longevity technique. The techniques are divided into 4 levels: the basic part suitable for 5 or 6-year-old children to shape their bodies, the part that can strengthen muscles and bones, the part that can generate internal energy, and the part that can cultivate innate energy. Compared to normal martial arts techniques, the Greenwood body shaping technique includes an additional basic body shaping component for children. Children's bodies are fragile and still developing, so practicing martial arts can easily injure them. Generally, martial arts techniques should not be introduced until at least the age of 13, otherwise it is easy to have the opposite effect and damage the foundation. The basic part of the Aoki body shaping technique is not really martial arts training, it's more like calisthenics, just a method to aid in physical development and growth. The cultivation method does not include the part that allows one to break through from the innate perfection stage to the late Qi refining stage. Lu Xian plans to personally teach it to his children after they have reached that level. Breaking through to the late stage of Qi refining using the Greenwood body shaping technique is not just a simple breakthrough, it also involves breaking through to the late stage of body refining, which involves the introductory stage of the true immortal technique, the Devouring Heaven body refining technique. On the surface, this appears to be a martial arts technique, but in reality, it is a top-level technique that cultivates both body and technique. It's just a bit too difficult. I wonder how many of my many children will be able to cultivate to perfection. Chapter 118 Core Formation begins. 1 year later. In 2 months, it will be the day of the Outer Sect assessment again, which will also be the day of the Outer Sect Talisman Hall Master Beauty Pageant. The Outer Talisman Hall has now become Lu Xian's territory. The 3 Talisman Master buildings have become the residences of his concubines and children, and the originally deserted Talisman Hall has become more lively. Fortunately, Lu Xian's children were all quite sensible and never made a fuss when they left the courtyard, so they did not arouse the disgust of the other Talisman Masters. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the birth of 72 offspring, all with 9th grade spiritual roots. You have received 500 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Xian was cultivating when a system notification sounded in his mind. Only then did he remember that a maidservant in the Yongning Lu family had been born. The children of ordinary maids are unlikely to have spiritual roots. Since the sect was busy, Lu Xian didn't go in person. Unexpectedly, there was a little surprise. In just over a year, Lu Xian had 18 more children, bringing his total number of offspring to 72. 10 of them were the children of ordinary maids, and 8 were the children of female cultivators and concubines. 1 person has an 8th grade spiritual root, 4 people have a 9th grade spiritual root, and 13 people have no spiritual root. The number of offspring with spiritual roots has reached 23, 7 short of 30. At the current pace, the number of offspring reaching 100 and the number of offspring with spiritual roots reaching 30 will be achieved at roughly the same time. Calm your mind and regulate your breathing, eliminating distracting thoughts, and let the power of the Greenwood flow through your body's meridians. Half a month ago, I broke through to the 6th level of Qi refining, and today I have just stabilized my cultivation, and my magic power is extremely refined. At the 6th level of Qi refining, one can already draw 1st grade high-quality talismans, and then one can earn a large amount of spirit stones. Over the past few years, Lu Xian has earned nearly 60,000 spirit stones by drawing 1st-tier mid-grade ice blue soul-piercing talismans. However, starting last year, the Bai family's inventory of 1st-tier mid-grade ice blue soul-piercing talisman materials was exhausted, and all that was sold this year was the previous stock. Now that my cultivation has broken through to the 6th level of Qi refining, the 1st grade high-quality ice blue soul-piercing talisman materials I've saved up over the past few years will soon be put to use, and I can continue to make money. In addition to his breakthrough in Qi refining, his body refining cultivation has also reached the 6th level of perfection, and he is only 1 step away from breaking through to the late stage of body refining. Once Lu Xian breaks through to the late stage of body refinement, he will be able to rival a Qi refinement perfection cultivator without needing any trump cards. He's probably even stronger. An ordinary Qi refining perfection cultivator would likely be no match for him. Stepping out of the training room, a chubby boy was intently practicing martial arts in the courtyard. He was none other than Lu Xian's eldest son, Lu Daoyuan. He had just turned 6 and was already quite chubby, looking round and plump from a distance, like a panda. Despite his size, he's a surprisingly agile chubby guy. He demonstrates martial arts moves with impressive skill and looks quite convincing. Father, could you help me see where I'm practicing incorrectly so I can correct it in time? He was practicing the basic part of the Greenwood body shaping technique, which has the effect of shaping muscles and bones and strengthening the foundation of martial arts. As he grew older, Dao Yuan gradually realized from adults the difference between having and not having spiritual roots. What my father said about not having spiritual roots and being able to practice martial arts was not as simple as I imagined. But he did not give up. Instead, he became even more determined to practice martial arts and spent a lot of time practicing every day. There's nothing wrong with it, it's already very good. Lu Xian patted him on the shoulder with a smile. The key to the Greenwood body shaping technique is to build a solid foundation, and the key is to persevere. Remember not to be impatient. Fearing that the children might injure themselves by practicing haphazardly, Lu Xian has only taught them the basics so far. The part about strengthening their muscles and bones will have to wait until they are older. The basic part of the Aoki body shaping technique is rather dry, and it only has the effect of strengthening the body. You can't see obvious results in a short time after practicing it. To motivate the children, Lu Xian would gather them together every 3 months for an assessment, rewarding those who performed well and imposing symbolic punishments on those who performed poorly. Lu Xian was wealthy and generous. His rewards were not just verbal praise, but real benefits. Exceptionally outstanding children also receive a reward for their mothers, further motivating every child to practice martial arts. After 2 assessments, the incentive effect was particularly obvious. Some children under the age of 3 were even asked by their mothers to mimic the gestures with hehehaha. The mothers of Dao Chang and Dao Meng, who all have spiritual roots, used to look down on martial arts, but now they are starting to encourage their children to practice martial arts. Anyway, one needs to be at least 13 years old to practice qi-inducing techniques, and it's very difficult to even begin before the age of 16. Practicing martial arts now won't hinder future cultivation. I understand, Xiao Yuan will listen to Dad. Xiao Yuan nodded vigorously, his heart filled with hope. He was very smart. Although no one said it, he could sense that no one had high hopes for children like them who had no spiritual roots, including his mother, Lin Shuer. There was only one person who never gave up on him and even encouraged him to practice martial arts, his father, Lu Xian. He wanted to prove to his mother that he could defy fate even without spiritual roots. He didn't want to disappoint his father's expectations and was unwilling to be a mortal who couldn't cultivate immortality. 2 months later. After the outer sect assessment ended, Lu Xian took care of, he helped several newly initiated female disciples. Lu Xian selected only newly initiated female cultivators as concubines this time, all of whom were 18 years old. Lu Xian had already selected his senior sisters from the sect several times, and the remaining ones were either unsatisfactory to him or the other party was unwilling, so he could only help the new junior sister. Junior sister's cultivation level isn't high, but her demands aren't high either. Many people would be willing to accept 6 spirit stones a month, and even fewer could refuse 10 spirit stones a month. Lu Xian's beauty pageant is no longer targeting female students who failed the exams. Those who passed the exams are also being contacted by the dual cultivation hall. Senior sister, is it really true that 10 spirit stones a month, and the amount doubles if I get pregnant? A stunningly beautiful girl dressed in a scarlet dress asked the senior sister of the dual cultivation hall. Of course. Who is Master Lu, the palace master? He's a direct disciple of the Azure Cloud ancestor. Would he lie to you? If you still have concerns, our dual cultivation hall can sign a contract with you, and this contract will be protected by the Sex Enforcement Hall. Seeing that the woman was still hesitating, the senior sister continued, Junior sister Xiaoyun, with your looks, you're sure to catch the eye of Hall Master Lu. If you agree, you can avoid 20 years of detours. What are you still hesitating about? She glanced at young Xiaoyun's stunningly beautiful face with a hint of envy and said, Senior sister, if I had your looks, I'd be enjoying a life of luxury in the Talisman Hall right now. Why would I be working here? Okay, alright. Yang Xiaoyun finally agreed. Lu Xian's beauty pageant this year was also a grand affair, but it did not generate the same level of discussion as the previous 2. Because something even bigger had captured the attention of all the disciples. The sect's grand formation was activated, and a massive, water-like light barrier enveloped the entire sect. A vast amount of spiritual energy gathered at the top of Red Pine Peak, forming a substantial vortex of spiritual energy that emitted a faint spiritual pressure. Many disciples immediately understood that Ancestor Wang Xiao had begun the process of forming his core. Chapter 119 Comprehending Sword Intent. The semi-transparent, water-ripple-like array barrier of the sect resembled an inverted giant bowl, enveloping the entire Red Pine sect's mountain gate. Within the sect's disciples' field of vision, the entire sky was obscured by the array, with neither blue sky nor sun and moon visible. The world has changed. Some of the lower-ranking disciples looked bewildered, not knowing what had happened. A vast amount of spiritual energy continuously gathered at the mountaintop, and a milky white vortex of spiritual energy slowly rotated, creating an immense spiritual pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Halfway up the mountain, an unnamed Taoist temple. Is this the Golden Core? Just a breakthrough can cause such a huge commotion. Golden Core immortal. Yin and Yang unite, dragon and tiger intertwine, and one's magical power and divine soul are refined into a golden core, granting one great supernatural abilities and making one no longer immortal. The gap between an ordinary person and a golden core cultivator is greater than the gap between an ant and an ordinary person. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they are not even the same species. Living 1,000 years, watching the world's tides rise and fall, how carefree and at ease. The nameless Taoist temple is in an excellent location. You can see the huge red pine tree on the mountaintop just by looking up. Lu Xian stood beside the Qingyun ancestor, his mind reeling from the magnificent scene before him. Old man Wang Qiao. I'm so envious. Such a scene shocked not only Lu Xian, but even the Qingyun ancestor, who looked towards the mountaintop with nothing but envy. Didn't Master say that the chances of Patriarch Wang Qiao successfully forming his core were less than 10%? Why? Lin Qingyun turned to look at Lu Xian, slowly shook his head and sighed, "Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Of the countless cultivators in the world, how many have the opportunity to break through to the golden core stage? So what if it's only 1/10? I haven't even reached the peak of foundation establishment. I don't even have a chance to break through." Lin Qingyun and Wang Qiao are of the same generation and are about the same age. They have known each other for nearly 200 years. Seeing his old friend have the opportunity to break through to the golden core stage, how could he not be envious? So what if it's only a 10% success rate? With the core formation artifact that Master Shao bought at great expense, he won't die even if he fails to break through. If he's lucky enough to succeed, then he'll have to respectfully greet him and call him Master Wang when they meet again. Decades later, he died of old age and turned into a handful of yellow earth, while the other party lived for another 700 years. Well, Lu Xian was a little embarrassed. Judging from the old ancestor of Qingyun's expression, he had touched a sore spot. "Master, what do you think of the current situation? Is it good or bad?" Lu Xian pointed to the vortex of spiritual energy on the mountaintop and changed the subject. Lin Qingyun shook his head. "It takes 9 days to break through to the golden core stage, with the first 3 days spent condensing spiritual energy to enhance magical power. It's still early, so it's too early to tell. Breaking through to the golden core stage requires passing through 3 barriers. The first barrier is mana, which is the simplest. With a third-tier spiritual vein and a spiritual object for forming the core, it shouldn't be a big problem.